My wife colluded with her ex-boyfriend to force-feed me paraquat and seize my family's assets. On the verge of death, the Myriad Worlds game descended. My body was datafied by the system, saving my life, but I was judged to have a permanent 1 HP and a lifespan of only 7 days. Everyone treated me like trash, mocking me for not being able to survive the novice village. But they didn't know that I had awakened the B-rank talent, Desperate Fury. In a 1 HP state, all my attributes are permanently multiplied by 10. With the aura of a loser combined with a heaven-defying buff, I will make everyone who looked down on me pay the price in blood. Lu Ruyan, you're so vicious. I lay on the bed, the burning pain in my esophagus rendering me immobile. Just a moment ago, my wife of 2 years had forced me to drink paraquat. It was over. There was no antidote for paraquat. I was a dead man. I had always been so subservient to her, I couldn't understand why she would do this to me. You're just a stinking pig farmer, Lu Ruyan said with her arms crossed, her face full of contempt. I can smell the pig stench on you every time I get close. I've wanted to poison you for a long time. My family owned a large-scale pig farm, with an annual income in the millions. She and I were university classmates and got married right after graduation. I never expected her to harbor such malicious intent. WH. Why? I asked unwillingly, spitting up black blood. You'll know when you get down there, she said with a triumphant smile. Just then, the door opened and a man walked in. It was Zhao Lei, Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend. The paraquat was already starting to corrode my vision, but I could recognize his voice. How is he? Is he dying? Yes, he's spitting up black blood. There's no cure. Hee, that's great. His parents are both dead. Once he's gone, all his assets will be yours. If it weren't for getting him a certificate for depression, I would have done it long ago. Being pressed under a stinking pig farmer every day is disgusting. Weren't you enjoying it though? As for me, for the past 2 years. So that's how it was. For my money, this despicable couple had conspired to set me up. After we married, she pretended to be a virtuous wife while secretly fabricating a depression certificate for me. Now that I was dead, my death would be ruled a suicide. I hated them. I was so unwilling to accept this. Just as my consciousness began to fade and my life was about to end, a synthetic electronic voice resounded in the minds of every single person on Blue Star. Blue Star has been selected to participate in the Myriad Worlds game. Universal transmigration will begin in 1 minute. The entire world was in an uproar, and in the room next door, the despicable couple let out roars of despair. What? Enter a game? Everything resets to 0? Zhao Lei's voice was filled with unwillingness. I've been a cuckold for 2 years, and just when I'm about to achieve financial freedom, you're telling me everything resets to 0? Wait, is Qin Chen dead? If he also enters the game, will he get revenge on us? Lu Ruyan suddenly realized something. What are you afraid of? In his half-dead state, he'll be a loser in the game too. Lying on the bed, I listened to them and smiled. With the game's arrival, their beautiful dream was about to be shattered. I just hoped I could hold on until the moment I entered the game. The moment my consciousness dissipated, a vortex sucked me in. Welcome to the Myriad Worlds game. Now conducting a scan of your physical condition and brain memories. Scan complete. Your attribute panel has been generated. The notification sound rang, and I sat up abruptly. I was saved. My body had been datafied, and all the damage caused by the paraquat had disappeared. After the immense surprise, I immediately checked my attribute panel. Character, Qin Chen. Level, 0. Strength, 1. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Intelligence, 10. HP, 1. Based on scan results, your HP cannot be increased. Remaining lifespan, 6 days 23 hours 58 minutes. My joy was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. Except for my maxed out intelligence, all my other attributes were 1, and my HP was permanently locked at 1. How was I supposed to play this? One touch and I'm dead, and I only had a week to live. I forced myself to calm down. My only hope was my talent. Congratulations on obtaining the B-rank talent, Desperate Fury. B-rank? It's over. I'm completely hopeless. I looked at the talent description with trembling hands. Desperate Fury, B-rank in a desperate situation, unleash your greatest potential. When HP is at 1, Strength x10, Intelligence x10, Casting Speed minus 40%, Critical Hit Chance plus 40%, Cooldown Reduction 20%. I was stunned. It triggers at 1 HP, and my HP is permanently at 1. This talent was practically tailor-made for me. I looked at my attribute panel again. Sure enough, all the values were marked with, currently in a state of desperate fury. My strength had become 10, and my intelligence was a staggering 100. My attack power and spell power had directly increased tenfold. Randomly assigning your class. Your class is Necromancer, a ranged class with skeletons as cannon fodder. It suited me perfectly. Teleporting to the novice village. As soon as I arrived in the novice village, I heard a group of old men and women discussing. From them, I learned that everyone who entered the game on the verge of death would have their HP locked at 1. It seemed I wasn't an exception. I was just lucky enough to have awakened a perfectly compatible talent. Isn't that the rich kid from our neighborhood? How come he only has 1 drop of blood in the game? A shrill, sarcastic voice sounded. It was Xia Qinhua from the same neighborhood. Her daughter had once tried to shamelessly pursue me to climb the social ladder, but I rejected her. This mother-daughter duo had held a grudge against me ever since. Xia Qinhua, if it weren't for the fact that we know each other, I would have killed you once today, I said coldly. Kill me? You, a 1 drop of blood loser? She and the old men and women around her all laughed. In their eyes, data was everything. With only 1 HP, I was a joke. Xin Chen, die. Xia Qinhua charged at me with 2 hand axes. I expressionlessly raised my staff and shot a magic missile. -162. A huge damage number floated up. Xia Qinhua, who only had 32 HP, instantly turned into a white light and disappeared. The old men and women around were all dumbfounded. What? Didn't see it clearly? I'll let you see it again now. I raised my staff, and another magic missile sent the loudest of the old men, Old Li, to his death. Old Li, an old woman in the crowd let out a piercing scream. Her body suddenly expanded, grew gray fur, and transformed into a werewolf. A-rank talent, werewolf, HP and attack doubled, speed x3. The transformed old woman was extremely fast. She easily dodged 2 of my magic missiles and instantly rushed in front of me. Her sharp wolf claws were about to reach me. I immediately raised my staff and swung it forward. -70. A physical critical hit. My 10x boosted strength, combined with a critical hit, instantly killed the 52 HP werewolf. The remaining old geezers were scared out of their wits. They tried to run, but I took them out easily, 1 magic missile each. The most urgent task was to level up. As a necromancer, I needed the corpses of humanoid monsters to convert into skeletons. There were none near the novice village. The only way was to enter a dungeon and hunt the goblins inside. I passed through the village and arrived at the dungeon entrance. It was packed with people, all forming parties. My 1 HP status naturally attracted countless jeers and scornful looks. Well, if it isn't young Master Qin Chen, how did you become a 1 drop of blood cripple? My university classmate, Li Lu, blocked my path. He was a poor loser who had always resented me for winning Lu Ruyan's heart. Now that he saw me in a sorry state, he immediately jumped at the chance to kick me while I was down. My A-rank talent is Berserk. Everyone is fighting to have me. What about you? A 1 HP B-rank loser, who would party with you? He said, showing off his talent smugly. He was quickly invited to a team. The people around also pointed at me, their faces full of contempt. Just then, a pleasant female voice sounded. Who said no one would party with Qin Chen? I will. It was the campus belle, Suyu. She ignored everyone's dissuasion and directly invited me to her party. Is an A-rank talent that amazing? Faced with everyone's confusion and ridicule, Suyu directly showed her trump card. Then can my S-rank talent, magic power amplification, carry him? The whole place fell silent. An S-rank talent, only 1 in 100,000 people had one. Am I trash? I looked at Li Lu with a cold smile. Dare to make a bet? Let's see who clears the first stage of the dungeon first. The loser gives the black iron equipment dropped by the boss to the other person. You're on. I'll be waiting for your equipment. Li Lu and his team leader, Chen Bin, agreed without hesitation. Entering the dungeon, I saw the third person in our party, a shield warrior with a giant shield on his back. It was actually Old Wang, a security guard from my old neighborhood. After learning about what happened to me with my wife, both Old Wang and Suyu were filled with righteous indignation. But seeing that I only had a B-rank talent and a week to live, they both felt that my chances of turning things around were slim. Don't worry, you'll soon find out how ridiculously overpowered my talent is. Old Wang had the A-rank talent, Tortoise Shell Defense, with a damage reduction of up to 70%. He was a top-tier tank. Suyu had the S-rank talent, Magic Power Amplification, and was a hidden class, Bard, who could heal and apply buffs. Old Wang tanked the attacks of a level 3 goblin, Suyu healed him, and I hit in the back, firing a magic missile. -148. They were both stunned. The goblin's aggro was instantly pulled to me. My agility was only 1, so I couldn't outrun it. It looked like I was about to be clubbed to death. Old Wang used taunt in the nick of time and pulled the monster back. My second magic missile was a critical hit. -266. The goblin fell to the ground. My god, Qin Shen, what rank is your talent? They both asked in shock. I didn't hide it and showed them the effects of desperate fury. Only then did they understand. marveling at how my misfortune had turned into a blessing. I walked over to the goblin's corpse and cast Convert Skeleton. A skeleton much taller than the goblin emerged from the corpse. Although its stats were not high, it was better than nothing. With my insane damage output, we cleared monsters at an extremely fast pace, but soon, I ran out of mana. In the early stages of the game, you could only wait for your mana to regenerate slowly. Will this let Lily's team get ahead of us? Suyu asked with concern. On the other side, Lily's 8-person team was having a very hard time. They could only deal 77 damage to a goblin in one round of attacks. After killing one monster, both their healers were out of mana. Don't worry, they won't be able to clear it. Even if that Suyu has an S-rank talent, it's useless if she's carrying that loser Qin Chen, Lila said confidently to his teammates. On our side, we continued after our mana regenerated. Soon, we reached level 1. I put all 5 of my free attribute points into intelligence, and my spell power soared to 510. When we encountered another goblin, my magic missile was a critical hit, minus 460, nearly 500 damage, almost one-shotting the 750 HP goblin. Your talent is definitely stronger than an SSS rank 1. Old Wang and Suyu were already numb to it. We steamrolled our way through, quickly reaching level 2. My spell power reached 690. I could basically kill a goblin with 2 magic missiles. At the end of the cave, we saw the Black Iron Grade boss, the Goblin Captain. Goblin Captain, Black Iron Grade boss, level 4, HP 3000, attack power 110, skill summon minions. Oh, there's actually a 1 drop of blood loser. How audacious. The boss actually spoke and mocked us when it saw us. Cut the crap. Old Wang roared and charged forward. The boss immediately summoned 2 minions. It smashed its club on Old Wang, dealing 37 damage, leaving him with a sliver of health. Suyu's healing spell was being cast, and the 2 minions' attacks were about to land. At that critical moment, I fired a magic missile. Minus 621. A magic critical hit. The goblin warrior was instantly killed. The goblin mage's fireball landed on Old Wang, dealing only 10 damage. Old Wang survived with a sliver of health. Suyu's healing spell landed in time, bringing his health bar back to full. What? The goblin captain was stunned. How can a 1 drop of blood loser like you be so strong? It commanded the mage to attack me, but Old Wang used taunt to pull its aggro. Without the help of its minions, the boss couldn't kill Old Wang, and my magic missiles continuously bombarded it. Minus 330, minus 610. In less than a minute, the 3000 HP goblin captain fell amidst an unwilling roar. How could I be killed by a loser? Congratulations to Suyu's team for clearing the first phase of the crisis in the novice village. All team members have received the first clear reward. The system announcement rang out 3 times in a row. The players in the Myriad Worlds game were stunned. What's going on? Someone cleared the dungeon in less than an hour after entering the game? It's known that the monsters inside have 750 health points. Moreover, the first clear reward is a one-time opportunity and it won't be available again. How could it be so easily claimed by someone? Inside the dungeon, Lilu, who was grinding goblin mages, shouted anxiously, "Hurry! Heal me! These goblin mages hit too hard." Although there were 2 healers, Lilu had no damage reduction skills and took a full hit from a mage, leaving him with barely any health. Fortunately, one of the healers managed to heal him just in time, pulling him back from the brink of death. The skill of another priest was about to finish when suddenly a system prompt came through. Congratulations to Suyu's team for clearing the first phase of the crisis in the novice village. All team members have received the first clear reward. The priest, who was just about to complete the healing, froze, and the skill he was about to cast stopped. What? How is that possible? Their team only has 3 people. 1 tank and 1 healer, who's doing the damage? How could they possibly be faster than us? This is impossible. The team members erupted in chaos. Lily's expression changed several times, and he muttered in a loss of control, "Impossible. This can't be happening." Until he saw the goblin mage in front of him, a fireball gathering at the tip of its staff. He quickly realized that his health couldn't withstand the attack of that fireball. He shouted urgently, "Priest! Where's the priest? Heal me!" while hastily retreating. Unfortunately, it was too late. The goblin's fireball was already complete and flying towards him, and no matter how he tried to dodge, it was useless. With a terrified scream, he transformed into a white light and respawned. Lily's death also awakened his stunned teammates. Chen Bin hurriedly took over the mage monster, becoming the main tank. The teammates quickly focused their attacks on the monster in front of them. Unfortunately, they could only deal damage like -20-15, and it was unclear how long it would take to kill the monster. Qin Chen, what's your first clear reward? Old Wang asked. Qin Chen pasted his first clear reward into the team chat box. Crisis in the Novice Village. Unique hidden quest. Open this. Scroll to receive the unique hidden quest, Crisis in the Novice Village. It's actually a unique hidden quest, Suyu exclaimed. Hidden quests are already extremely difficult to obtain, let alone a unique hidden quest. The uniqueness here means that this quest will only appear once, and even if it's not completed, it won't appear again. Then Suyu also posted her reward. Warren's Magic Crystal, special item. Placing it in your backpack increases your base magic value by 2000 points. For every same level monster corpse absorbed, the magic value limit of the crystal ball permanently increases by 0.1. Exclusive player. Suyu, it's actually an item that increases magic value. Doesn't that perfectly match your talent? Old Wang said. Suyu's lips, which had been pressed tightly, could hardly contain her excitement. Nodding, she said, yes. Qin Shen stepped forward. Congratulations. But it seems we won't be able to level up together in the future. Suyu felt a bit regretful and conflicted. She really wanted to level up with Qin Shen and Old Wang. With 3 people, they had a tank and a healer, not to mention Qin Shen's insane damage output. But the attributes of this magic crystal were simply too tempting, aligning perfectly with her talent. In the end, she couldn't make up her mind and looked at Qin Shen and Old Wang. What do you think we should do? Old Wang bellowed. Is there even a question? You should hurry and upgrade that crystal ball. This is a treasure with no limits. The sooner you upgrade, the stronger you'll become. Qin Shen nodded. Brother Wang is right. Although the 3 of us level up quickly as a team, it doesn't help with the magic crystals. The monster levels in the second stage dungeon are definitely higher than ours. If the crystals can't absorb the corpses, it's a waste. Then, can you manage without my healing? Suyu was still very worried. Look at how good a girl she is, not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. It's fine, we'll just find a healer and go, Qin Shen said. At that moment, Old Wang gave her a reassurance. Look at this. Frenzied battle armor, golden level, no level restriction, constitution plus 1960 health plus 2000 strength plus 210 agility, plus 21 physical defense plus 650 magic defense plus 360 final damage reduction 10%. Suyu and Qin Shen were immediately stunned. Wow, such equipment at just level 2, isn't this walking all over the novice village? This is my first clear reward. How about that? Are you still worried I can't hold on? Old Wang said proudly. Qin Shen shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that my own reward is useless. Come on, how can you say it's useless? That's a unique hidden quest. Can the quest reward be worse than golden level equipment? Old Wang said. Suyu nodded in agreement. Changing the subject, she said, let's see what the boss dropped first. The 3 of them were so dazed by the generous first clear rewards that they completely forgot about the items dropped by the boss. Old Wang picked up a piece of equipment from the ground. Goblin Captain's Robe, Black Iron level, 2 health plus 20 spirit plus 52 intelligence plus 15. Agility plus 5 physical defense plus 6 magic defense plus 10. Well, the attributes are a bit shabby, but better than nothing. Old Wang held the robe and said to Qin Shen, both of our first clear rewards are very helpful, so you can use this piece of cloth armor. At least it adds agility, which will help you a bit. Qin Shen didn't refuse. Suyu was using chain mail, so only Qin Shen could use the cloth armor. There was nothing to compensate them, so they could only shamelessly take it. There are also 3 soul sealing stones here. Old Wang then took out 3 soul sealing stones. Soul sealing stone seals the souls of ancient powerful beings. Using it can extend life by 30 days. Old Wang looked at Qin Shen and then at Suyu. I'll give this one to Xiao Feng. Let Qin Shen use it. The 2 said almost in unison. This thing is a precious item. It only has a chance to drop from boss fights. It's the only way to extend life. Who wouldn't want to live a little longer? This thing is priceless right now. And for a long time to come, it will remain priceless. The fact that the 2 of them are willing to give such a precious item to him made Qin Shen feel a bit embarrassed. How can I accept this? Oh, what's there to be embarrassed about? You only have a week left to live. You really need these right now. You can just return them to us later when you have them. After saying that, Old Wang stuffed the 3 soul sealing stones into his hands. Qin Shen felt a bit moved, but was also filled with apologies towards the 2. However, he wasn't the type to be overly sentimental. I won't say any overly emotional words. Qin Shen, will remember today's events. In the past, I was harmed by treacherous people, which led to my current situation. I was fortunate to meet you, which relieved my worries. I can't repay today's kindness, but if you ever find yourselves in trouble, I will do my utmost to help. Wow, no wonder you're a top student at our school. You have a way with words, Suyu teased, covering her mouth. Old Wang laughed heartily. It's not a big deal. Qin Shen felt embarrassed under their gazes, but fortunately, Old Wang spoke up. All right, I'll divide the money from this dungeon run. Then, Suyu, hurry up and level up. Time is precious right after entering the game. We can't afford to waste it. After receiving 1 silver coin and 53 copper coins from Old Wang's team allocation, Suyu exchanged a few pleasantries before choosing to leave the dungeon. Old Wang and Qin Shen were just about to prepare to leave when Old Wang suddenly awkwardly spoke up. Xiao Feng, you still plan to complete the hidden quest, right? Qin Shan was puzzled by his sudden shyness. Yeah, what's up? Old Wang hurriedly said, perfect. I need to take someone with me. Otherwise, I might just leave first. Take someone? Qin Shan remembered that Old Wang didn't have anyone. He was a single man who usually enjoyed having a drink with Qin Shan, and he had never heard of him being close to anyone. Who are you taking? Qin Shan asked curiously. Old Wang felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. It's that Yang Xin'er, the one who's divorced and has a kid. Yang Xin'er. Qin Shan certainly knew this woman. Yang Xin'er had lived in the neighborhood for several years, in her 40s, with an 18-year-old boy. She divorced her husband years ago, leaving him with nothing. Later, she relied on her somewhat graceful figure to move between several men. Of course, it was all for their money. How did she end up getting involved with Old Wang now? Qin Shan sensed that Yang Xin'er had ulterior motives. He hinted, Brother Wang, some women have really malicious intentions. Like Lu Ruyan. Didn't she just trick me? Old Wang looked confused, wondering why Lu Ruyan was being brought up. Yeah, that Lu Ruyan really deserves it. If I meet her, I'll take revenge. For you, he said, sounding quite righteous. Seeing that he didn't understand, Qin Shan had to warn him, Brother Wang, you need to be careful. Watch out for women like Lu Ruyan. Old Wang waved his hand dismissively, don't worry. I'm just taking her along, nothing will happen between us. With that, he left. Qin Shan sighed and shook his head behind him. Old Wang had been single his whole life, and when he worked as a security guard in the neighborhood, he only made about 3,000 a month. Back then, Old Wang's life was simple. After work, he would find someone to drink with. No one ever introduced him to anyone, and no woman was willing to approach him. Now that he was in the game, he had become an enviable A-grade talent in the eyes of others. Naturally, he would attract attention from many women. He didn't know how Yang Xin'er found out about his talent level, but the two of them must have added each other as friends. Qin Shan could only pray for Old Wang. Hopefully, he could get through this. To be honest, with his talent and the golden grade equipment he obtained at the start, there would be plenty of women flocking to him. He didn't know if he could handle it. Qin Shan withdrew his gaze and chose to use the hidden quest scroll. Quest Crisis in the Novice Village acquired. Please deliver the Goblin Captain's token in your bag to the village chief. Was this quest completed? He just needed to find the village chief to turn in the quest. For a reward? Sure enough, there was an extra token in his backpack, pure green, the same color as the goblin's skin. Next to the token were 3 conical soul stones. Qin Shan directly chose to use them. Congratulations! Gained lifespan plus 90 days. At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His lifespan had reached 96 days, which was a bit of a relief. He searched the map for the village chief's location and prepared to find him. Just as he walked a short distance, he suddenly ran into someone. It was none other than Li Lu, with whom he had a previous conflict. Li Lu hurriedly ran from the village and was about to dive into the teleportation portal. Qin Shan chuckled. What's wrong? Did you die? Li Lu turned his head upon hearing the voice and was surprised to see Qin Shan. It's you, the one with a drop of blood, he squinted disdainfully. Seeing that he was still unconvinced, Qin Shan couldn't help but mock him. Right. I'm a waste, but I've already cleared the dungeon, while you've died once. After finishing the dungeon, you probably won't have many years left to live. Don't think you're impressive just because you got the first clear with Su Yu. Let me tell you, the impressive one is her S-grade talent while you're still a waste. Since hearing the system prompt, Li Lu had been wondering how Qin Shan's team managed to clear the dungeon. After thinking it over, aside from relying on Su Yu's S-rank talent, he couldn't think of any other way they could succeed. Qin Shan was stunned. Damn! This brat not only didn't recognize him but also took him for someone who lived off others. I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, huh? Since you think I'm useless, do you have the guts to fight me? Qin Shan said. Unexpectedly, Li Lu sneered, who's interested in fighting you? I'm in a hurry to enter the dungeon. Qin Shan replied calmly, don't rush in, you won't be able to defeat the boss. Even with a team of 8 people and 2 healers, Qin Shan was confident they couldn't take down the boss. Li Lu not only ignored his warning but also mocked him. If a useless person like you can clear it, why can't we? Just watch. Qin Shan said, I'm watching. The sooner you get that black iron level equipment, the better. His words nearly drove Li Lu to the brink. Damn it, just thinking about owing him a piece of black iron level equipment made him feel like spitting blood. Don't get too cocky, we'll see. Li Lu shot back before entering the dungeon. Qin Shan snorted and walked towards the village chief. The current player community was either busy to death or idle to death. Some people knew that with their talents, they couldn't clear the dungeon or defeat the boss, so they simply strolled around the village chatting idly. Especially among the older players who didn't have much time left to live, dying once would cost them 10% of their lifespan, so they dared not take risks. Meanwhile, some optimistic players were focused on grinding monsters, trying to establish an early advantage in the game. When he reached the center of the village, he saw a long line forming, and the village chief he needed to see was blocked by a sea of heads. Although waiting in line was a bit time-consuming, he had to do it for his only hidden quest. Qin stood at the back of the line. In front of him was an elderly man around 60 and a young man in his 20s. Listening to their conversation, it seemed like a superior-subordinate relationship. The old man spoke with a bureaucratic tone, calling the young man Xiao Zhang repeatedly. The young man nodded obediently. Yes, what the leader says is right. Qin listened carefully from behind and learned that every player could receive decent quests from the village chief. The quest required killing ordinary monsters outside the village and collecting the dropped items, which could provide experience and basic recovery potions. Monsters from levels 1 to 5 had corresponding rewards. For early game players, this was indeed a good way to level up. After all, it was just about killing monsters, and taking the quest meant gaining experience and potions. No wonder there were so many people here. Just as Qin was engrossed in listening, the leader in front suddenly noticed him. Hey, young man, what are you doing with just one drop of health? Aren't you about to die? You probably don't know, but someone like you with one drop of health loses 4 days of lifespan when they die once, and if you die twice, it's all over. Listen to me, just find a nice place to enjoy a few days. This leader clearly had some connections. Even in the game, he had used his network to gain a lot of information early on, knowing that someone with one drop of health was a near-death person scanned during the game. He also knew that such people only had a week to live, and the system had essentially given them a few extra days. Seeing Qin leader attributes, he couldn't help but want to advise the young man to eat well and enjoy his last days. Although this person was a bit meddlesome, his words were ultimately for Qin own good, so he wasn't angry. With a smile, he said, "Thank you for your concern, leader, I'm fine." He was polite, but that politeness immediately restored the leader's authority. "What do you mean you're fine? Young man, why? Don't you listen to advice? Let me tell you about Oldly from our unit who is in the same situation as you. He doesn't believe in fate and insists on hunting monsters to drop soul stones for extending his life. The result? He couldn't even defeat the wild chickens at the village entrance and ended up kicking one to death. Now he's behaving himself down there, right?" Qin shook his head and said, "I'm not here to take a quest, I'm here to turn in a quest." This immediately caught the attention of those around him. What? Someone completed a quest so quickly? The lowest level quest was to kill wild chickens and obtain 20 chicken combs. That's a whole 20 wild chickens, and not every wild chicken drops a comb. How could anyone have killed 20 monsters in just over an hour since entering the game? When the leader heard that this kid was actually here to turn in a quest, it meant he could have been leveling up, and he suddenly felt like he had been slapped in the face. Little Zhang, who was standing nearby, noticed the leader's embarrassment and stepped in to defuse the situation, saying, "What are you talking about? How could anyone complete a quest? Let alone someone like you, who has only one drop of health?" Qin shrugged helplessly. "I really am here to turn in a quest. Believe it or not, it's up to you." He was too lazy to explain to these two. "Heh, young man, I don't like boastful people. Being honest and straightforward is the quality you commoners should have. Do you think you can change the fact that you have only one drop of health by showing off here?" The leader's words were indeed harsh. What does he mean by commoners? Doesn't he realize that people like him are already commoners now? What? Do you still want to use the sword of the previous dynasty to cut down the officials of this dynasty? Times have changed, my friend, and you're just a commoner now, Qin said. Upon hearing this, the leader's face turned bright red. He was just a B-level talent, and to be precise, he was indeed an ordinary person. But the leader couldn't accept this disparity. His previous show of power had been abruptly cut down. How could he bear it? "Kid, how dare you talk to me like that? What qualifications do you, a one-drop health waste, have to say anything to me?" "Leader, don't get angry. It's not worth it to be mad over such a waste. If you get upset, he can't take responsibility." Little Zhang hurriedly tried to placate the leader like a sycophant. Seeing this scene, Qin smiled. These feudal desires really know how to put on a show. "Calling me a waste, and you two haven't even accepted a quest. What right do you have to talk about me?" Qin retorted. "Humph, don't try to argue. How could someone with only one drop of health complete a quest? Ask everyone if they believe it." The leader was furious, and little Zhang was anxious, trying hard to please the leader. The people around them scoffed, showing disdain. "How is that possible? He only has one drop of health." "Exactly. He must be bragging. We've been waiting here for an hour without getting a quest, and he says he's already completed one. Who believes that?" Qin calmly said. "Who said the quest I did was the same as yours? I completed a unique hidden quest." This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. "What? A unique hidden quest? No way, that's too awesome. But who believes that? You, with one drop of health and a unique hidden quest? Dream on." Little Zhang immediately found his footing. "You really can talk big. You can't even kill a monster, yet you completed a unique hidden quest. Who are you trying to fool? Waste trash. All you can do is talk big to feel relevant." Now it wasn't just the leader mocking Qin, even other players looked at him with derision. They felt like they were watching a clown. 1 drop of health and completing a unique hidden quest? Could he even kill a wild chicken? Just bragging here. Just as the mockery was heating up, a sudden shout interrupted everyone. What are you all arguing about? Do you still want to take quests? If you keep arguing, get lost. Following the voice, they saw an NPC with the title Village Chief Wangoe scolding everyone to it. Turned out that the village chief had been annoyed by the long task for quite some time. Hearing the commotion behind him, he came over to see what was happening. As soon as Xiao Zhang saw the village chief, he immediately pointed at Qin Chen and said, "Chief, I want to report. This guy is bragging. He only has 1 drop of blood and insists on pretending he completed the only hidden task. I asked the chief to punish him." The leader also darkened his expression and said coldly, "Yes. We were just trying to kindly advise him to stay away from trouble. After all, he only has 1 drop of blood." Who knew this guy would feel embarrassed and choose to brag? Chief, such a person is truly not worthy of sympathy. I say just execute him. The village chief glared at the two of them. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The leader's face immediately turned sour. He used to be the one reprimanding others, and who would dare to scold him? Especially not a mere village chief. However, he didn't dare to speak up. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. It was Xiao Zhang who quickly seized the opportunity. Chief, this is all this guy's fault. If he hadn't been here bragging and making a fuss, it wouldn't have disrupted the order. Please, Chief, take action to find out the reason. The village chief glanced at him, then looked at the surrounding players. The players around nodded in agreement. Yes, it's this guy who's disturbing the order. If it weren't for him bragging, we wouldn't even be talking. Finally, the village chief turned his gaze to Qin Chen. Oh, you say you completed the only hidden task? He. I don't remember ever issuing such a task. The village chief's words undoubtedly implied that Qin Chen was lying. The surrounding players began to whisper among themselves. So, what now? I told you this guy was bragging, right? Now, the chief has solid evidence. Damn. Anyone who's not an idiot can see that this guy only has 1 drop of blood. He probably hasn't even fought a monster. Ha! A useless person, coming here to brag. Trash. The village chief also noticed Qin Chen's 1 drop of blood and clearly didn't believe he could complete a hidden task. Moreover, he hadn't issued any hidden tasks. So he thought this guy was just trying to show off and was about to turn to leave. Suddenly, he was called back by Qin Chen. Wait, are you sure this isn't the only hidden task? Qin Chen held up a green token in his hand. The small token was being held by Qin Chen by its tassel. TCH. Still bragging, thinking you can fool people with some unknown item. Exactly. Calling him trash and he still won't admit it. Trying to fool people with something he probably found somewhere. Trash. Even the village chief said he never issued a hidden task, and he's still pretending. Everyone, stop talking. The village chief suddenly changed his expression and shouted loudly. He then leaned closer to Qin Chen's token, staring at it intently. The surrounding players were filled with uncertainty. Could this really be the triggering item for the only hidden task? Where did you get this? The village chief asked. It was given by the goblin captain. Qin Chen replied. The goblin captain was the boss of the first phase of the novice village dungeon, which everyone knew. This guy cleared the first phase of the dungeon? Wasn't it only Suyu's team that cleared it? Could it be that this guy is also a member of that team? Is this the goblin captain's token? The village chief asked in disbelief. Yes, Qin Chen answered coldly. The village chief was really something. If he hadn't taken the initiative to show the token, there wouldn't have been any follow-up tasks. Upon hearing his answer, the village chief clearly became much more respectful. After confirming the token, he straightened his expression and said, "Warrior, you have killed the goblin captain and temporarily alleviated the crisis in the novice village, but the goblin clan has not been completely eradicated. The warrior must continue to explore. Congratulations! You have completed the crisis in the novice village phase 1 task, earning the reward Frozen Chain, experience points 1600. You have obtained the unique hidden task crisis in the novice village phase 2. Task requirements: eliminate the goblins in the second phase of the novice village dungeon and kill the final boss, the goblin high priest. Hopefully, the warriors can complete the upcoming tasks to resolve the crisis in the novice village. After the village chief issued the task, he left. Qin Chen glanced at the surrounding players. He saw them staring at him in shock, and with a cold snort he left, ignoring the futile desire of that person. How is this possible? He only has 1 drop of health. The only hidden task was completed by someone with 1 drop of health? Could it be that this kid is a hidden big shot? Damn, I really have no eyes. I actually mocked a big shot just now. Could it be that 1 drop of health means they are all hidden big shots? From now on, I must be respectful when I see them. The leader standing in the middle of the crowd could only shrink his neck, hoping he wasn't noticed by others, while Xiao Zhang shrank behind the leader, realizing that after this incident he probably wouldn't dare to mock others casually anymore. As Qin Chen walked towards the dungeon, he took out his reward. Frozen Chain, upgrade requirements, magic profession. Deals 90% spell power damage to a single target 25 MOA while reducing their movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds. A slowing skill, which is exactly what he needs right now. Without the help of Suyu and Old Wang, he still has to enter the second phase of the dungeon, and slowing down the monster's movement speed is essential. His agility has now reached 7 points, the same as an ordinary player, and even a bit higher. If the monsters are slowed by half, they definitely won't be able to catch up with him, allowing him to kite them. To be honest, Qin Chen no longer wants to look for teammates. On one hand, these guys, with their lack of vision, only mock him for having 1 drop of health. On the other hand, he doesn't need teammates right now. For his high output, teammates are just a hindrance. Xia Qinhua has lost 10% of her lifespan for nothing. She is already a 65-year-old woman, with only 5 years left to live, and her conflict with Qin Shen has cost her 6 months. How can she swallow this anger? If she died at someone else's hands, it would be fine, but Qin Shen is just a piece of trash with 1 drop of health, the kind that dies upon contact. Although his attack power is a bit high, hitting her for over 100 health with a magic missile, but as long as she touches him, he is dead. Xia Qinhua is eager for revenge. However, she lacks the courage to provoke Qin Chen. She heard that Wang Yiba from the neighborhood is an S-level expert. An S-level in this small novice village is an invincible existence. If she could get close to this big shot Wang Yiba, dealing with Qin Shen would be a piece of cake. But how to get close to this big shot? Everyone has just entered the game, and there aren't many resources, nor does she have anything that could impress Wang Yiba. However, as a woman, she naturally has an advantage. That is seduction. Of course, Xia Qinhua is already a woman in her 60s, so she knows that she can't use her own advantages to attract Wang Yiba. But she has a daughter, Qin Shanglian, who is around 30. Although Qin Shanglian has been married once, her figure and looks have not deteriorated. Instead, she has gained a bit of the charm of a young married woman, often being approached on the street. So, she quickly contacted her daughter Qin Shanglian. Qin Shanglian hurried back to the village and stood in front of her mother. Xia Qinhua shared her experience with Qin Shanglian. Qin Shanglian felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Qin Chen, isn't he that rich second generation? Mom, why are you provoking him? Xia Qinhua glared at her. My silly girl, can't you see the situation clearly? The world has changed. Now, everyone has entered the game, and we have to rely on what? Attributes. Alright, we need to rely on attributes and high talent to make something of ourselves. Qin Shanglian knows this too. She is much younger than Xia Qinhua and has a stronger capacity to accept things. How about this? Mom has found you a good match. It's Wang Yiba from our neighborhood. He is currently an S-level talent. You go and get close to him so he can help Mom take revenge. Xia Qinhua said. Qin Shanglian immediately understood her meaning. Wasn't this asking her to use her body to curry favor with Wang Yiba? Mom, this isn't good, right? If this gets out, how will my daughter live in the future? Oh, my silly girl, you have no idea. Wang Yiba is so impressive now. Who in the village doesn't know? If you become his wife, you'll be able to walk with your head held high. Qin Shanglian knew what kind of person Wang Yiba was, just a smelly security guard. He used to greet her like a drooling puppy, but she had never looked at him properly. Hearing from her mother that he had suddenly risen to fame and become an S-level talent surprised her, but it also made her want to get to know him. However, she couldn't bring herself to lower her pride after being so cold to him before. Xia Qinhua naturally understood her daughter's embarrassment. She smiled and patted her hand. Don't worry, my good daughter, with your figure, won't Wang Yiba be mesmerized? Mom, I'll set up a connection for you. Through the village's vice-commander of the Dominance Legion, Xia Qinhua added Wang Yiba as a friend. She sent him a chat message. Yiba, it's your Aunt Xia. Aunt Xia? What the hell? Since I entered the game, I've had at least 8 or 10 Aunt Xias looking for me. Who do you think you are? Upon receiving Wang Yiba's message, Xia Qinhua was stunned. Damn, she was a beat slow, and as a result, the line of women looking for Wang Yiba was already forming. This couldn't go on. She had to quickly secure this son-in-law. I'm Qin Shanglian's mother, your Aunt Xia. Wang Yiba remembered her. He loved the way she wore black leather mini skirts and little tank tops. Every time he passed by the community gate, he would fantasize for a long time. Damn, little flirt, now you know. To look for your brother Ba Ha. Wang Yiba rubbed his hands in delight. I'm by the level 2 monster wild ducks outside the novice village. Aunt Xia, hurry, and bring Shanglian over. As soon as Xia Qinhua heard this, her face lit up with joy. See, my daughter really has charm. After saying that, she pulled Qin Shanglian towards the wild duck leveling area. On the way, she instructed her precious daughter on many matters, such as how to please a man, how to satisfy Wang Yiba, this golden son-in-law, and so on. The two searched in the wild duck leveling area and finally found Wang Yiba. He was clad in warrior armor, guarding a round-bellied fat man. At that moment, he had one arm around a female mage, with a lewd expression and lascivious behavior. Behind him were 2 female priests fighting monsters and leveling up. While swinging a large knife in one hand, the other hand was constantly roaming over the female mage in his arms. When Qin Shanglian saw the scene, she was instantly furious. Who do you think you are? Wang Yiba? Just 3 hours ago, you were nothing but a pathetic little security guard. Now that I come to find you, you dare to flirt with other women? Wang Yiba, you scumbag. How can you do this? Wang Yiba was enjoying himself when he heard Qin Shanglian's words and his expression immediately darkened. He walked over and slapped Qin Shanglian's face twice. Qin Shanglian covered her face, staring at Wang Yiba in disbelief. The latter cursed arrogantly, "Damn it, stupid bitch. You still don't understand the situation, do you? I'm an S-level professional. Do you think I'm still that little security guard? You look down on back then? Dare to insult me? Do you believe I can have someone chase you out of the novice village?" Qin Shanglian was directly intimidated by Wang Yiba. Xia Qinhua hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Oh, Yiba, calm down. Our Shanglian didn't mean it that way." "Didn't mean it? Then what did she mean?" Tell me, what does it mean?" Wang Yiba glared and pressed for answers. Xia Qinhua was at a loss, never expecting that just a few hours later, the little security guard they wouldn't even look at had suddenly dared to ride on their necks and take a dump. But under the eaves, one had to bow their head. She quickly said nice things. "Actually, our Shanglian, she has always been interested in you. Seeing you getting close to other women, isn't that jealousy?" Wang Yiba laughed. "Ha ha ha. You old hag, you think you can fool me? You think I'm stupid? If it weren't for my S-level talent, would Qin Shanglian even look at me?" This kid Wang Yiba was quite clever, seeing through the nature of this mother-daughter pair at a glance. "If you want to follow me, it's simple. Sleep with me. If you make me comfortable, I'll let you and Qin Shanglian join the group. How about that?" Xia Qinhua and her daughter didn't expect Wang Yiba to be so direct. They hesitated for a moment. "Come on. You can't even give your most worthless body to Brother Yiba, yet you want him to protect you? Are you daydreaming?" sneered the snake spirit beside Wang Yiba. Qin Shanglian gritted her teeth. "All right, I agree." Wang Yiba immediately beamed with joy. "Ha ha ha, now that's more like it. Come on, let's go play in the grove." After saying that, he proudly wrapped his arms around Qin Shanglian and headed towards the grove. Although Qin Shanglian had 100 reasons not to, the situation was stronger than the person. Following this fat pig, Wang Yiba was clearly the best choice. Wang Yiba was overjoyed. Although he had 3 women with him before, how could those ordinary women compare to a natural beauty like Qin Shanglian? Before they even reached the grove, he couldn't help but start to make a move. Xia Qinhua wore a look of deep concern, constantly glancing towards the grove. Sigh. They hadn't even completed the task and already her daughter was being offered up. What kind of situation was this? However, she didn't have to wait long. In less than 5 minutes of undressing, Wang Yiba came out of the grove with Qin Shanglian in his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. You can join the group now," Wang Yiba said proudly. "So, am I now the group leader's mother-in-law?" Xia Qinhua asked expectantly. Wang Yiba frowned. "Mother-in-law? You're thinking too much. I already have 3 in my harem and there will be more in the future. Where Qin Shanglian ranks is something to discuss later. Right now, you can at most be considered a prospective mother-in-law." Hearing this, Xia Qinhua's face fell. But at least she was still a prospective mother-in-law. She quickly asked, "Then if your prospective mother-in-law is being bullied, will you do something about it?" Wang Yiba waved his hand. "Damn, who the hell dares to bully my people? I'll take care of him right now. It's that Qin Chun from our community. He's a waste. With only 1 drop of blood left. I said something to him, and he killed me. Do you think that counts as bullying? Qin Chen? Damn, that little brat. I know him, every time I talk to him, he acts all high and mighty. I've never liked him. Damn it. Anyone who dares to bully me will know what cruelty is," he said fiercely, waving the big knife in his hand. "What? He only has 1 drop of blood left? Ha ha ha, that kid is finished. I'm telling you." Xia Qinhua, "How can you be worse than a waste with 1 drop of blood? Can't even beat someone with 1 drop of blood?" Hearing her future son-in-law's words, Xia Qinhua's spirits lifted. But upon hearing his accusation, she retorted, "Oh, I'm older. Now, how would I understand these games and stuff?" Wang Yiba snorted coldly. "Damn, a waste with 1 drop of blood dares to bully my people? I'll kill him right now." After saying that, he started sending messages in the guild channel. All members who see Qin Chen report his location immediately. The members received Wang Yiba's message and began to inquire about who Qin Chen was. Those who knew him sketched his portrait and sent it to the chat channel. Meanwhile, Wang Yiba provided more recognizable features. "That kid only has 1 drop of blood. He's easy to spot. 1 drop of blood, plus a photo, isn't that as obvious as standing in the spotlight?" Soon someone sent a message. "Xiao," Liuzi said, boss, that kid is right at the dungeon entrance. You should hurry over." "Got it. You keep him there, I'll be there soon." Wang Yiba replied. However, just as he sent out the message, Xiao Liuzai sent another one. "It's over. Boss, he entered the 2nd stage dungeon." "Damn it. You useless piece of trash, weren't you supposed to stop him?" How could you not even block one person? Wang Yiba immediately cursed. Xiao Liuzai expressed his grievances. Boss, I thought he was going to enter the first stage dungeon. Who knew he went into the second stage? What? Second stage? This kid has cleared the first stage? Wang Yiba was somewhat surprised. It should be known that even if he was an S-rank powerhouse, he wouldn't easily enter a dungeon. His talent was leader, can establish a legion for free once, and for each additional member in the legion gain 0.1 physical attack power and health bonus. By now, his legion had 500 members, so he gained a bonus of 50 points in attack power and additional health. This was also the reason he dared to farm level 2 wild ducks. But to farm a dungeon, he still didn't have the guts, let alone a second stage dungeon. Damn it! This Qin Shen can't possibly have an SSS level talent, right? Wang Yiba thought to himself. At that moment, a team member sent a message. I heard this Qin Shen only has a B-level talent, and he's a one-drop. Blood waste, how could he clear a second stage dungeon? Damn, he's just putting on a show. Xiao Liuzai, you block him at the dungeon entrance and let me know as soon as he comes out. Wang Yiba immediately perked up. If Qin Shen was an SSS level talent, he really wouldn't dare to act, but since he was just a B-level trash, he could easily be cut down with one strike. Yes, boss. Being able to do something for Wang Yiba made Xiao Liuzai feel valued, and he agreed very seriously. Qin Shen arrived at the entrance of the second stage dungeon portal and chose to enter without hesitation. The second stage dungeon was a bit more complex than the first stage. The first stage was a 1, while the second stage's terrain resembled a character. Qin Shen was currently at the lower right corner of the final boss, Goblin High Priest, was at the top of the. All other positions were filled with mindless goblin minions. Although they were called minions, the lowest level goblin killers here had already reached level 4. Goblin killer level 4 health, 1300 attack power, 69. The attack was as high as 69 points. Fortunately, these killers didn't have stealth skills, otherwise, if they snuck up on him, Qin Shen would be dead. The previous quest had given 1,600 experience points. Adding the accumulated experience from before, he was just 100 points away from leveling up. After putting on the level 2 goblin robe, his intelligence was now 38 points. With the perverse bonus from the Desperate Fury, he already had 1140 magic power. He approached the first goblin killer, summoning a skeleton from his space. The level 2 skeleton warrior looked almost the same as the level 1. As he commanded the skeleton warrior to move forward, the tip of Qin Shen's novice staff suddenly began to gather a mass of cold air. -11. The skeleton warrior dealt 11 points of damage. The goblin killer immediately retaliated with its dagger. -65. In just one strike, it wiped out the skeleton warrior's pitiful 41 health points. After killing the skeleton warrior, the killer immediately charged towards Qin Shen, its master. Just then, Qin Shen's frozen chain was also completed. A shard of ice rushed towards the goblin killer and struck it in an instant. With a soft poof, the goblin killer's body turned ice blue. Its movements slowed down immediately. The speed at which it charged towards Qin Shen turned into a crawl. A -1020 appeared above its head. Its health instantly dropped to just over 200. Qin Shen didn't stop. After casting the frozen chain, he quickly began to cast magic missile. The slowing effect of the frozen chain was excellent. The goblin killer hadn't even reached halfway when it was hit by a magic missile. -560. Its remaining health was directly cleared. With a soft poof, it dropped 2 copper coins before vanishing into white light. Kill the goblin slayer and gain 50 experience points. Damn! This solo play is exhilarating. One monster gives 50 experience points. Just one more kill and I can level up. Qin Shen walked over to pick up the copper coin. Then, he pointed his staff at the corpse, and a black light enveloped it. Rise, my servant! With a series of creaks, a skeleton emerged from the corpse. The skeleton warrior held a knife in one hand, swayed its neck a couple of times, and obediently stood beside Qin Shen. Although the last one was killed instantly by a monster, he could also one-shot monsters, allowing for a cycle. He commanded the skeleton to move towards the next goblin slayer. Before the goblin could reach halfway, Qin Shen began to cast frozen chains. -1020. The goblin slayer's body instantly turned into a blue frozen state. It sluggishly charged towards Qin Shen. Even the skeleton warrior, who was on its way, ignored it, raising its 2 short arms, one holding a dagger, charging fiercely at Qin Shen. At that moment, Qin Shen suddenly received a message. Wang Yiba wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Wang Yiba? What does this guy want to add me for? Qin Shen was puzzled. Agree. Just taking those 2 seconds, Qin Shen looked up and was startled. The goblin slayer was almost upon him. Although its movement speed was reduced, these monsters were still quite fast, especially when chasing. If it got close, no matter how low its attack was, as long as it hit Qin Shen, the force damage could kill him. Cold sweat streamed down Qin Shen's back, and without time to think, he quickly began to cast magic missile. With a loud bang, a magic critical hit sounded. -1026. Just as the goblin's dagger was about to hit him, it was struck by the magic missile. Thankfully, the damage didn't register. Otherwise, he would have been done for. Damn it! Why did this Wang Yiba add me as a friend? It's all this guy's fault for distracting me and almost getting me killed. Just as Qin Chen was about to ask him, he received a message from him. Damn! Qin Chen, I heard you're quite something. Dare to mess with my mother-in-law? Do you know what kind of tier talent I have? I'm an S-class powerhouse. And you, just a B-class trash and a one-hit wonder. Damn! You think you're still the young master of the neighborhood? Let me tell you, the world has changed. I'm the one who's awesome now. I'm telling you. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I'll kill you before you can leave the village, believe it or not. As soon as he opened the chat box, Wang Yiba started cursing and sending a bunch of messages. And he kept going. Speak. You worthless piece of trash, still think you're a young master? Let me tell you, our roles have switched. I'm better than you. Got it? Ha, got it? Qin Chen felt a surge of anger. He replied, Wang Yiba, wake up. Where's your mother-in-law? Aren't your descendants all on the wall? Didn't you mess up the wall of the security room? The leaders held a meeting to criticize you. How did Qin Chen know about this? It was because Wang Yiba had gone too far. It was said that the security booth was filled with his scent. As soon as someone entered, they could smell a strong masculine odor. Later, everyone started to investigate what was going on, and finally, under old Wang's ambush, they saw that Wang Yiba was actually eyeing the beautiful female owners in the security booth. They immediately reported it to the captain. Thus, the captain held an emergency meeting to expose Wang Yiba's vile behavior. During that time, Wang Yiba became the target of ridicule among his colleagues. Everyone who saw him would mock him a bit. Old Wang also told Qin Chen about this while drinking. The two laughed so hard they almost fell over. Now that they were in the game, seeing the message from Qin Chen made Wang Yiba's face turn red with embarrassment. That humiliating time surged back to his mind. Qin Chen, you're looking for death, he roared in anger. I know you're in the dungeon now. Alright, I'm going to block you right now. You worthless piece of trash, dare to insult me, an S-rank powerhouse. I swear I'll chop you down when I see you. Wang Yiba had completely lost his mind. He wildly slashed at the wild duck in front of him several times, and after sending the wild duck away, he directly arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, brandishing his knife and waiting fiercely for Qin Chan's arrival. Inside the dungeon, Qin Chan received a system notification that he had leveled up to level 3. As usual, he allocated the attribute points from the level up to intelligence. Right now, his most important task was to stack his magic power. His magic power had already reached 1320 points. Such an insane output capability allowed Qin Chen to deal around 1200 health points to the Goblin Slayer with just one frozen chain. A direct spell crit could take it out. Killing monsters was incredibly easy. However, the most pressing issue was that his mana was depleting too quickly. Up until now, his mental power was only 330 points, and his equipment didn't provide any additional mental power. Each use of Frozen Chain required 50 points of mana, while Magic Missile required 10 points. So, he ran out of mana after killing just a few monsters. He could only sit still and wait for his mana to recover. It took 2000 experience points to level up from 3 to 4. Even if the Goblin Slayer could provide 50 points, he would need to kill 40 of them. That was quite a lot. While Qin Chen was resting, Wang Yiba sent another message. Damn worthless trash, what are you dawdling in the dungeon for? Are those monsters even something you can handle? Hurry up and come out to die. With nothing to do, Qin Chen decided to tease this arrogant mad dog. I'm the worthless one? Do you believe you can't even take one magic missile from me, this worthless one? Wang Yiba laughed. He now had an 80-point health bonus, and with his warrior class and level bonuses, his health had already surpassed 130 points. And Qin Chen, with just one drop of health, claimed he could kill him? Idiot. What the hell are you talking about? You have just one drop of health and you say you can kill me. I could kill you in a heartbeat. Worthless trash. There's nothing to say to a mad dog like you. If you have the guts, wait for me at the dungeon entrance. Qin Chen said. I'm right here. The moment you come out, I'll chop you down, you worthless piece of trash. Wang Yiba was of low quality. Ever since he gained his S-rank talent, he had become insufferably arrogant, and every sentence was laced with profanity. Qin Chen was too lazy to waste more words with such a person. He just wanted to finish the dungeon and take him down. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Li Li's team had already pushed to the Goblin Captain boss. With 8 members in the team, they had killed all the monsters in the dungeon, but none of them had leveled up. The 8 of them looked at the boss's insane attributes, exchanging glances. One of the priests spoke up. Qin Chen, seems like he wasn't wrong. We can't beat this boss. Li Lu and Chen Bin's faces twitched. Damn, this boss's attack was too high, none of their warriors could withstand it. The boss's attack power was 110, while the highest health among them, Chen Ping, was only 52 points. They were destined to be one-shot, so how could they tank the boss? Moreover, this boss could summon 2 minions to attack. Although the summoned monsters were weaker than the other monsters in the dungeon, they were still not something their team could handle. The few of them looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for what to do. they had no idea how to fight. "Captain, what do we do now?" Finally, the mage asked. "What else can we do? Just give up, we can't beat it," the assassin said. His words echoed the thoughts of the teammates. There was simply no way to fight. Chen Bin was about to give the order to retreat when the goblin captain spoke up. "Are you here to clear the dungeon too? Unfortunately, you won't be able to get the first clear," he cackled, his expression a mix of mockery and pride. "Damn, we got mocked by a monster. This is outrageous." Lilu gritted his teeth in anger. "We know someone has already gotten the first clear, so we didn't plan to clear the dungeon," Chen Bin said to the goblin captain. Several team members secretly admired the captain's cleverness and harshly despised Lilu, the fool. Ever since they entered the goblin captain's room, they had been targeted by the captain, but it was clear that the captain couldn't defeat them, so it was best to ease the relationship and let them go. The goblin captain wasn't stupid either. "Oh, you don't plan to clear the level? Then what does killing so many of my little brothers mean?" Shenbin felt a bit uneasy and said, "Aren't we here to level up? Hee. Using my little brothers to level up? You have some nerve. Since you've killed my little brothers, you should pay the price." Shenbin realized that this boss was determined to fight to the death. He quickly tried to smooth things over. "We had no choice. It's not our fault, it's the setting of the Wanjie game." The goblin captain's expression didn't improve much. "In that case, you all deserve to die," the goblin captain said bluntly, waving the wooden stick in his hand. Chen Bin and the others were suddenly filled with fear. They couldn't defeat the goblin captain. Chen Bin hurriedly tried to stabilize the situation. "Wait, don't attack yet." However, before he could finish, Lilu exploded with anger. "Damn! You, a monster, dare to be arrogant in front of us players. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Tell me, I've played so many games and there's no monster I can't kill." Li Li's words left everyone dumbfounded. Damn, is Lilu really that stupid? This game is clearly different from the others. Can't he see that? The goblin captain was furious and stepped forward, swinging his wooden stick, causing two goblins to appear, one on each side. As soon as the goblin mage appeared, it cast a fireball at Lilu. -35, both sides immediately entered combat mode. Damn! Lilu, are you looking for death? You're really a joke. Now you've put everyone in danger. I don't care, I'm running. Some people, lacking loyalty, turned and fled. What a joke, they had only known each other for a few hours. Where was the loyalty to speak of? It was foolish to waste a resurrection opportunity for the idiot Lilu. The team members rushed to escape. Only Lilu, like a fool, wanted to confront the goblin captain. A bunch of idiots. Qin Shen, that one with a drop of health, can clear the level. What are you afraid of? Steady yourselves. This boss's stats must be fake, otherwise, how could Qin Shen clear it? Steady yourselves. Healers, heal me. I want to kill this boss. To be fair, Li Li's words were indeed effective. Right. If Qin Shen, that one with a drop of health, could clear it, how could they not? Perhaps, just as Lilu said, this boss's stats were just for show and not that strong. So, the two healers stopped and prepared to heal Lilu at any moment. The boss's movement speed was very fast, far exceeding that of ordinary monsters, and soon, it charged in front of Lilu, swinging its wooden stick. Lilu shouted frantically, "Heal me well, if that useless Qin Shen can do it, so can I." -118 however, nothing unexpected happened. As soon as Lilu finished shouting, he was instantly killed by the boss with a single blow. The two healers were stunned. Damn, how are we supposed to heal now? The others, seeing this situation, screamed in terror and ran for their lives. Unfortunately, the boss's movement speed was clearly enhanced, and even the fastest assassin was easily caught and taken down with a single hit. A full team of 8 players was quickly sent back to town for free under the boss's pursuit. At the resurrection point in the novice village, 8 beams of white light flashed. 7 teammates surrounded Lilu in the middle, glaring at him angrily. "Are you a fool? Why did you provoke the boss? Damn! I lost 5 years of life and 10% experience. I lost 6 years. It's all this idiot Li Li's fault. Come back. Give us our life back. Yeah, give it back. It's all your fault." A few people felt extremely regretful. Had they known it would turn out this way, they would have preferred not to team up at all. Now, their experience points hadn't increased much, but they had lost several years of lifespan instead. No matter how they thought about it, it felt like a loss. However, Leela seemed to be in a daze, not answering his teammates' questions. Instead, he sat there with his hands on his head, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. If a single drop of blood can get through, why can't we? This isn't fair. This isn't right." As they delved deeper into the dungeon, Qin Shen arrived at the intersection of the shape. To his surprise, there was an elite monster here. Goblin Slayer Captain, Elite, Level 4 Health, 1900 Attack, 101 Skill, Invisibility. This was the first time he encountered an elite monster in a dungeon, and this guy's alert range was as far as a boss. Unknowingly, he had already entered its active attack range. At this moment, he wanted to use the frozen chain, but he was still too far away. Moreover, the Slayer Captain actually had intelligence. Gaga, how could a worthless one-drop blood fool make it here? It seems my subordinates are not doing their job well. Then let me personally take care of you. Ga ga ga. After saying this, the Goblin Slayer vanished, disappearing from Qin Shen's sight. Invisibility. This was the skill Qin Shen feared the most. It was too late to use the frozen chain now. He had lost his target. Qin Shen gripped his staff tightly, feeling a bit nervous. He only had one drop of blood left. Any contact would mean death, and now he didn't even know where the Goblin Slayer was. He regretted hesitating earlier. If he had run faster, he could have cast his skill before it went invisible. Once in combat mode, it couldn't become invisible anymore. The shaped intersection was empty, with only distant monsters visible, and nothing around. The vast environment made it even harder for Qin Shen to know where it was. It felt like this guy could appear behind him at any moment. After entering invisibility, the Goblin Elite even silenced its footsteps. Qin Shen's eyes scanned the ground around him, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Slayer's shadow through the torches on the walls. Unfortunately, the ground revealed nothing but his own shadow and that of the Skeleton Warrior. Damn! Would he really die now? Qin Shen's heart raced. The elite monster's movement speed was the same as a boss's. Even with a 20% reduction in speed due to invisibility, he couldn't escape with his current agility. The only thing he was thankful for was that after absorbing 3 soul sealing stones, his lifespan had turned into 96 days. If it had been his previous lifespan, it wouldn't have been enough to deduct. Dying once would mean losing everything. Qin Shen thought and thought, but he had no way to survive. This time, it seemed like certain death. This dungeon only had him, so once he died and was teleported out, the dungeon would close. If the dungeon wasn't cleared that day, there would be a cooldown period of 1 day. This meant it was impossible for him to complete the task today. Coming back tomorrow? By then, someone would definitely have left the novice village, and the advantage he had built up in the early stages would be gone. This only hidden quest wouldn't be that important anymore. Qin Shen felt very unwilling. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging. Yet, he was helpless. He was too weak now to withstand even a single blow from an elite. The skeleton warrior beside him had 2 flickering flames of soulfire in its eye sockets. It lacked even the most basic intelligence, so it couldn't sense its master's angry and unwilling feelings. Suddenly, the flickering soulfire in its eye sockets froze. Creak, creak. A sound of bones grinding came. The skeleton warrior actually began to move on its own without Qin Shen's command. Qin Shen immediately realized summoned creatures had a protective instinct. They would autonomously retaliate against any target that posed a killing intent within a 5-meter range of their master. So, the skeleton warrior had discovered the Goblin Slayer. Realizing this, Qin Shen quickly moved in the opposite direction of the skeleton warrior. As for how the skeleton warrior broke the invisibility, there was no need to consider it at all because the system's data did not include this ability. That is, the hidden attribute. Perhaps those 2 flames of soul could see things that people couldn't. Regardless of the reason, Qin Shen now knew he was saved. Just after running a couple of steps, he heard a bang behind him, the sound of a physical critical hit. Qin Shen turned his head to look. A -230 floated above the skeleton warrior's head. The physical critical damage was 100% of the attack power. The poor skeleton warrior was instantly killed. At the same time, a -18 damage floated above the goblin elite assassin's head. It was nothing compared to its long health bar. Haha, you're lucky this time. It was your skeleton that saved you. But you won't have such good luck. Next. Ha ha ha, useless. Next, I'll let you taste the feeling of being killed in an instant. The goblin assassin's 2 daggers made a scratching sound as they rubbed against each other. Qin Shen didn't dare to waste a moment. He was only 10 meters away from the goblin elite. The casting time for the frozen chains was 2 seconds. Within that time, the goblin elite would definitely rush in front of him. If it touched him, he would die. Fortunately, the goblin assassin had been gloating and rambling for a moment. If it had charged directly, Qin Shen might have already been dead. Just 2 or 3 meters away from Qin Shen, he could see the smug smile on its face, which, combined with its long, pointed features, looked particularly ugly. Swish! A blue ice curtain enveloped the goblin assassin, immediately slowing its speed. The goblin's smug face turned to shock. How could you have a control skill? This is impossible. You're only level 3. Where did you get a control skill? Qin Shen didn't answer but quickly distanced himself, sprinting back the way he came. This path had already been cleared of monsters by him, so it was absolutely safe. Fortunately, he had an additional 5 points of agility from his black iron-grade cloth armor, plus 3 points from leveling up. He had now reached the level of a normal player. Although the elite monster's movement speed was still fast after being slowed, Qin Shen gradually pulled away. The goblin assassin glared angrily at the increasingly distant Qin Shen. Kid, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll take you down with 1 blow. When it noticed its health, it saw that it only had 600 left. Qin Shen's frozen chains had directly taken away 1288 of its health. The goblin assassin was stunned. How is this possible? It stopped, staring incredulously at its health. Qin Shen stopped 15 meters away and turned around, smiling. How do you like the gift from this useless guy? Still like it? The goblin assassin shouted, "You! How is this possible? No! There must be others around. How could a piece of trash like you have such high damage?" Suddenly, a crack sound was heard. The ice curtain that had enveloped the elite shattered with a bang. It regained its movement speed and sneered, "Ha ha ha, now you're dead." Qin Shan began to cast his spell. Leisurely. "Now, let me show you if I have this strength." 20 meters was enough for him to cast frozen chains. When the assassin elite was 3 meters away from him, a burst of ice blue light erupted from the tip of Qin Shan's staff, shooting towards the elite. Puff! A -1198 directly emptied the elite monster's remaining health. In the goblin's shocked gaze, it collapsed to the ground as a corpse. Killed goblin assassin captain, elite, and gained 300 experience points. Qin Shan's experience bar increased a notch. At the same time, this elite monster dropped a piece of equipment. Picking it up, he saw it was an ordinary white-letter dagger. It only added 5 attack power and 1 strength. Compared to the novice dagger that only added 1 point of strength, it was much better. It should sell for a good price. There were also 5 copper coins, which Qin Shan picked up before using the conversion to skeleton on the corpse. In no time, a skeleton emerged from the corpse. It wobbled over to Qin Shan's side. Encouragingly, he patted the skeleton warrior's shoulder. This time, he could rely heavily on the skeleton warrior. He never expected that the skeleton would have such a hidden ability. Continuing to grind monsters with the skeleton warrior, the left passage in a shape was filled with goblin assassins. Under Qin Shan's methodical clearing, the goblin assassins were quickly eliminated. His experience points had also reached halfway. The upper section of the dungeon was filled with goblin priests who could heal themselves and also dealt magical damage. Each hit could inflict 23 points of damage on the skeleton. The level 3 skeleton warrior now had 42 health points and 20 attack power, able to withstand 2 rounds of damage. The priests were level 5 monsters, with much higher health than the assassins, boasting 1500 health points. Unless there was a spell critical hit, the frozen chains couldn't kill them, and a magic missile was needed to finish the job. Ironically, the priests would only cast a magic missile once each time, then use their healing skill to restore their health. Each time, they could recover 30 health points. Unfortunately, this meager amount of healing was pitiful, easily taken away by Qin Shan's subsequent magic missile. Among the monsters Qin Shan was grinding, the goblin priests were relatively easy to deal with, mainly because they posed little danger, which was the same for others as well. Thus, priest-type monsters were the easiest to farm. The drop rate for potions from monsters in the dungeon was still quite high, perfectly compensating for Qin Shan's lack of mana. With the travel time included, he could grind a monster in about a minute. Such efficiency would scare them to death outside. The experience for each level 5 priest was 60 points. Just as he was about to reach the end of the room, a familiar wave of light spread out from his body. Qin Shan leveled up. He allocated his attribute points to intelligence again. At this point, his intelligence attribute had reached 50 points, and his spell power had also hit 1,500 points. Staring at the cave before him, Qin Shan felt a bit dazed. He himself thought he was a bit overpowered. At this stage, it was already impressive. For someone to clear a Phase 1 dungeon, yet he could solo a Phase 2 dungeon. How formidable he had become. After a brief rest outside the door of the Phase 2 dungeon's bottom room, he stepped inside with the skeleton. "Gagaga, a piece of trash with just 1 drop of blood can make it to my place?" The goblin high priest at the back of the cave was somewhat surprised. Qin Shan knew these goblins were too chatty, so he simply took a couple of quick steps to get within attack range and unleashed a magic missile directly. 750 The high priest took a solid hit from the magic missile and realized Qin Shan's damage was too high. "Kid, no wonder you could make it here. It seems you really have some skills." He hurriedly used his healing skill. Qin Shan knew he would use the healing skill. "Go ahead, heal, it won't be more than what I deal." He commanded the skeleton warrior to join in the attack. He also cast frozen chains. With a bang, the sound of a magic critical hit rang out. 2150 A massive amount of damage floated above the goblin high priest's head. It took away more than half of its health. Adding the previous magic missile damage, the high priest's 2,910 health points were left with just 10. The skeleton warrior finished it off with a single strike of -11. After dropping a piece of equipment and 2 silver coins, it turned into a corpse. The success was beyond imagination. He didn't expect the Phase 2 boss to be much simpler than the Phase 1. Kill goblin high priest and gain 2,000 experience points. These 2,000 experience points directly leveled Qin Shan up to level 5. After allocating his attribute points to intelligence, Qin Shan began to collect the loot. First, he picked up the staff dropped by the high priest. The staff's attributes made Qin Shan overjoyed. Staff of the priest, black iron level 5 intelligence plus 25 spell power plus 20 spirit plus 340 spell critical hit rate plus 5% healing power plus 5%. Other than that, there was nothing else particularly surprising. However, what he valued was the additional 25 points of intelligence. Moreover, this staff did not add any health points that he disliked. Instead, it significantly increased his mental power. This was great.
By now, Qin Shen's intelligence had reached 80 points, boosted by 2 pieces of black iron equipment and his own attributes. His spell power also reached 2,420 points. He picked up the 2 silver coins that had dropped. At this moment, the money section in his backpack showed 0 gold coins, but the silver coins had turned into 10, and there were also 43 copper coins. He still had a common grade dagger in his backpack that he could sell for some money. It should be worth something in the early stages. He planned to sell the dagger and then buy some potions. Although the potion drop rate in the dungeon was relatively high, they were still in short supply. Using magic consumed a lot of mana, and resting to recover was slow. Even though he had farmed several hundred goblin monsters, he had only managed to collect 3 or 4 dozen blue potions, and not a single one was left. So he prepared to buy some to deal with the upcoming 3-phase dungeon. When he killed the high priest, a system notification came at the same time. Crisis in the Novice Village quest completed. Phase 2. Please find the village chief to receive your reward. Speaking of which, this high priest was quite poor, dropping only 1 piece of equipment and 2 silver coins, not even a soul sealing stone. Looking at his backpack, he found the high priest's token. After putting it away, Qin Shen unhesitatingly walked to the teleportation portal to leave the dungeon and stepped out. Wang Yiba, that bastard, was waiting for him at the dungeon entrance. While he was fighting monsters, that guy had been nagging non-stop. Of course, Qin Shen didn't give him any good words. You were just a loyal watchdog before. How come you still can't change your dog-like behavior in the game? Look at you barking so happily. Don't worry, I'll feed you bones when we get out. You little man, once I clear the dungeon, I'll take you down in a second. Under Qin Shen's insults, Wang Yiba was already furious, and now his eyes were red with rage. To make matters worse, Xia Qinhua behind him was adding fuel to the fire. That little bastard Qin Shen is just a waste with 1 drop of blood. How can he compare to someone with S-class talent like you? Wait until he comes out, I'll chop him to death. Xia Qinhua was spitting and gesturing viciously. Suddenly, the teleportation portal flashed with white light, and a figure appeared. For an hour, Wang Yiba hadn't seen anyone come in or out of the Phase 2 dungeon. The one coming out must be Qin Shen. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed that little brat. Qin Shen, you waste really dare to come out. After being angry for an hour, Wang Yiba's fury had reached its peak. As soon as Qin Shen appeared, he gritted his teeth and pointed his big knife at him. Qin Shen casually shrugged. Why should I be afraid to come out just because you, the watchdog, are outside? Bastard, you dare to insult me. I swear I'll kill you 10 times. Wang Yiba roared. Yiba, good son-in-law, quickly kill him. Xia Qinhua shouted, holding 2 large axes, clanging them together. Jiang Huilian, who was following behind, looked coldly at Qin Shen. Once, this rich and handsome guy was her pursuit target. Unfortunately, times had changed. Only the strong could survive here. In the game, trash like Qin Shen with 1 drop of blood was just waiting to die. Yiba, go for it. Anyway, he's not the big shot he used to be. He's just a piece of trash with 1 drop of blood. Killing him won't matter. Jiang Huilian mocked Qin Shen. Wang Yiba's team has attacked you. You can retaliate freely. The moment Wang Yiba made his move, Qin Shen received the system notification. He had been waiting for this moment. He had now equipped the black iron grade staff and a magic missile shot. Out. 1210. Wang Yiba's body, which was charging forward, suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared. At the entrance of the Phase 2 dungeon, there was no one else, only Wang Yiba and the mother-daughter duo of Xia Qinhua. The damage of over 1,000 directly left Xia Qinhua and her daughter dumbfounded, the most they could usually see was damage in the 20s, and they had never even encountered 3-digit numbers. Qin Shen's 4-digit damage left the 2 of them stunned. You, how can a worthless 1-drop blood player have such high damage? Xia Qinhua said in disbelief. She then threatened, Qin Shen, you better let us go. Yiba has an S-level talent. If you kill us, you'll completely offend him. Jiang Huilian was quicker to catch on than her mother. Qin Shen, do I still have a chance to pursue you? I still love you. Seeing Qin Shen so fierce, Jiang Huilian's passive skill triggered again. However, the only response she received was the skeletal warrior's bone knife. -23. Jiang Huilian's health bar immediately dropped to just 2 points. Her level was low, and as a mage, she looked like she was about to die from a single hit from the skeletal warrior. Her mother, Xia Qinhua, fared even worse. With a magic chain from Qin Shen, she suffered a critical hit. -3,920, a damage amount sufficient to one-shot a Phase 1 boss floated above Xia Qinhua's head. Her poor little health bar was instantly emptied, and the sharp, sarcastic tone that had come from her mouth was abruptly silenced as if it had been stuffed with excrement. Seeing this massive damage, Jiang Huilian fell to her knees with a thud. Qin Shen, don't kill me. After all, I have given you gifts. Don't you remember? Qin Shen indeed hadn't forgotten this. Jiang Huilian was quite shameless. To get close to the wealthy second-generation Qin Shen, she had used all sorts of means, and giving gifts was the most common method. If I remember correctly, your gift was also given by a programmer, right? You're really shameless. You laughed at me when I had 1 drop of blood left, and now that you've seen my strength, you're begging for mercy. Do you think I would spare you? With that, Qin Shan ordered the skeletal warrior to attack. The bone knife struck Jiang Huilian again, and she transformed into a white light, following her mother. After dealing with Wang Yiba and the others, Qin Shan hurried towards the village chief's house. Meanwhile, the resurrected Wang Yiba and the others stared at each other for a long time. Finally, it was Xie Qinhua who spoke. Yiba, Qin Shan's talent is just high attack. I think you should focus on developing your legion. Once your health exceeds his attack power, you can just get close and take him down with 1 hit. Her expression was fierce and venomous, resembling that of a wicked old woman. Wang Yiba nodded. That makes sense. I'll give the order now to recruit players quickly. Previously, he had required that only players with sea-level talents could join, but with his mother-in-law's reminder, he realized that it was about quantity, not quality. As long as the numbers increased, his vitality and attack power would naturally rise. So, he lowered his standards and began to recruit players extensively. Any player leveling up in the Bai Legion would receive a 1% bonus to experience points. Only a fool wouldn't join. If he could recruit all 100,000 players from the novice village, he would gain 10,000 points in health and attack power. At that point, a mere Qin Shan would be nothing. Outside the village chief's house, there were always many people, and even after a little over half a day, the line was still long. Qin Shan was contemplating whether to wait in line obediently or go directly to find the village chief. After all, cutting in line would make him seem very uncouth. Just as he was hesitating, he spotted 2 familiar figures in the crowd. Zhao Lei, Lu Ruyan. These 2 bastards were indeed in the same novice village as him. He should have guessed it long ago. When the Wanjie game pulled everyone in, he realized it must have been divided by region, meaning the players in the novice village should all be from the same city. Since he and Lu Ruyan were so close, it made no sense for them not to be in the same novice village. Now, seeing these 2 damn things, his eyes filled with hatred. What hidden quests, what threats from Wang Yiba? All of that could wait. The urgent matter was to take down these 2. The 2 people in front seemed to sense the resentful gaze that Qin Shan cast at them. They turned their heads. Upon seeing a drop of blood from Qin Shan, Zhao Lei burst out laughing. Lu Ruyan, that wretched person, was about the same. He. Qin Shan, you really are a waste. Only a drop of blood. What are you doing here? Taking on a quest? How laughable. A waste with just a drop of blood wants to fight monsters. I suggest you save your energy. Qin Shan glared with angry eyes and slowly took 2 steps forward. The surrounding players, witnessing the scene, knew there was definitely a show to watch and automatically cleared a space to wait for the spectacle. Zhao Lei, Lu Ruyan, you 2 are truly shameless scum. I trusted you so much, and you actually wanted to kill me. Qin Shan did not rush to kill the 2, but instead angrily questioned them. Lu Ruyan laughed. He. So what if you trusted us? You're still just a stinking pig farmer. I don't want to be crushed under a pig every day. He. Who told you to be so damn rich? Rich enough to make people jealous, and you dare to steal my girlfriend. Fine, I'll let you steal. I'll drug you, and let's see if you can still steal then. He. And that $1 trillion fortune of yours is also mine. Zhao Lei's. Hearing the words $1 trillion fortune from Zhao Lei, Qin Shan suddenly laughed. However, the laughter was a bit eerie. He. Good. Really good. My property was indeed stolen by you, but with so much money, have you spent a single cent? I ask you, have you spent even a penny? Mentioning this made Zhao Lei furious. He cursed angrily. Bastard. Damn it, he went through so much trouble to kill Qin Shan just to plot his fortune, and in the end he succeeded in killing him but didn't spend a single cent. It's all because of this damned Myriad Realms game. Otherwise, Zhao Lei would have already been above others, instead of entering the game with this trashy C-grade talent, making him just one of the ordinary masses. Lu Ruyan beside him wasn't in a much better position either, also having a C-grade talent. She was equally furious, having so much money but not spending a single cent, yet being dragged into the game, feeling extremely unwilling. However, she didn't show it. He. So what? You're worse off than us now. Only a drop of blood, still a waste like before. If I were you, I'd just find a place to curl up and wait to die. Yet you insist on coming right in front of us. He. Everyone, let's talk about whether this person is a fool. Lu Ruyan tried to use the opinions of those around to humiliate Qin Shan. After the two's conversation, everyone roughly understood what had happened. Qin Shan was a rich second generation but was killed by Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei in an attempt to seize his fortune. As for how the two killed Qin Shan, that was no longer important. The key was that he now only had a drop of blood. He could live as long as he could. What was the point of struggling? An old man couldn't bear to watch any longer and stood up, saying, "Young man, even if we are unwilling, we shouldn't act impulsively. If you die like this, it's all over. No matter how great the hatred, don't go against your own life.
Qin Shen smiled at the old man and said, "Thank you for your kind reminder, but I must kill these two today." The old man, seeing he couldn't persuade him, shook his head and stepped back. A bald brother stepped forward. With a loud voice, he said, "Brother, a real man must avenge his grievances. I respect you as a man, but we need to assess the situation, right? I think your drop of blood is indeed a bit too little, even if it's a necromancer plus a skeleton. You can't fight like this." Qin Shen still smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for the reminder, but no matter what, I will kill them today." The surrounding players saw Qin Shen's determination and all shook their heads and sighed. This person is really too stubborn, he can't be persuaded at all. Yeah, clearly, he could live for 7 days, but now he's about to die. Sigh. If it were me, I would have hidden. It's really unnecessary to get myself killed for revenge. It was one of the older sisters who had sharp eyes. This brother's equipment isn't a novice staff and robe. He must have obtained it himself. This brother can fight monsters. It was only after her reminder that everyone noticed Qin Shen was indeed not wearing beginner's gear. Curiosity sparked a flurry of guesses. Could it be that you have S-level talent? Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. Oh, right. If he has S-level talent, a comeback isn't impossible. Yes, maybe he can get a soul sealing stone. That would solve the lifespan issue. I think S-level talent isn't enough. At least SS level or SSS level is needed, because I haven't even gotten a single piece of equipment yet. The crowd's speculations made Zhao Lei and Lu Ruyan's expressions change immediately. If Qin Shen had talent above S level, they would really be in trouble. The two exchanged a fearful glance. Looking back at Qin Shen, the robe he wore and the staff in his hand were clearly much better than the ones given by the system. Zhao Lei, do you think Qin Shen? Impossible. Don't think nonsense, he's just a waste, was before, and still is. Just a piece of trash that dies from a single drop of blood, you know? Zhao Lei reassured himself while speaking to Lu Ruyan. Although Lu Ruyan also wanted Qin Shen to be a waste, his equipment had already proven he was stronger than most people. Just look around, who isn't wearing the same old beginner gear? It's all your fault. I told you long ago to just kill him. Now look, he's entered the game and has a chance to turn things around. Lu Ruyan complained. Zhao Lei's previously smug expression turned ashen. Don't worry, he won't turn things around. At that moment, someone finally couldn't contain their curiosity and directly asked the question. Hey, dude, what tier of talent do you have? Qin Shen replied, B level. B level? Just B level? Although it's better than most, it's still 2 levels below S level. Can a B level even get equipment? I see some A levels still stuck at level 1. Ha, just lucky, that's all. Playing games still relies on luck. Luck? Can luck last forever? Without a strong talent as a backing, can luck keep going? It's just a fleeting moment. The crowd erupted into heated discussions, with some envious of Qin Shen for getting 2 pieces of equipment early, believing he could far surpass ordinary players and gain an early advantage. Plus, his talent wasn't low, so maybe he could carve out his own path. Others were jealous, thinking he was just lucky to have dropped 2 pieces of equipment from small monsters, but luck couldn't last forever, it would run out eventually, and Qin Shen would soon die. There were also rational observers who believed Qin Shen still had a chance to turn things around. In contrast, Zhao Lei and Lu Ruyan immediately relaxed. At first, they really thought Qin Shen was an S-level big shot, but it turned out he was just a B-level waste. Although Lu Ruyan had a talent even worse than B-level, being C-level, they knew just how bad these talents could be. Zhao Lei's talent was the worst, E-level, which only provided a permanent +1 attack power, making it insignificant in the early stages, let alone later on. B-level was just 1 tier above C-level. How strong could it really be? Qin Shen. I initially thought your talent was impressive, but it turns out to be B-level. So, how much spell power does your talent add? I guess it adds 15 points. Because my C-level adds 10 points. Lu Ruyan laughed like a blooming flower. A cruel smile appeared on Qin Shen's lips. How much it adds? Why don't you try and find out? Ha! Qin Shen, you still love to show off. A piece of trash that dies from a single drop of blood, and you want to compare with me? I advise you to find a place to hide and wait to die. Zhao Lei scoffed. Lu Ruyan added, Qin Shen, you can't compete with Zhao Lei and Blue Star. Who would have thought you'd still be this trash in the game? I was wise enough to leave you and follow Zhao Lei early on. It's a pity I didn't manage to poison you to death. Now you're still hopping around in front of us. What a failure. Hearing her speak so casually about the past, the anger in Qin Shen's heart flared even more. Is that so? Then after I kill you won't see me anymore. Zhao Lei burst out laughing. Did I hear that right? Did you just say you want to kill us? Qin Shen, be realistic. You can't do it. Right now, you're just a worthless drop of blood and you think you can kill us? What a delusion. Oh, Qin Shen, I'm curious, what do you plan to use to kill us? Your drop of blood or your B-level talent? Oh, I get it, you're planning to fight us with a drop of blood, right? Ha, that's hilarious. Zhao Lei, do you really think Qin Shen can kill us with just a drop of blood?
Lu Ruyan mocked mercilessly. Zhao Lei laughed heartily. I think he can try twice. Maybe he can take me down once. Lu Ruyan chimed in teasingly. What a pity. After 2 tries, someone will be dead. And we, Zhao Lei, will still be alive and well. The surrounding players looked at the pale Qin Shan and shook their heads. These 2 scoundrels deserve to die, but it seems this young man has no hope for revenge. Sigh. Yeah, who told him he only has a drop of blood? If it were me, I'd risk dying twice just to kill this arrogant couple. Ha ha, just a fool, kill him once and he's done for. What good is that? Sigh. What a pity, this guy only has a drop of blood, he probably won't get his revenge even in death. Just as the surrounding players lamented Qin Shan's fate, they failed to notice that the tip of his staff had begun to brew a translucent magic missile. Do you want to attack Zhao Lei's team? If you continue to attack Zhao Lei's team will gain the right to counterattack. Qin Shan ignored the system prompt. Once the magic missile at the tip of his staff was fully formed, it shot straight at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei had already received the system prompt. He knew Qin Shan would attack, but so what? He didn't care. He was a shield warrior with 35 health points and a 20% damage reduction. He didn't believe a mere magic missile from a little necromancer could kill him, so Zhao Lei didn't even bother to dodge. Even though the large missile flew relatively slowly and was a projectile skill, he still didn't move. Hee. Useless Qin Shan, how dare you attack me, now I can. Before he could finish his sentence, the magic missile struck him. A massive damage number floated above his head. 1210 completely wiped out Zhao Lei's meager health. He fell to the ground, a corpse with a translucent soul hovering above his body. The words he hadn't finished saying floated above his soul's head, now transformed into text. Free. Counterattack on you. I will kill you, you drop of blood waste. However, ideals are grand, but reality is harsh. He had been instantly killed. The onlooking players, who had initially been lamenting Qin Shan's reckless behavior, were shocked. What a spirited young man, but unfortunately not very wise. Just as they shook their heads and sighed, they suddenly saw the damage dealt by the magic missile. Instantly, their eyes widened in shock. What? Over 1,000 damage? These players usually only saw damage in the tens, and occasionally someone with a higher talent might deal over 20 points. But over 1,000 damage was something they had never seen. They hadn't even seen damage in the hundreds. Bright red Arabic numerals floated above Zhao Lei's head, stunning everyone. Lu Ruyan, standing next to Zhao Lei, was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Zhao Lei's corpse. What the hell? How could this guy deal such high damage? Incredible. Who can withstand this damage? It's a one-hit kill. He can't be cheating, right? Are you stupid? Do you think this is a game on Blue Star? This is the game of all worlds now. If you know the game code, you can cheat. This kid is definitely going to be someone in the future. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei are doomed. The Prophet Emperor began to prophesy again. Lu Ruyan listened to the whispers around her, her mind in a daze. How could this be? Qin Shan only had 1 drop of blood. He was just a waste. How could he deal such high damage? But the Zhao Lei in front of her was clearly a living example. He had already been taken down by Qin Shan. Over 1,000 damage, something she had never seen before. Why did he have such high damage? Alright, now, it doesn't matter why his damage is so high. The next step is probably to kill me. Am I really going to die? I listened to Zhao Lei back then and used paraquat to harm Qin Shan, who knew he would be revived by the invading game of all worlds. Now he has such high magic power, he must be out to kill me in a fit of rage. No, I can't die. I can't just die like this. I have to think of a way to survive. Yes, Qin Shan used to love me so much. He was such a devoted fool, doing whatever I asked. As long as I plead with him, he will definitely let me go. Driven by a strong desire to survive, Lu Ruyan didn't care about anything else. With a thud, she knelt down before Qin Shan. Wind, you still love me, right? You loved me so much before, you wouldn't change your heart so quickly, would you? I know I was wrong, but I was just confused for a moment. The idea of giving you the medicine was Zhao Lei's. I still love you, you are in my heart. Can we go back to how it was before? I will serve you well by your side. This time, I definitely won't listen to Zhao Lei. Let's go back to how it was before. Please. Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground, crying as she spoke. Her expression seemed to genuinely reflect that she knew she was wrong. Qin Shan chuckled coldly. You don't really know. You're wrong. You're just afraid of dying. No. I really know I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Please let me live. From now on, Ruyan will be your personal possession. Ruyan belongs to you, okay? Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Qin Shan was not in a hurry. He looked around at the players watching the spectacle. Suddenly, he spoke. This woman was my wife on Blue Star, but unexpectedly, she harbored ill intentions and conspired with her ex-boyfriend to kill me 3 years after our marriage. After giving me a depression certificate, she forced me to drink paraquat. Who knew that heaven has eyes? And just as I was about to die, I was revived by the game of all worlds. Now everyone, let's discuss whether I should let this venomous woman go. Upon hearing Qin Shan's revelation, The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Damn. Brother, you really are lucky. Not only did you not die, but your attack is also so high. That's truly impressive. This is truly the child of fortune. He was a rich second generation on Blue Star, and now he's still so amazing in the game of all worlds. Damn. I'm so envious. Let her go? I say we should completely erase her account at the revival point. Damn. This woman looks decent, but how can her thoughts be so malicious? She must be killed. Xinshen spread his hands. Lu Ruyan. It's not that I don't want to let you go, it's just that you deserve to die. Lu Ruyan's eyes were swollen from crying. No, no, no. Xinshen, for the sake of our many years together, don't do this. Xinshen, I still love you. Don't kill me. I really didn't do anything wrong. All the ideas were Zhao Lei's. I just made the mistakes that all girls make. Amid Lu Ruyan's arguments, an icy screen enveloped her. Minus 2,176. Lu Ruyan was instantly killed. Over 2,000 damage once again shocked the crowd. My god. What kind of damage number is this? The kind-hearted old man who had previously advised Xinshen to keep a low profile no longer dared to show his face. That big guy felt the same way, both of them feeling a burning shame on their faces. They had originally thought he was just trash, but it turned out he was a true big shot. Those who had just been jealous of Xinshen's damage output also fell silent, fearing that if Xinshen was displeased, they might be taken down with him. Kill player Zhao Lei evil value +5. Kill player Lu Ruyan. Evil value +5. At this moment, Xinshen's evil value had reached 10 points. If he killed one more person, his evil value would hit the red line of 15 points. If the village guard saw him then, he would be thrown into jail for a day. A day in confinement could reduce 5 points of evil value. Xinshen felt a bit unwilling. He really wanted to camp at the respawn point and finish off Zhao Lei and Lu Ruyan for good. But he still had hidden tasks to complete and potions to buy. He needed to move around the village. Being locked up for a day would undoubtedly mean missing out on early development. Xinshen stood still for a moment, then decided to spare the two of them for now. Everyone, line up. Again. Since he had decided to wait before killing the two, he might as well wait a bit longer. At Xinshen's call, everyone lined up again, but this time no one looked at him with strange eyes anymore. Hey, Xinshen, you go ahead and take the task. You're the big shot, we can't waste your time. I'm Li Ming. This Li Ming clearly wanted to make a good impression in front of Xinshen. Xinshen didn't hold back. If they continued this way, it would indeed take a long time for him to get to the front. Thanks. The people in front were also smart, making way for Xinshen to take the task first. After letting through a dozen or so people, the next in line was a burly man. This guy, being far away, hadn't seen what had just happened. Hearing the thanks from behind, he turned around to look. Ha! I say, what are you doing cutting in line with just one drop of blood? Does cutting in line even help? Can you fight monsters after taking the task or what? Xinshen explained, I'm not here to take a task, I'm here to turn one in. The big man seemed not to have heard clearly, his expression exaggerated as if he had heard something incredible. What? What? Did you say? Xinshen rolled his eyes. I said, I'm here to turn in a task. What's wrong with that? But the big man couldn't hold back his laughter. Bro, don't joke around, okay? You, one drop of blood, and you're turning in a task? I really am here to turn in a task, Xinshen said seriously. Ha, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but with just one drop of blood, what task could you possibly complete? The big man's loud voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. The players in front of Xinshen hadn't seen him instantly kill Zhao Lei and Lu Ruyan, so they had no idea this guy was a bit sinister. They all cast disdainful glances at him. The surrounding players looked at Xinshen with mockery. Though they didn't say it out loud, they were all thinking how this guy was really trying to show off just a drop of blood, not even able to take down a wild chicken, and he was here to turn in a task? What was he trying to prove? Only those standing behind Xinshen had expressions of watching a good show. Hey, bro, let me ask you, what task are you turning in? Can you even beat those chickens at the village entrance? The big man teased. Xinshen's lips curled into a cold smile. The task I'm turning in is not a wild chicken task. Oh, is there a task lower than a wild chicken task? It's not like you're here to help the villagers with their manure, right? Ha 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 ha. The big man's words drew a round of laughter from the crowd. Xinshen's expression darkened. Yet he still answered seriously, I'm turning in the only hidden task. The big man's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape in exaggerated disbelief. What? The only hidden task? I must be hearing things. Hey, everyone come listen, this player with one drop of blood actually says he's turning in the only hidden task. He. Do you believe it? Xinshen saw the players in front of him shaking their heads and casting him disdainful looks. Some even spoke up in righteous indignation. I said, buddy, just one drop of blood is enough, what are you trying to show off for? Exactly, just find a corner and wait to die, why come out here to disgust people? And you dare to mention a unique hidden quest, who would believe you? Xinshen felt helpless, wishing he could knock these foul-mouthed people dead with a staff. Just then, the village chief's voice came again. What are you all making noise about? Can't you all take a quest quietly? The village chief, sporting a goatee, strode over. Qin Chen's expression turned strange. He thought to himself, is the village chief's hearing not very good? Damn it, he always shows up at this time. The village chief was dressed in an official uniform. After all, he was someone of substance. He walked with his hands behind his back, chest out, and nostrils flared. Striding towards the players in front, he scolded, do you still want to take the quest? Ha! If you don't want to, then get lost. The village chief's authoritative gaze swept over everyone. Wherever he looked, people lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Come on, he is the village chief, and his attributes could easily wipe out players at this stage. Who would dare to defy him? Even those who used to call the shots back on Blue Star had to behave themselves here. The village chief's gaze finally landed on the burly man. You were the one shouting just now, right? He asked coldly. The burly man quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak. I'm asking you a question. Weren't you loud just now? Why are you silent now? Speak, the village chief said angrily. The burly man trembled in fear. The people nearby cautiously took half a step back, afraid that if the village chief lost his temper, they would be caught in the crossfire. The burly man, scolded by the village chief, lost his temper and stammered, there was a guy with one drop of blood bragging. I couldn't stand it and said a few words. Village chief, it's not my fault. Really not my fault. It's all that one drop of blood's bragging. He's the one disrupting the order here, the burly man said, feeling wronged. At this moment, the village chief had his back to Qin Chen, so he didn't see him. At first, hearing about the one drop of blood, he didn't react, even he thought that person was just bragging. Throughout the morning, there were quite a few people coming to take quests with one drop of blood. They were all looking to get the soul sealing stone to extend their lives. Unfortunately, none of them completed the quests, and it was said that someone had been killed by a wild chicken twice and was completely out of the game. Therefore, the village chief didn't think of Qin Chen at the moment and assumed he was just another show-off. Oh, so it seems you're not to blame then, the village chief said. Yeah, it's all that one drop of blood's fault. The burly man pushed all the blame onto Qin Chen. The players behind Qin Chen already knew about his terrifying abilities, so they had no doubt he could complete the unique hidden quest. After all, he was speaking the truth. If it weren't for your disdainful shouting, how would the village chief have come over? So they looked down on the burly man's actions. They wanted to speak up for justice, but the village chief was already angry, and they could only feel anxious, not daring to add fuel to the fire. The village chief was about to ask where that one drop of blood was when he suddenly heard someone behind him say, I say, village chief, you're really getting old and confused. Why? Don't you ask that one drop of blood for his name? Qin Chen couldn't help but complain as he saw the village chief rambling on without getting to the point. However, his words left everyone around him stunned. Old and confused? This one drop of blood was truly crazy, daring to call the village chief old and confused. Didn't he see the village chief's authority? Moreover, the village chief was already angry, and he still dared to pull the tiger's whiskers. The surrounding players looked at Qin Chen with a mix of shock and glee. Even the players behind Qin Chen were taken aback. Damn, dude, we know you're awesome, but you can't offend the village chief. He's an NPC, and not to mention his attributes are top-notch in the novice village. Just his status alone is something you absolutely cannot offend, the burly man just now bluntly said. Village chief, it's this guy who loves to show off, and now he's cursing you for being confused. This kid is really digging his own grave. Kill him. The village chief's already gloomy expression darkened even further. This brat actually dared to insult me. He must be tired of living. Doesn't he know I could wipe him out with just a flick of my finger? I want to see who dares to call me confused. The players in front of Qin Chen all wore expressions of glee, as if Qin Chen had made a huge blunder. The burly man laughed even louder, saying, Kid, you're done for. It's like looking for death in a toilet with a lantern. You even dare to insult the village chief. You must have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. The village chief, filled with rage, slowly turned his head. But when he saw Qin Chen's face, he was taken aback. Ah, warrior, you're back, that's wonderful. The village chief's previously dark expression instantly turned to one of surprise. The players who were ready to watch the show were now so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. What? The village chief actually knows this one-drop blood player? And he wasn't even angry at Qin Chen's rudeness. Instead, he called him a warrior. What is going on? The players behind Qin Chen were genuinely stunned by him. Damn, this kid is truly remarkable. Not only is he impressive himself, but he also knows the village chief. And from the village chief's tone, it seems he has something to ask. Of Qin Chen? The village chief's next action further astonished those around him. He stretched out both hands as if he had seen a great figure, firmly grasping Qin Chen's hand. In a state of surprise, he shook it. Warrior, has that task been completed? Task? What task? Could it be that this kid really completed the only hidden task? That's the only hidden level task. Just triggering the hidden task's conditions is already quite harsh. Not to mention the only hidden task. The term only hidden means that this task was specifically issued for Qin Chen. No one else has the chance to complete it, and even if Qin Chen fails, the task will disappear and never appear again. If tasks in the Myriad Realms system had levels, then ordinary white tasks would be level 1, hidden blue tasks would be level 1, and the only hidden tasks would be special red tasks. The village chief's words instantly left the players who had been mocking Qin Shen frozen in place. Could it be that this kid was telling the truth? He really came to submit the only hidden task? Holy crap! It turns out the fool was me all along. I was still here laughing at him. Each of them felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The players behind Qin Shen were even more in awe of him. Damn! This kid is definitely a big shot. No, not just a big shot, but a giant shot. Not only is his damage explosive, but he can also complete the only hidden level task. Incredible! Meanwhile, the main character, Qin Shen, remained relatively calm. He took out the evidence from his backpack and handed it to the village chief. The village chief excitedly accepted it, holding the token in his hand and examining it closely for a moment. This is it, the village chief confirmed. Congratulations! You have completed the Crisis of the Novice Village Task Phase 2 and received the reward, Iron Curtain, S-Class, and gained 5,000 experience points. An S-Class skill. Qin Shen's eyes lit up. Anything with an S is not trash. Although it's not an SSS class skill, it's still an S. Warrior. The goblin invasion has not been completely eradicated. I hope the warrior can complete the final task. The village chief has issued you the task Crisis of the Novice Village Phase 3. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Qin Shen chose to accept the task. Having come this far, it would be foolish not to accept. Thank you, warrior, for resolving the crisis for the novice village. I, the old man, will thank you here first. The village chief clasped his hands in a salute to Qin Shen. Qin Shen waved his hand. No problem. I'm leaving now. He was in a hurry to complete the task and had no time for pleasantries with the village chief. After the village chief smiled and sent Qin Shen off, he turned back and shouted at the burly man, "You, get out of the novice village. You are not welcome here." If it weren't for the system rules, the village chief would have already taken action to kill this big man. Of all the people to offend, how dare he provoke the hero of the novice village? And he even dares to call Qin Shen trash. If he is trash, then you are the garbage among trash. The big man wanted to cry but had no tears. He was just trying to show off. Who knew he would kick a steel plate? Now, not only did he fail to show off, but he was also expelled from the novice village. The village chief's gaze swept over those who had just mocked Qin Shen. They were all so frightened that they fell silent, not even daring to lift their heads. This time, I'll let you off. If there's a next time, you'll end up like him. The village chief pointed at the big man, who kept looking back, and scolded him sternly. After finishing, he snorted coldly and went back to continue issuing tasks. It wasn't until the village chief returned home that the previously silent crowd resumed their chatter. Damn it, that idiot almost got us killed. You could have just queued up. Why did you have to mock him? Now look, he's the one who got himself killed. Serves him right. The person speaking was the big man. The people around him nodded in agreement, placing all the blame on him. By the way, who was that person with one drop of blood earlier? So impressive, even the village chief treated him with such respect. Yeah, while others with one drop of blood are hiding to save their lives, this guy even completed the only hidden quest. Amazing. Exactly. Just as everyone was discussing, someone who knew Qin Shen's name stepped forward to show off. Hee, you guys don't know, right? That guy is called Qin Shen. Super impressive. A magic missile can deal over 1,000 damage. Have you ever seen that? His words immediately drew gasps from the crowd. Over 1,000 damage. Who the hell has seen such an exaggerated number? I say, buddy, you're not just bragging, are you? How can there be such an exaggerated number? Could he be SSS level talent? The person looked disdainfully at the speaker. SSS level talent? Do you think SSS level talent is that exaggerated? No, he just has B level talent. But he's still that impressive. The speaker scoffed. Do you think we don't know the capabilities of B level talent? At most, it can increase magic power by 15%. Even if he has 100 points of magic power, how much damage can he deal? Exactly. Dude, don't exaggerate too much. The show-off immediately became defiant. What do you guys know? Qin Shen is the son of the game developer from the Myriad Worlds, so what if his magic power is a bit high? Ha, I'm asking you, so what? Do you know why he has B-level talent? It's because he's low-key. If he had SSS level talent, he would definitely be the subject of gossip. Do you understand? Do you understand? The show-off grew more agitated, finally questioning sternly, answer me. Do you understand? Do you understand? Answer me. Others were indeed intimidated by his momentum. Qin Shen never expected that he would inexplicably become the son of some developer. Where did this father come from? He couldn't help but check the S-level skill he had just received, Iron Curtain. Iron Curtain, S-level invincible for 10 seconds, cooldown time, 3 minutes. In invincible state, physical/magic attack damage is 0. Wow, impressive. No wonder it's an S-level skill, but the cooldown time is a bit long. If it were 10 seconds, it would truly be invincible. Qin Shen was not satisfied and daydreamed. With a 3-minute cooldown, it seems he wouldn't need to buy blue potions. The 3-stage dungeon would likely have goblin archers appearing soon, and his health definitely wouldn't withstand a single attack, so he would have to rely on the Iron Curtain skill. After thinking it over, Qin Shen decided to sell his white letter dagger and buy a few blue potions as backup. The earlier he sold this early stage equipment, the better, so he posted the dagger's attributes in the regional chat box. Player Qin Shen, selling 1 dagger, auction mode, highest bidder wins. Dagger of the Goblin Captain, equipment. Someone is actually selling equipment.at this stage. Most of the equipment is used for trading. Some players will post equipment that doesn't belong to them in the chat box for exchange. No one chooses to sell their gear. Nobody is a fool. Everyone knows how important it is in the early stages of the game. So when the players in the novice village saw Qin Shen's words, especially those assassin class players, they all started to think, how much can I trade with equipment? Can I buy it directly for 1 silver coin? The chat box was quickly filled with messages from assassin players. Seeing these messages, Qin Shen suddenly changed his mind. Right. Anyway, he wasn't short on money, so exchanging for some equipment wouldn't be bad. He then spoke again. You can also trade for equipment that adds intelligence attributes. If you want to trade, just message me directly. Immediately, he received 6 private messages. All were images of magic-type equipment. Among them was a robe and a staff. Qin Shen ruled those out first. The remaining 4 items were a pair of pants, leg guards, shoes, and a ring. Seeing the ring, Qin Shen's eyes lit up. The difficulty ranking for equipment drops is armor, weapons, accessories. So accessories are the hardest to come by. The attributes of this ring are Mage Ring, normal level intelligence +2. Although it only adds 2 points of intelligence, it was the equipment he most wanted to exchange. Just as he was about to message the owner of the ring, suddenly another person appeared in his private chat interface. Bro, I have a piece of equipment here that I can trade. Qin Shen glanced at the person's name, Suyin. He replied, then post the equipment attributes. If I find it suitable, I'll trade. Suyin seemed a bit hesitant and took a moment to reply. This piece of equipment is a bit high level. I don't know if you can wear it. Damn, how high is the level? Dude, I'm already level 5. Could your equipment level be higher than mine? Just post the equipment quickly. If it's suitable, I'll trade. Qin Shen urged. Okay. Suyin took another half a minute to post the equipment attributes. The other players who had messaged Qin Shen were anxiously urging him, especially the player with the ring. Hey, bro, can you give me an answer? I'm in a hurry to level up. Qin Shen quickly reassured everyone, please wait a moment, I'm browsing the equipment, sorry. I have to say, he was quite clever. This way, he could show that his equipment was in demand and many wanted to trade. It put him in a favorable position during negotiations. After replying to the messages, he finally checked Su Yin's equipment. Goblin necklace, normal level 3 intelligence +4, accessories. Another accessory. And this one has 1 more point of intelligence than the ring. Although Qin Shen didn't have a good impression of this guy named Suyin, this piece of equipment was the most suitable for trading. Alright, I'll trade with you. Qin Shen sent him a message. After another half a minute, Suyin finally replied, we need to calculate this carefully. Suyin responded. Qin Shen was a bit confused. He thought trading equipment was just a simple exchange between the two. Why calculate anything? His already poor impression of Suyin deepened further. How do we calculate? Hurry up, I'm in a rush to fight monsters. After another half a minute, Suyin sent another message. You can message me once after you kill a monster. Damn, it seems he is like that himself. Qin Shen felt this guy was too disrespectful. If it weren't for the 4 points of intelligence from the necklace, he would have already given up on this person. Stop fighting. Quickly tell me how we calculate this? Once we trade, I'm going into the dungeon. Qin Shen replied. After another half a minute, Suyin sent another message. Since you're in such a hurry, I won't fight anymore. Let's discuss how to calculate it. My equipment is level 4 and is the hardest accessory to drop. And your dagger has no level, so I'm at a disadvantage. You must give me 2 silver coins to make up the difference. Qin Shen was stunned by his words, dumbfounded. Is this something a person can say? I say, bro, your calculation method is just wrong, right? If you put it that way, my dagger has +5 strength, which is 1 more attribute point than your necklace, and it also adds 1 point to physical attack, so you need to compensate me with 1.5 silver coins. He was already considering giving up on the necklace, mainly because Su Yin's character was too poor. Not only did he lack respect for others, but he was also a shrewd businessman, very calculating, yet his vision was too narrow. In Qin Shen's view, nothing was more important than leveling up right now, while Su Yin was here dragging things out over such a trivial matter. Brother, it's not calculated like that. This is the hardest necklace part to drop. And to be honest, this equipment dropped from a dungeon boss. Although it's a white item, it has black iron level attributes. Qin Shen was dizzy. No, not dizzy, he was just impressed. He was truly amazed by Su Yin's foul mouth. How could he not mention that his white item has the same attributes as a gold level one? What a load of nonsense.
Qin Shen was eager to enter the third stage of the dungeon, so he didn't want to waste time arguing with him. He directly sent a remote trade invitation to the ring player. The ring player didn't hesitate and accepted the invitation right away. Then both of them placed their respective equipment in their trade boxes and clicked the agree button. After completing the trade, the ring player said, "Brother, I took advantage of you, I'll make it up to you next time." The attributes of the two pieces of equipment were 3 points apart. Although Qin Shen felt a bit at a disadvantage, it wasn't too much. After all, jewelry was the hardest to drop. Qin Shen replied with a "no need to be polite" and then headed towards the pharmacy. A minute later, Suyin sent another message. "Brother, think it over, this equipment is jewelry, the hardest to get, you might not even find it after leaving the novice village." Qin Shen replied, "No need, I've already completed the equipment exchange, we don't need to discuss it." This kind of dragging had already made Qin Shen lose his patience. Unexpectedly, Suyin didn't believe him at all, thinking it was just Qin Shen trying to raise the stakes. "Don't be like that, brother. How about you just give me 1 silver coin and I'll take a loss and give you the necklace?" Qin Shen coldly laughed. "No need to take a loss, really. You keep your precious necklace. My dagger has already been traded." These trash items were really just transitional. Once past the novice stage, they would be useless, so keeping them was pointless. Suyin was clearly anxious. "Now, how about this, let's trade. I won't even ask you to pay anything, let's just trade now." After saying that, he sent a remote trade invitation, which Qin Shen rejected. "I said, the dagger has already been traded, don't take a loss, goodbye." Suyin was getting desperate. "How can you do this? We were just negotiating, how can you trade the equipment away? How about I give you a copper coin, and you give me the dagger, okay?" His tone had become somewhat humble. Qin Shen helplessly shrugged. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have played hard to get. Since he wanted his dagger so badly, he shouldn't have tried to raise the price. "Stop messaging me, okay? I said the dagger has already been traded." Suyin immediately exploded in anger. "Damn, you bastard, you're really asking for it. That dagger has such good attributes, you son of a bitch actually traded it away. Damn you." Qin Shen could feel the frustration on the other side, and while secretly pleased, he also retorted back. "Serves you right, you idiot, thinking you could raise the price. You're a rogue holding a necklace that adds intelligence, and instead of trading it quickly, you want to swindle my money? Go ahead, keep deceiving. Stupid idiot, now it's in your hands, ha. Ah, this is hilarious. He. Suyin was furious upon seeing such a message. "Qin Shen, you better wait for me, a mage daring to provoke my rogue. I'll make sure you don't know how you died." "Damn," he threatened in a fit of rage. Qin Shen wasn't afraid of him. "If you want to die, come at me, do you think I'm scared of you? Who knows who will die in the end?" Qin Shen retorted without fear. "Alright, just you wait, bastard Qin Shen." Qin Shen couldn't be bothered to respond further. He had already arrived at the pharmacy. The pharmacy was bustling with people. In the early stages, there were no life professions, so potions were still relatively scarce, and everyone was purchasing them through the system store. However, since money was tight, not many people were buying potions, it just seemed crowded due to the large number of players. Qin Shen squeezed into the store and opened the NPC's trading interface, where several types of potions were lined up, divided into red and blue. The red ones restored health, while the blue ones restored mental power. He discovered that the lowest level mental recovery potion cost 5 copper coins per bottle. It restored 10 points of mental power every 3 seconds for a duration of 1 minute, totaling a recovery of 200 points. That seemed a bit too little. He currently had 590 points of mental power, and recovering 200 points was hardly significant. He continued to look at the blue potions below. Lower level mental recovery potion restores 15 points of mental power every 3 seconds for 1 minute. It could restore a total of 300 points and cost 10 copper coins. Qin Shen decided to keep looking. Intermediate mental recovery potion restores 20 points of mental power every 3 seconds for 1 minute. It required 15 copper coins and could restore 400 points of mental power. This one was quite suitable, so Qin Shen spent 1 silver coin and 50 copper coins to buy 10 bottles of intermediate potions. After buying the potions, he had used up 1 silver coin and 50 copper coins, leaving him with only 2 silver coins and 3 copper coins. It's worth noting that in the novice village, players as extravagant as Qin Shen were non-existent. Everyone had to think twice before buying even the lowest level potions. No wonder business was so poor, these things were just too expensive. After purchasing the potions, he walked out without any hesitation. With the iconic drop of blood above his head, Qin Shen arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Currently, there were a few players exploring the entrance of the second stage dungeon. As long as they could defeat the first stage boss, the second stage boss would be much easier. He just didn't know what the third stage would be like. When he stood at the entrance of the third stage dungeon, some players saw this drop of blood and thought he was crazy for wanting to enter the third stage dungeon. The entrances to the 3 dungeons were not far apart. Players still in the second stage dungeon all noticed Qin Shen. That conspicuous drop of blood above his head was very eye-catching.
Suyin had just formed a team to explore the second stage dungeon. He was still angry from his earlier transaction with Qin Shen, which had left him with a toothache. But there was nothing he could do apart from cursing Qin Shen a few times. He didn't even know what the other person looked like. Seeing that necklace in his bag made him inexplicably furious. Damn! Something that adds to intelligence. What use does an assassin have for intelligence? At that moment, Suyin regretted it immensely. He had originally wanted to take advantage of Qin Shen, but who knew this guy wouldn't fall for it? Who knows when he would encounter suitable equipment to exchange for this necklace? This piece of equipment was depreciating more and more in his hands. Who knew if he could even exchange it by tomorrow? Thinking of this, Suyin felt a wave of regret. Just then, he saw Qin Shen with the drop of blood heading towards the third stage dungeon. Damn! A drop of blood waste wants to enter the third stage dungeon. What a load of crap. This guy is definitely just showing off. Already feeling frustrated, he vented all his anger on the passerby. The captain beside him quickly covered his mouth. Hey, don't say that. Do you know who that person is to say he's showing off? Suyin pulled the captain's hand away from his mouth and scoffed. Why are you so cowardly? Are you afraid he'll hear you? He's just a drop of blood waste. The captain sneered. Cowardly? You don't know that even the village chief treats him with respect, do you think? You're better than the village chief? Ha ha, how much more impressive can a drop of blood waste be? Did you see the village chief treat him with respect? Suyin retorted indignantly. Ha ha, I didn't see it with my own eyes, a friend told me. If you don't believe me, just ask around about the name Qin Shen, the captain said. Hearing the name Qin Shen, Suyin perked up. Who are you talking about? The captain was puzzled by this team member's strong reaction. He replied, Qin Shen. What's wrong? Damn. So he is Qin Shen. Only one drop of health, a magic class. Damn. What's going on? I have a grudge against him. You. Mother asterisk. A useless person dares to act tough with me. He's really asking for it. I'll take him out right now. After saying that, Suyin used the assassin's basic skill stealth. This is why magic classes fear assassins the most, because magic classes have low health and defense. Assassins are high burst classes, and with stealth, if they ambush, they can take out a magic class in one combo. The assassin's basic skills include stealth and ambush. Ambush deals 110% physical attack damage to a single target with an additional 70% back attack damage. Not to mention Suyin has the ambush skill. Even a normal attack would be too much for Qin Shen to handle. After going stealth, Suyin rushed towards Qin Shen, aiming to take him out before he entered the dungeon. The captain saw Suyin actually going to attack Qin Shen. A friend had sent him a video, and this Qin Shen was quite a character. He was afraid of offending Qin Shen and hurriedly kicked Suyin out of the team. Suyin scoffed at the message of being kicked out. What a trash team, wanting to tackle the second phase, yet afraid of a useless person with one drop of health, a bunch of garbage. Meanwhile, the captain looked at Qin Shen with some concern. The priest in the team curiously asked, Captain, didn't you say Qin Shen is amazing? Why does he only have one drop of health? The captain also didn't know the secret. He shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, a friend told me not to offend him. The mage also shook his head. I think Qin Shen is in trouble this time, being approached by an assassin, and he only has one drop of health. Isn't he completely at their mercy? The archer in the team disdainfully said, Isn't that obvious? I really don't understand what's so great about this Qin Shen. He actually offended an assassin, let alone using skills. He can't even withstand a normal attack. The captain said, How can you say that? Didn't you see Suyin's arrogant demeanor just now? He wants to take half of the gold dropped just because he has an A-grade talent. The team members fell silent, most of them having B-grade talents. This small team was reasonably configured, and the captain's talent just happened to boost defense, allowing them to withstand goblin attacks, so they had safely passed the first phase. However, during the final output phase against the boss, they felt the overall output of the team was low. The healer almost caused the captain, the shield warrior main tank, to be killed due to lack of mana. After finishing the first phase, the team happened to lack an output position, so the captain found Suyin. Little did he know that this guy, relying on his higher talent, wanted to take half of the gold dropped from monsters. The others initially disagreed, but since clearing the first phase was already tough, they would likely fail in the second phase without strong output. Reluctantly, they had to agree to Suyin's unreasonable request. The archer helplessly said, We all know Suyin is annoying, but Qin Shen definitely can't handle it. Exactly, a magic class with only one drop of health, ambushed by an assassin in stealth. How could he possibly survive? The mage added. Sigh. Suyin is so annoying. And he's an assassin. Qin Shen is in trouble now, the kind-hearted priestess said. Let's see. I hope Qin Shen won't get into trouble, the captain also said. Although they held on to hope, the team members all knew that Qin Shen was definitely going to die. In the case of being ambushed by an assassin, no magic class could withstand it. Suyin thought the same. When he got within 20 meters of Qin Shen, a system prompt suddenly popped up. You are filled with hostility towards player Qin Shen. Continuing to approach will result in a system warning. A cruel smile appeared on Su Yin's lips. He. That's right, I'm here to kill you. How can I kill you if you don't come closer? Qin Shen had already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Just 2 more steps and he could choose to enter, but suddenly he received a system prompt. Player Suyin will attack you, you can retaliate freely. Suyin? Damn, he found me so quickly? Qin Shen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to encounter this shameless character here. He already despised him immensely, but he didn't think this guy would come looking for him so soon. Truly, when there's a path to heaven, you refuse to take it, yet you barge into hell. Qin Shen stood still, looking around. There was no one nearby. It seemed this guy had gone invisible. He must be planning a sneak attack. Qin Shen waited for about 2 seconds, then suddenly waved his staff, and a translucent light circle flashed around him. This was his Iron Curtain skill. He was now in a 10-second absolute invincibility state. He waited those 2 seconds to let Suyin, who was in stealth, get a bit closer. The fleeting translucent light membrane around Qin Shen didn't make Suyin think too much. He had never seen this skill before and didn't know it was an invincibility skill. He just thought Qin Shen was startled by the system prompt and was using skills randomly. At this moment he was only 5 meters away from Qin Shen. The team that was preparing to watch the fun at the entrance of the second stage dungeon also noticed Qin Shen's membrane. What skill is that? The archer asked curiously. No one answered his question because no one had seen it before. The mage said, forget it, the outcome is already determined. Qin Shen will definitely die, there's nothing to see. Let's hurry into the dungeon to level up. His words drew reactions from everyone. Right, since it's already determined, what are we still expecting? The archer sighed and prepared to follow the mage into the teleportation portal. The priestess covered her eyes. Ugh, I don't want to see Qin Shen die. Another assassin in the team said, I don't want Qin Shen to die either. But is that realistic? It's simply not realistic. We should focus on entering the dungeon to fight monsters. After saying that, they prepared to enter the dungeon. Just as they reached the teleportation portal and were about to enter, the captain suddenly said, wait, Suyin is starting. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Shen, who was standing facing the teleportation portal, and behind him, a figure gradually materialized. It was Suyin, holding dual daggers. A cruel smile appeared on Suyin's lips. He. Qin Shen, didn't expect to meet so soon, huh? I told you to trade with others. Now, you can go die. Qin Shen also revealed a cold smile. Oh, are you sure you can kill me? Suyin sneered. Ha, don't act tough with me, just die. After saying that, he used his ambush skill, the dual daggers piercing towards Qin Shen with a fierce aura of death. His A-grade talent, Favor of the Reaper, each attack carries 20% death aura damage. The dual daggers quickly approached Qin Shen and struck him. However, a strange thing happened. Not a single number floated above Qin Shen's head. This scene left Suyin completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? With such high attack power, he could deal over 30 damage with every monster hit. How could he not deal even a bit of force damage to a squishy mage? The captain of the Shield Warrior team was equally astonished. They had thought Qin Shen would be instantly killed by this attack. How could there be no damage at all? The team that was about to enter the dungeon stopped, wanting to see what was going on. Suyin thought Qin Shen had dodged his skill and, unwilling to accept it, stabbed twice with his dagger. But the result was the same. Qin Shen stood perfectly fine in front of him. At this moment, Qin Shen slowly turned around, a cold smile on his lips. What's wrong? Are you done stabbing? I told you, you can't kill me. Now, it's my turn. After saying that, he raised his staff. This time, he didn't plan to use a magic skill. His strength is now 5 points, but under the enhancement of the Rage of Desperation, it has reached 50 points, with physical attack at 100 points. The staff came crashing down on the astonished Suyin's head. You dog, take this hit. With a bang, a physical critical hit occurred. The critical hit doubled the damage. A large red number, -198, floated up from Suyin's head, and with just this strike, his health, which was only a little over 30 points, was instantly reduced to 0. The members of the team who witnessed this scene had their mouths agape in shock. What the hell? A mage, wielding a staff, could actually deal 198 damage with a physical attack. Am I seeing things? A few of them stood there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Qin Shen looked down at the ground with delight. Because that bastard Suyin not only died, but he also dropped equipment. A shiny necklace lay on the ground, just waiting for him to pick it up. Every time someone dies, they not only lose lifespan and experience points but also have a chance to drop equipment. Who would have thought that this unlucky guy would drop that necklace? Qin Shen happily picked up the necklace. Sure enough, it was that goblin necklace. It added 4 points to intelligence. Ha ha ha. That idiot Suyin, who previously tried to trick me into swapping equipment, ended up not only failing to get the dagger but also dropping his own gear. After decisively equipping the necklace, Qin Shen's intelligence soared to a massive 86 points. With the enhancement from the Rage of Desperation, his intelligence reached 860, and his magic power was 2,580 points. Qin Chen happily chose to enter the dungeon. While feeling secretly pleased, he also thought about how Su Yin must be furious right now. Indeed, just after respawning, Su Yin's mind was still in a daze. No way, how did I die? Shouldn't it have been Qin Chen who got killed by me? When he looked at the battle information, he was stunned. What the hell? A mage could actually deal 198 damage. When he saw his drop information, he exclaimed, "Due to death, your goblin necklace has dropped from your backpack." What? Impossible. In a panic, he checked his backpack, only to find it completely empty, except for 2 potions for fighting monsters. Gone? In an instant, Su Ying felt like the sky had fallen on him. He had risked being chased to snatch that necklace from a team in the first phase. For that, he had already offended the previous 6 teammates. Now it had actually dropped to Qin Chen. Originally, according to its attributes, that necklace shouldn't have been assigned to him, a rogue. However, the cunning Su Ying had taken it from the captain under the pretext of checking the necklace's attributes. After that, he exited the team. Later, that captain even called for a hunt on him in the chat channel. What was the point of going through such great risks and efforts? He had planned to use that necklace to trade for a piece of equipment he could use. Now, not only did he fail to trade for the equipment, but he also lost it. Su Ying exploded in anger, shouting at the resurrection point, "Qin Chen, I will not rest until I take you down." After the second phase team entered the dungeon, they found that even without Su Yin's high output, they could still defeat monsters. So what if it was a bit slower? They could still accept it. Moreover, the benefit of a well-configured team was that fighting monsters became relatively easy. What do you think? How did Qin Chen avoid Su Yin's attacks? The archer asked curiously. Who knows? He seems to have a skill that nullifies attacks. Did you see that translucent membrane flashing past him? I think that's it. An invincibility skill? Damn, Captain, no wonder your friend told you not to offend Qin Chen. He really is terrifying, said the mage. The shield warrior captain, while withstanding the monster's attacks, replied, "See, I wasn't wrong." His tone inevitably carried a hint of pride. The priestess chimed in, all right, stop bragging. Qin Chen is really cool. You all should learn from him." After entering the dungeon, Qin Chen realized that the interior of the third phase dungeon was quite complex. It was generally shaped like a, but the caves were winding and much more complicated than the first 2 phases. In some hidden corners, monsters were secretly lurking, and one careless move could attract 2 of them. It seemed that this was the real dungeon. The first 2 were merely appetizers for novice players. Now that the appetizers were finished, it was all about the main course. The torches around the cave had also diminished, leaving the interior dimly lit, creating a rather gloomy atmosphere. As he walked through, the echoes of footsteps reverberated in the cave, which was somewhat unsettling. Occasionally, there were sounds of dripping water, adding to the eerie ambience. Coupled with the cold, damp air, the cave was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Qin Chen walked a short distance from the entrance and saw something round hanging down from the cave ceiling, but it was too far away to see clearly. As he got closer, he realized it was a skull. The round skull gleamed with a pale, eerie light. Anyone timid would probably be scared out of their wits here. He wondered where the goblins had gotten such things. They must have killed some human. After all, they were of the same kind, and Qin Chen felt a twinge of pity. He jumped up, grabbed the skull, and used the force of his descent to pull it down. To his surprise, the skull had information. Reinhardt's head. Reinhardt lost his life while seeking the secrets of the goblins and was hung at the cave entrance by the goblin clan as a warning to future generations. The secrets of the goblins? Damn! Aren't goblins just a bunch of lowly creatures? What secrets could they possibly have? Qin Chen stowed the skull in his backpack and continued walking over the rugged stone floor of the cave. Not long after, he spotted 2 goblins standing in the center, conversing. Their shrill voices reached his ears. Gagaga. The king went to make a sacrifice again today, one said. Gagaga. Yeah, but the king seems a bit unhappy, the other replied. Hearing the unique high-pitched voices of the 2 goblins made Qin Chen's heart skip a beat. What the hell? The small monsters here have intelligence? Qin Chen was startled, and at the same time, he saw the 2 goblins facing each other suddenly turn their heads in unison. Gagaga. Who dares to intrude on goblin territory? Gagaga. A human. What? Don't these goblins have a range of awareness? How could this be? The goblins in the first 2 dungeons had a very small alert range, probably only about 1 meter, but these 2 had detected him from about 5 meters away. The difference was astonishing. Was this the difficulty of a real dungeon? It was indeed a straight-up spike. One of the 2 goblins ahead was holding a crude bow, while the other had a wooden club. Clearly one was a warrior and the other an archer. The archer had already excitedly drawn his bow when he spotted Qin Chen. Qin Chen immediately used the Iron Curtain skill, and fortunately, the skill was instant. A semi-transparent light membrane flashed around him. Then an arrow shot towards him. Naturally, it dealt no damage. Qin Chen didn't dare hesitate and sent a magic missile flying towards the goblin archer. 1290, the goblin archer only had 1,000 health points and was instantly killed.
At that moment, the goblin warrior had already charged over, wearing an ugly and mocking grin. Gagaga. A piece of trash with a drop of blood dares to intrude on goblin territory. Now, you will die. The wooden club came crashing down on Qin Shen, but it dealt no damage at all. The goblin warrior, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? You're just a piece of trash with a drop of blood." However, Qin Shen did not answer his question. He was chanting the spell for frozen chains. Moments later, a stream of icy air shot from the tip of his staff, enveloping the goblin warrior. 2320 As the massive damage appeared, the goblin warrior's eyes widened. How is this possible? He let out a reluctant roar before collapsing. In just 5 seconds, the two goblins were left as lifeless corpses on the ground. Kill the goblin warrior, gain 90 experience points. Kill the goblin archer, gain 90 experience points. The experience from these monsters is quite high. Qin Shen pointed his staff forward and chanted at the goblin archer's corpse, "Rise, my servant." The body split open in the middle and a stark white skeleton crawled out holding a bone knife. Qin Shen felt a bit disappointed. The necromancer seemed a bit useless. He had thought that using the archer's corpse would summon a skeleton archer. Unfortunately, that was not the case at all. It seemed he could only summon a useless little skeleton. Specifically, the skeleton he was summoning wasn't too bad. After all, with the level up, the skeleton's attributes had improved quite a bit. Skeleton warrior, Qin Shen, level 5 health, 101 attack. Power 41 health had already exceeded 100. The attack power was also at 41. This attribute was comparable to a level 5 player of the Light Companion. The goblin archer's attack power was 45. The warrior's attack was 40. He could withstand 2 attacks. Qin Shen planned to let him tank the monsters and see how it went. After all, waiting for the 3-minute cooldown of the Iron Curtain would significantly affect leveling efficiency. So he picked up 2 copper coins dropped by the goblins. It must be said that although the difficulty of the goblins had suddenly increased, their drops were quite generous, with each dropping 20 copper coins, and one even dropped a miscellaneous item, Goblin's Token. Goblin's Token can be sold to a general store for a meager amount of money. It was likely that this meager amount was indeed very meager. However, it was still relatively good. The other one surprisingly dropped a bottle of red potion. Moreover, it was a lower level health potion. It was 1 level higher than the lowest level that dropped in the second phase. This gave Qin Shen a great boost of motivation, and driven by this motivation, he continued to move forward in the cave. Not long after, he found 2 more goblins. This time, it was a goblin warrior and a goblin priest. It seemed that the goblins here appeared in teams. Qin Shen commanded the skeleton to move forward, testing the goblin's alert range. When the skeleton warrior approached within 6 meters, the 2 goblins were still whispering to each other. Creak, creak. As the sound of bones rubbing together echoed, the skeleton moved forward another meter. This time, the 2 goblins, still in conversation, suddenly turned around to face the skeleton. Gagaga. Skeleton warrior, how did you get here? Gagaga. This is goblin territory. You are here to die. The 2 goblins shouted and charged at the skeleton warrior. Minus 40 points of damage appeared above the skeleton warrior's head. Similarly, it swung its weapon at the goblin. Minus 41. The damage on both sides was comparable. However, the skeleton only had 100 health, while the goblin warrior had 1200 health. Trash. Daring to come here, watch me send you to your death with 3 strikes. The goblin warrior shouted, jumping around. The priest behind him healed him. Plus 30. The goblin warrior's health was almost back to full, while the skeleton warrior had lost a small portion of its health. However, the skeleton warrior still had its master standing behind it. Qin Shen wasn't idle either. A magic missile shot out, quickly hitting the goblin priest. Minus 1285 over 1000 magic damage instantly killed the priest. The goblin warrior, who had been happily bouncing around, suddenly realized that his priest was dead. Gagaga. There's even a necromancer. I said, how could a little skeleton like you come this far? The goblin's green face turned even greener and became more ferocious. With a swing, he knocked off 40 points of health from the skeleton warrior, leaving it with only 20 points. Gagaga. Although your necromancer's attack is a bit high, you're just a one-hit trash. The goblin will deal with you, annoying bone frame, and then, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shen interrupted him. You have no chance, chattering little thing. A beam of ice blue light shot out from the tip of his staff, directly aimed at the goblin warrior. The 2310 goblin warrior immediately shut its chattering mouth. Qin Shen walked over and picked up the 40 fallen copper coins. He also grabbed a bottle of low-grade blue potion. Looking at the skeleton's remaining 20 health points, he felt a bit of a headache. It seemed he hadn't mastered the rhythm well. The skeleton's current health couldn't withstand another attack. He should have waited for the goblin warrior to kill the skeleton before finishing it off. Now, with this 20 health skeleton occupying the summoning position, he couldn't use the conversion skeleton skill. Qin Shen sighed. Forget it, it is what it is. Anyway, the Iron Curtain skill was almost ready, and he could always use his invincibility to hold on.
He ordered the skeleton to continue exploring ahead. Amid the sound of bones grinding, 3 goblins appeared ahead, 1 standing, 1 priest, and 1 mage. Damn, this dungeon is too difficult. With the goblins' attack power, ordinary players could only withstand it around level 6. This really raised the difficulty for Qin Shen. The skeleton only had 20 health points now, and it would definitely be taken out in 1 round of attacks. Next, they would surely turn their attention to Qin Shen. But fortunately, the goblin priest seemed to only heal. He could take out the mage first, then kill the priest, and finally the warrior. That would be the order to take down the monsters. Luckily, his iron curtain had just cooled down, giving Qin Shen some confidence. He commanded the skeleton warrior to step forward, just entering the 5-meter alert range. The 3 goblin mentors immediately turned to face the skeleton warrior. Gagaga, it's just a little skeleton, daring to come here with only 20 health points, truly seeking death. 55 The goblin mage cast a fireball, instantly killing the skeleton. Just when the 3 goblins thought they had killed the intruder and relaxed their guard, suddenly a magic missile flew towards the goblin mage. 1270 After instantly killing the mage, Qin Shen didn't dare to delay and immediately used his iron curtain. The mage's sudden death made the warrior and priest alert again. The goblin warrior charged at Qin Shen, swinging its wooden club. Gagaga, annoying undead mage. A magic user with only 1 drop of blood dares to appear in goblin territory. Qin Shen remained silent, preparing to release his frozen chains after using his iron curtain skill. With a bang, a magic critical hit sound rang out. The goblin priest's head displayed 4179 magic damage. Over 4000 damage instantly killed the goblin priest. Then both of Qin Shen's skills entered cooldown. However, he wasn't worried. The magic missile had only a 5-second cooldown, and he would soon be able to launch another attack. The goblin warrior had already charged in front of him, swinging its wooden club and clawing at Qin Shen. Die. A waste with 1 drop of blood. However, as the wooden club came down, no damage appeared above Qin Shen's head, and he stood there alive. The goblin warrior was taken aback. What? How is that possible? Unconvinced, it continued to swing the wooden club. After 2 consecutive attacks, Qin Shen still had 1 drop of blood above his head without taking any damage. Hee, you're having a great time hitting me. Now it's my turn. With that, he swung his staff at the goblin warrior. Bang, a physical critical hit occurred. 190 The massive damage made the goblin warrior think it had encountered a ghost. Could this over 100 damage really have come from this 1 drop blood waste? And it was even struck with a staff. Gagaga. Rhine, it's Rhine coming back, run. The goblin warrior actually chose to flee, turning its head and running back. Qin Shen hadn't expected this at all. He had seen the name Rhine for the second time. The first was on the skull hanging in the cave. Wasn't Rhine killed? What was there for these goblins to be afraid of? In his confusion, Qin Shen didn't idle either. A magic missile shot out, directly killing the goblin warrior. He then picked up the loot from the ground. After transforming a priest's corpse into a skeleton, he sent it ahead to continue scouting. The sound of bones scraping echoed in the cave. This dungeon seemed particularly vast. Opening the minimap, Qin Shen saw that he had already killed 10 groups of monsters. However, the distance he had advanced was only about half of the lower right corner of the character. Fortunately, the experience from the monsters here was quite high. But with the current requirement of 30,000 experience points to level up, he still needed to kill around 300 goblins. That was going to be a rather tedious process. As the skeleton moved forward, it suddenly paused. It had spotted a goblin squad ahead. To his surprise, there was even a goblin elite among them. Goblin warrior, elite, level, 6 health, 2400 attack, 66. Besides this elite, there was also a priest and an archer. Damn! The difficulty of this dungeon had increased too much. A regular team would really struggle to get through this. After so many practice runs, he had mastered the skills of monster hunting. Qin Shen stood 10 meters away, while the skeleton warrior was 6 meters out. With a flick of his wrist, a magic missile shot out from the tip of his staff. The goblin archer in the squad was instantly killed. The elite warrior was lecturing his 2 goblin subordinates when, unexpectedly, a magic missile flew in, and his archer was taken out in an instant. In panic, he turned around to see a skeletal mage standing 10 meters away with just a drop of blood left, accompanied by a skeleton. Gagaga. You annoying brat! How dare you kill my subordinate? Die! He charged at Qin Shen. However, halfway there, he was struck by the skeleton warrior standing in place. 35 The aggro immediately shifted. The elite warrior glared furiously at the skeleton. A piece of trash, daring to lay hands on the great goblin. Die! Just as the elite and the skeleton were engaged in battle, Qin Shen had already killed the goblin priest with a frozen chain. The skeleton warrior was also reduced to a pile of bones after 2 attacks from the elite. After that, the elite charged angrily at Qin Shen, wielding a wooden club. Qin Shen calmly activated his iron curtain skill. You worthless piece of trash, you killed my 2 subordinates. Die! However, the outcome far exceeded the elite's expectations. His attack was completely ineffective. Qin Shen knew this guy had
thick health, and his frozen chain was still on cooldown. Relying solely on a magic missile would definitely not kill it, so he continuously struck the elite's health with his staff. 95-95-190. The Goblin elite was stunned. He had never seen such a scene before, a mage not using magic attacks but crazily hitting someone with a staff. The key was that this mage's damage was even higher than his. The Goblin elite tried twice more but still couldn't deal any damage. He decisively chose to flee. Oh my gosh, Rhine is back. Two short legs ran while waving two arms around, shouting loudly. Fortunately, this Goblin elite chose to run away, otherwise, Qin Shen might not have been able to defeat it. A magic missile shot out, leaving the elite warrior with only about 600 health points. Qin Shen hurriedly chased after him. If this guy led him to other monsters, it would be troublesome. Luckily, he didn't run far. After Qin Shen hit him with another magic missile, the elite finally fell. Qin Shen began to collect the loot. Besides gold and miscellaneous items, he surprisingly found a skill book splattered next to the elite's corpse. This was the first skill book he had obtained since entering the game. The drop rate for skill books was much lower than for equipment. Moreover, this skill book was actually for magic users. Thunder Punishment, E-grade deals 40% spell power damage to a single target. Cooldown 3 seconds. Wow. The damage was indeed low, but the cooldown time was short enough. With Qin Shen's high spell power, he could deal over 1,000 damage. He decisively chose to learn it. Continuing to explore forward, when he reached the center of the shape, Qin Shen finally heard a long-lost sound. Congratulations, your level has increased by 1, and you have 5 attribute points to freely allocate after your 4 dimensions have increased by 1. After allocating all the attribute points to intelligence, his intelligence had reached 920 points. His magic power had reached 2760. To his surprise, a Black Iron level boss appeared ahead. Goblin Assassin Captain, Black Iron level 7, health 3100, attack power 110, skill, stealth, another stealth monster. Fortunately, this boss was alone, with no minions following it. When he was still 20 meters away from the boss, the Assassin Captain noticed Qin Shen. Oh, a one-drop blood undead mage has managed to come this far. You're quite impressive. But today, you will stop here. In the name of the Assassin Captain, I have decided to let you remain here forever to accompany the fallen goblin race in death. Human, I declare that your life has come to an end. While the Assassin Captain was rambling on, Qin Shen didn't dare to waste a moment. Ha! I'm afraid your declaration is invalid, Qin Shen said coldly. Then, a beam of ice blue light shot out from the tip of his staff, instantly enveloping the Assassin Captain. The captain, wrapped in a curtain of ice, immediately flew into a rage. Despicable human! You! As soon as he was attacked, he entered a combat state, and his low-level stealth skill could not be used in combat. Ha! It doesn't matter. You're just a one-drop blood waste. No amount of these despicable tactics can change the fact that you're a waste. The Assassin Captain charged at Qin Shen with dual daggers. The slowing effect of the frozen chains halved his once proud movement speed. The captain's eyes turned blood red, as if he had seen the enemy who killed his father. Damn it, don't let me catch you. Just one stab. Just a light stab. You will die. A magic missile flew in. The captain's health was down to a pitiful 200 or so. Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior beside him kept chasing and slashing at him. 43-43, but that annoying undead mage was right in front of him, and he could soon end his life with the knife in his hand. Just one stab, a light stab. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed in the cave. A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere. It struck the Assassin Captain directly. Just one stab. The captain never managed to deliver that stab before he fell, staring unwillingly at his enemy. He slowly collapsed to the ground, and incidentally, dropped a piece of equipment. Qin Shen picked up the equipment. It was a Black Iron level leather armor glove. It added 5 points of agility and 5 points of physical attack, along with a 5% attack speed increase. The bonuses were quite comprehensive, but as a magic-based profession, he couldn't equip leather armor and could only store it in his backpack to see if he could exchange it for something else later. The captain dropped 3 silver coins. Additionally, the experience gained was substantial. 3,500 experience points made Qin Shen's experience bar rise significantly. He even obtained 2 soul sealing stones. The haul was quite good. After using them, Qin Shen's lifespan reached 156 days and 17 hours. At this point, his worries had dissipated. As long as he continued at this pace, lifespan was no longer a concern. He continued to grind monsters. The total experience needed to level up from level 6 to 7 was 60,000 points. The required experience had doubled. As the experience needed increased, Qin Shen's efficiency in grinding monsters was also gradually rising. Moreover, he was now familiar with the combination of 3 monsters, and sometimes he could finish off all 3 without even using the Iron Curtain. He was gradually understanding the game's mechanics and his own skills. When he reached the end of the lower passage, a boss appeared before him. The Goblin Priest Captain had relatively high health, but priest-type monsters were the easiest to grind because Qin Shen's damage was
too high. The little bit of health they added was hardly enough to matter. Although this boss had 2 small monsters as helpers, it was still easily taken down by Qinshen. A piece of chainmail top dropped, just right for Suyu, so Qinshen put it away. After clearing this passage, Qinshen turned back and began to clear the vertical passage marked with a character. This passage was relatively wider, and there were corners in the middle. Just as he turned a corner, Qinshen, not paying attention to the minimap, bumped into 3 goblins face to face. And surprisingly, all 3 were archers. Gagaga, how could a human find this place? You're impressive. Gagaga, but just a worthless one-hit wonder, easily dealt with. In the midst of the 3 goblins' noisy chatter, Qinshen quickly opened his iron curtain. The invincible skill instantly blocked the arrows shot by the 3 goblins. The skeleton warrior moved forward, drawing the fire of one monster, and then Qinshen began to use his skills. The magic missile and frozen chain took out 2 of the monsters. By this point, the monster's health had noticeably increased. The goblin archers had over 1,150 health points. Qinshen's lightning punishment skill just happened to deal the last monster's 1,100 health points. The skeleton warrior finished off the remaining health with 2 strikes. Qinshen began to clean up the battlefield, and the drop rate for goblins had also increased. A total of 2 bottles of low-level blue potions. Now he hardly needed to touch the blue potions in his backpack, so the blue potions dropped in the dungeon were mostly capped. Because his attack was so high, he could basically take down a monster with a single skill. Finally, when he reached the middle position, Qinshen's experience points also rose to half. At this moment, he encountered a troublesome boss. Goblin Inner Guard Captain, Black Iron level 6 health, 3500 attack power, 76 skill. Inner Guards summon another boss with summoning abilities. Moreover, this Inner Guard summon could call 3 small monsters to assist in the attack. I really am at my wit's end. What I fear has come. Qinshen was already afraid of such group attacks. As soon as one hit landed on him, he would be dead. Human, you have quite the nerve. How dare you barge in while the high priest is blessing? Do you want to end up like Rhine? Rhine, again with Rhine. Qinshen had no idea what Rhine had done or why he had died, but it was undoubtedly related to the goblins. Perhaps there was some secret involved. I don't know what this Rhine is about, but I know that your goblin clan is going to be wiped out by me today. As Qinshen spoke, he commanded his skeleton to move forward. The Inner Guard captain showed no signs of fear. How could it be afraid of a guy who could be squashed with a single hit? What a dying struggle. Human, I don't care how you got here. In my presence, you are dead. With that, he waved his staff, and 3 goblins appeared in the middle of both sides. 1 warrior, 1 archer, and 1 priest. A classic combination. But it was of no use to Qinshen. He quickly chanted a spell, a magic crystal condensed at the tip of his staff, and then shot it at the archer. The sound of a magic critical hit rang out. 2484, the massive damage instantly took out the archer. The archer had just appeared, not even realizing who to attack, still unaware of where his target was, and was killed in an instant. At the same time, the enormous damage stunned the Inner Guard captain. What's going on? How could this necromancer's attack be so high? But no need to panic. It's fine, he only has 1 hit point left. Just being touched means death. So the Inner Guard captain was not in a hurry. Instead, he ordered the warrior and the priest to approach Qinshen. Human, I admit, your attack is very high, but you have a fatal flaw. Your health is too low. I only need one attack to kill you. Qinshen did not respond to him, waiting for the heavenly punishment skill to take out the priest before he spoke. Is that so? Then go ahead and try. At this moment, the goblin warrior had arrived in front of Qinshen. Qinshen calmly unleashed his iron curtain skill. With a translucent membrane, he was now in an invincible state. The goblin warrior's wooden club then came crashing down. Under the long-awaited gaze of the Inner Guard team, it actually failed to deal any damage. What? How is that possible? You human are very strange. Qinshen used a frozen chain to instantly kill the goblin warrior. Did you just realize that? Unfortunately, it's too late. Then his lightning punishment skill was ready to use again. Qinshen directed it at the Inner Guard captain. 998, the captain's health instantly dropped by a third. At this point, he was starting to panic. Stop, you despicable human. Stop right now. Stop, what nonsense. Qinshen mercilessly launched another missile. 1420, the captain's health dropped significantly again. Now he was left with just over 600 health. He was then slashed by a skeleton warrior. I see now, you cunning human, only by eliminating you can this all end. After saying that, the captain hurled a fireball at Qinshen. Unfortunately, it still dealt no damage. Instead, Qinshen's lightning punishment had been used up. You are right, but you will never defeat me. After saying that, a damage of 990 appeared above the captain's head, and his relatively large body crashed to the ground. After dropping 2 silver coins and a piece of equipment, he fell to the ground.
Qin Shen walked over, picked up the silver coins, and casually grabbed the equipment.
Inner guard captain's robe and
shoulder pads, black iron level 6 health plus 30, spirit plus 50, intelligence plus 15, physical defense plus 10, magic defense plus 15. Not bad, although the added health is of little use. It does increase intelligence by 15 points, which means 450 magic power for Qin Shen. After equipping it, his magic power rose to 3,210 points. Now, he could sweep through this dungeon. In the subsequent monster fights, he was almost always in a state of instant kills. He quickly advanced to the final stage of the dungeon. At the top of the character, looking to the left, he saw a giant door blocking the cave at the fork in the passage. This way is blocked? Qin Shen was puzzled. Only the right passage was open. So, he had no choice but to take the path on the right. Here, the monsters had turned into goblin inner guards. Their health was 1500 and their attack power had also increased. Naturally, the experience had risen to 100 points. The monsters here were actually much easier to deal with because they appeared one at a time. There were no grouped monsters, but the cave was quite rugged, so he had to be careful of hidden monsters around the bends. After a long time of practice, Qin Shen had become adept at handling various situations. Therefore, his pace of advancement was quite orderly. After killing the last inner guard in the passage, he picked up the 30 copper coins that dropped. A door frame embedded in the cave appeared before him. It seemed that the cave inside was where the high priest was hiding. After squatting down to recover his spirit, Qin Shen checked that his iron curtain skill had cooled down, and then he entered with the skeleton warrior. As he stepped in with a creak, the unique sharp voices of the goblins echoed inside. Giggling, how dare someone intrude at this time? Giggling, is it just a broken skeleton? Where's the necromancer behind it? Come out. This high priest actually knew that there would be a necromancer behind the skeleton. It seemed to be much smarter than those little goblin karami. Qin Shen didn't hesitate, crossing through the door, and the scene before him opened up. The innermost part of the cave was relatively spacious, with torches densely illuminating the entire cave. Various strange animal bones hung on the cave walls. At the very back of the cave stood a platform made of logs, where a high priest, holding a skeletal staff and draped in tattered robes, stood. The aged face, combined with goblin features, became even more grotesque. On his head was a headdress strung together with small bones. Beneath a huge nose lay a withered mouth, which was now opening and closing as it spoke. Human, you are quite audacious. How dare you intrude upon my grand hall of sacrifice? Qin Shen was taken aback when he saw the attributes of the high priest. Goblin high priest, black iron level 8 health, 5000 spell power, 150 skill, summon subordinates fireball, another one that can summon subordinates. Qin Shen suddenly felt a headache coming on, but as he took a closer look at the high priest's skill, a glimmer of joy surged within him. Summon subordinates. When the high priest's health drops below 20%, he will summon goblin archers, mages, warriors, and a priest captain to join the battle. Damn, this skill is simply too shameless. This boss can actually summon 4 little bosses to join the fight. However, there was a significant opportunity hidden within. This skill would only trigger when his health fell below 20%. 20% of the high priest's health was 1000. This trigger probability would be 100% for any other team, but it was different for Qin Shen. His worst skill, Thunder Punishment, could now deal about 1100 damage, meaning as long as he controlled his output well and kept the high priest's health above 1000, he could take him down with one skill. With this thought, Qin Shen felt more relaxed. No matter how shameless you are, what does it matter? When faced with my explosive damage, you won't be able to unleash it. Heh, so what if I intrude upon your hall? I'm here to investigate the whereabouts of Rhine. The name Rhine seemed to carry some secret, so Qin Shen hoped to extract some information from the high priest. The high priest indeed fell for it. He roared in anger. I knew it was that damned thing, never at peace even in death. You're here for revenge, aren't you? Well then, come on. With that, he raised his staff, ready for battle. Qin Shen hurriedly said, No, you've misunderstood. I don't want to conflict with you. I'm just here on orders to investigate the cause of Rhine's death. The high priest laughed. Cause of death? He. Of course, he was cooked and stewed by my subordinates, and we shared him. By the way, isn't Rhine's big head hanging in the cave? Didn't you see it? Qin Shen felt a bit nauseous. These goblins were brutal. Then why did you kill Rhine? You should know he is an important talent for us. Qin Shen's mind was racing, trying to find a way to extract more information. Nonsense. I don't care what kind of talent he is, anyone who comes to the Goblin Kingdom to steal must die. Qin Shen scoffed. What a big talker. You keep saying he was stealing, but what did he steal? The lucky gem, the high priest roared in anger. Suddenly realizing something, he quickly added, No, I shouldn't have told you that. How could I reveal this secret to you? It's fine, you're already a dead man. I'll kill you and personally take your head to eat. Qin Shen shook his head inwardly. This high priest was out of his mind. If he died, he would only lose a resurrection chance. How could he truly die? However, the next system prompt startled Qin Shen. System prompt: You have entered
A special scene. Death will be irreversible. What? There's such a thing. Death is irreversible? Does that mean if I die here, it's really death? Damn it, really? No wonder the high priest was so confident. It turns out he was well prepared. Damn it. Qin Shen now wanted to exit and think it over before coming back in. However, the high priest had already locked onto him, and the boss's movement speed was fast. He had no way to escape. Qin Shen could only calm his mind. No problem, as long as he controlled the boss's remaining health. He secretly began to calculate the damage of his skill attacks. Fearing that the high priest might suddenly strike, he tried to stall for time with words. Oh, where are your lucky gems? The high priest suddenly cackled. You really overestimate yourself. I knew you were after the gems. How could a mere drop of blood like you even think of stealing the goblin's treasure? He. Anyway, you're going to die, so I can't be bothered to waste more words. Let's get started. With that, the high priest charged at Qin Shen without hesitation. Qin Shen wanted to make it wait a bit longer, but the high priest was already upon him. They were about 30 meters apart, and with just 10 more meters, the high priest would be within the range of the fireball skill. However, he was intercepted by a skeleton warrior along the way. The -39 damage, though not high, drew the high priest's aggro. The high priest angrily exclaimed, I forgot about you, trash. He. With that, he cast a fireball spell that sent the skeleton away. Qin Shen did not use Iron Curtain first. After so long fighting monsters, he had learned that the cooldown for the fireball spell was about 3 seconds, so he still had time. He directly used lightning punishment. -1200. The high priest was taken aback. How could a useless piece of trash deal such high damage? No wonder you made it this far. Alright, but you can only get this far. Now let me kill you. Frozen Chains -2720. At this point, the high priest had 1041 health left. Seeing such perfect health control, Qin Shen's lips curled up. Just one more magic missile, and it would be dead. The high priest was truly panicking now. It never expected that this drop of blood human in front of it could output such high damage. Grabbing its staff, it tried to strike Qin Shen. However, the high priest, who had thought it would land a killing blow just a second ago, found that the staff hit Qin Shen but made no impact, as if it had struck a mud cow in the sea, never to be heard from again. What? How is this possible? The high priest stared wide-eyed in disbelief, realizing it couldn't deal any damage. The high priest no longer clung to the idea of killing Qin Shen and instead said viciously, in that case, let my assistants come out early. Qin Shen's expression darkened immediately. This meant it was going to summon those 4 little bosses. If it really called them out, he would be finished. Fortunately, summoning assistants also took time. At that moment, Qin Shen's magic missile was ready. As he saw the missile gathering at the tip of the staff, Qin Shen shouted frantically, let's see who dies now. With that, a missile shot out. The sound of a magical critical hit rang out. -2800. The high priest's body went limp and fell to the ground. With its dying breath, it let out an unwilling roar. How is this possible? I was killed by a drop of blood trash. Kill Goblin High Priest and gain 5000 experience points. Your quest Crisis in the Novice Village Stage 3 has been completed. Please find the village chief to turn in the quest. Qin Shen looked at his backpack and indeed found a high priest's token. He bent down to pick up the items dropped by the high priest. First, 10 silver coins for soul sealing stones. Without hesitation, he used them directly. His lifespan was now at 276 days and 10 hours. Unknowingly, he had been in the game for 14 hours. It must be dark outside. Thinking this, Qin Shen casually picked up the equipment dropped by the high priest and surprisingly found the strange headpiece. It wore high priest's headpiece, black iron level 7 intelligence plus 30 strength plus 15 spirit plus 200 dodge rate plus 2%, quite good attributes, adding both strength and intelligence. Such attributes were perfect for Qin Shen. And this headpiece fit perfectly. After equipping it, he suddenly noticed a key on the ground. Picking it up, he saw its attributes. Key to the secret treasure room. Can open the Goblin Clan's secret treasure room. This key can only drop when a special scene is triggered. Special scene. Qin Shen understood that his words had likely angered the high priest, and as a result, he was pulled into a special scenario where he couldn't be revived. In that sense, it was indeed a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, it would have been him lying on the ground. The goblin's treasure chamber was probably the room with the big door he had encountered on the way here. Qin Shen took the key and used the high priest's corpse to transform it into a skeleton. Then he walked towards the last door with the skeleton. He had already cleared the dungeon, and the exit portal was open. However, there was still a lucky gem he hadn't collected, so he couldn't leave just yet. Amidst the creaking sounds of the skeleton, they arrived at the door. He wondered how such a small goblin could have built such a large door. Fortunately, the keyhole wasn't too high. Qin Shen bent down to insert the key, and after a series of grinding sounds, he pushed the door with all his might, finally managing to open it. As the wooden door scraped against the ground, the scene at the entrance came into view. A massive altar was constructed within the cave. The altar was adorned with unknown animal totems, and in the center stood a stone sculpture of 2 hands holding something aloft. Between the hands, a red gem was radiating light. This must be the lucky gem the high priest had guarded until his death, and now it was found by Qin. He felt invigorated. He wondered what this lucky crystal could do. He was eager to reach out and take the crystal but feared there might be traps or mechanisms. So, he decided to let the skeleton warrior lead the way. With a series of creaking sounds, the skeleton warrior lifted its leg and stepped towards the red gem. When it reached the two stone hands, nothing happened. It seemed there were no traps, and Qin couldn't wait to rush over. As he passed by, he noticed unknown creature skulls displayed on the altar, likely meant for sacrifices. Qin approached the crystal. The two stone hands were enormous, while the red crystal was only the size of a fist, suspended between them. After observing for a moment, he figured there was no danger and reached out to touch the crystal. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Would you like to fuse with the lucky gem? Note, the lucky gem cannot be removed after fusion. The effect of the lucky gem depends on the profession. Different professions yield different effects. Dependent on the profession? Qin withdrew his hand, and the prompt box disappeared. He couldn't figure out what this meant regarding the profession. So, he began to search through the system. However, after searching for a long time, he found no information. He then searched for lucky crystal. Then he changed it to lucky gem. Finally, he found an article. It was recorded that someone had indeed fused with a lucky gem before. That person's profession was assassin. The effect after fusion was a 70% increase in critical hit chance. Critical hit chance? His desperate fury increased his critical hit chance by 40%. If he increased his critical hit chance, he would have a 110% critical hit rate. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. However, the system indicated it depended on the profession. So, while the assassin had critical hits, it wasn't guaranteed for him as a necromancer. But who cares? It wouldn't hurt. With that thought, Qin reached out towards the gem again. When the system prompted him about the fusion, he decisively chose yes. Lucky gem fusion complete. Fusion effect. Transforming undead has a very low chance of gaining the lucky effect. Damn, it wasn't a critical hit rate. What was this lucky effect? And a very low chance? That was too disappointing. Qin was somewhat baffled. But whatever. He could just use the transformation of skeletons more often. After fusing with the gem, Qin checked his attributes again. Character Qin. Level 7. Experience 98.45% talent Desperate Fury, B grade, class, Necromancer, Lucky, Strength 30 Constitution 7 Agility, 7 Intelligence, 1100 free attribute points, 0 health 1, according to scan results your health can never increase, mental power 650 attack power, 300 spell power, 3300 physical defense, 8 magic defense, 5 skills, Convert Skeleton Magic Missile Thunder Punishment. Frozen Chains Iron Curtain Equipment, Goblin Robe Top, Black Iron Grade, Goblin Leather Boots, Normal, Priest Staff, Black Iron Grade, Inner Guard Captain's Robe Shoulder Pads, Black Iron Grade, High Priest's Headpiece, Black Iron Grade, Mage Ring, Normal Grade, Goblin Necklace, Normal Grade, Remaining Lifespan, 276 days 9 hours. Currently in Desperate Fury state, the lucky mark appeared behind his class. And the font was glowing red, making it look impressively formidable. He didn't linger too long in the dungeon. After wandering around the altar for a while, Qin realized there was nothing else worth collecting, so he recalled the skeleton and left the dungeon. When he reappeared in the novice village, he saw a bunch of players at the entrance of the second stage dungeon calling for teams. The second stage dungeon is relatively easy to clear once the level is up, so there were already teams that had completed it. Suin also joined a team. Since Qin killed him, this guy had been harboring resentment. It wasn't just about the number of revivals or experience drops. His precious equipment had also been dropped by Qin. He had planned to establish an advantage in the early stages with that equipment, but now he had not only failed to gain anything but had also lost what he had. Suing couldn't understand where Qin got such high attack power, nor did he know why he couldn't kill him. But this grudge had to be avenged. However, he couldn't seek revenge now. He wasn't qualified for it yet. So he found a team at the entrance of the second stage dungeon. With the advantage of his A-grade talent, he easily formed a team. The captain was a shield warrior. This person was a leader of Wang Yiba's Dominion Legion. Due to the reasonable team configuration and the low monster attack, the atmosphere was very relaxed. The shield warrior captain, feeling bored, began to talk about recent events in the Dominion Legion. Our leader, Wang Yiba, is incredibly impressive. He's an S-grade talent, and his talent can also provide benefits to the Legion members. For example, I now gain 1% more experience than you when fighting monsters. The archer in the team scoffed. Only 1%? Is that little benefit enough to buy you off? Exactly. That's too little. I've heard that Wang Yiba gets attribute bonuses for every person he recruits. He gets attributes for himself and gives you a bit of experience increase. That's just too stingy, said the mage. The shield warrior captain immediately became indignant. Isn't that normal? He's the leader.
We're just members. How can we compare our treatment
to the leaders? Besides, what's wrong with 1% experience? Over time, doesn't it add up? Anyway, it allows me to level up faster than you, the archer revealed.
Oh, I've also heard that the vice captain of the Dominion Legion has attribute bonuses, but it's only half of what
Wang Yiba has. Yet, the Dominion Legion hasn't even appointed a vice captain yet. Why not? Isn't it because of Wang Yiba's petty mindset?
Afraid that others will surpass him.
He's not even willing to give away half of his attributes.
Who would want to join a legion led by such
a petty person?
The shield warrior captain's face immediately darkened upon hearing them speak ill of his legion.
What do you know?
The vice captain's attribute bonuses are significant. They need to find someone capable.
They can't just pick anyone randomly. The archer
curled his lip.
Capable? Wang Yiba is indeed capable, but how did he get killed by a single drop of blood?
The wizard and the other players
in the team couldn't hold back and burst into laughter.
1 drop of blood had become synonymous with a useless player.
Wang Yiba had previously been so high profile in the novice village, acting as if he were invincible when inviting players to join his team, but what happened?
He was instantly killed in the battle against 1 drop of blood. Such an outcome was truly shocking and became a topic of laughter. Whenever the Bai Yi Legion was recruiting players nearby, someone would inevitably chime in, and as time went on, more and more players
talked about this incident.
The archer's words left the shield warrior speechless. However, Suin, who had been dealing damage behind the goblin's back, suddenly stopped when he heard the name 1 drop of blood.
1 drop of blood could kill someone? The first person he thought of was Qin Chen. What's the name of that 1 drop of blood? Suin asked coldly.
The archer was taken aback by his question and replied, Qin
Shen. What's wrong?
Ha!
What's wrong?
We have a grudge, so what do you think?
Suin sneered. Did Wang Yiba get killed by Qin Chen? Suin asked. The archer nodded blankly. Yeah, a lot of people know about this. Su Yin's mind immediately became active. Since Wang Yiba
had been killed by Qin Chen, he must hate Qin Chen to the bone, so their goals aligned.
I want to join the Bai Yi Legion, Suin said decisively.
The shield warrior captain perked up immediately.
Smart move, brother.
I tell you, our Bai Yi Legion is bound to grow stronger.
Sooner or later, the earlier you join, the better. Enough with the nonsense. I not only want to join the Bai Yi Legion, but I also want to be the vice captain,
Suin said aggressively. The shield warrior captain was taken aback.
Well, that's not something I can decide. It has to be approved by our captain. What? Can't I with my A-level talent? In the novice village, A-level talent was indeed powerful, but it wasn't that rare. After all, 1 in 100 had A-level talent. Among the 100,000 people in the novice village, there were at least 1,000 with A-level talent. Ahem, you need to ask our captain about that. Let me invite you to join the team first. The shield warrior captain couldn't say much and could only push the question to the captain.
After saying that, he invited Suin to join the legion.
After Suin agreed at lightning speed, he said, Great, I'm going to find the captain right now. With that, he left the team, leaving his teammates dumbfounded. What the hell? Who is this guy? At least we should finish the dungeon, right? Where are we going to find someone to fill in now? Exactly. Who does he think he is? Acting like A-level talent is so rare. Damn. What are we going to do without that damage output?
The team was immediately filled with complaints. The shield warrior captain hurriedly tried to calm everyone down.
Alright, we can still manage without 1 damage dealer. Early on, talent isn't that important, let's get the monsters. After joining the legion, Suin added Wang Yiba as a friend.
New member, let's work together to make the Bai Yi Legion bigger and stronger.
This was Wang Yiba's automatic reply. Suin ignored it and directly said, I want to be the vice captain. Wang Yiba was surprised when he received the message.
Wow, this was the first time he received such an impressive request from a member.
Wang Yiba replied, Why should I? Suin responded, Because I have A-level talent. Wang Yiba laughed, That's hilarious. I'm an S-level talent. There are at least dozens of A-level talents in the Legion. Who do you think you are?
Suin felt a bit embarrassed. He was right, but he had another layer of confidence.
I can kill Qin Shen. Wang Yiba immediately replied, Let's talk in the north of the village.
Seeing that Wang Yiba was willing to talk to him, Suin ran straight to the north of the village without hesitation. In the grassland at the north of the village, the 2 giants met.
Contrary to Su
Yin's impression, he thought Wang Yiba would be a domineering leader, but when he saw him, he felt the man was a bit frivolous and had a
hint of a petty person's lewdness. Suin, you say you can kill Qin Shen? Wang Yiba asked arrogantly, looking down his nose. Su Yin's face darkened. Of course. Doesn't your vice captain have attribute bonuses? If you give me more attributes, I can definitely kill him. He. Don't you know that Qin Shen has an invincible skill? Wang Yiba asked.
After some inquiries during this time, he had learned that Qin Shen seemed to have learned some new skill.
Suin sneered, Invincible? I doubt it. How could such a heaven-defying skill exist in the Early stages. And even if he really has an invincible skill, I've found a way to deal with it. Wang Yiba immediately became interested. Oh, what method? Suyin said he has to be able to use the invincible skill. As long as I show no hostility and get close to Qin Chen, he won't receive a system prompt, so he won't be able to use his skill. As long as I stab him from behind, I can kill him. Wang Yiba exclaimed. Hey, you're really clever. Just like that. Thus, Suyin, who had just joined the team, was quickly promoted to vice captain. According to Suyin's nature, it was impossible for him not to stir up some trouble to line his own pockets. So he said to Wang Yiba, if I want to kill Qin Chen in one hit, my current equipment isn't enough. The only piece of equipment he had was a belt given for completing a quest. Emma's world belt, agility +1 since he became vice captain. He couldn't just sit idly by. Wang Yiba said warily, I don't have any equipment to give you. Suyin, with a sly look, said, I don't want your equipment either. There are so many assassins in the team, if everyone contributes one piece, we can gather enough. Oh, you want to freeload? Wang Yiba said. Suyin replied, how can you say that? I mean, I just want to borrow their equipment for a while and return it later. Look, that kid Qin Chen is growing at an astonishing rate. If we don't deal with him now, we might not be able to later. Do you want him to keep pressing you down in the future? Under Suyin's persuasive words, Wang Yiba was indeed swayed. So, he issued an order in the Legion. All assassin classes gather in the north of the village. I want to see you all within 10 minutes or you'll be kicked out of the Legion. Now, Wang Yiba's Legion had grown to a scale of 3,000 people. This brought him a 300-point boost in physical attack and health. But now he didn't dare to provoke Qin Chen. He still remembered the last time Qin Chen took away 1,000 points of his health. He needed to have over 1,000 health points before seeking revenge on Qin Chen. Now, all hopes of revenge rested on Suyin. When the team members heard they might be kicked out, they immediately became active. Why did they join the Legion? Just to gain more experience from killing monsters. Their innate talent levels weren't high, and without experience bonuses, they would fall further behind others. So all the assassins rushed to the north of the village. When they arrived and saw their captain and the newly promoted vice captain standing there, they hurried over. After waiting a few minutes, Wang Yiba saw that everyone had arrived and stated his purpose. The reason I called everyone here is to have you contribute your equipment first to arm our vice captain. He needs to assassinate Qin Chen for me. If the equipment is lacking, it won't work, but he only has a belt. So, now is the time for everyone to contribute. Of course, it's not about forcibly taking it, all the equipment will be returned to everyone in the end. Don't worry. After Wang Yiba finished speaking, the team members looked at each other. Finally, someone stood up and spoke, Captain. The equipment was all hard-earned by us, and you know how difficult it is to get equipment drops in the Myriad Realms game. The equipment is our lifeline. How can we give it to someone else? With one person leading, everyone began to voice their opinions. Yeah, and this guy just joined the Legion, we don't even know him well. Exactly, how is he so impressive? He just joined and is already the vice captain? I begged the captain for a long time, and he didn't agree. Wang Yiba saw the scene turn chaotic and immediately felt overwhelmed. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. You're not just taking our equipment and not giving it back. Look at all of you, panicking like headless chickens. Is it really necessary? Wang Yiba was somewhat displeased. He thought that with him stepping in, the members would at least be proactive in handing over their gear. He didn't expect the first step to hit a snag. Wang Yiba felt embarrassed. At that moment, Suyin quietly leaned in and said, Captain, they're not following your orders. If they act like this right after joining, won't they rebel later on? Wang Yiba's expression darkened further. He shouted angrily, enough, stop talking. The crowd finally ceased their chatter upon seeing the captain's fury. Captain, why not kick out those who don't listen? Suyin suggested again. Wang Yiba hesitated. Isn't that a bit harsh? Suyin coaxed, what's wrong with that, Captain? Those who don't listen are rebels. Once the team grows stronger, they won't be safe. It's better to eliminate them early. Wang Yiba had long been wary of the members, otherwise he wouldn't hold on to the vice captain position so tightly. I can be impressive, and the members can be a little impressive too, but absolutely no one can be half as impressive as me. If it weren't for Qin Chen, he wouldn't have given the vice captain position to Suyin. Hearing Suyin's words, he felt a sense of vigilance and thought there was some truth to what he said. You're right. Then Wang Yiba shouted to the members, anyone unwilling to hand over their equipment can leave, but don't stay in the team. If even the captain can't command you, there's no need for you to remain in the team. If you won't even make this small contribution, why should the team give you any benefits? Suyin whispered in Wang Yiba's ear. Exactly. If you won't make this small contribution and just want to take advantage of the team, people like that shouldn't stay in my team. After Wang Yiba finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the crowd. The assassins in the group were furious upon seeing Suyin's smug face. Some even stood up and shouted, fine, I'm leaving the team right now. Me too. It's pointless to stay in a team like this. I'm out. In an instant, more than 20 people withdrew from the team. The remaining members looked at each other, unsure of what to do. They wanted to leave but couldn't bear to part with that 1% experience. Finally, a sycophant stepped forward, wanting to show off in front of Wang Yiba. Captain, I have a pair of white leather shoes. I'll hand them over. With the first person stepping up, the rest who wanted to curry favor followed suit. Suddenly, Wang Yiba was surrounded by people, all shoving their equipment into his hands. Wang Yiba finally felt he had regained his face, that smugness on his face. See, this group just needs a little intimidation, and they'll behave. Don't worry, these pieces of equipment will only be borrowed for a few hours. After that, they'll be returned to you. But Captain, you need to write a receipt for that, someone joked. Wang Yiba waved his hand, no problem. He then pulled up the contract system and quickly drafted an agreement. Suin watched him fill in the details and couldn't help but whisper, Captain, isn't this a bit lacking in authority? Who are you? The leader of the first team. How can you use the word borrow? Wang Yiba was a bit confused and asked, then how should I write it? You should write, the equipment of the team members is requisitioned for use and will be returned after use. This way it's simple and imposing, and it clarifies the matter. Wang Yiba slapped his forehead, right. You're right. He then drafted the contract again. After finishing, he signed his name. While several team members were signing, some instinctively felt something was off. What does returned after use mean? What are you using it for? Only you know if you've used it all up, so this condition is too vague. Even if someone realized something was wrong, they were all spineless, and no one dared to voice any objections. They all signed their names on the contract. Suing also got his wish and received a complete set of equipment. Although these are all low-level white letter equipment, they are still much better than having none at all. With the entire set of equipment, his attack power reached 112 points and his health reached 250 points. Suin was thrilled to see his attributes skyrocketing. Good. Very good. So good. With such attributes combined with his A-level talent, to form a team, who would still complain? However, before that, he had to agree with Wang Yiba to take care of Qinshen to relieve his grudge. As for these pieces of equipment, he had no intention of returning them. After all, he was also the vice-captain. What was wrong with requisitioning a set of equipment from the Legion? If he couldn't even do this, wouldn't he be wasting his time as vice-captain? So, after dismissing these assassin members, Wang Yiba issued a command within the Legion to find Qinshen. He also reminded the members to act secretly, reporting immediately if they discovered Qinshen's whereabouts, and they must not let him know he was being followed, to avoid alarming the snake. Qinshen had just exited the dungeon and was heading towards the village chief's house. Halfway there, he felt like someone was watching him from behind. He turned around suddenly but found nothing. The surroundings were filled with passers-by, and he couldn't tell if anyone seemed out of place. Qinshen kept his guard up and slowed his pace as he continued forward. When he reached the entrance of the village chief's house, there was still a long line. This time, Qinshen didn't want to waste any more time here. After all, the village chief knew him, and he would definitely come over to greet him upon seeing him. He considered himself somewhat privileged. So, with his head down, he walked forward and quickly approached the entrance of the village chief's house. Someone saw Qinshen's behavior and hurriedly called out to him. Hey, you, the one with a drop of blood, what's going on? Can't you see everyone else is in line? How dare you cut in? Qinshen felt a bit embarrassed when called out but still said, I need to see the village chief about something. The person replied, who in line isn't looking for the village chief? Everyone has something to do, why should you get special treatment? Qinshen helplessly pouted, my matter is different from yours. The person was about to say something else when a thin guy pulled him back. Qinshen, don't you know? The person really didn't know Qinshen. What? Just because you have a drop of blood, you think you're awesome? You can get special treatment? It's not about having a drop of blood, he knows the village chief, and their relationship is solid. The thin guy quickly added. The person scoffed, oh, so that's the reason for cutting in line? Just because you're familiar with the village chief, you can be rude? Qinshen explained helplessly, I'm here to complete a special task the village chief entrusted me with it, and he told me to find him directly after I finish. Is there a problem? Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to intimidate the person, but it also made him angrier. What? A special task? Ha, you're killing me. Can't you see your own situation? A drop of blood trash. And you're boasting about completing a special task. Someone who can't even kill a wild chicken can complete a special task? Tell me, did you finish the level 1 chicken quest? The person mercilessly mocked him. Qinshen felt helpless, being a drop of blood made him too conspicuous, and he was always pointed at wherever he went. But now was a crucial time to cherish, so he didn't plan to waste more time arguing with this person. He directly said, I didn't complete the chicken quest because I don't need to. I have a hidden task to do. However, after stating the facts, the person laughed even louder. Aha, a hidden task? I don't believe it. Do you believe it? Except for the thin guy who nodded, I believe. The village chief respects him. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft and drowned out by the laughter. A drop of blood, who doesn't know? That's just trash. Completing a task? Just staying alive is good enough. This kid really knows how to brag. He can't even complete a normal task and yet claims to have completed a hidden task. Amidst the mocking, the old village chief's voice came again. What are you all arguing about? Are you still taking on tasks? If not, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. The person was scolded into embarrassment. He hurriedly explained, Village chief, we're wronged, someone is disrupting the order, not lining up. The key is, he only has one drop of blood and claims to have completed a hidden task. Shouldn't such a person be kicked out? To his surprise, upon hearing this, the village chief suddenly parted the chaotic crowd and anxiously asked, Qin Chen, where is Qin Chen? When he saw the person with a drop of blood above his head, it was indeed Qin Chen, and he rushed over to greet him warmly. The village chief's behavior left those around him astonished. How could it really be like what the thin guy said? Humph, you dare to offend the warrior Qin Chen, you really must be tired of living. Don't let me see you in the novice village again. The village chief issued a ban on that talkative fellow. Qin Chen felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the guy was just trying to maintain order. But he didn't say anything. Ever since entering the game world, whether you admit it or not, the order of the human world would eventually collapse, and this place would become a survival of the fittest. This was also the main reason why Qin Chen was eager to become stronger. After handing over the token for killing the high priest to the village chief, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations on completing the Crisis of the Novice Village Stage 3. Earning 10,000 experience points and a reward of +1 skeleton space. What? Skeleton space +1? This skeleton space refers to the number of skeletons that can coexist. A necromancer starts with 1 skeleton space, at level 10 it becomes 2, at level 30 it becomes 3, and then one more position is added every 20 levels. Therefore, the skeleton space can be considered the necromancer's primary output skill. Now that he completed the task and gained one more, he would be able to summon 3 skeletons simultaneously at level 10. How could this not excite Qin Chen? Don't be fooled by the fact that skeletons seemed useless in the novice village. That was because Qin Chen's attributes were still low. It's important to know that skeletons can inherit 20% of the summoner's attribute bonuses. So the later the game goes, the stronger the skeletons become. That's why a necromancer can truly showcase their strength in the later stages, while in the early stages, they are often looked down upon. After receiving the reward, Qin Chen was very satisfied. Although there were no direct attribute rewards, he gained a skeleton transformation slot. Congratulations on completing the series of hidden tasks in the novice village, earning the reward, Hero of the Novice Village. Oh, there's more rewards? Qin Chen checked the reward and found it was a title, Hero of the Novice Village. Unique title, upgradable, strength +20, intelligence +20, luck +1. This title is impressive. Right now, what Qin Chen feared most was increasing health and constitution attributes, as they were useless to him. The title's strength and intelligence each increased by 20 points, which was just right for Qin Chen, equivalent to an increase of 400 attack and 600 magic power. It seems that the path of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts is just around the corner. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Qin Chen was momentarily unsure where to level up. He was now at level 7 with 60% experience. He needed to reach level 10 to leave the novice village, so he still had to level up. And the cooldown time for the dungeon hadn't expired yet. He had to wait another 20 hours to enter the dungeon. To level up, it would be better to hunt higher level monsters. Through inquiries, he learned that there were level 8 wild wolves on the desolate mountain to the north of the village. It seemed he had to farm wild wolves. On the way to the north of the village, the feeling of being followed became increasingly apparent. Suddenly turning around, he saw several familiar faces. These guys were pretending to be nonchalant as they followed him. He didn't know what they were planning, but they were probably trying to assassinate him. Qin Chen kept quiet and continued walking forward. After leaving the village, there were still many players on the road, bustling with activity, some returning from monster hunting, others heading out to hunt. The feeling of being followed diminished significantly as the number of people increased. When he reached an open area, the surrounding players decreased and the followers behind him actually disappeared. Qin Chen felt puzzled. Logically speaking, if they wanted to rob him, they should have acted by now. Why did they suddenly disappear? Suddenly, a small team appeared ahead. 6 people of different professions were walking shoulder to shoulder with Qin Chen, as if they were players returning to the village after leveling up. The 6 of them chatted as they walked, but the last one, a masked figure, was staring intently at Qin Chen. This made Qin Chen a bit wary. Damn, this guy looks a bit familiar. When they were about 20 meters apart, Qin Chen suddenly received a system notification. A player you have had a conflict with, Suyin, has appeared nearby. Please remain vigilant. Oh, the system has this feature? It seems to be to prevent someone from suddenly attacking. He glanced around. Apart from the few people in front of him, there was no one else around. Oh, I know you. Su-in. You're quite sneaky, huh? Trying for a surprise attack. But you probably don't know that I've already received the system notification, right? He. Shin smiled inwardly, pretending to be completely unguarded as he brushed past those players. In that instant of closeness, he activated his ion curtain skill, and the fleeting light membrane was positioned in such a way that those people didn't see it. Shin-chen, die for me. Suddenly, Su-yin's voice came from behind Shin-chen. The system notification followed closely. However, when Shin-chen turned around, he wore a mysterious smile. Su-yin instinctively felt something was off, but the dagger in his hand had already been thrust forward. The moment it made contact with Shin-chen's body, Shin-chen remained standing there, unharmed, with no damage floating above his head. Su-yin stared in shock at Shin-chen in front of him. What is going on? The other players in front were equally stunned. How could this guy not die from a single drop of health? Shin-chen grinned. Last time you've hit me twice, now it's once more. Next time, it's my turn to attack. A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking Su-yin on the head with -1650. Su-yin's proud 750 health points were instantly wiped out. A line floated up from the corpse. This is impossible. Shin-chen chuckled. I told you, you can't kill me, but you didn't believe it. The remaining 5 players, being in the same team as Su-yin, were also within the range of Shin-chen's free retaliation. Shin-chen didn't hold back and directly sent a nearby priest away with a spell. The players behind realized they wanted to run, but it was already too late. Shin-chen had spell attacks, 1 skill for each, and they were all gone. This encounter came quickly and ended just as fast. It's concluded when Su-yin dropped a level 2 leather armor. Shin-chen then continued on his way to his destination. After reviving, Su-yin and the others stared blankly at each other. What happened? Could it be that Shin-chen is really the developer's favorite son? The archer said. In terror. Su-yin scolded, fool. How could such a powerful game like Wanjie be developed by humans? The archer retorted, then why can't Shin-chen die? He clearly has only 1 drop of health, yet he can't be killed. Su-yin was momentarily speechless, not knowing what was going on. Another assassin in the team said, alright, it seems Shin-chen is someone we can't afford to mess with. This mission is a bust. Su-yin, you should return the equipment to everyone. The reason this assassin was so anxious was that Su-yin still had one of his pieces of equipment. That piece was something he had worked hard to obtain and didn't want to give up, but he couldn't resist the captain's threats and handed it over. Ever since he gave up the equipment, he had been on edge, mainly fearing that Su-yin would run off with it. He didn't care whether the mission assigned to Su-yin could be completed, he just hoped it would end quickly so he could get back his equipment. Unexpectedly, when Su-yin heard the word equipment, he frowned and said seriously, Shin-chen hasn't been killed yet, the mission isn't complete. How can we return the equipment? The assassin became anxious upon hearing this. What do you mean? Is it possible that you can never kill Shin-chen, and we will never get our equipment back? Su-yin argued, did I ever say that? I mean, I still have hope. How can you conclude that I can't kill Shin-chen just based on this one time? And I'm the vice captain. Speak to me politely. Otherwise, I have the right to kick you. As Su-yin mentioned his position, his aura suddenly intensified. His words left the assassin player stunned. The assassin player also realized that he couldn't retrieve the equipment on his own, so he hurriedly contacted the other 10 or so players. Those who had contributed equipment had already established private contacts, fearing that the equipment would be defaulted on. So, once a message was sent in the group, they immediately united in anger, vowing to report to Wang Yiba. Thus, a few formed a small team and found Wang Yiba. Captain, the mission is complete now. The vice captain didn't kill Shin-chen, but our equipment should be returned, right? Wang Yiba had already learned about Su-yin's failure and was troubled by it. Seeing his team members come to demand equipment, he was instantly furious. Equipment. Equipment, all you think about is equipment. Why don't you consider what will happen to Shin-chen? If we can't kill that brat, he will eventually kill me. The team members quickly advised him, Captain, I think Shin-chen is really a bit sinister. That brat may only have a drop of blood, but it seems he really can't be killed. Nonsense. How could there be someone who can't be killed? Stop talking nonsense. Let's wait for Vice Captain Su to come and discuss it. The team members all realized that Su-yin had managed to fool Wang Yiba into a limping state just with his words. If he really came over, who knows how he would manipulate him. Captain, why do you always want to kill Shin-chen? In my opinion, if we don't provoke him, he won't provoke us. Otherwise, let's just let it go. Wang Yiba was also at a loss. Originally, with his S-level talent, he was determined to regain face for his mother-in-law. But given the current situation, it seemed they really couldn't kill Shin-chen. He found himself in a dilemma. With no other choice, he could only privately message Su-yin to ask what to do. Suyin was originally pondering Qin Chen's weaknesses. Upon receiving Wang Yiba's message, he quickly understood the situation. He replied, "You are the captain. And you are the first captain of our novice village, our Huaxia region, and even the entire Wanjie game. With such a powerful identity, such overwhelming authority, can you really let a little Qin Chen ride on your head?" Wang Yiba was flattered by Su Yin's praise, his mouth almost stretching to the back of his ears. The grudge against Qin Chen must be avenged. "Captain, you are a big shot. You have to focus on your important matters, so let me handle the surveillance of Qin Chen." Wang Yiba agreed repeatedly. Now he had regarded Su Yin as his trusted aide, naturally listening to everything he said. But when he looked up and saw several team members waiting for him to speak, he didn't know how to explain to them, so he asked Su Yin, "I'm not saying you, with your powerful presence, you are above countless people. To put it mildly, you are a team leader. Can't you assert your authority as a captain? The entire legion belongs to you. Just a few pieces of equipment, don't you have the right to decide?" Wang Yiba was suddenly enlightened by Su Yin's words. "Right, the entire legion is mine. It's just a few pieces of equipment. What if I occupy them? What if? Let's not mention the equipment for now. Vice Captain, Su still needs those items." Wang Yiba's previously troubled expression instantly turned authoritative as he spoke to the team members. The team members were dumbfounded. Why were they not allowed to mention it again? "No, Captain, didn't we agree that once the task is completed, we would get our equipment? Why do you still need it now?" Wang Yiba shot them a displeased glare, his previously somewhat lewd demeanor suddenly taking on a hint of authority. "What? Is it not okay to use your equipment? Let me tell you, in the Legion, I have the final say. I am the captain, not you. You must do as I say. Otherwise, get out of the Legion." The remaining assassin players were all weaklings. The tough ones had already left the group. Even the ones who had flattered him last time were no exception. "Yeah, the whole Legion belongs to our leader. It's just a few pieces of equipment. Look at how stingy you all are." A few of them realized that there was no hope of getting their equipment back and had to leave dejectedly. Wang Yiba saw that the method Su Ying taught him was indeed effective. "Ha ha, the Legion is mine now. From now on, I will recruit vigorously. I want to develop and strengthen the Legion. I want to be the king of everyone." Wang Yiba's ambition was reignited, and at this moment he felt that Su Ying was truly his capable aide. This vice leader was not recruited in vain. Meanwhile, the instigator Su Yin was leisurely hunting monsters. With this set of equipment and the attribute boost from the vice leader, he now had 750 health points and 565 physical attack. He could walk around the novice village with confidence. The only downside was that he had already used his dungeon opportunity for the day, otherwise he would have wanted to challenge the second stage dungeon. Qin Chen was bored, grinding wild wolves alone. The attributes of these wild wolves were much weaker than those of goblins of the same level. Each skill could kill a monster. Unfortunately, the corpses of wild wolves could not be converted into skeletons, so Qin Chen's other space remained empty, and his profession's luck attribute was also put on hold. While he was grinding monsters out of boredom, Qin Chen suddenly received a message from Su Yu. "Qin Chen, are you there? Can you help me with a little task?" Since the two of them had completed the first stage dungeon together, they hadn't been in touch. Su Yu needed to collect corpses of monsters of the same level for the first clear reward of Warren's magic crystal, which was why she had separated from Qin Chen and the others. After parting, she had been grinding monsters alone for quite a while. Now, her level had reached 6, and she was about to hit level 7. It must be said that the experience gained from leveling alone was quite fast. While most players were at levels 4 or 5, Su Yu had already reached level 6. Moreover, Su Yu could basically kill a monster with a single magic missile. The recovery effect of the magic crystal was also quite powerful, giving her an almost unlimited amount of magic points. However, just as Su Yu was killing level 6 wild boars outside the village, she suddenly spotted a large wild boar ahead. "Boss!" She immediately realized she had encountered a boss. Excitedly approaching, she checked the boss's attributes. Wild Boar King, Black Iron level 7 health, 50,000 attack, 42 skill. Resin Pigskin. Wild bosses are different from those in dungeons. Wild bosses generally have higher health because they are often attacked by many players, and several teams might compete for one boss. Therefore, while the boss has thick health, its attack is not high. The Wild Boar King's Resin Pigskin is a passive skill that increases physical and magical defense by 30 points. Coupled with the Wild Boar King's own dual defenses, his physical and magical defenses were now around 50 points. Generally, players at this stage could only deal 1 point of force damage. However, although wild bosses are tough to defeat, they have their advantages, namely a high drop rate. Not only do they drop more equipment than regular dungeon bosses, but the attributes of the equipment are also better. This is why everyone rushes to fight wild bosses. Su Yu saw from a distance that the Wild Boar King was rubbing its pigskin against a large tree. Its pigskin was already shiny and covered in a thick layer of resin.
Yet this guy was still not satisfied, continuing to rub the resin dripping from the tree onto itself. It seemed this fellow wanted to increase its dual defenses even more. Seeing its attributes, Suyu's eyes lit up. This guy would definitely drop good equipment. After grinding monsters for so long, she had only obtained a pair of chainmail boots. She calculated silently, although this monster has high health, Suyu's attacks can still break through its defenses with the addition of mental power. As a hidden class, she has 3 skills: Magic, Missile, Concerto, Soul Requiem, and Solo, Hope. Soul Requiem initially provides a 20% health bonus. Suyu amplified it using her own 700 points of mental power and the 4,600 points from the magic crystal. Now, the health value added by Soul Requiem has been amplified to 500%. Her original health was only 60 points, but after amplification, it reached 360 points. After waiting 1 minute and 40 seconds, her mental power automatically replenished. At this point, Suyu began to use Magic Missile. Unfortunately, Magic Missile is a basic spell skill, so it cannot be amplified with mana multiplication. A second later, a translucent water ball flew towards the wild boar king that was rubbing against a tree. With a thud, it hit the wild boar. The wild boar floated up a -6 damage. Then, enraged, it turned around, saw Suyu, and began to stomp the ground in anger. The dirt was thrown up, creating a large pit. It charged angrily at Suyu. A -38 damage floated above her head. For her 360 health points, that wasn't much, especially since she had healing skills. If given enough time, she could take on this boss solo. Although the damage she dealt to the boss was minimal, she could withstand the boss's attacks. She just needed to be wary of other teams showing up. The drop ownership mechanism for wild bosses is that whichever team deals the most damage to the boss gets the loot. Therefore, Suyu planned to reduce the boss's health to half before any other teams discovered it, so that even if other teams came to steal the kill, it wouldn't be a problem. -7, Suyu saw that Magic Missile had cooled down and hurriedly used it. Unfortunately, the commotion immediately attracted the attention of nearby leveling teams. This team was composed entirely of A-grade talent players. It was precisely because of their high talent that they could level up so quickly. The members of the team had also reached level 6 and were here hunting wild boars. From a distance, they saw a large wild boar entangled with a female player. Boss. Everyone knew that discovering a boss in the game meant finding a windfall. It would be foolish not to attack a boss. Moreover, at the beginning of the game, wild bosses were equivalent to moving treasures. So, a team of 6 members rushed towards the boss, shouting excitedly. Seeing that only Suyu was alone, the 6 of them immediately relaxed. The leading shield warrior grinned and asked, "Hey, beautiful, can you handle it? Let us rescue you." The team's mage chimed in, "Huh, does the boss even need to ask? A beautiful girl alone can't handle it. She needs our help. Let's do a hero saves the beauty." There was also a necromancer in the team, accompanied by a skeleton, who leered and said, "Hee. Now that we're helping, beautiful, you have to help us later, okay?" The priest immediately asked, "Hey, old 6, what do you want the beauty to help you with?" The necromancer, with a voice similar to a goblin's, opened his mouth with a lewd smile. "Ha. What else is there to say? Of course, it's to help us," he continued with a sleazy expression, "relieve some stress." His words instantly sparked cheers from the crowd. Ha. Someone deliberately asked, "Hey, old 6, do you think the beauty would agree?" Before old 6 could answer, the shield warrior, as the leader, said, "Of course she will agree. Compared to losing her life once, what's the big deal about having some fun with us? Besides, how do you know the beauty doesn't want to enjoy herself? Ha. The boss is right. Beautiful. What do you think? Ha. A group of people stood not far behind Suyu, making some indecent remarks. Suyu's face turned pale with anger, but she was currently busy fighting monsters and had no time to deal with this group of lewd men. A few sleazy guys thought Suyu would soon be overwhelmed by the boss's attacks and would beg them for help. At that moment, they could take advantage of her fear of death to make some indecent demands. However, after watching for a while, they realized that although this beauty could only deal single-digit damage to the wild boar king each time, the wild boar king could never kill her. This was because she had 360 health points and also possessed healing skills. Every time her health dropped, she would immediately heal herself back to full. More importantly, it seemed like her mana was endless, as she used her skills one after another without stopping. The 6 men were now in a panic. "Boss, let's take over quickly. Otherwise, this little girl will solo the boss all by herself." The boss still had 49,800 health points left, having only lost 200. If this continued, by the time this girl whittled the boss down to half health, they wouldn't be able to snatch it even if they wanted to. So, the leader of the shield warrior gave the order, and the others began to attack the boss. "Hey, little girl, play with the big brothers, and you can choose one piece of equipment that the boss drops, how about that?" The shield warrior captain was outputting damage to the boss, while leering at Suyu. Suyu's expression was cold and she had no intention of acknowledging these people, since she had dealt over 200 damage to the boss earlier.
Its aggro was still on her. The shield warrior wouldn't be foolish enough to use taunt to draw the boss's aggro. Each time he could only deal 1 point of force damage. But he had teammates. -10 was the damage dealt by the mage. The mage chuckled and said to Suyu, "Little sister, how can you level up all by yourself? Look, you can't beat the boss now, right? No worries, we'll help you out. After that, you can just play with us. He. The priest in the team joined the battle, casting his magic missile to deal 2 points of damage before taking turns hitting the wild boar king with his staff. Damage of -1 floated up. Then the 6-man team began to output damage without holding back. The one benefiting the most was the necromancer. His skeleton could deal 1 point of force damage each time, and he could also use magic missiles to deal damage himself. Hey, little girl, it seems like you have endless mana. I guess your talent must be related to mental power, right? He. Then, you can just tank the boss for us. Suyu gritted her teeth, wishing she could skin these guys alive. Their plan was already very clear. The boss's aggro was based on individual damage, not the total damage of the team. However, the final loot distribution was calculated based on the team. As long as they controlled their individual output to be lower than Suyu's, the boss would keep targeting her. By the time the boss died, their combined output would definitely exceed hers, so the loot rights would belong to them. Those despicable guys. Suyu was furious but felt helpless. She wanted to abandon the boss and run away, but it was hard to come across. 1. If she threw it away, it would just be taken over by this team, which would mean she was voluntarily giving up the boss. That was unacceptable. Just then, the shield warrior captain was still provoking her. He, little beauty, your pathetic output can't compare to ours, so the boss will ultimately be ours. Considering you look decent, we can let you choose one piece of equipment. And you know what I mean. He said this while making lewd gestures at Suyu, his expression extremely sleazy. Suyu squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. Dream on. The shield warrior captain immediately felt embarrassed. Damn, you want to refuse a toast and instead drink a penalty drink, huh? Alright, then we won't hold back. We'll take your boss and then snatch you, this big beauty. Hey, I've been wanting to taste what this beauty is like for a long time. Since she isn't making a move, we might as well take matters into our own hands, the necromancer said lewdly. The other team members shared the same thought. Today, they not only wanted to steal monsters but also people. After all, everyone was now in the game world. There was no one to judge them here. As long as they didn't kill anyone, they wouldn't gain any evil points. As for bullying women, well, that wouldn't increase their evil points either. Suyu felt a wave of fear as she noticed the lewd and wanton gazes of the few men sizing her up. There were no legal constraints here, and no uncle had to catch the bad guys. They could really do something like this. Right now, it seemed her only option was to abandon the boss and run away. But she was unwilling to do so. The only way to reclaim the boss was to have higher output than their entire team. When it came to high output, Suyu immediately thought of Qin Chen. With over 100 health points per skill, he was the highest damage dealer she had ever seen. If she teamed up with Qin Chen, she could definitely snatch the boss from these annoying guys. After calculating, she figured these people's damage per second was around 15, while Qin Chen could reach 30. Seeing their malicious gazes, she feared that if she delayed any longer, the boss would be lost. So, Suyu sent a help message to Qin Chen. Qin Chen was bored to death. Upon seeing Suyu's message, he quickly replied, "Where are you?" No matter what she needed help with, Qin Chen would do his best to assist. After all, he owed her a soul-sealing stone, the first one in the entire server. It was of immense value. Suyu didn't hesitate and sent over the coordinates. Qin Chen opened the coordinates, and the information appeared on the minimap. It wasn't far away, so he hurriedly made his way to the coordinates. The wild boar herd was located on a plain north of the village, with the occasional towering tree. Moreover, this level of monster was classified as a non-aggressive creature, so Qin Chen ran quite smoothly along the way. As he approached the coordinates, he saw from a distance a massive wild boar attacking Suyu with its snout. Each attack caused over 40 damage to Suyu's head. While this damage wasn't much compared to her health, it still delayed her output time, forcing her to only cast a magic missile when she was at full health. Surrounding the wild boar were 6 players. These players were also dealing damage to the wild boar, but unlike Suyu, they appeared relaxed, often stopping to control their aggro. A glance at Qin Chen made it clear what was happening. This group was definitely trying to steal the boss from Suyu. The wild boar's health had already dropped to 32,000 points. These guys were quite diligent, having dealt 18,000 points of damage to the boss. As they got closer, Qin Chen recognized that the shield warrior in the team was actually Lai San. This Lai San was a notorious scoundrel from their neighborhood. Every day, he would gather a bunch of lackeys to swindle and deceive people. Qin Chen had almost fallen victim to them before. Their methods were all sorts of underhanded, with no bottom line whatsoever. Once, when Qin Chen went out, he saw Lai San and his lackeys entangling with a retired soldier. Upon inquiry, he learned that Lai San and his crew claimed the soldier had hit one of their lackeys with his car and were demanding compensation. They even insisted on calling the police and an ambulance. Qin Shen knew what kind of people Lai San and his gang were, and seeing the retired soldier struggling to defend himself, he secretly went to a nearby shop to obtain the surveillance footage. The footage clearly recorded the entire process of Lai San's lackey trying to scam the soldier. When Uncle had arrived, he immediately presented the footage. The truth of the matter was revealed, but Lai San refused to accept it, blaming Qin Shen for ruining their scheme and blocking him at the neighborhood entrance. Qin Shen wasn't one to back down either. He directly called Uncle Hat. Initially, Qin Shen intended to hold Lai San accountable for gathering a crowd to fight, and he had already submitted the lawsuit. However, the next day, Lai San brought a group of little brothers, both apologizing and losing money, and only then did Qin Shen withdraw the lawsuit. Unexpectedly, he ran into this guy again here. Moreover, just by looking at their shifty eyes and lewd expressions, it was clear they were up to no good. Qin Shen ran over to invite Suyu to team up. A system prompt came through. Suyu then realized Qin Shen had arrived. She immediately turned her head in surprise. Qin Shen, hurry up and deal damage, we can still snatch the boss. While Qin Shen was attacking the boss, the 6 people on the opposite side weren't idle either. Suyu had calculated that as long as their damage didn't exceed 20,000 health, with Qin Shen's burst damage, they could snatch it away. It could be said that Qin Shen's appearance was perfectly timed. However, Qin Shen did not take action. Instead, he looked at Lai San and his 5 little brothers with a mocking expression. Lai San naturally recognized Qin Shen. Oh wow, beautiful lady, I thought you were calling someone else for help. Turns out it's him. What's wrong with me? Qin Shen asked Lai San with a smile. What's wrong? Ha ha, that's a great question. What's wrong? I'm asking you, was my 20,000 yuan spent well or not? Hearing him mention the 20,000 yuan, Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh. Because that was exactly the money Lai San had brought for the settlement. Qin Shen leisurely replied, it was quite enjoyable, but it's just not enough to spend. Not even enough for a night at a high-end club. Sigh, I really didn't have a good time. Lai San and his little brothers were immediately furious, nearly jumping up. Damn, Qin Shen, don't get cocky. Damn it. In my past life, you were a rich second generation. I couldn't afford to mess with you. But now it's different. This is the game world. Everything is determined by strength. Qin Shen deeply agreed, nodding, yeah, strength is what counts. Ha ha, but you've turned into a one-hit wonder. Useless. And I am an A-grade talent powerhouse. From now on, when you see me, you better kneel. Did you hear that? Lai San said arrogantly. Qin Shen, however, merely scoffed. Oh wow. So impressive. An A-grade talent powerhouse. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were an SSS grade talent. Lai San spat, you look down on me. Then tell me, what grade is your talent? Qin Shen unabashedly replied, B grade. But, ha 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 ha, Qin Shen, you're done for. You're done for. Just a one-hit wonder, and a useless B-grade talent. If you don't die, who will? And you still dare to act tough in front of me. Who gave you the courage? Ha, ha ha, useless. Qin Shen, you almost bumped into me back then, now you're getting your comeuppance. Letting you be on the brink of death in the game, turning into a one-hit wonder. The little brother who almost succeeded in scamming him mocked mercilessly. Qin Shen replied, haha, who's the useless one is still up for debate. You guys, the scraps of society, will never be able to compare to me. I spit. Who can't brag? Just wait for us. Once we snatch this wild boar king, and then deal with this little lady in front of you, you'll know who the real scraps are. Lai San said hatefully. His little brother, the necromancer, leered and said, hee, just wait to be our pot scrubber. A one-hit wonder. Suyu beside them urged, Qin Shen, hurry up and fight the monster. If you wait too long, we won't be able to snatch it. Qin Shen smiled. In front of me, you will always be trash. The little brothers, hearing Qin Shen's words, looked at Lai San with indignation. Big brother, are we really going to let a one-hit wonder shit on us? Exactly. Just one hit and he's done. Anyway, he's not that rich second generation anymore. What do we have to fear? A useless piece of trash. Someone who dies with just a bump dares to boast in front of us. Lai San shouted, enough. I want Qin Shen to see his girl being ridden by us. I want him to know just how useless he is, to relieve my hatred. Qin Shen ignored them and instead ran 20 meters away. This boss has too much health, 1 or 2 skills can't take it down at all. So he plans to use his kite strategy. However, seeing this situation, Lai San and the others immediately burst into laughter. I said, beautiful lady, the person you found is useless. He ran away before the fight even started. Who says otherwise? He's just a coward. What are you doing with a useless person? He only has 1 drop of health. Stick with the brothers. From now on, the brothers will protect you. Amidst the various mocking voices, Suyu was also confused. Anxiously, why hasn't Qin Shen come to fight the monsters yet? By the time these people's output reaches 20,000, even A god can't save them. In Suyu's puzzled gaze and the mocking voices of Lai San and others, Qinshen stood 20 meters away, with a blue ice light gathering at the tip of his staff. Then it shot rapidly towards the boss. Before Lai San and the others' laughter could fade, a bang of a magic critical hit sounded. 5360, a huge red damage number, floated up. The wild boar king let out a painful cry. Then it turned its pig head towards Qinshen. Just one skill's damage had stolen the boss's aggro. The wild boar king, wrapped in a blue ice screen, sluggishly charged at Qinshen. The enormous damage left Lai San and the others dumbfounded. How much is this? Over 5,000. My god, how can there be such a terrifying damage number? Suyu was also stunned. Her impression of Qinshen was still that he could deal a high damage of over 100. 3-digit damage was already the ceiling for players at this point. How suddenly did 4-digit damage pop up? And it was over 5,000. Just this one spell attack had reduced the boss's health by 1/10. The wild boar king, attracted by Qinshen, charged at him, its body enveloped in blue ice. Unfortunately, its speed was halved and Qinshen took the opportunity to cast magic missile and thunder punishment in succession. 1600-1268, two damage numbers over 1,000 floated up. After casting the two skills, the wild boar king was only about 5 meters away from Qinshen. Qinshen immediately turned to run. Due to the wild boar king's slow effect, it couldn't catch up to him. With one fast and one slow, they only stopped after running over 20 meters. Just in time, the frozen chain skill had cooled down. Qinshen used it again, but this time there was no magic. Critical hit. 3000 floated above the wild boar king's head. The frozen chain skill's characteristic allowed it to continuously slow down a single target, so there was no need to worry about his own safety. After using thunder punishment and magic missile again, the wild boar king's health had been significantly reduced. Combined with the damage dealt by Suyu and others earlier, it was now down to 19,000 health. After 2 more rounds of damage, the wild boar king unexpectedly fell before Qinshen. It was only at the moment this giant wild boar fell that Lai San and the others reacted. Qinshen actually soloed the wild boar king? Picking up the equipment dropped by the wild boar king, Qinshen walked up to Lai San and the others. Now tell me, who is the useless one? Lai San and the others looked at each other, their faces showing awkward smiles, unsure how to respond to Qinshen. Qinshen, Lai San, was blind. I want to apologize to you. Let's just go our separate ways from now on. Lai San knew that Qinshen was now a big shot and didn't dare to offend him, quickly saying good words. However, Qinshen wasn't buying it. What a good idea to go our separate ways. Why didn't you say that when you were teasing Suyu earlier? Now that you see me strong, you want to back off? Dream on. Today, I will kill you. After saying that, Qinshen swung his staff at the necromancer standing nearby. 468 over 400 damage sent the necromancer away. Lai San and the others were startled when Qinshen suddenly attacked and took a step back. Lai San threatened, Qinshen, are you really going to fight with the brothers? You only have 1 drop of blood. If it comes to a fight, 1 skill can send you back to the revival point, the priest said. That's right. Qinshen, don't make us force you. We admit your attack is high, but you're just a 1-drop blood waste. You'll always be just a 1-drop blood waste. Let us go today and we'll pretend nothing happened, otherwise, we will fight to the death to kill you. The remaining 5 quickly reached a consensus. Although this kid's attack was frighteningly high, he only had 1 drop of blood and a single hit could take him down. They were all making a fuss and threatening, but no one dared to step forward, fearing that Qinshen would take them out with a single strike of his staff. Qinshen said, since you think you can kill me, then come on. After saying that, he unleashed a lightning strike that took out the priest. Then, with a wave of his staff, he activated his iron curtain. Seeing that Qinshen wanted to wipe them out, Lai San and the others no longer hesitated. Go! Brothers, let's take this kid down. In an instant, swords, arrows, and magic surged towards Qinshen. These attacks hit Qinshen but caused no damage at all. Lai San and the others were stunned. What? How is this possible? He didn't die. He only has 1 drop of blood. What's going on? Facing the panicked expressions of Lai San and the others, Qinshen sneered coldly. He ruthlessly began to use magic. Amid the terrified cries of the others, one by one, they were sent back to respawn. And because Qinshen actively attacked Lai San and the others, he gained 30 points of sin value. The 10 points gained from killing Zhao Lei and Lu Ruyan had already been cleared. He needed to kill 100 monsters to wash away 1 point of sin value. So, to clear his sins, he would need to grind through 3,000 monsters. Qinshen's attribute panel name had already started to turn red. As soon as he entered the novice village, he would be attacked by the guards. However, those were not issues to consider right now. At this moment, Suyu was still in shock. Qinshen, it's only been a dozen hours. How have you become so powerful? Not only is your attack so high, but you also have an invincible state. Qinshen smiled slightly. Isn't that normal?
I have the talent of desperate fury. A little intelligence can increase my magic power by 30 points, and with a bit of stacking, I can achieve such high damage. Moreover, my invincible state is a skill. The only skill rewarded from a hidden quest. How about that? Pretty awesome, right? Suyu shook her head inside. Not just awesome. It's simply a bit against the heavens. With this, you're already invincible. Ha. I'm still far from invincible. Let's not discuss that for now. Let's see what the wild boar king dropped. After saying that, he took out 2 pieces of equipment from his backpack. The drop rate for wild bosses was indeed higher than in dungeons, and this time he actually got 2 pieces of equipment. Wild Boar King's chain gloves, black iron level 6 health plus 95 mental power plus 103 intelligence plus 25 physical/magic defense plus 5. This piece of chain armor was just right for Suyu, so Qin directly gave it to her. Suyu didn't hesitate and took it right away. The other piece was Wild Boar Cloak, black iron level 6 intelligence plus 30 strength plus 21 mental power plus 30. This piece was clearly suitable for Qin, as both strength and intelligence would benefit him. Both items provided him with bonuses, although he usually relied on magic for damage. The current skeleton warriors also had his strength bonus, so he needed strength as well. Then this one is for me, Qin said. Suyu nodded in agreement. After that, Qin took out 5 soul-sealing stones. Now let's divide these. Suyu looked at the soul-sealing stones and curiously asked, don't you need them? Qin replied, not really. It's not that urgent. Su, you asked him, so, have you collected a lot of soul-sealing stones? Qin shook his head. Then how long is your lifespan now? Suyu asked again. More than 270 days. Qin said. Suyu frowned, her beautiful brows knitting together as she looked at him curiously. Qin asked in confusion, is there anything worth seeing? Suyu chuckled, you're not nervous after just over 200 days? Do you know how long I've been at it? Qin shook his head again. 69 years. Suyu said. Qin was a bit stunned. Could it be that they weren't counting by days? Well, it seemed only he would count by days. You've used it all yourself, right? Suyu pouted. Qin had no choice but to use it all himself. His lifespan increased by another 150 days. Qin saw his lifespan change to 1 year, 64 days, and 8 hours. Well, it seemed he really was quite ignorant. His previous lifespan had been too short, leading him to think everyone counted by days. Then came the gold coins dropped by the Wild Boar King, a total of 50 silver coins. Speaking of which, that was quite a lot of money. After splitting with Suyu, Qin currently had 40 silver coins and 96 copper coins. Alright, I have to thank you this time. But now isn't the time to treat you to a meal. Leveling up is more important. I'll treat you to a meal once we get to the level 3 main city, Suyu said. Just as Qin was about to bid her farewell, he suddenly remembered he still had a piece of chainmail in his backpack. He took it out and gave it to Suyu. Although the bard was a hidden class, it was still a type of priest, so they could equip chainmail. Suyu's eyes lit up when she saw that the equipment was actually black iron grade. Thank you so much. Qin waved his hand generously. Farewell then. You keep leveling up, I'll go hunt monsters first. Suyu was currently hunting level 6 wild boars, which was quite unsuitable for Qin, who was already level 8, as the experience gained would be reduced. The current mainstream players were at levels 4 and 5, with most top players at level 6 and only a few at level 7. Qin was far ahead in the ranks. After defeating the Wild Boar King, he and Suyu each received 20,000 experience points. As for the experience points of Lai San and the others, it was better not to fight at all after Qin had taken them down once. After leaving, Qin initially planned to return to town to buy some potions. Although the wild wolves were at the right level, these wild monsters wouldn't drop potions at all. At most, they would drop some junk that could be sold for money. Therefore, the consumption of potions was relatively rapid. He currently had 107 low-level life potions in his backpack. These were all dropped in the 3-stage dungeon. The life potions were of no use to him at all, so he planned to sell them for some money. Qin farmed wild wolves for another 2 hours, reducing his evil value to 10 before arriving at the village. After searching around, he decided to set up shop at the pharmacy entrance, where there was a large flow of players, most of whom were there to buy potions. So Qin opened the nearby people channel and started sending messages. Selling low-level life potions, 9 copper coins each. Get them fast, not many left. At this time, being able to drop a potion from monsters was already quite good. Most players wouldn't use potions unless absolutely necessary. Mages would wait for natural recovery when out of mana, and warriors would pause fighting when low on health. Everyone had gotten through like this, and if anyone had a potion, they would treasure it like gold. They had seen people selling equipment and using junk like pet eggs to deceive others, but they had never heard of anyone selling potions, especially at a price lower than the pharmacy. Upon seeing the messages from a player named Qin, a player named Wang Lu immediately asked, low-level potions? 9 copper coins? Dude, are you kidding? How many do you have?
Qin Chen replied, 107 bottles, do you want them? Wang Lu exclaimed, 107 bottles? Where did you get so many potions? Wang Lu's question was exactly what everyone wanted to know, because what Qin Chen was doing was too unusual. They had really never seen anyone selling potions. Qin Chen answered naturally, of course, I got them from killing monsters. Killing monsters. His words sent the nearby people channel into an immediate silence. Wang Lu, do you still want them? Qin Chen probed. His words seemed to ignite a powder keg, and the messages in the nearby people channel immediately began to roll up. Dude, can you stop bragging? You got them from killing monsters? Who believes that? Exactly. Do you know how hard it is to get a bottle of potion? And he claims to have 107 bottles. How many monsters do you have to kill to get that? Listening to him brag, this is just a scam. If you believe him, you're falling for it. Qin Chen, if you really have 107 bottles of red potion, I'll take your surname. Qin Chen noticed that this player was named Li Jun, so it seemed he would have to change his surname to Qin in the future. Can you stop making fun of people? Unless you robbed a pharmacy, there's no way you have 107 potions. Seeing that these people didn't believe him, Qin Chen said, I'm right at the pharmacy entrance. If you don't believe me, you can verify it in person. In no time, a large crowd gathered at the pharmacy entrance, surrounding Qin Chen. The expressions on their faces were quite something. Some were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Damn! Qin Chen, are you just trying to fool us? Everyone is busy here. Exactly, this joke isn't funny at all. Seriously, what a waste of time. Qin Chen listened to their complaints, feeling confused. What do you mean? How am I fooling you? Wang Lu stepped forward and said, how can you even ask? Didn't you claim to have 107 bottles of low-grade red potion? Qin Chen nodded, yeah, I really have them. I'm not lying to you. Did you get them from killing monsters? Wang Lu asked again. What else could it be? Qin Chen shrugged helplessly. He shouldn't have admitted it. As soon as he did, the crowd erupted. Damn, you still say you're not lying? What else could this be? Exactly. I said this is just a scam. Then why waste time on this scam? Qin Chen was speechless. Was it really that strange that he got the potions himself? Why were they so shocked? What's going on? I'm genuinely trying to sell potions here. What are you all doing? Wang Lu replied, what are we doing? We should be asking you what you're doing. I'm talking about you. You're just a one-hit point guy. Do you know how many monsters you need to kill for a bottle of potion? Don't say. You, even someone like me, an A-level big shot, has only saved up 2 bottles of health potions so far. You say you have 107 bottles, are you kidding? Finally, someone explained the situation clearly. Other players chimed in, exactly. If this isn't a scam, what is it? Now Qin Chen finally understood where the problem lay. Damn, it was that flashy one-hit point status above his head. This thing made him look down upon everywhere he went. However, since his health potions were all obtained legitimately, he wasn't afraid of anything. I said, 9 copper coins per bottle, are you buying or not? If you're not buying, step aside. For those who want to buy, I still need to level up after selling out. Qin Chen was too lazy to waste more words with them. Damn. Still pretending? I already said you absolutely can't have 107 bottles of health potions. You're really good at lying. Li Jun emerged from the crowd, speaking with righteous indignation. Qin Chen was a bit annoyed. Damn, why was selling a potion so difficult? Pointing at him, he said, it's you. If I really had 107 bottles, would you buy them all? Li Jun, provoked, was about to agree but suddenly realized he didn't have that much money and quickly shrank back. You don't have any, he could only weakly reply. Qin Chen angrily said, just tell me, are you buying or not? If not, go play somewhere else. Originally, this matter was just about putting the potions in the trading window and getting paid. Why was there so much fuss? Buy. I still don't believe you can really take out 107 bottles. Li Jun was also getting angry, refusing to believe Qin Chen could produce over 100 potions. Qin Chen didn't hesitate and directly sent him a trade invitation. Li Jun sneered, saying to the people around, oh, this guy is quite confident, let me help you all slap his face hard. After wasting everyone's time, a scammer like you deserves to be slapped. The surrounding players looked at Qin Chen mockingly. Clearly, they all didn't believe he could produce that many red potions. You, a worthless piece of trash, with just a drop of blood, actually claimed to have taken so many potions? Who would believe that? If you don't get killed by monsters, that's already good enough. You still want to explode potions? You're really asking for it. Under the mocking gazes of those around, they saw Li Jun's expression shift from gloating to shock, and then his mouth dropped open, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared ahead. The trading panel of the 2 players wouldn't be visible to a third party. So, why Li Jun was so surprised, no one else knew. At that moment, on the trading panel in front of Li Jun, in the column for Qin Chen, there were exactly 107 red health potions displayed. Seeing these potions, Li Jun was instantly dumbfounded. How is that possible? How could a worthless piece of trash with just a drop of blood have so many potions? The people next to him noticed Li Jun was frozen and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, what's wrong?" Li Jun was jolted awake, letting out a dry laugh. I don't know how to answer. Qin Chen shouted, "Put down the money. What are you dawdling for? Didn't you say you wanted to buy them all?" 107 potions, at 9 copper coins each, that totals 963 copper coins or 9 silver coins and 63 copper coins. Even if Li Jun bled money, he wouldn't have that much. His face instantly turned as red as fire. I can't use that many. I'll buy less. Qin Chen frowned. A health potion? You need them more. When you use them, how can you not use them? Besides, didn't you just say you wanted them all? Why is that not valid anymore? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Li Jun really couldn't save face. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, I just don't have that much money. This statement immediately caused an uproar. Damn, could it be that what Qin Chen said is true? He really has over 100 health potions. I think it's likely, otherwise, how could Li Jun not come up with the money? Truly, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Just look at him with a drop of blood, yet he can produce so many health potions. Hee, who would have thought? Good thing I didn't go up earlier, or I'd be a clown like Li Jun right now. Ha, this gossip is delicious, but who would have thought that Qin Chen wasn't showing off, but rather it was Li Jun who was. Hee, who would say otherwise? If it were me, I wouldn't have gone up. Li Jun, who had been slapped in the face, didn't dare to look up. In the end, he reluctantly put up 18 copper coins to buy 2 potions and shrank to the side. Once the crowd quieted down, Qin Chen continued to shout, I've marked the prices, if you need any, come by. Now, no one doubted Qin Chen's strength anymore, and since it was indeed a bit cheaper than the pharmacy, quite a few people bought them. Moreover, when they bought, they didn't forget to give Li Jun a big eye roll. TCH. Blind as a bat. Pa. Dog eyes looking down on people. Ha. Did you grow 2 eyes just to vent your anger? Can't even see the big shot? Li Jun shrank his neck to the side, furious to the point of exploding. Damn it! Weren't you all clamoring before, saying he was a fraud? How could I possibly step up? Now look, I've been slapped in the face, and you all come bouncing back. Li Jun felt so bitter inside. He pondered how to regain the lost face. Over 100 potions, not too few, not too many. After more than 20 players made their purchases, Qin Chen earned over 9 silver coins, and the potions in the trading column were sold out. Alright, thank you all for your purchases. If there's nothing else, you can disperse now. Qin Chen spread his arms to signal everyone, indicating that he had no more potions left. Some who didn't get a bargain shook their heads in regret, while those who bought the cheap potions secretly rejoiced. Potions! Who dares to guarantee they won't need them, so buying them isn't a loss? Just as everyone was about to disperse, with mixed feelings, Li Jun, with a flushed face, suddenly shouted, Wait! This loud shout startled everyone. They all turned to look at this guy who had just embarrassed himself. Hey! Do you think you're not embarrassing enough? Still daring to make a fuss here. I think he's a masochist, enjoying being scolded by everyone. Now he even asks for it. Li Jun was instantly furious upon hearing the derogatory remarks from the crowd. He roared, I know where Qin Chen's potions came from. Qin Chen, who was about to leave, also stopped, looking at him curiously. He asked, Oh? Where did they come from? Besides monster hunting, is there another source? Humph. Do you think with your 1 drop of blood's worth you can still hunt monsters? It's a miracle if the monsters don't attack you. And you're still pretending here. You think you can fool me with your monster hunting story? You're just trying to trick fools. Li Jun said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the crowd also wisely shut their mouths, as they were curious about where Qin Chen's potions came from. Logically speaking, even healthy players like them couldn't possibly have so many potions. Even an A-level big shot might not be able to stockpile that much. How could someone with 1 drop of blood manage it? Some clever players thought that Qin Chen must have a secret. Perhaps he had already learned a life profession. Life professions could only be learned after completing tasks in a level 3 main city. If he could learn a life profession at this time, it would definitely be a guaranteed profit. So these astute players began to listen intently, hoping to gain some insider information from Qin Chen. Qin Chen sneered, After all this talk, why don't you tell me where my potions came from? Li Jun arrogantly tilted his head and pointed towards the pharmacy. The answer is the pharmacy. You bought over 100 bottles of potions from the pharmacy. Qin Chen was taken aback. I say, buddy, are you stupid or am I stupid? It's common knowledge that potions in the pharmacy cost 10 copper coins each, while I'm selling them for 9 copper coins. Am I losing money by buying stock? The surrounding players were also stunned by Li Jun's words. What does that mean? Could it be that Qin Chen is a philanthropist, coming to the pharmacy to do good deeds? Li Jun smiled confidently. No, you didn't lose money. At the very least, you managed to fool everyone into thinking you're a big shot, didn't you? Now, I and the others all think you're really some big boss. In reality, you're just a piece of trash with 1 drop of blood. You must be feeling pretty good about yourself right now. You're a waste, and you can make other players think you're a big shot. Isn't that enough to feel good? And you only spent 1 silver coin to feel good about it. Isn't that worth it? The surrounding players fell into contemplation after hearing his analysis. It must be said, this actually makes a bit of sense. They turned their suspicious gazes towards Qin Shen, wanting to know if this was indeed his intention. Qin Shen couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He was in a hurry to hunt monsters. Think whatever you want. I don't have time to waste with you. He turned to leave. Since Li Jun had no intention of attacking Qin Shen, he couldn't retaliate. His current sin value was still at 10 points. If it dropped even slightly, he would be taken down by the guards. You think you can just act tough and run away? Dream on. I want to drag you to ask the pharmacy owner if you got your stock from him. Qin Shen was speechless. Who acts like this? He was pulled into the pharmacy by Li Jun. The onlookers followed in, and the bustling crowd quickly filled the room. Seeing so many players come to the pharmacy, the owner thought they were all there to make purchases and was overjoyed. However, the next second, a furious young man dragged a 1-drop of blood player to the counter. This person didn't buy potions. Instead, he loudly questioned, "Boss, I ask you, did this person get a batch of stock from you?" The owner frowned and asked in confusion, "Stock? What stock?" Li Jun angrily shouted. "This is a pharmacy. What other stock could there be besides potions?" He was really anxious now, having just lost face so badly and eager to regain it. The owner's face immediately darkened at this shout. He pointed at Li Jun. "Don't yell at me here. I don't know this 1-drop of blood player. He hasn't bought stock from me." Li Jun was dumbfounded. "It's impossible, boss. Take another look, a closer look. Didn't this guy buy over 100 bottles of low-level life potions from you?" The boss roared, "Get lost. I don't know this person, and I don't know you. If you want to buy potions, pay up. If not, get out." It was only after the shout that Li Jun realized the boss was the true local here, someone who could take him out with a single skill. Stumbling out, he no longer bothered to drag Qin Shen into trouble. As he walked out, Li Jun noticed the incoming players casting disdainful glances at him. Some even mocked him aloud. He, this Li Jun must be a fool. His brain is completely messed up. He, who says otherwise? A self-righteous idiot. I'm dying of laughter. Thought he was so clever, but turns out he's just a clown. Li Jun felt he could hardly stay in this novice village any longer. He believed that soon his embarrassing deeds would spread throughout the village and everyone would know him as a clown. Qin Shen didn't have time to deal with such a fool. He chose to trade with the pharmacy owner and directly bought 100 bottles of intermediate blue potions. He still had 40 silver coins left, more than enough. After buying the potions, he walked out under the curious gazes of the crowd. He needed to rethink his plans. The wild wolves in the north were no longer an option. The highest level of wild wolves there was only level 8, and Qin Shen had no experience bonuses for fighting them now. Additionally, there were level 10 giant turtles by the river in the west, but unfortunately, the turtles were too scattered, making monster hunting inefficient. There were no high-level monsters in the east or south of the village. This posed a dilemma for Qin Shen. Level 8 to level 10 required a massive amount of experience. He estimated he would have to grind for a whole day. Where should he train? Just as he was in a quandary, he suddenly received a private message from old Wang. "Qin Shen, do you have time? Can you help me out?" "Of course. I'm just in the village. Where are you?" Qin Shen asked. Old Wang then sent a coordinate, right at the entrance of the second stage dungeon. Qin Shen was puzzled. With old Wang's current strength, he could take on the entire novice village alone. How could he not even handle a second stage dungeon? Old Wang hurried to the meeting point after receiving a message from Yang Xianer. At the east entrance of the village stood a charming mature woman. With her hands folded over her abdomen, she looked somewhat obedient and cute. However, pretending to be a pure young girl at over 40 years old seemed a bit inappropriate. Old Wang rushed out of the village and, upon seeing Yang Xianer, waved to her from a distance. "Xianer, I'm over here." Yang Xianer playfully tossed her hair, revealing a hint of feminine grace. "Brother Wang, why did you take so long to come?" "I've been waiting for you forever," she said in a high-pitched voice. Although it sounded like a reproach, it had a lethal charm for someone like old Wang who had little experience with women. Sorry." Old Wang stammered an apology. "It's okay. Didn't Brother Wang say he would take me to level up?" "Ah, yes. Leveling up." Old Wang nodded eagerly. Yang Xianer, with her hair tucked behind her ear, smiled softly and said, Brother Wang, you said you have A-level talent, so you must be strong, right?" Old Wang patted his golden metal shirt, making a clanging sound. "Of course I'm strong. Let me tell you, these trash monsters in the novice village can't even catch my eye. And I can take them out with a single strike." Yang Xianer gasped in delight, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with admiration for old Wang. "Wow, Brother Wang is so amazing." Her reaction immediately made old Wang feel elated. No woman had ever admired him like this before, and he was eager to show off. "Let's go. I'll take you to the dungeon to level up." "Ah, a dungeon? Only big shots can clear that." "But Xianer is Just a D-level talent. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Brother Wang. Old Wang laughed heartily and waved his hand. No need for you to lift a finger. Your Brother Wang can take care of it with one slice. Young Shanner twisted her legs together. Brother Wang is so amazing. Shanner really admires you. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly. Let's go. I'll take you through the first phase of the dungeon. Yang Shanner jumped up happily, clapping her hands. Great, great. But a hint of worry flashed across her face. But Old Wang, feeling a pang of concern, asked, but what? Yang Shanner sighed. Oh, Shanner is afraid that if I say it, Brother Wang will get angry. Old Wang generously replied, huh? How could that be? Brother Wang would never be angry with you. Yang Shanner looked at him with sparkling eyes. But I have a little nephew. And his talent isn't very high. He gets looked down upon when teaming up with others. I thought someone as amazing as Brother Wang would definitely take care of him, right? As she spoke, Yang Shanner tugged at Old Wang's hand, acting cute. If Qin Shen were here to see the scene, he would probably throw up his dinner from the night before. Unfortunately, Old Wang, who had never experienced such a display, was already smitten by Yang Shanner. Of course, since he's Shanner's nephew, Old Wang, have to take responsibility. Wow, Brother Wang is so good to Shanner. You're the best big brother. Yang Shanner bounced around joyfully while Old Wang looked at her with a silly grin. Moments later, he formed a shield warrior in the team. Xiao Yu. At the dungeon entrance, Brother Wang will take us to level up, Yang Shanner said. When the two arrived at the dungeon entrance, Old Wang finally saw the Xiao Yu that Yang Shanner mentioned. He had thought it was a half-grown child, but upon meeting, he realized it was a young man around 20 years old. Seeing Old Wang, he hurriedly came up to shake hands. Hello, Uncle Wang. Old Wang had never really paid attention to Yang Shanner's nephew. He shook his hand. Hello. Yang Shanner chimed in. Alright, Brother Wang. Let's go into the dungeon. I want to see you show off your power. Sure, let's go in. Old Wang entered the dungeon first. After his figure disappeared, Xiao Yu eagerly asked, Sister, is this Old Wang reliable? Are you sure he can take us? Yang Shanner shot him a charming glance. He's definitely better than our two trash talents. Xiao Yu, just trust your sister. Xiao Yu pouted and suddenly grabbed Yang Shanner's hand. Sister, don't be so nice to him. Xiao Yu will get jealous. Yang Shanner patted Xiao Yu's head. Silly baby, I'm doing this for your own good. Trust me, this is the way to survive in the game. Xiao Yu nodded obediently and then the two entered the dungeon together. Only Old Wang, who had no experience, couldn't see their relationship. If Qin Shen took a glance, he would easily guess that their relationship was not ordinary. Old Wang had cleared the first phase of the dungeon before, and it wasn't difficult, especially since he now had 4,000 health points and 400 attack power. With the boost from his golden level equipment, his defenses were terrifying. The goblin warrior's attacks couldn't break through his defenses and only deducted a little health. 2 slashes took down one goblin. His formidable strength elicited exclamations of surprise from Yang Shanner and Xiao Yu. The system. Notifications of experience plus 10 rang in their ears, making them feel like they were on a rocket. Previously, when they were killing chickens outside the village, whether they could get the first hit was one thing, but each chicken only gave 1 point of experience. It was simply incomparable to the dungeon. Their reactions greatly satisfied Old Wang's vanity. Brother Wang, you're so fierce. Yang Shanner's eyes sparkled with admiration. However, Xiao Yu beside her felt a surge of jealousy. Yang Shanner had only said such things to him in bed, and now she was using them on another man, which inevitably made him feel envious. Old Wang, flattered by her praise, scratched his head awkwardly. After sending the goblin warrior away with 1 slash, he turned and said, Actually, A-level talent isn't that exaggerated. The real power of talent shows in the later stages. The reason I'm so strong is that I obtained a piece of golden level equipment. Golden level equipment. When Yang Shanner and Xiao Yu heard the words gold level, their eyes widened in shock, staring at each other. Their current equipment was only at the ordinary level, with black iron, bronze, and silver levels above it, and only then came the gold level. Gold level equipment, what kind of concept was that? It was an unimaginable level of strength. No wonder Old Wang was so powerful. It turned out it wasn't his talent that was impressive, but that he had gold level equipment. Xiao Yu's mind began to race. Taking advantage of Old Wang fighting monsters, she tugged at Yang Shanner's arm and whispered, Sister, I want gold level equipment. Yang Shanner nodded in understanding. Sister will help you. After saying that, she comfortingly patted Xiao Yu's hand and let go, walking towards Old Wang ahead. After Old Wang finished off a goblin, Yang Shanner began to fawn over him. Brother Wang, are you tired from fighting monsters? As she spoke, she used her sleeve to wipe the sweat from Old Wang's forehead. After so many years of being single, Old Wang had never experienced such warmth from a woman. Plus, Yang Shanner was indeed somewhat attractive. The key was that she understood men very well. Old Wang excitedly grabbed her delicate hand, and with his other hand he was about to pull her into an embrace, but Yang Shanner nimbly dodged. Oh, Brother Wang, My nephew is still here. Old Wang smiled awkwardly and quickly released his grip. He. Right. Yang Xianer's eyes were sending flirtatious glances. Brother Wang, if you want to do something with Xianer, it's not impossible. Just let Xiaoyu go fight monsters in front. Then Xianer can stay here and keep you company. Old Wang was taken aback. Xiaoyu fighting monsters. Can he do it? He turned to glance at Xiaoyu, only to find the latter's expression somewhat strange. Yang Xianer quickly tugged at him. Oh, Brother Wang, do you not like Xianer? After saying that, she began to play with her hair and act shy like a little woman. Old Wang was instantly dazzled by her little act. I like it. Then, let's do as Xianer says, let Xiaoyu fight monsters and Xianer will keep you company for a while. But isn't Xiaoyu an E-level talent? Can he do it? Old Wang asked, puzzled. Xiaoyu chimed in, oh, Xiaoyu is a warrior. And can also use metal armor. Old Wang was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Xiaoyu's hand slowly moved to Old Wang's leg. Why don't you let him use the top piece first? After I finish serving Brother Wang, I can get it back, right? Yang Xianer finally revealed her true intention. She wanted Old Wang to give the gold-level armor to Xiaoyu. Old Wang instinctively felt it was inappropriate and released Yang Xianer's hand. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that I'm not familiar with Xiaoyu. Yang Xianer pouted. Xiaoyu is my nephew and you're not familiar with him, but aren't you familiar with me? Do I look like a bad person? Old Wang shook his head. Right. How long have we known each other? Actually, I've always had a good impression of you, Brother Wang, but you never take the initiative. Xianer is a girl, how could she take the initiative? If you had taken the initiative, our story would have been written long ago. Now that this barrier has been broken, whatever Brother Wang wants, Xianer will follow. As she spoke, her hands were already playfully touching Old Wang. One had to admit that Yang Xianer, a seasoned veteran, understood men very well. Old Wang couldn't resist, and soon he was panting. Brother Wang, just give the equipment to Xiaoyu, let him kill monsters in front, and Xianer will keep you company. She cast a charming glance at Old Wang. Old Wang was already so enchanted that he nodded in agreement. Okay. He then traded the armor to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at the outrageous attributes of the gold-level equipment, his eyes shining as he exclaimed, Xianer, this equipment's attributes are truly powerful. Xianer? This title sounded strange to Old Wang. Shouldn't he be calling her Aunt? As long as Xiaoyu likes it. Yang Xianer said happily. Old Wang, unable to contain his impatience, said, Xianer, let's go to that cave over there. Unexpectedly, Yang Xianer's expression changed. Her previously cheerful face instantly turned cold as ice. She shot Old Wang a disdainful glance. Why are you going to the cave? Old Wang was a bit dazed. Of course what is it? Do you think I don't know your filthy thoughts? Ha! You disgusting man, all you think about all day is that. You're just a piece of trash thinking with your lower body. Useless. Old Wang was instantly stunned. Feeling wronged, he said, isn't this fire started by you? Why are you blaming me now? Yang Xianer looked at him with disdain. Old Wang, oh Old Wang, you deserve to be single for life. It turns out it's all your own stupidity. Now that you don't have your golden level equipment, you're just a useless person. You still want to touch me? Little Yu put on her golden level equipment and proudly wrapped her arms around Yang Xianer's waist, saying, you old fool, you better stay far away. Xianer is mine. Old Wang angrily pointed at Little Yu. You, how can you talk like that? The golden level equipment was given to you by me. How can you be so rude to me? And she's your aunt. How can you? Little Yu and Yang Xianer exchanged glances and both laughed. Ha, aunt? Only a fool like you would believe that. Let me tell you the truth. We are lovers. What? Lovers? Old Wang was instantly shocked. Yang Xianer was already 42 years old while Little Yu was only in his 20s. How could they be together? Nonsense. Otherwise, why would she take me out to eat just for fun? Let me tell you the truth, old fool. We originally wanted you to help us level up. But then we found out you were only strong because of the golden level equipment, so we tricked you into giving it to us. Now, you no longer have the golden level equipment. So, you have no value to us. Just die. After saying that, Little Yu slashed at Old Wang. He dealt 430 points of damage in one hit. Without the golden level equipment, Old Wang only had 70 health points left and Little Yu sent him back to the resurrection point with one blow. After resurrecting, Old Wang sat on the ground, stunned by this sudden turn of events. Wasn't it agreed that they would help him level up, letting him enjoy himself in the back? Why do these people never keep their word? At this moment, Old Wang finally understood that the world had changed. The order had collapsed and he had no place to voice his grievances. He could only helplessly contact Yang Xianer. Can you let Little Yu return my equipment? I won't bother you anymore. He quickly received a message back. Ha, Brother Wang, you're really adorably foolish. Do you think we would still return your equipment? You two shameless things. If you don't return it, I'll block you at the dungeon entrance. I'll expose all the dirty things you've done, Old Wang said indignantly. However, Yang Xianer wasn't afraid at all. Come on. If you have the guts, come and block us. Anyway, every time I see you from now on, I'll make you die. Seeing her attitude so arrogant, Old Wang was furious. He ran from the resurrection point to the dungeon entrance. Yang Xianer, I'm right at the entrance of the second stage dungeon. Let little you come out and return my equipment and we'll be even. Old Wang sent a message. Yang Xianer received the message and glared, not expecting Old Wang to be so foolish as to come over and seek death at this time. Since you're eager to die, let's send you on your way. Little you, that damned Old Wang is coming again. Let's go out and deal with him. Little you, hearing that Old Wang dared to come over, sneered, ha ha, great, just when I was itching for a fight. Without hesitation, she led Yang Xianer toward the dungeon entrance. The two arrived at the dungeon entrance and saw Old Wang among a group of people wanting to enter. Little you, give me back my equipment, then we'll be even. Old Wang still hoped that these two would have a conscience and return his equipment. Little you chuckled, what a fool, eager to die, huh? Then I'll help you. After saying that, she charged at Old Wang. Seeing this, Old Wang realized they were going to kill him again. He hurriedly ran away, shouting, murder. This pair of adulterers is plotting to harm me. Things like that. Old Wang dodged around in the crowd, and Little Rain, this warrior, simply couldn't hit him. Old Wang's shouting attracted even more onlookers, and seeing that this was not a solution, Little Rain and Yang Xianer hurriedly re-entered the dungeon. They dropped a harsh warning, Old Wang, if you dare to pester us again, I'll kill you every time I see you. Only when the two re-entered the dungeon did Old Wang finally stop. His earlier cries had already drawn a large crowd of spectators who began to ask Old Wang what was going on. Old Wang recounted how the two had teamed up to trick him out of his golden level equipment. However, the people around him simply didn't believe it. What? Golden level equipment? You must be dreaming. How could there be golden level equipment before leaving the novice village? Everyone completely dismissed Old Wang's words. So what if you were an A-level big shot? There were plenty of A-level talents out there. And golden level equipment, what kind of concept was that? Even having a black iron level one was considered impressive. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe him, Old Wang explained the source of his golden level equipment. Qin Chen? I know him, he's that guy with explosive attacks, right? I've seen him deal over 100 damage. A middle-aged man stepped forward. He had witnessed Qin Chen's output and knew he could deal over 100 damage. What? Over 100? A worthless player with one hit point can deal over 100 damage? Damn. This game really has no justice. What do you know? Even if his damage is high, his health is low. Just a little poke and he's done for. Old Wang saw the crowd buzzing with discussion, but they were all talking about Qin Chen, and no one mentioned his own misfortune. He continued, yeah, with my talent combined with Qin Chen's high output plus Suyu's healing, we cleared the first phase of the dungeon, and this golden level equipment was my first clear reward. First clear reward. That makes sense. The first clear reward for a dungeon only happens once, globally only once, and there won't be any more rewards for future runs, so getting golden level equipment is no problem. The crowd nodded in agreement. But that shameless Yang Xianer used her looks to seduce me and trick me out of my equipment for her lover, even going so far as to kill me once. Those two heartless bastards, I was kind enough to help them level up. Old Wang lamented his misfortune. The surrounding players shook their heads in response. The earlier middle-aged man stepped forward to advise you. No, you're just too naive. With the advantage of this golden level equipment, you could have established a huge lead in the early game, leaving the other players far behind. At that point, what kind of woman wouldn't throw herself at you? How did you end up falling for an old hag? His words made Old Wang feel deeply ashamed. The surrounding players looked at Old Wang with disappointment. Such equipment could give anyone a significant advantage, yet Old Wang had been tricked, making them feel both jealous and a bit sorry for him. Old Wang sighed, sigh. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have been so gullible. I was blinded by Yang Xianer and fell for her trick. If I could get my equipment back now, I would definitely level up properly. The middle-aged man scoffed, dream on? Didn't you see their attitude? As long as you dare to show up, they'll dare to kill you. Old Wang looked at the man pitifully. Is there really no way? The man shook his head. Old Wang then turned his gaze to the onlookers around him. The people around also shook their heads. That pair of adulterers isn't stupid. How could they possibly give it back to you? Exactly. You might as well give up on that thought. Sigh. What a pity. You could have been ahead of everyone, and now look, you're just like us. Someone said with schadenfreude. The more Old Wang listened, the more despairing and unwilling he felt. Yes, he could have taken the lead over most players with his equipment advantage. His A-grade talent was not supposed to be his endpoint. But now, it seemed that the A-grade talent had become his limit, and in the game, it appeared that this was his only highest achievement. Meanwhile, the E-grade talent, the most useless one, Xiaoyu, was able to soar to great heights with the golden armor, establishing a huge advantage in the early stages. This made Lao Wang increasingly despondent and regretful. Regretful for not acting sooner. He vaguely remembered trying to persuade himself when parting ways with Qin Chen. Unfortunately, he had already been blinded by that wretched woman, Yang Xianer. Sigh. A sigh of regret escaped Lao Wang's lips. Suddenly, someone said, "Hey, it's not hopeless." Lao Wang immediately perked up and turned to the speaker, asking, "What? What did you say?" Lao Wang's intense reaction startled the other person. The speaker was just a young man in his 20s, and after being frightened by Lao Wang's response, he hesitated to speak, shrinking back a bit. Lao Wang quickly grabbed his shirt and asked, "What? What did you just say? What hope is there? Tell me, what hope?" Lao Wang's excited demeanor frightened the young man, who hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, I was just talking nonsense." "No, that's not right. You must have a way, right? Tell me, quickly tell me." Lao Wang's eyes were bloodshot, wide open, staring intently at the young man. His expression was like a drowning person grasping at a life-saving straw. The young man was so scared by his expression that he couldn't say anything. The people around, seeing Lao Wang's pitiful state, began to persuade him. "Young man, if you really have a way, just tell him. Look at how desperate he is. Yeah, if you have any ideas, just say it. Let's give it a try." Sigh. Right, try it, or Lao Wang might go crazy. Seeing Lao Wang's frantic state, the surrounding players felt a pang of sympathy. Under the persuasion of those around him, the young man cautiously spoke up. "Actually, I just wanted to say. Say, what do you want to say?" Lao Wang tugged at his collar, asking. The young man continued, "Your friend, Qin Chen, doesn't he have high damage output? Why not ask him to give it a try? As long as he can kill Xiao Yu, maybe he can drop the equipment." After putting on the golden armor, Xiao Yu had already become the king of this village. Even the usually arrogant Wang Yiba had to step aside. Let alone Lao Wang now. So currently, no one could drop equipment from Xiao Yu. But didn't someone just say Lao Wang's friend Qin Chen had explosive damage? So it was possible that Qin Chen could defeat Xiao Yu. This was also the young man's thought. Hearing his words, Lao Wang immediately reignited hope, his eyes wide open as he muttered, "Qin Chen. Yes, Qin Chen, he can definitely do it. He can help me take revenge." The uncle beside him quickly reminded, "Hey, don't be ridiculous. How much damage does Qin Chen even have? Just over 300. How can he kill Xiao Yu? And that golden grade equipment has high defense. He might not even break through the defense. Who says otherwise? Don't mess around. What if you end up getting Qin Chen hurt?" However, at this moment, Lao Wang was already obsessed, completely ignoring the warnings from those around him. He insisted on sending a message to Qin Chen. Qin Chen happened to be hesitating about where to go to hunt monsters when he received the message and immediately replied. Lao Wang seemed to see a glimmer of hope. "Qin Chen, my equipment was stolen. What should I do?" Qin Chen was taken aback by the message. "What? How could anyone steal your equipment? No one can break through that defense." Seeing this, Lao Wang was immediately flustered. "Here's the thing," he said, blushing as he recounted the events. After reading it, Qin Chen was so angry he felt like Buddha was descending. Goodness, he knew that Yang Xianer had no good intentions. He initially thought she just wanted to stick to Lao Wang to level up, but he didn't expect her heart to be so dark. Even old Wan's equipment was tricked away. He deserved to be fooled. I had warned him before to be careful of women like Yang Xianer. It's not that there aren't good women in the world, but this Yang Xianer is not one of them. Unfortunately, old Wang didn't take it to heart. But to just hand it over to them like this, not to mention old Wang, even Qin Chen was unwilling. With the equipment on old Wang, he could have a powerful friend, but with those kinds of people he would have a powerful enemy. Damn it! Whatever tricked it away should spit it back out to me. Qin Chen messaged old Wang, "Send me the location." As soon as old Wang saw the message, he knew Qin Chen was going to stand up for him, but he was also worried that he couldn't handle Xiao Yu. After all, although Qin Chen's damage was high, once he got close, it would be the end for him. Brother, why don't we just let this go?" "Let go of what? Hurry up and send me the coordinates." Old Wang quickly sent the coordinates. When Qin Chen saw that it was the entrance to the second stage dungeon, he thought, "I know this road well." Before long, he arrived at the dungeon entrance. There were a lot of people gathered here. Everyone didn't know what Qin Chen looked like, so they didn't recognize him, and those who had seen Qin Chen's damage didn't explain it to the crowd. Qin Chen looked around but didn't see old Wang's figure. He only heard people around him advising, saying things like "Don't come and it's fate." Qin Chen guessed they were trying to dissuade old Wang, but with everyone crowded together, he couldn't see old Wang at all. He had no choice but to shout, "Everyone, make way. It's fine, just make way." Everyone turned around to see a guy with one drop of blood. "Ha, what are you doing here? We have serious business." "Exactly. You with one drop of blood can't even enter the dungeon, can you? Just one drop of blood, you have no say here. Stop making noise." Qin Chen looked at this group of people in disbelief. "I mean, you guys are way too enthusiastic. I'm here to take revenge for old Wang." Qin Chen shouted. "What? Don't make me laugh, just you? One drop of blood?
Revenge? I recognize these words, I understand these terms, but when they come out of your mouth, I just don't get it. Go away. Don't make me laugh. Still talking about revenge. If Xiaoyu doesn't beat you to a pulp, that would be light. Chen was left dumbfounded by this group of people. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Chen, I'm over here. I'm over here. Old Wang spotted Chen, who had one drop of blood. There was no way the one drop of blood on his head was too eye-catching. The brightest guy in the crowd could be recognized at a glance. When everyone heard Old Wang's words, they all followed his gaze. They saw Chen with one drop of blood squeezing through the crowd. Where is he? He asked angrily. Still in the dungeon. Old Wang replied. Call him out. Chen said coldly. Okay, got it. Old Wang quickly agreed. But he was suddenly interrupted by an uncle. Wait, Old Wang, hold on. Old Wang curiously asked, what's wrong? You mean this person is the Chen you found? The uncle pointed at Chen and asked. Old Wang looked around and found everyone showing curious and inquisitive expressions, clearly waiting for his answer. Yeah, what's wrong? Old Wang nodded. Hearing his confirmation, the jaws of the people around almost dropped to the ground. What? You mean this one drop of blood is Chen? No way. What kind of helper is this? A hindrance? Damn. I said just accept your fate. You all wouldn't listen. Alright then. What a waste of excitement. Old Wang said in confusion. What's wrong? He is Chen, the helper I found. The enthusiastic uncle interrupted Old Wang. Stop. We know you want Chen to help with revenge. But we didn't. Note he was just a one drop of blood person. Finally, someone said the words the uncle was most reluctant to say. This ignited public opinion. Yeah, this is clearly just a filler. What does it matter? How high the damage is? He'll still be one shot. Still no warning, and it's an instant kill. Sigh. Isn't this just nonsense? It's purely for fun. Chen was anxiously thinking about avenging Old Wang. Yet this group was still discussing a drop of his blood. Pulling Old Wang with a cold face, he said, Old Wang, don't listen to them. Call out those two scoundrels. What will calling them out do? Can you beat them? Just now, Old Wang's health was over 80, and he was chased away, let alone you, a dying person with just a drop of blood, the enthusiastic uncle said angrily. Chen gritted his teeth helplessly. How can I not beat him? Doesn't he have over 4,000 health? Can he fly or something? Given Chen's current magic power, over 4,000 health was just a matter of 2 skills. Could he really be afraid of a melee fighter? Oh, young man, you sure can brag. It's not that I look down on you. Do you know what over 4,000 health means? Not to mention his attack. Even if he just stands there hitting you, it would take you half an hour to defeat him, the enthusiastic uncle said. Don't think just because your attack is high that it's enough. You better watch out. You only have a drop of blood, and if he touches you, it's over. Do you understand? Chen felt helpless, although this uncle was enthusiastic. He didn't understand his own attack power at all. He really wanted to show him the damage of over 3,000, but after all, this uncle meant well, and Chen wouldn't be ungrateful. Seeing how dangerous their talk was, Old Wang cautiously asked, Can we do it, Xiaofeng? Chen nodded confidently, just call them out. Leave the rest to me. Well, okay then. Old Wang sent a message to Yang Xianer. The enthusiastic uncle shook his head. In frustration, gritting his teeth, it's really hard to advise a stubborn fool. The people around also said, alright, you just watch the fun from the side, why so much talk? Exactly, even if he dies, don't blame us for not reminding him. So the crowd cleared a space, wanting to see how Chen would kill Xiaoyu. Specifically, they wanted to see how Xiaoyu would kill Chen. In the instance, Yang Xianer received Old Wang's message and was furious. This Old Wang really doesn't know when to stop. What? Xiaoyu stopped swinging her knife and turned to ask. He wants us to go out and clarify things. Yang Xianer replied. Ignore him, just block him. Xiaoyu had just gotten her gear and was happily killing monsters, so she naturally didn't want to deal with Old Wang. I want to block him too, but he said he found a helper. If we don't go out, he won't be polite to us. After killing the monster in front of her with one strike, Xiaoyu scoffed disdainfully. A helper? Who? Wang Yiba? Ha ha. Even if Wang Yiba comes, he still has to call me daddy. What helper can he find in this novice village? Yang Xianer, seeing Xiaoyu's over 4,000 health, also showed a cold smile. No helper will do. With your current strength, anyone who comes is just delivering food. But after reading the message Old Wang sent, her originally arrogant expression turned furious again. Damn, this Old Wang is really asking for death. What happened? Xiaoyu asked. This Old Wang actually said the person he found can corner us to death. If we don't hand over our gear, they'll blow it up. What? He dares to say that? He's really asking for death. Damn it. I want to see who is so arrogant. Xiaoyu was also furious. After getting the golden armor, Xiaoyu realized the immense power of this equipment. It was precisely because of the strength of the gear that he knew he was invincible in the novice village.
Now someone actually claimed they could blow up his equipment. It was simply absurd. He wanted to see who was so arrogant to say such big words. Is it really going to work? Old Wang asked Qin Shen with concern. Qin Shen stood behind with a cold face. Don't worry. As long as they come out, I'll take them down in an instant. Alright then. Old Wang continued to provoke Yang Xianer according to Qin Shen's words. The enthusiastic uncle shook his head from behind. Hopeless. Truly hopeless. Moments later, two bright lights flashed from the instance portal. Xiao Yu and Yang Xianer appeared at the entrance. Who the hell wants to challenge me? Come out. Xiao Yu shouted, brandishing his knife and cursing. Yang Xianer joined in, shouting, you really are looking for death, like searching for a light in a toilet. Don't you see what attributes our Xiao Yu has? Are you someone we can mess with? Step out now and I'll chop you in half. It's me. Qin Shen stepped forward, holding his staff, his eyes coldly fixed on the two. He had known these two were up to no good, especially that Yang Xianer, who was quite flirtatious. Their names had already spread throughout the neighborhood. They might not know Qin Shen, but he certainly recognized them. The moment Xiao Yu and Yang Xianer saw Qin Shen, their eyes widened in disbelief. After exchanging a glance to confirm they weren't mistaken, they both burst into laughter, doubling over. I mean, bro, there's no way to look for death like this. You only have one drop of blood left and you want to stand up for old Wang? You really are tired of living. Xiao Yu mocked mercilessly. Old Wang, I thought you were bringing in some big shot, but it turns out you're just a one-drop blood waste. How embarrassing. Yang Xianer added disdainfully. The surrounding players turned their heads away, unable to watch. Normally, it would be satisfying to see a bad guy get punished, but now it was clear the bad guys wouldn't be punished. Instead, they were punishing this young man. He. Then let me show you the power of this one-drop blood. After saying that, Qin Shen began to prepare his frozen chains. TCH. You're really good at pretending. Xiao Yu scoffed, not even moving his knife, doubting whether this trash could break. Through his magical defense, a blue orb of light shot towards Xiao Yu. Then came the distinctive sound of a critical hit. Bang! Minus 5,086 over 5,000 damage floated above Xiao Yu's head, and his proud 4,000 plus health was directly taken away by Qin Shen. Ha, what a coincidence, a critical hit, and deservedly so. One skill took him out. Qin Shen felt secretly pleased. The massive damage floating above Xiao Yu's head left the surrounding players dumbfounded. What was happening? A 4-digit damage number appeared, and Xiao Yu, clad in golden armor, was knocked down? Yang Xianer beside Xiao Yu was also stunned. Looking at the empty space beside her eyes glazed over. All that was left was a corpse and a translucent soul floating next to it. Even old Wan was bewildered. Over 5,000 damage? When did Qin Shen have such high damage? Quick, go check if anything dropped. It wasn't until Qin Shen reminded him that old Wang snapped back to reality. He hurried over to take a look. After a moment, he shook his head at Qin Shen. Nothing dropped. This guy was quite lucky, nothing dropped at all. But there was no rush, there was still plenty of time to play with them slowly. Yang Xianer, just hand over your equipment and I won't kill you. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Yang Xianer froze for a few seconds. She finally confirmed that it was this one-drop blood guy who had taken Xiao Yu out. Panic immediately spread across her face as she looked at Xiao Yu, only to see a message floating above his corpse. Isn't it just dying once? So what? Now Qin Shen's health bar is already red. As soon as he enters the village, he'll be chased by the guards. He won't dare to go in. After getting this golden level equipment, I'll take you to enjoy the good life, Xiao Yu said. With his persuasion, Yang Xianer suddenly realized. That's right. In the newbie stage, a person has 10 chances to revive. What's there to be afraid of? You killed me. She pretended to be a virtuous maiden, but before she could finish her sentence, a bolt of lightning struck down from above. Minus 1,400 took her out directly. Humph. Don't think that just because you're dead, it's over. I'll be waiting for you at the revival point. There were guards outside the revival point, but the guards also had a range of vigilance, so blocking the revival point wasn't a problem for ranged players. The two didn't dare to revive and could only communicate through typing. Damn! Qin Shen, do you really have to go this far? Exactly. It's just a broken piece of equipment. Is it really necessary? Qin Shen said coldly. As for that, just hand over the equipment, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, death. The two, seeing his resolute attitude, were too frightened by his words to say anything more. Qin Shen glanced around at the dumbfounded players. These people were truly scared by Qin Shen's massive damage. What? Are you still saying I'm seeking death? Qin Shen asked the kind-hearted uncle from before. The uncle's face immediately turned bright red. No, it's my fault. Qin Shen looked at the people around him again. Am I still a fool now? The surrounding people all lowered their heads, their faces flushed. This was no fool, this was a killing god. The damage was simply explosive. Humph. Qin Shen snorted and stopped speaking. The resurrection choice time was 30 minutes. The two on the ground dared not choose to resurrect, so they just waited it out. Qin Shen didn't have the patience to play hide and seek with them. It seems you are determined to seek death. Fine. Then I'll accompany you. I'll kill you 10 times. He originally wanted to scare these two into obediently handing over their equipment. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu, feeling bold, said, "Damn. You only have 1 drop of blood. If I touch you, you're dead. Wait for me here. I'll come over and kill you as soon as I resurrect." The kind-hearted uncle said, "No need to wait for you to run over from the resurrection point. I'll use my skill to resurrect you right now." It turned out the uncle was a priest and directly used a resurrection skill to bring Xiao Yu back to life. After receiving the resurrection prompt from the uncle, Xiao Yu immediately chose to resurrect. Then, with red eyes and raised arms, he shouted and charged at Qin Shen. "Ah! I'm going to kill you, you 1-drop blood waste." The surrounding players were startled by his speed. It was then they realized that Qin Shen hadn't taken the opportunity to create distance. Now the two were only 5 meters apart. Before Qin Shen could cast a skill, Xiao Yu had already closed in on him. With just 1 drop of blood, any contact meant death. It's over, Qin Shen is going to be killed." Before Qin Shen panicked, the crowd watching the excitement had already started to panic. They shouted anxiously, "Qin Shen, run! You can't let him get close. Run, it's too late." Amid their urgent shouts, Qin Shen waved his staff and a translucent membrane flashed and vanished. At that moment, Xiao Yu was already charging over with his big knife. "Die," he shouted, his face twisted in rage as he swung at Qin Shen. Sigh. It's over. In the end, evil cannot suppress righteousness. This Qin Shen is really too arrogant. However, before they could say more discouraging words, a surprising scene unfolded. The big knife in Xiao Yu's hand had already struck Qin Shen. Yet, Qin Shen continued to chant his spell, unfazed. To everyone's astonishment, not a single point of damage appeared above Qin Shen's head. Xiao Yu's previously fierce expression turned to shock. Thinking he hadn't hit Qin Shen, he hurriedly used a skill on him. The warrior's initial skill. Slash. He swung down hard. However, still, not a single point of damage appeared. The surrounding players were stunned. What's going on? Could it be that Qin Shen can't be killed? I know. Qin Shen must have some kind of bug. That 1 drop of blood above his head is fake. The system has glitched. Amid the crowd's discussions, 2 damage numbers, -3,269 and -900, floated above Xiao Yu's head and he was killed again. This time, with a thud, an item dropped. Old Wang rushed over excitedly to pick it up. Joyfully holding it in his hands, he shouted, "It's my equipment, it's the one I had." Seeing the equipment drop, Qin Shen also breathed a sigh of relief and reminded him, "Put it on quickly. You can't let it go easily this time." Old Wang agreed repeatedly. The surrounding people no longer dared to speak out. They thought he was just a little weakling, but it turned out the real trash was only themselves. After talking so much, they ended up getting slapped in the face by Qin Shen. One by one, they hung their heads in defeat and dared not say anything more. After Old Wang put on the golden battle armor, his health surged back to 4,000 points. He happily examined his equipment from top to bottom, not forgetting to thank Qin Shen. "Thank you, Xiaofeng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get my gear back." Qin Shen smiled and replied, "No need to be polite. But I can't help you take revenge now. My evil value has reached 20 points. He already had 10 points of evil value, and after actively killing 2 more people, it had risen to 20. Unless he used a return scroll, he couldn't even return to the village. Appearing at the village entrance would get him attacked by guards on both sides. Old Wang also noticed the red health bar above Qin Shen's head. He nodded gratefully. "Thank you, brother. I need to take care of the revenge myself from now on." With that, he hurried towards the village. Xiao Yu and Yang Xianer had already chosen their resurrection points. After they revived, they hugged each other and cried loudly. "My equipment! It was so awesome! It got dropped! Whoa! Xiao Yu cried uncontrollably. The awesomeness of the golden equipment was something he had just experienced for a short while before it was dropped again, which made him unwilling to accept it. Yang Xianer was also heartbroken. However, she quickly reignited her hope. Old Wang looked like a complete virgin. He had been so eager after she flirted with him earlier. Worst case, she could just give herself to him and then trick him into giving her the golden equipment back. "Hey, I have a way to get the equipment back. But it requires some sacrifice." Just the thought of having Old Wang on top of her made Yang Xianer uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was solely focused on the golden battle armor. "Xianer, I know what you mean, go for it. As long as we can get the equipment back, nothing else matters." Yang Xianer asked him with a pained expression. "Really? You won't mind?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "Of course not. As long as you can get the equipment back, we can continue to lead. As long as we stay ahead in the novice village, it will be the same when we get to the city. This is crucial for our future." Yang Xianer nodded. "Alright, then I'll make some sacrifices. But you can't abandon me later." Xiao Yu vowed, "Don't worry. As long as you can get the equipment back, I, Xiao Yu, will only have you as my woman for life." Yang Xianer felt her heart swell with joy. "Great. Let's go find Old Wang now." Yang Xianer pulled Xiao Yu out. "No need to look. I'm here." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out.
The two were startled and looked up. They saw old Wang standing in front of them, holding a knife, looking fierce, with eyes full of hatred fixed on them. Wang, brother Wang. No, it's all a misunderstanding, Ms. Misunderstanding your ass. Without a second thought, old Wang struck him down with one blow. Brother Wang, calm down, don't do this, please, Yang Xianer said in terror. She was afraid that old Wang, in his rage, would completely wipe them out. Calm down? You think I can calm down next door? Old Wang, in a fit of rage, swung down. Again. With over 400 damage, killing them was like swatting a fly. There were 3 guards around the resurrection point, their alert range covering the entire area. Old Wang had just killed a werewolf, which gave him exactly 10 points of evil value. It was only when he received the system notification about his evil value that he calmed down. Damn it! It seems I can't kill these 2 today. If I forcibly kill one of them again, the guards will definitely intervene. Dying once is no big deal, but if the equipment drops, that would be a huge loss. Old Wang instantly regained his composure. Just then, a message floated above Yang Xianer's head. Brother Wang, don't do this. I'll sleep with you, just let us go. Xiao Yu lay on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Old Wang's mind stirred, and he replied, alright, if you sleep with me, I'll let you both go. Upon hearing this, Yang Xianer excitedly asked, is that true? Brother Wang, you better not trick us and then kill us. Old Wang assured her, you can rest assured. As long as you sleep with me, I promise not to kill you. Alright, I'm resurrected. After Yang Xianer finished speaking, she chose to revive and cautiously walked over to Lao Wang's side. Seeing that Lao Wang had no intention of attacking her, she revealed a forced smile. Brother Wang, you were so rude to me just now. After saying that, she unleashed her ultimate move again, wrapping her arms around Lao Wang's and shaking it. This time, Lao Wang didn't show any tenderness. Instead, he waved his hand and pulled Yang Xianer into his embrace, reaching out with his big hand and unceremoniously squeezing her bottom. Laughing heartily, he held Yang Xianer and walked towards the village. Inside, there were ghost houses for people to rest. Of course, most of the rooms were booked by young people with business to attend to. After all, no one would waste money on a room when they didn't need to rest. Once the two had walked far enough away, Xiao Yu dared to revive. She let out a long sigh. That was close. Fortunately, Lao Wang was captivated by Xianer, and just now he looked like he was going to devour the two of them. It was just a pity that her Xianer would be tormented under the old lecher Lao Wang. Xianer, remember to quickly come back after you trick him into giving you the equipment. Xiao Yu didn't forget to message her old flame. I know, Xiao Yu, wait for me. After receiving the reply, Xiao Yu felt relieved. Lao Wang had never touched a woman in his life, let alone someone as beautiful as Yang Xianer. He unleashed 50 years worth of primal power all at once. Yang Xianer almost got split in half by Lao Wang. Brother Wang, slow down. Don't do that. Slow down, slow down. However, Lao Wang didn't listen to her and continued to put all his strength into it. After entering the guesthouse room, he changed into casual clothes, covering up his heavy equipment, but the attributes from the gear still remained. So, Lao Wang, dressed in battle armor, was not afraid of Yang Xianer having any bad thoughts. It wasn't until an hour later, with a muffled grunt from Lao Wang, that the battle finally came to an end. Yang Xianer felt her legs trembling, as if she had been crushed by a piledriver. She hadn't forgotten her mission. Bracing her battered body, she crawled onto Lao Wang. In a clingy tone, she called out, Brother Wang. Lao Wang patted her head with satisfaction. You did well, I'm very pleased. Then since Brother Wang is satisfied, shouldn't you fulfill a small wish of Xianer? Upon hearing this, Lao Wang immediately became alert. Oh, what wish do you want? He asked. Well, I want to borrow Brother Wang's equipment to try it out. Brother Wang, you said everything is up to me. As soon as Lao Wang heard this, his eyes turned red with anger. Damn you, Yang Xianer, do you really think I'm an idiot? Let me tell you, I booked a room with you just to have my way with you. You really think I'm infatuated with you? Now you want to trick me into giving you my equipment? Go to hell. After saying that, Lao Wang switched to a combat stance. A large knife appeared in his hand, and with one swing he killed Yang Xianer on the bed. After killing her, the system notification doused Lao Wang with cold water. His sin value increased by 5 points, now totaling 15 points. If he stepped outside, he would be killed by the guards. But if he didn't go out, he couldn't kill any monsters, leaving him stuck here like he was in a death loop. Lao Wang didn't dare to go outside. If he died and his equipment dropped, he would cry to death. Sitting on the bed, he calmly recalled the positions of the guards along the way. He knew there were no guards at the guesthouse's front door, so it was fine to leave the guesthouse. After that, it would just be a matter of luck, but he thought he could use his positioning to avoid the guards' alert range. Mainly, on the first day, there were too few people maliciously killing others. Everyone was busy leveling up, otherwise, there should have been strategies out by now. Lao Wang didn't want to waste time in this guesthouse, so he decided to take the risk and go out to try. Thus, he stepped out of the guesthouse, observing the sides of the road. Like a thief, fearing the appearance of guards wielding large knives. Surprisingly, luck was on his side. Through his careful exploration, he actually found a path leading out of the village. Climbing over the low wall ahead would allow him to escape. Just as Old Wang was feeling proud, a team of armored guards suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Seeing Old Wang shout, "Where do you think you're running?" startled him, and he immediately turned to run towards the wall. If he could just get over that wall, he would be free. Unfortunately, the guards moved at full speed. Before he could reach the wall, he was caught. "You, evil value 15 points. You've already killed 3 people. Take him to the village chief for sentencing." The guards had a different duty than the soldiers. Unlike the cold soldiers who only knew how to fight, the guards were responsible for capturing those with an evil value over 10 and then sending them to the village chief for detention. 1 point of evil value is removed every 10 hours. After being caught by the guards, Old Wang instantly felt hopeless. To be released, he would have to be detained for 50 hours. What does that mean? He wouldn't be released until 2 days later. By then, most players would have left the novice village, and Old Wang's equipment advantage would be of no use. In that moment, Old Wang felt like dying. He thought it would be better to be killed by the soldiers, as that might not even drop equipment and could eliminate 5 points of evil value at once. He was dragged by 2 guards towards the village chief's house. Upon arrival, the captain entered through a side door and approached the village chief. "Report, village chief. During our patrol, we found a guy with an evil value over 10 points, and he has been captured. Should we throw him in the dungeon?" The village chief glanced over hurriedly and said, "Throw him in the dungeon." In an instant, Old Wang felt like the sky had fallen. Just as he was being escorted out by the 2 guards, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait!" The guards immediately froze in place. The village chief walked up to Old Wang and looked at him closely. He murmured, "So much health?" After a moment, he said, "Leave him here." The guard captain did not dare to go against the village chief's words. "Yes." He then took his men and left. The room was left with only the village chief and Old Wang. Old Wang had no idea what the village chief was planning and could only stand there anxiously, waiting for instructions. After a moment, the village chief spoke. "Since you have so much health, I have a hidden quest to give you. If you complete the quest, your evil value will be reset to 0 and you will also receive the quest rewards. If you fail, you will have to come back and continue your punishment. Do you understand?" Old Wang replied, "Understood." At the same time, a system prompt sounded. "You have accepted the quest Crisis in the Novice Village Stage 4. Please head to the portal for Stage 3 and delve deeper to find the passage to the Goblin Kingdom. Note, this quest is very dangerous. Please team up to proceed." The Crisis in the Novice Village series of quests? Isn't that Qin Chen's hidden quest? According to him, there were only 3 stages. Why is there suddenly a 4th stage? And what on earth is the Goblin Kingdom? Old Wang patted his somewhat dazed head, wanting to ask Qin Chen, but he heard the village chief say, "Now your evil value has been temporarily reset to 0, and you can move freely in the village." "Oh, okay." Old Wang prepared to leave but was called back by the village chief. He instructed, "Qin Chen has completed the Stage 3 dungeon. Perhaps you can ask him." "Of course, if you don't know him, I can help introduce you." Old Wang waved his hands repeatedly. No need, I'm very close with him." "That's good then, time is of the essence, you should set off quickly." "Alright," Old Wang replied and walked towards the village exit. On the way, he sent a party invitation to Qin Chen. Qin Chen instantly joined the party. At that moment, he was bored fighting monsters. He immediately noticed Old Wang's invitation. "What's up?" Qin Chen was curious about why Old Wang was inviting him at this time. Old Wang recounted his experience. "The Crisis in the Novice Village series? That's the only hidden quest. You must not miss it. Have you accepted it?" Old Wang said, "Of course I accepted it. Now I need to find some hidden passage in the Stage 3 dungeon." He then asked, "The village chief asked me to find you for clues. Do you know anything?" "Clues? What clues?" Qin Chen asked curiously. Old Wang simply shared the task with his teammates. "Goblin Kingdom?" Upon seeing the task prompt, Qin Chen instinctively thought of the door in the upper left corner of the work dungeon. Behind that door was an altar. If there was anywhere in the entire dungeon that was most likely to have a passage, it had to be that altar. "I think I know where it is," Qin Chen said. "That's great. No wonder the village chief reminded me. Looks like I really found the right person," Old Wang said with relief. "Let's call Suyu too. I think this task prompt looks pretty dangerous," Qin Chen said. "Okay." After that, Old Wang sent a party invitation to Suyu. The latter had been soloing monsters all day and was feeling bored, so he immediately accepted. "No matter where we go, save the kids. They've been grinding wild monsters all day and are about to die of boredom." "Then come to the entrance of the 3-stage dungeon. Bro will take you flying," Qin Chen said. "Coming," Suyu replied cheerfully. Before long, the 3 giants gathered at the entrance of the 3-stage dungeon. At this point, some teams had already started exploring the 3-stage dungeon. However, the ever-changing terrain and high-damage monsters inside required them to be cautious. When a drop of blood appeared above Qin Chen's head, he became the most eye-catching one in the room.
What's a one-drop blood trash doing here? Damn, you don't know? That's Qin Chen. Keep your voice down, or he'll one-shot you. What? A one-drop blood, am I going to one-shot him or is he going to one-shot me? Be clear. I can't be bothered to argue with you, you ignorant fool. Qin Chen can deal 5,000 damage with one skill. Can you take it? You're just bragging. 5,000 damage. Who are you trying to scare? If you don't believe it, go try it. Fine, I'll try it. I really don't believe it. The skeptical player shouted at Qin Chen. Hey, I heard you're called Qin Chen. Can you really deal 5,000 damage? Why wouldn't I believe it? You, a one-drop blood trash, can deal that high? Come on, let me see if you one-shot me or I. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chen swung his staff. A critical hit sound echoed. -845 instantly killed the loudmouth in front of him. What a noisy guy. After casually dispatching the skeptical player, Qin Chen chose to enter the dungeon. As for the sin value? To hell with it. Anyway, they would be grinding monsters next, so whatever can be reduced, let it be reduced. The skeptical player now believed in the supernatural. A single staff strike dealt 800 damage. How could a human do that? It was simply monstrous. After Qin Chen and the others entered the dungeon, they found that there were no monsters inside. It seems like the dungeon has inherited mine, Qin Chen said. Ha? What do you mean? Old Wang asked. There should be 2 monsters here, but now they're gone. I must have cleared them out. Qin Chen analyzed. That's great, saves us from slowly grinding through, Old Wang said. After studying the task, Suyu noted that the task mentioned needing to go through the altar in the 3-stage dungeon. Since Qin Chen was here, he must know where it is, so he said, then let's hurry to the altar. Let's see if there's a way to the Goblin Kingdom. Qin Chen nodded and led the way. The 3 of them advanced through the empty dungeon corridor and soon arrived at the opposite side of the boss room. 2 large doors were open, at the same angle as when Qin Chen last opened them. Without much hesitation, he led his 2 teammates inside. The altar still stood there, but the difference was that a stone giant hand had now revealed a teleportation portal. It really is here, Qin Chen said happily. He walked up to the altar and reached out to touch the portal. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to enter the dungeon Goblin Kingdom? Qin Chen chose yes. Then a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. In no time, he found himself in a lush green place in the midst of a vast plain, with a big sun overhead, tall trees grew around, and the grass on the ground reached half a person's height. The sound of birds chirping echoed in the air. Suddenly, 2 beams of white light flashed by, and Old Wang and Suyu also arrived. This dungeon is a bit unusual. Suyu cautiously observed the surroundings. It was indeed quite unusual, as no monsters had been spotted, and it was unclear where they might be. The lush plants around obscured most of the view. The monsters should be hiding in such a place. Qin Chen summoned a skeleton. Now his skeleton had reached level 8 with 200 health points and 60 physical attack, which, boosted by Qin Chen's attributes, had increased to 100 points. Seeing this, Suyu used her own status skill. She played a melodious tune on her flute. Old Wang and Suyu's skeletons were even surrounded by a flurry of musical notes. Affected by teammate Suyu's concerto, Soul Requiem, your skeleton's health plus 500%. Even his own skeleton received a boost, yet he did not. This left Qin Chen feeling speechless. But this was also good, at least his state of desperate fury wouldn't be disrupted. Under the influence of Suyu's status, Old Wang immediately screamed upon seeing his health. Oh my god, I actually have 20,000 health. Suyu had used all her mental energy to amplify the skill, achieving a 5-fold health increase, turning 4,000 health into 20,000, while the skeleton's health also reached 1,000 points. Qin Chen was left astonished, wide-eyed. With this skill, Suyu would be a nuclear-level healer in the future. With her around, which dungeon could they not clear? Suyu proudly asked, how about that? My skill is impressive, right? The 2 hurriedly nodded, impressive, impressive. Just then, a furious shout came from the grass ahead. Who is it? Yelling here. It was the goblin's characteristic shrill voice. Goblins had appeared. Unfortunately, they couldn't see where. The wild grass was too dense, and the goblins were too small. Finally, Qin Chen noticed the grass ahead shaking, moving towards the 3 of them. Old Wang, go ahead and lure the monsters. Old Wang also saw the shaking grass and, fearing for Qin Chen's fragile state, rushed forward with his sword and shield. At the moment they met, 2 goblin warriors jumped out from the grass, swinging wooden clubs that struck Old Wang's shield, making 2 bang-bang sounds. -150-175. The damage that appeared above Old Wang's head shocked the 3 of them. It should be noted that Old Wang was a shield warrior, and with his damage reduction talent and 10% from his equipment, his total damage reduction could reach 70%. Plus, with the 650 physical defense from his frenzied armor, Qin Chen had thought that no monsters in the novice village could break through his defense. Yet, unexpectedly, the goblins dealt over 100 damage. The 3 were taken aback and quickly checked the goblin's attributes. Goblin Warrior, Elite, Level, 10 Health, 8200 Attack, 983 Skill, Mighty Strike. What the heck is this species? This Goblin Elite has more health than a Stage 3 boss.
And there were two of them right from the start. Gaboo! Jump up and hit his knee, one of the goblins commanded the other. Okay, boss. These little creatures even understood strategy. Fortunately, Old Wang's 20,000 health could hold up. Qin Shan and Suyu unleashed their attacks. After all, they had plenty of health, and Suyu didn't use any healing skills, opting instead for magic missiles. Their target was clear, the boss goblin. Bang! 4980 from Qin Shan's frozen chain damage. 3500 from Suyu's magic missile damage. At first glance, it seemed Suyu's magic power was even higher than Qin Shan's. However, her high damage came at the cost of all her mental energy, including the energy drawn from the magic crystal. Together, they quickly took down one goblin. After that, Qin Shan used magic missiles to attack the other goblin. A massive damage of 1580 floated up. The remaining goblin's hatred was immediately drawn over by Qin Shan. It squeaked and raised its wooden stick to hit him. Lao Wang provoked it, controlling the goblin. Soon, the last goblin was also sent away under Qin Shan's output. The whole process took no more than a minute. Qin Shan exhaled and said, "This task really isn't something an ordinary team can complete. These goblin elites not only have thick health but also high defense. A skeleton warrior with a physical attack of 100 can't even break through their defense." Lao Wang nodded and said, "Indeed. The physical defense of these goblins is probably around 180. No wonder the task prompt required a team to go. Only Qin Shan and his two companions could complete it, even with Lao Wang wearing golden level equipment. It would be impossible to clear this dungeon, as they would run out of health after fighting a few groups of monsters." Suyu's mental power recovered extremely quickly. After fully recovering, he extracted 1/3 of his mental power, using a skill to restore Lao Wang's lost health of over 600. After that, the three prepared to delve deeper. As they passed by the monster corpses, Qin Shan suddenly remembered he still had a skeleton slot available. He used the transformation skill on one of the corpses. Lucky effect has been activated. Lucky trigger? What luck? Qin Shan was momentarily confused. What did this mean? He had never encountered such an effect when using the transformation skill before. Suddenly, he recalled that this effect should be the professional lucky effect that came with absorbing the lucky crystal. Staring intently at the goblin corpse, he wanted to see what kind of effect he had gained by sacrificing 80% of his critical hit rate. Suyu and Lao Wang noticed Qin Shan standing still and curiously leaned over to see what was happening. "What are you staring at a corpse for?" Lao Wang said. Just as he finished speaking, the corpse on the ground moved. A series of creaking bone sounds came from the goblin corpse. The green back lying on the ground began to bulge. "It's coming back to life." This phenomenon startled the two. Suyu felt a bit scared and hid behind Qin Shan. Qin Shan stood still, watching as the goblin corpse's back broke open. A skeleton emerged from within. The skeleton slowly crawled out of the corpse. "Oh, so it's your transformation skeleton. You scared me," Lao Wang said. "Wait, no, this skeleton looks different from the original. It's so short, and the bone knife in its hand has turned into a wooden stick?" Lao Wang said curiously. Qin Shan also noticed that this skeleton was different. How did this hunched figure resemble a goblin? He quickly checked the skeleton's attributes. Goblin Skeleton Warrior, Elite, Level, 10 Health, 8200 Attack Power, 1063, 983 plus 80, Skill, Strenuous Strike. After reading the skeleton's attributes, Qin Shan was completely stunned. Wow, isn't this the original Goblin Warrior's attributes? The attributes of the transformed skeleton hadn't changed at all. Moreover, it had inherited 20% of his physical attack attributes. Could this be the effect of the lucky crystal? Wow, this is too powerful. Once the lucky effect is activated, it can transform the corpse's skeleton into its living attributes. Doesn't that mean that, as long as I transform a boss's corpse into a skeleton, that boss becomes my little brother? Qin Shan's heart surged with joy. He replied, "It's definitely a goblin. But now it has a new identity, and that is my skeleton." After saying that, he posted the skeleton's attributes in the chat box. Suyu and Lao Wan were also shocked when they saw the attributes of the Goblin Skeleton Warrior. "Wow, Xiaofeng, where did you get such a freakish thing? This is too exaggerated. Its level and attributes are exactly the same as the previous goblin, and the key is that it has an attack power bonus too," Suyu said in astonishment. Then the two curiously asked Qin Shan, "Where did you get this skeleton? How is it so strong?" Qin Shan chuckled and explained the source of the lucky attribute to the two. They looked at him with envy, exclaiming how lucky he was. At that moment, Qin Shan couldn't help but think of another corpse. It was a bit of a pity. "Old Wang, let the skeleton warrior go first next time. Wait until it dies before you go in." Qin Shan had completely lost interest in the skeleton warrior's attributes, but it still occupied his skeleton space. He wanted to destroy this skeleton to retransform it. He just didn't know how high the probability of this lucky attribute was. From the explanation, it seemed to have an extremely low chance. He also didn't know if it would be triggered the next time he used it. After Old Wang nodded in agreement, the three continued to explore forward. They hadn't walked far when suddenly a voice came from the nearby bushes. Humans! Those annoying humans have actually found this place. 3 arrows shot out from the source of the voice. Old Wang's head was hit. 365-408-600, the last one was a critical hit. Old Wang instantly lost over 1,000 health points. Since he got his golden level equipment, he had never suffered such a huge loss. He immediately panicked and charged at the 3 green goblins, only to realize upon getting closer that this small team had not just 3 archers, but also a goblin mage and a goblin priest, a combination of 5 monsters. By the time Old Wang noticed, the mage was already preparing a magic attack and a fireball came flying at him. 582 Suyu. Qin Chen, kill that mage first. Damn, it hurts too much. Old Wang shouted, hopping on his feet. Qin Chen commanded the 2 skeletons to join the fray. The goblin skeleton warrior faced one of them, while the other skeleton attacked one of the archers. With his and Suyu's cooperation, they quickly took down the mage. After that, Suyu began to heal. The mana required for healing wasn't much, just enough to replenish Old Wang's lost health. If there were too many goblins, even Old Wang, the tank, would need to be careful. After killing the mage, Qin Chen started to deal damage to the priest. The goblin priest had only 1 healing skill, and after being hit by Qin Chen's magic missile, it lost 1,700 health points. It hurriedly used its healing skill to recover 360 points, but then another lightning bolt struck, causing it to lose another 1,400 health points. The priest's healing was nowhere near enough, and it was instantly furious. Gagaga, you damn human, and a worthless one at that. Just know how to hide behind and avoid attacks. The goblins will kill you. With that, it raised its staff and charged at Qin Chen. Before it could even run halfway, it was provoked by Old Wang, who stepped forward and ran towards him. In a fit of rage, it shouted, "And you, annoying shield warrior, you're the most deserving of death." However, it couldn't deal much damage to Old Wang, as it could only inflict -1 forced damage with its staff. Soon, under Qin Chen's assault, the priest also met its end. The skeleton warrior raised its bone sword and struck one of the archers. 20 dealt 20 points of damage, immediately drawing the archer's aggro. Damn! The trash skeleton of the undead mage dares to provoke a goblin. Die for me. 720 A normal attack nearly took the skeleton down. The skeleton continued to attack. The next attack from the goblin archer turned the skeleton warrior into a pile of bones. Gagaga, trash is just trash, the goblin archer said triumphantly. Bang! 5510, just as it finished speaking, it was hit by Qin Chen's frozen chain critical hit. The archer's aggro shifted. Old Wang was shocked, his eyes nearly bulging out. He hurriedly shouted to Qin Chen, "My taunt is still on cooldown." But he saw Qin Chen calmly raising a translucent barrier. He said, "I know your taunt isn't on cooldown." Old Wang was secretly anxious, knowing that Qin Chen was still attacking other monsters. Currently, only 3 archers were left. One was entangled by the goblin skeleton warrior. The aggro of the other 2 monsters was on Old Wang, and Qin Chen was attacking. One of them, although a critical hit had taken away most of the archer's health, it now had only about 2,000 health left. But this was a ranged attack. A single arrow could take away the last drop of health and kill you. Just as Old Wang was worrying, the archer's arrow had already struck Qin Chen. However, to his astonishment, the arrow did not deal any damage at all. It didn't inflict a single point of damage. Qin Chen was still lively, casting his thunder punishment skill. Suyu explained, "Don't worry, Qin Chen is not that easy to kill, he has an invincibility skill." Only then did Old Wang understand. This little Feng has too many secrets. In just one day, he has grown this much. This old guy, can't compare. Suyu chuckled, "Brother Wang, you've made quite a bit of progress today too. At least you found a woman." Mentioning women made Old Wang feel a wave of shame. He cursed Qin Chen for being too quick with his mouth, revealing his own embarrassing stories. Just thinking about Yang Xianer made him feel flustered. Fortunately, in the end, the equipment was dropped by little Feng. Moreover, he had also tasted the flavor of that flirtatious fox, Yang Xianer. He decided to level up diligently in the future, striving to make a name for himself in this game. As long as he could establish himself here, would he still lack women? After the 3 of them eliminated 5 goblins, they discovered that the experience gained from these goblins was quite substantial. Even if the experience was divided among the 3, each person could still earn 100 experience points per goblin. Additionally, the gold dropped was not insignificant either. Each monster yielded 5 silver coins. As usual, Old Wang took it and they would split it at the end. The 3 had no objections. With the system tracking contributions and earnings for this dungeon, Old Wang couldn't be greedy. Moreover, the priest monster surprisingly dropped a piece of chainmail equipment. Unfortunately, it was level 10 gear, which Suyu couldn't equip yet. The probability of ordinary monsters dropping equipment was extremely low. The 3 had not encountered any since they entered the game. Seeing that there was equipment to be had, they all became excited. Old Wang took the lead in searching for monsters. The Goblin Kingdom dungeon map was generally rectangular. The marked location of the Goblin King was in the deepest cave.
Besides the Goblin King, there were no marked locations for any mini-bosses. However, based
on Qin Shen's estimation, there wouldn't be a shortage of mini-bosses in this dungeon.
The distribution of monsters here was very uneven. Some areas had only a single monster, while
others had several. In the most dangerous moment, Old Wang stumbled into a group of goblins roasting meat, and 10 goblins immediately erupted from their nest, grabbing their
weapons and attacking.
Fortunately, Old Wang's health could withstand it. Qin Shen's output was high, and with Su Yu's strong healing, this solid combination withstood the attacks
of 10 goblins.
During this time, Qin Shen had his 2 skeletons hold their own. With Su Yu's buffs, the goblin skeleton's health had reached 50,000 points. It was a complete tank, not fearing any attacks, but it lacked provocation skills and had low damage reduction in physical defense, so it could only attract the attention of one monster.
As for the other skeleton warrior, let it fight. If it died, it died. After all, it was just an ordinary skeleton, and it could be summoned again. Although Qin Shen used skeleton transformation,
every time he fought monsters, he had not triggered the lucky effect again. This made him quite frustrated. It seemed that what was said in the introduction was true.
The probability of triggering this attribute effect was extremely low.
The 3 of them cautiously explored forward.
Ahead appeared a small river.
The riverbank was bare, with no weeds growing.
On the sandy ground,
the leading Old Wang suddenly turned his head.
There's a boss ahead.
Qin Shen and Su Yu looked forward and indeed saw a larger goblin warrior cooking fish by the
river. 2 goblin priests were accompanying him.
Goblin warrior captain, black iron level 11 health 56,000 attack power 100 skill, furious strike. The 2 priests beside him were just ordinary monsters. This warrior captain would be somewhat challenging to defeat. The attack skill angry strike deals 150% physical damage while increasing critical hit chance by 30%. If Old Wang gets hit like this, a critical hit would deal around 2000 damage, while the 2 priests can only heal about 700 health.
Qin Shen pondered for a moment and said, this boss can't be fought like before. This time, Su Yu, you heal well. I'll take out the 2 priests first. Old Wang, use your taunt on the boss. Old Wang instantly understood what Qin Shen meant.
With Qin Shen's current damage, he definitely couldn't kill the boss in a short time. Old Wang's taunt has a forced attack duration of only
10 seconds.
Once that time is up, if Qin Shen has generated a lot of aggro due to high output, the boss will attack Qin Shen, and he won't be able to withstand it. So the best approach now is for him to use taunt a few times to increase his aggro, and once the boss is stabilized, Qin Shen can then deal damage.
Understood. Old Wang replied. Got it. Su Yu
also agreed with this plan. The 3 of them then positioned themselves, and Old Wang jumped from the bushes to the riverbank. The 3 goblins who were eating grilled fish were startled. They tossed aside their grilled fish, grabbed their weapons, and prepared to fight. You overconfident human, do you think you can challenge the goblin's authority all by
yourself? Seeking death.
At that moment, Qin Shen and Su Yu also emerged from the bushes.
The warrior captain and the 2 priests couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Qin Shen, their laughter harsh and unpleasant. A drop of blood. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make the goblins die of laughter? A useless one with a drop of blood dares to come into goblin territory. These stupid humans are just here to provide a meal for the goblins.
Old Wang shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense, let's see the real deal under our hands.
He charged towards the goblin captain to attract aggro.
The goblin captain was not polite either, swinging a club and hitting Old Wang. The damage number -980 surprised him. He had used a skill and thought this shield warrior human was just someone with high health and low defense. Who would have thought that his 2100 physical attack plus skill damage bonus
could only deal 980 damage? Old Wang immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, goblin territory? Is that all the damage you can do? Do you believe I can move around freely in goblin territory?
The goblin captain, enraged by the taunt, swung his wooden club and shouted that he would kill Old Wang. -560-10 Although Old Wang's damage was low, with the taunt skill, he could firmly hold the captain's aggro. The captain completely failed to notice that his 2 accompanying priests had already fallen to the ground under the combined attacks of Qin
Shen and Su Yu,
until a goblin skeleton hit him and took away about 1,000 health.
Damn priests! Heal, quickly heal the goblin.
After shouting for a long time, no one paid
him any attention.
Turning around, he saw that his 2 priests had actually fallen to the ground.
Useless! How could you 2 die? Can't even handle a drop of blood? 2 useless fools! The goblin captain kept shouting. Old Wang nodded to Qin Shen. Qin Shen immediately understood.
An ice chain hit the captain for 3,000 health.
The captain panicked the moment he saw his health drop. How could the damage be so high? Qin Shen sneered, am I still a useless one now? No. You, how is that possible?
Qin Shen remained silent, continuously casting magic missiles and thunder punishments. 1650-2300 huge damage numbers floated above the captain's head, and now he was finally in a panic.
No, impossible. You're just a useless one. How could this be?
I'll deal with you, damn shield warrior, first, then take care of that drop of blood trash. Old Wang would use his taunt every time. It cooled down, so the boss was still firmly held by him. Suyu, having just cooperated with Qin Shen to deal damage, also didn't heal Old Wang, and his health had only decreased by 3,000 points. At this point, only the boss remained, and the three of them each took on their roles. Soon, just a few minutes later, with a reluctant shout, the goblin captain lay on the ground. The captain had dropped a piece of equipment, and Old Wang happily picked it up and sent it to the team chat channel. Goblin's wooden stick, black iron level 7 strength plus 25 physical attack plus 20 critical hit chance plus 1% armor penetration plus 1%. Old Wang had just leveled up and was now exactly level 7, able to equip this wooden stick. Thus, the dark wooden stick that had been in the goblin captain's hand came into Old Wang's possession. After picking up the gold coins, Qin Shen eagerly approached the captain's corpse. Throughout this journey, he had used the transformation into skeletons no less than 100 times, and aside from the first one he transformed into, he hadn't encountered any lucky effects since. If he could transform this captain, the upcoming monster hunting journey would be incredibly enjoyable. Under the watchful eyes of Old Wang and Suyu, Qin Shen pointed his staff at the goblin captain. "Rise, my servant!" With a call, a creaking sound of bones rubbing together came from the captain's body, and then the flesh on his back began to swell. Old Wang and Suyu asked with concern, "How is it? Did it succeed?" Qin Shen frowned and remained silent. Seeing his expression, the two felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed this time it had failed again. Lucky effect has been activated. The sudden system prompt made Qin Shen's spirit lift. He exclaimed happily, "It's here." Old Wang, in his usual silly manner, asked, "What's here?" Suyu instantly understood what he meant and joined him in staring at the skeleton that was emerging. Moments later, a hunchbacked little skeleton with a bone club crawled out. "It worked," Old Wang said joyfully. Qin Shen hurried to check the skeleton's attribute panel. Goblin Captain Skeleton, Black Iron, level 11 health, 56,000 attack power, 2,140, 2,100 plus 40, skill, Furious Strike. Excited, Qin Shen directly pasted the attributes into the chat box. Suyu and Old Wang jumped up in joy upon seeing it, almost wanting to hug Qin Shen and give him a kiss. Suyu then used her fully restored mental power to buff everyone again, increasing their health by 500%. The Captain Skeleton's health instantly became 280000. With this health, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in this goblin kingdom? Thus, there was no need for Old Wang to painstakingly scout ahead. The two skeletons led the way, one a warrior and the other a warrior captain. Two white, bony goblin skeletons cleared the path ahead. This time, the disturbed goblins no longer attempted to taunt them. The captain skeleton, with its 280,000 health, stood forward, causing the little Karami to tremble in fear and shout that the undead army had arrived. Under the leadership of the two skeletons, the three quickly advanced. Although the attack power of these two skeletons was not high, their health was substantial. Suyu didn't even need to heal. Old Wang would pull the monsters, and Qin Shen would deal damage accordingly. In this rhythm, they quickly swept through most of the map. By a small hill, the three encountered the second boss. Goblin Assassin Captain, Black Iron, level 12 health, 48,000 attack power, 3,900 skill, stealth. Another monster with stealth. Qin Shen was quite afraid of this type because he had noticed that monsters above the Black Iron level became quite intelligent. If it went stealth, it would ambush the target it deemed most threatening. And Qin Shen was exactly that kind of target. His damage was too high, so the assassin captain would be the first to ambush him. Old Wang intended to step forward to lure the monster but was stopped by Qin Shen. "Wait, let the skeleton warrior draw out its skill first." The initial goblin skeleton had already been humanely destroyed by Qin Shen, and now he had newly summoned skeleton warriors and the captain skeleton in his space. During this time, he had been using skeleton transformation but hadn't triggered any lucky effects. At this moment, he still had a small calamity skeleton warrior. Qin Shen decided to sacrifice it. The skeleton warrior staggered towards the assassin captain. Gaga. How could a skeleton warrior appear here? Has the goblin territory been invaded by the undead? The assassin captain said, puzzled. Although it was strange, he still used his invisibility skill. Meanwhile, a mage and a priest who were accompanying the assassin captain stood there shaking their heads. Suddenly, a damage number of -5800 appeared above the skeleton warrior's head. A goblin figure gradually emerged behind it, holding dual daggers with a disdainful smile on its lips. The skeleton warrior immediately fell apart, bones scattering everywhere. Gaga, trash. The assassin captain smugly rubbed his two daggers, about to turn back. At that moment, Old Wang suddenly shouted and charged out from the bushes. With a provocation, he directly caught the assassin captain's attention. The assassin captain's invisibility skill was still on cooldown, so he could only face Old Wang head-on. Although this human had 20,000 health points, his attack was too low. He could only deal around 200 damage to himself each time, while he could hit the captain for about 1,800. Gaga. Ignorant human, you are no match for a goblin, the captain said confidently at that moment. Oh,
Who said he is alone? Now your teammates are gone. Qin. Shen's cold voice rang out. The assassin captain turned his head and saw that he was indeed the only goblin left. His two companions had already fallen without him noticing. A goblin skeleton with over 200,000 health points was approaching him. Warrior captain, how could you be enslaved by the undead? You have betrayed the goblin race. You, traitor, the assassin captain shouted angrily. Qin Chen chuckled. Don't worry, soon you will also betray the goblin race, so just give up your struggle. Be at ease and become my subordinate. It was then that the captain noticed there was also an undead mage. Despicable undead mage, how dare you enslave goblins? You will face the wrath of the goblins. I'll let you feel my wrath first. Despicable scoundrel. The king will avenge me. With a reluctant roar, the assassin captain fell to the ground. With a loud bang, a skill book suddenly popped out. Old Wang hurriedly stepped forward to pick it up. Magic skill internal injury, he shouted, raising the skill book towards Qin Chen. Most of these non-professional skills only indicated which major category could learn them, without specifying which profession. So Qin Chen could also learn magic skills. Hearing it was a magic skill, Qin Chen quickly stepped forward to take it. Internal injury, D rank after 3 seconds, deal 120% spell power damage to a single target. Although it was a D rank skill, it already exceeded 100% spell power damage. Until now, he hadn't had a skill that allowed him to unleash his full spell power. Seeing this skill, he decisively chose to learn it. Thus, he had 4 active attack skills: Thunder Punishment, Internal Injury, Magic Missile, Frozen Chains. Apart from internal injury, the damage of the other skills was relatively low. In addition to these 4, there was the invincible skill Iron Curtain and the profession skill Transform Skeleton. After picking up the gold dropped by the monsters, Old Wang also collected 2 bottles of low-level health potions. Under the expectant gazes of the two, Qin Chen used his Transform Skeleton. Unfortunately, this time the lucky effect did not trigger, and only an ordinary skeleton warrior emerged. The 3 were somewhat disappointed but accepted this phenomenon. By now, they had cleared more than half of the dungeons. Monsters. Qin Chen had used Transform Skeleton no less than 500 times but had only obtained 2 goblin skeletons. The probability was quite low, it depended on luck. They continued to kill monsters. The team had become familiar with the environment, so Old Wang's methods of drawing monsters had also become proficient. After that, they encountered 2 bosses, a goblin priest captain and a goblin mage captain. He brought each of them a piece of cloth armor and a piece of chainmail. Qin Chen's was a cloth armor shoulder piece, which added 20 points of intelligence and 300 points of spirit. After leveling up, he allocated all his attribute points to intelligence. From then on, his magic power reached 4,280 points. Each time he dealt internal injury damage, it could reach 5,100 points. If he scored a critical hit with internal injury, he could instantly kill monsters. As the dungeon was cleared by the 3 of them, Qin Chen's sin value had already dropped to 0. At this moment, the 3 were preparing in front of a cave. They had just killed 2 goblin royal guards. Each of these guards only provided 120 experience points. As Qin Chen leveled up, his experience points had reached 75% and he needed just 25% more to level up out of the novice village. The first to leave the novice village would receive a system notification. Since no system notification had been received yet, it proved that no one could leave the novice village, and Qin Chen might be the first. Old Wang teased, these goblins still want to claim kingship. They set up a royal guard and really think of themselves as kings. Qin Chen and Suyu scoffed in response. Alright, for the last 25% of experience points, let's get to work. Captain Skeleton led the way into the cave. As soon as they entered, a commanding roar echoed from within. You dare betray the goblins and join the undead. Damn you. Capture him. Then Qin Chen saw Captain Skeleton rapidly losing health. The damage from these guards was still quite high. Each had dealt around 3,000 damage, and since Captain Skeleton had no damage reduction effect, his health dropped quickly. In an instant, he lost 20,000 health points, and the 3 hurried into the cave, only to see 6 goblin royal guards surrounding Captain Skeleton, beating him up unilaterally. Inside the cave, there was a goblin king holding a staff, wearing a crown, and draped in a yellow robe. The king did not participate in the battle but sat on his throne, leisurely watching the fight. This couldn't go on, even with high health. Captain Skeleton couldn't withstand this. Old Wang quickly stepped forward to attract one of the goblins. Suyu also cast healing on Captain Skeleton. Each of these guards had 12,000 health points, and Qin Chen could only kill them with a combination of internal injury and frozen chains. Meanwhile, Captain Skeleton was taking around 20,000 damage per second. At that moment, Suyu shouted, I can't keep up with the healing, Qin Chen. Although Suyu's healing skill was powerful, it required a large amount of spirit. The damage from these guards was too high. Now, facing 4 of them alone, Captain Skeleton was losing 13,000 health points per second. Suyu couldn't keep up with the healing. Thus, Captain Skeleton's health continued to dwindle.
Even with 200,000 health points, he was starting to struggle. Qin Shen did his best to deal damage to these guards. When only one guard remained, Captain Skeleton's health hit rock bottom. After being attacked by the guard's wooden sword, 3450, Captain Skeleton shattered with a loud bang, turning into a pile of bones scattered on the ground. Qin Shen grimaced in pain. After this dungeon run, the importance of this skeleton had become evident. Whenever they encountered a group of monsters, he would let it take the hits. With Suyu's buffs, its health of over 200,000 was a guarantee. Unfortunately, such a powerful subordinate had died, and the lucky effect was hard to trigger. Finding another strong skeleton like this would not be easy. This made Qin Shen tremble with distress. Sigh. It would have been better to let Old Wang draw the aggro, Qin Shen casually remarked. Old Wang turned pale with fright. Brother, don't joke around, I can't withstand that damage either. Although Old Wang had strong damage reduction, being surrounded by 6 skeletons could deal up to 6,000 damage per second, and with Old Wang's health of over 20,000, he wouldn't last 3 seconds, not even with Su Yu's divine healing. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Qin Shen laughed. Gaga, you still have the mood to joke around. You ants. The Goblin King inside the cave stood up from his throne, leaning on his staff against the ground. He tried his best to straighten his bent back. What audacity! How dare you turn goblins into undead? You bloodless necromancer. Good. Very good. You really don't know how to write the word death. Now, prepare to face the wrath of the goblins, the king said angrily. It seemed he was very upset about Qin Shen turning his subordinates into undead. Qin Shen chuckled. Let me tell you, not just this subordinate of yours has been turned into undead by me, all your subordinates have been killed by us. They were just a bit useless. The transformed skeletons all failed. What a pity, what a pity. After saying that, he shrugged and spread his hands with a look of regret. It seems I really underestimated you, this bloodless ant. Since you have killed my kin, be prepared to face the consequences of enraging the goblins. At this moment, Old Wang sent a message in the team. This king is a bit strong. A bit strong? Isn't he a black iron level boss? After Old Wang's reminder, Qin Shen and Suyu checked the king's attributes. They were shocked at a glance. Goblin King, bronze. Level, 12 health, 350000 spell power, 35,000 skill. King summon fireball, especially its skill. King summon. Kings. Summons Goblin Priest Captain, Goblin Assassin Captain, Goblin Warrior Captain to participate in battle. It can summon 3 black iron level bosses to join the fight. This is clearly a rogue tactic. The 3 of them suddenly felt it was a bit tricky. The fireball's damage was about 70% of the spell power. Old Wang's current health after Suyu's status boost was 23,100 points. The king's fireball hit him, and after damage reduction, it could still deal 7,000 points of damage. Not much, just 3 fireballs would take him down. With 7,000 points of health, Suyu could barely heal him, but there were still 3 little bosses. This Goblin King was indeed a headache. The 3 had already triggered its alert range, and Qin Shen didn't dare to delay, fearing it would attack immediately. He had to shout out an immature strategy. Old Wang, you hold the king and the warrior captain. I'll deal with the assassin captain first. The assassin captain's output was relatively high. If it coordinated with the king to attack Old Wang, Suyu definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. However, the warrior captain's output was only 600 or 700, which was manageable. And the priest captain only healed, so there was no need to worry too much. Therefore, the assassin captain was the biggest threat. Just as Qin Shen finished arranging, the king waved his staff, and 3 bosses appeared in the open space between both sides. Qin Shen thought to himself, lucky that he had finished his plan, now they wouldn't be in a panic. Old Wang followed Qin Shen's command, slashing at the king and then provoking to attract the warrior captain's hatred. The king, seeing these humans daring to attack him, was instantly furious. Ants. He ordered his subordinates first kill that bloodless waste. Among the 3 subordinates, only the assassin captain had no aggro. After receiving the order, it went invisible, concealing its form. Qin Shen thought it was a pity. He had originally planned to use a lightning strike to pull it into combat before it went invisible. But it didn't matter now. The assassin captain's health was around 30,000, and after 2 seconds of invisibility, Qin Shen calmly waved his staff and used his Iron Curtain skill. At this moment, the king had already unleashed his fireball. It hit Old Wang, reducing his health by 7,100 points, and combined with the warrior captain's damage, Old Wang lost 8,000 points of health, prompting Suyu to quickly heal him. Meanwhile, the opposing priest captain hurriedly healed the king. Both sides were trading blows, temporarily stabilizing, but if this continued, Suyu's mana would run out, and they would definitely be defeated. So the only chance of survival was for Qin Shen to quickly deal with the assassin captain. Just after using the Iron Curtain, before even a second had passed, the figure of the assassin captain emerged behind Qin Shen. Die for me, you worthless piece of blood. Don't blame me for being ruthless, it's all the king's orders. Ha ha. The assassin captain gritted his teeth and wickedly drew out his twin daggers. However, his sinister expression immediately turned to shock. Because the daggers clearly struck Qin Chen, yet the human before him remained standing, not a drop of blood oozing from his head. What was going on? Qin Chen slowly turned around. He had known the assassin captain would appear the moment he was attacked. Surprised, huh? The real surprise is yet to come. After saying that, he unleashed the internal injury skill. The internal injury skill was instant and required no casting time. The assassin captain saw Qin Chen wave his staff, clearly using a skill, yet he hadn't lost a single drop of blood. He smugly said, "Answer just ants. Not even a drop of blood can be drawn from the great goblin." Qin Chen merely sneered and quickly used the frozen chains skill. "Your attacks are useless, human. Stop your futile struggles. Let the great goblin send you to hell." After saying that, he thrust his dagger again. However, the dagger still inflicted no damage on Qin Chen. Just as the assassin captain was bewildered, suddenly, a blue light burst from Qin Chen's staff, striking his body. 3820, the assassin captain's eyes widened in disbelief. "What, you worthless?" Before he could finish his sentence, an even greater damage exploded above his head. 8980 now, half of the assassin captain's health bar was gone. He stood, frozen in place. How is this possible? You're clearly a worthless piece of blood. However, Qin Chen was not going to be polite. Magic missiles and thunder punishment were unleashed in succession. 2140-1797 at this point, reducing the assassin captain's health by half. Qin Chen dared not relax. The invincibility effect on him would disappear in 5 seconds. He had to create distance from the assassin captain before it vanished, so he turned and ran. "Trash! Don't think you can escape!" the assassin captain roared angrily. He wanted to chase down this one-drop blood fool, but at that moment he realized his movement speed had been halved. Originally, with his speed, he could easily catch up to this necromancer, but after being slowed down, he found himself falling further behind, until Qin Chen had pulled about 15 meters away from him. The internal injury and frozen chains were off cooldown, and he stood in place continuing to cast. It was still internal injury frozen chains, maintaining that rhythm. 2 more massive damages exploded above the assassin captain's head. After Qin Chen's barrage of skills, the assassin captain still had 2000 health left. Moreover, he was closing in on Qin Chen. Holding his twin daggers, his eyes radiated a murderous hatred. "You pesky fly, go to hell now." Qin Chen released a magic missile that took away 1900 of his health, leaving him with only 100 health points. "Keep running. Out of strength, huh? You're about to fall to the goblin now." The assassin captain, seeing he was about to close in on Qin Chen, smugly said. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him raised his staff and made an attacking motion. "Ha ha, you want to compete in attacks with a goblin? Then you're going to die." The assassin captain also raised his dagger. However, Qin Chen's staff had already come down. Bang! The sound of a physical critical hit rang out. 760 cleared the assassin captain's health bar entirely. Even in death, the assassin captain couldn't comprehend how a worthless piece of blood could possess such high magical and physical attack power. After the assassin captain died, Qin Chen looked at Old Wang, only to see his health consistently hovering around 10,000. Each time the king attacked, it dealt about 8,000 damage, and with the warrior's attacks, Old Wang had nearly died several times. Fortunately, Suyu was timely with the healing, always managing to keep Old Wang's health around 10,000. It's fortunate that the king doesn't have a critical explosion attribute bonus. If he were to land a critical hit, Old Wang would be completely finished. Seeing the two struggling so much, Qin Chen didn't dare to waste any more time. He pointed his staff at the corpse of the assassin captain. "Rise, my servant." If he could transform the assassin captain into his own skeleton at this moment, the next battle would undoubtedly become much easier. Unfortunately, that delightful system prompt did not sound. A regular skeleton warrior crawled out from the corpse. Under Qin Chen's command, it wobbled into the fray, charging at the priest captain. This priest had been healing the king, and with Old Wang's output, after all this time fighting monsters, he hadn't lost a single bit of health, but instead had put himself in a precarious situation. The Goblin King was not without pride. "Human, you cannot defeat me. With just a shield warrior and a healer, how can you kill me? Oh, I forgot, there's also a useless one with just a drop of health. Hee hee. Ha, is that so? Are you so sure I'm useless?" After unleashing a lightning strike on the priest captain, Qin Chen still had time to chat with the king. "Of course, you're just a drop of health." The king realized something was off halfway through his sentence. "Ha, why are you still alive? Where's the assassin captain? Where did he go?" Looking left and right, he couldn't find him. Qin Chen said, "No need to look, he's already turned into a skeleton." "Look, isn't that him?" He pointed with his staff at the skeleton attacking the priest captain. The king's expression changed immediately upon seeing the skeleton warrior. "You useless fool. I truly underestimated you. Just wait. After I deal with your teammate, I'll send you to hell." I'll smash your bones to pieces with my staff. Qin Shen unleashed a magic missile at the priest captain. 1700 cleared the priest captain's last bit of health. After feeling his health drop and not increase anymore, the king roared in anger, "Priest, what are you doing? Heal me. If you don't heal properly, I'll revoke your position." After using an internal injury skill on the warrior captain, Qin Shen said, "What are you shouting about? Your dedicated priest has already been taken down." The king didn't know what taken down meant but instinctively felt it wasn't good. Turning his head, he saw the priest captain lying on the ground as well. You little drop of health really are something. Are you going to turn my priest into a skeleton again? I warn you, you better not do that. Otherwise, I won't let you off." While using skills on the warrior captain, Qin Shen replied, "Don't worry. I won't touch your priest captain or warrior captain. They won't turn into skeletons, because my last skeleton space is reserved for you, king." Upon hearing this, the king was instantly furious, disregarding his composure. "You're seeking death. You, a drop of health trash, want to turn the great goblin king into the undead. You're dreaming. Let me tell you, you will never defeat the goblins. Xiaofeng, hurry up and output. My mana is running low on recovery," Su Yu urged. Although her mana recovered quickly, she had to use 10% of her mana to amplify the healing skill just to barely keep up, and over time, it was becoming difficult to maintain. Hearing the call for help, Qin Shen stopped wasting time with the king and focused all his output on the warrior captain. The warrior captain and the king had already been stabilized by Old Wang, so Qin Shen didn't have to worry about aggro being chaotic. After 3 rounds of skills, he finally took down the warrior captain. The situation on the battlefield had changed. Originally outnumbered, with Qin Shen's continuous output, it had turned into a situation where they were outnumbering the enemies. The Goblin King was starting to panic. It seemed that the drop of health he had always looked down upon, with his output, was causing his subordinates to fall one after another. Now, only he remained, struggling to hold on. "No, you cannot kill the goblin. Goblins cannot be exterminated by humans." As its roar echoed, a massive damage number appeared above its head. 7500 was the critical damage from internal injuries. Seeing his health drop by over 7,000 in an instant, the Goblin King finally understood how his minions had met their demise. These 3 humans were peculiar. One was a priest capable of restoring massive amounts of health, another was a tank with high damage reduction, and the last one had high damage with just a sliver of health. If they coordinated well, they could indeed wear him down. The Goblin King, in a panic, began casting fireball spells. At that moment, he suddenly heard Su Yu shout, "Qin Shen, my mana isn't regenerating, what should I do?" The Goblin King still had 320,000 health left. To kill it would require dozens of rounds of skills and at least 10 minutes of time. However, Su Yu's mana was not regenerating. If Qin Shen's mana was running low, it would be manageable. He could just take a break or use a mana potion to recover. But Su Yu had an enormous mana pool of 20,000 points, and a small mental recovery potion was completely insufficient. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the king's previously panicked expression turned smug. "Gagaga, ignorant fools, you dare to think you can kill a goblin? With your attributes, you can't challenge me at all. A bunch of ants." Qin Shen ignored the blabbering king. His mind raced, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. "Old Wang, start kiting the boss." Old Wang didn't understand what Qin Shen meant. "Just run around the cave. The boss's attack frequency will decrease." Although Old Wang was still a bit confused, he knew following Qin Shen's instructions couldn't be wrong. He drew his sword in one hand and raised his shield with the other, starting to run. At first, the king thought this one-hit wonder was out of his mind. His movement speed was far superior to that of the shield warrior. Wouldn't he just catch up and hit him? Soon, he discovered the secret. Once Old Wang ran out of the king's attack range, he had to chase him down to cast fireball spells. The key was that fireball spells required a second to cast. It was a short time, but it still needed to be executed. Just as he was about to finish casting, the shield warrior had already run out of the attack range again. The king had to chase him down once more to cast fireball spells. After being kite 2 or 3 times, he finally understood that this wouldn't work. So, he closely pursued the shield warrior until they were 5 meters apart before starting to use fireball spells. This time, he finally hit him before Old Wang could create distance again. Once again, over 7,000 health was deducted. Unable to contain his smugness, he exclaimed, "You can't outrun me. Just accept your fate. You 3 humans think you can challenge the king. Who gave you the audacity?" The Goblin King's intelligence didn't allow him to realize that while he was chasing, he was wasting his output time. Although he could catch up to Old Wang each time, the frequency of his fireball spells had significantly decreased. After a fierce output, Qin Shen's mana was nearly depleted, so he consumed a mana potion to replenish it. Meanwhile, Su Yu, relying on Warren's magic crystal, was recovering 1% of his mental power per second, and after Old Wang's kiting, he was fully restored. "Alright, Brother Wang, focus on the monster. My mana is back to full." Upon receiving Su Yu's command, Old Wang stopped and faced the king head-on.
The skeleton warrior also slowly approached, dealing a -1 damage with its bone knife. Qin Shen's mana was nearly full thanks to the potion, so the three continued to output damage to the boss. Only the Goblin King, still oblivious, remained smug, intent on killing these three humans to make skewers. When his health was halfway down, Suyu's mana was once again in crisis. With the experience from last time, Old Wang began to kite the boss again. This time, he was clearly more skilled. He had grasped the secret of this method. The three of them were becoming increasingly coordinated. Fortunately, the king only had two skills, one to summon minions and the other was a fireball spell. Once his minions were killed, he had no other tricks up his sleeve. With a thud as the staff hit the ground, the Goblin King looked at his body in disbelief. How could I be killed by humans? By you three humans? Qin Shen sneered coldly, not only have you been killed by us, but I will also transform you into the undead. Hearing that he was to become a detestable skeleton, the king roared, no, and then lay down on the ground. Old Wang stepped forward to collect the spoils, and the three gathered around the king's corpse, waiting for a miracle to happen. They all hoped to see Qin Shen successfully transform the king this time. Qin Shen didn't hesitate, he pointed his staff at the king's corpse. Rise, my servant! A familiar sound of bones grinding echoed. A large bump formed on the king's back. Old Wang anxiously asked, how is it? Did it succeed? Suyu shot him a glare. What are you in such a hurry for? It's just beginning. Lucky effect has been activated. The sudden system prompt made Qin Shen unable to contain his joyful exclamation. It worked! Upon hearing those three words, Suyu and Old Wang were equally excited. The three of them, 6 eyes, stared intently at the king's corpse. A small goblin skeleton emerged, holding a staff. Qin Shen went to check its attributes. Goblin King Skeleton, Bronze level, 12 health, 350001 spell power, 35,856, 35,000 plus 856, skills, King Summon Fireball. Seeing such a formidable skeleton, Qin Shen couldn't help but post the attributes in the chat box. Old Wang and Suyu immediately looked at him with envy. Wow, this skeleton can summon little skeletons too? Old Wang said curiously. Qin Shen was also curious about what the summoned goblin captain would look like, so he commanded the king's skeleton to use the summon. The king raised his staff. Come forth, my subjects. 3 goblins instantly appeared before the three of them. They were not skeletons but green goblins. The 3 dazed fellows were shaking their heads in place, waiting for orders. Qin Shen looked at the goblins' attributes and found they were all black iron level boss. Suyu sighed, if in the future we transform summoning type boss and the boss summons smaller summoners and those summoners summon even smaller ones, wouldn't that be endless? Qin Shen and Old Wang burst into laughter upon hearing this. It really was the case. After laughing, Old Wang said, now let's divide the spoils from this trip. This dungeon was indeed quite rewarding. First, there were the coins. Each person received a full gold coin and 15 silver coins. Qin Shen's money instantly surged. Then Old Wang took out a pair of chainmail boots and handed them to Suyu. These were the shoes that had just dropped. Enhancing movement speed and mana recovery, perfect for you. Suyu happily accepted them. Next, Old Wang pulled out a staff. If you ask me, this time Xiao Feng's gains are the greatest. Here, your bronze staff. Qin Shen curiously took it and checked its attributes. Wow, as expected of a bronze level, the attributes were impressive. Seeing his dazed expression, Suyu curiously leaned over and asked, what are the attributes? Let me see. Qin Shen then posted the staff's attributes in the chat box. Staff of the King, Bronze level, 10 Intelligence plus 50 Spirit plus 300 Spell critical rate plus 5% spell damage plus 5%. However, it required level 10. After killing the king, everyone received 50,000 experience points. Qin Shen was now at level 9 with 95% experience. However, this hidden task was a team task, so everyone could receive rewards. Once the task was completed, Qin Shen estimated he would level up. Old Wang then took out 10 soul sealing stones. These soul sealing stones should all go to Xiao Feng. After all, we still have plenty of lifespan left. Suyu nodded in agreement. Qin Shen accepted the polite remarks. After the three of them divided the spoils of this trip, they teamed up to report back to the village chief. Since Qin Shen and Old Wang had already cleared their sin values in the dungeon, there were no obstacles to entering the village. This time, the three did not queue but entered the village chief's house through the side door. Upon seeing them, the village chief was delighted to find not only Old Wang but also Qin Shen had come. He immediately approached them with a beaming smile. However, Qin Shen was a bit angry. I say, village chief, you're not being fair. That hidden quest clearly has 4 stages left, why didn't you give it to me? The village chief awkwardly smiled and said, actually, this quest doesn't have any follow-up, but I don't know who stole the goblin clan's treasure, the lucky crystal, which has caused a riot among the goblins, and they are preparing to attack the novice village. I was only acting on orders from above to take action early. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen realized what was going on. Wasn't he the little thief who stole the lucky crystal? But he wouldn't tell the village chief. Then why didn't you hand the quest over to me? Qin Shen asked again. The village chief hesitated and said, the Goblin Kingdom is fraught with danger, and you only Have one drop of blood, you definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm just worried about your safety. But I did remind old Wang to contact you. The village chief was right. Qin Shen couldn't argue with his reasoning, so he fell silent. So, have the three brave warriors completed the task? The village chief asked cautiously. Qin Shen smiled. Don't you see who the three of us are? What task can't we complete? Look, I even dropped the Goblin King's staff, Qin Shen said, holding up the staff. This staff was carved from dark wood, and since the Goblin clan had no sense of aesthetics, the top of the staff looked like a twisted ram's horn, making it quite ugly, but it didn't detract from its bronze sheen. This was a genuine bronze-level weapon. The moment the village chief saw the staff, he felt a sense of relief. Once old Wang took out the proof of killing the king, the village chief happily issued rewards to everyone. Congratulations, you have completed the fourth stage of the Novice Village Crisis Series quest, earning 80,000 experience points. The 80,000 experience points directly leveled Qin Shen up to level 10. A wave of light spread around him. But that wasn't all. Quest reward. Please choose one of the following pieces of equipment. 3 pieces of jewelry appeared before him, a ring, earrings, and a necklace, all bronze-level equipment. It seemed these rewards were quite generous. Each piece of jewelry had enticing attributes. The ring added 40 intelligence, 5% magic critical hit, 300 spirit, and 200 health points. The necklace offered even more attributes, 50 intelligence and 400 spirit, but it didn't add any magic critical hit or health points. However, what Qin Shen valued most were the earrings. Lucky earrings, bronze level, intelligence plus 20, luck plus 2. Although the attributes added by these earrings were a bit low, they provided 2 points of luck. With his title already adding 1 point, that made 3 points of luck. He desperately needed luck now, and equipment that increased luck was rare. The effect of luck in his profession was also related to how much luck he had. But he didn't want to give up the necklace's 50 intelligence either. So he shamelessly asked, village chief, can I have them all? The village chief's face darkened. No, Qin Shen didn't give up. Look, as the first player to leave the novice village, I should get a reward. I don't want any other rewards, just these 2 pieces of equipment. The village chief helplessly told him, but there really isn't a reward for being the first to leave the novice village. Qin Shen felt dizzy. Damn, he leveled up so quickly for nothing. Then, look, since we have such a good relationship, can you make an exception? Qin Shen tried to build rapport with the village chief. The village chief spread his hands in resignation. Brave warrior, I want to make an exception for you too, but the system rules don't allow it. You can only choose one. Qin Shen was at a loss. Alright then, give me the lucky earrings. Sure. The village chief, seeing that this rogue was no longer pestering him, agreed readily. He handed the lucky earrings to Qin Shen. At this moment, old Wang and Suyu had also chosen their equipment. Bronze level gear was quite hard to obtain in the novice village. Getting even 1 piece was already impressive. After completing the quest, old Wang and Su Yu had no reason to stay here any longer. Their levels had both reached level 8, which couldn't compare to Qin Shen, who was a level 10 big shot, so they went off to level up. Only Qin Shen and the village chief remained in the room. Qin Shen looked at the village chief and said, I say, why are you so oblivious? The village chief's eyes went dark. Ha, what do you mean? Qin Shen reminded him, I'm level 10 now, shouldn't there be a quest to leave the novice village? The village chief finally understood what he meant. Oh, right, the quest. After saying that, he issued a quest to Qin Shen. Do you accept the quest materials for the teleportation array? Accept. After accepting the quest, the village chief continued, to leave the novice village, you must kill the monster Rat King on the northern hill. The Rat King stole the materials for the teleportation array, and you need to bring the materials back to leave here. Qin Shen nodded. Understood. After that, he left the village chief's house and headed north out of the village. To the north of the village, there was a small hill, only a few dozen meters high. On the hilltop, there were some level 5 mountain rats. Although the Rat King was considered a boss, it was merely a functional boss and did not possess the attributes of a black iron level boss. Its health was a pitiful 2,000 points. Qin Shen only needed 1 skill to kill it, so he had nothing to worry about. While making his way to the small hill, Qin Shen suddenly saw a group of players fighting monsters. Normally, fighting monsters is a common sight, but he happened to spot his old acquaintances among the crowd, Wang Yiba and Suyin. Ever since Wang Yiba was killed by Qin Shen, he had decided, after listening to his team members' advice, not to provoke Qin Shen anymore. Today, he was leveling up with his mother-in-law, Xia Qinhua, and Zhang Huilian. Wang Yiba's current plan was to recruit as many team members as possible to grow his legion. So far, the number of players in the Bai Legion had reached 20,000. When the number hit 10,000, Wang Yiba suddenly received a system notification that his legion had leveled up to level 2, and the bonuses for a level 2 legion had changed. First, his own attribute bonus increased to 0.12 per person. This meant that every 10,000 people could bring him an additional 1,200 in attack power and health. So now, Wang Yiba's health was 2,612 and his attack power was 2,870. The benefits that a level 2
Legion provided to ordinary members included an experience bonus that had increased to 1.2%. Since the experience for leveling up had increased for Legion members, recruiting had become much easier. Additionally, Wang Yiba had completely opened up the requirements for joining the Legion. Anyone could join, regardless of their background. As a result, the number of new members joining the Legion surged daily. At this moment, Wang Yiba wore a proud expression on his face as he was fondling Zhang Huilian. His mother-in-law, Xie Xinhua, watched her daughter obediently complying with Wang Yiba, her face beaming with joy. Thanks to her good daughter, how else could Xie Xinhua enjoy such treatment? Originally, when Wang Yiba entered the game and learned about his S-level talent, he had envisioned a life of changing women every day, but now he was completely captivated by Zhang Huilian's charms. This little vixen satisfied him greatly. That was why he was so infatuated with her now. Just as he was lost in thoughts of Zhang Huilian's youthful and beautiful body, suddenly his top subordinate, Suyin, came rushing over. Suyin was still in the vice leader position, so his attribute bonuses were half of Wang Yiba's. With a bonus of 1200 in physical attack and health, he was more than capable of sweeping through the novice village. Thus, Wang Yiba could enjoy life here, holding onto the alluring Zhang Huilian and his mother-in-law, Xie Xinhua. Now Suyin had become a tool for leveling up, relying on his exceptionally high attributes to slaughter his way in and out of the monster groups in the novice village. However, the monsters he was venting his frustrations on were merely level 7 ordinary monsters. If he attempted to kill level 8 or 9 monsters, it wouldn't be so easy. Although Wang Yiba had the support of an S-level talent, he was still only at level 7, even falling short of some diligent A-level experts. How pitiful. After Suyin ran over, he cautiously pointed behind him. Brother Yiba, over there. Look over there. Wang Yiba, who was enjoying himself, was momentarily annoyed by the interruption, but he usually relied on Suyin. This guy had a lot of clever ideas, and his suggestions were well received by Wang Yiba. So, Wang Yiba paid close attention to his words. Following the direction of Suyin's finger, he saw a one-drop of blood figure rushing towards the small hill in the north of the village. One drop of blood. The mark of this one drop of blood was too distinct. Originally, he, like others, would have dismissed a one drop of blood without a second thought. After all, these people were just trash destined to die. Mere waste. However, ever since he had a feud with Qin Shen and was killed by him, he had developed a psychological shadow. That kid Qin Shen was a genuine one drop of blood, and he had taken him down with just one move. Moreover, according to Suyin, his damage was very high. Last time he dealt 1650 damage to him. Over 1000 damage, and even he, with his S-level talent, could only deal over 2000, but Qin Shen, that punk, was just a B-level talent. Damn it, what secret does this kid have that makes him so formidable? At this moment, following his finger, he saw Qin Shen, the one drop of blood, again, and the fear suppressed his anger. Qin Shen, damn, how did I run into him? Suyin lamented. Who are you? An S-level talent, the leader of the world's #1 legion. How can you be afraid of a mere one drop of blood trash? Wang Yiba shot him a glare. You still have the nerve to say that. You're not afraid of Qin Shen? If you're not afraid, then you go. You've already been killed by him twice, and you still have the nerve to say that to me? Suyin was scolded by Wang Yiba, and his face turned as red as fire, feeling embarrassed. Usually, Wang Yiba listened to him, but why was he so cowardly when it came to Qin Shen? I say, Captain, why do you think Qin Shen is so fierce? Wang Yiba's eyes widened. How would I know? Think about it, he's just a B-level talent. How could he possibly surpass you, an S-level? Wang Yiba was also puzzled. Logically speaking, how could he possibly surpass me? Suyin incited. Do you think he has obtained some high-level equipment, or does he have some treasures on him? It's possible, Wang Yiba replied. Suyin's gaze hardened. I say, let's just take him down. If we can snatch his equipment, wouldn't we be invincible? Wang Yiba also wanted to snatch it, but he didn't dare to confront Qin Shen head-on anymore. Suyin cursed inwardly, useless captain, and said, like this. You first tell the team members to listen to my command. With 20,000 troops in the Legion, I guarantee Qin Shen won't come back. We meet again. Just as Suyin was getting fired up, suddenly, Qin Shen's voice came from behind them, startling both of them. They had been so focused on plotting that they completely failed to notice Qin Shen had sneaked up on them. Wang Yiba chuckled awkwardly. Qin Shen, hello, trying to ease the tension. Qin Shen grinned coldly. Why do I hear someone wanting to kill me? No. Who would dare? Who doesn't know your great name, Qin Shen? Wang Yiba hurriedly replied. Suyin was infuriated by his cowardly demeanor. Damn, you're the leader of the world's #1 legion, and you can still be afraid of a one drop of blood trash? Wang Yiba, stand tall. Wang Yiba felt very troubled. On one hand, he couldn't let go of his pride, but on the other hand, he was genuinely afraid of Qin Shen. Standing there, he didn't know what to say. Qin Shen snorted coldly. Suyin, I see you're someone who forgets pain after eating.
After finishing a lightning punishment, skill was unleashed. 2300 Suin now had just over 1,000 health points and was instantly killed. Then Qin Chen turned his gaze to Wang Yiba, who was trembling in fear. Qin Chen, don't push me too far. Although he was terrified inside, he still managed to muster a tough response, recalling Su Yin's words. Qin Chen cast a frozen chain, 5200, and directly eliminated him. Coldly, he said, "What's wrong with being tough? Wang Yiba, you look like you're not convinced. If you still want to compare, I'm always ready." From Wang Yiba's corpse, a message floated above. "Bastard, you wait for me." Su Yin's mother-in-law, Xia Qinhua, saw her precious daughter killed and immediately turned red with rage. "Qin Chen, you damn blood-sucking waste, I'm going to kill you." Xia Qinhua charged at Qin Chen, wielding 2 large axes. However, before she could reach him, Qin Chen sent her away with a skill. Only Qin Chen, with a drop of health left, and the trembling Zhang Huilian remained in the arena. Zhang Huilian, this flirtatious woman, was just a decorative vase. Aside from being a vent for Wang Yiba, she had no other use. She was a sea-level talent and lacked the fortuitous encounters of someone like Qin Chen. Thus, she relied on her graceful figure to climb the social ladder. Initially, she planned to pursue Qin Chen in the community to seek wealth and glory, but Qin Chen had looked down on her back then. Now, seeing Qin Chen with only a drop of health, a complete waste, she naturally needed to find a man who could protect her. Wang Yiba, who had previously been a loser security guard, had transformed into an S-level big shot. Although he was somewhat crude and lacking in certain areas, he was still an S-level big shot, the only character with an S rank in the novice village. Yet, she never expected that the waste she looked down upon, Qin Chen, could easily handle Wang Yiba. At this moment, facing the Qin Chen who had killed 3 people, she trembled in fear. "Qin Chen, we used to have a good relationship, can't you spare me?" Qin Chen frowned. "Zhang Huilian, don't slander me. When have I ever had a good relationship with you?" This flirtatious woman actually claimed to have had an affair with him. Wasn't that an insult? Zhang Huilian quickly apologized. I'm sorry, don't be angry. Anyway, we have no grudges, please don't kill me. He. We have no grudges, but your shrew of a mother and your arrogant husband have a huge grudge against me, Qin Chen said with a sneer. After saying that, he began to cast magic, clearly not intending to let Zhang Huilian go. As soon as Zhang Huilian saw Qin Chen's stance, she immediately cowered. Wiggling her hips, she hurriedly said, "Qin Chen, if you spare me, I'm all yours. Whenever you want me, I'll be there." To be honest, Qin Chen was a bit tempted by the flirtatious Zhang Huilian. After hesitating for a second, he realized that now was not the time to consider such matters. If he were to get involved with Zhang Huilian, it would take a long time, and it was more important to leave the novice village. So he ignored the flirtatious Zhang Huilian and sent her away with a skill. He continued towards the small hill in the north of the village. At the resurrection point, 4 beams of light flashed continuously. Wang Yiba and his group appeared at the resurrection point. Suin shouted angrily, "This bastard is too much. He actually killed me 3 times. Wang Yiba had a serious expression, his face dark. As soon as Xia Qinhua was resurrected, she began to wail. "Damn! Qin Chen, he killed me twice. That damn bastard. Yiba, my dear son-in-law, you have to stand up for me." Just then, another flash of white light appeared, and Zhang Huilian was resurrected. Wang Yiba was shocked. "Huilian, you, Yiba, Qin Chen, he's so cruel." Zhang Huilian's pitiful expression gradually turned Wang Yiba's shock into anger. His jaw clenched, and he finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Summon all the members, and destroy the Qin Chen." Wang Yiba was truly furious for the sake of a beauty. Zhang Huilian was also captivated by Wang Yiba's domineering gaze filled with stars. The sycophant Suin immediately sent a message in the Legion channel. "All members, listen up. From now on, the Bai Yi Legion will regard Qin Chen as a mortal enemy. Anyone who sees Qin Chen must kill him. All Legion members gather at the resurrection point. The commander has orders to issue." The Legion chat channel was originally quite lively. After all, it was the first Legion in the Myriad Realms game, and a population of 20,000 was no small feat. The channel was bustling with voices, constantly seeking team-up information. However, ever since Suin issued the command, the Legion channel fell silent. The reason was simple: Suyin's glorious deeds had been spread throughout the entire Legion by that group of assassin players. Now everyone knew that Vice Commander Suin would swallow the equipment of Legion members and never return it. Initially, Suin had traded a single belt for a full set of equipment, earning him the nickname Su Belt among players. Su Belt had become a typical example of someone who took advantage of others. Everyone was aware of Su Belt's reputation, so when he spoke, no one dared to respond, fearing their equipment would be snatched away by him. Seeing that no one was responding to his command, Suin said, "Anyone who ignores the orders will be kicked out of the Legion." At that moment, someone spoke up. "Only the commander can issue the gathering order. What right do you, a vice commander, have?" Exactly, we joined the Legion for Commander Wang Yiba's sake, not for you, Vice Commander. Relying on a position you deceived your way into, you flaunt your power in the Legion. An elder member mocked in the Legion. Deceived? How? Did he deceive? A newly joined member, unaware of the situation, asked curiously. The elder then recounted how Subelt claimed he could kill Qin Shen, which led to him obtaining the vice commander position. So, he not only failed to kill Qin Shen but was also killed twice in return, and he still clings to the vice commander position? After learning about Su Yin's sordid tactics, everyone began to mock him. Su Yin, embarrassed and furious, said, Wang Yifan, do you want to be kicked out of the Legion by me? Wang Yifan was now the major leader of the Legion, with small group leaders, captains, and squad leaders under him. As a vice commander, Subelt had no authority to expel anyone. No one can expel me from the Legion except the commander, Wang Yifan replied. Subelt gritted his teeth in response. There were always a group of people in the Legion who opposed him, disobeyed orders, and even dared to expose his misdeeds. They accused Su Yin of constantly inciting the commander to provoke Qin Shen, thus hindering the Legion's development and becoming a sinner of the Legion. Subelt wanted to expel these people from the Legion, but they were either major leaders or small group leaders, with many recruited players under them, so he had no authority to do so. More importantly, Commander Wang Yiba could only appease these elders. At this moment, facing Wang Yifan's defiance, Subelt could arrogantly say, "This is the command of the commander. If you don't believe it, go ask him yourself." Before these group leaders could inquire with Wang Yiba, he preemptively spoke. "That's right. Gather at the resurrection point. Today, I want that bastard Qin Shen dead. Kill him for me." The members rarely saw the commander so furious. Most of the time, he was flirting with female members. One by one, they dared not say anything more and hurried to gather at the resurrection point. Meanwhile, Subelt stood proudly beside Wang Yiba. "Commander, that Qin Shen is just one person, a worthless one with only a drop of blood, while you are the commander of the First Legion with 20,000 members. What right does Qin Shen have to fight you? This time, he must die. You can rest assured, leave the arrangements to me." Subelt patted his chest and guaranteed. Wang Yiba's previously angry mood was slightly alleviated. "That's right, I am the commander of the First Legion. How could I be afraid of a mere Qin Shen? Having been killed by Qin Shen twice, his lifespan had already dropped by 12 years, and he had lost a lot of experience. Fortunately, he hadn't lost the equipment he had worked so hard to obtain, but it had caused Wang Yiba to lose face. He was the only S-rank boss in this novice village, and even his woman had been killed by that bastard Qin Shen. This challenged his authority as an S-rank boss. Therefore, today he must kill Qin Shen. As the resurrection point began to gather a crowd, Wang Yiba's confidence soared while watching the heads of players. This unusual scene naturally caught the attention of other players in the novice village. 1/5 of the 100,000 players had joined the Bai Yi Legion, which was no small number. The mobilization of players drew the attention of others. "Ha! What are you Bai Yi Legion planning to do? I heard from the leader that we're going to kill someone." "Kill someone? Who?" "A guy named Qin Shen." "What? Qin Shen? You're done for." "Why? He's just one player, and our legion has 20,000 people. You don't know how powerful Qin Shen is. He has connections with the village chief." "Connections with the village chief? What kind of connections could that be? Are you kidding? Can he even order the village chief around?" Under the siege of our 20,000 troops, how could Qin Shen have a way out? When 20,000 players gathered together, their morale was high, clearly not taking Qin Shen, who had only one drop of blood left, seriously. Players who were originally outside the village hunting monsters saw the Bai Yi Legion returning and followed to see the commotion. Hearing that they were going to encircle Qin Shen, the players began to discuss among themselves. Some felt they wouldn't succeed at all. The reason? Many had tried to bully Qin Shen before, but they all failed, and some were even ordered by the village chief never to step foot in the novice village again. However, more people believed that Qin Shen was finished this time. After all, there were 20,000 of them, and no matter how he tried to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Hearing the commotion around him, Su Padai looked somewhat displeased. He. Some people are actually saying we can't beat that one drop of blood Qin Shen. What a joke. Do you not value the 2,000 brothers of the Bai Yi Legion? Even if Qin Shen is strong today, he will definitely be killed. Leader Yiba, give the order to hunt down Qin Shen now. Su Padai shouted passionately from the side. Wang Yiba's big knife was already itching for action. All members of the Bai Yi Legion, listen up. From now on, surround the novice village. As soon as you see Qin Shen, take action immediately. Those who kill him will be rewarded with 1 silver coin, and the final killer will be rewarded with the position of big group leader. The big group leader of the Bai Yi Legion also had attribute bonuses, though it was only 1/10 of Wang Yiba's. Currently, it was relatively small, but in the future, it would definitely be much more. So once the words were out, the members of the Bai Yi Legion immediately erupted in excitement, clamoring to kill Qin Shen one last time. Of course, besides the members of the Bai Yi Legion, others can also provide Qin Shen's location.
Anyone who helps kill him by providing his location will be rewarded with the position of squad leader. The attribute bonus for a squad leader is 1% of the leaders. Right now, it was almost useless, but it could be a gamble for the future. Management positions were still quite tempting. Of course, this idea was proposed by Supadai. Seeing everyone so excited, a sly smile crept onto Supadai's face. Shin Chen, let's see how you handle this. I'll kill you, you one drop of blood waste. Attention! The Bai Legion has initiated an encirclement action against you. Given the disparity in strength, you may retaliate freely. This will not count towards your evil value. Attention! All players in the novice village have developed hostility towards you, and you may now retaliate against anyone. Qin Shen, who was fighting monsters, was stunned. What? How did he become the public enemy of everyone? Damn, if it were just a one-on-one, he could still manage, and even against a small team, he could hold on with his Iron Curtain, but against 100,000 players in a novice village, he really couldn't handle it. Even if Qin Shen's attributes are incredibly abnormal, he still can't deal with it. For a moment, he felt a bit of a headache. That bastard Wang Yiba. This must have been instigated by him. He had already killed him twice, and he still had 8 resurrection chances left. Just as he was feeling distressed, he received a private message. It was from Su Yu. Qin Chen, what's going on? Check the regional chat channel. Qin Chen hurriedly looked at the regional chat. Qin Chen, come out and die. With the sweep of our 100,000 novice village players, where do you think you can hide? Hee, Captain Yiba said that whoever can kill you for the last time will become the squad leader. Qin Chen, your last drop of blood will definitely be ended by me. Qin Chen, where are you? Anyway, you won't last long with just a drop of blood left, so show some mercy and let me take you down. At least you can do a good deed before you die. Qin Chen, don't listen to them. If you let me take you down, I'll make sure you enjoy it. Before you die. Regardless of whether they were from the Bai Legion or not, everyone was looking for Qin Chen, calling for him to come out so they could take him down. Qin Chen sneered, what a bunch of arrogant fools. Do they really think they can bully me? What's going on? Why are they all looking for you? Su Yu asked. Qin Chen pursed his lips and replied, it's all that Wang Yiba's doing. I think he wants to die. Su Yu said, where are you? Now, I'll come help you. At that moment, old Wang also sent a message. Qin Chen, where are you? Do you need help? Damn it. They dared to target my brother. Old Wang, relying on his tough skin and strong build, didn't take this group of ordinary players seriously at all. It seemed that his 2 loyal friends would always stand by his side. Qin Chen thought for a moment and said, don't worry, they won't find me for now. I'll check back in the city after I complete my mission. He then told Su Yu, let's wait and see for now. He had already reached the top of the hill, the territory of the mountain mice. Right now, players only had the most basic skills and wild skills. Old Wang had no ability to protect himself. Even if he was besieged, he would definitely die. So whether old Wang and Su Yu came or not wouldn't change anything. Qin Chen also didn't want them to wade through this muddy water. Facing the pursuit and blockade of 100,000 players, the only way out was to use a return scroll to get back to the resurrection point, and then use his Iron Curtain skill to run to the village chief's house to turn in the quest. He was just afraid that his movement speed wouldn't be enough, plus the possibility of being intercepted along the way. No matter how he looked at it, this time he was likely in for a rough ride. Qin Chen prepared to take it one step at a time. The mountain mouse ahead was only a level 7 normal monster, and it wasn't an aggressive type, so it was easy to kill. When he got close to the coordinates provided by the village chief, he saw a black-skinned old mouse the size of a small wild boar digging a hole on the hill, sending dirt flying everywhere. Qin Chen looked at its attributes. Mountain Mouse King, Regional Boss, Level 8 Health, 2000 Attack, 45. Qin Chen was a bit dumbfounded. This thing was way too weak. This is the attribute of a regional boss? It didn't even have the most basic skill? Logically speaking, a regional boss should be the strongest boss in an area, so how come it was weaker than a wild boar king here? Qin Chen was a bit confused, but he couldn't think too much about it. The most important thing now was to kill the Mountain Mouse King and find a way to run to the village chief's house. So, Qin Chen began to cast his magic. Just as he started, suddenly, the mountain mice beside him also moved. 1, 2, 3 mountain mice within a 20 m radius were squeaking and charging at him. Qin Chen didn't expect this situation. These little mice were quite loyal and knew how to protect their master. Due to the close distance, these mountain mice moved quickly. If Qin Chen insisted on using magic to attack the Mountain Mouse King at this moment, although he could kill it in one hit, he would definitely be attacked to death by the mountain mice. Realizing this, Qin Chen hurriedly interrupted his spellcasting, waved his staff, and used his Iron Curtain skill that in an invincible state. He swung his staff and struck the first mountain rat that rushed forward. 562. The mountain rat had only about 500 health, and even without a critical hit, it was instantly killed. After that, Qin Chen swung his staff twice more, taking down the remaining 2 mountain rats. Turning around, he was just about to cast a spell. to eliminate the Mountain Rat King when he noticed that the Mountain Rat King had stopped digging in the ground. At that moment, it was glaring at him. With furious eyes, its black fur standing on end like steel needles. The Mountain Rat King has been enraged by you, its attributes are changing. A sudden system prompt echoed. Seeing the Mountain Rat King's attributes startled him greatly. Furious Mountain Rat King, Regional Black Iron Level. Boss, level, 10 health, 70,000 attack power, 5,600 skills, breeding chamber, acceleration. This guy actually has 2 skills. Curious about such a strange skill name, Shin-chan couldn't help but take a look. Breeding chamber, the Mountain Rat King's breeding chamber can nurture up to 2,000 baby mountain rats, producing at a rate of x 1.25 per minute, current quantity is 1. Acceleration, the Mountain Rat King senses danger and doubles its production speed. For 2 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. Damn, there's such a skill. So it turns out this is a female rat. No wonder it didn't seem like a regional boss before. It had to be its offspring that needed to be killed first to trigger its transformation. Now, his invincibility had already lasted for 4 seconds. If he delayed any longer and let the Mountain Rat King get close, it would still be very dangerous. Shin-chan quickly waved his staff and unleashed an internal injury skill on the Rat King. The enraged Mountain Rat King charged at Shin-chan with incredible speed. Before Shin-chan could cast the freezing chain, it was already right in front of him. This startled Shin-chan. How could this guy move so fast? He feared that his set of skills might not be enough to take it down, and if it moved too quickly he might not be able to escape. At this point he could only brace himself. Freezing chain, 6400. Damage appeared, and then an even larger damage number popped up above the Rat King's head. 15700. Critical damage from internal injury. The 2 damage numbers dropped the Rat King's health below 50,000. However, it was clearly not enough. Shin-chan hurriedly launched a magic missile. Bang, another magic critical hit occurred. 6500. Now his magic critical hit rate was 45%, almost half, so the chance of a critical hit was still quite high. However, his invincibility time was down to just 3 seconds, and for the sake of his own life he needed to run away quickly. Fortunately, his agility was not low, and the Mountain Rat King was closely following him. Although this animal boss lacked intelligence, it knew that this bloodied figure in front of it was the one who had killed its offspring. It was almost tailing Shin-chan as he ran. Fortunately, after its movement speed was reduced by 50%, it was still slower than Shin-chan. After running for 2 seconds and creating some distance, Shin-chan quickly turned around and cast another freezing chain. At this point, the two were only 2 meters apart. Utilizing the last 2 seconds of his invincibility, he released the freezing chain, not even bothering to check the damage before turning to run. Now he was just a bloodied waste, even a slight touch would kill him. Besides, what good would it do to check the damage? He wouldn't be able to kill it anyway. While running, he shouted in terror, and only after running 2 meters away did he realize he hadn't been attacked, which finally put him at ease. However, misfortune struck again. Just as he was running, 3 mountain rats appeared. 1 on the left, 1 on the right, and 1 in front. These 3 mountain rats just happened to appear within a 20-meter range of him. Seeing their mother being attacked by a human, they rushed over in a panic. Shin-chan was so frightened that he froze in place. His Iron Curtain skill still had a cooldown of 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Other than that, he had no skills left to save his life. At this moment, he truly resembled the waste of a drop of blood that people spoke of, just a touch and it would be death. Behind him was the Mouse King in pursuit, and in front were 3 mountain mice intercepting him. Now, he was trapped with no way up to the heavens and no door down to the earth, left only to wait for death. Turning his head, he saw the Mouse King excitedly charging towards him from 10 meters away. Even though he was covered in a blue ice screen, it did not hinder the creature's excitement. The 3 mountain mice ahead had their fur standing on end, rushing towards him in a frenzy. My life is over. During Shin-chan's leveling process, he mostly relied on his incredibly high damage to instantly kill monsters. Even a small boss could be taken down with just 1 set of skills. So, he seemed to have forgotten his own profession. He was a necromancer. On the way to find the Mouse King, he had also been casually dispatching monsters. As for his skeleton, he had never summoned it. He almost forgot that in his space there was still an impressive Goblin King skeleton. As he watched the 4 mountain mice closing in to finish him off, Shin-chan waved his staff. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared on the ground. This skeleton was quite interesting, holding a staff and barely reaching Shin-chan's thigh. It was also hunched over. The king, now just a skeleton, had long lost the aura of a ruler. Coupled with its small stature, it had no imposing presence. But still, it was a king. With a wave of the staff, 3 subordinates immediately appeared around Shin-chan, tightly surrounding him. The king was in front, with a black iron-level boss on each side. The sudden appearance of the goblins left the Mouse King bewildered. With its limited brain capacity, it couldn't comprehend where these green little dwarfs had come from. Before it could figure it out, the king skeleton greeted it with a fireball spell. 35800. The Mouse King, which had only over 20,000 health left, was instantly hit by the fireball, leaving a pile of items scattered on the ground. The remaining 3 mountain mice were easily dealt with by the 3 goblin captains. Qin Chen waved his staff and stored the king and its subordinates back into his space. While fleeing just now, he hadn't forgotten one thing. If he could summon the skeleton of the Mouse King, then this crisis would be resolved. Although the ordinary mountain mice produced in the Mouse King's lair were only level 7, they would be sufficient to deal with regular players. If he accumulated 2,000 mice, releasing them would mean a sea of mice, all his subordinates. Thinking of leading 2,000 mice against 100,000 players, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Didn't you want to take my head for promotion? You thought you could outnumber me? Let's see who really has the numbers. With that thought, Qin Chen could no longer contain his restless heart and walked towards the Mouse King's corpse. The first item he picked up was the materials for repairing the teleportation array. This task could be considered a complete success. Then he picked up 2 pieces of equipment. Thief's Ring, Black Iron level, Agility plus 5 movement. Speed plus 5% physical/magic critical hit rate plus 2%. Although it didn't add intelligence, the increase in movement speed and critical hit was quite good. Looking at the other piece of equipment, Mountain Mouse King's leather boots, Black Iron level, intelligence plus 20, spirit plus 150, movement speed plus 10%. Another piece of equipment that increased movement speed, and both pieces were level 10, which Qin Chen could equip. After changing, he ran 2 laps on the spot and found his movement speed was incredibly fast. He picked up the 50 silver coins dropped by the Mouse King. Currently, his gold count was 1 gold, 65 silver, 96 copper, which could be considered quite wealthy. The Mouse King dropped 5 soul sealing stones, all of which he chose to use. Qin Chen's lifespan now reached 2 years, 4 months, and 8 days. After picking up the items, only the Mouse King's corpse remained on the field. Qin Chen currently had 1 skeleton slot available. He felt a bit nervous. He only had this one chance to deal with the players from the novice village. If the luck effect hadn't activated, then even with the king and its 3 subordinates, they wouldn't be able to handle 100,000 players. Gripping the staff tightly, he prepared himself mentally and then pointed the staff at the corpse of the Mountain Mouse King, which was as big as a pig. Rise, my servant. A sound of bones grinding came from within the Mouse King's body. Its back was lifted as well. At the same time, Qin Chen's heart leaped into his throat. But soon, he let out a long breath. Luck effect has activated. Never before had such a pleasant system notification sounded. A mouse skeleton emerged from the Mouse King. It looked strange. Without flesh, it appeared much smaller, now about the size of a skeletal cat. It was nothing compared to the previously fluffy little wild boar. However, the attributes remained unchanged. It was just less impressive in appearance. Mountain Mouse King Skeleton, Black Iron level, 10 health, 70,000 attack power, 5,648, 5,600 plus 48, skills, breeding room acceleration. Breeding room, the Mountain Mouse King's breeding room can nurture 2,000 little mountain mice, producing quantity x 1.25 per minute. Acceleration, the Mountain Mouse King senses danger, doubling the production speed for 2 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. At the bottom of the Mountain Mouse King Skeleton's attribute panel was a production speed, 1.25 times /minute. Current little mountain mouse count, 1. Qin Chen calculated quietly. Without using the acceleration skill, it would take the Mountain Mouse King 34 minutes to produce 2,000 offspring. The best approach was undoubtedly to use the acceleration skill right from the start. The larger the base, the faster the production speed would be later on. Thus, Qin Chen ordered the Mouse King skeleton to use the acceleration. He then watched the number of little mountain mice. After a minute, it indeed increased to 2. After 2 minutes, it rose to 4. Once the 2-minute acceleration skill duration ended, the production speed of the little mice slowed down. The Mouse King skeleton followed Qin Chen, rooting around in the ground. Even as a skeleton, it still enjoyed digging. According to the skill explanation, Qin Chen didn't want it to summon the little mountain mice just yet, because as soon as they were summoned outside, they would leave the breeding room, which would greatly affect the production speed. He sat down on the ground, somewhat bored, flipping through the records of the regional chat channel. Damn! Qin Chen, where have you been hiding, you turtle? Don't let us find you. Otherwise, 1 arrow will take you out. Qin Chen, you only have 1 drop of health left. You're about to die, so make some contribution before you go. Exactly, why are you so stingy? Come out and let me kill you. At least give me a little squad leader. Among the crowd, Qin Chen even saw the comments from Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei, 2 idiots. Lu Ruyan said, hee. Qin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so popular. When you killed me and Zhao Lei back then, did you ever think you'd end up like this? Zhao Lei added, Qin Chen, let's see how you show off now. Keep pretending, huh? If you're so tough, come out and fight us. Just as Qin Chen was about to respond to these 2, he suddenly saw a message. Qin Chen, stop hiding. Think about how much time you're wasting for everyone by hiding. We're all from the same novice village. If you waste our time, won't that put us behind?
Other novice villages? Why are you so small-minded? Just come out and let everyone kill you, and we'll all save time, right? Said a guy named Lee San. Qin Shen was so angry he laughed. Lee San, how can you be so shameless? Why don't you say that you guys are willing to be Wang Yiba's dogs? Now that you can't find me, you turn around and say I lack vision? Qin Shen's appearance immediately caused a stir. In fact, most players knew that they weren't lucky enough to kill Qin Shen. Moreover, a significant number of people didn't think highly of Wang Yiba and were too lazy to be any kind of squad leader. Under him, the reason for joining the army hunting down Qin Shen was entirely because this kid was just too enviable. I mean, you're a guy with just one drop of blood, yet you completed the only hidden quest and have such a good relationship with the village chief. What's more, you're only a B-level talent. Damn, a dying B-level talent is actually doing better than Wang Yiba, an S-level talent. How can that not provoke jealousy? Damn, the turtle has poked its head out. Qin Shen, if you have the guts, reveal your coordinates. If you're a man, step out. What kind of cowardice is this? As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Now that Qin Shen was targeted by the first army of all realms, players were preparing to kick him. While he was down, eager to crush this arrogant guy, Qin Shen showed no signs of retreat. Ha, I'm a turtle? 100,000 people hunting down a guy with one drop of blood. You almost feel so proud. I'm afraid that in the end, it'll be me, this one drop of blood, who'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. The players searching for Qin Shen in the novice village were stunned by his words. What the hell? What kind of talk is this? Qin Shen, you really can put on a show. You dare to say such things in front of 100,000 people. Awesome. If you have the guts, send out your coordinates. Let's see if we don't beat the crap out of you. Kid, to say such things means you don't see us 100,000 as people. Don't think just because your attack is high you're invincible. Don't forget, you only have one drop of blood, a poke, and you're dead, and you're still acting tough. At this moment, it had been 20 minutes since the summoning of the Mountain Mouse King. Qin Shen looked at the number of mountain mice, which had now increased to 222. Next, the mountain mice would grow explosively. In another 10 minutes, the breeding room would be full. So Qin Shen arrogantly said, "What if I reveal my location? If you want to kill me, come at me. A bunch of trash. I can take you all on by myself." This statement directly broke the defenses of the novice village players. Damn, you, a useless one drop of blood, dare to mock us as trash. Qin Shen, you really have guts. If you want to die, Grandpa will send you on your way. Just wait. You'll pay for this. Qin Shen ignored their words. Anyway, the location had already been sent out, so he just needed to wait here. He also found a reasonable position. The small hill had only one path leading to the top. This path was only about 10 meters wide, at most accommodating 30 players to ascend together. So dealing with players here was the best choice. Qin Shen wouldn't be foolish enough to let 100,000 people spread out and confront him. He only had 2,000 ordinary mice. No matter what, he couldn't take on 100,000, but by using the terrain advantage, he only needed to face a few dozen players. Even if there were a million, he could still kill them all. Just as Qin Shen was secretly calculating, on the path up the hill, Wang Yiba suddenly saw the location Qin Shen had sent. Excitement surged through him. Ha ha, I knew this little brat was hiding here. One drop of blood. You can't hide anymore. Dare to offend me, Suin, today you'll pay. Good son-in-law. Kill him, avenge us. Yiba, you have to stand up for me. Wang Yiba and the others had encountered Qin Shen in the north of the village before, but they didn't know what this kid was up to, so, after issuing the order, he brought his mother-in-law and Su Padai to search for him in the north of the village. After searching around and not finding Qin Shen, they decided to climb this small hill. Unexpectedly, at this moment, they happened to see Qin Shen sending out his location, which thrilled them. We'll soon be able to take this little brat's life. My big knife has long been itching for action. Wang Yiba, typically quick to forget past injuries, rushed up excitedly. However, he was suddenly pulled back by Su Padai. Captain, don't forget, this kid is a bit tricky. This statement doused Wang Yiba with cold water. Damn, that's right. This kid has already killed me twice. If I charge up recklessly like this, I'll definitely get killed again. Thinking of this, Wang Yiba stopped and asked Su Padai. So, what do you say? Su Padai's eyes darted as he looked down, noticing a small team that had been wandering around here was now approaching. This team had also been searching for Qin Shen in the northern part of the village, and upon seeing his location, they rushed over immediately. Just as they were excitedly preparing to kill Qin Shen, they were suddenly blocked by a group of people. What the hell? I'm in a hurry to kill Qin Shen. Don't block my way, the bearded berserker leading the group said rudely. Suin snorted coldly. Do you know who you're standing in front of? Damn. I don't care who he is, whoever gets in my way, I'll chop them down. Wang Yiba sneered. I am Wang Yiba. Do you dare to chop me? The bearded man looked Wang Yiba up and down, his face filled with disdain. Oh, so you're Wang Yiba. Hee hee. That contemptuous expression infuriated Wang Yiba. Was his position as the first team leader so easily dismissed? Damn. Kid, what do you mean by that? Do you still want to join my legion as a team leader? The bearded man spat. You think a mere team leader can buy me off? Who do you think I am? I'm an A-level powerhouse. Who cares about your measly attribute bonuses? Unexpectedly, this bearded man was also a skilled fighter. Wang Yiba curiously asked, if it's not for the team leader position, why are you chasing Qin Shen? The bearded man pointed behind him and said, I'm here to avenge my cousin. It has nothing to do with you. Behind him stood two people, Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei. Lu Ruyan, aren't you and Qin Shen a couple? Why do you want to kill him now? Wang Yiba asked in confusion. Lu Ruyan's face flushed and she lowered her head without saying a word. The bearded man cursed, what the hell are you talking about? Lu Ruyan is mine now. That kid Qin Shen has no right to enjoy her. This left Wang Yiba and the others bewildered. Wasn't he her cousin? Why was he using words like enjoy? However, this guy was too arrogant and Wang Yiba could no longer hold back. Damn, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth thinking an A-level is invincible? Let me tell you, I'm an S-level. I'll let you taste the power of an S-level right now. With that, Wang Yiba drew his knife ready to take action against the bearded man. However, Supadai stopped him and sent a private message, Captain, don't forget our goal. If we delay, that kid Qin Shen might escape. Wang Yiba was startled. Damn, I almost messed up my big plan. Upon hearing that Wang Yiba was about to act, the bearded man also dared not make a fuss anymore. He had only been acting tough to save face in front of Lu Ruyan. If it came down to a real fight with the renowned Wang Yiba, he wouldn't dare. Wang Yiba glared at the bearded man and then sheathed his knife. The bearded man breathed a sigh of relief and coldly snorted, still, Qin Shen is the priority. Let's go. Time had reached 25 minutes, and the number of mountain rats had reached 677. While Qin Shen was quietly waiting in place, suddenly a few people burst out from a small path. Initially thinking they were a team, upon closer inspection he saw that leading them was a bearded man along with Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei, followed by Wang Yiba and others. The bearded man glanced disdainfully at Qin Shen as he approached. So you're the waste with a drop of blood? Daring to bully our Ruyan? I see you're tired of living. Do you know who the hell I am? I'm an A-level talent powerhouse. Understand? Qin Shen laughed heartily, leaving the others confused. Qin Shen, stop pretending. I, Zhao Lei, can't beat you with my E-level talent. It's me, Zhao Lei, who's not good enough. But now it's different. Ruyan has brought her cousin, and her cousin is an A-level powerhouse. Crushing you is like squashing an ant. Got it? Zhao Lei boasted, relying on the bearded man. Lu Ruyan also sneered. Coldly, Qin Shen, you're finished today. Let me tell you, not only do the players want to kill you, but I, Lu Ruyan, also want to avenge the grudge from that knife. Only then did Qin Shen stop laughing and said, Cousin? Lu Ruyan, who doesn't know who we are? When did you suddenly have such a rough cousin? This can't be some wild man you've hooked up with again, right? Lu Ruyan's face flushed at the words, while the big bearded man said nothing. Instead, Zhao Lei became anxious. You're talking nonsense. Don't slander her. Ru Yan is not that kind of woman. He is clearly Ruyan's cousin, not some wild man. Qin Shen laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lei, can you stop being so naive? Lu Ruyan is just a loose woman. Who knows how many men she's been seeing behind your back? Zhao Lei shouted. You're full of crap. I'm going to kill you. Qin Shen, I'm going to kill you. However, he only dared to yell in place, not daring to take a step forward. This coward was afraid Qin Shen would take him out in an instant. Zhao Lei, right now you're like a dog locked in a cage. Having lost its manhood, you can only bark and howl at people to vent your anger. Qin Shen mercilessly humiliated Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's face turned red with rage, but he had no way to retaliate against Qin Shen. He could only grit his teeth in impotent fury. Don't you dare howl at me. I told you, I will kill you and Lu Ruyan. I'll kill both of you in this game, Qin Shen said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei shrank back, hiding behind the big bearded man. The big bearded man knew it was time to show his heroic spirit. Qin Shen, you probably don't know who I am, do you? I'm an A-grade talent. You, a worthless piece of trash, think you can kill Ru. Before he could finish his sentence, a magic missile shot out from the tip of Qin Shen's staff. 3644, a single skill instantly killed the berserker, who was still talking nonsense. The berserker only managed to send a message after lying on the ground. Yen, I'll chop you to death. Qin Shen sneered. Who's chopping whom now, huh? You chatterbox. The big bearded man was still in a daze. How is this kid so freakishly strong? Damn, a magic missile took away over 3,000 of my health? I only have over 300 health left. After the berserker died, he chose not to respawn but lay on the ground to see what tricks Qin Shen had up his sleeve. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei were clearly panicking. Lu Ruyan initially thought that with an A-grade powerhouse's talent she could easily suppress Qin Chen, which is why she sought out the big bearded man and offered her body. Who would have thought that after being suppressed by the big bearded man, he would be so weak? Instantly, both of them were frightened and began to retreat. Little did Lu Ruyan know that halfway through her retreat, she was suddenly grabbed by a large hand. Turning her head, she found it was Wang Yiba. Captain Yiba. You. Her expression was as timid as a frightened little rabbit. Wang Yiba grinned lewdly. The big bearded man is just an A-grade talent. He definitely can't handle it. But I, your Captain Ba, am an S-grade talent and I can definitely help you take revenge. Lu Ruyan. If you spend some time with Captain Ba, how about I kill Qin Chen for you? Wang Yiba had overheard the earlier deal between Lu Ruyan and the big bearded man and immediately had ulterior motives. Lu Ruyan was one of the top women in the neighborhood, and Wang Yiba, a loser, often fantasized about her. He had long been drooling over her. Now that he found Lu Ruyan within reach, he was filled with lustful thoughts. Meanwhile, in Wang Yiba's arms, Lu Ruyan looked up and secretly glanced at Zhao Lei, only to find him pretending not to see and turning his head away. She then hypocritically said, Captain Yiba, you should let me go. Her tone was so delicate and teasing that it completely captivated Wang Yiba. He. Lu Ruyan, I've wanted you for a long time. Now that I'm the captain, you shouldn't stick with that loser Zhao Lei anymore. Come with me. Zhao Lei was taken aback as he was still waiting to use Lu Ruyan to attract other strong players. Captain Yiba, don't. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Pai Dai, standing next to Wang Yiba, drew his knife and warned, think carefully about your own identity. Zhao Lei, feeling wronged, shrank back. On this side, the coy Lu Ruyan had yet to resist, but Jiang Huilian, standing next to Wang Yiba, was already displeased. It wasn't even Jiang Huilian's idea. This foolish, lame girl could only pout and stomp her feet in dissatisfaction, while the infatuated Wang Yiba couldn't be bothered with her. Instead, it was Xie Qinhua who shot Jiang Huilian a fierce glance and pointed at Wang Yiba. She muttered softly, keep an eye on him. Only then did Jiang Huilian deliberately stomp her foot loudly, letting out a heavy hum beside Wang Yiba. Wang Yiba glanced at her and simply said one word, get lost. Jiang Huilian and Xie Qinhua were instantly stunned. They hadn't expected Wang Yiba to change his face so quickly. Wasn't Jiang Huilian his legitimate wife? Even if Lu Ruyan joined now, she could only be considered a concubine, right? Yiba. What's wrong with you? Jiang Huilian asked anxiously. Wang Yiba, who had originally been smiling at Lu Ruyan, immediately turned into a fierce and menacing figure as he turned his face. What's wrong with me? Jiang Huilian, don't think that just because you have a bit of looks you can keep me. I'm tired of you now. You better get lost. Do you hear me? If you keep yapping, I'll kick you out of the regiment. Jiang Huilian and Xie Qinhua were both small group leaders in the Bei army, enjoying attribute bonuses. Being threatened like this by Wang Yiba made them wilt instantly. Girl, we're at least leaning on a big shot. Let's stabilize him first. Who knows, we might have a chance to rise later. Jiang Huilian had no ideas of her own and listened to her mother, nodding to show she understood. However, just as Wang Yiba was about to act inappropriately, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, I say, Lu Ruyan, you're really going downhill. Now you're about to be pushed over by this fat pig, Wang Yiba. Qin Chen mocked mercilessly. Wang Yiba stopped what he was doing and glanced disdainfully at Qin Chen. Su Padai also shifted his gaze from Lu Ruyan and said, he. Qin Chen, don't act tough here. I was killed by you twice before. I know, you have high attack power, but you also have weaknesses. You only have one drop of blood, right? Humph. Don't think I don't know, you definitely have an invincible skill. But your invincible skill isn't unlimited, nor can it be infinite. I guess your skill must break after being attacked a few times. Su Padai had heard that there was a big group leader in the regiment who was an A-level talent, and his talent was to block an attack every 10 seconds. Combining that with the previous encounters with Qin Chen, he deduced that Qin Chen's skill should be better than this A-level talent. But even the best skill has its limits. At most, after being attacked 10 times, the invincible shield would break. Su Padai couldn't help but applaud Qin Chen. I didn't expect that besides enjoying tricking others, you're not stupid. You're right, my shield can only guarantee my invincibility for 10 seconds. Seeing him voluntarily reveal his skill characteristics, Su Padai was overjoyed, along with Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei, who all had grudges against Qin Chen and wanted to kill him, especially Xie Qinhua, who excitedly clashed her two axes together with a loud bang. Ha ha, you only have 10 seconds of invincibility. As long as we drag it past those 10 seconds, you'll still be the one getting killed. Lu Ruyan winked and laughed, he. So that's how it is, Qin Chen. I thought you really turned your luck around, but it turns out you only have 10 seconds. Still that trash. Wang Yiba snorted disdainfully. I told you all long ago, this Qin Chen is just a showpiece. In the end, he's just 10 seconds of trash. Supadai said, hee hee. 10 seconds, huh? Qinshen, you really have some guts to reveal your trump card. Qinshen shrugged. What if you know? Aren't you still getting killed? By me? Which of you hasn't died at my hands? You call me trash, but what about you? Who can last a round under my trashy hands? Hearing Qinshen say this, several people's faces turned green. They had already died at his hands twice and indeed had no way to deal with him. Hee hee. Before, we weren't prepared. But now it's different. Now that we know your invincibility lasts only 10 seconds. As long as we can hold out for 10 seconds, even if you take out 1 or 2 of us, so what? We have 6 people now. You can at most use 1 or 2 skills before we close in on you. And you, this worthless one with a drop of health, once we get close, you're dead. Wang Yiba stepped forward, arrogantly asking, we have 6 people, can you take us all out? I ask you, can you? Lu Ruyan sneered. In his arms, he can't do shit. He doesn't even have an area attack skill. Hee. Qinshen, before we were careless, unprepared. Now, facing the siege of the 6 of us, you trash will definitely die today, Supadai said. Qinshen let out a cold laugh. Oh, is that so? Are you sure I'm the only one? Supadai waved his hand. What? You want to call your friends over? Let me tell you the truth, Qinshen. You are now the public enemy of the novice village. Even if you had 100 friends, it wouldn't help. Qinshen replied, I didn't plan to call friends, but it seems you all forgot one thing, what my profession is. The others exchanged glances, especially Wang Yiba. Although he had been killed by Qinshen twice, he really hadn't paid attention to what profession Qinshen was. Aren't you just a magic profession? A wizard? Wang Yiba asked. Supadai was the first to react. No way. This kid is a necromancer. I saw the skeletons he summoned last time. Xia Qinhua raised her 2 axes and said, a necromancer. I know, a little skeleton with 2 axes. Lu Ruyan scoffed, humph. Acting like he's some hidden profession. Isn't he just a summoner of broken bone frames? Not even as good as a wizard. Qinshen, I didn't expect you to have such little ability. Now I suspect those 2 times you killed me were too unjust. Wang Yiba said coldly. Didn't you think those broken bone frames could save you? Then summon them now. Supadai said. Alright, I'll summon the skeletons right now for you to see. Qinshen said. Wang Yiba and the others wore disdainful expressions. Who doesn't know? The skeletons, summoned by a necromancer, can't even defeat an ordinary monster. They are completely useless. Not to mention there are S-level expert Wang Yiba and A-level expert Supadai here. Qinshen waved his staff and released the king skeleton. Since the production room for the Mountain Mouse King skeleton wasn't full yet, he didn't plan to use it but let it stay outside to produce. At the same time, he also discovered a problem, which is that the Mountain Mouse King can only produce while in a summoned state, and just now when he was about to recall the Mountain Mouse King, he received a system prompt that if he recalled the skeleton space the little mountain mice produced in the production room would be cleared. A flash of white light appeared before both sides, and a skeleton that barely reached Qinshen's thigh appeared in the middle. The key was that this skeleton was hunched over, looking a bit lewd. The moment the king skeleton appeared, Wang Yiba and the others' brains collectively crashed for a moment, then erupted into a burst of thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? A mini skeleton? Oh my, I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. An ordinary skeleton is just a pile of broken bones, but at least it has height advantage. Look at you, summoning out something like this. He. Qinshen, I didn't expect you to not only have a trashy health bar, but even the summoned skeleton is this pathetic. Truly low. With such a little trash, I only need one axe. Qinshen smiled without speaking. While the others were laughing heartily, the king skeleton waved the staff in its hand. Suddenly 3 goblin captains appeared out of thin air. The 3 little green-skinned figures startled Wang Yiba and the others. Isn't that the goblin from the dungeon? How did it appear here? Wang Yiba said. This seems to be the goblin captain. I saw it when I cleared the first stage of the dungeon. It's bigger than a regular goblin. Suing confirmed. Captain? Then its attack must be very high, Wang Yiba asked. Before Supadai could respond, a fireball flew towards Wang Yiba's head. 35900 over 30,000 damage. Instantly took Wang Yiba down. As the massive damage floated above his head, everyone was stunned. When had they ever seen 5-digit damage? Wang Yiba's corpse lay on the ground, a line of text emerging from above his head. This is impossible. The assassin captain had long since vanished. While the others were still shocked by Qinshen's damage, a string of numbers suddenly appeared above them. 3900. The goblin assassin captain slowly revealed itself. Its dagger had already claimed Supadai's life. Zhao Lei, panicking, tried to escape, but as soon as he turned, he was taken down by the warrior captain. Lu Ruyan and Zhang Huilian, the 3 women, also attempted to flee, only to be killed one by the skeletal king and its minions. Qinshen, spare me. I won't dare to provoke you again. Please let me go. Wang Yiba finally realized that Qin Shen was a freak and getting more and more freakish. His S-class talent was no match for this big freak, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. Supadai lay on the ground in silence, pondering whether he could kill Qin Shen. He had already died 4 times, and if this continued, it would be him who ended up dead instead of the one with a single drop of blood left. Zhao Lei said nothing. He knew Qin Shen would never let him go, so he silently chose to resurrect. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan still held on to a glimmer of hope. Qin Shen, can't you let me off the hook for the 3 years we've been together? After all, I served you for 3 years. How can you be so heartless? Qin Shen was completely unmoved. Coldly, he said, you lot, one and all, I will kill you every time I see you, until you are completely dead. Wang Yiba, don't say you won't provoke me in the future. I welcome you to come and stir up trouble. But from now on, if I see you, I will definitely kill you. Lu Ruyan, you shameless whore. You still remember we were together for 3 years? The moment you drugged me, you became a dead person. Our grudge can only be settled when one of us is completely dead. After hearing Qin Shen's words, everyone who still hoped for a way out felt their hopes dashed. They all chose to resurrect. If I had known not to provoke that jinx. Now look, I'll have to avoid him in the future. Wang Yiba shot a glance at Supadai, complaining. Supadai replied, Captain, you can't say that. Didn't he just kill us once already? In my opinion, this guy has long been at odds with us. Wang Yiba immediately panicked. Then you tell me, what should we do now? Am I supposed to hide in the village as the proud first captain? Supadai's eyes turned, and he said, how could we hide in the village? Didn't you see that the north of the village is already filled with players? They're all rushing towards the small hill. 100,000 players in the novice village all want Qin Shen's life. As long as we hide behind and watch the fun, this time Qin Shen is definitely dead. Hearing that the main force had arrived, Wang Yiba clapped his thighs in approval. Good, good, good. Let's go see how Qin Shen dies. His invincibility lasts only 10 seconds, right? Can he withstand 100,000 players? With that, he led the remaining 5 towards the north of the village. At this moment, the Mountain Rat King's lair was already filled with small mountain rats. Turning to look at the plains below, it was bustling with people. The 100,000 players originally scattered around the novice village had now gathered. They had only one goal now, to make Qin Shen die. Most of the players among them were dissatisfied with Qin Shen, clearly a worthless player. With just 1 drop of blood, yet he was thriving more than anyone else, which made them resentful and jealous. They wanted to use Wang Yiba's reason to take him down. Additionally, there were genuinely those who wanted to snatch the position of the team leader of the Dominance Legion. After all, there were attribute bonuses involved. The rest were members of the Dominance Legion, who were undoubtedly the most excited, rushing towards the small hill, eager to kill Qin Shen to show off in front of their leader. Upon seeing the crowd, Qin Shen revealed a disdainful sneer. Just a bunch of little karami coming to deliver food. It's a pity that killing doesn't grant experience points, otherwise, it would be Qin Shen who was excited right now. However, the drop rate for killing and looting equipment was not low, and there was also a chance to drop items from their backpacks, including gold coins. Finally, under Qin Shen's expectant gaze, the head of the large group began to ascend the small hill's path. In no time, an archer reached the top first. Upon seeing the 1 drop of blood, he excitedly shouted back, "Ha! Qin Shen, this waste is indeed here." He then hurriedly turned around and ran towards Qin Shen. That excitement was like a woman rushing to grab eggs, fearing she would miss out if she was late. Hearing this, the players behind surged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Soon, under the lead of the archer, everyone rushed to the top. Qin Shen, with his 1 drop of blood, came into view. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately erupted, shouting and rushing forward, especially the archer, who had already closed in to within 30 meters. His excited face trembled and his eyes sparkled with greed. Qin Shen, you're dead. Look at my arrow. He had already readied his bow, prepared to attack as soon as he was within 20 meters. This guy was so excited that he completely overlooked the king skeleton standing in front of Qin Shen. As he ran, a fireball came flying towards him. 36,000, the excited archer instantly turned into a corpse on the ground. The massive damage immediately stunned the crowd. That followed. They froze in place. Unfortunately, there were still some oblivious players pushing their way up, causing chaos on the scene. The unaware players shouted, "Charge! Those in front, charge! Kill Qin Shen and get promoted and rich! Charge, charge, charge! Is Qin Shen dead? If not, leave him to me. I'm coming." The players in front shouted frantically, "What the hell are you charging for? Don't make a fuss, this guy is a bit sinister. Don't push forward. Someone has already been killed by him." 36,000. Damage, what are you charging for? I don't want to die. Thus, a group of people became stalemated at the top of the hill. However, those who had already come up were still a minority, and soon the people behind began to push them forward. The more they pushed, the closer they got to Qin Shen.
In the end, they had no choice but to move to other directions of the small hill. In just a few minutes, the small hill was packed with people. Qin Shen had long since leaned against the cliff on the other side, leaving a semicircular area of about 30 meters in front of him that no one dared to approach. Come on, old buddy. He only has one drop of blood. What are you afraid of? Damn. A bunch of cowards. Afraid of a worthless player with one drop of blood. If you have the guts, go up. He just killed someone in an instant. If you can withstand over 30,000 damage, then go. For a moment, the top of the hill was filled with voices of mutual blame, with no one daring to step forward. Qin Shen looked at the sea of black heads in front of him and laughed joyfully. These were all equipment and money. It took ages to get a piece of equipment from monsters, but killing was much faster. Moreover, now that he was authorized by the system, killing wouldn't increase his evil value at all. It was estimated that there were already around 10,000 players at the top of the hill, with more players pushing up from below. Su Padai suddenly said, "Leader, look at the chat channel." Wang Yiba was leading the group towards the small hill, and upon Su Padai's reminder, he hurriedly glanced at the regional chat channel. The messages were rapidly scrolling upwards, making it impossible to see the content clearly. He quickly stabilized the view to examine it closely. The more he looked, the angrier Wang Yiba became. These cowards. They're afraid of a worthless piece of trash with just one drop of blood. What do we do now? These guys don't even dare to come forward, he asked Su Padai. After a moment of thought, Su Padai revealed a sly smile. Easy. Just watch me. Suing shouted, "Everyone, charge." Qin Shen only has one drop of blood, and his invincible shield lasts only 10 seconds. Suing added, "Kill Qin Shen, and you'll be rewarded with 1 silver coin." Dominion. Legion. He was afraid his message would get buried, so he spent a silver coin to pin it at the top. Players saw that killing Qin Shen not only offered the position of squad leader but also a silver coin as a reward. They had been grinding monsters for 2 days and had barely accumulated less than a silver coin. This money was clearly tempting. However, everyone was hesitant, not wanting to be cannon fodder, only daring to shout from the front. "Qin Shen, you're finished. Just give up your meaningless resistance," an old shield warrior shouted. This guy was already 80 years old, too frail to walk, but the Myriad Realms game had given him a second life. Although he was still gray-haired in the game, at least his body was strong, just like a young man. This gave the old man a goal he wanted to craft. A soul-sealing stone. He wanted to achieve immortality. Fortunately, he was still a B-level talent, making it relatively easy to form a team. Upon learning that killing Qin Shen would grant him the position of squad leader in the Dominion Legion, the old man eagerly joined this nationwide hunt. At this moment, he had indeed spotted Qin Shen, who only had one drop of blood left, which made him quite excited. "Qin Shen, don't you feel shameless for wasting everyone's time like this? Don't you have any sense of dignity? You're clearly about to die, yet you want to drag the whole village down with you." A young woman named Shangnan stepped forward to scold him. She had been an educated woman on Blue Star, pursuing independence and self-identity. At 40, still unmarried, she was looked down upon by handsome men for being slightly plump, and the men she went on blind dates with were all low quality, unworthy of her as a slightly plump independent woman. Thus, she became known as a leftover woman. However, Shangnan, who often browsed little sweet potatoes, absolutely could not lower her standards, as everyone said that once she reached menopause, a domineering CEO would come flying in a Black Hawk helicopter to marry her. But now times had changed. She was suddenly pulled into the game, and in this world of the survival of the fittest, Shangnan had yet to adjust her mindset. Being plump, she only had a D-level talent, but she was an independent woman and an educated one at that, believing that in such a chaotic society, one should care for the vulnerable. People like Qin Shen, who was on the brink of death with just one drop of blood, belonged to the vulnerable group. However, this vulnerable group seemed not so weak. Not only was his attack power incredibly high, but he had also killed several people and now dared to offend the leader of the First Legion, Wang Yiba. This clearly did not fit the image of a vulnerable group, so Qin Shen was a cunning criminal disguised as a victim. Such a person deserved to die. Xingnan's words made Qin Shen frown. "Oh, so you're the one who was boasting in the regional chat channel." He remembered this person, initially thinking it was a man, only to find out upon meeting that it was a woman. That's right. A despicable person like you, regardless of gender, deserves to die. Qin Shen was puzzled as to when he had become a despicable person. Forget it. He decided not to care about them. After all, there were no rules in this game, and he could kill whoever he wanted. At that moment, an older teen leader from the Dominion Legion, Old Lu, also stepped forward. "Qin Shen, you're already at death's door. Now, you've become the enemy of the entire village. Wherever you go, you'll be hunted down. Offending our leader leads to this kind of end. Perhaps, if you kneel and apologize to our leader and bow 100 times, he might spare your life." Qin Shen laughed. I'm about to die? Am I going to bow 100 times?
Why do I feel like it's your captain who's about to die? Old Lu shouted angrily, you ignorant fool, you only have a drop of blood and your invincibility lasts only 10 seconds while we have 100,000 players wanting your life. More importantly, right now, you are all alone. Let's see how long you can hold on. Qin Shen replied, it seems you all haven't understood one thing. That is my profession. Besides my high attack, I'm also a necromancer, you know. Oh, a necromancer? Old Lu and the others exchanged glances. He, Shangnan, and the old shield warrior had silently reached a consensus. They would attack Qin Shen at the first opportunity to try to kill him. Upon hearing Qin Shen's profession, the three couldn't help but burst into laughter. I say, Qin Shen, are you here to make us laugh? You think a pathetic little mage who plays with bones can scare us, the old man said. You say you're a necromancer, where are your skeletons? Oh, is it this little dwarf? Ha ha ha. Old Lu pointed at the king skeleton and laughed. Humph, I thought you were someone important. Just using a broken skeleton to scare us, I look down on you even more now. Shang Nan glanced at him disdainfully. Other players also laughed upon seeing Qin Shen's tiny king skeleton. Damn, not only is Qin Shen's health bar short, but even his skeleton is a bit short. He can't be short everywhere, right? Ha ha ha. Qin Shen is really at the end of his rope. Thinking he can turn the tables with that little dwarf skeleton is just hilarious. Besides the players, the summoned creatures did not display health bars above their heads, so others couldn't see the exaggerated health of the king skeleton. In the eyes of these people, the tiny skeleton didn't even have the combat power of an ordinary summoned skeleton. So one by one, they began to mock him. Qin Shen, hurry up and retract your tricks. You're embarrassing yourself here. The old man waved his hand at Qin Shen. Qin Shen smiled without answering, instead pointing his staff at the mountain mouse king skeleton half buried in the weeds. I still have this one. What this one? At first, everyone hadn't noticed, until they saw where Qin Shen's staff was pointing. But, ha ha ha, what? What is that? Qin Shen, are you joking? You dare to threaten us with such a little thing? I'm laughing. I thought that little skeleton was already useless, but I didn't expect an even more useless thing to come. Qin Shen, are you sure you want to use this little skeleton baby against us? Qin Shen quietly watched them laugh. Of course, I'm very sure, because soon you will know its power. This statement caused the crowd to erupt in laughter. Oh, soon we will know its power. Ah, yes. Let us see how powerful this little thing is. How powerful is it? Is it more powerful than your one drop of blood? Because it has 10 drops of blood. He. Amidst the continuous laughter, small mountain mice began to appear around the mountain mouse king skeleton. These small mountain mice, like the mountain mouse king, were also in skeleton form. Unlike the king skeleton's summoning skill, the mountain mouse king skeleton produced mountain mouse skeletons. Moreover, these mountain mouse skeletons had the same attributes as level 7 ordinary mountain mice. Although they were just ordinary wild monsters, they were not something the current players could contend with, especially since they hadn't organized their team at all. One by one, small cat-sized skeletons appeared beside the mountain mouse king. This scene laughed the players, who were still mocking, dumbfounded. The laughter on the mountaintop was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of dense skeletons. What's going on? Seeing a uniform array of stark white skeletons ahead, the players who had been laughing involuntarily began to retreat. But behind them was a crowded mass of people. How could they escape? As the number of mountain rat skeletons increased, they gradually closed in on the encircled players. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Shoving the people behind, they shouted, "Run! Clear the way, everyone, clear the way!" There's something strange about these things. Everyone, run! However, at that moment, the old group leader, Old Lu, and the female fighter representative, Shang Nan, stepped forward. What are you panicking for? It's just a bunch of little broken skeletons. Watch me chop one down with a single strike. The old man held a shield in one hand and swung his sword with the other. However, only a -26 damage appeared above the mountain rat skeleton's head. Instead, a small mountain rat jumped up and bit his shield. -86 damage floated up. The old man's health instantly dropped by a third. It startled him. After all, he was a shield warrior with high defense and thick health. If it were any other class, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Meanwhile, the surrounding players were also under attack from the mountain rat skeletons. These little nuisances are a problem. Everyone retreat. After a loud shout, the crowd could no longer hold back and began to push outward. But they couldn't push past the crowd behind them. It was like hitting a copper wall or an iron bastion, unable to escape and turning in circles in panic. Run! Something's off. These things are strange. In an instant, the mountaintop was enveloped in noise. Weren't you all going to kill me? How dare you call me useless? Can't 100,000 people even kill a useless one? Qin Shen looked at the panicking crowd and spoke disdainfully. At that moment, the big group leader, Old Lu, stepped forward. Everyone, don't be afraid. Charge with me. No matter how powerful Qin Chen is, he only has one drop of health. Let's rush in and kill him. Old Lu was a mage, waving his staff and calling out. Immediately, a wave of responses followed. After all, most people had come to join the fun, and seeing how formidable Qin Chen was, they all began to think about fleeing. But the people behind still didn't know what was happening and kept pushing forward. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they decided to fight. The big group leader was right. No matter how powerful Qin Chen was, he only had one drop of health. This was the world game, and the system would never allow any bugs to exist. So as long as they touched Qin Chen, he would die. An invincible shield? It only had a 10-second effective period. How long could Qin Chen hold on? The female fighter and the old man glared with bloodshot eyes. These two were the most envious of Qin Chen. One was elderly and had thought he could defy fate, only to be overshadowed by this young man. The other was simply disappointed that Qin Chen didn't fit her expected image of a weakling. So these two were the most eager, following old Lu as they charged forward. With someone leading, more and more people joined in, shouting loudly, "Take down Qin Chen! Get the treasures!" Qin Chen merely stood coldly in place, beginning to command the 2,000 mountain rat skeletons to fight. At this moment, the mountain rat king had released all the little mountain rats from the breeding ground. A dense layer of skeleton rats filled the space between him and the attacking players. A glance revealed nothing but white skeletal frames. Qin Chen wasn't a fool. He ordered the mountain rats to first kill the ranged classes and priests they could reach, and only then to take down the shield warriors and fighters. These mountain rats looked weak after turning into skeletons, but their attributes were anything but. Level 7 monsters in front of players at this stage could take away 2/3 of a ranged class's health with just a touch, and two of them working together could instantly kill someone. In contrast, players could only deal a maximum of over 70 damage to them, and these mountain rats attacked quickly. Some mages were killed before they could even cast their spells. Some people originally wanted to rush through the mountain rat swarm to attack Qin Chen, but they miscalculated. Before they could take 2 steps, they were killed by the mountain rats. In an instant, nearly 100 damage. Numbers floated above the heads of the players on the mountaintop, all struck by the mountain rats. Under the relentless attacks of the mountain rats, the player camp continuously lit up with white light. Those were the players who had died from the mountain rat attacks, falling down like cut chives. The players standing at the back were horrified by the terrifying scene, their legs trembling in fear as they tried to retreat down the mountain. However, the path up was still crowded with players pushing their way up, and many unaware players at the foot of the mountain were eagerly making their way up. They had no way to escape. Someone shouted in despair, "Let me go. I want to leave here. I only have half a month to live due to cancer. If I get killed here, I'll really be dead." Me too, me too. I only have 7 days left. Please let me go. A player with just one drop of blood pleaded desperately. Originally, this one-drop blood player was a young man who should have had a long life ahead of him, but unfortunately, before entering the game, he had been racing on the road and at high speed crashed into the central flower bed. To make matters worse, the airbags in his car didn't deploy, and the immense inertia caused the seatbelt to crush his cervical spine. It seemed he was destined to die, but just as he was on the brink, the system intervened and saved his life. Upon hearing that Qin Chen also had just one drop of blood and was rampaging through the battlefield, it became even more critical that he was merely a B-level talent, while he himself was a C-level talent just one level away. How could there be such a vast difference in damage? Qin Chen must have some treasure on him, so he had come this time intending to snatch the treasure. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to grab the treasure, and now he was the one facing death. The regret in his heart was overwhelming. "I'm still young. I don't want to die. I was just saved by the game. I can't die here. I'm begging you, I'm on my knees. Please, let me out. I won't dare to mess with Qin Chen again." The young man banged his head on the ground, but the people around him were too panicked to pay him any mind. As they rushed out, no one cared, no matter how loud he shouted. Suddenly, a completely white mountain rat dashed in front of him. The moment the young man looked up, he saw the skeletal white frame and was immediately paralyzed with fear. He leaned back, using his hands to push against the ground as he retreated. While backing away, he cried out, "No, don't come closer. I don't want to die. I won't provoke Qin Chen again. I'm begging you, I don't want to die." The mountain rat skeleton didn't care for his pleas, and found him too verbose. It leaped onto him and bit down, dealing 98 points of damage. Poor guy, although the system had saved him once, he had now sealed his own fate. At that moment, the mountain rat swarm was already wreaking havoc at the mountaintop. As for the leaders of the Ba Yi Legion, Old Lu, the shield warrior, and the female martial artist, they had long been killed by the mountain rat skeletons. Wang Yiba had just arrived at the foot of the mountain. His group saw that the crowd that had come to kill Qin Chen had filled the entire mountain path, and Wang Yiba clapped his hands in delight. "Qin Chen, oh Qin Chen, you dare to fight me? Don't you know your own status? Can you even compare to me, the first group leader?" He. This time, Qin Shin is undoubtedly dead. 100,000 people. Let's see how he can still be arrogant. Lu Ruyan laughed brightly in Wang Yiba's embrace. On the other side, Xia Qinhua shot a glare at him, feeling frustrated. Now that Wang Yiba was so infatuated with Lu Ruyan, it was becoming difficult for her as a potential mother-in-law. She looked up at the sea of players on the mountain and her expression finally improved. She shot a venomous glare at the mountain top. Humph. Qin Shen, you worthless fool, dare to kill me? Now look. Jump. Let's see how high you can bounce. Zhang Huilian was just a pretty face, a silly fool with no opinions or stance. However, Zhao Lei, who was huddled at the back, revealed a wicked smile. Qin Chen, we finally got our revenge. He. You only have one drop of blood. If you die once, you won't have a chance to live. The strategist Su Padai, standing beside Wang Yiba, was also feeling smug. He. Qin Shen, you think you can compete with me, Suyin? You're still too green. Back then, you tricked me out of a necklace, but you didn't think that this necklace would cost you your life, did you? Now, are you regretting it? To showcase his victory, Suyin even spent a fortune to pin 4 messages to the top. This little bit of money was nothing to him. He had already used his position to rake in almost a gold coin's worth from the Dominance Legion. Players on the mountain path, seeing such news, thought Qin Shen had already been eradicated. Hey, 1 drop of blood means you can't be hit. I hadn't even caught up when he died. Who says otherwise? I was still waiting to collect the bounty. Now look at this. Not only did the squad leader not make it, but there's not even a silver coin bounty left. Serves him right. It's all that bastard Qin Shen's fault for being so arrogant. Now let someone kill him. What do you think your life is worth? You really provoked someone you shouldn't have. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was busy picking up the equipment and money on the ground. I have to say, the drop rate for players is really high. Fox belt, evasion rate 0.5%, wild boarcloth shoes, intelligence +2. And so on, a whole bunch of equipment. However, most of this equipment was just whiteboard trash. He had only picked up 3 pieces of black iron grade gear so far. Additionally, he had collected 50 silver coins. With a 300 slot space in his novice backpack, these items had already taken up more than half. At this moment, a large area at the mountain top had cleared out. The mountain rat skeletons were bouncing forward, jumping up to bite people. Of course, the mountain rat skeletons weren't without losses. Some players had already organized into teams to fight back. Although the effect was minimal, it still caused Qin Shen to lose 50 mountain rat babies. Fortunately, there was always one little mountain rat in the mountain rat king's breeding ground, so production was maintained. As long as it was summoned and its space wasn't full with 2,000, the breeding ground's passive would trigger and production would continue. At this moment, the king skeleton was leading his minions to wreak havoc. Under Qin Shen's command, the king skeleton and his 3 captains specifically targeted the tougher opponents. The leader of the Dominance Legion, Wang Huijun, an A-grade shield warrior, had powerful dual defense capabilities. In the initial chaos of battle, he quickly formed a team. Using his strong defense, he barely stabilized the situation. The squad fought while retreating, having already killed 10 mountain rats. Although 5 mountain rats were attacking him, each only dealt about 15 points of damage, and in the face of his roughly 600 health, Wang Huijun smugly said, is this Qin Shen's method? I think it's just average. The healer in the team also said, although it's a bit tough combined. If this is Qin Shen's strength, then I can only say, he's ours now. Hey, trash Qin Shen, no wonder the captain calls him useless. He really is nothing special, the archer said while dealing damage. He felt much more relaxed with the big leader leading the team. He just had to focus on output. Don't worry, I'm leading the team. We'll kill Qin sooner or later. Before he could finish his sentence, a fireball suddenly struck him. 34300, the massive damage instantly took him out. With the meat shield Wang Huijun gone, the other players in the team were quickly overwhelmed by the swarm of mountain rats. Until the moment he died, Wang Huijun still couldn't figure out where that fireball had come from. Was it that kid Qin Shen? But he was clearly still standing there. Whose was it? Suddenly, the ghost floating in midair saw the skeleton they had originally looked down upon, that short and small defective product, the gnome skeleton they had laughed at for half a day, actually shoot a fireball from the tip of its staff. It hit one of the shield warriors, dealing over 30,000 damage, and that shield warrior was instantly killed. What? How could this gnome have such high damage? In an instant, the big leader and his team were stunned. Not just them, all players killed by the king skeleton and his subordinates were shocked. How could there be such high damage? They had known Qin Shen's damage was explosive, so they had been avoiding him, but unexpectedly, after hiding for so long, it was his skeleton that truly exploded. In an instant, these players felt they had been deceived, that bastard Wang Yiba actually didn't tell them such important information, causing them to die for nothing. Qin Shen was excitedly picking up equipment when he suddenly received a private message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from old Wang. Qin Shen, are you dead? There was also a message from Su. You, what happened? Did Wang Yiba kill you? Qin Shen was confused. No, I killed them. How could this bunch of trash kill me? Then what's up with the pinned message in the area chat? Su Yu asked. After learning Qin Shen's exact location, she and Old Wang rushed over, but they were blocked halfway up the mountain, unable to go up or down. Suddenly seeing the pinned message, both of them felt a tightness in their hearts. Could it be that Qin Shen was really killed? With so many people attacking, it wouldn't be easy to survive. After seeing the pinned message, Qin Shen was furious. Damn, what rumors are these trash spreading? Want to kill me? It's not that simple. He quickly pinned a message. Qin Shen, oh, am I dead now? How come I don't know? But I see some people are dying in large numbers. As soon as Qin Shen's message was sent, it struck all players like a heavy blow. They originally thought Qin Shen was dead and were about to head down the mountain. Who would have thought that the person involved would actually send a message? Not dead? How is that possible? He didn't die even when surrounded by so many players? Hey, we can go up. Let's go take a look. The end of the mountain path gradually revealed a clearing filled with players who had been cleared out. The players who had been stuck on the mountain path for a long time could finally go up. They surged forward one after another. Soon, the second wave of fighting began. Upon seeing Qin Shen's pinned message, Wang Yiba and the others turned pale. Is this Qin Shen made of iron? How can he not be killed? Wang Yiba said bitterly. Just a moment ago, Lu Ruyan, who was full of herself, had her expression freeze in disbelief. How could this happen? Her face was filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, Xia Qinoa's hands, gripping two axes, began to tremble. This Qin Shen, he's not human. Hui Lian, let's go, quickly. If we can't kill Qin Shen, we can't kill him. After saying that, she pulled Zhang Huilian to leave, but they were blocked by Wang Yiba's big knife. His knife swung quickly, clearly filled with malice. With a loud clang, it stood in front of Xia Qinhua, startling the old lady. Run my ass. If you dare to run, I'll chop you in half. Come with me up the mountain. I don't believe it. With so many people, we can't handle a single Qin Shen. Today, I'll make him die. Wang Yiba's stubbornness flared up, insisting on going up to investigate. At that moment, Su Pedai became fearful instead. Captain, it seems this Qin Shen has a trump card. So many people can't kill him, relying only on those few bosses won't work. Wang Yiba gritted his teeth. Damn, who cares what his trump card is? If we can't beat him, we retreat. Su Pedai thought this made sense. However, being cunning, he still stayed at the back of the group to facilitate an escape. Qin Shen was quite puzzled. Clearly, a large number of players had already been killed at the mountaintop, so why were there still so many fools coming up to die? But who cares, they were all here to deliver equipment anyway. At this stage, he was already in an invincible state. What annoyed him was that his backpack was already full, and equipment was still continuously dropping on the ground. Qin Shen had no choice but to first collect the gold coins. These equipment had a retention time of only 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, they would refresh. So Qin Shen was a bit anxious at this moment. He hurriedly messaged Su Yu and Old Wang, urging them to squeeze to the mountaintop. The latter thought something had happened to Qin Shen and hurriedly rushed up. As the crowd surged upward, more and more people were killed by the mountain rat skeletons. There were also more and more people choosing to resurrect. These players who resurrected were quite frustrated, thinking they could take advantage of the situation, only to find out that Qin Shen had such a trump card. This is not a solo operation at all. It's like carrying a small army with you. Wang Yiba, you bastard, you made me die once. Compensate me for my losses. Wang Yiba, do you have any conscience left? Aren't you sending us to our deaths? Qin Shen is too abnormal. We can't fight him at all, even with an extra 100,000 people. Incredible. One drop of blood can be this powerful. Truly amazing. The players watching the regional chat were stunned. What's going on? Does this mean Qin Shen can't be killed? Is he still up there? The crowd climbing the mountain immediately hesitated. Damn, is Qin Shen really that abnormal? There are still 80,000 players left below, and after Qin Shen's rampant slaughter, 20,000 players have already been eliminated. The remaining large group began to hesitate. I'm not going anymore. I only have 2 resurrection chances left. I'm not going either. I'm old and frail. I don't have many days left to live. Why should I join the fun? If you're not going, I'm not going either. I think this Qin Shen is a bit sinister. Many people were shouting about going down the mountain. Wang Yiba heard this. What are you all being cowards for? With me leading, what's there to be afraid of? I'll tell you, anyone who kills Qin Shen will be rewarded with 10 silver coins. Wang Yiba raised the stakes. Instantly, it stirred the greed of a group of desperate players. But many also chose not to believe Wang Yiba anymore. They muttered, just him? He's been killed by Qin Shen several times already, and he still doesn't believe it? Exactly. Just died and still not angry, rushing to send himself to death. The murmurs of the surrounding players, though quiet, still reached Wang Yiba's ears. The faces of a few people turned red. Wang Yiba, with his clumsy tongue and slow wits, didn't know what to say and could only lower his head in silence. Su Pedai was different. How dare you talk about us? Who are we? The top leaders of the First Legion. Do you know how much our attribute bonus is? Just saying it would scare you to death. How dare you laugh at us? Let me tell you, you bunch of trash. What we can't accomplish, you'll never accomplish in your lifetime. Pa! A bunch of trash. After Suppadai's outburst, the crowd didn't dare to respond, each one of them walking down with displeased expressions. Under Wang Yiba's lead, a large group of the Ba Yi Legion squeezed their way up the mountain. However, as they got closer to the summit, they saw a dazzling white light, and Wang Yiba and Suppadai, the two top leaders, finally spotted a group of little skeleton mountain mice bouncing up from the ground, which shocked them. Damn! It seems real. Where did this Qin Chen conjure up so many little things from? Wang Yiba stopped in his tracks. This guy already sensed something was off. This kid actually has a trump card. Captain, I think we should retreat. Suppadai was also scared. After all, he had already died 4 times, all at Qin Chen's hands. As soon as this was said, Wang Yiba's previously fiery mood instantly vanished. He wanted to lead the group down but couldn't bring himself to do it. The mocking voices of the people around him still lingered in his ears. If he retreated this time, he would completely lose to Qin Chen. Just as he hesitated, Qin Chen had already led the mountain mice army down. The players were so frightened they didn't dare to go up the mountain, but there were still uninformed crowds surging up from the bottom, so they were stuck halfway up, unable to go up or down. Qin Chen had no choice but to personally go down to harvest their lives. From a distance, he saw Wang Yiba and the others stuck on the mountain path. Qin Chen immediately burst into laughter. Brother Yiba, we meet again. Have you cleaned your butt yet? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Qin Chen's call, Wang Yiba was completely dumbfounded. He could no longer hold it together. All thoughts of being the First Legion commander and seeking revenge were thrown out the window. Run! Run! Everyone retreat down the mountain. He waved his big knife, ordering his team members to protect him as they retreated down. Now he was utterly terrified. Qin Chen had completely subdued him in one go. Unfortunately, the ascent was relatively smooth, but the descent was extremely crowded. Get out of the way. Move it. Run. Wang Yiba shouted to the players below as he walked. The Bone Legion behind them was getting closer, and anyone who encountered the Bone Legion let out miserable cries. I can't die. This is the last time, really the last time. Ah, damn. My virgin gear. I don't want to die. These mountain rat skeletons are terrifying. Help me. Someone help me. Wang Yiba and his companions were sweating profusely in the crowd, but they hadn't moved more than a few meters. As the screams of the players behind them grew fewer, Wang Yiba seemed to think of something. He looked back. In terror, there stood Qin Chen on the mountain path, staring at them, with a large number of white mountain rat skeletons in front of him. Those mountain rat skeletons had eyes flickering with the ghostly fire of green beans, charging at the players like ferocious beasts, utterly fearless of death. The sheer momentum had already intimidated them, let alone resist. The mountain rat skeletons harvested the players' lives like a swarm of locusts, and the damage numbers on the mountain path sparked like a lit fuse, creating a dazzling display. As for Wang Yiba and his companions, they had long since been crushed and reborn under the onslaught of the mountain rat army. When the players at the foot of the mountain saw the scene on the mountain path, they finally believed the shouts in the regional chat. They scattered and fled. By the time there were no players left at the foot of the mountain, Qin Chen had killed about 60,000 people. Detected player intent to attack has been cancelled. Killing penalty exemption mechanism has been lifted. Qin Chen received the system prompt. Seeing that there were no players left at the foot of the mountain, the equipment dropped by the dead players covered the entire mountain path. Meanwhile, Old Wang and Suyu were picking up equipment on a small hilltop. Due to time constraints, they followed Qin Chen's advice and only picked up black iron grade equipment. Most of these novice players had weapons and tops given by the system, which were hardly valuable. Such equipment would be worth 0 gold even if sold in a shop. Just the black iron grade equipment was enough for them to collect. By the time the three gathered at the foot of the mountain, their bags were already stuffed with 900 pieces of black iron grade equipment. They had also collected 2 gold coins and 10 silver coins. Old Wang and Suyu felt a bit embarrassed. Qin Chen, these equipment are all from your own efforts. They should belong to you, Suyu said. Qin Chen was very generous. I'm about to go to a level 3 city and I don't have time to deal with these items. Besides, the value of these novice village items will greatly decrease in the city. There's no need to keep them, you might as well sell them. Then we'll give you the money from selling the equipment. Old Wang, being an honest man, didn't want to take advantage of Qin Chen. Yeah, we just picked these up for you. The money from selling them should be yours, Suyu added. Qin Chen smiled and sighed. If you reach the level 3 city and have a chance to meet again, just share some with me. He had his reasons for saying this, as he noticed the gap between players was widening. The novice stage was precisely when the gap was being created, and although Old Wang had a significant equipment advantage, he had been delayed for a long time by that scheming woman, Yang Xian'er. Qin Shen reminded the two. After selling the equipment, make sure to level up quickly. The gap will only get larger. Suyu nodded obediently. Her only concern was leveling up, and she wasn't afraid of loneliness, just fighting monsters. Alone. Old Wang nodded along. Qin Shen glanced at Old Wang. Brother Wang, don't agree so easily. That Yang Xianer is clearly a flirt. How much time have you wasted because of her? Old Wang's face turned red, and he said softly, it's fine, I've already taken advantage of her. That flirtatious woman Yang Xianer is probably still unable to get out of bed. Qin Shen and Suyu immediately perked up their ears in gossip. What's going on? Old Wang, tell us. Qin Shen urged. Old Wang blushed as he recounted his experience, causing the two to burst into laughter. I didn't expect your experience to be so bizarre, but as long as you benefited from it, just don't let women confuse you again, Suyu said. Qin Shen, however, seemed more curious about other aspects. So, how was it? Yang Xianer's taste okay? How many times have you been there? He asked, revealing a lewd smile. Old Wang immediately turned beet red, stammering and unsure of what to say. Suyu rolled her eyes and complained. To Qin Shen, what? You want to try her taste too? Then go ahead. Qin Shen laughed heartily. How could that be? That kind of woman isn't worth wasting time on. Alright, let's hurry and disperse. We should sell those equipment while they're still easy to offload and get some cash, Qin Shen said. Once the majority of players left the novice village, those equipment would drop to rock-bottom prices. Most players were still at levels 6 and 7, while lucky ones like Old Wang and Suyu had already reached level 8. With just one more day, they would likely be out of the novice village, so it was best to sell the equipment quickly. However, Qin Shen didn't have the time to sell equipment. After the three parted ways, he used a return scroll. A flash of white light passed, and Qin Shen appeared at the resurrection point in the novice village. After this battle, Qin Shen had instilled a significant psychological shadow on the players of the novice village. Damn! That bastard Wang Yiba got me killed once. Give me back my life. It's all Wang Yiba's fault. Why act tough when you can't? He even shamelessly said he would kill Qin Shen, and look what happened, he got slaughtered. If you ask me, Qin Shen is impressive. How can he be so abnormal? We are a full 100,000. He killed us all, but Wang Yiba is also to blame for falsely reporting the situation. Wang Yiba is just a fool, including the dog-headed strategist Su Padai. Next to him, they are a pair of idiots, causing everyone to die once. What? Shouldn't it be that Qin Shen's vision is too narrow? All of this is his doing. He has been dragging our entire novice village down. Players around began to distance themselves from Shang Nan after hearing her remarks. This woman must be crazy. A flash of white light appeared, and a figure holding a staff and draped in a gray cloak appeared at the resurrection point. His arrival startled those around him. The newcomer was none other than Qin Shen, who had just completed the massacre. Seeing that iconic drop of blood, the surrounding players hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to gather there. Qin Shen sneered and walked towards the village chief's house. Meanwhile, Wang Yiba and Su Padai were huddled on the grassland outside the village. Yiba, what's up with that Qin Shen? Is he cheating? How else could he defeat so many people? Lu Ruyan said, pinching her voice. Wang Yiba snorted coldly, isn't it? Because of you women, stirring up trouble with Qin Shen, that got me killed so many times. Seeing his remaining lifespan of just 16 years made him feel a pang of pain. Originally, as an S-class talent, he could have thrived, but now he not only lost face in front of the novice village players but also got killed by Qin Shen multiple times. It's hard to recruit in the novice village now, but there are still opportunities in the level 3 city. It's crowded there, and our legion has experience bonuses, so we should be able to recruit a large number of people. Let's wait until your bonuses kick in before we think about revenge. Su Padai, the dog-headed strategist, analyzed. Upon hearing the word revenge, Wang Yiba was instantly startled. He shouted angrily, you still want to talk about revenge? Do you want me to live longer or what? Don't bring this up again. Su Padai clearly wasn't willing to give up, but he can only swallow his anger for now. To vent his frustration, Wang Yiba then noticed the mother and daughter, Xia Qinhua. Furious, he raised his big knife and swung it at them. It's all your fault, you two shameless women. Everything is because of you, Xia Qinhua and her daughter were immediately knocked to the ground by Wang Yiba. Warrior, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You've completed the task so quickly. The village chief greeted Qin Shen with a beaming smile. Qin Shen rolled his eyes quickly. Killing someone at least took an hour. Okay, I've already given you the materials, so can you send me to the level 3 city now? Qin Shen wanted to rush to the first job change because the information provided by the system indicated that the first person to change jobs would have a chance to receive a hidden quest. The village chief said, of course. You can use the teleportation array in the east of the village to reach Wolfsmoke City right now, but before that, I must remind you. Once you leave the novice village, there will be no more novice protection period. In Wolfsmoke City, each time you die, you will lose 20 years of lifespan, and you will feel pain when attacked. So, are you sure you want to leave the novice village now? What? Losing 20 years of lifespan with each death? This detail was not in the system information. The system also provided no explanation. Players originally thought they would maintain a 10% lifespan. Drop like in the novice village. Damn, that's too harsh. It seems that soul sealing stones will become a strategic resource in the future. Realizing this, Qinshan didn't forget to thank Suyu and Old Wang, who had given him such a precious item. Alright, I got it. I'll be careful. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Qinshan hurried towards the east of the village. His backpack was neatly packed with 300 pieces of equipment. Logically, selling them now would be the best option, but he learned during his conversation with the village chief that other novice villages already had players taking on the teleportation task. He didn't know when that person would complete it, so the priority was to leave the village first. Walking down the main street of the novice village, people around him saw the iconic drop of blood and quickly moved to the sides of the road. This guy was a big killing god. Especially some players who had been killed by Qinshan were trembling in fear, worried that Qinshan might cast a fireball on them if he was in a bad mood. Qinshan couldn't be bothered with them. Just as he was about to reach the teleportation array, he suddenly saw Zhao Lei wandering aimlessly down the street. Right now, he had nothing in the game. Lu Ruyan had been taken away by Wang Yiba, and he himself was a waste, with a trash talent that made it difficult for him to even form a team. Only teams lacking members would consider him as a filler. He had hoped to gain some status by becoming a member of the Bai Yi Legion. However, his talent was so pitiful that even Wang Yiba looked down on him, only adding a measly 1 point to his attack power. You're even more useless than that waste Qinshan. Get lost. Our legion doesn't accept you. Poor Zhao Lei had lost his wife and was kicked out of the Bai Yi Legion. Walking down the street, he reminisced about his days in Blue Star. He was so close to obtaining Qinshan's wealth, really just a little bit away, but damn. Qinshan was supposed to die, but just that little bit he was pulled into the 10,000 Realms game. Alright fine, you can survive in the game for a week, let you live, after all, you're just a waste with a drop of blood. But why is this waste so powerful? High attack is one thing, but how can you summon so many skeletons? You say you're a necromancer, but their necromancer only has one skeleton. And you managed to create a whole necromancer army. How is that reasonable? Damn Qinshan. Damn it, what kind of luck is this? Why did Qinshan have it so good in his last life, enjoying the best and chasing after my girl? How can he still be so awesome in this life? Damn, one person against 100,000 players, can you believe it? It's so unfair. Qinshan. Why? Struck by despair, Zhao Lei lost his mind, kneeling on the main road of the novice village, shouting in anger and grief. Why? Just because you're trash. What do you mean why? A cold voice suddenly came from behind him. That voice was extremely familiar. It was Qinshan. Yes, it was Qinshan. Zhao Lei hurriedly got up, his pant legs covered in dirt, and turned to see Qinshan. His expression was complicated. He no longer knew how to face Qinshan. Since entering the game, he had already died 7 times. He had been killed by Qinshan 5 times, and the other 2 times were due to his own recklessness, clearly having mediocre talent but still trying to show off. Originally, he had a lifespan of 50 years, but now only 15 years remained. Seeing Qinshan suddenly, he was first taken aback. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm about to die. Not kill you? If I don't kill you, will you take revenge on me? Qinshan said coldly. No. I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare. Spare me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Qinshan, I truly realize my mistake. Zhao Lei fell to his knees with a thud, hurriedly begging for mercy. Qinshan spoke. You know you were wrong? No, you don't know. You only know that you're about to die. After saying that, he struck Zhao Lei with a staff. 1210 Zhao Lei was instantly killed. Now, Qinshan had changed into a full set of black iron level equipment, and the previously missing equipment parts had been completed. His attributes had undergone significant changes. A normal attack could easily kill Zhao Lei. His current attributes were as follows: level 10, experience, 98.45%. Except for the King's Staff, which was bronze level, all other equipment was black iron level. Even so, Qinshan's magic power had reached 8,546 points, and physical attack had reached 1310 points. Coupled with his 45% critical hit chance, this damage was far beyond what a novice village should possess. After killing Zhao Lei, Qinshan went to the teleportation array. The dilapidated teleportation array that had originally stood at the eastern corner of the novice village had now changed its appearance. Mysterious magical inscriptions were carved on 4 pillars, which had been polished to a shine, and a bright magical crystal hung at the top of each pillar, maintaining the operation of the magic array. After talking with the guard at the teleportation array, Qinshan chose to teleport to Wolf Smoke City. It felt just like using a return scroll. A burst of white light flashed, and Qinshan appeared in a city. You have exited the novice sequence. Please note, your current death penalty is 20 years per death. Please note, you have now exited the pain protection system. The system's warning sounded, but Qin Shen was already mentally prepared, so he didn't care at all and focused on admiring the architecture within the city. Indeed, this city was far superior to the shabby novice village. The buildings on both sides of the street were much more magnificent. They were all three-story ancient buildings with flying eaves and upturned corners. The shop signs in front fluttered in the wind with words like medicine, food, and iron written on them. Qin Shen didn't have time to admire too much. He opened the mini-map in the system, found the profession hall, and hurried there. He needed to complete his job change as quickly as possible. Inside the profession hall, 12 mentors stood in 2 neat rows. They had just received news that a player had completed the teleportation array task and would be arriving soon. As mentors, they naturally needed to maintain a dignified demeanor. After waiting for a moment, the archer mentor showed some impatience and spoke up. What do you think the first job change will be? He initially wanted to say it would definitely be an archer, but he hesitated and became modest. Isn't it obvious? It must be our mages. Nonsense. Can your little mage body withstand a monster's attack? You level up the fastest? Put. The berserker mentor scoffed, brandishing 2 large axes. The mage mentor immediately retorted. What? You berserkers can take hits, but your output is low. How much damage can you deal? Can you be as violent as us mages? Upon hearing the word output, the archer mentor perked up, eagerly waiting for this topic. Before the berserker mentor could speak, the archer mentor said, Hey, don't even talk about output. When it comes to output, our archers have the highest, plus a basic 10% critical hit rate bonus. We are the strongest. The mage mentor chimed in, Sure, a critical hit from a mage is impressive, but what if it doesn't happen? We're still better than you archers. The assassin mentor joined in, clearly unconvinced by the archer mentor's words. What? Just because you archers have critical hits, we don't? Besides, we attack with dual daggers. How could our output possibly be lower than yours? I bet the first to change classes will definitely be us assassin players. Humph. Assassin players? Without our shield warriors tanking the monsters, you're all just paper tigers, easily taken down. And here you are talking about output. Don't you find that funny? The shield warrior mentor said proudly. After finishing, he muttered under his breath, the first to change classes will definitely be the shield warriors. Clearly, he knew his output was low and couldn't deal much damage, so he lacked confidence. The priest mentor also joined the discussion. I say. But before he could finish, the archer mentor interrupted him. What? You, a priest who can only heal, want to compete for first place? How much output do you have? You think you can take down monsters until the sun sets? Exactly. We all have the right to discuss this, but you don't. You can only hit monsters with your staff. Priest mentor, just save it, go where it's cool and stay there. The priest mentor was laughed at by everyone, turning red with embarrassment. Without me, what are you all worth? Without me, you'd all be dead, got it? The shield warrior mentor stepped forward and said, Don't say that, we're discussing which class will change first, not which class is the most important. What are you even doing here? The priest mentor felt humiliated. Usually, he was the one quietly healing in the background. And when this group needed him, they praised him, saying how important priests were. Now they dared to shout at him? Right. You all have high output, fine? You all think you're so great, don't group with me in the future. The Tsundere priest mentor began to throw a tantrum. The shield warrior mentor was straightforward. I say, do we need to form a team now? And why are you acting so whiny? I already told you we're discussing which class will change first, did you hear that? The priest mentor was instantly furious. Fine. Now I know you, shield warrior, don't expect me to help you with any tasks in the future. The shield warrior scoffed, as if you're the only priest in the world, acting all high and mighty because of your class. People like you make me sick. Hearing this, the priest mentor turned red with anger. Shield warrior, don't push your luck. I'm bullying you, what are you going to do about it? Acting all high and mighty? I can do that too. The two faced off, stubbornly arguing. Meanwhile, the other mentors stood by with their arms crossed, waiting to watch the show. The necromancer mentor couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and said, I say, you two, just stop arguing. It's unnecessary. As soon as he finished speaking, the priest and shield warrior both turned to glare at him, shouting, What's it to you? Get lost. What right do you have to lecture us, you useless piece of trash? The necromancer mentor had originally meant to advise them not to make fools of themselves, but instead he was met with a barrage of insults from both. The other mentors looked at him with disdain. With your pathetic output, do you even have a say here? Exactly. You're useless. Relying on 2 skeletons for damage, and your pathetic damage is even lower than my basic attack. Who gave you the nerve to come here and mediate? Truly overestimating yourself. The reason the necromancer mentor was looked down upon was that his output was indeed very low. As a level 30 mentor in a level 3 city, he had skills below level 30, including converting skeletons, bone spike, a large area slow skill, skeleton enhancement, summon, bone shield, a skill to enhance skeleton defense, and a conversion, skeleton mage. None of these
Skills have high damage, so if the necromancer doesn't learn any skills, by level 30 they can only rely on skeletons to deal damage. The only bone spike ability still only deals 30% magic damage in an area. Moreover, the skeletons of the necromancer are quite weak. Even with the fireball damage from the skeleton mage, it can't compare to other magic classes. At this stage, a mage can deal 300% magic damage with a hellfire, while a little skeleton can't compete with that. Because they are so weak in the early stages, necromancers are looked down upon by other class mentors. Even when they try to mediate a conflict, they are scolded by the person involved and mocked by other mentors. No matter how good-natured the necromancer is, they can't tolerate such insults. So what if my damage is low? I have crowd control skills and can summon damage-dealing skeleton mages. Now I have 2 skeletons that can act as off-tanks. Why do you look down on me so much? The archer, who had just been mocking him, scoffed at the necromancer's audacity to argue back. I say, save it. You're right, you are quite versatile, but your pathetic skeletons can't tank or deal much damage. What's the use of that? Isn't that right, everyone? After the archer finished speaking, the other mentors looked at the necromancer with amusement. Don't you have any self-awareness? Let me tell you, even if the first to change classes is a priest, it won't be you. Necromancers. Don't say that a level 10 newbie necromancer is useless. Even you at level 30 are useless. With someone like you, do you think you can wait for a class change? Dream on. Exactly. I think the first necromancer to change classes will have to wait at least a week. You, don't bully me too much. The necromancer mentor stomped his feet in anger. What are you going to do about it? I'm saying it right here today. If a necromancer comes to change classes today, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Right. Count me in. I dare to. I don't believe a useless necromancer can change classes on the first day. I dare say. No one wants to group with a necromancer. A player won't change classes for a week. In an instant, all the mentors surrounded the necromancer mentor, making various bets. Oh, is that so? As soon as I arrive, you all want to eat shit? What a show. Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. The archer mentor's vanity sparked a dispute among the mentors. The necromancer mentor, who had originally tried to mediate, unexpectedly found himself mocked by the other mentors for his low damage output, even facing harsh insults, culminating in the bold claim that if a necromancer was the first to change classes, they would eat shit standing on their heads. Just then, a voice interrupted. Oh, is that so? As soon as I arrive, you all want to eat shit? What a show. Who was it? Who dared to speak such arrogant words, to say that the mentors would eat shit? They were part of the official organization in Wolfsmoke City, after all, part of the dynasty's structure, and even mentors at that. To say such things was simply reckless. The mentors turned around, only to see a player. A player appeared in Wolfsmoke City? Was he the first to complete the teleportation task? Wait, no, this player only had 1 drop of health. How could he possibly be the first player to change classes? The mentors were a bit confused. What are you here for? The shield warrior mentor stepped forward to ask. What for? Can't you see I'm a player? Of course, I'm here to change classes, Qin Shen said. Hearing this, the one who should have been happiest was the necromancer mentor, but unexpectedly, the mage mentor laughed heartily as he walked out of the crowd. I told you, how about that? The first to change classes is still going to be us mages. As he said this, his expression was full of pride and delight. It was no wonder magic class weapons weren't that diverse, and in the novice village there was only 1 staff available. Only after leaving the novice village would magic books exclusive to mages drop. So the staff in Qin Shen's hand and the cloth armor robe on his body undoubtedly told others that he was a magician. The other mentors, seeing this scene, couldn't help but curl their lips. Look at his smugness. Just because he's the first to change jobs, he thinks he can solo monsters as a magician. TCH, isn't he just a magician with 1 hit point? A bump and he's dead. By the way, why does this kid only have 1 hit point? Isn't 1 hit point for someone on the brink of death? How can he still be the first to change jobs? The crowd discussed curiously as they noticed the 1 hit point above Qin Shen's head. The magician mentor scoffed. Humph. What do you all know? We magicians value talent. If his talent tier is high, then his magic power enhancement will also be high. It can bring out all our advantages. The group of mentors felt this made sense and nodded in agreement. Then, what tier is his talent? First place should at least have an SSS level talent, or at the very least an SS level. Under the curious gazes of the mentors, the magician mentor asked with a tone of inquiry, what tier is your talent? Qin Shen replied, B level. What? B level? How is that possible? B level is just a B level? Hee, magician mentor, it seems your student isn't up to par, just a B level talent and only 1 hit point. TSK. The shield warrior mentor shook his head, expressing regret. On the surface, it seemed he felt sorry for Qin Shen, but in reality, he was secretly pleased. Hee, just a waste. Let's see how you can still act proud now. B level is just a B level? How could I have a student like you? The magician
Mentor felt a bit frustrated. Shin shrugged helplessly. I don't have a mentor like you either. A student actually dared to say such a thing to his mentor, leaving the other mentors in shock. Hee hee. It seems your student is quite rebellious, magician mentor. Hee hee, it does seem so. Amidst the laughter of several mentors, the magician mentor found himself in a difficult position. With a grim face, he asked Shin, what do you mean? Do you still want to learn job skills? Even though you only have one hit point and are a B-level waste. Since you are the first magician to change jobs. Now, if you can say something nice to me, beg me a little, I might still consider giving you the job skills. Shin smirked. Coldly, I'm not interested in learning your job skills. Because they are too trashy. Seeing Shin's attitude, the magician mentor's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? You don't want to learn job skills anymore? Let me tell you, without job skills below level 30, when you reach level 30 and enter the secondary main city, you won't be able to learn higher level skills. You'll be useless. The other mentors shook their heads as well. Sigh. I thought the first person to change jobs would be smart, but I didn't expect a fool to show up. Hee hee, 1 hit point plus B-level talent plus a fool equals invincible. The player community is too arrogant, daring to offend the mentors. However, at that moment, Shin's words left all the mentors stunned. Who said my job is a magician? Did I say that? Not a magician? The staff and cloth armor robe, that's magic equipment. Besides magicians, priests also use staffs, but priests wear chainmail, which is clearly different from the equipment Shin was wearing. I know. This esteemed one is a noble hidden class. The magician mentor suddenly realized. The other mentors also understood, looking at Shin with inquisitive eyes, wanting to know what his hidden class was. The magician mentor exaggeratedly gestured, saying, this gentleman is a noble hidden class of our magician series, no wonder he dares to question me, the magician mentor. However, under everyone's gaze, Shin could only shake his head helplessly. He felt that these mentors were putting on too much of a show. Seeing Shin shake his head, the mentors were a bit confused. What was going on? Isn't it a hidden class for the wizard series? Only the necromancer standing at the back of the crowd suddenly brightened up. It's a magic class, but not a hidden class, and certainly not a wizard class. Is it possible? He just opened his mouth when he was shot down by the shield warrior mentor. Possible my ass. You worthless piece of trash have no right to speak. The wizard mentor was also furious, shouting, get out of here. Do you think you have a say in this? Head, stop dreaming. It's absolutely impossible for a useless class like you. I told you, for your necromancer class to have players change jobs, let's talk about it a week later. Exactly, a useless class. What are you doing here making a fuss? Under the barrage of insults, the necromancer's previously high spirits were immediately dampened. The head that had popped up shrank back down. However, during the confusion among the mentors, Shin gave them an answer they could not accept. What's wrong with the necromancer? Who says a necromancer can't be the first to change jobs? And what's wrong with a B-level talent? I am the necromancer you all call a piece of trash. As Shin finished speaking, the entire job change hall fell into a dead silence. If Shin were a player with an S-level talent, they could accept it. After all, those with S-level talents are terrifying. Or if he were a hidden class, they could also accept it, since hidden class players are all big shots with unexpected skills. But he just had to be a necromancer. How could that be? Just a necromancer. How could he be a worthless necromancer class? In the pin-drop silence of the job change hall, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. It was the necromancer mentor who laughed. At this moment, the faces of the other mentors were extremely ugly, and only he could laugh. Good. To think that our necromancer player is the first to change jobs, truly impressive. I will give you your class skills right now. Also, I'll arrange a hidden quest. To the necromancer mentor, this player Shin was quite impressive, and today he had regained face in front of the other mentors. The resentment from before had dissipated significantly. Didn't they see that group of old mentors looking as if they had been struck hard? Their faces flushed? So the necromancer mentor planned to reward Shin generously. The hidden quest was promised to be a high-level unique hidden quest. Just as the necromancer mentor was overjoyed and about to use his staff to teach Shin his class skills, he was stopped by the shield warrior mentor. Wait a minute. What? Do you have something to say? The necromancer mentor asked. The shield warrior mentor sneered. Humph. Do you know that giving a player the wrong class will lead to punishment? Did you see this player's skeleton? He claims to be a necromancer. What if he made a mistake himself? Isn't that right, everyone? Right. The shield warrior mentor is right. Anyway, I don't believe a necromancer class can be the first to change jobs. Exactly. I said it. How could a worthless necromancer be the first to change jobs? Let him summon a skeleton to prove himself. A necromancer can't possibly not have his own skeleton. This player with 1 hit point, please summon your skeleton to prove your class, the shield warrior mentor said politely. Shin frowned. Why should I listen to you when you're not even my mentor? He turned his gaze to the necromancer mentor in front of him. The necromancer mentor was also helpless. His colleagues didn't trust him. He could only nod at Qin Chen, silently praying that he wasn't mistaken. Otherwise, he would be utterly humiliated. Seeing his mentor nod, Qin Chen felt helpless. He had no choice but to wave his staff and summon his king skeleton. A small, gnome-like skeleton, hunched over and holding a staff, appeared in the hall. The mentor's jaws nearly dropped to the ground upon seeing the king skeleton. Of course, they were not scared, but truly shocked. What the hell? Where did this dwarf come from? But, ha ha ha. Finally, the archer mentor couldn't hold back his laughter first. Ha 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 ha. The other mentors also bent over in laughter. The shield warrior mentor wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and said to the necromancer mentor, I say, Necromancer, your student is quite special. Not only does he have only one hit point, but even the skeleton he summoned is so unique. The shield warrior mentor felt too embarrassed to insult Qin Chen, so he had to use a somewhat complimentary term, unique. It really was quite unique. The necromancer mentor's expression was also not good. Frowning, he asked Qin Chen, why is your skeleton so special? Qin Chen didn't understand why changing jobs was so troublesome. Is there a problem? Isn't this a skeleton? It's not that there's a problem, it's just can you summon other skeletons? The necromancer mentor asked somewhat awkwardly. Qin Chen nodded, yes. Then, with a wave of his staff, a mouse skeleton suddenly appeared on the ground. This mouse was a bit large, but compared to the skeleton warrior, it was just a mini little thing. The group of mentors, who had already stopped laughing, immediately burst into laughter again upon seeing this little creature. Oh my gosh. Ha ha ha. One joke isn't enough, we need another. But, ha, the last one was already mini enough, I didn't expect it to get worse. This one is even smaller than the last. I really can't hold it in anymore. Even the paladin mentor, who usually liked to play the good guy, couldn't help but laugh. Qin Chen shot a cold glance at the group of laughing mentors. I don't know what you're laughing at, is there something particularly funny? Let me hear it. The shield warrior mentor walked over with a smile. It's nothing, it's just that your transformed skeleton is a bit special. Especially, mini, ha, it must be due to lack of skill. Oh, are you saying my skeleton isn't good enough? Qin Chen said as he sent the information of the two skeletons to the public chat channel. However, the shield warrior mentor didn't see this message and instead walked in front of Qin Chen and patted his shoulder. It's okay, after all, you're the first player to change jobs, you must be a smart person. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt someone tugging at his armor, and when he turned around, it was the archer mentor. Looking again, all the mentors were standing there dumbfounded, their faces showing shock. What's wrong? The shield warrior mentor asked. In confusion. Look at the public chat channel, the archer mentor reminded him. Right now, there's only this one player, and no one is talking. What's that thing doing? The shield warrior mentor asked in confusion. Stop talking nonsense, just look, the archer mentor said anxiously. With confusion and doubt, the shield warrior mentor opened the chat channel. When he saw the information of the two skeletons, he was equally shocked beyond measure. Goblin King Skeleton. Mountain Mouse King Skeleton. This attribute is simply outrageous. How can there be such skeletons? The shield warrior mentor stammered. What? Do you still doubt my strength now? A bunch of self-righteous fools. Qin Chen scolded mercilessly. These two sentences were like two slaps to the faces of the mentors. The group of mentors felt both embarrassed and flushed. They never expected that the object they had always looked down upon would have such skeletons. This undoubtedly slapped them hard in the face. Ha, he. Let me say a few words. The first player to change jobs is indeed a bit different. The attributes of this skeleton are indeed very powerful. No wonder he's in first place. The shield warrior mentor had to step up to ease the awkwardness. The other mentors hurriedly echoed, yeah, although he has one hit point with this skeleton, it's still quite impressive. You can only say that heroes emerge from youth. However, Qin Chen was not convinced. I remember you all saying that if the one changing jobs is a necromancer, then you'd all be eating shit while standing on your heads. Now, my profession is a necromancer, so you should fulfill your promises. Qin Chen's words left the group of mentors in stunned silence. In the job change hall, the mentors lowered their heads, exchanging glances, none daring to speak. Instead, the previous necromancer mentor stood tall behind Qin Chen. Ahem. Well, let me say a few words. If we really have to eat, it's not that much, right? Qin Chen shrugged, turning to the necromancer mentor and said, it's fine, there should be a restroom here, right? Go get something for the mentors. The necromancer mentor was eager for the chaos. Alright, but as he stepped back, he was suddenly grabbed by the shield warrior mentor. Hey, necromancer, don't do this. We're still colleagues, after all. Yeah. We've worked together for so long, have some mercy. The archer mentor quickly pleaded. Don't do this. Necromancer, is that something for humans to eat? How could anyone swallow that? Seeing the pleading looks from the other mentors, the necromancer mentor felt immensely satisfied. Yet he said, you still know I'm a colleague? I didn't see you holding back when you were mocking me earlier. Now that you've lost the bet, you don't want to take Responsibility, right? That won't do. You all have to pay the price for your arrogance just now. Shin crossed his arms at the back, secretly nodding. He was genuinely worried the necromancer mentor would relent. Looking at these guys, it was clear they had bullied the necromancer mentor for a long time. If he softened now, after he left, the mentors would definitely bully him again. Only by scaring these people once would they remember their lesson. Seeing the necromancer unwilling to back down, the mentors grew anxious, scratching their heads. Let's just forget it. That stuff is so stinky. How could anyone eat it? Exactly. If we really eat it, our mouths will stink. What if it bothers you? The shield warrior mentor remained relatively calm. He cleared his throat a couple of times, organized his thoughts, and said, "Well, necromancer, I think we should just let this matter go. Do me a favor, how about it?" Upon hearing this, the necromancer mentor was furious. Your favor? We're both mentors here. Do you think your favor is that big? You can't just say you won't eat it. No way. You must eat it today. The shield warrior's previously friendly smile instantly turned cold. You really want to do this, huh? The necromancer retorted without holding back. Exactly. Words shouldn't be like farts. You humiliated me, and it was you who said to eat shit. So now that you've talked big, you don't want to take responsibility, right? No way. Seeing he wouldn't back down, the shield warrior pulled a long face, glaring fiercely at the necromancer. Fine. I'll eat this shit today. But you better watch yourself. In the future. This guy was tough too. The necromancer mentor sneered. Oh? You want to fight me? You better think it through. There are consequences for NPCs fighting. Humph. The shield warrior mentor snorted, not revealing what he was thinking. The other mentors immediately panicked. If this continued, they would really have to eat shit. This couldn't go on. The archer mentor hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Hey, you're all colleagues, what's with the bravado? How about this? I have a piece of high-level reward equipment. Here, it's an intelligence-boosting item, and I don't need it. Since we're colleagues, it's perfect for you." With that, he handed a cloth armor robe to the necromancer. The necromancer mentor looked at the attributes. It was just a plain piece of equipment, but it was the thought that counted. The archer mentor knows how to handle things. Let's call our grievances settled, the necromancer mentor said. Seeing this actually work, the other mentors quickly followed suit. Soon, the necromancer mentor received one intelligence-boosting item after another. In the end, only the shield warrior mentor was left. This guy still felt a bit unconvinced. Originally, you were just trash, and it was only because of the special status of being the top-ranked player that you could regain some face among us. This isn't your own ability. What are you pretending to be powerful for? Next up is the colleague who eats shit, the undead mentor said mockingly. Humph. If I have to eat it, then I'll eat it. Am I afraid of you? The shield warrior mentor was truly ready to go all out. Ha ha. Alright, I'll get it for you right now. The undead mentor cheerfully walked back. However, this time he was stopped by the priest mentor. Come on. We're all colleagues here, why make it so unpleasant? How about this? Let me talk to you. After calming the undead mentor, he walked up to the shield warrior mentor. The shield warrior was now extremely conflicted. He was very unwilling to bow down in front of the useless undead, but if he really had to eat shit, how would he face others in the future? Fortunately, the priest mentor came over to mediate. He was also looking to save some face for himself. Humph. Don't try to persuade me, it's just eating shit, right? If I eat shit today, that undead will have a hard time in the future. Seeing this, the priest mentor turned to leave. The shield warrior mentor hurriedly grabbed him. Hey, aren't you going to persuade me? The priest mentor shot him a sideways glance. You've already said that, how can I persuade you? Go eat shit. The shield warrior mentor was momentarily at a loss. This situation was truly unexpected for him. If others didn't have to eat shit and he did, wouldn't he just be laughed at later? He watched as the undead mentor was about to walk away. The shield warrior mentor could no longer care about his own face. Sigh. Undead, how about this for you? After saying that, he shoved a piece of equipment into the undead mentor's hands. It was a black iron level ring. The undead mage took a glance and threw it back at him. Are you trying to send me off with this? At least give me something of bronze level. The shield warrior mentor was instantly furious but could only be angry for a moment. You. Finally, he helplessly rummaged through his backpack. He found a piece of cloth armor pants. It was bronze level. But this was something he had bought at a high price. He had originally intended to give it to his mage wife. More importantly, he had already told that tigress at home about it. If he gave it away now, he would definitely be finished when he got home. This was the only bronze level equipment in his backpack. If he didn't give it, would he really have to eat shit? In the end, the shield warrior gritted his teeth. Here you go, he said angrily. The undead mage took the equipment. Robe pants of the Wild Fox King, bronze level, 10 intelligence plus 65 spell power plus 80 health plus 52 spirit plus 300 the attributes. Were really good, adding so much intelligence. The undead mentor nodded in satisfaction. Alright, today's matter is settled. The group of mentors quickly agreed. They had lost a lot of face today. They just hoped this matter would pass quickly and that no one would mention it again. Only the shield warrior mentor glared at him resentfully. Damn it! Losing so much face to a useless undead mentor, where would he put his face in the future? Just wait. He would definitely find a chance to retaliate. The undead mentor approached Qin Chen. Thank you for helping me regain my face. I have nothing else to give, so this equipment is for you. Qin Chen took the equipment and saw that it was actually a piece of bronze-level pants. Just what he needed, as he was missing a pair of pants, and it was exactly level 10. He put them on. The attributes surged again. The 65 points of intelligence, after being boosted by his desperate fury, turned into 1952 points of spell power. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Indeed, high-level equipment has a high boost. It seems he would need to work hard to obtain even higher-tier equipment in the future. Thank you, mentor, Qin Chen said politely. The undead mentor replied, I should be thanking you. Alright, now I will teach you your class skills. With a wave of the undead mentor's staff, you have learned skeleton enhancement and bone shield skeleton enhancement. Your skeleton gains an additional 10% of your own attributes. The skeleton originally had a 10% attribute bonus for players, and after increasing it by another 10%, it became 20%. This bonus might not mean much to other necromancers, but for Qin Chen, it was different. With the talent of Desperate Fury, not only did his spell power soar, but his physical attack also skyrocketed, making Qin Chen's attacks terrifyingly high. With the skeleton enhancement skill, his skeletons could now inherit a portion of his attack, marking a qualitative leap for him. Bone Shield applies a shield that reduces damage by 5% to your skeleton. This bone shield seemed rather ordinary. It only reduced damage by 5%. It would have been great if it could be applied to teammates, but unfortunately, it could only be applied to his own skeletons. In any case, better than nothing. You have successfully changed your class, Skeleton Space +1 after acquiring 2 professional skills. The Necromancer mentor instructed, this is a level 10 professional skill. Come back to me when you reach level 20. Qin Chen nodded. Warrior, Alchemist Carlo has been missing for some time. According to the patrol team's investigation, he was last seen in the south of the city. I suspect he went missing in a dungeon about 500 meters south of the city. If you can find him, I hope you can bring him back. The Necromancer mentor has issued you a unique hidden quest, Missing Carlo. Do you accept? Another unique hidden quest. Heh, of course he would accept, only a fool would refuse. Before he could choose to accept, the Shield Warrior mentor suddenly interjected. Ha! You dare to take on Carlo's quest? You really are a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. After saying that, he turned his gaze elsewhere, pretending it was a casual remark. Qin Chen scoffed inwardly and asked, What? Is there any danger in this quest? Danger? It's more than just danger. With your 1 drop of blood, you can't possibly complete the quest. Your mentor is just setting you up for failure, the Shield Warrior mentor said. The Necromancer mentor, angered by his disparagement, questioned, What do you mean? The Shield Warrior sneered, What do I mean? Isn't it obvious? You're giving Carlo's quest to him. That's just harming him. How am I harming him? The rewards for this quest are quite generous, the Necromancer mentor replied. Qin Chen wholeheartedly agreed with this, although he couldn't see the quest rewards yet. Could a unique hidden quest reward not be generous? The Shield Warrior mentor had lost face a few days ago, his face swollen from embarrassment. Besides hating the Necromancer mentor, he loathed Qin Chen, the root cause of his humiliation. If it weren't for Qin Chen, the Necromancer mentor wouldn't be so smug today, and he wouldn't have been slapped in the face. Hearing that Qin Chen was going to accept the unique hidden quest made him feel miserable. Damn it, this kid is already so impressive. At this point, if he completes the unique hidden quest, won't he be soaring to the heavens? So, with a hint of intimidation, he said, the rewards are indeed generous, but don't you know that the dungeons for this level of quest are very difficult to clear? He has only 1 drop of blood. If he gets touched, he's dead. Do you realize you're harming him? Moreover, his lifespan is probably less than 20 years. If he gets killed once, it's game over for him. He then turned to Qin Chen and said, Listen to me, refuse his quest. He's deliberately leading you to your doom. At that moment, the Shield Warrior mentor's expression was serious, as if he was genuinely concerned for Qin Chen. But had Qin Chen ever feared difficulties? Not to mention, he now had the King Skeleton and the Mountain Mouse King Skeleton. Even without them, he would still venture forth. He didn't want to be a bullied fish in the game. With his 1 drop of blood, he would be looked down upon everywhere. If he didn't quickly make himself stronger, anyone could take him down. When he came to this game, he only had 7 days to live, and now having over 2 years of lifespan was already a great deal, even if he really died. In the dungeon, Qin Chen could only blame his bad luck. Moreover, he wasn't a fool. Why would he go into a fight he knew he couldn't win? So, he smiled slightly at the Shield Combat mentor. Thank you for your reminder. I choose to accept the mission. Good words are hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. You think you can clear the dungeon with just a drop of blood? You're dreaming. Humph. The shield combat mentor huffed heavily and cast a curse. Effect on Qin Chen. Oh, getting anxious, are we? Qin Chen teased. The shield combat mentor glared at him and said, don't get too proud, that dungeon isn't something you can clear with just a drop of blood. There are many elite monsters with area damage inside, and if you get hit by their skills, you're dead. Hee, what if I don't die? Qin Chen asked. Are you planning to bet with me? If I don't die, you have to eat shit while standing on your head? I think you really want to eat shit. As soon as the words eat shit while standing on your head came out, the shield combat mentor's face turned red. He huffed heavily and fell silent. He knew those 4 words had become a curse that would haunt him for life. He would react every time he heard eat shit while standing on your head. The undead mentor chuckled. After laughing, he reminded Qin Chen, what he said isn't wrong. Although this dungeon is a solo one, the difficulty is quite high. There are many ranged area attack monsters inside, so be careful with your drop of blood. Since he had accepted the task, he naturally had to go. He obtained some relevant information about the dungeon from the mentor, which was beneficial for him. Qin Chen nodded, said goodbye to the mentor, and left the hall. At this point, he had successfully completed his job change. After putting on the equipment gifted by the mentor, his magic power surged again. He had already broken through 10,000, reaching 10,496. This meant that his magic missile could deal over 5,000 damage, while his highest damage skill, internal injury, could cause over 12,000 damage. He originally wanted to head straight to the dungeon, but seeing his full backpack of equipment made him a bit troubled. With so much equipment, all of it novice-level gear, he hadn't sold it before coming to Wolf Smoke City, and now he couldn't return to the novice village, leaving him with no way to deal with these items. While wandering the streets of Wolf Smoke City, he suddenly spotted a shop sign hanging with the character, Warehouse. Could this be the warehouse in the game? Qin Chen walked in excitedly. In the center of the shop stood an NPC, next to a large chest, just like the warehouse in the game. It seemed this was the place. After inquiring with the NPC, Qin Chen learned how to use the warehouse. The initial warehouse only had 100 slots of space, and if he wanted to expand it, he would need to spend money. It wasn't much, just 30 copper coins per slot. To store all the equipment in his backpack, he would need to spend 60 silver coins. Fortunately, Qin Chen had plenty of money. After killing 60,000 players, the money in his backpack had turned into 5 gold, 12 silver, and 36 copper coins. With such a solid backing, Qin Chen directly purchased 200 slots of space and tossed all his equipment into the warehouse. After storing everything, he checked the other items in his backpack. He had about 500 red and blue potions. However, he hardly needed potions now, as his skeleton was already strong enough. He was too lazy to sort through these items. After storing his equipment, Qin Chen left the warehouse. He intended to head directly south of the city, but for some reason he found himself wandering around the city. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck. He wondered if there were any hidden quests to trigger. Surprisingly, even though it was just a level 3 city, it was quite large. After wandering around the city for half a day, he had spoken to NPCs countless times. Whenever he saw a little girl crying by the street, he would go up and ask if she needed help. However, he didn't encounter a single hidden quest. They were all ordinary requests to kill monsters for quest items, which would then be turned in for experience. The slightly better ones would give you equipment, but the best equipment was only black iron level. Although some equipment is better than what Qin Chen has, it's really not worth the time to pursue. He has already wasted quite a bit of time, so he spent some money to hire a cart heading south of the city. After giving the driver 10 copper coins, he was taken directly to the entrance of the dungeon. It wasn't far from Wolf Smoke City, and the monsters there were generally around level 12 or 13. Qin Chen calculated according to the increasing level pattern of the monsters in the novice village. He found that the health and attack of the monsters in Wolf Smoke City were double that of the novice village for each level increase. It seems that monsters indeed become much tougher after leaving the novice village. I wonder what the attributes of the monsters in this dungeon are like. The cart brought Qin Chen to a small grove by the roadside, where a huge stone appeared abruptly in the forest. One side of the stone was artificially arranged with a teleportation portal. The distorted space swirled towards the center of the door. This was the entrance to the dungeon. After hesitating for a moment in front of the door, Qin Chen reached out to touch the teleportation portal. Do you want to enter the dungeon Nunu Tribe Gathering Place? This dungeon is extremely dangerous. It is recommended to team up before entering. Team up? If he really wanted to find a team, he would have to wait another half a day, by which time only a few people would have reached level 10. Qin Chen didn't have that much time to wait for others. Ignoring the system's suggestion, he chose to enter the dungeon. A flash of white light passed, and Qin Chen's figure gradually disappeared in front of the dungeon door. In a blink, Qin Chen found himself in a desert. The sun overhead shone down on the earth, distorting the space above the sandy ground. The sunlight here was too dazzling, and Qin Chen could only squint to survey his surroundings. He discovered that this dungeon was very open. This was a good thing because the novice village dungeon was too oppressive, and he didn't want to fight monsters in that kind of environment again. Looking around, he could see some black building spires in the distance. By comparing with the minimap, he confirmed that direction was indeed his target location, the palace of the Nunu tribe. The task prompt was to rescue Carlo, who was in the Nunu tribe's palace. This was the hint Qin Shen received after entering the dungeon. It seemed Carlo was indeed here. Qin Shen began to look for a path that would lead directly to the palace. Originally, it would be shortest to walk in a straight line across the desert. However, Qin Shen noticed that the minimap indicated a dense presence of wild monsters along the direct path to the palace, so he decided to move forward along this line. He didn't know what the Nunu tribe was, but it was clear that they were more numerous than the goblins. Spread across the vast desert, after Qin Shen summoned 2 skeletons, he took a few steps forward and saw 2 short-legged creatures walking ahead of him. These Nunu tribe members were almost the same color as the desert, making them hard to spot under the glaring sunlight. 2 short, thin legs supported their round bodies, standing about a meter tall, with one short arm holding a knife and the other a staff. Qin Shen noticed something moving in front of him, and after squinting under the blazing sun, for a while, he finally spotted the 2 little creatures. At the same time, the attributes of these Nunu tribe members appeared in his mind. Nunu tribe. Elite warrior, elite level, 13 health for 1500 physical attack, 3500 skill, battle roar, in combat, increases own physical attack by 5%. Nunu tribe elite mage, elite level, 12 health, 21300 spell power, 5600 skill, sea of fire, engulfs a 10 by 10 meter area in flames, dealing 30% spell power damage per second for 30 seconds. This was the area damage skill that the mentor had warned about. Although the damage per second wasn't high, for Qin Shen, who had only 1 drop of health, it was indeed a bit tricky. He had originally planned to have the mountain mouse king produce 2,000 little mountain mice before pushing through the dungeon, but now it seemed he was a bit delusional. Although these skill damages only account for 30% of magic power, they are still lethal to ordinary monsters like the little mountain mice. As soon as they enter the fire zone, they are instantly killed. There's no way to push through. Thus, Qin Shen had no choice but to let the mountain mouse king join the battle, while the king skeleton had already summoned his 3 subordinates. These 3 goblin captains had no time limit on their existence. As long as they didn't die, they could remain indefinitely. If they did die, they could simply be summoned again. At this stage, they could be considered Qin Shen's most capable aides. The explosive spell damage from the king skeleton could directly annihilate these Nunu tribe elites. Qin Shen commanded the king skeleton to move forward. Within a 20-meter range, it could just reach these Nunu tribe members when 2 advancing Nunu elites suddenly turned around. Human! Damn it! Alarm! Intruding human! They shouted loudly, releasing their fire sea skill. Instantly, a raging fire ignited in a 10-meter radius around the king skeleton. 1100 appeared above the king skeleton's head, indicating over 1,000 points of damage. This amount of damage was nothing to it. The king skeleton cast a fireball spell, hitting the Nunu tribe mage. 34,001 skill directly obliterated the mage. However, the fire sea skill remained in place, and aside from the king skeleton's damage, its 3 subordinates and the mountain mouse king skeleton were also taking over 1,000 damage. But Qin Shen did not take any damage, as he stood 20 meters away from the skeletons. 20 meters was the maximum range at which Qin Shen could control his skeletons. Since entering the dungeon, he had always operated his skeletons from the farthest distance to prevent any accidents. So, for now, Qin Shen was absolutely safe. Another fireball spell was cast, hitting a Nunu warrior. The Nunu warrior, originally with over 40,000 health, was suddenly left with only 5,000. The running Nunu warrior screamed and prepared to flee. Qin Shen was taken aback. If it really got away, that would be a disaster. Wouldn't this guy call a whole bunch of Nunu tribe members to surround him? At that moment, Qin Shen realized the true danger of this dungeon. The elite monsters could run away. If they couldn't win, they would turn and flee. Fortunately, although these elite monsters moved quickly, they couldn't outrun the Mountain Mouse King, who was a boss. The Mountain Mouse King quickly caught up and bit the Nunu warrior on the backside. 5100, this perfectly cleared the last bit of the Nunu warrior's health bar. In just 10 seconds, the 2 elites were killed under the attacks of Qin Shen's skeleton team. Kill Nunu Elite Warrior, gain 3,000 experience points. Kill Nunu Elite Mage, gain 3,000 experience points. Each monster surprisingly granted 3,000 experience points, which was significantly higher than that in the novice village. However, the experience required for leveling up was also much higher now. From level 11 to 12, a total of 350,000 experience points was needed. Over 100 Nunu elites could level up by 1. This place was simply a leveling paradise. Thus, Qin Shen decided not to take detours anymore and instead chose to walk through areas with more monsters.
he arrived next to the corpses of the two Nunu elites, picked up 40 copper coins, and also found a bottle of low-level spirit potion. At this moment, there was still something left on the ground. Qin Shen picked it up, feeling puzzled. Refined beast bone, a beast bone refined from the skeletons of beasts by the Nunu tribe, carrying a breath of death. What is this? It didn't say it could be sold as a miscellaneous item, nor did it note its purpose. For a moment, Qin Shen couldn't figure out what it was for. He simply tossed it into his backpack. Whatever, the backpack was big enough, he might need it later. Continuing to grind monsters. Under the skeleton's lead, with the king skeleton, Qin Shen hardly needed to lift a finger. He began commanding the skeletons to move toward areas with more monsters, clearing them as they went. Qin Shen found the king skeleton to be incredibly useful. It could instantly kill ranged monsters, unless he encountered the elite priests and warriors of the Nunu tribe. It was no surprise to find the mountain mouse king skeleton and 3 goblin captains. Halfway along the path shown on the minimap, Qin Shen picked up quite a few good items. Most were level 13 whiteboard equipment, and as for their attributes, well, they were better than nothing. Additionally, he found about 2 gold coins here. There were also 3 skill books. One was a D-grade warrior skill called Battle Roar. Another was a D-grade mage skill called Fire. The last one was a D-grade archer skill called Arrow Rain. This was the area where the Nunu archers used their area damage. Arrow Rain, D-grade shoots a barrage of arrows covering a 10 by 10 space within a maximum range of 20 meters in front. Deals 110% physical attack damage to enemy units within dot. All 3 were D-grade skills. Although their rank was painfully low, they would definitely fetch a good price outside. The value of wild skills gradually increases with their rank. Such low-ranked skill books, in theory, wouldn't sell for much. However, at this stage, skill books were scarce, especially with the pitiful drop rate for wild skills. Elite monsters could drop better items, but not everyone could defeat them. Generally, even a full team wouldn't dare to attempt elite monsters. The reason was simple. Although this is a game, real death is a possibility. Who would dare to joke with their own life? If it weren't for Qin Shen's boosted stats and high attack power, he wouldn't even be able to level up, let alone kill an elite. Thus, elite monsters were an unattainable existence for the vast majority. There was no one like Qin Shen, who could kill without restraint. After clearing monsters along the road for a long time, Qin Shen's level had already risen to level 13. Initially, when he leveled up, he thought of himself as a mage and planned to invest all his points in intelligence, but then he realized he could dual cultivate strength and magic. His attributes could enhance the skeletons, and not all skeletons were mages. For instance, the Mountain Mouse King relied on physical attacks for damage. Now, the King Skeleton's magic power enhancement had reached 2,100 points, while the Mountain Mouse King only had a pitiful 500 points. If this continued, the physical skeletons he would later transform wouldn't have much enhancement. So, he changed his strategy. Since he would rely on skeletons for damage in the future, he would alternate between adding intelligence and strength. This seemed fairer. Moreover, his cloth armor equipment all added intelligence, and he was already heavily skewed towards intelligence, so he might as well add some strength. After killing nearly 2,000 elite Nunu tribe members, most of the transformed skeletons he used were skeleton warriors, and occasionally he would hear a voice say, "Lucky effect has been activated." Qin Shen currently had an elite Nunu archer skeleton in his team. Although this skeleton was an archer, it still had to charge to the front. There was no choice, he can only summon 3 skeletons for now. He was reluctant to sacrifice the King Skeleton and the Mountain Mouse King skeletons. He could only sacrifice the elite skeleton. Only by freeing up a slot could he use the skeleton transformation skill. Along the way, he had collected 80 pieces of whiteboard-level equipment and 5 skill books, one each from the mage, warrior, priest, assassin, and summoner classes. The summoner skill was Summon Lightning Orb, which was a D-grade skill. It summoned 2 lightning orbs to deal continuous damage to enemies. The necromancer also belonged to the summoner class and could learn this skill, but Qin Shen felt it was too low level, and since he didn't need to act personally right now, he didn't learn it. Besides the equipment and skill books, he had 480 bottles of low-level red potions and 502 bottles of low-level blue potions. Qin Shen hadn't used a single one. In addition to these, he also collected 2 gold and 13 silver coins and over 300 refined beast bones. The purpose of these beast bones was still unclear. Led by the skeletons, Qin Shen gradually moved forward until the gravel ahead no longer reflected white light, but instead turned into a gloomy color. He instinctively felt something was off, prompting him to halt the skeleton exploring in front. At this point, the palace was already very close, only about 3 to 4 kilometers away by visual estimation. The vague outline of the palace also came into view. The originally small dome-shaped building had now transformed into a large complex. With a keen eye, he could still see a busy figure scurrying around the buildings. The Nunu tribe on the dark gravel ahead had also lost their camouflage. Dense yellow spherical figures appeared on the gravel, some wandering above while others rested. Qin Shen speculated that this dark gravel area should belong to the interior of the Nunu tribe. He should be able to encounter a mini-boss here. After observing for a moment, Qin Shen chose to let the king lead the way.
Again. Soon, they encountered the first group of monsters, 3 elite Nunu tribe members.
There were mages, warriors, and archers. Previously, he had only encountered monsters in pairs on the road, so this journey had been too smooth. It was the first time he faced a combination of 3 monsters, and Qin Shen had little experience.
He directly ordered the king to eliminate the mage instantly. After that, the Mountain Mouse King and the Goblin Warrior Captain charged at the archer. He initially thought he would wait for the archer to finish its rain of arrows before joining in to deal some damage. Who would have thought that the 2 nearby elite Nunu members, upon seeing their companion being killed in an instant, would be so frightened that they immediately ran away. The monsters here were densely packed, and before the Mountain Mouse King could finish off the archer, the 2 Nunu tribe members triggered a wave of monster alarms.
In an instant, all the elite Nunu tribe members within 100 meters rushed towards Qin Shen. A rough glance revealed there were over 40 of them. This startled Qin Shen. There was no way he could kill so many monsters. Moreover, too many ants can kill an elephant. Even though the king skeleton had over 300,000 health points, it couldn't withstand the
attacks of so many monsters. Once the king skeleton died, it couldn't be resurrected.
At this stage, it was Qin Shen's most capable subordinate with high attack and thick health and the ability to summon minions. He couldn't bear to let it die. In the blink of an eye, the king skeleton's health was rapidly decreasing. Numbers like -1080 and -990 floated above, nearly 1,000 in damage. The priest captain, seeing his leader take damage, hurriedly healed, but his meager healing was merely a drop in the bucket. Seeing his capable subordinate losing health quickly, Qin Shen decisively chose to retreat. He recalled the king skeleton. Looking at the king, who still had 20,000 health points left, Qin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
The elite Nunu tribe members suddenly lost their attack target.
There's still an undead here.
Damn it! Kill it! Kill it!
One by one, they charged towards the Mountain Mouse King skeleton. The Mountain Mouse King didn't have as high health as the king.
Qin
Shen feared that this group would kill the Mountain Mouse King, so he hurriedly ordered it to release the little mountain mice from the
breeding room. In an instant, the originally empty desert became crowded.
2,000 little mountain mice were released all at once. Qin Shen then recalled the Mountain Mouse King skeleton back into the space.
The densely packed little mountain mice squeaked as they charged at the elite Nunu tribe members. Qin Shen quickly lifted his staff and ran away. The little mountain mice behind him were in for a tough time. A sea of fire swept through, clearing a large area. A rain of arrows fell, resulting in another wave of deaths. These little mountain mice could only buy time. Relying on them to deal damage was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Taking advantage of the time the
elite Nunu tribe spent killing the little mountain mice, Qin Shen had already run 300 to 400 meters away.
This distance was enough for the monsters to lose their aggro.
Seeing that the group of elite Nunu tribe members had no intention of pursuing him and were heading back, Qin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Damn, that was too thrilling.
Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have lost his life this time. If he had hesitated for even half a second, the king skeleton would have been gone, and this dungeon run would have been impossible to continue. Unexpectedly, just adding one more elite monster led to such a significant change in his situation. Qin Shen no longer dared to underestimate these oddly named, round little creatures. He summoned the king skeleton again and had it summon the goblin priest to restore health. The goblin priest had no mana restrictions and immediately began to heal frantically.
Upon appearing,
Qin Shen also summoned the Mountain Mouse King to reproduce little mountain mice. He stood on the cleared path, looking
at the Nunu tribe members on the gloomy gravel ahead.
It seemed that the original method wouldn't work anymore.
A new strategy had to be devised.
He had only 1 drop of health left, and his lifespan was less than 20 years. Any slight mishap could lead to his demise. At that moment, Qin Shen felt a wave of fear. Who knew that these little creatures would scatter in all directions if one of their companions died? It would also attract a large group. The monsters below were grouped in threes, and he couldn't take them down in an instant.
Could it be that this dungeon run would end here? Qin Shen was caught in a dilemma.
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, these little creatures would only flee when a companion died. If he could lure them to an open area and then kill them, even if they ran far away, they wouldn't be able to summon their companions. With this thought, Qin Shen felt invigorated. Once the goblin priest restored the health of the 2 bosses, he began his monster luring plan. The path he had just cleared was wide enough, making it perfect for killing monsters in this space. He used the king skeleton's ranged attack to lure the monsters. Qin Shen controlled it from a distance. The goblin captain and the 3 bosses would intercept midway to prevent them from running too far, while the Mountain Mouse King boss
would handle the other one.
With clear division of labor, the king skeleton began its work. A fireball struck a Nunu elite warrior from afar, not killing it but leaving it with just a sliver of health. The 3 wandering elite monsters were instantly attracted and charged towards the king skeleton. Qin Shen led the king skeleton to run back. Before the 3 Nunu tribe members caught up, the Nunu archer and mage among them had already been drawn into combat by the Goblin Captain and the Mountain Mouse King positioned on either side. Both sides were exchanging blows. After turning around and casting a magic missile that dealt over 5,000 damage, Jin Chen emptied the last bit of health from the new warrior. After picking up the dropped item, he pointed his staff at the corpse. A skeleton holding a bone knife wobbled out from behind the body. Alongside the newly spawned skeleton warrior and the king skeleton, which was only waist-high, they stood at a distance watching the two sides engage in battle. At this moment, the new archer had already unleashed its rain of arrows and the mage had cast a sea of fire. Even if Qin Shen moved closer, he wouldn't be threatened. The new archer's movements were quite awkward due to its plump body and short limbs. It struggled to stretch its arms while drawing the bow. Each arrow shot would cause its flesh to jiggle. Perched atop its round belly was a small, ugly head. The head was carrot-shaped, with two eyes squeezed tightly on the forehead, and two small nostrils beneath a gaping mouth. Every time it drew the bow and knocked an arrow, it would snarl. Damn undead, daring to enter Nunu's territory. Qin Shen and the king skeleton continuously dealt damage, emptying the health bars of the two ranged monsters. After picking up the dropped items, Qin Shen casually summoned another skeleton. The subsequent monster clearing became much simpler, as he had found a new method for it. Under Qin Shen's increasingly skilled control, the efficiency of clearing monsters also increased. Before he knew it, he had reached level 14. As a wave of light spread, the familiar system notification rang out. Qin Shen felt a sense of relief. After such a long time of fighting monsters, there must be many players in the outside world who had already entered the level 3 city. He was well aware that he was currently at the top level, as the game didn't provide any rankings. To ensure he didn't fall behind, Qin Shen could only grind monsters in silence. The palace built by the Nunu tribe appeared before him. He was just 200 meters away from reaching the palace. Up until this point, he hadn't encountered a single small boss, which made him wonder if they were all inside the palace. The palace was still under construction, with busy Nunu tribe members working on scaffolding. Here, the density of monsters increased again. Not only were there monsters on the ground, but there were also many on the erected scaffolding. Moreover, the monsters here had turned into level 15 Nunu tribe construction workers. Qin Shen had to be cautious in dealing with these workers. Each time, he would have the king throw a fireball and then quickly escape. He needed to lure the monsters away and set them aside, at least to ensure his own safety. Fortunately, after so much time of skillfully luring monsters, Qin Shen was already quite adept at it. Soon, he had lured 4 monsters over, hiding behind, relying on the king skeleton's thick health and high defense to kill all 4 monsters. After picking up the loot, Qin Shen discovered that his backpack had unknowingly accumulated 260 pieces of equipment. He now had 25 gold and 145 silver coins. He also had over 1,300 red and blue potions each. He had obtained 13 skill books, but they were all low-level trash skill books. Qin Shen didn't think much of these. It must be said that this dungeon run had yielded quite a rich harvest. Once he sold these items after exiting, he could surely make a fortune. Additionally, he had collected 1,400 beast bones. The drop rate for these beast bones was quite high. As for these construction workers, they didn't drop much else, only the beast bones dropped abundantly. Under Qin Shen's skilled operation, although there were occasional close calls, he ultimately cleared out the Nunu tribe workers around the palace. At this point, only the monsters inside the massive palace remained. Qin Shen felt a surge of excitement because he knew there must be quite a few small bosses inside, just like the grand feast he had worked hard to prepare, with only the final eating stage left. After circling the enormous palace, he found that there was only one entrance, the main door. Qin Shen cautiously commanded the skeleton warrior to enter the palace door supported by stone pillars. As soon as he entered, 2 Nunu tribe assassin guards emerged from the door, one on the left and one on the right, instantly killing the skeleton warrior. Qin Shen saw that these guards dealt over 5,000 damage. After killing the skeleton, they retreated back behind the door. Seeing the attributes of the 2 monsters, Qin Shen felt relieved. If they only dealt over 5,000 damage and didn't have area attack skills, it would be manageable. He then ordered 3 goblin captains to lure the monsters. After luring them out, he coordinated with the 2 skeletons to kill the 2 assassins. After that, they entered the palace. He didn't know what method the Nunu tribe used to bond the gravel together to build this palace. In the desert, walking through the corridors of the palace, the 3 goblin captains led the way, followed by the warrior captain wielding a large sword. Inside the palace, the monsters had already transformed into level 16 Nunu tribe guard series monsters. The complex palace often hid monsters around corners. Therefore, he had to be cautious. Every time they passed an entrance, he had to send a skeleton warrior to scout ahead. Finally, after Qin Shen's careful advance, the first room appeared before him. In the spacious hall, at the far end stood a Nunu tribe boss holding a staff. Nunu tribe mage captain, black iron level 17 health, 58,000 spell power, 8,400 skill. Fire Sea Fireball. It was a rather ordinary monster. However, its words were anything but ordinary.
After Qin Shan led the skeletons in, the mage captain spoke. Human? How dare you intrude here? And a worthless undead mage with just a drop of blood. How despicable. Qin Shan shook his head, having heard too many such words along the way. He. Every monster says I should die, but here I am, still alive. And well, on the other hand, you're about to die. The mage captain laughed heartily. A useless necromancer with only a drop of blood. What courage do you have to say such things to the Nunu tribe? I think. Before the captain could finish, Qin Shan activated the Iron Curtain skill, then led his skeleton army forward to attack. With a wave of his staff, he first used the internal injury skill. The Nunu mage was not polite either, casting a sea of fire while taunting. Is that it? No damage at all. However, the next moment, it was left dumbfounded. A fireball floated from the tip of the king skeleton's staff. 32800 directly took over 20,000 of its health. The mage captain's health bar visibly shrank. How is this possible? You're just a useless necromancer. How can your skeleton? With a bang, a critical spell hit sounded. 19,000. The mage captain's health bar was left with just a sliver. Finally, it shut its foul mouth. However, at this moment, the goblin assassin and the mountain rat king had already arrived. After the two combined to deal nearly 10,000 damage, they emptied the mage captain's health bar. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. The mage captain only managed to cast one sea of fire skill. Before dying, it left behind a stun. How is this possible? And fell down. Qin Shan stepped forward to pick up the equipment it dropped. There was only one item. Nunu tribe mage captain's cloth shoes, black iron. Level, intelligence plus 52, spirit plus 520, movement speed plus 15%. Quite a nice pair of shoes, just the right level to equip. Qin Shan swapped out the shoes he got from the novice village. He also picked up 3 soul sealing stones. After collecting the spoils, he used the transformation skill on the corpse to create a skeleton. Lucky effect has been activated. A delightful prompt came through. Qin Shan felt a surge of joy. It was just what he needed. He was looking for a powerful magic-type skeleton to help deal damage. A skeleton about 1 meter tall emerged from the corpse. This skeleton looked quite strange, with somewhat broad ribs, short limbs, and a small head. Without any skin covering, it was clear that this was a living Nunu tribe member. Strange or not, as long as the damage was decent. Plus, with Qin Shan's magic power boost, the Nunu tribe mage captain's magic power had already reached 7,800 points. That was enough. He let the goblin team leader scout ahead and continued exploring. After clearing the way, they arrived in front of a room again. This time, the mini-boss was the assassin captain. Close combat posed no threat to him. Qin Shan dealt with it easily. Checking the mini-map, he found that there were actually 12 mini-bosses here. Goodness, one mini-boss for each profession. Each mini-boss would drop 1 or 2 pieces of black iron level equipment. It felt like Qin Shan was on a wholesale run. Moreover, each boss would drop 3 to 10 soul sealing stones. By the time Qin Shan finished off 11 mini-bosses, he had already reached level 15 with 82% experience. He had collected 15 pieces of black iron level equipment. 3 of them were wearable cloth armor, which Qin Shan equipped all of. This directly boosted his magic power by 50 points, bringing it to 16,800. He had obtained 65 soul sealing stones, which he used directly to increase his lifespan by 65 months, still a long way to go before reaching the 20-year guarantee period. Meanwhile, the skeleton of the Nunu tribe mage captain had long since fallen in battle. After that, he had always wanted to use the transformation skill to turn the other mini-bosses into his subordinates. However, he was never that lucky again. Now, besides the big boss room, there was only one room left. This room should contain the Nunu tribe necromancer captain. A necromancer? If he could transform one into his own, that would be nice. Qin Shan stepped into the room. Human? Very good. Another one who isn't afraid of death has come. Unlike other Nunu tribes, this undead mage captain was nothing but skin and bones, with his cheeks deeply sunken, devoid of any flesh. It seemed he stood there as nothing more than a skeleton. Nunu tribe undead mage captain, black iron level 17 health, 23,000 spell power, 5,200 skills, summon skeleton, death. Aura conversion. Summoning skeletons meant bringing forth 2 skeletons. And the other skill, death aura conversion, condensed the surrounding death aura and transform it into skeleton warriors. This death aura conversion seemed quite special, condensing the surrounding death aura? What does that mean? From the name, it seemed to imply transforming the dead into skeletons, and only skeleton warriors at that. Qin Shan looked down on this skill. He was well aware of the combat power of skeleton warriors. They were utterly useless. After seeing the attributes of this undead mage captain, Qin Shan didn't take it to heart. Human, look me in the eye. How did a worthless creature like you get in here? Answer me. The undead mage captain spoke with an authoritative tone, reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Qin Shan sneered and contemptuously replied, "Oh, I'm the worthless one? Didn't you see I have 2 skeleton subordinates? One of them even has 3 goblin subordinates. You're not afraid of being laughed at? What kind of skeletons are those? They're not even half my height, just a bunch of dwarfs. You're embarrassing us undead mages. The undead mage captain angrily retorted to Qin Shen. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at Qin Shen's king skeleton, thinking it was just something to be ashamed of. You might as well disguise yourself as a mage. You're trash. With that, he casually summoned 2 skeletons. The skeletons he summoned were just ordinary skeleton warriors, a white bony frame holding a bone knife with 2 flames of soul fire burning in their eye sockets, exuding a deathly aura from within. However, Qin Shen looked down on them. He knew the attributes of skeleton warriors all too well. A level 17 skeleton warrior had only 400 health and an attack of just over 100. Utterly pathetic. Kid, what do you mean? Do you look down on my skeletons? How dare you ignore my skeletons? You should take a look at your own skeletons before you dare to look down on mine. The undead mage captain was immediately furious. What kind of gaze was that? How dare he look at me with such eyes? You're just a 1 hit point waste, and your skeletons are shorter than mine. Why do you look down on me? So you mean that being bigger makes you stronger? But you're not even taller than me. Doesn't that mean you're worse than me? The undead mage captain's face turned pale. Good. Very good. You're tough, huh? Now let me show you what a real skeleton is. Get them. Send this 1 hit point waste and his skeletons straight to the underworld. At his command, the 2 skeleton warriors began to move, slowly approaching the 2. Qin Shen had no time to waste with him. He had been stuck in this dungeon for too long, his eyes were getting blurry, and he wanted to see what was happening outside. He directly ordered the king skeleton to dispose of these 2 trash skeletons. Humph, you little brat who hasn't mastered your craft. Now just. The undead captain's words were interrupted as the smaller, hunched-over, seemingly timid skeleton released a fireball from its staff. With a loud bang, it struck one of its own skeleton warriors. 42350, a massive damage number floated up. The skeleton warrior hit by the fireball instantly shattered into a pile of bones. How much? The undead captain stared wide-eyed in shock. Over 40,000 damage, something he couldn't even achieve himself, let alone something he had never even seen before. What kind of skeleton is this? How can it deal such high damage? The undead captain asked incredulously. The king skeleton unleashed another fireball, obliterating another skeleton warrior. Qin Shen sneered, so, how does it feel? Who's the skeleton trash now? Why you? Where did you get these skeletons? How is it possible for them to deal such high damage? The undead captain asked, his voice trembling. I don't have time to chat with you. Attack! At Qin Shen's command, a fireball shot out from the king's staff. No! With a reluctant roar, the undead mage captain was instantly killed. Qin Shen, filled with hope, rushed over, picked up 10 soul-sealing stones and a piece of jewelry, then pointed his staff at the corpse of the undead mage captain. He was going to use skeleton transformation. If he could transform the undead mage's skeleton, he would gain an undead mage. His skeletons would turn into 3 that could summon minions. Without Qin Shen needing to lift a finger, his subordinates could handle it. Although this subordinate's attributes were a bit lacking, it was all about the formality. Under Qin Shen's eager gaze, a skeleton wielding a bone knife emerged from the corpse. Damn! Seriously? Qin Shen cursed in disdain. His luck effect hadn't triggered in a long time, and he thought this time it would likely activate, but it didn't. Well, fine. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I don't even care about this lousy skeleton's attributes, Qin Shen said somewhat sourly. He could only see what the undead mage dropped. To his surprise, besides a piece of intelligence-boosting jewelry, there was also a skill book. And this skill was that of the undead mage, Death Transformation. Death item, Black Iron level, Ring, level 15 intelligence plus 70, Spirit, plus 150 spell critical rate plus 1%. These attributes are explosive. 70 points of intelligence means 2100 spell power plus a bit of spell crit. These attributes are perfect for Qin Shen. And there's a skill book. Death Transformation, D-level transforms the surrounding death aura into a skeleton warrior to fight for the summoner for 10 minutes. Cooldown 5 minutes. Qin Shen was momentarily unsure whether to learn it. If he didn't learn it, after all, it was a B-level skill, but if he did, the skill was somewhat lackluster. It could only transform at most 2 skeleton warriors. What difference would it make to have it or not? Considering he hadn't learned a single skill in this dungeon, Qin Shen hesitated for a moment and chose to learn the skill. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Death Transformation. A new skill appeared in his skill list. After collecting the loot, Qin Shen had the king skeleton lead the way to the last boss room. After taking down 2 more groups of internal guards in the corridor, a magnificent golden door appeared ahead. The door was carved in the shape of a crown. This was indeed the big boss's room. Qin Shen pushed open the heavy doors. With a creak, a spacious hall came into view. The hall was empty, with only a few thick stone pillars standing and a round-bellied Nunu tribe chieftain in the center. This chieftain looked significantly larger than other Nunu tribe members, nearly matching Qin Shen's height. There was nothing distinctive on his head, his round body was draped in a white leather skirt, and his short, thick legs supported his spherical form. His small arms stretched forward, grasping the handle of a large knife. The blade was planted on the ground, and the wide blade looked as imposing as a door panel. Opposite the hall was a cross, where a gaunt human was bound with iron chains. It was precisely Qin Shen's target for this mission. Carlo, human, you dare to trespass into the territory of the Nunu tribe. A loud echo suddenly resonated in the hall. It was the chieftain speaking from the center. Qin Shen had long been accustomed to the Nunu tribe's high-pitched voices. However, this chieftain's voice was much deeper. Although you only have a drop of blood, to make it this far, you must have some skills. Qin Shen knew it would ramble on again, so he was too lazy to listen and directly check the attributes of this clan leader. Nunu clan leader, bronze level, 17 health. 550,000 attack power, 30,000 skills, whirlwind/triple strike whirlwind/. The clan leader enters a spinning state and moves at high speed. Lasts for 30 seconds, dealing 120% physical attack damage per second to enemies with the spinning large blade, cooldown 5 minutes. Triple strike quickly performs 3 attacks, dealing 110%, 130%, and 150% physical attack damage respectively. Cooldown 1 minute. Seeing these attributes, Qin Shen immediately felt it was a bit tricky. The clan leader was not a boss that could summon minions. Qin Shen could completely use the mountain rat skeletons to execute a skeleton sea tactic to overwhelm it. However, it had a whirlwind/skill. As long as it spun in a crowd of monsters, his mountain rat skeletons would die in droves. Moreover, with the clan leader's 550,000 health, he couldn't kill it in a short time. And its triple strike skill was indeed a bit terrifying. The first attack could hit for 33,000, the second for 39,000, and the third for 45,000, totaling 117,000 damage. And his king skeleton only had 350,000 health now. This one skill could take a third of its health. Truly terrifying. The damage Qin Shen could inflict, combined with his summons and himself, could at most deal around 100,000 damage at once, and that was without considering the clan leader's magic resistance. Clearly, a head-on confrontation wouldn't work, and sending the mountain rats to swarm it was also not feasible. However, Qin Shen quickly thought of a solution. Human, I admit your excellence, but reaching here is your limit. With your single drop of health and these useless skeletons, you cannot defeat the clan leader. The clan leader continued to babble nonsense. Qin Shen coldly asked, is that so? Your subordinates said the same, but now they are all dead. Humph. That's because my subordinates were too careless, otherwise, how could you possibly kill them? The clan leader said arrogantly. Qin Shen was too lazy to continue the pointless conversation. Well then, I hope you won't be careless next. After saying that, he ordered the mountain rat king skeleton to start releasing the mountain rats from the breeding room. Instantly, only faint glimmers remained in the hall, and then one by one, the eerie little mountain rat skeletons appeared in the hall. The originally spacious hall suddenly became crowded due to the appearance of the mountain rats. Looking around, it was all densely packed bones, moving back and forth on the ground, looking a bit creepy. Even the clan leader, being a monster, was startled. Human, you actually have such means. However, when it saw the attributes of these mountain rats, it disdainfully shook its head. Such weak things think they can deal with me? Watch my whirlwind slash. After saying that, it began to spin wildly, like a top. With the clan leader's round body, it really resembled a spinning top. The outer circle had a gleaming large blade, and wherever it passed, the mountain rats' heads flew up. 34000-36990-65000 critical damage. Such massive damage. These little mountain rats couldn't withstand such attacks and turned into shattered bones scattered on the ground. Qin Shen hurriedly commanded the mountain rats to stay away from the top. However, this top moved very quickly, weaving through the mountain rat swarm, leaving no survivors in its wake. Qin Shen worried that this guy would charge at him and quickly placed the king skeleton in front of him. Fortunately, this guy seemed to harbor a deep hatred for the mountain rats, as if it felt that dealing with such weak creatures was an insult to its identity as the clan leader. So, while focusing on killing the little mountain mice, the little mountain mice were quickly fleeing from the Grand Elder's skills. In the Great Hall, a spinning little mountain mouse was moving rapidly. After 30 seconds, the original 2,000 little mountain mice were reduced to just 20. The Grand Elder, transformed into a spinning top, finally stopped in the middle of the Great Hall, and the body that had been joyfully spinning like a top gradually came to a halt, ultimately facing Qin Shen, opening its big mouth to reveal a smug smile. How about that? Is this your trick? I easily wiped them out. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause followed. Qin Shen clapped his hands in praise, saying, the Grand Elder is indeed formidable. However, these are just appetizers. It's my turn to take action next. Qin Shen's purpose with the little mountain mice was to draw out its skills. Although it had already used whirlwind slash, it still had a triple slash left.
and it had to be a quick battle, otherwise, once its skills cooled down, it would be troublesome. Thus, Qin Shen ordered Goblin Team Captain to attack the Grand Elder. He said, "I wonder if you can still hold on now." The Grand Elder couldn't see the Goblin's health and thought they were Qin Shen's capable subordinates. It unleashed a triple slash at the charging Goblin Warrior Captain, dealing a damage of 111,000, instantly killing it. A look of pride appeared on its face. "Is that all? Hee hee, I didn't underestimate you, human. If that's all you've got, you'll definitely die here today." However, Qin Shen didn't engage in a verbal spar with it. Seeing that it had used up 2 skills, he commanded the Mountain Mouse King and the King Skeleton, attack. After saying that, he waved his staff and used internal injury on the Grand Elder. A fireball shot out from the tip of the King's staff. 27,000. The Mountain Mouse King also charged at the Grand Elder, biting and dealing 2,300 damage. The assassin captain behind dealt 4,500 damage. In an instant, Qin Shen's team unleashed their full firepower, attacking the Grand Elder. His own frozen chain dealt 14,000 damage, and then the internal injury skill landed a critical hit. 35,000. The highest damage floated up. After this round, Qin Shen realized he had indeed underestimated the Grand Elder. He hadn't expected it to not only have high attack but also absurdly high defenses. He thought he could at least deal 100,000 damage. But after one round, he had only dealt 82,000. This instead shifted the aggro onto Qin Shen, and the Grand Elder charged at him with its great sword raised high. Qin Shen hurriedly used his Iron Curtain skill. "You brat! Die for me!" The Grand Elder's already ugly face twisted even more. It jumped high, swinging its great sword down at Qin Shen. Qin Shen stood firm, releasing a magic missile. 5,800. Then, a fireball from the king dealt another 28,000 damage. Just as the Grand Elder's great sword was about to land on Qin Shen's head, its previously smug expression turned to shock. "How is this possible? No damage? You actually have an invincibility skill." The Grand Elder quickly reacted. At this moment, it began to panic. After all, an invincibility skill was at least S rank. This human was indeed not simple. Not only was his attack frighteningly high, but he also had an S rank skill. The Grand Elder dared not delay any longer. It had already lost a third of its health to Qin Shen's team, which was focused on dealing damage. If it continued to hesitate, it might really die at the hands of this one drop of blood. It hurriedly struck Qin Shen several times, but all were ineffective attacks. At this point, the Grand Elder's aggro was once again pulled away by the King Skeleton under Qin Shen's control. Both the King Skeleton and the Grand Elder were bronze-level bosses, with a 5-level difference between them, and due to their class differences, there was a gap of over 100,000 in health. But now, the Grand Elder's skills were all on cooldown. Coupled with the output from Qin Shen and the Mountain Mouse King, along with a series of summoned creatures, the Grand Elder simply couldn't hold on. In just over 30 seconds, the health bar above the Grand Elder's head was completely emptied. How is this possible? With a reluctant roar, he fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Shen let out a long breath. "Damn, this guy's defenses are really high. I almost couldn't beat him." He glanced nervously at the King Skeleton, who was left with just over 20,000 health. Fortunately, the King Skeleton was a bronze-level boss, the same tier as this guy, otherwise he wouldn't have stood a chance. The priest captain was frantically healing the king. Qin Shen began to collect his spoils. He had just killed the King Skeleton and gained 100,000 experience points, which directly leveled him up. He was now at level 16 with 2% experience. The Great Chieftain dropped a piece of jewelry, which was the hardest to obtain, a necklace. Great Chieftain's necklace, bronze level, level 16 intelligence. Plus 70 strength, plus 50 health, plus 450 spirit, plus 230 physical/magic critical hit rate, plus 3%. If this necklace's attributes were placed on another player, it might seem a bit mismatched, as it increases both strength and intelligence, along with critical hit rates for both physical and magical attacks. However, for Qin Shen, it was simply perfect. He could say that aside from the health attribute, everything else was incredibly friendly to him. Qin Shen decisively equipped it. He was still wearing the one dropped by Supita. It wasn't that there weren't better options. He had picked up so much equipment on the small hill, and there were a few necklaces to choose from, but there weren't many with high attributes, so Qin Shen was too lazy to switch. Mainly, he liked this necklace because it was dropped by that dog Supita, and wearing it gave him a sense of honor. Now, with the Great Chieftain's necklace, he put it on. Instantly, his attributes skyrocketed. He also picked up 20 soul-sealing stones from the ground and chose to use them. Just when he thought that was all, he noticed 2 more items on the ground. One was a key. Carlo's chain key can unlock the chains binding Carlo. It was his hidden quest. Qin Shen suddenly remembered he still had a hidden quest to rescue Carlo. The other was also a key. Key to the smelting room can open the Nunu clan's smelting room. What the hell is this? A smelting room? Where is it? For now, he decided to ignore it. Rescuing Carlo was more urgent. Qin Shen lifted his leg to step over the Great Chieftain's corpse but suddenly thought converting the Great Chieftain into his own skeleton might not be a bad idea. The necromancer was gone, and having this fierce great chieftain would surely be much better than a necromancer. So, he pointed his staff at the great chieftain's plump body. Rise, my servant. There was still one empty slot in the skeleton space, so he could use it to convert a skeleton. With a series of dull creaking sounds of bones grinding, a large bulge formed on the great chieftain's back. This time, the system did not disappoint Qin Shen. Lucky effect has been activated. The long-lost system notification rang out, instantly lifting Qin Shen's spirits. A bizarre skeleton with short limbs, bulging ribs, and a disproportionately small skull emerged from the king's corpse. Unfortunately, the once mighty broad blade had now turned into a bone knife, looking significantly inferior. Thankfully, the attributes remained unchanged. After checking the great chieftain's attributes, Qin Shen felt it was quite perfect. This guy had 2 incredibly powerful skills. At this point, he already had 3 boss-level skeletons, 2 bronze-level and 1 black iron level. Qin Shen thought about when he could eliminate the black iron level mountain rat king. That would free up a slot. This dungeon run made him realize one thing: in the future, the mountain rat king would probably be of little use. Since leaving the novice village, most of the monsters here had area skills. One skill could wipe out a whole group of small mountain rats. Moreover, the mountain rat's attack wasn't high. It was just that the sheer number of them when summoned could be a bit intimidating. When they were surrounding the great chieftain earlier, they could only deal a forced bit of damage for the clan leader with over 300,000 health points. This was nothing to worry about. Therefore, Qin Shen intentionally decided to abandon the mountain rat king. After finalizing his plan, he took the key and headed to the cross at the back. A human was tightly bound by iron chains above. Carlo seemed either dead or unconscious, hanging motionless on the cross. He had become so thin that he looked like skin and bones, clearly having suffered greatly from the Nunu clan's abuse. No matter how formidable, he was still an NPC for his mission. Qin Shen didn't dare to delay. As soon as he approached the cross, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the key to rescue Carlo? Yes/no. Emotions didn't require him to take action himself yet. Qin Shen chose yes. With a clatter, the sound of iron chains rubbing against each other echoed, and the chains binding Carlo fell away. Carlo himself dropped down from the cross with a thud, waking him up. He lay on the ground, opening his confused eyes. Where am I? Am I dead? Qin Shen stepped forward and said, Don't worry, it's not too late to die after I finish my task. Oh, so I was rescued. Thank you, warrior. Carlo replied. Qin Shen said, No need to be polite, it's the necromancer who gave me the task to save you. If it weren't for some benefits, I wouldn't bother entering this dungeon. Seeing that Qin Shen seemed a bit unfriendly, Carlo awkwardly smiled. Eager to report back, Qin Shen asked him, Can you get up now? Carlo moved his limbs and climbed up from the ground. Yes, let's go back together. This counts as saving you, Qin Shen said. After saying that, he prepared to lead Carlo back. However, Carlo stopped him. Warrior, wait. Qin Shen frowned and asked, What is it? Carlo thought for a moment and asked, Did you kill the clan leader? Did you find a key on him? Key? What key? Qin Shen asked curiously. The key to the furnace room. Carlo replied. It was only after he mentioned it that Qin Shen remembered. He had just picked up 2 keys, one of which was indeed for the furnace room. He was puzzled about what this place was, and unexpectedly heard this term from Carlo. The key to the furnace room? I do have it. What is it for? Qin Shen asked curiously. Hearing his answer, Carlo's face lit up. Now I'm issuing a hidden quest. Without waiting for Qin Shen to respond, he released the quest. Do you accept the hidden quest, Carlo's commission? Carlo's commission: open the door to the furnace room, enter the bone refining ground. Retrieve the bone spirit refined by the Nunu clan and give it to Carlo. Warning: this quest is extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Quest reward: Carlo's ring, another extremely dangerous hidden quest. Qin Shen's eyes brightened. Was danger really a concern? Naturally, he would ignore it. High risk accompanied by high rewards was the kind of quest Qin Shen loved the most. However, after reading the quest reward, he couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Carlo's ring, black iron level? Seriously? Just a black iron level ring as a reward? Moreover, this quest was of the extremely dangerous type. A quest with such a system prompt indicated that it was deemed dangerous by the system, and one careless move could cost him his life. To risk his life for a black iron level item? Qin Shen wouldn't be that foolish. However, the experience points from the hidden quest were quite substantial. Besides, what exactly was the bone refining ground? Qin Shen was also very curious. Since there was no penalty for failing the quest, he accepted it under Carlo's hopeful gaze. Thank you, warrior, you must bring back the bone spirit. Qin Shen nodded and asked him, where is the refining room you mentioned? Carlo turned and pointed to the end of the hall. There is a door over there. The key can unlock the door, and you can enter the refining room. Alright, then I'll head there first. Qin Shen said. Okay. Warrior, please be careful. Carlo will wait for you here. Carlo said with great concern, following The direction of his finger, Qin Shen arrived at the end of the Great Hall, where he indeed found a tightly locked door on the wall. As he approached the door, a system prompt sounded. Do you wish to enter the Nunu clan's refinement room? Qin Shen suddenly remembered that he had 2,500 beast bones for refinement in his backpack. These were all items dropped from killing the Nunu clan. Could it be related to this refinement room? Out of curiosity, Qin Shen chose yes. With a flash of white light, Qin Shen found himself in a dark space. He hadn't used a magical torch since leaving the novice village, so he didn't have one in his backpack. Now, surrounded by darkness, he couldn't see anything. It felt like a land of the dead, with a dark sky above. Low mounds of graves were faintly visible on the ground. Wisps of ghostly green flames floated in the air, and it certainly didn't look like a room. Qin Shen was puzzled. What was this place for? You have stepped into the burial ground. This is the territory of the undead clan. Please be cautious. Burial ground? What kind of place was this? Qin Shen stood still, afraid to move. Not far in front of him, two wisps of ghostly green soul flames appeared, and as they drew closer, he saw a white skeleton emerge from the darkness. While in a teleportation state, if one remains still, there is a 1-minute protection time. Qin Shen took advantage of this protection time to check the attributes of the skeleton before him. Skeleton Warrior, Elite level, 25 health, 52,000 attack power, 3,900. It was actually a level 25 elite. Looking at the numerous soul flames floating in the air, they must all be elite level. No wonder this task had a warning. This place was indeed somewhat dangerous. The skeleton before him gradually moved away, and two more ghostly flames approached. Qin Shen checked the attributes again, only to be surprised to find that the skeletons here did not have a uniform level or rank. Skeleton Archer, Black Iron level, 15 health, 45,000 attack power, 6,200. This one had the attributes of a Black Iron level boss. Instantly, a wave of unease surged from the depths of his heart. This place was too strange. He had no idea what kind of monsters he might encounter next. One wrong move could lead to instant death. Qin Shen opened the mini-map. The map marked the destination of his current task. Not far ahead, a green orb glowed on the map. That was where the bone spirit was located. Fortunately, it wasn't far. The 1-minute protection time quickly came to an end. Qin Shen quickly retreated, distancing himself from the cluster of ghostly flames ahead. Then, he waved his staff to release the skeletons in the space. When players teleport, their summoned creatures are recalled to the space. It was the same for the skeletons summoned by necromancers. 3 skeletons surrounded Qin Shen in a triangular formation, ensuring his safety. Qin Shen quietly waited in a place far from those ghostly flames, waiting for the little mountain mice in the breeding chamber to fill the space. These little mountain mice had now become the best scouting tools. If all were released, they could occupy a 50-meter radius around Qin Shen. This gave him a great sense of security. In this dark land of the undead, Qin Shen made full use of the little mountain mice. After waiting for 30 minutes, the breeding chamber of the mountain mouse king had produced 2,000 little mountain mice. Qin Shen stood up from the ground and chose to release all 2,000 little mountain mice at once. Instantly, beams of faint white light illuminated this desolate land. Centered around Qin Shen, the space within a 50-meter radius was instantly filled with a sea of white bone mountain mice. The little mountain mice jumped and frolicked in place as if a wave was rising in a sea of bones. Qin Shen waved his staff forward. Advance! The white-boned army, within the 50-meter range, moved forward, centered around him. The first to encounter them was a level 15 elite skeleton warrior. The damage from the little mountain mice barely managed to break through its defenses. Suddenly, a flurry of damage numbers floated above the elite skeleton's head, rapidly dispersing upwards. 25-30-10. The speed at which the numbers rose was so fast that Qin Shen could barely make them out, leaving only after images. In no time, the elite skeleton with 20,000 health points was worn down to death by the mountain rat swarm. Yet, the mountain rats only sacrificed 20 of their own. Suddenly recalling the skill he had just learned, death energy conversion, Qin Shen directed it at a dead mountain rat. The originally scattered skeleton suddenly moved. It stacked up layer by layer on the ground, eventually piecing together a humanoid skeleton that only reached ankle height. Qin Shen bent down to closely observe the skeleton formed from the death energy conversion. Its 2 legs were the hind leg bones of the small mountain rat, and its 2 arms were the front paws of the mountain rat. Even the body was assembled from bones dropped by the mountain rats. The only thing that was system given was the bone knife in its hand. The entire skeleton was short and shabby. Even Qin Shen, with a single drop of blood, had to look down on it. However, its attributes were that of a level 16 skeleton warrior. It had the exact same attributes as the skeleton warrior formed through conversion, which made Qin Shen feel somewhat absurd and strange. Well, it was indeed lacking, but the attributes were not bad. The death energy conversion entered a cooldown period. With a 5-minute cooldown, the converted skeleton warrior could exist for 10 minutes. Effectively, he could maintain the combat status of 2 skeleton warriors.
It was just that these skeletons formed from death energy were too weak. Qin Shen was too lazy to study them further. He led the undead army forward. Instantly, an undead army appeared in this land of the dead, and wherever they passed, those skeleton warriors were killed one after another. Even the high-level skeleton warriors were slain by the violent output of the King Skeleton and Qin Shen. To his surprise, this quest dungeon actually dropped equipment. After killing a black iron level skeleton, Qin Shen picked up a piece of cloth armor. Undead tribe cloth gloves, black iron level 12 intelligence plus 42 spell power plus 20 casting speed plus 1%. Qin Shen decisively equipped the gloves. He also picked up 5 soul sealing stones and used them directly. At this moment, Qin Shen realized that this was no mere exam, it was practically a boss lair. Coming here was like a fish in water. Along the way, he encountered 2 black iron level bosses, dropping 1 cloth glove and 1 chainmail boot respectively. The remaining elite skeleton warriors also contributed 20 soul sealing stones. At this point, he was getting close to the bone spirit's location. He saw the glowing orb representing the bone spirit just ahead on the minimap. Once he got the bone spirit, leveling up here wouldn't be bad either. The monsters here were all below level 30, although there were occasional dangers. As long as he was careful, it would be fine. He couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. Such a leveling area was simply a treasure trove for players. Having killed just over 20 monsters, his experience had already risen to 30%. On the mini-map, this burial ground seemed endlessly vast. There were even outlines of some mountains above. The place where Qin Shen was teleported to was merely a sesame seed-sized dot on the mini-map compared to the bone spirit. Seeing the leveling area so expansive, Qin Shen's heart soared with happiness. Now he wouldn't have to worry about his equipment and level. He cheerfully moved forward. Suddenly, he spotted a faintly glowing red orb hovering in the air ahead, creating an eerie atmosphere in this dark space. The most common sight here was the green light emitted by the skeleton's soul fires. He had never seen such a faint red glow. Qin Shen felt a bit alert, but then thought perhaps this was the bone spirit that Carlo mentioned. He decided to go over and take a look. If it wasn't, he could just level up in this area, as there were plenty of bosses around. As for completing the quest, he would think about that later. After all, there was no specified quest time. He could level up here first before heading out. With his plan set, Qin Shen moved forward. As he got closer, he discovered that the crystal ball was being held up by 2 enormous hands. The height of these hands alone exceeded Qin Shen's stature. What the hell kind of hands are these? Why are they so gigantic? Fortunately, the crystal ball was positioned in the palms, otherwise, Qin Shen wouldn't have been able to reach it. He stood on tiptoe, extending his hand toward the red crystal ball. The moment his palm made contact with those skeletal giant hands, a chilling sense of fear surged from the point of contact, traveling up his arm and into his mind. In an instant, a shudder from his very soul made him want to kneel. It was an instinctive fear, a pressure from a higher life form. Qin Shen's entire body trembled like a leaf, and he gritted his teeth to hold himself up, refusing to kneel. What the hell is this thing? Just touching these giant hands brings such fear. Qin Shen felt a twinge of fear. He wanted to abandon this task, but deep down he felt a sense of defiance. Damn it, I'm a necromancer. And now I'm being scared by a pile of rotten bones. This is just ridiculous. Shouldn't you be afraid of me? A surge of determination rose within Qin Shen, and with it, the fear in his heart lessened significantly. His limp body found a bit of strength. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. But the hand resting on the giant bones began to shakily move upward. The crystal was suspended above the 2 skeletal palms, and Qin Shen's hand was trembling as it approached the crystal ball. Although his fingertips shook violently, he still pressed on, inching closer to the crystal ball. The pressure from his soul made it hard for him to breathe, and his eyes reddened from the strain. Standing still, his legs shook violently, and he gasped for air. Yet he still did not give up, because his profession was that of a necromancer. So even the mightiest of the undead were under his command. Finally, with Qin Shen's persistence, his hand inched closer to the crystal ball. The moment his fingertips made contact, a roar erupted in his mind. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar exploded in his head. It was as if an ancient dragon was letting out a thunderous roar right next to him. Qin Shen was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. His legs went weak and he could no longer stand, about to collapse to the ground. With sheer willpower, he managed to grab the glowing red crystal ball before falling. To his surprise, as soon as Qin Shen placed the crystal ball into his backpack, that terrifying dragon roar miraculously ceased. Could it be that the roar came from this crystal ball? Qin Shen's spirit jolted. He knew this crystal ball was extraordinary. Just as he was about to check the properties of the crystal ball, he suddenly felt the ground shake. Boom! It sounded as if something massive had crashed into the ground. The intense tremor lifted him off his feet. What's going on? What happened? A row of question marks lit up above Qin Shen's head. Before he could figure out the situation, boom! Another loud noise erupted, this time closer than before. It felt as if a giant was approaching from the darkness. Qin Shen's hair stood on end in fear. Damn it, those footsteps are getting really close. He looked into the dark space, but saw nothing. However, another boom sounded, even closer this time. A giant was indeed walking toward him. Qin Shen's heart tightened, and he was certain. What should he do now? He didn't even have a chance to resurrect. Encountering such a terrifying presence meant certain death. Just as he panicked and tried to stand up to run, he suddenly noticed a portal appearing on the giant hands that were holding him up. The boom of footsteps grew nearer, as if they were heading straight for him. Qin Shen anxiously looked in the direction of the sound but saw nothing, yet he could clearly sense that a terrifying presence was rushing toward him. Qin Shen dared not delay any longer. He quickly reached out to touch the portal. You have completed the task. Do you wish to teleport out of the burial ground? Yes. Qin Shen swiftly selected yes. At the moment he was about to be teleported away, he seemed to see a tall white skeleton breaking through the darkness and charging towards him. The white bones were as thick as a stone mill, reaching upwards without an end. With a flash of white light, Qin Shen appeared in the grand hall of the Nunu tribe's chief. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. Carlo hurried over and asked, "How is it? Did you get the bone spirit?" Qin Shen was still dazed, not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced, and could only instinctively nod. Seeing him nod, Carlo happily reached out his hand. "Great! You can turn in the quest now." Qin Shen reached into his backpack space, just about to take it out to submit the quest. Suddenly, he realized that this thing was something he had fought hard to obtain. How could he just hand it over without even looking? That would be too foolish. What's wrong? Warrior, you've completed the quest, you can turn it in. After saying that, he wiggled his outstretched hand. Qin Shen ignored him and instead looked at the items in his backpack. Sealed Storm of Rudra, Bone Spirit. After the Storm of Rudra's star fell, it sealed its dragon soul within a pile of shattered bones. The Nunu tribe accidentally obtained these bones, and after research by Nunu scientists, it was discovered that the dragon soul preserved within the bones was still intact, and there was a possibility of resurrecting the ice dragon Skasa. Thus, Nunu engineers designed a secret method to refine beast bones to help Rudra restore its skeletal form. Once Rudra restores its skeletal form, it will advance to Frost Bone Dragon. Current restoration progress 1/9999999, consuming 1 point of progress. Can summon Rudra to assist in battle for 5 seconds. Can be bound as your exclusive item. Using a normal level. Skeleton increases progress by 1 point, Black Iron level increases by 2 points, Bronze level increases by 3 points, Silver level increases by 4 points, Gold level increases by 5 points, Dark Gold level increases by 10 points, Legendary level increases by 100 points. Epic and Mythic levels depend on the combat power of the skeleton. Seeing the attributes of the Bone Spirit, Qin Shen was stunned. This thing could even advance to a Frost Bone Dragon? What tier is a Frost Bone Dragon? It wasn't specified, but just hearing the name made it clear it was something impressive. Then he noticed the term Starfall. Goodness, only something with a big enough reputation deserves that term. It seemed that this Rudra was incredibly powerful. He never expected that completing a hidden quest would yield such an impressive entity. Qin Shen was instantly overjoyed. Carlo, seeing the happy expression on Qin Shen's face, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Oh no, this kid isn't planning to keep the Bone Spirit to himself, is he? Warrior, you should turn in the quest. This is a hidden quest, and the experience reward is quite substantial. He planned to tempt Qin Shen with the experience points reward. Qin Shen continued to sit on the ground, grinning foolishly. There was no other option but to grab Qin Shen's shoulders and shake him vigorously. Finally, he managed to wake Qin Shen up. However, Qin Shen shook his head. Sorry, I'm not turning in the quest. Carlo's originally humble smile froze on his face, gradually disappearing, his mouth twitching, nostrils flaring, and his eyes filled with madness. Then he realized something and quickly composed himself. He chuckled dryly and said, Warrior, please don't joke around, this is a hidden quest. The rewards are quite generous. Qin Shen shot him a glance. Stop talking nonsense. Generous rewards? How can you even say that? Just a Black Iron level accessory is considered generous? I'm currently using a Bronze level accessory, do you believe that? Carlo was left speechless by Qin Shen's retort, closing his mouth. After a while, he finally said, well, how about I subsidize you with another Bronze level equipment? Qin Shen looked at him disdainfully. No negotiations below Mythic level. Mythic level is the highest tier in the 10,000 Realms game. Carlo had never even seen such a thing, let alone Mythic level. He didn't even have a Gold level item, much less 2 tiers below that. It wasn't that Qin Shen was asking for too much, he felt that Rudra should indeed be a Mythic level existence. Using a mythical pet to exchange for a piece of equipment, he still felt it was a loss. Upon hearing his terms, Carlo's face immediately fell. Warrior, it's not like that. Once you accept my task, you should complete it. If you can't finish it, then don't take it. Qin Shen spread his hands. I'm not fond of doing tasks, even less so of completing them. Besides, who says that once you take a task you must finish it? I simply won't complete it. Anyway, this bird task had no failure penalties, so why should he care? If he were to say it was unjust, Carlo was the one being unjust first, thinking he could use a black iron level piece of equipment to make him enter such a dangerous place to get the bone spirit. Wasn't that just deceiving himself into being a fool? He deserved it. Lacking ability yet wanting to get the bone spirit? Did you strike the key or did the bone spirit come from you? Damn it, thinking he could use a broken black iron level piece of equipment to pull off a big score? Go dream your grand dream. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Carlo decided to take a hard approach. With a threatening tone, he said, "Kid, this thing isn't something you can possess. You're just a one-drop blood necromancer, you can't hold it. You might as well hand it over to me and get some task rewards in return." Shin Chen laughed. "You're right. Can you hold it? You can't even defeat the great clan leader, while I'm the one who eliminated the great clan leader and saved you. Humph. I don't care how you killed the great clan leader, a one-drop blood is just a one-drop blood, something that dies with a touch. Why should you possess the bone spirit? I'll advise you again, hand over the bone spirit quickly." Carlo's eyes glinted with malice. "What if I don't?" Shin Chen looked at him without fear. "This isn't the city. If I kill you, no one will know. You better think it through. You, a dying person, have no chance of resurrection." Shin Chen exaggeratedly opened his mouth. "Wow, I saved you. Are you planning to repay kindness with enmity?" Carlo was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth to say something but then swallowing it back. "All right, let's consider the task a failure. Anyway, I don't plan to submit the task anymore." Shin Chen took out the task scroll from his backpack, intending to head back. Carlo panicked upon seeing this. Daggers appeared in his hands in an instant. "Wait, don't go." The stance startled Shin Chen. This guy wouldn't be desperate enough to attack, would he? This wasn't the city, so NPCs could attack players. He hurriedly opened the iron curtain. "What do you want to do?" "Humph, what do you think I want to do? Isn't it obvious? The bone spirit, you must hand it over, whether you want to or not. Although I don't know how this one-drop blood waste defeated the great clan leader and what tricks you used to obtain the bone spirit. But now, you must hand over the bone spirit to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Carlo could no longer resist the temptation of the bone spirit and planned to attack Shin Chen. Shin Chen calmly waved his staff, and 3 skeletons appeared between them. One was a king skeleton, less than a meter tall and holding a staff. One was a great clan leader skeleton with ribs bulging like a ball and short limbs. The last one was even funnier, looking like a hairless rat. No matter how you looked at it, the 3 skeletons were trash. Carlo laughed as well. "Ha ha, calling you trash is still flattering. Just look at what you summoned. Is there even a proper skeleton among them? A one-drop blood waste bringing 3 oddly shaped trash to challenge me, an assassin?" Shin Chen smirked. "Oh, a guy who can't even defeat the great clan leader dares to call me trash. Ha ha, less talk, aren't we going to fight? Come on, fine, you just keep talking tough. Let's see if I don't skin you alive with one strike." Before Carlo could finish his sentence, a fireball floated over and smashed into him. -350000, a massive damage number floated up, sending him away instantly. Carlo couldn't believe it even after turning into a ghost. "You, how could you have such damage?" Shin Chen glanced at his corpse and immediately used the death energy transformation skill to turn his body into a skeleton warrior. Choose to use Rudra's bone spirit to absorb the skeleton. Please bind the item first, or it cannot be used. It was then that I remembered this item was exclusive and needed to be bound first. So I held the bone spirit in one hand and drew a line on the skeleton's bone knife with the other, causing blood to flow immediately. Seeing his actions, Carlo's soul jumped up and down anxiously. "Shin Chen, how dare you?" "I dare. Why wouldn't I? I directly dripped my own blood onto the bone spirit. Rudra's bone spirit has become your exclusive item." Hearing the system prompt, Shin Chen looked at the bone spirit in his hand. A new line had appeared on the attribute panel. "Exclusive to player Shin Chen, cannot be destroyed, dropped, or discarded." Shin Chen nodded in satisfaction. In front of Carlo, he absorbed the skeleton transformed from his corpse. The bone spirit's progress had changed to 2/9999999. Seeing that Shin Chen had turned the bone spirit into his exclusive item, Carlo gritted his teeth in anger. "Shin Chen, you wait for me. You worthless piece of blood don't deserve to have the bone spirit. You're looking for death. You'll never get out of the city in your life. If you have the guts, stay in Wolf Smoke City for the rest of your life." Shin Chen replied, "Oh dear, I'm so scared. If you have the guts, just guard me." Words floated above Carlo's head. "Impudent. You're simply too impudent. You ignorant waste will soon realize my power." Shin Chen glanced at him disdainfully. "You really talk too much. But it's all just useless roaring." Carlo, extremely furious, said, "Fine, fine, fine. Just wait for me." After saying that, he chose to return to the city to resurrect. After he left, Shin Chen finally had the mood to study the bone spirit. This thing looked like a palm-sized round crystal, emitting a faint red light.
Looking inside, he discovered that the red glimmers were all emitted by an eyeball.
A dragon's eye? This must be Rudra's dragon soul. After absorbing the skeleton just now, he already knew how to operate it.
As long as he placed the bone spirit in his backpack space, he could choose to absorb that skeleton. To his surprise, the skeleton transformed from death energy was no exception. This way, he could let the bone dragon absorb while fighting monsters. The only thing that made Qin Shen feel uncomfortable was that he still needed 9,999,999 skeletons to fill the progress and summon the bone dragon. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He wondered if the little mountain mice in the breeding room could be absorbed. If so, then this 9,999,999 points of progress didn't seem like such a difficult task. Seeing that there were already 3 little mountain mice in the breeding room of the Mountain Mouse King, Qin Shen chose to release them. After that, he selected to let the bone spirit absorb them. However, a system prompt came through. The species rank of the little mountain mouse skeleton is too low and will affect the rank of Rudra after formation.
Do you want to continue? Damn! It will affect the rank after formation?
Qin Shen decisively chose to give up. This thing was a big treasure, and there was no room for error. Then he looked at the 2 points of progress and couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Speaking of which, 1 point of progress could summon Rudra for 5 seconds. Wouldn't his 2 points of progress be able to last for 10 seconds? He really wanted to see what this Rudra looked like. Ever since this thought appeared, it began to grow wildly in his mind. A giant dragon, who wouldn't want to see what it looked like? The last remaining bit of rationality made him realize that only by holding back could he quickly gather the required progress. But now, it seemed like it wouldn't hurt to take a look. I at least need to know what rank it is, otherwise, if I end up with a golden rank after nurturing it for so long, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Qin Shen found himself a reasonable excuse.
Summon the storm Rudra.
Roar!
A giant dragon's roar rose beside Qin Shen's ear.
It was this sound, the same roar that had echoed in his mind when he first encountered the bone spirit in the burial ground. Only last time, this dragon's roar had made his soul tremble, nearly causing him to kneel. This time, Rudra had become his subordinate, so the oppressive feeling from the soul had vanished. Instead, ever since the roar of the dragon echoed, a sense of superiority surged from the depths of his heart. He, Qin Shen, was now the master of Rudra. As long as he had his own bone dragon, he was an invincible existence. Suddenly, the ceiling of the Nunu tribe's great hall shattered. Then, a pair of enormous dragon claws broke through the roof, sending debris cascading down in front of Qin Shen. The massive dragon claws were ice blue, as if wrapped in ice crystals. Sharp upward-facing barbs adorned the connection between the 5 fingers and the lower leg, making the claws even more lethal. There were also downward-facing blade-like barbs on the thighs. Just these hind legs exceeded the height of the Great Hall. Through the gap created by Rudra, Qin Shen looked up, and a gigantic ice-blue dragon's belly appeared before him. The dragon's belly was covered in light blue heart-shaped scales stacked in a heart-like pattern over the dragon's abdomen. Through the gap, he could only see Rudra's belly and the thick skeletal support of its wings. Further up was the dragon's long, graceful neck, adorned with a row of long, ice-white mane-like spines along the back of its neck. Qin Shen was both shocked and filled with an infinite sense of joy. From now on, he would be the master of Rudra. This majestic dragon belonged to him. He couldn't see Rudra's head from this angle, so he couldn't make out what it looked like. Qin Shen intended to change his perspective, to observe it better. But he had something more important to do. That was to check Rudra's attributes. Storm of Rudra, Legendary, Level, 100 Health, 2,400,000,000 Physical Attack, 25,300,000 Magic Power, 32,000,000 Skills, Master of Storms, Ice Dragon Breath, Dragon Body, Dragon Spear, Blessing of the Dragon Race, Ice Whirlwind, Wings of Darkness, Dragon's Tremor, Fury of the Dragon Race, Summon Ice Spear, Summon, Dragon Race, King's Feast, Dark Vortex. Below the long list of skills, Qin Shen also saw some notes. Storm of Rudra is in a state of Blessing of the Dragon Race, all attributes X2. Storm of Rudra is in a weakened state. Please raise the repair progress to 10,000 as soon as possible. Damn, this is a pet. Such a pet is truly imposing. Qin Shen was almost going crazy with joy. He hurriedly checked Rudra's skills. Master of Storms. He only saw a name, and the panel in front of him flashed and then disappeared. Damn, 10 seconds is way too short, right? Just like that, it's gone? Qin Shen stared blankly at the empty great hall for a moment. Then he was filled with ecstatic joy again. With such powerful attributes, what was there to fear about skills being weak? Although the notes indicated it could only exert 1% of its power, even that 1% was not something an ordinary person could handle. The note's hint was correct. The urgent task now was to quickly complete Rudra's repair. Because the attributes indicated that Rudra would advance again upon becoming an Ice Frost Bone Dragon. Legendary level, and if it advanced again, it would become mythical level. The supreme existence. The tier of the 10,000 Realms game is normal black iron bronze, silver gold dark gold epic legendary mythical, so mythical level is the highest existence. Qin Shen's mood surged with excitement again. He would have
a supreme pet in the future. What differences would a mythical bone dragon have compared to the current one? Surely, there would be a qualitative leap. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had 2,500 refined beast bones in his backpack. This was probably what the Nunu tribe used for sacrifices to the bone spirit. Shinshen tried to have the bone spirit devour the beast bones, and sure enough, a system prompt came through. Would you like to use refined beast bones X2539? Yes, with a system prompt. The absorption was successful. Shinshen saw that Rudra's repair progress had reached 2539/9999999. With this progress of over 2,000 points, Shinshen's life safety was greatly assured. If there was really no other way, he would summon Rudra. Putting aside his curiosity about checking skills, Shinshen used a return scroll. After appearing at the resurrection point, he realized that there were already many players in Wolf Smoke City. He had no leisure to learn too much. Shinshen took a carriage towards the profession hall. His task was completed, and he wanted to know what rewards this unique hidden task would bring. Would it give golden level equipment? When he arrived, after getting off the carriage, he saw a bustling crowd of people coming to the job transfer hall to accept tasks. These people had just reached level 10, while Shinshen was already level 16, a definite big shot in front of them. The entrance to the profession hall was still quite spacious, and there was no crowding at the moment. Moreover, the profession mentors only needed to work on a conveyor belt system. Every person who came was just there to teach professional skills, and they would never waste a word, making it very efficient. When Shinshen reached the necromancer mentor, the mentor appeared very happy. Stopping his work, he said, "Congratulations on completing the task. I knew you could do it." Shinshen received a system prompt. "Congratulations. On completing the task, the disappearing Carlo random rewards are being processed. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book Oath of the Bones. Oath of the Bones? What a strange name." Shinshen was somewhat puzzled, not knowing what this skill book was for. He opened his backpack, found the skill book, and was instantly stunned. Oath of the Bones, SS level. Your necromantic unit can use 20% of its health as your backup health. When taking damage, the health of the necromantic unit is deducted first. This. Shinshen was so excited he couldn't speak, his hands shaking while holding the skill book. This was fantastic. This skill book was simply tailor-made for him, a one-hit point character. However, would learning this break his Desperate Fury bonus? That was a question. Shinshen's explosive damage now mainly relied on Desperate Fury, and once that state was gone, he would revert to his original form. He carefully studied the skill description, and from the wording, it seemed it wouldn't break his one-hit point state because the skill description included the condition of deducting the necromantic unit's health first, which indicated that this health still belonged to the necromantic unit. Moreover, the skill description stated that his own necromantic unit would contribute reserve health, meaning if Rudra was successfully repaired by him in the future, it would also be included. Shinshen ultimately decided to learn the skill. Even in the worst-case scenario, if his Desperate Fury state was broken, he could still deal damage with his skeletons. The profession's lucky effect was truly powerful. He currently had 3 boss skeletons under his command. Even if he didn't output damage himself, his minions were still strong. You have learned Oath of the Bones. After choosing to learn the skill, Shinshen kept an eye on his health. He noticed that his attribute panel had changed. Behind his one-hit point, appeared with a gray value. Inside, 194,000. This was the health that the skeleton could bear, and when taking damage, it would be deducted from this health first. At the same time, this health also belonged to the skeleton. So now, even without summoning the skeletons, Shinshen had 194,001 health. When attacked, the health of the skeletons in the space would be deducted first. Flipping to the bottom of the attributes, he finally saw it. Desperate Fury has been activated. After this line of notes, Shinshen's anxious heart finally settled down. Immediately, his heart was filled with a wave of ecstasy. As expected of an SS level skill, it was truly powerful. Today can be considered Shinshen's lucky day. Not only did he obtain the sealed storm of Rudra, but he also resolved the life value issue that had been troubling him. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed when he went out. Seeing Shinshen dancing with joy, the undead mentor happily said, "How is it? Did you get something good?" Shinshen nodded. "The item is great, just right for me. Are there any more tasks like this? I want to complete another." The undead mentor shook his head and smiled. "There aren't that many hidden tasks." "Alright then, I'll come back to learn skills from you when I reach level 20. With that, he took his leave. The undead mentor watched Shinshen's iconic one-drop blood and secretly sighed. This person is truly powerful, able to solo an entire dungeon at level 10. He didn't doubt that Shinshen was lying, as Carlo had already approached him earlier. However, Carlo's expression was somewhat grim. He had thought that seeing him again would bring joy after surviving a disaster, but Carlo looked lost and even a bit angry. When the undead mentor asked him the reason, he didn't say anything, just reported that he was safe before leaving. After Carlo left the profession hall, he immediately changed his expression. The raging anger inside him could no longer be suppressed. standing on the street with clenched fists. He gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Shen, just you wait. I won't let you off." Although Carlo was just an alchemist and not particularly strong himself, he had a powerful backing. The son of the city lord, the golden swordsman Brian. Due to his status, Brian often needed Carlo to do some shady things for him. After Carlo was imprisoned by the Nunu tribe, it was Brian who worked behind the scenes to turn the mission to rescue him into the only hidden task, all to find a powerful player to save him. Carlo had tried to steal the bone spirit refined by the Nunu tribe but failed. Although Qin Shen saved him, the bone spirit was taken by Qin Chun. This was something he could not accept no matter what. That bizarre skeleton of Qin Shen could deal over 30,000 damage, which surprised him a bit. So he had already given up on personally seeking revenge against Qin Shen because he simply couldn't defeat him, and his lifespan was also short. After being hung once, he only had 30 years left. Carlo was quite clever, and after a moment of thought, he came up with a cunning idea. He hurriedly rushed into the city lord's mansion. Brian was in the courtyard, playfully embracing a beautiful woman. Upon seeing Carlo enter, he joyfully tossed the woman aside and ran over to greet Carlo. "Carlo, my good friend, how have you been? When did you come back?" Carlo's expression was serious as he said, "It's a long story. Let's talk inside." Under Brian's lead, the two entered the room. Only then did Carlo explain, "I was originally out of the city looking for medicine to cure your illness. Who knew I would be harmed by some kid? Damn it. That's what led to me being imprisoned by the Nunu tribe for so long." "What kid? How dare he harm you?" Brian exclaimed angrily. It's a one-drop blood descendant. I was originally trying to help him find a medicine to solve his near-death state. Who knew he would repay kindness with malice and collude with the Nunu tribes? Chief, to imprison me," Carlo said with a wronged expression. Brian's face was filled with indignation. How can there be such a person? Such low character, truly deserves to die. "This person is called Qin Shen. He is a descendant," Carlo said. Carlo had been missing for half a month. The descendants had only been in the Myriad Realms game for 3 days. Brian didn't suspect the loophole in Carlo's words but eagerly said, "So, do you still have any potions left? Hurry and give me some." The little beauty outside is still waiting. Carlo already knew what Brian needed and took out a bottle of blue potion from his backpack. "I have the potion, but my grudge." Brian understood what he meant and said, "Isn't it just a descendant? No problem. Can't we do something about him outside the city if we can't act in the city?" After agreeing with Carlo, Brian snatched the bottle of blue potion and downed it in one gulp. Strangely enough, the blue potion proved to be even more effective than the little blue pills. As soon as he drank it, Brian pitched a small tent and hurried off to find the lovely lady he had just flirted with. After he left, Carlo revealed a triumphant smile. The world doesn't know, does it? The son of the lord of Wolfsmoke City, Brian, who holds the title of Golden Swordsman, is actually a weakling. He needs Carlo's invented blue potion, Wei Di, to enjoy a night of passion. How easy it would be to manipulate Brian. Qin Chen, you worthless being with a drop of blood, just a mere descender. What do you have to fight against me? Moments later, a high-pitched and melodious sound of pleasure came from the adjacent room. 3 minutes later, Brian rushed over, pants in hand. "I say, Carlo, your potion is great, but the effect is too short. Do you have anything that can extend the duration?" Carlo feigned urgency, saying, "I entered the Nunu tribe instance this time to find such a herb. But who knew that guy Qin Shen would ruin it?" Hearing this, Brian was instantly furious. "That damned guy. Right. Kill him," Carlo urged. Brian hesitated. Directly attacking Qin Shen clearly didn't comply with the system rules. Carlo knew what he was thinking and suggested, "Didn't I see a guy named Wang Yiba take a mission from you just now? Why not?" Suddenly, Brian realized. Yes, Wang Yiba. This kid was on a mission to upgrade the Legion. Wang Yiba's talent came with a Legion position. After the Legion reached level 3, they needed to complete missions to continue leveling up. So Wang Yiba came here to take the upgrade mission. Brian couldn't directly kill Qin Shen, but he could use the players. He happily patted Carlo on the shoulder. "You really have a sharp mind." Carlo beamed with a silly grin. Before long, Wang Yiba completed the upgrade mission and scampered back. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, he peeked inside. He knew that the one who assigned him the task was the highest authority in Wolfsmoke City, the only legitimate son of the Lord, Brian. He had put away his usual arrogance from the Legion. What a joke! He was at most a Legion leader, while Brian was someone destined to take over Wolfsmoke City. How could he compare? "Young Master Brian, I have completed the task you assigned." He, Wang Yiba said timidly. Brian squinted and nodded proudly. Not bad. Now I have a new task. If you can complete it, I will reward you with a piece of bronze-level equipment." Wang Yiba quickly stood at attention, thumping his chest. "I guarantee to complete the task." He looked just like a comical security guard back in the neighborhood. "Do you accept the task? Eliminate player Qin Chen? Task requirements. Completely eliminate player Qin Chen.
When Wang Yiba saw Qin Shen's name in the task, he was so scared that his legs went weak, nearly kneeling on the ground. Seeing Wang Yiba's pale face, Brian frowned and coldly snorted, "What? Are you afraid to take this task?" No. It's not that, you don't understand, this Qin Shen is a bit peculiar," Wang Yiba said with a bitter face. Peculiar? In what way? Brian asked. Wang Yiba stammered, "This Qin Shen, his damage is incredibly high. And this kid can't be killed. Don't be fooled by his single drop of blood. I tell you." Just as Wang Yiba was speaking, he was interrupted by Carlo. "What peculiar? I think you just don't want to execute the task. Fine, Lord Brian helped you upgrade the Legion, valued you so much, and now there's an important task entrusted to you, yet you keep making excuses to avoid completing it. Do you really not take Lord Brian seriously?" Carlo certainly knew that Qin Shen was sinister. He had fought against Qin Shen before. But if Wang Yiba kept talking like this, what if Brian decided to abandon his plan to kill Qin Shen? So he had to interrupt Wang Yiba. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Wang Yiba immediately felt wronged. "Lord Brian, that Qin Shen is really sinister. He has an undead army under his command. We fought against them in the novice village, and in the end, all 100,000 of us were killed by his undead army." Wang Yiba still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the novice village incident, which was why he was scared and reluctant to take on this task. He didn't even know how that damned Qin Shen had provoked this lord. After Wang Yiba finished speaking, both Carlo and Brian were left dumbfounded. What? 100,000 players couldn't defeat one person? That was a bit terrifying. Brian's expression darkened. He had originally thought of Qin Shen as a mere weakling, but who would have thought that this guy had such a terrifying undead army? Carlo asked, "Undead army? How could a novice player possibly have such terrifying abilities?" Wang Yiba pointed to the sky with 3 fingers and said, "I swear, it really is an undead army. It's absolutely true. That guy had a massive horde of white mountain mice that killed us all." Mountain mice? Oh, I see. It must be that Qin Shen kid who completed a quest to obtain a potion that controls monsters and gave it to the Mountain Mouse King. The Mountain Mouse King has a breeding skill, so it could summon a large army to attack you. Carlo quickly figured out the key point. The mountain mice are only level 7 monsters. Back then, they could still defeat you, but now that you are all in your teens and levels, how could you still be unable to defeat the mountain mice? Moreover, novice village players don't have area attack skills, so it was harder to fight back then. Now that mages have learned the firewall skill and archers have learned the rain of arrows skill, if you still can't win, that's just unacceptable. Wang Yiba still stammered at Carlo's explanation. He was genuinely traumatized by Qin Shen. That kid not only had a skeleton army but also had high-attack skeleton mages that could kill in an instant. Who knew where he had found these things? In short, it was just one word: ferocious. Too ferocious. But he still has a few skeletons. But what? But Carlo is right. You couldn't win when you were low level, which is understandable, but now that you have area attack skills and still can't win, I can only say you are a bunch of useless trash. Brian snorted. Carlo chimed in, "That's right. Lord Brian values you so much, entrusting you with such a confidential task, and you are still hesitating. It's really disappointing." The two of them teamed up to make Wang Yiba feel ashamed. I'm not afraid of Qin Shen. I just what? Are you taking this task or not? Stop being so long-winded, Brian said fiercely. Wang Yiba didn't dare to offend a big shot like Brian. He timidly replied, "I'll take it. I accept this task." Seeing him agree and accept the task, Brian and Carlo finally showed satisfied smiles. After Wang Yiba left, Brian frowned and said, "It seems this first commander lacks courage. He's so indecisive about everything." Carlo advised from the side. "Right now, he is the only one with a legion. If we want to kill that scoundrel Qin Shen, we still have to rely on Wang Yiba." Brian said, "I know. You should focus on researching your delay potion. I'm still waiting to use it. It only lasts 3 minutes, and I can't enjoy myself." "Okay, I will go find the materials right away." Carlo retreated. After leaving the Lord's mansion, he revealed a sinister smile. "Humph. With just a 1-drop blood waste, what can you use to fight me?" Meanwhile, Brian, taking advantage of the lingering effects of the potion, rushed back into the room for another round. This time, it lasted a bit longer, holding out for 5 minutes. Wang Yiba was quite happy at first. Now the Legion had leveled up to level 4, allowing for a maximum of 200,000 players. Currently, the Legion had 100,000 members, and his bonus had become 0.16 per person. With a health of 16,120 and an attack power of 16,050, such attributes were already considered top tier among ordinary players. Even with such extraordinary stats, he still dared not provoke Qin Shen. The shadow he cast was simply too great. Supa Dai was now a big shot in the Legion. After all, as Wang Yiba's advisor, he had genuinely secured a lot of benefits for him. Wang Yiba's entire set of black iron level equipment and the potions he used were all scavenged from the members. Everyone knew that the management positions in the Bai Legion came with attribute bonuses. Currently, Supadai's health and attack bonuses had reached 8,000, while the big group leader's bonus was 800, just 1/10 of Supadai's. The small group leader's bonus was 400. The big captain received half of the small group leader's bonus, and the small captain received half of the big captain's. Thus, management positions had rich bonuses, making them highly sought after in the Bai Legion. There were 10 big group leaders, 20 small group leaders, 50 big captains, and 100 small captains. With a legion of 100,000 people, there were only 180 management positions available. Such fierce competition led to the scarcity of management roles in the Bai Legion. Ordinary members enjoyed an experience bonus of 1.6%, while management positions received even more. Therefore, whether within the Legion or among those who had not joined, everyone was eager to secure a management position. As for the Bai Legion's bad reputation in the novice village, who cared? They were only after the leveling experience bonus. They didn't care what kind of leader the Bai Legion had or what dark history it possessed. The fate of the Bai Legion was irrelevant to them. To enter a management position originally required talent. Anyone who became a manager was not without A-level talent. However, after Qin Shan wiped out the Bai Legion in the novice village, many members left, and at one point there were even fewer than 10,000 left. As players gradually leveled up and arrived at Wolf Smoke City, which could accommodate 50 million players, the comparison to the novice village's 100,000 was staggering. The Bai Legion's bad reputation had long been diluted by the sea of players. Thus, the Bai Legion was reborn, recruiting players in droves once again in Wolf Smoke City. This time, joining the Legion had no restrictions, but entering a management position to gain attribute bonuses was different. It no longer mattered how high your talent was or whether you had contributed to the Legion. What mattered was how much benefit you could bring to the leader, Wang Yiba. Wang Yiba, having had his lifespan reduced to 16 years due to the conflict with Qin Shan in the novice village, realized upon entering Wolf Smoke City that he had no chance for resurrection. This frightened him, but fortunately, he had the clever Supadai. Supadai, with his sharp mind, quickly thought of a good idea. All Legion management positions must submit soul sealing stones. The big group leader had to submit 10, the small group leader 5, the big captain 3, and the small captain 1. These management positions had attribute bonuses so they could easily form teams to tackle dungeons, thus everyone received some soul sealing stones from the dungeons in Wolf Smoke City. Therefore, Supadai had Wang Yiba squeeze soul sealing stones from the management positions, which helped Wang Yiba resolve his life-threatening concerns. Due to Supadai's outstanding performance, Wang Yiba had already granted him the authority to expel members from the Legion. Thus, those in management positions not only had to pay tribute to Wang Yiba, but also to Supadai. Otherwise, Supadai would unleash his authority as a deputy to kick people out. Wang Yiba did not yet have a Legion base, so he was temporarily staying at an inn. As soon as he entered, he saw Supadai issuing orders in the Legion. New Legion rule: every member joining the Legion must pay a membership fee of 1 silver coin. Submit everything within a day. Those who fail to do so will be expelled from the guild. Anyone who doesn't want to pay and actively withdraws from the guild will be permanently blacklisted by my Bai Guild. This meant that if you didn't pay, you could forget about ever joining the Bai Guild again. As Supadai's words spread, the guild chat channel erupted. What the hell? 1 silver coin? I haven't even seen what a silver coin looks like. Are you messing with me? Nonsense. I don't have that much money. Go ahead and kick me out if you dare. Not paying, even if I had the money. Why should I give you the hard-earned coins I fought for? The guild channel was filled with voices of resistance. Seeing this heated scene, Supadai felt a surge of anger. Is this rebellion? You all need to understand that leveling up in the Bai Guild comes with experience bonuses. Don't you want free experience? Stop whining. If you want to stay in the guild and gain experience, either pay up or get lost. As soon as Supadai finished speaking, someone immediately objected. That's not right. The bigger the guild gets, the more bonuses the management positions have. We were supposed to benefit each other. Why has it turned into us taking advantage of you? This statement immediately sparked a chorus of agreement. Who says otherwise? The guild is only useful because of us. Your management bonuses rely on the contributions of each member, right? We're in a win-win situation. If you keep this up, no one will want to play. Seeing the members' reactions, Supadai felt it was becoming tricky. Damn, there are quite a few troublemakers among this group. But now that the words were out, would pulling them back just slap his own face? Would he still have any authority in the guild? After this? Just as Supadai was caught in a dilemma, Wang Yiba walked in. His eyes lit up, and he said in the guild, the leader is here, let me ask for his opinion. Wang Yiba sat down dejectedly. Supadai didn't have time to care about his mood and directly said in the chat channel, the leader said that 1 silver coin as a membership fee is too much. It will be changed to 10 copper coins. Now, according to the leader's instructions, each member needs to pay a fee of 10 copper coins to join. Once the membership condition was announced, the voices of resistance diminished significantly. Seeing that there were still some dissenting voices, Supadai tempted them. Further, now that the guild has leveled up to level 4, management positions have doubled. But to obtain a management position, you need to contribute. You have to achieve something for the leader. I don't care how you get the gold coins. Whoever submits more gold coins will receive a higher management position. Supadai's words seemed to point the way for some quick-witted individuals. A shortcut to management positions. So, some people hurried off to the teleportation point and leveling area to recruit players. The Bai Guild, the #1 guild in the Wanje game, is now actively recruiting players. Regardless of talent or level, everyone can enjoy the benefits of the guild. The Bai Guild currently has an experience bonus of 1.6%, and no matter how you gain experience, it will increase, providing great help for your leveling. What do we rely on to stay ahead of others? Of course, it's our levels. So, right now, the most important thing for us is leveling up, and joining the Bai Guild will make your level far surpass others. No need for more words. Those who understand, understand. I'm recruiting at the East City Gate. Bring your membership fee of 20 copper coins, and you will forever gain experience bonuses. Goodness, this guy really is quick-witted, trying to make a profit of 10 copper coins in one go. And to be honest, his words sparked a lot of interest. A crowd quickly gathered at the East City Gate, all wanting to join the Bai Guild. This explosive scene immediately inspired others to follow suit. Anyone who had already joined the Bai Guild could recruit members into this guild. With this pioneer setting an example, a large number of awakened individuals appeared in an instant. Thus, the chat channel of Langyan City was instantly filled with information about the Bai Guild recruiting players. The Dominance Legion, the #1 Legion in the multiverse game, has now begun to recruit players on a large scale. Regardless of talent or level, everyone can enjoy the benefits of the Legion. Currently, the experience bonus of the Dominance Legion has reached 1.6%, meaning that any experience points you gain from any source will increase, providing tremendous help for your leveling up. What do we rely on to stay ahead of others? Of course, it's the level. So, what's most important for us right now is the level, and joining the Dominance Legion will make your level far surpass others. No need to say much, those who understand, understand. I'm recruiting at the East City Gate. Bring your joining fee of 19 copper coins, and you will forever gain experience bonuses. Due to the overwhelming information about player recruitment, bidding began. Some offered 19 copper coins, while others offered 18, 17, or even less. Eventually, the membership fee to join the Legion dropped to 11 copper coins and did not decrease further. Because if it dropped any lower, there would be no profit left. We can't recruit players for just 10 copper coins, right? What would be left after paying that? Thus, the news of the Dominance Legion's large-scale recruitment spread throughout the city in an instant. At that moment, everyone realized that there was a Dominance Legion in Wolf Smoke City, and as long as they joined, they could enjoy experience bonuses for leveling in quests. However, the membership fee was a bit steep, costing 11 copper coins. Instantly, almost all players in Wolf Smoke City were looking for members of the Dominance Legion. Inside the inn, Wang Yiba dejectedly expressed Brian's demands. What do you think we should do? If we want to level up the Legion in the future, we have to rely on Brian. We can't get away from him. And he wants me to kill Qin Shen. Tell me, isn't this sending us to our deaths? I only have one life to give. Unexpectedly, Supadai clapped his hands in delight upon hearing this. Good. That bastard Qin Shen is destined to die. Now even the city lord's son wants him dead. Let's see how he survives this. Wang Yiba sighed. I want him dead, too. But we can't possibly defeat him. We can't just throw our lives away. Supadai laughed. My great Legion leader, how could we throw our lives away? Just look at the current number of Legion members. It's skyrocketing. It won't be long before you have 96,000 health points in physical attack. By then, how could a little Qin Shen do anything to you? With a level 4 Legion and 600,000 players, can't we just pile on and crush a worthless one with a single drop of health? Wang Yiba thought this made sense. But then he wondered, is Qin Shen really worthless? They had thought many times before that Qin Shen was worthless, but what happened? He had killed them in various ways several times. Now they were supposed to fight him? Wang Yiba hesitated. Can we do it? Supadai shot him an annoyed glance. Legion leader Wang, you are an S-level talent, while Qin Shen is just a worthless B-level talent. Plus, you have an army of 600,000. So what if there are 100,000 in the novice village? Didn't he kill them all? Wang Yiba felt intimidated by such advantages on my side statements. Supadai said, if you're afraid of dying, we can let the members charge in front. After all, we have 600,000 people, we can't run out of lives. This made Wang Yiba feel much more at ease, as long as he didn't die. But do we really have 600,000? The Legion had just upgraded, increasing the limit from 300,000 to 600,000. Supadai clapped his hands proudly and said, of course we do. Didn't you see the power of my new policy?
The chat channel is buzzing right now.
Just look at the number of Legion members. It's already risen to 450,000.
Wow, it's still climbing. Unbelievable. 460,000.
The number of Legion members was rapidly increasing. Every second, thousands of level 2 players were joining the Legion. Wang Yiba was shocked and opened his attribute panel, and
he was overjoyed.
His health points and physical attack were also rising rapidly, now approaching 80,000. The feeling of enjoying a significant increase in attributes while sitting still was incredibly joyful for him.
Captain, you should hurry to find Brian.
Once you get there, you can upgrade the Legion.
As long as the Legion keeps upgrading and recruits all 50 million players from Wolfsmoke City, you will gain a massive attribute boost.
Are you still afraid of a little Qin Shen?
Wang Yiba seemed to envision himself with millions in health and attack power. By then, he would be an invincible existence, not to mention a small Qin Shen, even the city lord would be beneath him. So he obediently headed towards the lord's mansion.
However, at that moment the chat channel had already changed.
Joining the Dominance Legion with experience bonuses now only costs 10 copper coins. 10 copper coins. That's right. Someone actually planned to recruit players without making a profit. Why was that? Soon, someone caught on.
9 copper coins, only 9 copper coins to join the Dominance Legion.
As more and more people
realized this, the prices kept dropping.
8 copper coins, 7 copper coins, until the final price of 1 copper coin was shouted out.
Players who had previously joined for over 10 or even
20 copper coins immediately complained.
Turning around, they sought to make up for it, rushing to join the shouting crowd.
This sudden chaotic operation left Su Padai dumbfounded. What on earth was going on?
He instinctively felt something was off. Even if someone wanted to lose money to recruit players, he just wanted to do a good deed to curry favor with the captain.
But he was losing too much. Did he have that much money to lose?
Su Padai quickly contacted one of the players.
I'm your vice captain Suin. What's going on? Why are you recruiting at such a low price? The person quickly replied, you're a vice captain of a joke.
I never joined your legion, I just wanted to make a quick buck.
You fool. In an instant, Su Padai felt like the sky had fallen. Damn, these guys were actually scamming. He hurriedly looked at the Legion member count interface. Sure enough, the number had stopped at 503,000 and was increasing extremely slowly.
His members couldn't compete with the vast number of scammers.
Su Padai quickly issued an emergency statement. The Dominance Legion will temporarily stop recruiting new
players, and pinned the message. However, there were still many scammers, including members of the Dominance Legion, flooding the chat channel with recruitment messages.
Some even claimed
they had a backdoor to join the Dominance Legion.
This kind of chaotic operation nearly made Su Padai lose his temper.
After calming down, he realized he should first collect the membership
fees.
So he found the one who had recruited the most members in the Legion statistics. Li Lu, join date 125.1.4.
Total recruited 23,112.
Oh, a person who just joined the Legion today.
Is this impressive? Looks like the younger generation is indeed formidable.
23,112 people means a total of 231,120 copper coins, which is 23 gold, 11 silver, and 20 copper coins.
It seems like I'm about to get rich.
Just from this one player, I can collect 23 gold, and there are so many more players behind.
Ha ha.
With a joyful heart, he sent a private message
to Li Lu. Brother Li Lu, you did well today.
Li Lu replied, oh, it's all thanks to the new policy from Vice Captain Su, otherwise, I wouldn't have made so much.
Su Padai said, at least you have some sense. Not bad, if it weren't for me, how would you guys be making this money? Li Lu didn't reply. Su Padai continued, now it's time to settle the accounts. Accounts? What accounts? Li Lu replied.
Su Padai was a bit displeased.
Damn, didn't you see what I said? I told you to pay the membership fee, didn't you see that? He sent another message, each member pays 10 copper coins. This is the new policy of the Legion, everyone must comply.
You recruited 23,112 people today, which means you need to pay a total of 23 gold, 11 silver, and
20 copper coins.
Let's round it off, just give 23 gold, 11 silver, and 2 copper coins.
Li Lu rolled his eyes. Wow, he really rounded it off, but is my money that easy to take? I remember the new policy states that whoever pays more membership fees will have a higher management position, right? So what can my 20 gold coins get me in terms of management position?
Su Padai said straightforwardly, big team leader. It must be the big team leader.
The big team leader is the highest position below the vice commander. However, Li Lu was not satisfied.
This damn Su Padai had previously said that paying enough for 10 soul sealing stones would make one a big team leader, but now those who had paid the soul sealing stones were stripped of their titles and had to pay gold coins to become big team leaders. If that's the case, then this big team leader position wouldn't last long for him either.
Just a big team leader? Su Padai frowned. This Li Lu was too greedy, wasn't he? Wasn't being a big team leader already the highest position? Then what position do you want? Li Lu decisively replied, Vice Commander. If you agree to make me vice commander, I'll pay the gold coins. What? Are you out of your mind? You actually want to take my position? You must be tired of living. Supadi's face turned red with anger. Heaven? Are you a god? Supadai, don't think you're so impressive. You're just relying on the commander's talent to act so arrogantly. Let me tell you, without the commander, you are nothing. Trash. Lilu retorted without holding back. Lilu had heard about the issues within the Dominance Legion from the old members. Everyone in the group was dissatisfied with Supadai, but no one dared to speak up. Lilu was straightforward and said it out loud. Supadai's face turned red again from what he said. Damn. Don't care whose talent I'm relying on. I'm the vice commander. How dare you challenge me? I'll kick you out right now. After kicking someone, Supadai was still fuming. What a bunch of nonsense. Just joined the group for a day and already eyeing my position. So he went to find the second-ranked person. Sudong, membership date, 125.1.4. Total recruited, 21,502 people. This time he didn't want to beat around the bush. Pay the membership fee. You've recruited 21,502 people today. Just pay 21 gold coins. But Sudong didn't hesitate. Why should I give you the hard-earned money? Supadai spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, if it weren't for my new policy, could you have scammed so much money? He kicked him decisively. Then he found the third person. Pay the membership fee. 20 gold coins. Membership fee? I only pay my own 10 copper coins. Get the hell out of here. Do you think I'm a monkey to be played with? Damn. Supadai asked a dozen people in a row, but none were willing to pay. At that moment he realized that the fool was actually himself. When Wang Yiba stormed in from outside, why can't the Legion recruit people? I wasted a trip. Supadai gloomily explained the situation. Wang Yiba exploded with anger. These little bastards are too much. I'm shutting down the invitation permissions right now. He fiddled around and raised the permissions to invite new members from ordinary members to squad leaders. Now only squad leaders were qualified to recruit. However, those squad leaders were not pushovers either. Seeing someone had scammed money, they were all green with envy. Just then, with the invitation permissions closed, they could make a quick buck by raising the entry requirement to 25 copper coins. Thus, Wolfsmoke City fell into a frenzy, with scammers lowering prices claiming entry for 1 gold coin, while those who could genuinely invite charged 25 copper coins. Both groups were shouting and slandering each other in the chat channel, each calling the other a scammer. The situation was getting out of control. This whole mess was ruining the reputation of the Dominance Legion, which could have wildly attracted players, but now only a few were joining. Supadai pretended to be confused, choosing to ignore it as long as he didn't benefit. Wang Yiba, however, was a bit anxious. Once we level up one more time, we can apply for a Legion base. No more staying in this shabby inn. Supadai comforted him. Don't worry, Commander. Our levels are still low. Applying for a base might not withstand a monster siege. Let's level up first. Wang Yiba thought what he said made sense. The farce caused by Di was far from over, and Qin Shen witnessed it all. Walking down the streets of Wolfsmoke City, he couldn't help but feel speechless. This Wang Yiba really was not destined for greatness. With such good talent, if he had just quietly recruited players, he could have been a formidable opponent. But Wang Yiba was lucky enough, yet unfortunately lacked brains, ultimately remaining a small fry, wasting his S-level talent. While wandering around, Qin Shen suddenly noticed many stalls set up along the street. Various goods were displayed on a black tablecloth provided by the system, with players sitting opposite, a wooden board above their heads displaying their selling information. Cheap sale of locked armor equipment from the novice village. If you haven't filled your equipment slots, come take a look. A large quantity of equipment for sale. Premium metal equipment at low prices and a few skill books. It suddenly dawned on Qin Shen that he still had a lot of equipment in his backpack that he hadn't sold. It was just taking up space. So he applied to the system to set up a stall. After paying a stall fee of 1 copper coin, he placed his equipment on the stall. Massive sale of level 12 and above equipment, essential for leveling up. All types available. Just as Qin Shen's sign was put up, before he could even set up properly, players wandering around gathered around him. All types of equipment? Massive? How much is that? Are you sure you have what I want? You really believe him? Just to show off. What kind of equipment can a dying person with 1 drop of blood produce? Everyone was drawn to Qin Shen's sign. Unlike others who advertised what type of equipment they were selling, mostly old gear they had replaced, Qin Shen claimed to have all types of equipment and even used the word massive. People thought this guy was just bragging. Wasn't it obvious? With only 1 drop of blood, reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village was already impressive. How could he possibly produce equipment? Who would believe that? Qin Shen was most annoyed by such people. Damn it, selling equipment and still being looked down upon. If you really want to buy, come and buy. If not, just step aside. Immediately, a bowman with braids and an odd outfit stepped forward, sneering with disdain. You're putting on quite a show. I say, don't pretend anymore, or else you'll end up displaying novice equipment, which we don't want. Yeah, we don't want it. Ha ha. I bet this guy is just selling his novice gear. Qin Chen wished he could knock them out with a staff. Damn it, couldn't they see the equipment he was wearing? And this was a bronze-level staff. Couldn't they see its luster? A bunch of ignorant fools. He didn't want to waste time arguing with them. Qin Chen just wanted to set up his stall and slap them in the face. However, the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. While he was setting up the equipment, someone squeezed out from the crowd. Hey, isn't this Qin Chen? Weren't you quite the star back in school? You were even holding the class beauty, Lu Ruyan, in your arms. What happened? How did you end up like this? One drop of blood? Ha ha ha. Qin Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fair-skinned guy in a robe holding a staff. Upon closer inspection, it was his former classmate, Chen Yuliang. This guy had pursued Lu Ruyan before, thinking his pretty face would easily win her over. Who knew Lu Ruyan would end up chasing Qin Chen instead? This made Chen Yuliang gnash his teeth in frustration. Did having money mean you could do whatever you wanted? Could money make that cheap? Woman, Lu Ruyan, cling to him? After arriving in Wolfsmoke City, Chen Yuliang learned from some old classmates that the once envied rich second generation Qin Chen had almost been poisoned to death by Lu Ruyan and had become a useless player with one drop of blood. Chen Yuliang felt extremely happy seeing him. Today, it was indeed as he expected. He immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you all probably don't know, but this guy, a drop of blood, is Qin Chen. Back on Blue Star, he was a rich second generation, so flamboyant back in school. Every day he would cuddle with the class beauty, but our class beauty, Lu Ruyan, turned out to be a Pan Jinlian, and she poisoned him. Even before he was fully dead, he was saved by the Wanjie game, and that's how he became a drop of blood. Waste. I'm really dying of laughter. He was so glorious back then, and now he's so pathetic. Qin Chen was initially surprised to see his classmates, but he didn't expect this guy to speak so harshly. Chen Yuliang, you've gone too far, Qin Chen said coldly. This kid used to lower his head whenever he saw him. Never this arrogant. But who would have thought that entering the game would reveal his true nature? Gone too far? Was it too much when you and Lu Ruyan were making out in the classroom? Damn, that flirtatious woman drove us crazy. And you got to play with her for 3 years all by yourself. You tell me, is that too much? Qin Chen's gaze turned cold, staring icily at Chen Yuliang. Chen Yuliang, how come I never noticed before? You're quite the pervert. The archer with the little braid saw the two starting to reminisce and impatiently said, what's the point of saying so much? You're just a drop of blood trash. And you still want others to respect you? Exactly. You're so full of yourself, just a drop of blood trying to act cool, you've had enough. Chen Yuliang said. Proudly, Qin Chen, you could act cool in school, but now as a drop of blood, why can't you change your habit of showing off? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Qin Chen looked at the smug Chen Yuliang and the disdainful gazes around him. The corners of his mouth curled up. Alright, I'm going to set up my gear right now. After saying that, he started operating the stall interface on his own. Chen Yuliang exclaimed, oh, you're acting pretty busy. Let me tell you. Qin Chen, if you can sell gear today, I, Chen Yuliang, will buy it all. Qin Chen replied, oh, what if you can't buy it? Can't buy it? If I can't, I, Chen Yuliang, will eat shit upside down. Qin Chen said, alright, it's a deal. After that he began to set the prices. Chen Yuliang shrugged to the people around him. With a confident smile, he said, you're acting pretty convincingly. The people around laughed silently, casting disdainful glances at Qin Chen. Chen Yuliang became even more smug. Today, let everyone see how I slap this rich second generation in the face. Qin Chen quickly set the prices but then found it too troublesome to set each one individually. He simply set a uniform price of 40 copper coins. He had already checked the price of whiteboard gear while wandering around the stall, which was around 10 copper coins, but those were low-level items. His level was 12 or 13. Gear at this level was exactly what mainstream players needed, so it was reasonable to price it a bit higher. Plus, since Chen Yuliang said he would buy it all, it wouldn't be right not to set a higher price. There were a total of 523 pieces of whiteboard gear, each priced at 40 copper coins. The total price was 20,920 copper coins. It wasn't much, just 2 gold coins, a small amount for Qin Chen at this point. After setting up the stall, Qin Chen said, alright, you, come over and buy it all. He pointed at Chen Yuliang. Chen Yuliang replied, so fast. I thought you had hundreds of pieces of gear to sell. You're not really going to sell the newbie gear given by the system, are you? Let me tell you, I won't buy that kind of trash newbie gear. Qin Chen urged, stop talking nonsense. You said you'd buy it all. Otherwise, eat shit upside down. Chen Yuliang said, of course, am I the kind of person who doesn't keep my word? Alright, now let's see what kind of gear this drop of blood waste can sell. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Chen Yuliang walked closer to Qin Chen's stall. The stalls provided by the system were all standardized. Even if you only displayed a bottle of potion to passers-by, the goods on the stall appeared to be a dazzling array. Only by getting closer could one see what was actually being sold. As soon as Chen Yuliang approached Qin Chen's stall, he chose to view the stall, seeing the endless array of equipment on the selling interface. Chen Yuliang was completely stunned in place. How is it possible? How do you have so much equipment? Damn! And it's all level 12. Where did you get all this gear? The players around, who were ready to watch Qin Chen's joke, were instead curious to see Chen Yuliang lose his composure. Could it be that this kid really has a massive amount of equipment? What a joke! What good equipment could a one-drop health loser have? Oh, I get it. These two are just putting on a show for us. Only we are the fools. A group of players refused to believe it. Chen Yuliang's face turned ashen. He never expected Qin Chen would display so much equipment. Chen Yuliang, didn't you buy everything? Why aren't you buying now? Chen Yuliang's face showed signs of struggle. He wanted to cry but could only force a flattering smile. However, he truly couldn't smile, only managing a painful grin that stretched his lips. The little braid archer shouted, "Stop acting. Is this interesting? Are you making fun of us?" Exactly. What a performance. Do you really think we have the time to watch you two act? I don't have that much money. Qin Chen, please spare me. Chen Yuliang pleaded with a grim expression. Qin Chen retorted mercilessly, "Spare you? I knew you didn't have that much money. Damn it. What are you pretending for without money? You were a poor loser in school, and now that you're in the game, everyone has restarted, and you're still a poor loser. Trash. You can choose not to buy this equipment, but you said it yourself, eat shit. Upside down. You can be broke, but you must eat shit." Chen Yuliang didn't know what to say anymore. Damn it, he was just too quick with his mouth earlier. Who knew this one-drop health Qin Chen really had so much equipment? The players around, seeing the two's performance, showed expressions of confusion. Could it be that this one-drop health guy really had equipment to sell? Finally, the little braid archer stepped forward and said, "I'll go check his stall to see if there's anything to sell. If they're just putting on a show for us, I won't let them off." Under the anticipation of the crowd, the little braid approached the stall. Damn, brother, where did you get all this equipment? A uniform display of level 12 and 13 whiteboard equipment was densely packed on the selling rack, and the sheer amount of it shocked the little braid. "Brother, tell me, where did you get this equipment? I want to get some too." The little braid archer's previous disdain had vanished. Seeing so much equipment, he also wanted to get rich. Qin Chen glanced at him. "Do you think just telling you will help you get it? It's not that I look down on you, but with your trash attributes, you'd get wrecked by monsters." The little braid blushed at Qin Chen's words, awkwardly retreating to the side. The surrounding players, seeing this scene, curiously approached the stall, only to be stunned by the over 500 pieces of whiteboard equipment laid out by Qin Chen. Goodness, although all this equipment was whiteboard, its levels were high, and the quantity was just too much. Usually, a person would be considered rich for selling 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, but this guy had 500. The way they looked at Qin Chen, this one-drop health player, changed completely. How could this be possible? He clearly only had 1 drop of health. What? Chen Yuliang, are you planning to default on your debt? Now that you can't buy all the equipment, since you don't have that much money, but eating shit upside down, you can surely manage that. Qin Chen had no intention of letting him off. Originally, he had planned to catch up with an old classmate. Who knew this guy would start by mocking him? And seeing himself reduced to 1 drop of health, how happy he was. Alright, now let's see if you can still be happy. Chen Yuliang hadn't eaten yet, and his face turned a shade of shit yellow. I was just joking. Qin Chen, we are old classmates, you see. Chen Yuliang tried to evoke the little bit of old friendship Qin Chen had. However, Qin Chen was not buying it and asked the surrounding players. It was him who said he would eat shit while standing on his head, right? I didn't force him. The onlookers were enjoying the spectacle. Yes, he said it himself. Ha ha, a big man should keep his word. Look at you, so wishy-washy. How can you accomplish anything? Come on, hold him down. You guys go find some shit. A chubby guy pressed down on Chen Yuliang and said to the crowd. Chen Yuliang was grabbed by the back of his neck, one hand restrained, and with his wizard powers he couldn't resist at all. His face turned completely red from shame and anger. Let go. Let me go. Chen Yuliang tried to break free, but he was too weak to resist the little chubby guy. At that moment, a little braids archer popped out from somewhere, holding a helmet filled with a stinky lump. Make way. Everyone, step aside. The crowd, smelling the foul odor, quickly moved away. After the little braids archer reached Chen Yuliang, he took out an arrow from his backpack and poked around in the helmet, pulling out a stinky lump on the arrow's tail. Hee, fresh. I just took it. Enjoy. He held it up to Chen Yuliang's mouth. Chen Yuliang's eyes turned red with anger. As he struggled and turned his head, a large lump of stench was smeared on his mouth. Even Qin Chen stepped back from the smell. This is too much. I, Qin Yuliang, swear that in this lifetime, I will, mmm. His last words were cut off as the little braids archer mischievously shoved the arrow tail into his mouth. Seeing Qin Yuliang actually being fed shit, the onlookers erupted in excitement, shouting and cheering. Especially the little braids archer, whose mouth was curling up in a wicked grin. The chubby guy holding Chen Yulian laughed so hard he shook all over, and while he wasn't paying attention, Chen Yulian twisted his body and broke free. After escaping, he felt too embarrassed to stay there any longer. Everyone around was looking at him with grinning faces. Chen Yuliang, his face burning, hurriedly fled. The crowd quickly made way for him. After Chen Yuliang had been gone for a while, the commotion finally settled down. This incident should have ended there, but Qin Shen planned to take advantage of the crowd to promote his stall, so he shouted, I have a lot of equipment here, all of which everyone needs. If you want something, come and buy it. He was eager to sell the equipment quickly so he could convert the skeletons to feed his bone dragon. Currently, the growth of the bone dragon was a major concern. Summoning it as soon as possible was the priority. He calculated that if he kept grinding without relying on lucky effects and only fed ordinary level skeletons, it would take nearly 2 years to complete the conversion, which was far too long. If all the monsters were changed to dark gold level, it would only take about 4 months, and even faster if they were of a higher level. So, he was torn between continuously converting ordinary level skeletons for feeding or improving his strength to grind higher level skeletons. To obtain high level skeletons, there was a condition: he had to stack his luck attribute. Only then could he trigger lucky effects more often. Therefore, the current focus was on making himself stronger, while converting skeletons to feed the bone spirit was a secondary task. Qin Shen still remembered the burial ground connected to the Nunu group dungeon. That place would definitely have a big boss, and there were quite a few boss-level monsters. If he was strong enough, and with his luck attribute stacked up, he could go to the burial ground to grind high-level skeletons. After tentatively planning his future, Qin Shen began to check the transaction records of his stall. He then realized that many people were looking at the equipment like a sea of cows, but very few were actually buying. The main reason was that Qin Shen's equipment was relatively expensive, each piece costing nearly all their savings. Many people were quite hesitant to buy. The main issue was that Qin Shen's equipment was genuinely too good. Although it was whiteboard equipment, it was all from the Nunu Clan Elite series, and such equipment had better attributes than some wild gear falling between whiteboard and black iron. Moreover, it was mainstream level equipment that matched their levels, so many people were extremely envious. Some even privately messaged Qin Shen, "Big brother, can I buy it on credit first? Don't worry. With good equipment, I'll be able to kill monsters much faster and pay you back quickly. I can pay double the price on credit." When Qin Shen asked him which piece of equipment he wanted, the guy replied, "A full set of cloth armor." "Wow, you have quite the appetite. But I won't be foolish enough to make such a deal. Who knows how many days you have left to live? If you get the equipment and then die, wouldn't I be at a huge loss?" So, Qin Shen decisively refused him. To his surprise, the guy continued to pester Qin Shen, prompting him to block him. Just as he was frustrated that selling equipment was taking too much time, the chubby guy who had been resting his hand on Chen Yulian's shoulder suddenly patted him. The action startled Qin Shen. The chubby guy's smile had been so wicked that it left a psychological shadow on him. At that moment, when he patted Qin Shen's shoulder, Qin Shen instinctively wanted to jump back. But the chubby guy, with his shifty eyes, smiled at him and said, "Shen Duo Duo. Nice to meet you. Shen Duo Duo? That's a good name. I'm Qin Shen. Does that name mean you're rich?" Qin Shen asked. Shen Duo Duo awkwardly smiled and said, "Not really. I don't have much money." "Then what do you want to do? Buy on credit like them?" Qin Shen became wary. Unexpectedly, Shen Duo Duo directly shared his talent with Qin Shen in a private message. "Way to wealth, S-Class. Any transaction you participate in will generate an additional 10% gold income based on the total price. An S-Class talent? Unfortunately, it was a non-combat talent. If it were a combat talent, Shen Duo Duo would have already taken off. Looking more closely at this talent, any transaction he participates in? Qin Shen pondered the meaning of this phrase. It meant that whether Chen Duo Duo was buying, selling, or acting as an intermediary, he would earn an additional 10% income from the total price. This talent is meant for doing business, Qin Shen concluded. Shen Duo Duo replied, "Exactly. So I have an immature idea." Qin Shen immediately understood what he meant. "No, your idea is quite mature. We can sign a system contract, and my future transactions can be conducted through you, but I want 50% of the profits. How does that sound?" Shen Duo Duo hesitated a bit. He originally wanted to help Qin Shen sell the equipment. "Buddy, I've already saved you a lot of time. You should know that for someone like you, time is the most precious thing." Shen Duo Duo tried to struggle a bit, but he was quickly rebutted by Qin Shen. "No, I'm equally important to you because I have a lot of goods here, and I will also entrust you with transactions for whatever I want to buy. Taking 50% is reasonable." Seeing that the chubby guy was still hesitant, Chen said unhappily, "What are you still hesitating for? Can you find another big client like me?" Chen Duo finally gritted his teeth and said, "Alright." Chen snorted coldly, "Don't be unhappy, it's free money." Chen Duo finally smiled, "Yes, yes, yes. From now on, you are my good big brother." Chen drafted a system contract. The general content was that Chen's future transactions would be entrusted to Chen Duo as an agent, and Chen Duo would share 50% of the profits generated from his talent with Chen, while Chen also had the right to reclaim his equipment at any time. Both parties' actions were monitored by the system, so there was no fear of Chen Duo running off with the equipment. After both signed the agreement, Chen withdrew his stall. "Ha, why did you close up? I haven't seen enough yet, boss. I was about to buy, why did you close up?" Amidst a chorus of complaints, Chen said, "Everyone, don't worry, my transactions are now entrusted to this Chen Duo. You can come to him to buy." After saying that, Chen sent a trade invitation to Chen Duo. He stuffed all the equipment into him, only to be prompted that the other party's backpack couldn't hold it all. Realizing at that moment that this guy hadn't upgraded his backpack yet, he had no choice but to take down half of the items and trade 300 pieces of equipment to him. The profit from selling equipment at Chen Duo's place would go directly into Chen's backpack. So, Chen wasn't worried. After the handover was complete, Chen slipped away. The Wanjie game allowed for remote trading, so once Chen Duo sold the equipment, Chen could immediately replenish him. Walking down the streets of Wolfsmoke City, a drop of blood above his head became Chen's signature. "Look at that guy, he only has a drop of blood, yet he managed to level up to 10 and come to Wolfsmoke City. That's really rare. Keep your voice down. What if he has a high-level talent?" With no tasks at hand, Chen had to start checking the distribution of monsters around. Outside the 4 city gates of Wolfsmoke City, there were low-level dungeons at level 10, which could be cleared 3 times a day. This was also the main source of soul-sealing stones among players. After all, wild bosses were rare, and you had to have strength to take them on, while the bosses in dungeons were the only way for ordinary players to encounter bosses. So, Chen planned to challenge the leveling spots outside the city, and if there were wild bosses, he would collect them as well, since the drops from these wild bosses were quite substantial. Thinking of the soul-sealing stones, Chen quickly messaged Chen Duo to help him buy some. From Chen Duo, he learned that the market price for soul-sealing stones was 1 silver coin each. Upon hearing such a low price, Chen immediately wanted to buy a large quantity of soul-sealing stones. After the new tribe dungeon, Chen already had 20 gold coins, so he could purchase over 200 soul-sealing stones, which meant 200 months, over 16 years of lifespan, plus the 8 years he originally had left, which would solve his urgent problem. Chen Duo asked how many he wanted to buy, and Chen replied directly with 200 pieces. Upon receiving Chen's order, Chen Duo immediately started operating, putting up a sign to buy soul-sealing stones in bulk for 1 silver coin each. He knew Chen was a big shot, otherwise, how could he have so much money to buy soul-sealing stones? Given the function of soul-sealing stones, they were definitely worth more than 1 silver coin, but since this was just the early stage of the game, many players were trading the soul-sealing stones they obtained for money to buy equipment. Once players had a bit more equipment, they would definitely start hoarding soul-sealing stones. After all, lifespan was something everyone needed, and it would become a major source of income for low-level players in the future. This time, he didn't hire a carriage and planned to stroll out of the city to see the local customs after the players filled Wolfsmoke City. Along the way, many food stalls appeared on both sides of the street. These vendors sold cheap food, usually filling one's stomach for just a couple of copper coins. Chen hadn't eaten for several hours. Since entering the game, he had been busy killing monsters, and now he was feeling a bit hungry. He casually found a small stall to sit down, ordered a plate of fried noodles, and listened to players sharing information about the novice dungeon, which boss to fight and how to do it. Chen listened with great interest. However, he was soon interrupted by a big bearded man at the next table. "Hey, you, the one with a drop of blood, what are you listening to? Is anyone grouping you? Ha ha, ha ha, it's a miracle that this guy could even come to Wolfsmoke City. Maybe he traded his flower for a big brother to protect him. Damn it, why do I keep running into idiots everywhere?" Chen glared at the group with a cold gaze. "Say one more word." The group was startled by Chen's fierce demeanor, and after recovering, they remembered this was a game where everything was based on strength. The big bearded man snorted coldly, his face twisted in anger. "What are you guys saying about him? You think you're better than him? Do you know the game rules have changed now? Let me tell you." Before the big bearded man could finish his sentence, a magic missile shot out from the tip of Chen's staff, hitting him squarely in the face. The sound of a magic critical hit rang out. Minus 15,540, over 10,000 points of critical damage lit up, instantly killing the big bearded man, who was still spewing nonsense, until the big beard turned into white light. The players in his group only then reacted. The archer instantly prepared for battle. "Damn it! Dare to kill my Brother! However, he was stopped by the priest in the same group. We can't win. How can we deal 15,000 damage? The archer finally realized. This time he truly misjudged. This one drop of blood was not useless but a solid iron plate. Seeing that Qin Shen had no intention of continuing the killing, a few of them trembled and ran away. The reason he spared their lives was purely out of fear of accumulating too much evil value. Just now, Qin Shen had taken the initiative to strike, so killing the big beard increased his evil value by 5 points. If he killed one more person, it would be dangerous. Qin Shen's earlier action had also frightened the surrounding players. 15,000 damage, was that something an ordinary person could deal? Until now, the highest damage they had seen was just over 1,000, and they heard that the physical attack of Wang Yiba from the Dominance Legion had already reached 80,000 points, which was quite terrifying. They hurriedly settled their accounts and left. Instead, it left Qin Shen alone in peace. Qin Shen casually summoned the Mountain Rat King skeleton and had it start producing little mountain rats. The only downside of this guy was that it took half an hour to produce. While eating fried noodles, Qin Shen surveyed the hurried players around him. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, he also set out of the city to hunt monsters with the players. Unfortunately, he encountered a large group of players blocking the gate at the city entrance. It turned out that a squad leader from the Dominance Legion was leading people to block the gate and collect fees. By now, the number of recruits for the Dominance Legion had dwindled to only 5,000, all thanks to the squad leader's efforts. Hey! People in front, move! What are you blocking here for? Players behind, unaware of the situation, shouted loudly. Do I want to move or not? The squad leader from the Dominance Legion is blocking the gate again. Qin Shen, not understanding why they were blocking the gate, asked the players in front. The player in front replied irritably, isn't it because of that idiot Wang Yiba's new gang policy? In the end, he didn't gain any benefits but instead gave his subordinates a chance to make money. Now the management of the Dominance Legion is simply insane. They charge 25 copper coins for anyone who joins the Legion, and if you don't join, they won't let you go. Qin Shen finally understood the situation. He secretly sneered, how could a mere 600,000 players from the Dominance Legion block thousands of idle players? It was simply because they were not united. They deserved it. Qin Shen squeezed forward while shouting, make way! Everyone, make way! I want to leave the city. The players in front immediately shouted, you think you can squeeze through? Can't you see the Dominance Legion blocking the way? Qin Shen was instantly furious. A bunch of useless people, a few thousand can't let 100 through. How dare you scold me? Who gave you the face? These guys, while they couldn't provoke the organized Dominance Legion, were completely unmerciful to the idle players, typical of bullying the weak. Qin Shen's outburst immediately drew the attention of the players ahead. When everyone looked back, they were surprised to see a one drop of blood. Damn! I was scolded as useless by a one drop of blood? Did I hear that wrong? That's right. It was this kid who scolded. Damn! If you're not useless, then go ahead. What are you pretending for? One drop of blood, a single hit and you're dead. Qin Shen coldly shouted, if you don't dare to step up, get the hell out of the way. The players in front suddenly felt something strange. Goodness, you a one drop of blood not only didn't act like a turtle hiding its head but now dared to challenge the Dominance Legion. Hey buddy, you can pretend all you want. We won't stoop to your level, but don't pretend to be dead. Exactly. A one drop of blood, who do you think you are? Just trash. Everyone, step aside, I don't believe he dares to make a move. Qin Shen couldn't be bothered with this group and simply waved his hand at everyone, closing his eyes and too lazy to even look at them. Damn, this kid is really something, right? How can he be so good at pretending? It's a miracle he hasn't been beaten to death for being so full of himself. Make way, make way. Since he wants to seek death, let's see the show and watch how he dies. The crowd parted to create a path. Qin Shen walked out along the path. People on both sides looked at him with glee. How funny, I thought someone was talking big, turns out he's just a piece of trash with a drop of blood. I can't believe I was insulted by a waste. Today, how ridiculous. I've never seen anyone more useless than him, yet he has the face to mock us. The crowd that Qin Shen mocked looked at this drop of blood and mercilessly ridiculed him. Qin Shen snorted coldly, what are you all making noise about? Who's the waste will soon be clear. Hee, we're just waiting for the result. I think his drop of blood won't last even a second. This kid is definitely dead today. As Qin Shen walked forward, everyone finally saw that this kid was actually followed by a skeleton the size of a wildcat. The skeleton, with its short limbs, crawled on the ground and had a long tail, looking completely like a mouse skeleton. The surrounding players burst into laughter. They finally found something to mock Qin Shen about. Damn, what a piece of trash. Not only is he a waste himself, but even the summoned undead is a little nose-picking. This is hilarious. The necromancer is already crippled, and this kid can only summon such a pathetic little nose-picking. However, they soon stopped laughing. Qin Shen had already arrived at the city gate. The leading mage was probably the squad leader of the Dominance Legion.
At this moment he was interrogating a passing player.
Joining our Dominance Legion comes with experience bonuses. It will benefit your leveling up. Later, it's only 25 copper coins. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Hurry up and pay. The player being blocked clearly did not want to join. He said aggrievedly, "Big brother, I've already been scammed out of 3 copper coins, how can I have money to join?"
The mage squad leader said forcefully, "Stop talking nonsense. Can't you scrape together 30 copper coins to reach level 10? Hurry up, I don't want to waste time." With his shout, the free player suddenly panicked. But he still wanted to struggle a bit. "Big brother, I really have no money left." Hearing his words, the squad leader waved his hand, and immediately several players holding big knives stepped forward, brandishing their weapons threateningly. "Damn it! I'll give you one more chance. Are you paying or not? If you don't pay, we'll kill you. After all, death can drop copper coins." Seeing this, the free player realized that if he didn't pay, they would definitely attack. This place was outside the guard's jurisdiction, and killing wouldn't be punished, they just needed to go out and kill monsters to clear their evil value. The free player had no choice but to obediently pay and join the Dominance Legion. The squad leader was still comforting him. "Don't act like you've suffered a huge loss. Joining our Dominance Legion will greatly benefit your leveling up later." After sending off this unfortunate player, the squad leader, full of spirit, called out, "Next." Not a single free player dared to step forward, they were all intimidated by the squad leader's domineering methods. Either pay to join or die. Dying once would cost 20 years of life. Who wants to die? "Make way, I want to leave the city." A polite yet cold voice came through. Oh, still asking us to make way. How can we let you pass without paying?" When the squad leader saw who it was, he exclaimed, "What the hell? It's a drop of blood waste. Go away, we won't take you." He waved his hand in disdain. The free players immediately started chattering. "Oh, no wonder this kid dares to act tough. Turns out he knows he will be let through. Yeah, the Dominance Legion is big and powerful, they wouldn't take in a waste. Just now he was shouting about breaking out, now why isn't he acting tough? Is he scared of dying?" The squad leader also heard their discussions. He crossed his staff. "Wait a minute. Did you just shout that you wanted to kill your way out?" Shin Chen thought this group of guys was actually going to let him go, which was somewhat disappointing. He still wanted to find a way to strike at the arrogance of the Dominance Legion, but instead, they were letting him go, making Shin Chen feel like he was punching cotton. Fortunately, at that moment, the squad leader stopped him. "That's right. I really did want to kill my way out." Shin Chen spoke frankly. Upon hearing this, the squad leader's mouth dropped open in an exaggerated O shape, and he exchanged glances with his team members to confirm he hadn't misheard. Then, the group burst into laughter. "Damn, is this kid crazy? Captain, I think he's tired of living. Let's kill him. Damn, you dare to come out and act tough with just a drop of blood? This is unbelievable." A group of people clamored to kill Shin Chen. The squad leader waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately rushed forward, brandishing their large knives at Shin Chen. The players behind him watched the scene with glee. Wasn't this kid just acting tough? Let's see how he dies. Exactly, he still has the face to mock us with just a drop of blood, really asking for it. The squad leader, full of spirit, shouted from behind. "Kid, since you want to die, we'll grant you that. Brothers, charge." A group of Dominance Legion's little Karami charged towards Shin Chen with a roar. However, Shin Chen was not flustered. With a wave of his staff, he had already summoned over 1,000 mountain mouse skeletons. Those comical yet pitiful skeleton frames suddenly grew larger, and then white light frequently flashed around them. One by one, mouse-sized skeletons appeared on the open ground, immediately filling the space between both sides. The little mountain mouse skeletons refreshed in waves, like a sudden army of skeletons, with Shin Chen standing in the middle. Although the total number was not large, only 1,000, they frolicked on the flat ground, instantly resembling a sea stirred by the wind. Seeing the sudden appearance of the sea of skeletons, the Dominance Legion members were frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, completely unsure of how to handle the situation. They all turned to the squad leader, seeking further instructions. The squad leader had never encountered such a scene either. Only someone who had come out of the same novice village as Shin Chen would know the terror of these mountain mouse skeletons. Not only the Dominance Legion members, but the players who had originally planned to watch Shin Chen get sliced in half were also stunned. This seems to have come from that mouse under his feet. A clever player had already figured out the trick. He's a necromancer. But a necromancer can't summon this many undead, right? It was a consensus that a necromancer could only summon 2 useless skeletons. Why was this one-drop blood necromancer so special? Ignoring their confusion, Shin Chen waved his staff. "Kill them." He had just received a system prompt. "The 46th squad of the Dominance Legion has attacked you. You can freely retaliate against all members." With the murder license in hand, Shin Chen would not be polite. Instantly, the little mountain mouse skeletons that were still bouncing around charged forward like a pack of wildcats. -5, -3, -4, single-digit damage floated above the heads of the frontline players.
1,000 mountain mice instantly pounced on the front-line warrior players. As if they were reckless, they swarmed forward, overwhelming the first 10 or so warriors. Single-digit damage numbers floated above these players' heads. The mage squad leader standing behind was instantly dumbfounded by this scene, forgetting to give commands. Not just him, both the Dominance Legion members across from him and the players behind Qin Shen were stunned by this scene, having never seen such a skeleton sea tactic. The mages and archers of the Dominance Legion standing behind the squad leader anxiously watched their companions' reactions. They originally came out with the squad leader to show off, bullying those scattered players who dared not cause trouble, but who would have thought they would encounter a tough opponent? Moreover, this tough opponent was quite fierce, able to summon a sea of skeletons. Instantly, thoughts of escape arose. When the first archer fled, it triggered a chain reaction. One by one, the archers, mages, and priests in the back began to flee without a care. They had little sense of belonging to the Dominance Legion. Their entry into the group was bought with money, merely for the experience boost while leveling up. Now, asking them to fight for their lives? Only a fool would do that. The damage from these little mountain mice was low, and their health was also low. If the archers and mages in the back had launched area attacks, the little mountain mice would have been wiped out in no time. Unfortunately, the backline had already vanished. Under the siege of the little mountain mice, a dozen warriors cried out as they were overwhelmed by the sea of skeletons. The show-off mage squad leader saw that the situation was not right and planned to escape, but unexpectedly, he was bitten by the mountain mouse king skeleton at Qin Shen's feet, suffering over 5,000 damage and dying instantly. The mage squad leader was extremely unwilling to accept this, and a line of text appeared above his head. Qin Shen, I remember this name. You dare to offend our Dominance Legion. You're finished. Qin Shen replied, not convinced. Fine. Let your Dominance Legion's leader, Wang Yiba, come see me. Wang Yiba was already traumatized by Qin Shen and was hiding, not daring to show himself. Qin Shen had no idea where this guy was leveling up, but he was thinking of killing him to eliminate future troubles. Kid, so arrogant. I'm contacting the leader right now. Just wait, the squad leader said. Qin Shen waved his staff, summoning both the Great Clan leader skeleton and the king skeleton. He had just heard that Wang Yiba's health and physical attack had reached over 80,000. Relying solely on the mountain mouse king skeleton would definitely not be enough to defeat him. Fortunately, with the Great Clan leader skeleton, a triple slash could take his life. The players watching the commotion saw Qin Shen summon two bizarre skeletons and no longer dared to underestimate them. At the same time, they learned from the text floating above the squad leader's corpse that this fierce person was named Qin Shen. However, having offended the Dominance Legion, a legion of 600,000 players, could Qin Shen withstand it? Although the squad leader was dead and no one was blocking the city gate anymore, they still did not leave, wanting to see if this fierce person, Qin Shen, could truly take on the entire Dominance Legion. Qin Shen is finished. How could one person possibly take on 600,000? How do you know? Didn't you see how abnormal Qin Shen's skeletons are? Just one mouse skeleton can summon a skeleton army, and now he's summoned two more. Even if he's amazing, can he defy the heavens? The Dominance Legion's 600,000 people are not just for show. The surrounding players were all waiting to see the spectacle. The mage squad leader also felt that Qin Shen was definitely doomed this time, so he had Ed Wang Yiba in the Legion chat. Leader, there's a guy named Qin Shen who actually killed over a dozen of our brothers. He even said the Dominance Legion is trash and that he can take on our entire legion by himself. Upon seeing the chat message, some players who didn't know Qin Shen began to shout, "Damn! Who's so arrogant, not knowing that our dominance is the #1 legion? How dare he speak such wild words? He deserves to die. Damn it! Chop him up! How dare he be so arrogant with us? Leader, take us to kill him, make an example of him, and see who dares to be arrogant with us in the future." The mage squad leader saw so many supporters in the legion and instantly felt emboldened. Qin Shen, you're about to die. Our main force is coming to kill you. A line of text floated above his head. Seeing the main force of the Dominance Legion coming to kill him, the surrounding players panicked before Qin Shen did. Damn, the Dominance Legion wouldn't kill us too, would they? However, the person involved, Qin Shen, remained calm, standing in place. Alright, I'll be right here waiting for your leader. Qin Shen was now full of confidence. Even if the Great Clan leader couldn't eliminate all 600,000 players, his Rudra could handle them all. He was eager to test Rudra's strength. The last summoning was just a fleeting glance. He hadn't even finished looking at the skill details. He was quite curious about it. However, to summon it just to check the skill seemed a bit wasteful to Qin Shen. If it was to deal with the Dominance Legion, he would be more than willing. At that moment, the chat channel of the Dominance Legion was filled with killing intent. As long as the leader gives the order, we will completely wipe this person out. Yeah, leader, hurry up and give the order. After much urging, Wang Yiba finally saw the messages in the chat channel. As soon as he saw the name Qin Shen, he was immediately scared stiff. What the hell? How dare you offend Qin Shen? Are you looking to die? Which bastard offended Qin Shen? I'll kill you. Upon seeing Wang Yiba's words, the Legion members were instantly dumbfounded. Aren't we the first Legion? Don't we have 600,000 players? Why are we afraid of this guy named Qin Shen? Some even began to doubt whether Wang Yiba was fit to be the leader. Most of them had paid to join the Legion, and seeing Wang Yiba's cowardly behavior made them feel even more aggrieved. Damn! This cowardly leader is afraid of a single player. How can he lead the Legion? To develop? Wang Yiba not only scolded the Legion members but also privately messaged the squad leader. So it's you who caused me trouble, huh? You better watch out. I'll kill you. The mate squad leader was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Wasn't joining the Dominance Legion supposed to mean finding a strong backing? Why was the leader now threatening to kill him? In the Dominance Legion chat channel, leader Wang Yiba exclaimed, "Damn it! Everyone shut the hell up! That stupid squad leader has already been expelled from the Legion. Anyone who sees him can kill him." Wang Yiba's actions not only stunned the squad leader but also left the Legion members in shock. Their leader seemed a bit off. Not only was he inconsistent in dealing with outsiders, but he was also willing to turn on his own members. This made those who originally felt a sense of belonging to the Dominance Legion start to feel alienated. Sigh. For the sake of leveling up, let's just forget it. Meanwhile, the squad leader, who was originally in a soul state, quickly revived and fled. The players around, waiting to watch the show, were bewildered. What's going on? Weren't we going to kill Qin Shen? Why did he run? Yeah, I wanted to see blood flowing like a river. A farce ended with the mage squad leader's escape. In the end, the surrounding players couldn't figure out how a legion of 600,000 players could be afraid of one person. When Qin Shen saw the mage squad leader revive, he knew Wang Yiba wouldn't dare to come over. He led his skeletons directly out of the city. The mountain mice had already returned to the spawning area. After this incident, Qin Shen had some disdain for the mountain mouse king. Although this guy could summon a skeleton army, those little mountain mice were too weak. They couldn't keep up with the players' pace, and even ordinary players found it hard to kill them. If it weren't for the existence of the death energy conversion skill, which could provide him with ordinary skeleton warriors, Qin Shen would have already thought about feeding the mountain mouse king to the bone spirit to free up space. Leading his 3 subordinates eastward, Qin Shen encountered monsters along the way and killed them instantly. He then used death energy conversion to turn them into skeleton warriors, which he fed to the bone spirit. By the time he arrived at the level 20 monster Clar clan stronghold, the bone spirit's progress had reached 2610/9999999. It was still a long way off. Meanwhile, the transaction with Qian Duo had already been completed. Qin Shen obtained 200 soul sealing stones. After using them all at once, his lifespan increased by 16 years and 8 months. Adding this to his original lifespan, he now had 24 years and 8 months left. The crisis was temporarily alleviated. However, the gold coins in his backpack had significantly shrunk. He now had only 1 gold coin, 2 silver coins, and 35 copper coins. He traded all the remaining equipment in his backpack to Qian Duo for him to sell. Qin Shen then began to observe the Clar clan ahead. The members of this race resemble apes. They have long, thin limbs and narrow heads, standing alertly as they look around. Their bare upper bodies reveal defined muscles, while their lower halves are wrapped in skirts made of beast pelts. In their hands, they grip long spears, clearly indicating they are ranged creatures. Ahead lies an uphill slope. Beyond the slope, a makeshift camp built of wood comes into view. Within the camp, there are mage-like creatures leaning against tribal totems, draped in wide robes, standing in front of tents. Additionally, there are 110 type creatures patrolling. The crawler tribe has a large alert range, reaching up to 15 meters. Qin Shen currently has over 190,000 health points but does not wish to tank the monsters himself. So, he instructs the Mountain Mouse King to release the little mountain mice, preparing to use the swarm to quickly clear the entire camp. In an instant, flashes of white light appear as swarms of little mountain mice materialize in the clearing. With a command from Qin Shen, the tide of skeletons rises. Instantly, the little mountain mice charge towards the crawler tribe. On the slope outside the camp, there are 2 crawler creatures. As the little mountain mice approach, Qin Shen finally sees their attributes. Crawler Elite Guard Level, 20 Health, 75000 Attack, 8000 Skill. Trap the swarm of little mountain mice attacks the guards. Some even climb onto the guards' bodies, stepping on the bones of other mountain mice. They nearly overwhelm the 2 guards. However, the attack power of these little mountain mice is too low, only dealing a flurry of -1 damage. Meanwhile, the guard sets a trap skill at his feet. The trap skill, centered on him, covers a 3-meter radius. 3 seconds later, there is an explosion with a bang. -4500, -4620, -4650. Damage in the thousands erupts among the mountain mice. The swarm that was about to overwhelm the guard is instantly reduced to a pile of bone fragments. Within a 3-meter radius, only shattered bones remain. The guard's health bar has only decreased by a little over 100 points. The little mountain mice behind continue to charge fearlessly, while the guard throws his spear, taking down 1 little mountain mouse with each throw.
Qin Shen shakes his head at the sight. He immediately abandons the plan to wash the crawler tribe in a bloodbath with the mountain mice swarm. With a wave of his staff, 3 skeletons charge forward. The chief skeleton rushes towards one of the guards, delivering a 3-hit combo. 32500-38920-44920, nearly 110,000 damage, instantly kills the guard with over 70,000 health. Then, he slashes at the other guard. This attack is just a normal hit. 29800, Qin Shen combines this with a freezing chain, while the king skeleton casts a fireball. 18200-32,000, totaling 80,000 damage, taking down the other guard. Qin Shen steps forward to collect the spoils. The 2 elite monsters drop a total of 80 copper coins and a bottle of intermediate health potion. Each monster grants 2,000 experience points. Given that Qin Shen still needs 2 million experience points to level up, he needs to kill 1,000 monsters to reach level 17. Well, this is indeed a big project. The mountain mouse swarm tactic can no longer be used. From now on, he can only kill monsters one by one. After mentally preparing for a long-term battle, Qin Shen leads the skeletons forward to slay. The Goblin Warrior squad leader tanks the monsters while they focus solely on dealing damage. This squad, led by Qin Shen, sweeps through the crawler tribe's camp. Even when encountering groups of 3 monsters, they can quickly take down one due to their high output. There are no obstacles to leveling up. Moreover, these elite monsters not only provide high experience but also have a much higher drop rate than ordinary monsters. The crawler tribe's camp is established in the central valley, surrounded by steep hills, adorned with various strange banners fluttering in the wind, and surrounded by pathways formed by sharpened wooden stakes. After clearing monsters here for a while, Qin Shen feels that the efficiency of killing monsters is really too low. He prepares to unleash the power of the chief. He hadn't used his whirlwind slash yet, so he ordered the little mountain mouse skeletons to lure monsters around. A swarm of little mountain mice darted in all directions. They ran past the alert range of the crawler elite. After a lap, they immediately attracted a large group of crawler chasing behind. Although there were times when groups of little mountain mice were instantly killed by area skills, the sheer number was overwhelming. An area skill could at most clear 100 mice at once, and the remaining mice continued to lead the monster horde charging this way. Qin Shen seized the opportunity and commanded the great chief skeleton to charge in. In an instant, a big, fat skeleton rushed into the crawler elite group. Just as those elites were still chasing the little mountain mice, the great chief activated his whirlwind slash. The wide door-like blade spun around like a flaming wheel in the monster pile. Instantly, damage numbers floated up from the horde. 32800-31300-33800. The elite's aggro was instantly drawn to the great chief, and their weapons began to strike at him. 4800-3980-4700. Various damage numbers appeared. Thanks to the great chief's thick health under his spinning like a top, the surrounding crawler elites fell one after another. Gained 2,000 experience points from crawler elite mage. Gained 2,000 experience points from crawler elite warrior. Gained 2,000 experience points from crawler elite sentinel. System notifications kept ringing. In no time, nearly 100 crawler elites turned into experience points for Qin Shen. Gained 2,000 experience points from crawler elite mage. Gained 2,000 experience points from crawler elite warrior. Gained 2,000 experience points from crawler elite sentinel. Gained 2,000 experience points from crawler elite priest. Day by day, system notifications rolled up. Death energy conversion. Qin Shen pointed his staff at the corpses on the ground, and a skeleton warrior holding a bone knife emerged from the body. Sacrifice, bone spirit. Before the skeleton warrior even opened its eyes to see the world, it transformed into a beam of white light that filled the bone spirit. This conversion skeleton had no cooldown time, only a limit on quantity, with a maximum of 2 existing at the same time. Qin Shen continuously used the conversion to sacrifice the newly converted ones to the bone spirit. Each use of death energy conversion consumed 180 mana, and Qin Shen currently had 3,650 mana, so he only converted 20 skeletons before his mana ran low. To maintain rapid conversion, Qin Shen took out a mana potion and downed it. These intermediate mental potions restored 150 mental power every 3 seconds for a minute. Fortunately, he had enough mana potions, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to use death energy conversion. Qin Shen picked up the monster drops while using death energy conversion. Just as he was halfway through, a large batch of monsters was drawn in by the little mountain mice again. Noticing that the great chief's whirlwind slash cooldown was over, Qin Shen ordered the great chief to activate whirlwind slash and charge into the horde again. As soon as his mana potion cooldown was up, he used it. Even though he timed it perfectly, the mana consumption still outpaced the replenishment. There was no choice. Qin Shen could only convert one skeleton approximately every 5 seconds. Although his operations were quick, the mana just couldn't keep up. Just as Qin Shen was immersed in picking up items and converting skeletons, suddenly the system notification of gaining experience paused. But from the corner of his eye, he still saw the great chief's skeleton spinning. Looking up, he realized a plump crawler was engaged in battle with the great chief skeleton. Its size could fit 2 sentinels. It seemed to be a small boss. He quickly checked its attributes. Crawler Elite Captain, Black Iron level 20 health, 120000 physical attack, 23450 skill, stamina recovery frenzy. This captain was indeed much stronger than the other elites, but compared to the great chief, it was just a small fry. Don't mention the great patriarch, even the king skeleton couldn't defeat him. Under the siege of the king skeleton and the great patriarch, he soon let out a furious roar and fell to the ground. At this point, the mountain mouse king skeleton had lost its presence. Relying on its minions to attract monsters was less effective than transforming it into an elite. Thus, Qin Shen fed the mountain mouse king skeleton to the bone spirit. Do you want to let mountain mouse king skeleton, Black Iron level, be absorbed by your bone spirit sealed storm of Rudra? Summons above Black Iron level require confirmation before they can be absorbed. Qin Shen chose yes. Bone Spirit Recovery Progress +2, current 3290/9999999. After a long busy time, only over 3000, Qin Shen felt a bit discouraged. At this rate, it would take 2 years to restore the Bone Dragon. Forget it. Let it be. Leveling up is more important. When he enters a high-level map, there will be bosses everywhere, and the restoration will be much faster. With the Mountain Mouse King no longer occupying space, Qin Shen freed up a skeleton slot and used it on the corpse of the recently deceased crawler. Tribe Captain. Lucky effect has been activated. Surprisingly, he transformed a small boss. It was just right for attracting monsters. At that moment, Shen Duo sent a message, informing him that the equipment had all been sold. Qin Shen looked at his backpack. The gold had turned into 3 gold 16 silver, and he couldn't tell which was from selling equipment, and which was from his own loot. Anyway, it was just this much, and after hesitating for a moment, Qin Shen spent 1 gold to unlock the remote warehouse. He could open his warehouse right where he was. He then traded another 300 pieces of equipment from the warehouse to Chen Duo. All these pieces were Black Iron level, so the pricing had to be much higher. Chen Duo had been flipping equipment lately, so he was very precise with the pricing. Brother Qin Shen, selling all these will definitely bring in 10 gold. Qin Shen was worried that this guy wouldn't do a good job for him, so he said, just work well with me, and we'll split 60/40ths. Sure thing, brother. You can trust me, I wouldn't dare cheat you. Your equipment is worth more than the whole city. I'm counting on your gear to make some extra cash. Seeing him say this, Qin Shen felt a bit more at ease. After trading the equipment to him, Qin Shen began to pick up the items dropped by the crawler tribe captain. 1 piece of cloth armor robe, a level 20 black iron equipment, but he couldn't wear it yet since his level wasn't high enough. He picked up 5 soul sealing stones and used them directly. 2 silver coins worth of wealth dropped. After collecting everything from the small boss, Qin Shen prepared to continue transforming skeletons. At that moment, he suddenly received a message from Suyu. Qin Shen, what are you doing? Leveling up, what's up? Since the goblin dungeon, they hadn't been in contact, and Suyu had been grinding monsters to level up her crystal, so when she contacted Qin Shen, he thought she might have encountered some trouble. Nothing, just really bored. Since obtaining the crystal, Suyu had been continuously grinding monsters, almost driving herself crazy. Well, there's no other way. Only by working hard in the early stages can we stand firm in the game later. Qin Shen comforted her. Suyu said, it seems like my crystal isn't gaining any more levels. Qin Shen curiously asked, what's going on? Warren's magic crystal increases permanent magic value by 0.1 for each monster's corpse absorbed, perfectly matching Suyu's talent. In Qin Shen's view, this combination was even more overpowered than his own talent, so he had always been optimistic about Suyu. Suyu replied, where are you? I'll come find you, and we can talk face to face. Qin Shen sent her his coordinates. While waiting for Suyu to arrive, Qin Shen thought that if she really didn't need to grind monsters anymore, it would be nice to have her around. To be honest, grinding monsters alone without anyone to chat with could get quite annoying over time. Before long, Suyu hurried over. At this moment, she had changed into a long green dress, the wide skirt only revealing her slender figure when she ran. Wearing a pair of cloth shoes, she rushed over with a flute in her hands. Her beautiful appearance made Qin Shen momentarily lose his focus. To be honest, back in school, Suyu was the kind of girl who could be called a campus beauty. Compared to that wretched Lu Ruyan, she was simply in a league of her own. Qin Shen had also had feelings for Suyu back then, but she was the aloof school beauty, and he felt that his rich second-generation identity was too mundane, fearing it would tarnish this flower of the school, so he didn't dare to get close. Now that they were in the game, they had actually connected. Suyu jogged over, tucking her long hair behind her ear, and said to Qin Shen, it seems my talent has a limit. Qin Shen frowned and asked, what's going on? Suyu replied, I've now reached 88,000 mana with my crystal, but after experimenting, I found that the enhancement to my skills has hit its limit. You know my concerto, Soul Requiem, increases the health cap of my teammates, right? Previously, when I used 30,000 mana to enhance the skill, it reached 500%. When I hit the 60,000 mana cap, the enhancement effect reached 1000%. However, now that I've reached 88,000 mana and used it all to enhance the skill, the cap is still 1000%. Additionally, my healing skill Life's Poem can restore up to 80% of health, and my mana regeneration skill Angel's Trade also has a limit. So you went on for quite a while. After listening seriously, Qin said, so, it has a limit. Suyu nodded earnestly, yes. Qin felt helpless. This meant that Suyu's growth potential wasn't as terrifying as he had thought. To be honest, if there were no limits, Qin would be scared himself. So, you don't want to grind anymore? Qin asked again. Suyu kicked a pebble at her feet, looking down and hesitating for a moment before saying, grinding monsters by myself is so boring and I've already hit the limit, so I don't want to grind anymore. After saying that, she pouted in grievance. Seeing her pitiful expression, Qin said, that's fine, teaming up to level together can at least relieve the boredom, right? Suyu nodded happily, that's exactly what I mean, and I can heal your skeleton too. Qin shook his head, my skeleton doesn't need healing for now. Suyu suddenly remembered the terrifying strength of Qin's skeleton and felt a bit disappointed. You said you have a mana regeneration skill? Qin asked again. Suyu immediately displayed the skill. Angel's Trade deals 150% spell power damage to monsters and restores 5% of mana to self or teammates. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Seeing that this skill could also restore a teammate's mana, Qin hurriedly asked, what's the maximum percentage of mana it can restore? Suyu said, it can restore up to 90% of the maximum mana. After that, it hits the limit. Qin was overjoyed to hear that it could restore so much mana. I'm currently lacking mana, so you can just stand by and give me mana. Suyu was happy to see her skill in action and nodded. She was afraid of becoming a useless vase and didn't like taking advantage of Qin for nothing. Just then, the Claire tribe captain that Qin had sent out to lure monsters had already attracted a horde of monsters. A large group of Claire tribe members rushed towards them, shouting as they chased after the skeleton. Damn necromancer, how dare you turn our noble Claire tribe into skeletons? This is unforgivable. Humans, just a drop of blood humans, are truly despicable. How dare you run wild in the territory of the Claire tribe, you must be tired of living. A large group of Claire tribe members, led by the captain skeleton, charged towards them. The noisy shouts and the mass of monsters startled Suyu. Heavens, is this how you fight monsters? Covering her small mouth in disbelief, she said. Qin chuckled lightly, what's this? If I summon another mage boss, it'll be even crazier. Qin was already thinking of replacing the king skeleton. After all, its level was a bit low, but unfortunately there were no better corpses available. Then how are you going to clear these monsters? You don't have any area attack skills? Suyu asked curiously. I don't, but my skeletons do. After saying that, Qin snapped his fingers. The Grand Elder skeleton, which had been standing nearby, charged forward with a door-sized sword. Upon encountering the monsters, it swung the sword and began spinning like a top. Damage numbers of over 30,000 floated up among the pile of monsters. Those monsters couldn't hold on for 2 seconds before collapsing, while the top quickly moved through the pile of monsters, causing waves of monster corpses to fall. Meanwhile, Suyu also received system notifications, gained 1,000 experience points from the Crawler Elite Guard, gained 1,000 experience points from the Crawler Elite Priest, gained 1,000 experience points from the Crawler Elite Guard. The system messages kept rolling up. Seeing this scene, Suyu was utterly shocked. Oh my god, your leveling efficiency is way too fast. It wasn't until over 100 monsters had been killed that the Grand Elder skeleton finally stopped spinning. Suyu was already looking at Qin with admiration. Grabbing Qin's arm, she exclaimed, let me see, let me see, let me see. Qin felt uncomfortable as her soft arm rubbed against his, but he smiled and displayed the Grand Elder's attributes. Suyu sighed as she looked. You can summon something like this, you're just too amazing. Qin replied, you keep watching, I have things to do. After saying that, he walked into the pile of corpses to use death energy conversion. As soon as one skeleton appeared, it disappeared again. Suyu found it very strange and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Why did the skeleton you just converted disappear again? Qin turned back amidst his busy work. I'm feeding the bone spirit. Suyu, quickly replenish my mana. Suyu hurriedly used a skill on a distant monster. 8,000 replenished the converted mana to Qin. The 8,000 damage instantly killed the monster. With the replenishment, Qin began converting skeletons again. Suyu watched in confusion, and only after he finished did she curiously ask, Bone spirit? What is a bone spirit? Why do you need to feed it? How do you feed it? Qin originally wanted to show the bone spirit's attributes. Seeing Suyu's adorable expression, he couldn't help but tease, call me brother and I'll tell you. Suyu's face turned red as she rolled her eyes at him. You think too highly of yourself. Qin wasn't in a hurry, chuckling as he continued to clear monsters. After killing another batch of monsters, Qin got busy again.
Suyu's curiosity deepened. What was he always so busy with? At the same time, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Here she was, a beautiful girl, actively seeking him out to play, yet he was busy with his own things. She turned away and ignored Qin Shen. Seeing this, Qin Shen stopped his work and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you throwing a tantrum?" Suyu said aggrievedly, "I came over to find you, but you just busied yourself. When I asked you, you even made me call you brother. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Qin Shen scratched his head. "Alright, I'll let you see the bone spirit." After saying that, he displayed the bone spirit's attributes. Sealed Storm of Rudra, Bone Spirit. After the Storm of Rudra fell, it sealed its dragon soul within a pile of shattered bones. The Nunu tribe accidentally obtained these bones, and after research by Nunu scientists, it was discovered that the dragon's soul sealed within was still intact, and there was a possibility of resurrecting the ice dragon, Skasa. Thus, Nunu engineers designed a secret method to refine beast bones to help Rudra restore its skeletal form. After Rudra restores his skeletal form, he will advance to Frost Bone Dragon. Current restoration progress 3950/9999999, consuming 1 point of progress. Can summon Rudra to assist in battle for 5 seconds. Qin Shen's exclusive item. Using a normal level skeleton. Can increase progress by 1 point, black iron level by 2 points, bronze level by 3 points, silver level by 4 points, gold level by 5 points, dark gold level by 10 points, legendary level by 100 points. Epic and mythic levels depend on the skeleton's combat power. Seeing the bone spirit, Suyu asked breathlessly, "What attribute does this Storm Rudra have?" Curiously inquired. Qin Shen sent her a screenshot of the attributes. Suyu exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide. "Oh my! This is terrifying." Qin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit proud. "How about it? Isn't it insane?" Suyu nodded. "It really is insane, but it will take a long time to restore before it can be summoned." Qin Shen replied, "So, I'm working hard to get stronger to summon Rudra as soon as possible." Suyu nodded, "I support you." After saying that, she used a skill to instantly kill a monster and replenished Qin Shen's mana. Under Qin Shen's efficient monster farming, the two quickly cleared the monsters in the camp. During this time, Suyu even obtained a weapon. Priest's Flute, Black Iron level 20 health plus 356, Spirit plus 420, Intelligence plus 85 Magic, Critical rate plus 2%, which dropped from a small boss. Suyu, after Qin Shen's power leveling, had reached level 16 with 3% experience, and couldn't equip it for now. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was at level 18 with 21% experience. The Bone Spirit had also reached 4620/9999999. The entire camp had been wiped clean by Qin Shen and Suyu, leaving only the supervisor, Latu, inside the tent. Clan Supervisor, Latu, Bronze level 21 health, 850000 spell power, 150000 skills, Fire Rain, Ice Arrow. This Latu was exactly the support Qin Shen wanted, and he was a Bronze level wild boss. Wild bosses generally have much higher health than those in dungeons, so even though Latu was a mage-type monster, his health reached 850,000. The squad leader he had originally transformed had already been fed to the Bone Spirit by Qin Shen. After that, he used the skeleton transformation skill over 300 times, but unfortunately, no lucky effects triggered. This aligned with Qin Shen's expectations, as he found that lucky effects do not occur consecutively but rather every few hundred monsters. Therefore, when he used the skeleton transformation skill hundreds of times without effect, it was very likely that the next time would yield results. Qin Shen referred to this as success rate capping. It must be said that this is a great invention in gaming history, as one cannot always be unlucky and remain in a failure state. The game's probabilities do not allow for that. Based on this theory, every failure increases the success rate for the next attempt. Qin Shen stepped into the supervisor's tent. The supervisor was a thin, dark-skinned Klar with 2 tufts of hair flying on his cheeks. He had been keeping his head down, appearing very profound. Only after Qin Shen and Suyu entered the tent did he slowly raise his head and open his mouth. "Humans? Ha! What audacity to dare invade the Klar clan's camp!" His tone was filled with disdain for humans. Qin Shen sneered, "I don't know where you get the confidence to say such things. The so-called noble Klar clan has already been slaughtered by me." He. The supervisor shrugged his shoulders, letting out a dismissive chuckle. "What a big mouth. Just you? A worthless being with a single drop of blood? Oh, and this bard beside you. Sorry, beautiful lady, I didn't see you. It's really because your master is too rude. A worthless being with a single drop of blood daring to claim to slaughter the noble Klar clan." Qin Shen rolled his eyes. "You seem quite polite, but unfortunately, you seem a bit dull. If I hadn't killed your kin, how would I have ended up here?" The previous words made the inspector's face turn red with anger, and when he heard what Qin Shen said next, he was instantly shocked, his face displaying a look of disbelief. "Human, did you really kill my kin?" Qin Shen casually shrugged. "Just like you said, they were nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Killing them was a piece of cake. You, such audacity. How dare a worthless being like you, with just a drop of blood, kill my kin. Today, I will use your life to comfort the warriors of my clan who died in battle. Inspector Ratu raised the staff in his hand. Qin Shen commanded the Grand Elder Skeleton to charge forward. The Grand Elder's whirlwind slash was already eager to go. It spun towards Ratu like a top. Minus 30,020, minus 30,050, minus 29,998 damage. Around 30,000 floated above Ratu's head. An ice arrow was released from the tip of Ratu's staff. Minus 140,000, 90,000 damage floated above the Grand Elder's head. Then, with a wave of the staff, a rain of fire enveloped the entire tent. Minus 80,000, even Qin Shen was caught in it. Fortunately, he still had a backup health bar and quickly used an internal injury skill before retreating from the tent. However, he also shared the damage with the Grand Elder and the King Skeleton, with both of their heads displaying minus 40,000. Additionally, the King Skeleton, which was also affected by the rain of fire, instantly lost half of its health. Fearing it would die, Qin Shen pulled it back. The rain of fire was a continuous area damage skill, and the damage was not low. The Grand Elder Skeleton, who was tanking the boss, was left with only half of its health, while Ratu on the opposite side had only lost 100,000 health. Ratu released another ice arrow, hitting the Grand Elder, and still had the leisure to mock Qin Shen. Oh, is this your strength? It looks quite good. You indeed have the capability to kill my kin. What a pity, this bizarre creature you rely on is about to die. As he spoke, a smug expression couldn't help but appear on his face. It was clear that Ratu's strength was superior. The Grand Elder was far too lacking in both health and attack. Qin Shen and the King Skeleton dared not step into the combat range. The rain of fire was a continuous damage skill. Once the two entered, they would take damage. At this moment, Suyu, who had been silent, finally spoke. This polite gentleman, it seems you have forgotten my existence. After saying that, she picked up the jade flute in her hand and began to play. Oh, a human bard. Oh, and a healing skill, but how much? Can you heal? Just as Ratu was speaking, he suddenly stuttered. He saw a terrifying number floating above the Grand Elder's head. Plus 360,000 in an instant. The Grand Elder's lost health was completely restored by Suyu. No, this is impossible. How can this be? Human. Don't think you've won. The Grand Elder, Shanduka, will avenge me. Ratu left behind a harsh remark and then collapsed to the ground. Qin Shen walked over and kicked Ratu's corpse. Shanduka? Don't worry, he'll meet you soon. He picked up the equipment that Ratu had dropped. Ratu's cloth pants, bronze level 21 physical defense plus 250 magic defense, plus 301 spirit plus 420 intelligence plus 30 physical/magic critical resistance plus 2%. The attributes are decent. Mainly, it doesn't add health, which is still relatively friendly for Qin Shen. He picked up the gold coins since Qin Shen changed the distribution mode. Money and such were evenly split, while the soul sealing stones were all given to Qin Shen, the short-lived ghost, at Suyu's strong request. Holding the cloth pants, Qin Shen said to Suyu, since there are no chainmail this time, consider these cloth pants as what I owe you. I will definitely make you one in the future. Suyu replied, why so polite? Oh, I see, you want to tie me to your side, right? Humph. This idea is really good. Qin Shen felt a bit awkward. He was just being polite, not meaning what she thought. It was just you being dramatic. Not knowing how to respond, he can only clasp his hands together and bow to Ratu's corpse. Please. This time, it must trigger the lucky effect. After saying that, he pointed his staff at Ratu's body, his tone chilling. Rise, my servant. A series of creaking sounds echoed from the corpse. Lucky effect has been activated. A pleasant notification sound rang out. Then, the skeleton of Inspector Ratu emerged from the corpse, swaying as it did, still carrying some bits of flesh. Did it succeed? Suyu asked happily. Qin Shen nodded. It succeeded. He then began to check Ratu's skills. Fire Rain deals 40% spell power damage to enemies within a 20-meter radius every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Ice Arrow deals 110% spell power damage to the target. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Not bad, one area skill and one single target skill. Moreover, Ratu's area skill had such a high spell power bonus. The only downside was the cooldown time was a bit long. Overall, Qin Shen was quite satisfied. Why wasn't Suyu clamoring to see the attributes? Qin Shen turned his head to see Suyu standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Suyu, what are you doing? Suyu came to her senses. Oh, Qin Shen, I'm sorry, my college best friend Meng Meng needs my help with something. I have to leave for a bit. Meng Meng? Qin Shen knew this person. However, as far as he knew, Meng Meng didn't have a very good reputation. He also knew that she and Suyu were best friends in college. It's just that Meng Meng was a white lotus, hiding her true self quite well. It was normal for Suyu not to see through her. How did Qin Shen know about Meng Meng? It was because the rich second-generation students at school knew each other. Among them was a rich kid named Xiao Huan who had been taking care of Meng Meng.
She looked like a pure little girl, but in private she was quite wild. Qin Shen grabbed Suyu's arm. Hey, since you're in the game, don't bother with past relationships. Qin Shen felt that Meng Meng reaching out to Suyu couldn't be for anything good. Suyu's face showed a look of difficulty. But Meng Meng helped me when we were in school. Now that she's in trouble, if I don't help, isn't that a bit ungrateful? Qin Shen hesitated for a moment and said, alright, but just this once. After helping her, we're even. From now on, you'll be my exclusive mana recovery expert, got it? It sounded like he was treating her like his possession, but Suyu couldn't help but smile. She nodded vigorously, I understand. After saying that, she took out a return scroll and slowly unfolded it. With a flash of white light, Suyu returned to Wolf Smoke City. Qin Shen stayed at the crawler camp. At this time, the monsters had respawned. Although the elite monsters respawned slowly, Qin Shen and the others had more time to level up here. By the time he returned to the hillside in front of the camp, a large number of crawler had already respawned. Leveling up here was quite good, and Qin Shen didn't plan to change locations. Just in time, he had a new skeleton. He ordered the chief skeleton to charge into the monster pile to draw aggro. The chief skeleton spun like a top, and the monsters couldn't last 2 seconds before being taken down. It seemed this guy wasn't good at drawing aggro, so he had to let the king skeleton go out to attract monsters. The king skeleton didn't have any area damage spells, but with 3 subordinates, it charged around wildly, quickly attracting a large number of monsters. Once they were close, Ratu unleashed a fire rain skill. Instantly, massive damage numbers over 80,000 floated up. These crawler couldn't even last a second before meeting their end. Gained 2,000 experience points from Crawler Elite Mage. Gained 2,000 experience points from Crawler Elite Warrior. Gained 2,000 experience points from Crawler Elite Priest. Each monster gave 2,000 experience points. It was simply exhilarating. After getting the Latu, the experience points from monster hunting skyrocketed, much faster than relying solely on the Grand Elder's spinning top. Qin Shen was busy using the Death Chi conversion to nurture the bone spirit while picking up equipment from the ground, spinning around in a flurry. When he first learned the Death Chi conversion, he was somewhat disdainful of the skill, feeling like he had wasted his time learning it, but with the bone spirit, he realized it was simply a divine skill, designed specifically for his bone spirit. Just as he was caught up in his tasks, Xian Duo sent another message. Big brother, do you have any equipment left? Your gear sells so well. Qin Shen traded all the remaining 200 pieces from his warehouse to him and also traded over the skill books. The skill books were all trash skills, dropped from the Nunu clan dungeon, about 21 in total, mostly D-grade Fire Sea or E-grade Arrow Rain, and so on. He had just farmed over 50 pieces of level 20 equipment and 15 skill books while grinding the Crawler clan, but these skills were all garbage, and Qin Shen had no intention of learning them to take up space. He traded everything except the level 20 equipment to Chen Duo. As soon as Chen Duo received the skill books, he immediately messaged Qin Shen. My god, boss, you are truly amazing. You even have skill books. Skill books? Are they valuable? They're just trash skills. Qin Shen replied nonchalantly. Valuable? Can you drop the can? This stuff has been inflated to 1 gold per book and very few people are offering. Only someone as great as you could drop so many skill books. Stop. Hurry up and sell your stuff. I still have things to do. Qin Shen interrupted him. Got it. I'll start selling right away. Qian Duo was genuinely shocked by Qin Shen today. Not only was he an equipment wholesaler, but now he was also a skill wholesaler. Qin Shen took a glance at his gold coins. 5 gold and 54 silver. He couldn't even tell how he got it, but he had this much again, and once he sold the skills, he could take the opportunity to collect some soul-sealing stones. Liu, originally just a delivery guy, braved the wind and rain every day. He ran his routes in the wealthy district. The Chunjiang community where Qin Shen lived was also within his service area. Every day, he watched these rich people who did nothing but enjoy fine dining and drive sports cars to pick up girls. Liu was extremely envious. At just 27 years old, it seemed his later life was already destined to be that of a new societal beast of burden. However, a turning point appeared. After being forcibly pulled into the Wanjie game, he became the hidden profession of Shadow Assassin. The surprise didn't stop there. His talent turned out to be SS level time-space traversal. SS level can freely traverse alternate spaces / forbidden zones. The first attack from an alternate space deals 1000% attack power as true damage to the target. Time-space traversal was like super invisibility, allowing him to always remain in an alternate space state, and the Shadow Assassin was a more powerful existence than an ordinary assassin. Initial skills backstab deals 120% physical attack damage to the target and adds 240% physical attack damage when attacking the target from behind. Shadow strike blink to the target's back, dealing 160% physical attack damage to the target with a chance to stun the target for 1 second. Shadow throw throws a dagger, dealing 210% physical attack damage to Targets within a 5-meter range, with a high probability of causing the target to enter a stun state. Shadow Blade quickly deals 4 times 140% physical attack damage to the target, adding 270% attack damage to stun targets. No kidding, the Shadow Assassin. Hidden Profession actually had 4 initial skills. When Liu arrived at the novice village and learned that others had D-grade or E-grade trash talents, he instantly felt like he had turned the tables and was singing a triumphant song. In the past, you all ignored me. Anyone could call me a delivery dog, a stinky delivery guy, but such words could only stop here today. If anyone calls me that again in the future, just watch me stab you right in the top of your head. Hey, isn't that the delivery guy Liu? Haha, he actually switched to being a money-burning assassin. What a fool. Upon hearing someone insult him, Liu immediately turned around and saw it was a rich second-generation kid, Xiao Huan, who he often delivered to. Instantly, a wicked smile crept onto Liu's lips. Today, let you know who the real boss is. Shadow Throw. In an instant, a dagger was hurled at Xiao Huan, hitting him for -18, making him feel dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the ground, looking at his own corpse in a state of disembodiment. Liu, what have you done to me? A line of text floated up from above. Liu chuckled coldly. What have I done to you? Let me tell you, from now on, you have to call me boss when you see me, got it? The boss is now an SS level talent, and also a hidden class shadow assassin, not someone from your social bottom who can just call my name. Xiao Huan was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Damn, this guy actually became an SS level talent, a definite top tier powerhouse. He, Xiao Huan, was just a D-level talent and could only look up to such a big shot. The so-called wise are the heroes of the time, and Xiao Huan was such a hero. Soon he became Liu's loyal little brother. Even his girlfriend, Meng, was offered to Liu. Brother, you see, my family fortune is gone since entering the game, but I have a beautiful girl and now she's yours. I just hope you can take care of your little brother in the future. Meng pouted, reluctantly mumbling, isn't this just that stinky delivery guy? You want me to be with him? Xiao Huan quickly pulled her aside and said seriously, you must never call brother you that. Stinky delivery guy again, he's a big shot now. Do you understand what a big shot is? Meng rolled her eyes. Really? A stinky delivery guy becomes a big shot just by entering the game? He's still just a delivery guy. Xiao Huan was instantly furious, glaring at her and whispering, brother you is now an SS level talent, and a hidden class player. What about you? Just a C-level talent. Waste. What right do you have to compare with him? When Meng heard that Liu had actually become an SS level powerhouse, she gasped and covered her mouth in surprise. Got it? In the future. Before Xiao Huan could finish, Meng had already turned around, immediately putting on a flattering expression. Ah, brother you. I've always known you were not an ordinary person. Look, what did I say? You entered the game and became a dragon amidst the storm. Liu had long been eyeing Meng, the flirty girl, drooling over her. Who would have thought that this goddess, once out of reach, would now be as obedient as a little kitten, suddenly diving into his arms. She even wiggled her enticing backside, making Liu feel incredibly frustrated, unable to resist. Pulling Meng into a small grove. Liu's leveling journey was quite smooth, but this fool insisted on bringing along Meng, this burden, to prove his prowess. Not only did he have to bring Meng, but he also had to bring Xiao Huan, who would flatter him. Liu had 4 initial skills, so a combo could easily take down monsters of the same level. There was no profession smoother than his. With Meng and Xiao Huan dragging him down, his leveling speed naturally couldn't pick up, and he couldn't even keep up with the main group. But after being suppressed for over 20 years, Liu finally gained power and couldn't bear to part with the flattery of those rich second-generation kids. The thrill of stepping on those who once looked down on him was irresistible. Moreover, now he not only had to call himself boss but also had his stunning girlfriend willingly offered up, making him feel on top of the world. After the main group left the novice village, Liu still couldn't bring himself to tell that person to leave. However, Meng couldn't take it anymore. She was still waiting to be taken to new heights by Liu, but now she was being held back by Xiao Huan, this burden. So she quietly told Liu, people like Xiao Huan are just useless in the game, not worth bringing along at all. Liu had only refrained from abandoning Xiao Huan out of consideration for Meng's feelings. Now that Meng had spoken, he immediately kicked Xiao Huan out of the party. Xiao Huan was still planning to argue with Liu but was instantly silenced by a smooth combo from him. Finally, damn, I've finally killed this deadweight, Liu said with satisfaction. He then took Meng to level up. However, after 3 days of following Liu, Meng noticed that his interest in her was dwindling. Instead, he often drooled over passing beauties. A sense of crisis suddenly struck Meng. Just then, Liu brought her to level 10, the level required to leave the novice village. She immediately thought of her good friend Suyu. Suyu was the school beauty, her looks and figure far surpassing Meng's.
If she could bring Suyu into the game, it would surely tie Liu to them both. And so it was decided. Suyu, I'm not trying to harm you, I'm finding us a big support. When Suyu found Meng Meng, she noticed a lecherous guy beside her. Liu was staring at her without blinking, making Suyu feel uncomfortable. Meng Meng, didn't you say you couldn't find a party for your class change quest? Before Meng Meng could respond, Liu chimed in. How could I not find a party? With my SS level talent and hidden class, do I even need a party? He puffed out his chest, striking a pose. Su, you couldn't help but glance at him. This guy was quite lucky to have an SS level talent and a hidden class. Meng Meng's expression changed upon hearing this. She quickly messaged him privately. Do you still want to attract beauties? Liu replied without hesitation, of course I do. If you want that, then don't say anything, just watch me. Meng Meng then said to Suyu, I heard from a classmate that you're a bard, a healing class, right? Suyu nodded, yes. That's great. We're in need of a healer. You might laugh at us, but we just reached level 10 and haven't done our class change quest yet. Plus, Liu's class is a hidden one, and he has to clear a dungeon to change classes. Suyu, being a hidden class herself, naturally understood the requirements for class change. That's right. That dungeon is quite difficult. Exactly. So, we really need help. Given our friendship as classmates, please help us out. Seeing her being so polite, Suyu felt embarrassed to refuse. Alright. Meng Meng jumped up and linked her arm with Suyu's. Sister Suyu, I knew you were the best. We're the best sisters in the world. She then said to Liu, let's go. We're off to the dungeon. Liu, excited to see a beauty, quickly led the way. On the way, Meng Meng messaged him privately. Let me tell you, my sister is different from other girls. She's a bit pretentious, so don't think you can win her over just because of your talent and class. Liu hurriedly replied, I'm not thinking that, haha. Clearly, Liu's mindset hadn't shifted yet. He still thought this was in Blue Star, afraid of making his girlfriend angry. Humph. Do you think I don't know your little thoughts? You're a big shot in the game now, the lord of everyone. How can you only have one woman by your side? From now on, Suyu and I will serve you together, ensuring you have the time of your life. Meng Meng said, half in complaint, half in flattery. Her words struck a chord with Liu. Right. Who the hell am I now? An SS level talent. Aside from SSS level talents, I'm the lord here. Besides, are there really any SSS level talents in the Huaxia region? I doubt it. That's a 1 in a billion chance. So, in this world, I am the true king. I, Liu, am a god in the game. And if I'm a god, who dares to stop me? I know Suyu very well. If you want to win her over, you can only make her recognize your character, and on top of that, add a bit of the aura of a strong person. Women are always attracted to strength, and you are a true strong person, which gives you a natural advantage. Liu took this seriously, nodding in response with repeatedly. Finally, Meng Meng said, Liu, you remember this well, you can only have us. 2 women hear this, okay? Liu felt disdain in his heart. Am I not a king? How can you control how many women a king has? But for the sake of winning over Suyu, he could only comply with Meng Meng. I understand, I will definitely treat both of you well in the future. At this moment, the 3 had already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The hidden job transfer dungeon was not a level 10 leveling dungeon. Although the entrance for hidden jobs was the same, the different jobs led to different content within the dungeon. After Liu opened the dungeon, the 3 were teleported inside. A flash of white light passed, and the 3 appeared in a dim cave. Enter the dungeon Draken hatchery and destroy all Draken eggs deep within the dungeon. Liu's hidden job was much stronger than Suyu's, belonging to the ultimate hidden job, so the difficulty of the transfer dungeon was also much higher. Torches hung on the stone walls on both sides of the cave, illuminating the dark stone cave. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Monsters were coming. Suyu tensed up, wanting to use the concerto, Soul Requiem, to increase the maximum health of the entire team. Just as the jade flute was about to rest on her lips, she was suddenly stopped by Liu beside her. Beautiful lady. With me, the strongest, leading the team, you don't need to make a move at all. Just follow behind. Suyu felt that this guy was a bit pretentious. Why call me over if you won't let me make a move? Meng Meng beside her also said, that's right. Liu is an SS level talent, and he has a powerful hidden job. We can just stand here as decoration. He will definitely lead us through the dungeon. Suyu was somewhat speechless, not even wanting to pay attention to these 2 fools. An SS level plus a hidden job. Look at how inflated you 2 have become. Even Qin Shen, who was so abnormal, has never said such things. She was already doubting whether her best friend Meng Meng had ulterior motives for calling her over. To prove his strength, Liu directly displayed his attribute panel. Character, Liu. Level 10. Experience 2.00 talent. Time-space traversal. SS level can freely traverse different spaces/forbidden lands. The first attack from an alternate space deals 1000% attack power as true damage to the target. Job.
Shadow Assassin, Hidden Job, Health, 850 Mental Power, 500 Attack Power, 146 Equipment, Beginner Dagger, Wild Boar Dagger, Wild Boar Leather Armor, Mountain Mouse Belt, Remaining Lifespan 59 years 11 months. Seeing Li Yu's attributes, Suyu felt a bit contemptuous of him. In this hidden job dungeon, the monsters were all elite level, and with Li Yu's small frame, he definitely wouldn't make it through. Sure enough, with a series of footsteps, two monsters walked out side by side from the darkness. Looking at their attributes, Draken Elite Patroller, Elite, Level, 10 Health, 54,000 Attack Power, 6,400 Skills, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Arrow. Seeing the attributes, Suyu was puzzled. Why did all these Drakens have skills with the word dragon? Upon closer inspection of the Draken's appearance, it had a long dragon tail, somewhat resembling the tail of Rudra that Shin-chan had screenshot, with a humanoid body, standing upright on two legs, and having some horn-like protrusions on either side of its head. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, looking quite extraordinary. Be careful, these monsters are not easy to deal with. However, just as Suyu finished her warning, she saw that Li Yu had already vanished from sight. He had already used his talent to traverse into another dimension, coldly staring at the two approaching Drakens, not even glancing at the monster's attributes. He felt that, although these creatures looked a bit special, they couldn't withstand his smooth combo. Hee, Suyu, just watch me and see how I take down a monster with my combo. You'll be screaming in admiration. Li Yu thought to himself, feeling pleased in the other dimension. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Meng was inciting, Suyu, you haven't seen Brother Yu's damage, there's no need to worry about these small monsters. Just follow Brother Yu and soak up the experience. So, you see, being with Brother Yu is worry-free. You don't have to do anything and can easily level up. So, as women, it's best to find a strong man in this life. Only by following such a man can we win effortlessly. That's why you see I've found this strong man. Suyu felt something was off. With this statement, was it suggesting she should find a powerful man? Meng, what do you mean by that? Suyu asked seriously. She remembered that Meng wasn't like this before. When they were together, they used to talk about their dreams. How had she changed so much in the game? Meng bluntly said, if you ask me, a strong man like Brother Yu definitely has more than one woman. Why not tie him to us now, right? Suyu was instantly furious. Meng, if that's what you're thinking, then we might as well part ways right now. With that, she prepared to leave the dungeon. Meng hurriedly grabbed her. Oh come on, I was just saying that casually. You wouldn't be petty and hold it against me, would you? We're the best of sisters. Suyu frowned, watching her perform. Why did the current Meng have such a green tea vibe? Let's clear the dungeon quickly. I have other things to do, Suyu urged, wanting nothing more than to cut ties with Meng. Meng still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Oh, why are you in such a hurry? Brother Yu is the main force, we have to listen to him, right? Just trust Brother Yu. He can help us level up. Suyu was somewhat speechless. Did they really need to wait for someone else to fight a monster? Not to mention that Shin could lead a group of elite monsters to be taken down in seconds. Even if Suyu faced such elite monsters, she could handle one with a skill. She was no longer a newbie, she had her own attack skills now. Meng, are you here to clear the dungeon or not? If you are, let's finish off the monsters quickly and get out of here. Why are we dragging this out? Meng sensed Suyu's displeasure. Suyu, what's wrong with you? Have you forgotten when we shared an umbrella? You didn't bring one, and I let you share mine. Why are you so fierce now? Meng really understood Suyu. She was soft-hearted. Hearing Meng mention the past, her attitude softened immediately. Alright, I'll listen to you, okay? Meng then happily linked her arm with Suyu's. I knew we were the best of sisters. Suyu forced a smile. At that moment, hidden in the other dimension, Li Yu was ready to attack. He planned to use his newly learned skill to unleash the smoothest combo, aiming to capture Suyu's heart in one fell swoop. Maximize killing intent in a state of 25% increased physical critical hit rate, and the first attack will definitely be a critical hit. Lasts for 10 seconds. Focus state, in a state of 80% increased physical attack power. Lasts for 5 seconds. With both states activated, Li Yu instantly flashed out from the other dimension and poked one of the Drakens in the rear. With the boost from the states, Li Yu's attack power had risen to 262, and with the additional damage from attacking from behind, his first attack after appearing from the other dimension dealt an additional 1000% true damage. Li Yu's damage exploded. Explode for me. With an angry roar, a loud bang echoed as a physical critical hit sounded. A massive red damage number of -6517 floated up, accompanied by Meng's ecstatic cries. Wow, Brother Yu is so amazing, he actually dealt over 6,000 damage. I admire you so much. Standing beside her, Suyu felt goosebumps rising and scoffed dismissively. Li Yu revealed a proud smile. When it comes to output, you still have to look at me. However, before he could finish his sentence, he realized that the expected monster's death did not occur. Looking up, he was instantly stunned. The Draken in front of him had only lost 1/10 of its health. The long health bar still stood there, slowly turning around with a stern expression. Humans? Ants. He, still a despicable assassin, damn it. After saying that, both Drakens simultaneously spat out a magic arrow, hitting Liu. -6,410 bang. -12,690. Liu was immediately struck by the two dragon arrows and fell to the ground. Meng, who had been happily bouncing around, saw this scene and her mouth dropped open in shock. How is this possible? Brother Yu has never fought this monster before? Suyu coldly replied, the Draken has over 50,000 health and his skills only scratched the surface. And the monster's attack is over 6,000, didn't you see? Meng didn't register her words, as if she were stunned by the scene before her. She muttered, how is this possible? Brother Yu is an SS-level giant. Suyu shook her head helplessly and blew into her flute. Using the resurrection summoning skill, she brought Liu back. Liu appeared in front of Suyu and Meng, looking dazed as if he hadn't recovered from the shock. I died? Suyu coldly said, just look at your lifespan and you'll know. Liu glanced at his lifespan, which had dropped from 59 years to just 39 years. He immediately felt an urge to cry. Goodness. This script is wrong. He shouldn't have died from just one skill from a monster, right? How did he end up dead instead? You could tell from their expressions that they had never fought elite monsters. Although the Draken's attributes were much stronger than typical elites, elite monsters inherently had high attack power, and just by looking at these two, it was clear they had never encountered one. I should find a shield warrior to tank the monster. In the end, Liu backed down. He couldn't afford to die again. Suyu frowned. A regular shield warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the Draken's attacks, unless it was Old Wang. Old Wang's talent was damage reduction, and his class was precisely that of a shield warrior. With the shield and golden grade armors damage reduction, he could stack it up to 70%. The Draken's attacks would deal around 2,000 damage to him, and Old Wang's golden grade armor added 6,000 health, so tanking the Draken would be a piece of cake. However, Suyu didn't want to find Old Wang. On one hand, his output was a bit low, and it was uncertain how long it would take to clear this dungeon. On the other hand, Suyu had her own little thoughts. She noticed that these Drakens might be linked to dragons because their skills all contained the word dragon, and Qinshen just happened to have an unrefurbished bone dragon. So you wanted to have Qinshen come here to give it a try. Let's not find a shield warrior, I'll call someone. I guarantee we can clear the dungeon. Oh, what class? Meng asked. Necromancer. Suyu replied. What? Necromancer? Is that the class that can summon a skeleton? Meng exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that's not a skeleton, that's a necromancer. Suyu corrected her. Suyu, are you joking? Who doesn't know that the necromancer is the weakest class? Even Brother Yu, with such a powerful hidden class, couldn't clear it. You're calling a necromancer? Meng said in shock. Liu stood beside them, silent, still embarrassed from earlier, his face burning, and he didn't dare to speak up. Suyu shot a cold glance at Meng. Dream, do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you right now? I'm serious. When I say this necromancer can lead us to victory. Dream was startled by Suyu's cold gaze, instinctively blurting out. Okay, fine. But then, unwilling to be intimidated by Suyu, she turned her head and huffed. Suyu, you'd better be telling the truth. After all, a necromancer that can only summon skeletons can't even find a team. Suyu ignored her and said to Liu, give me the team leader, I'll recruit people. Liu obediently handed the team leader position to Suyu. After becoming the leader, Suyu first privately messaged Qinshen, sending a screenshot of Delican's attributes without saying a word. Upon seeing the attributes, Qinshen immediately sensed something was off. How could a level 10 elite monster have attributes comparable to a level 10 dungeon boss? Then he scrolled down to the skills section. Dragon's Roar, Dragon's Arrow? What the hell? What does this mean? A mere elite monster can be related to dragons? He quickly messaged Suyu. What kind of monster is this? Suyu smiled. You noticed? This is a monster from the dungeon. I sent it to you because I found it unusual. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for this kind of monster when I encounter it. Qinshen thought that since it was a dungeon monster, he couldn't enter and couldn't verify it further. Just as Qinshen was feeling disappointed, Suyu sent another message. Right now, we can't handle these dragonkin. We need to request outside help. Qinshen quickly volunteered. It's me. I'm such a powerful character, I guarantee I can help you all succeed. Clearing the dungeon is a piece of cake. Suyu smirked mischievously. I had the same idea, but I remember. Someone asked me to call him brother. Now that you need help, you should call me sister, right? Qinshen was speechless. I didn't call you last time. I was about to cry when I saw you. Didn't I let you off the hook? Let off the hook. That's a good word. If you have the ability, don't let me off the hook.
Humph. Suyu's originally wicked smile turned into a pout, her little nose scrunching up as she huffed. The cute little woman's demeanor immediately drew Liu's attention. Dream beside them was so angry. Her teeth were itching. Alright, I admit I was wrong. I won't tease you anymore, okay? Just let me join your team. Chen had no choice but to plead. Suyu didn't insist on him calling her sister and invited Chen into the group. After successfully forming the team, Suyu sent the location of the dungeon entrance in the team chat. Enter the dungeon here. Got it, I'm on my way. Chen replied and hurried towards the dungeon. It's Chen. Seeing the character's name, Dream greeted him. Chen? You know this Chen? Liu didn't speak in the team chat but directly asked. Of course, how could I not know the famous rich second generation from our school? Dream replied. In fact, she had wanted to flirt with Chen back then, as he was much more handsome than her ex-boyfriend, Xiao Huan. Seeing him in the game now made her feel a bit excited. However, Liu scoffed disdainfully, rich second generation? Just like your ex-boyfriend, Xiao Huan. Liu held Xiao Huan in contempt for voluntarily offering up his girlfriend, thinking he was spineless, unable to even protect his own woman. Previously, he hadn't dared to speak out due to face, but now that Xiao Huan had been chased away, he could express his disdain freely. Dream could only chuckle awkwardly, while Suyu was too lazy to waste words on him, just a person who thought he was superior because of his high talent. Indeed, Liu's starting point was much higher than others, yet he didn't realize he needed to seize opportunities to establish an advantage early on. Even with a high starting point, he would eventually be left behind. Chen's starting point wasn't high, but he knew how to seize opportunities to maximize his benefits, and with his continuous lucky encounters, he had developed his extraordinary attributes today. Liu didn't understand any of this at all. Instead, he took advantage of his own talent and profession to mock Chen. Such a fool, so you couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Soon, with a flash of white light, Chen appeared in the instance. Where are those monsters? Chen asked. The three turned their heads, and the moment they saw Chen, their expressions varied. Suyu felt a bit of joy, while Meng's hopeful gaze vanished the instant she saw that he had only one drop of blood, and she took 2 steps back instead. Liu's expression was quite something. He incredulously asked, Suyu, is this the necromancer you said could lead us to clear the dungeon? Suyu nodded. That's him. Liu felt as if he had been humiliated. Indignantly, he said, how is that possible? He has only 1 drop of blood. How can he lead us to clear the dungeon? This is simply nonsense. Chen stepped forward and asked, oh? Is it impossible to fight monsters with 1 drop of blood? Liu looked at him disdainfully. Fight monsters? If the monsters don't attack you, that's already good enough. You still want to fight monsters? Hurry up and find a place to hide and wait to die. Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Alright, since you don't believe me, I'll show you how I fight monsters. Liu sneered. Oh? You think you can fool me? Let me tell you, I am an SS level talent, and I have a unique hidden class, Shadow Assassin. What about you? A necromancer with 1 drop of blood. What right do you have to act tough in front of me? Chen said. Then how can someone as impressive as you not defeat a level 10 elite monster? Liu retorted. Can you? You still have the face to criticize me? If you have the ability, go fight one and let me see. Meng also stepped forward and linked her arm with Liu's. Exactly. Chen, this is the game world now. You're no longer that reckless rich second generation. Let me tell you, don't offend Liu. Chen spread his hands. I'm not here to offend anyone, I just want to see the monsters in the dungeon. Just to be clear, I can lead you to clear the dungeon, but the team distribution needs to be adjusted. The items and gold dropped by the monsters will be evenly distributed between me and Suyu. Oh, come on. You really think you can fight the monsters here? Let me tell you, the monsters here have tens of thousands of health and thousands of attack. With your 1 drop of blood, a monster could just flick its finger and you'd be dead. You still want to fight monsters? Liu mocked. Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. Once he showed his strength, Liu would immediately shut his mouth. Suyu changed the distribution method to include her and Chen. However, the experience had to be split evenly, which couldn't be changed. After finishing, Suyu said, there are 2 patrolling drakens, just like the attributes I sent you. They'll come over here soon. Chen nodded to indicate he understood. Then, with a wave of his staff, 3 skeletons appeared. The goblin king skeleton, with its small, hunched body, was carrying a staff. Upon seeing the king skeleton, Liu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ah, this is hilarious. What are you pretending for? I thought you were some hidden big shot, but it turns out the skeleton you summoned is shorter than the others. Meng couldn't help it either. Chen, you said you used to be quite impressive, right? How come you look so pathetic in the game now? Not only do you have 1 drop of blood, but even your skeleton is a cripple. Good thing I didn't pursue you back then. Otherwise, I'd be embarrassed too. Chen shot a sideways glance At Meng Meng, you're not even as good as Lu Ruyan. Women hate such remarks the most, and Meng Meng immediately got angry. Upon hearing this, what right does a cripple like you have to say that about me?
Qin Shen pointed at the king's skeleton.
Stop. My skeleton may be a bit crippled, but I'm not. Besides, I do have normal skeletons. After saying that, he pointed at his other two skeletons. Unexpectedly, this only made them laugh even louder. Aha, Suyu, is this the helper you found? I think he's just here to entertain us. Does he have even one normal skeleton?
A short one, a fat one like a ball with short and weak limbs, and one that's
slightly more normal, but with limbs resembling those of an ape. My god, Qin Shen, have you been punished by heaven? Even the system can't stand it anymore, giving you these bizarre creatures.
Qin Shen merely shot the two of them a sideways glance.
Just
wait and see how I'll slap your faces later.
Oh, impressive. You're going to slap our faces? Let's see how you die first. Tap tap tap.
The sound of footsteps approached.
They're coming, Suyu whispered.
Qin Shen nodded. Two humanoid monsters with long, dragging tails emerged. From the darkness, clad in brown heavy armor, their bare chests and thighs covered with a layer of matte scales, looking quite formidable.
Qin Shen frowned.
The shape of the scales was similar to Rudra's, arranged in a heart shape.
One was ice blue, the other dark red. Now this is going to be interesting. Meng Meng, how many hits do you think this rich second generation with a drop of blood can withstand? Meng Meng nestled in Li Yu's arms. Do I even need to say? She muttered under her breath. What a waste.
In the next moment, Qin Shen finished observing the attributes. With a wave of his staff, he commanded, go for it.
The three skeletons, receiving the order, immediately sprang into action. The chief skeleton of the Nunu tribe brandished a wide door panel knife, taking 2 steps forward before starting to spin. In less than half a second, it spun like a top, charging towards the two drakens. Puff! This skeleton is not only funny in appearance, but its attack method is also so unique. Rich second generation? Li Yu seized the opportunity to mock, but the next scene made his eyes widen. 28530-28400. The moment the spinning top made contact with the two drakens, it dealt massive damage. Before the top could spin for a second time, a rain of fire fell from the sky, covering a large area ahead. 55,000-54980. The two drakens hadn't even had a chance to strike back before being instantly killed. Meng Meng had been gazing dreamily at her husband in his arms, so she completely missed the explosion of damage from the skeleton. What's wrong, you good? She asked curiously. Li Yu didn't respond.
Qin Shen snorted coldly.
Your you good just got slapped in the face. How's that? Li Yu, your face must be burning.
At that moment, Li Yu truly looked as if he had been boiled, his face and neck flushed bright red.
Faced with Qin Shen's inquiry, he could only awkwardly smile, not knowing where to put his hands.
Meng Meng instinctively felt something was off, and when she looked forward, the two drakens that were there before had already fallen to the ground, while the big fat skeleton was still spinning in place.
Did they die? Qin Shen ignored her and walked towards the two drakens. The two monsters dropped 2 is equal to 10 silver coins, quite generous.
There was also a piece of chainmail, but unfortunately, it was a blank piece of
equipment, not even as good as what Suyu was wearing.
Additionally, he picked up 2 materials.
Dragon bone, inferior dragon bone, can be used as forging material, just as expected.
These drakens were indeed
dragons, albeit inferior ones.
Qin Shen tried to offer the dragon bone as a sacrifice to the bone spirit.
A system prompt sounded. Do you want to use dragon bone to repair the bone dragon? Only black iron
level and above would require confirmation, so it seemed this dragon bone could significantly increase the repair progress.
Qin Shen chose yes.
Then he closely monitored the repair progress.
5410/9999999.
5412/9999999. It increased by 2 points. Qin Shen felt a surge of excitement. This dungeon was indeed the right choice.
Suyu requested a trade. After Qin Shen accepted, he
traded the other piece of dragon bone to him, as the system had allocated 1 piece to each of them. After receiving it, Qin Shen chose to offer it as a sacrifice.
Alright, now, do you two still want to chatter?
Li Yu, with a flushed face, kept his head down and said nothing, while Meng Meng shook her head like a rattledrum.
Seeing that the two had no
further objections, Qin Shen then transformed the 2 draken corpses into skeletons and offered them to the bone spirit. With the team ready, they set off forward. This dungeon resembled the lair of some wild beast, with uneven stone walls that exuded a chilling atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by the sound of dripping water.
A damp, putrid odor permeated the air.
The team had not gone far when they spotted 3 drakens standing under a torch ahead, gesticulating and chattering animatedly, their sharp claws gesturing
as they spoke. With a command from Qin Shen, the skeletons charged forward.
In no time, the 3 drakens were dispatched.
Qin Shen walked over to pick up the dropped items.
A piece of leather armor, exactly level 10, was just right for Li Yu to use.
My gear isn't that great yet, can I? No. The entrance to the dungeon clearly stated that we only need to bring you 2 through.
Seeing Qin Shen's firm attitude, Liu no longer insisted, merely shooting a resentful glare at his back.
Kid, quite arrogant. Ha? Relying on your skeletons to challenge me? Humph. At the end of the day, you're just a one-hit wonder. Just you wait. A one-hit mage dares to humiliate me. He had lost face today. He had originally wanted to show off in front of the beautiful Suyu, but now his pride was bruised. He felt too ashamed to talk to Suyu anymore. While he couldn't bring himself to speak, Meng Meng could. She secretly sent a friend request to Qin Shen, only to be instantly rejected. Unwilling to give up, she sent another request, this time with a message. Qin Shen, I liked you before, and now I find you even more appealing. Can you give me a chance? Qin Shen replied, get lost. Meng Meng remained undeterred. I know I'm not as good as Suyu, I'm not as pretty or as charming, but after a big meal, one must have some pickles, right? I can be at your beck and call, don't worry, I won't let Suyu know. Qin Shen was shocked by such words and immediately took a screenshot to send to Suyu. Is this your good friend? Suyu's face turned as red as fire. And she could only respond perfunctorily, she hasn't acted like this before. Qin Shen directly added Meng Meng to his blacklist. Unable to send a verification message, Meng could only message Suyu. Hey, Suyu, what's up with Qin Shen? Where did he get those skeletons? How did he become so powerful? Suyu did not reply. Meng Meng remained persistent. Suyu, isn't it tiring for you to deal with Qin Shen alone? I can help him with his back. I'm very professional at that. Suyu could no longer tolerate it. After kicking Meng Meng out of the team, she eliminated her with a skill. Liu, bewildered, asked, what is going on? Qin Shen turned around and warned, if you want to complete the mission, keep your mouth shut. The reason he kept Liu around was to prevent any hidden rooms in this dungeon. Liu could only swallow his anger, thinking to himself that since entering the game and gaining such a high talent, everyone had to respectfully call him Big Boss, yet now he was being bossed around by a one-hit wonder. Liu felt extremely frustrated. But now, he had to endure, as he still needed Qin Shen to clear the dungeon. Turning against him would not be wise. Under the lead of the skeletons, the group walked through the damp cave. The deep cavern echoed with their cold footsteps. The chief skeleton, like a war maniac, rushed at any monster it saw, hacking and slashing wildly. Most of the monsters were quickly dealt with. Throughout, Qin Shen did not lift a finger, and Liu, who was following behind to pick up the scraps, increasingly believed that Qin Shen relied solely on these skeletons to dominate the dungeon. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was merely a one-hit wonder necromancer. After several glances filled with resentment from behind, Liu contemplated stabbing him, but upon seeing the exaggerated damage, he dared not act. What he didn't know was that Qin Shen's current health had reached 350,000. His meager output was nothing in front of Qin Shen. This dungeon was merely for class transitioning, so there weren't many monsters. After killing over 100 Drakens, they were gone. Every monster drops a dragon bone, and this time, Qin Shen's progress with the bone spirit increased by over 300 points. Moreover, the drop rate for these dragon monsters is quite high. Almost every 5 monsters yield one piece of equipment. At the end of the dungeon, giant eggs appeared, stacked layer upon layer like turtle eggs, filling the entire cave. Draken's egg can hatch into a lower-tier dragon species, Draken. The task requirement is to destroy these dragon eggs. You said, task? That thing belongs to Liu, but the dragon-related items are Qin Shen's. He couldn't care less about whether you can complete your task. Just as Liu was about to smash a dragon egg, he was stopped by Qin Shen. One more step forward and I'll kill you, Qin Shen warned. After witnessing Qin Shen's terror, Liu didn't dare to defy him, standing frozen in place, too scared to move. Then, Qin Shen approached the dragon egg and took out the bone spirit from his backpack. Since they were all dragon-related items, they should be able to merge. Suddenly, the bone spirit that Qin Shen was holding emitted a burst of red light. It detached from his hand and slowly began to rise. Eventually, it hovered in midair within the cave, the red glow illuminating the pitch-black cavern and casting a red hue on the piles of dragon eggs, turning the white shells crimson. This astonishing scene left the three of them dumbfounded, all staring intently at the bone spirit. Especially Liu, who had no idea what the bone spirit was. He instinctively felt that it was something remarkable. After hovering in midair, the bone spirit began to slowly rotate. As it spun, wisps of white mist floated out from the dragon eggs, eventually flying towards the bone spirit. Qin Shen was overjoyed at the sight. Although he didn't know what was happening, it was undoubtedly beneficial for the bone spirit. In no time, a misty aura began to rise from the dragon eggs enveloped in red light. The bone spirit seemed to float on ethereal mist, rotating as it absorbed the surrounding mist into itself. Moments later, the mist emanating from the dragon eggs had vanished. At this point, the bone spirit flew back into Qin Shen's hand. A system prompt then sounded. Sealed Storm of Rudra absorbed a large number of dragon embryos. Repair progress plus 5,000. Qin Shen felt a surge of joy. Looking at the bone spirit in his hand, which was originally a crystal ball with a red dragon eye at its center, he now saw a blue dragon's shadow soaring with giant wings. However, the effect was still too vague to see clearly. Repair progress 10412/9999999. Qin Shen's joy was evident, and he could only say to Liu, "Big brother, thank you." Liu forced to smile, remembering that his task was still incomplete. He then used the dagger in his hand to strike the dragon eggs. However, after breaking them open, there was nothing inside. The dragon eggs had turned into empty shells. There was also no system prompt indicating any progress on his task. Unwilling to accept this, Liu swung his dagger at the dragon eggs repeatedly, but after smashing dozens, not a single one yielded anything. Now dumbfounded, he despaired and said to Qin Shen and the others, "What should I do? My task requires smashing 100 dragon eggs, but now there isn't a single one left." Qin Shen shrugged, "Then I'm afraid I can't help you." After saying that, he and Suyu left the team, using a return scroll to head back to town. Once they left, Liu dared to curse loudly. "Damn it, stupid Qin Shen, I'll fuck your grandma, bastard. Not only did you take over 20 pieces of my equipment, but you also made me fail my task. What now? You damn pitiful fool, don't let me run into you next time, or you'll know the terror of the shadow assassin." With the task uncompleted, Liu had no choice but to take out a return scroll to go back and report to his mentor. At the resurrection point, Qin Shen said to Suyu, "Thanks to you for being clever this time." "Hey, so, do you think this is worth calling me sister?" Suyu teased. Qin Shen changed the subject. "We need to keep an eye on this Draken. In the future, I should send out a system announcement." Suyu replied, "You might as well save your breath. I suspect there are more people trying to deceive you." Qin Shen thought about it and agreed, "I might as well ask Lao Wang and Chen Duo. So I sent a private message to Lao Wang. Lao Wang, have you heard of the race Draken in the game? Lao Wang replied, "I haven't, I don't know anything. By the way, Qin Shen, have you ever killed a level 40 golden boss?" Qin Shen's face instantly darkened. "I'm a god. I might not even be able to kill a silver boss, let alone a golden boss. Speaking of which, what do you need a golden boss for?" Lao Wang said, "Sigh. Isn't it because a bunch of old comrades are clamoring to form a legion? Only a level 40 golden boss can drop the legion order." Qin Shen replied, "Alright, I'll remember that. I'll give it to you first. When I get it, I'll remember the Draken you mentioned too." Not getting any information from Lao Wang, Qin Shen had to pin his hopes on Chen Duo, who usually had a lot of news and a wide network. "Chen Duo, have you heard of the race Draken?" Chen Duo said, "Fongo, where did you hear such a strange name? I can't even think of such a bizarre name." Well, it seems he doesn't know either. "But, Fongo, do you have any equipment left? Equipment is selling like hotcakes right now, but there's nothing we can do. The drop rate in this game is too low." Qin Shen actually had just obtained a level 10 equipment. When he traded it to Chen Duo, the guy was overjoyed. "I'm telling you, Fongo, this kind of whiteboard level 10 equipment sells the best. Hey, why is the attribute of your equipment so high? It's almost on par with level 15 equipment. Draken belongs to the dragon race, and the equipment attributes from the dragon race are definitely better than those dropped by ordinary monsters. Then just raise the price and sell it," Qin Shen said. After discussing a suitable price with Chen Duo, Qin Shen reminded him to help investigate the existence of Draken. After that, he discussed with Su Yu where to level up. After searching the map for a long time, they finally found a gathering area of elite monsters around level 22. The two rented a carriage and set off. Meanwhile, after returning, Liu was completely at a loss about what to do. His job transfer task had failed. What next? How to report the task to the profession mentor? At this point, he could only brace himself and report back to the mentor. He arrived at the second floor of the profession hall. There were rows of small rooms here. Liu found the room marked Shadow Assassin and went in to see his mentor. A figure hidden in a large black robe, with his back to Liu. "Is the task completed?" a cold voice asked, devoid of any emotion. And no, it was messed up by a one-hit point undead mage. Liu hurriedly brought up Qin Shen, the culprit. "What?" The Shadow Assassin mentor's voice rose. "One hit point? And an undead mage? How can you be so useless? You let a one-hit point undead mage mess up your task?" The mentor was clearly dissatisfied with his only disciple. Liu quickly explained that undead mage is not ordinary. "Oh? What's so special about it?" The mentor wanted to know the details. From any perspective, Liu shouldn't have lost to a one-hit point guy. Liu recounted the 3 skeletons of Qin Shen. Even though the mentor had seen a lot, he had never encountered such strange skeletons. After a moment of silence, he said, "This matter is not your fault. That undead mage is indeed a bit strange." "Then what about my job transfer task?" Liu asked. "This matter is not without a remedy. I will write you a proof now. Take this proof to the son of the Lord of Wolfsmoke City, Brian, and he will reissue your job transfer task." "Oh, thank you, mentor. Go. This time, don't let any more accidents happen," the mentor said coldly. Liu left, feeling grateful. Holding the proof given by the mentor, he made his way to the Lord's mansion. When he found Brian, he was holding a beautiful woman and drinking flower wine. Li Yu cautiously handed over the proof. Lord Brian, my mentor asked you to repost the task. Brian snatched the proof, glanced at it, and tossed it aside. Oh, do you think reposting a task is as simple as treating someone to a meal? Li Yu, understanding the situation, handed over 2 silver coins. I would trouble Lord Brian then. Brian took the coins and weighed them in his hand. You little brat, quite considerate, aren't you? Now, tell me, why did your task fail? Mentioning this made Li Yu feel indignant. It's all that bastard Qin Shen's fault. Relying on his skeleton, he messed up my task. Who are you talking about? Brian pushed away the beauty in his arms and asked seriously. Qin Shen. What, do you know him? Li Yu replied cautiously. Qin Shen? This Qin Shen again. This was the 3rd time Brian had heard this name from a third party. The first time was when Carlo told him that the potion he made was ruined by Qin Shen. The second time was when Wang Yiba asked him to kill Qin Shen. That cowardly look of his left a deep impression on Brian. This was the 3rd time, and Qin Shen had actually entered the instance, killed Delican, and messed up the Shadow Assassin's task. Good for you, Qin Shen. Just how capable are you that you're everywhere? Tell me in detail how he messed up your task. Brian ordered. Li Yu began recounting the events in the instance. When he mentioned that Qin Shen used a red ball to drain the dragon egg, Brian's eyes lit up. Bone spirit, he blurted out. Yes, that's the name. I remember Qin Shen said that thing is called bone spirit. If it can absorb the dragon race's essence, it must be from the dragon race. If we can snatch the bone spirit from Qin Shen's hands, Brian revealed a sinister smile. This Qin Shen must be killed. Li Yu, I have a task for you. Li Yu quickly stood at attention. As long as it allows me to change my class, any task is fine. Kill Qin Shen, and I'll consider it a completed task, Brian said. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's expression changed. What's wrong? You're an assassin. Is it really that hard to kill a mage with 1 hit point? Brian said, displeased. It's not that hard, but Qin Shen attacks from a distance, and his skeletons deal high damage. I was taken out before I even got a chance to act, so, Brian stroked his chin. I actually have an idea that can greatly increase your health. Lord Brian, you were looking for me? Wang Yiba said, looking nervous. Brian took a sip of tea and asked arrogantly, how many people are in your legion now? Reporting, my lord. 600,000. Wang Yiba said proudly about the number of people in his legion. Currently, he was the only one in the Myriad Worlds game with a legion, and it had reached a scale of 600,000. Brian calculated for a moment and said, not enough. Yiba, you're developing too slowly. Wang Yiba was confused. Lord Brian, what do you mean not enough? I mean the added attributes are not enough. How much health can your sub-legion add? 48,000. Wang Yiba replied. Then that's it. Keep leveling up. If you upgrade the legion 1 more level, you can recruit 120,000 players. The attributes added by this sub-legion management position will be sufficient, Brian concluded. Wang Yiba was completely baffled by what he was saying. Cautiously, he asked, excuse me, Lord Brian, what are you planning to do? I'm planning to arrange someone for your sub-legion. Wang Yiba hesitated. But my sub-legion already has positions. Supadai is doing just fine. What Supadai, a waste with an A-level talent, is even qualified to be a sub-legion leader? You can dismiss him and I'll arrange an SS-level talent for you. Upon hearing SS-level talent, Wang Yiba was both surprised and delighted. Oh my, where is this big shot? It's this one, Li Yu. Brian waved his hand to introduce. The latter looked up. With his nose in the air, appearing aloof and unapproachable, Wang Yiba was immediately taken aback by his impressive demeanor, his eyes filled with admiration. You are an SS-level master? That's right. It's me, SS-level talent. The world's #1 assassin, Li Yu. Li Yu said, raising his head to gaze at the moon, trying to show off. Wang Yiba looked as if he had encountered a high-ranking official, rubbing his hands together in confusion. Oh my, it's truly wonderful that you can join our Ba Yi Legion. Brian snorted coldly, saying, that's why I let him join your Ba Yi Legion for development. But the position of deputy commander can only support over 40,000 health points. That's simply not enough. Wang Yiba asked cautiously, so how much health is needed? At least double that. So, I'm now giving you the simplest legion upgrade task. Complete the task and quickly upgrade the legion. Then recruit players, got it? Brian ordered. Wang Yiba replied timidly, understood. But what exactly do I need to do? It's all because of that useless Qin Shen with just 1 drop of blood. Now only Li Yu's SS-level talent can get close to him and deliver a fatal blow. If you want Li Yu to come back alive, you need the position of deputy commander in the Ba Yi Legion. Do you understand? Qin Shen. That name again. The person Wang Yiba least wanted to face. Lord Brian. To be honest, this Qin Shen looks like a drop of blood, but he can't be killed at all. If there's no deep-seated grudge, I think it's better to let it go. Wang Yiba's hatred
For Qin Shen stemmed from the mother and daughter, Xia Qinhua, and with their expulsion from the Legion, his hatred for Qin Shen had diminished significantly, now replaced by fear. Brian reacted strongly to this, slamming the table in anger. What do you understand? You do as you're told. Did you hear me? If you don't, listen, I'll disband your Bai Yi Legion. His current authority was all due to his identity. Without the title of commander, who would care about him? Under this threat, Wang Yiba hurriedly agreed. To say that Brian had little hatred for Qin Shen was true. He had only heard that he was a useless drop of blood, so he hadn't taken him seriously. It was only because he had ruined his plans that he sent someone to kill him. However, the situation was different now. Qin Shen had obtained a bone spirit from the Dragon Clan, so he had to die. Only with Qin Shen's complete death would that bone spirit return to a state of being unclaimed, further allowing Brian to control it. After receiving the task, Wang Yiba went to complete it. Upgrading the Bai Yi Legion to level 6 would allow for 1.2 million player recruits and the right to choose a Legion territory. The thought of having his own territory in this game excited Wang Yiba. Meanwhile, Qin Shen had already reached level 20. You can accept the follow-up quest Hero of the Novice Village. A system prompt came as he reached level 20. Qin Shen hesitated. Suyu was only level 18. Should he continue leveling her up or go for the follow-up quest? Instead, Suyu spoke first. Wow, you've reached level 20? Congratulations. Qin Shen smiled. Isn't level 20 when you can learn new skills? Why aren't you going? Qin Shen said. Aren't I just worried you'd level up too slowly on your own? Suyu felt warmth in her heart. Don't worry. Right now, your matters are the most important. Can't I level up when you're not around? Qin Shen nodded. Then I'll go first and complete the title quest. If I find a good leveling spot during the quest, I'll take you with me. Suyu nodded. Watching Qin Shen leave, her eyes filled with a hint of loneliness. After Qin Shen left, Suyu found a leveling area with level 18 monsters. The Jade flute in. Her hand chimed lightly. Concerto, Soul Requiem. Suyu's original health of 2,460 instantly became 27060. This increase had reached 1100%. Her skill enhancement was not as top tier as she claimed. Instead, after reaching a 1000% boost, the increase became less significant. Her enhancement wouldn't grow abnormally, it would only diminish further. The reason she deceived Qin Shen was simply because leveling up alone was too lonely, and she wanted Qin Shen to accompany her. According to the quest prompt, she needed to find the city lord, Locks, and only after speaking with him would the title quest be issued. Moreover, this quest was a unique hidden quest, and only by wearing the title of hero from the novice village could it be obtained. After returning to the city, Qin Shen quickly took a carriage to the town hall. He saw the city lord sitting high in the hall. My lord, I am here to accept the title quest, Qin Shen stated. His purpose. The city lord, clad in silver metal armor and wielding a mithril longsword, stood up and sized up Qin Shen with a glance. Although there was a hint of disdain in his eyes, this player indeed wore the title, so he had to follow the rules. The city lord of Wolfsmoke City, Locks, has issued you the quest Invasion of Draken. This quest is extremely dangerous. Please choose wisely. Extremely dangerous, huh? That's just perfect. This is exactly the kind of quest I was looking for. Qin Shen decisively accepted the quest. You have accepted the quest Invasion of Draken. Please enter the dungeon to eliminate the invading Draken. After accepting the quest, a dungeon entrance appeared on his minimap. The entrance was not far away. Qin Shen privately sent the location information to Suyu. Come here. I'll take you to farm the dragon race. Suyu replied excitedly, okay. In fact, it didn't matter to her what they were farming, it was just about who she was with. Just as Qin Shen was about to leave, Locke spoke up. Young man, let me give you some advice. Don't overreach yourself with things you can't do. No one can be lucky all the time. Oh, does that mean he got the title purely by luck? Qin Shen snorted coldly. Thank you for the reminder, my lord. But I'm quite stubborn. If I can't do it, I'll still try. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to advice, the city lord also snorted coldly. I want to see how many lives you have to spare. Then just watch, Qin Shen said and walked away. On the way, he felt he should buy some high-level mana potions. He was running low on mana, and with the constant conversion of death energy, he simply didn't have enough. It was still thanks to Suyu's continuous support. To obtain the Frostbone Dragon as soon as possible, Qin Shen was truly giving it his all. He took a carriage to the apothecary, and upon checking the purchasing interface, he found that not only were there high-level potions, but also the top-tier ones. Top-tier mana potion restores 300 mana every 3 seconds, lasting for 1 minute. However, this top-tier potion was not cheap, costing 50 copper coins per bottle. Qin Shen bought 1,000 bottles, spending 5 gold coins. He then realized he still had 34 gold coins left in his backpack. It seemed today was a fruitful day for earning money. After handling all of Qin Shen's equipment, he took the blue potions and had the carriage head towards the dungeon entrance. When Qin Shen arrived at the entrance, Suyu was already waiting there. The dungeon was marked by a glowing portal. On a small hill in the monster area, Suyu had originally been wearing chainmail, but to look a bit prettier, she spent 20 silver coins on a cosmetic outfit. She chose a light blue long dress, looking graceful and elegant. Standing there, with the breeze gently blowing her sheer skirt, she resembled a fairy. After Qin Shen got off the carriage, Suyu ran down the small hill. "You're here?" Qin Shen couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, did you come so early?" Suyu felt like her words were making fun of herself for wanting to see him. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head to explain, "Isn't it on the way?" Qin Shen didn't think much of it and led the way. "Let's go." Arriving at the dungeon entrance, he reached out to the spinning portal. A system prompt sounded. "Do you wish to enter the dungeon, the stronghold of the 47th Legion expedition?" Oh wow, the dragon race even has a legion? It seems their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Qin Shen chose yes. He and Suyu were enveloped in a flash of white light simultaneously, and then they found themselves in a cave. This cave was much brighter than the previous one, resembling the light of dusk. Opening the mini-map, they discovered that the dungeon was intricately divided into 2 layers, with numerous paths and passages between the 2 levels. While the 2 were studying the map, a system notification sounded in their ears. The Dragon Clan's vanguard 47th Legion is ready to invade Wolf Smoke City. The 47th Legion has tens of thousands of delicate soldiers. Players should proceed with caution. Qin Shen waved his staff, and 3 skeletons appeared before him. Suyu picked up her flute and began to play, instantly increasing the skeleton's health by 1000%. Meanwhile, Qin Shen's secondary health bar reached a terrifying 3.8 million. With such health, who could possibly kill him? After taking a few steps into the cave, they spotted a Delican patrolling. It wielded a large, semicircular blade, walking back and forth on a wide circular platform. On the platform, groups of monsters gathered in 3s and 4s. At first glance, this patrolling monster seemed the easiest to deal with, but that was not the case. If the positioning for pulling the monster was wrong, it would trigger others, causing a chain reaction that would send all the monsters on the platform charging at the players. However, that was for ordinary players. Qin Shen was different. He aimed to clear the monsters quickly. A fireball flew toward the patrolling monster. The patrolling monster, about to turn back, immediately charged toward the king skeleton. This monster was close to a nearby team, instantly alerting 3 other monsters, whose paths of approach caught the attention of even more monsters. Suddenly, the system's warning sound "dang dang" echoed all around. This was the alert sound for being targeted by elite monsters, indicating danger to the players. Qin Shen and Suyu were not afraid at all. The fire rain from the inspector skeleton had already covered the area ahead. In an instant, fireballs rained down from the sky, accurately striking the charging Delican. 68200-67998-70100. Instantly, damage numbers around 70,000 floated up. The great chief skeleton charged into the monster horde with its broad blade, spinning around. Immediately, damage numbers around 25,000 lit up. At this point, Qin Shen checked the attributes of the monsters. 470H Legion Soldier, Elite, Health 125000 Attack Power, 51,000 Skill, Dragon's Fury Powerful Strike, 470H Legion Mage, Elite, Health 98,000 Spell Power, 80,000 Skill, Fireball, Magic Dragon Arrow. Additionally, there were archers, priests, and assassins. Most had health around 100,000. With such attack strength, unless a level 30 shield warrior had learned a new skill, no ordinary player could withstand it. However, each of Qin Shen's skeletons had health in the millions, making this level of attack negligible. Moreover, these monsters couldn't last 3 seconds under the fire rain before collapsing, letting out cries of pain as they fell to the ground. At that moment, a fireball floated toward one of the monsters. 980 was the damage from the fireball, cast by the king skeleton's staff. With the enormous level difference and the monster's high defense, the king skeleton began to struggle. Qin Shen sighed. Sigh. The goblin king skeleton was summoned when we were together. Back then, it was so majestic and could summon 3 little bosses to help us fight. Its presence accompanied me from the novice village to Wolf Smoke City. To be honest, I really feel a bit reluctant to sacrifice it to the bone spirit. His expression inevitably turned a bit melancholic. Suyu frowned and rolled her eyes. Then you should keep it. Later, carry it on a grand palanquin and offer it up, then hold a wedding. You two can be together for life. Qin Shen awkwardly smiled and quickly sacrificed the king skeleton to the bone spirit. Should the goblin king skeleton, bronze level, be sacrificed to sealed storm of Rudra? Qin Shen decisively chose yes. I can't just sacrifice an old friend without saying a few words first. Qin Shen said, hurry up and collect the dragon bones. I still want to see the frost bone dragon. As expected, every monster here dropped a dragon bone, and each bone could increase progress by 2 points. Qin Shen busily transformed skeletons. While picking up dragon bones, Suyu helped him collect the bones. Qin Shen continuously used the transformation on the corpses on the ground, and even when the prompt, lucky effect has been activated, appeared, transforming into an elite-level dragon skeleton, he still sacrificed it directly.
Having the great clan leader and the inspector skeletons was enough. The two of them worked hard to clear nearly 50 monsters in the cave. They collected 4 gold coins, 2 each, and all 10 pieces of high attribute white gear were handed over to Qin for consignment. All 50 dragon bones were absorbed by the bone spirit. After tidying up the spoils of war, Qin led the skeletons forward. Beyond this platform was a stone bridge about 100 meters long, 2 meters wide. On the other side of the bridge, some drakens were gathered, and beyond that was a long passage leading who knows where. After the 2 skeletons killed 2 drakens guarding the bridge, Qin prepared to cross. However, he was suddenly pulled back by Suyu. Qin turned around, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" He saw Suyu's face pale, her little legs trembling uncontrollably beneath her skirt. Qin was confused. "What? Are you sick? By the way, I haven't heard that this game can make you sick. What's wrong with you?" Suyu pointed a finger at the bridge below. Qin turned to look and finally understood. The sides of the bridge were both deep chasms, and he could see the bright lights about 20 to 30 meters above the abyss, which was the lower level of the dungeon. So it was a fear of heights. To be honest, if Suyu hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed the chasms on either side. "Hey, this bridge is so wide, rolling around up here is no problem, let's go." Suyu still stood in place, shaking her head. "Then you can hold my hand from behind, right?" Qin suggested. Suyu shook her head again. Qin simply said, "Then I'll carry you across." After saying that, he squatted down and lifted her onto his shoulder, walking towards the other side. Suyu only had time to let out an "ah" before Qin hoisted her up. On his shoulder, she felt a mix of laughter and tears. "Where can you find such a man? At least give me a princess carry." The bottomless chasms on both sides made him lose the courage to speak. She could only huddle on Qin's shoulder, trembling. Soon they reached the other side of the bridge, and Qin set her down, asking with a hint of pride, "How was that? Was my sense of security enough?" Suyu frowned and reluctantly replied, "Enough." Qin didn't linger, ordering the skeletons to start attacking. This area had more monsters compared to the previous platform, but under the dual assault of the spinning attack and fire rain, they were knocked down in just a few seconds. The two worked together to clear the battlefield. Qin transformed skeletons while checking the map. Upon reaching this point, a fork in the road appeared. In the cave ahead, they could choose to go left or right. Going left would lead to the platform of the first boss, while going right required winding around many circles to reach the central passage. The central passage belonged to the lower level. A grand hub opened up in the middle of the cave, leading to various important locations. Within the cave, Qin chose to kill the first small boss first. His skeleton space was still one position short, and if he could turn the small boss into his skeleton, that would be perfect. So, after cleaning up the battlefield, he ordered the skeletons to head into the cave. After clearing 2 groups of guarding monsters, they chose to advance to the left. In the left passage, they cleared 2 groups of monsters and arrived at a platform. In the center stood a soaring dragon statue. It didn't seem to resemble Rudra, just a bit of imagination. Perhaps it was a figure from the dragon clan's ruling class. Around the statue, a dense crowd of lower-class drakens filled the area. These drakens were chanting prayers towards the statue. At a glance, there were about 400 to 500 of them. Seeing so many monsters, Qin's eyes lit up. He immediately commanded 2 skeletons to charge forward. The praying drakens turned to look this way as if ignited by gunpowder. Unfortunately, what awaited them was a dual assault of fire rain and spinning blades. Instantly, damage numbers floated in clusters around the statue. The drakens, caught off guard by the sudden attack, hurriedly responded. Some hadn't even cast their spells before collapsing as corpses. Only the archers managed to shoot 2 arrows in time. Unfortunately, the arrows hitting the inspector seemed ineffective. The sudden surge of experience caused Suyu to level up, and a translucent wave of light spread outwards. "I'm level 19 now," Suyu exclaimed joyfully. Never had he imagined leveling up could be so easy. Qin smiled and said, "Let's get to work quickly. Once we're done, I'll help you level up." The two busied themselves among the piles of monster corpses. One by one, skeleton warriors were summoned, only to vanish immediately. Meanwhile, Suyu kept picking up items without pause. After collecting 500 dragon bones and 25 gold coins, Suyu noticed that Qin's mana was about to run out, so he used a skill on a nearby small monster. This helped Qin restore his mana completely. The small monster, under attack, wasn't instantly killed but instead charged at Suyu with a large half-moon blade. It was struck by an ice arrow halfway there. -130000, and it was instantly killed. Qin, wielding his staff, was almost exhausted from swinging it, but he finally transformed the corpses on the ground into skeletons, to be sacrificed to the bone spirit. Looking up, he saw a few scattered small monsters around, and at the end of the platform stood a larger draken, wielding a long, thin teaching rod. After clearing out the surrounding small monsters, the two approached the boss. Training instructor Buck, Bronze. Level, Health 1 200,000 Physical Attack 130,000 Skill Dragon's Fury Teaching Rod Whip Stun. This is the skill name so casual? Jin Chen and Su Yu exchanged glances, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Well, casual or not, this monster was quite powerful. If it could be turned into a subordinate, it would be a significant boost. With 1.2 million health, after amplification, it reached 8.5 million in front of the inspector, which was hardly anything. Jin Chen decisively ordered the skeletons to attack. He and Su Yu watched from a distance. How dare the humble skeleton challenge the majesty of the dragon race? Poor undead, where do you get the courage to come here? The dragon instructor was clearly displeased to be besieged by two skeletons. He wanted to assert his authority as a lower-class dragon to teach these two bone frames a lesson. The teaching rod cracked through the air, but the damage dealt was similar to that of the inspector. Moreover, behind the inspector stood a perverse priest for Su Yu. The data on paper couldn't compare, and the instructor's skills lacked any decisive power to turn the tide. So, within 3 minutes, the instructor fell after a scream. Just as Chen and Su Yu were about to collect the spoils, a voice suddenly echoed, authoritative and hollow. Humble crawlers, engaging in futile endeavors. The voice reverberated within the cave, sounding even more hollow after bouncing off the walls. Who are you? What do you mean? Xin Shen looked up and scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing, and unwillingly gazed at the cave's ceiling. Still, there was nothing. What kind of nonsense is this? Futile? Do you see my experience? Is my gold fake? Su Yu said. Forget about him, quickly try to see if you can transform this monster. Xin Shen nodded. He pointed his staff at the instructor's corpse. Rise, my servant. The next moment, a white, bony skeleton emerged from the corpse. Xin Shen shrugged. Failed. He directly sacrificed the skeleton. Ha, what do you think this is? Su Yu suddenly picked up a crystal ball from the ground and held it in front of Xin Shen. Inside the crystal ball stood a mini version of an instructor. Xin Shen's heart leaped with joy. Could it be the instructor's bone spirit? After taking the crystal ball, he saw the attributes. Training instructor Buck Bone Spirit. As the vanguard, Buck's residual soul was left after the 47th Legion was wiped out. Restoring the residual soul requires Dragon Clan Soul X1, Dragon Clan Flesh X100. After restoration, you can obtain the complete Training Instructor Buck. Shinshin curled his lips, obtaining a broken instructor that was only bronze level after restoration, with no area attack skills and only a bit more health, had almost no advantages. He decisively gave up and tried to use it to restore Rudra's bone spirit. The system prompted whether to continue. Qin Chen chose to continue. Suddenly, he saw the restoration progress of the bone spirit increase by 100 points, changing to 12563/9999999. This was a pleasant surprise. Su Yu picked up a piece of equipment, a level 22 chainmail. Bronze level equipment, just right for her to keep. After collecting the loot, the two glanced at the edge of the platform. Xin Shen saw that this was a sheer cliff with a sturdy rope ladder at the edge. The rope ladder led down to the lower level. It seems there's a shortcut. Otherwise, should we go down from here? Su Yu tugged at Xin Shen's clothes and looked down, frightened, and quickly shook her head. No, that's terrifying. So Xin Shen had no choice but to lead her back. They arrived at a fork in the passage and chose another path. They let the two skeletons continue to clear the monsters ahead. With two powerful skeletons around, they encountered no danger and quickly arrived at the second boss. Central Hub Defender, Bronze level, 22 health, 750000 spell power, 220000 skills. Flame Mastery, Sea of Fire, Fireball. It was a mage monster. Without any hesitation, they took it down. They also obtained a Bone Spirit, which increased the restoration progress by another 100 points. This time, they dropped a piece of cloth armor gloves that Qin Shen could use. Defenders. Cloth gloves, Bronze level, 22 intelligence plus 102, spirit plus 405 health plus 100 casting speed plus 4%. A good item that increased casting speed. Increase of 4% in casting speed could reduce skill casting time. This attribute was quite fitting, though the increase was a bit low. However, seeing such attributes at the bronze level was still quite good. Qin Shen was now level 21 with 28% experience and needed to kill more monsters to equip the gloves. After putting the gloves in his backpack, they continued to clear monsters. They cleared over 2,000 monsters while winding through the passage, and arrived at the third boss room. A naga holding a staff stood at the very back, with a human body, a snake tail, and deformed dragon horns on its head. It was draped in colorful clothing. Beautiful Dreamguard, Bronze level, 25 health for 30000 spell power, 400000 skills. Petrification Curse. Shatter. The name of this monster was somewhat strange. Other bosses had a combination of title plus name, but it had a unique title. Moreover, with such low health, it hardly seemed like a dragon clan, which meant it must have something special about its skills. Qin Shen continued to look at its skills.
Petrification has a certain probability to petrify a single target for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Can petrify up to golden level. Creatures, curse mark causes the target to fall into a cursed state for 30 seconds, reducing physical/magic attack power by 20% and increasing damage taken by 20% with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Can be used on golden level creatures. Shatter shatters the petrified target, dealing 600% spell power damage to the target. This boss was a control monster, and once petrified, the damage would be very high, capable of dealing 2.4 million spell power damage. If the player endures this dungeon, they can only avoid being petrified. Without the petrification status, it can only attack normally. However, Jin Chen has a spare skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior wobbles towards Manhwa. Once it enters the alert range, it immediately catches the opponent's attention. A system prompt sounds with a ding. Then Manhwa speaks, her voice enchanting. Undead? A lowly insect. I will turn you to stone and shatter you. Then a strange green light flashes in Manhwa's eyes. The skeleton's white bones instantly turn to a stone gray. After releasing the petrification, it begins to prepare to use its shatter skill. However, at this moment, Jin Chen has already sent out 2 skeletons to attack. Despicable. Human. A drop of blood from an ant dares to deceive me with skeleton warriors. Seeing the other 2 skeletons, Manhwa realizes she has been tricked by the skill. A smirk appears on Jin Chen's lips. Who told you to be brainless? The 2 skeletons attack without hesitation, unleashing ice arrows after a rain of fire. The great chieftain swings his blade in a 3-hit combo. Manhwa has low health, and in no time, she is taken down by the 2 skeletons. Similarly, after collecting a bone spirit and sacrificing it to Rudra, he also acquires a staff. Staff of Manhwa, bronze level, 25 intelligence plus 320, spirit plus 1050, spell critical rate plus 5%, casting speed plus 5% is a good item, but unfortunately, the level is too high. He needs to level up 4 more times to use it. After distributing the items, there is still 1 slot left in Jin Chen's skeleton space. He didn't expect to summon Manhwa, as the lucky effect had just activated not long ago. To his surprise, Jin Chen's luck is good this time. Lucky effect has activated. With the prompt, a skeleton holding a staff and dragging a long bony tail emerges from Manhwa's corpse. Manhwa inherits 20% of Jin Chen's spell power. Now, it has become 405,200. To be honest, Jin Chen doesn't have high hopes for Manhwa. Her output method is too singular, only able to deal damage after petrification. If the petrification fails, there will be no damage at all. However, having a curse skill is a plus. With a total of 3 skeletons. Now, the skeletons lead the way, continuing to farm monsters. The farming efficiency of Jin Chen's team is very high. They let Manhwa, the control mage, lure the monsters. Under Suyu's enhancement, her health reaches 4.5 million. Luring monsters is completely fine. The 3 boss skeletons have maximum movement speed, so they farm monsters very quickly. After defeating the 3rd boss and clearing several platforms of monsters in the corridor, Jin Chen successfully leveled up to 23. Suyu also leveled up to 21. Suddenly, the corridor ahead is cut off. A deep pit appears with several large stones slowly drifting above it. These stones are inexplicably floating here. Jin Chen stands by the broken path, looks at the route, finds the pattern to get across, and says to Suyu, "Jump to the other side with me." Suyu cautiously approaches the edge of the broken path and looks down. She turns pale with fright. So deep, she quickly shrinks back. Knowing she has a fear of heights, Jin Chen suggests, "How about I carry you over?" Suyu immediately pouts. Unable to hold back any longer, she says, "Can't you just carry me?" Carry her? That seems a bit too ambiguous. However, since the beautiful girl has spoken, Jin Chen can't disappoint her. "Of course I can." His strength attribute is high. Carrying Suyu is like child's play. As he steps in front of her, pondering whether to carry her upright or horizontally, Suyu wraps her arms around his neck. Well, in this position, it can only be a princess. Carry. Jin Chen opens his arms, passing through her legs and the back of her neck. He lifts her up. Suyu buries her face in his chest, shyly reminding him, "Be gentle." Jin Chen feels as if she is asking him to be lighter, holding Suyu's soft body in his arms, especially feeling the delicate touch from his right hand. Just by lowering his head, he could smell the fragrant scent emanating from her. Jin Chen, a young man who hadn't touched a woman in many days, felt a shameful reaction. He hurriedly tried to distract himself with other thoughts, but the sensation in his hand was simply too wonderful, making it hard for him to resist moving around. He kept rubbing his fingers against her satin-like skin. Unfortunately, when he jumped onto the floating boulder, he miscalculated his landing point and ended up missing it entirely. He fell down with Suyu in his arms. Suyu seemed lost in thought, not even noticing the sensation of weightlessness from the fall. It wasn't until they landed in a pit that she felt a jolt. "What happened?" she asked as she emerged from his embrace. Jin Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "It seems like we fell down." Just a moment ago, he had lost 1500 health points. If it weren't for the health bar, this fall would have already killed him. Suyu crawled out of his arms and looked around at their surroundings.
It's not seems like we actually fell down. It was dark all around and they could feel the dampness of the place. After putting Suyu down, she still leaned tightly against Qin Chen. Neither of them had brought a torch. Ever since leaving the novice village, Qin Chen hadn't used one. Now, in this dark environment, he was at a loss. At that moment, Suyu had a sudden idea. Hey, don't you have 2 balls of green fire in your skeleton's eye sockets? Try summoning them to see if they can provide some light. Qin Chen was reminded, you really are a clever little thing, I hadn't thought of that. With a wave of his staff, he summoned the 3 skeletons back from the storage space. After transforming into skeletons, Meng Jiada had a bony snake tail coiled on the ground, supporting the entire skeleton. The eye sockets of the 3 skeletons burned with green soul fire. Surprisingly, it did provide a meter's worth of illumination. This pit didn't show up on the map, so they had to feel their way out. They let the 3 skeletons explore ahead, while the 2 followed behind. Suyu clung tightly to Qin Chen. She was very afraid of the dark. Qin Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and, at that moment, he couldn't care less about other thoughts. He just wanted to provide her with some comfort. Their footsteps echoed in the vast underground pit. They walked in one direction until they finally reached the edge of the pit. It looked like it had been artificially constructed, with a straight stone surface. Oh, there are so many dragon bones here. In the corner of the wall, there was a pile of things shimmering with a soft glow. Just by looking at their shape, they resembled the dragon bones dropped by monsters. Qin Chen quickly let go of Suyu and went over to pick up the dragon bones. After holding them in his hand and checking their attributes, they were indeed dragon bones. Upon closer inspection, he found that the area around the corner was filled with bone shapes radiating a soft glow. He was instantly overjoyed. After selecting to sacrifice them, Qin Chen indeed increased his bone spirit proficiency by 2 points. Suyu, come quickly and pick up the dragon bones, Qin Chen called out. Suyu joined the team to collect the dragon bones. Soon, they had picked up all the dragon bones piled in the corner. After counting, they found over 500 pieces in total. Just like that, they easily gained 1,000 progress points, making Qin Chen very happy. Next, the 2 began to explore the upward path along the corner. Although they knew this was a game world, Suyu was still a bit scared, clinging tightly to Qin Chen. While searching for the way up, they occasionally found more dragon bones in the corners. Each pile had 500 pieces, and Qin Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate. It was a good thing he fell down, or he would have missed out on so many dragon bones. The 2 quickly made a full circle along the edge of the pit and discovered a staircase leading up. To not miss any dragon bones, Qin Chen took Suyu around in a complete circle. By the time they reached the stairs again, they had already collected 10,000 dragon bones here. The current progress of the bone spirit restoration had reached 36725/9999999, over 36,000 points. When he took out the bone spirit again, he could already see the rough outline of the Rudra figure inside. However, the more he looked, the more it resembled a bone dragon. Rather than the frost giant dragon he had summoned before putting away the bone spirit, Qin Chen led Suyu up the steps, finally returning to the cave. After winding through the staircase, he commanded the 3 skeletons to clear the way, with the Grand Elder skeleton taking the lead wielding a board knife. By this time, they had been in the instance for 2 hours, and the buff Suyu had when entering the cave had already worn off. With insufficient blue mana, Suyu had no choice but to use the remaining 10,000 blue mana to boost the concerto to 300%. The Grand Elder's health had reached 1.65 million. However, there was no danger in this cave, so the 2 of them didn't pay much attention. They charged straight into the boss room. Where are the monsters here? Suyu asked in surprise. The boss room was completely empty, with nothing inside. Qin Chen looked around the vacant room. Maybe they went out for a stroll. Let's wait for it here. As they spoke, they walked further into the room. Suddenly, a massive number floated above the Grand Elder skeleton, who was holding the board knife. -2600000-7800000-880000. In just 2 seconds, the Grand Elder skeleton's health was completely drained, turning into a pile of shattered bones. The sudden turn of events caught the 2 off guard, and they quickly stepped back 2 paces. A figure slowly appeared where the bones lay. Wielding a crescent-shaped large knife in one hand, with a long tail trailing behind, this figure looked considerably slimmer than the other Draken. A powerful critical hit echoed in the room, and the Grand Elder skeleton, who had been holding the board knife, fell to the ground in 2 seconds. Upon seeing the attributes of the ambusher, both Qin Chen and Suyu gasped in shock. Assassin Lace, bronze level 25 health. 680000 attack power, 152000 skill, stealth backstab crippling strike damage. It's actually a stealth monster. The attack isn't overly insane, but every hit is a critical, instantly taking down the Grand Elder. Qin Chen felt a pang of regret, realizing that sacrificing the Grand Elder might
have been a better choice. At least they would have gained 3 points of progress. Undead. How dare you come to the Dragon Clan's territory, seeking death. After finishing off the Grand Elder, Lei slowly sheathed his dual blades and re-entered stealth, leaving a line of text floating in the transparent air. Qin Shen was worried that Lace would remain hidden for too long and they wouldn't find him. He hurriedly commanded the inspector to cast the Fire Rain skill at the location of the text. A barrage of fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing onto the ground. 55,000 of fire rain struck the already invisible Lace, forcing him back into view. Damn! There are still undead, Lace shouted, then charged towards the inspector. This assassin from the Dragon Clan had quite a high damage output, and Qin Shen didn't dare let the inspector face him head-on, quickly ordering the inspector to retreat. Su, you wanted to heal the inspector, but she had just spent a lot of her blue mana and couldn't use the skill to increase maximum health by 1000%. She could only increase it by 200% with the remaining blue mana. With a whoosh, Meng Jiat's petrification skill was cast on Lace. As Lace charged forward, his body immediately turned to a gray stone. Then Meng Jiat used the curse mark on Lace, increasing damage by 20%. Qin Shen wanted to step forward to help the inspector deal damage. However, the next second, 2500000, a massive damage of 2,500,000 floated above Lace's head. The Shatter skill after petrification instantly killed Lace. Seeing the damage of over 2 million, both Qin Shen and Su Yu were momentarily stunned. Wow! After petrifying the target, Meng Jiat was simply a god. To deal such high damage in one hit was incredible. Unfortunately, the success rate of petrification wasn't high. After experimenting with ordinary Draken, they found that the success rate was a pitiful 5%. It was quite unexpected that it succeeded. This time, they happily ran to pick up the boss's dropped equipment, but unfortunately, only a piece of leather armor dropped. Qin Shen picked it up, along with 10 soul-sealing stones. His lifespan had now reached 28 years, still far behind Su Yu, and he used it without hesitation. The Bone Spirit also used it directly. Qin Shen prepared to summon the skeleton of Lace. After all, he had just sacrificed one of his own skeletons, so it was time to repay that debt with your own. That said, this dragon monster was much stronger than the previous Nunu clan patriarch. Rise, my servant! With a creaking sound, the exciting system prompt did not ring out. A wobbly skeleton warrior crawled out. Qin Shen's face darkened and he immediately sacrificed it. Poor skeleton warrior, it hadn't even had a chance to see this world before being sacrificed for its bone spirit. The two continued to grind monsters. However, having learned from the lesson with the assassin, Qin Shen kept Su Yu behind him for the rest of the journey. Her health was too low. With a base health of 2,500, it had doubled to 5,000, barely allowing her to withstand minor monsters, but encountering high-burst assassin monsters would mean certain death. Su Yu was also aware of her precarious health, and after her mana was full, she hurriedly used the concerto. The new state pushed down the old one. Her health increased to 25,000, barely crossing the danger line. At this moment, Qin Shen's health was 1 plus 250,000,000. The two boss skeletons, one with 8.5 million and the other with 4.3 million, provided Qin Shen with ample health. After traversing a winding passage, they reached the next boss room. This boss was an archer class, and Qin Shen stayed back, not attacking, letting the two skeletons go forward, quickly resolving the boss. Su Yu was constantly healing the low-health skeletons. When the petrification failed, the three skeletons still had quite a bit of health left. After collecting the loot, Qin Shen began to study the map on the spot. Now, the entire dungeon had been cleared by him. Only the final big boss room remained. Before entering the boss room, there was a gourd-shaped cave terrain. It was quite spacious, accessible from the central passage. After a brief rest, the two headed towards the final gourd cave. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw clusters of Naga people densely packed together. Some wielded giant scythes, while others held staffs. The attacks from these Naga were very high, reaching levels of 80,000 to 90,000, and some mage monsters could even reflect damage 100%. Qin Shen had to be cautious. Without the patriarch skeleton to tank, he could only dare to lure a small group of monsters at a time. Su Yu, who had been idly watching, now had her hands full, constantly healing. Even though Qin Shen was careful in luring monsters, an accident still occurred. The gourd cave was intricate, with many nooks and crannies. The group of monsters he lured happened to be within the alert range of a hidden squad in a corner. This triggered a chain reaction in the cave, and alarms blared as waves of Naga charged towards Qin Shen and Su Yu. The two were stunned by the sight. Before them, a sea of Naga, with human bodies and serpent tails, surged menacingly. Once they regained their senses, they hurriedly fled. Qin Shen ordered the overseer to unleash a rain of fire in the narrow part of the cave. Any Naga that passed through were instantly killed by the fire rain. Meanwhile, the reflective shields of the Naga mages activated, causing damage to the overseer, with numbers like 6800 floating above his head. Although he had 8.5 million health, the damage numbers were too dense. His health bar was visibly decreasing at a rapid pace. Qin Shen panicked and quickly stored him in the skeleton space. However, he continued to receive reflected damage in there. Qin Shen hurriedly released him again, urging Suyu to heal quickly. Suyu's healing skills were incredibly powerful. Using all her mental energy, she cast a healing spell that restored 500,000 health. After bringing the overseer's health back to normal, she quickly drank a blue potion. However, the fire rain lasted a full 30 seconds and the hall was filled with Naga chasing them. Once they stepped into the fire rain's range, they were killed within 2 or 3 seconds, including many Naga mages with reflective shields. The overseer's health continued to drop rapidly, and soon only 1/5 of his health remained. Suyu was nervously sweating profusely. He quickly used a healing skill on himself. In order to save the inspector's life, Suyu was determined to give it his all. Finally, after 30 seconds, the rain of fire skill dissipated. At this moment, the inspector's health stabilized at 350,000 points, temporarily preserving his life. Suyu let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon heard the bustling sounds of the dragon clan cursing from the corridor. The two had already run a distance away, and the rain of fire had blocked the Naga clan, so Qin Shen thought they had escaped the aggro range. Just as the inspector needed healing, they slowed down, but unexpectedly, the Naga did not give up. After the rain of fire lost its blocking effect, the remaining Naga chased after them. Undead! Stop right there! You worthless undead mage dare to come to the dragon clan's territory, seeking death. 2 humans, where do you think you're going? Take my blade. Soon, Naga-wielding sides appeared in the corridor, their snake tails swiftly swaying as they pursued. These guys were too fierce. There was no way to fight them in groups. Their movement speed was not slow either. After running for a while, the distance between them actually decreased. Qin Shen realized that this wouldn't work. At that moment, he remembered a skill he had just learned called Bone Spike Thrust. It was a level 30 undead mage skill. After use, it could deal minor damage and slow down the enemy's movement. He turned and waved his staff, causing a layer of bone spikes to rise from the ground. At the same time, Qin Shen's skeleton dealt around -2,000 damage, with a total of over a dozen damage numbers. The bone spikes formed in the corridor, reducing the movement speed of all passing Naga by 30%. With that, Qin Shen and Suyu ran a distance and finally escaped the Naga's aggro. The two exchanged a glance, relieved to have survived, and involuntarily smiled. After resting for a moment and fully restoring the inspector's health, they set off to head back. They couldn't afford to delay for too long, as the dragon bones would refresh on the ground. When they returned to the corridor, they saw that the area where the rain of fire had been was now covered with layers of dragon bones. The two happily collected their spoils. After converting and sacrificing all the Naga skeletons, they re-entered the gourd cave. The Naga elites had returned to their original positions. This time, their team had lost more than half its members. More than half of the monsters had been cleared out by the previous rain of fire. Next, they smoothly cleared the gourd cave with 2 skeletons. At this point, a passage appeared at the bottom of the gourd. The two walked down the passage for a while until they reached a floating giant stone at the end. The giant stone hovered for a moment before descending, resembling a magical elevator. The map shows that the final boss is just ahead. We probably need to take this elevator to see it, Qin Shen said. Suyu nodded. Let's restore our status first. I bet this final boss won't be easy to fight, Qin Shen replied. The two sat on the ground, waiting for their blue mana to fully restore. At that moment, the voice that had appeared when they killed the first boss echoed again. Lowly. Humans, I never expected you to actually make it here. Do you know that everything you have done is in vain? The two exchanged glances. I guessed correctly, this voice is indeed from the final boss. But this boss seems a bit foolish. By now, I've already reached level 26, and you've reached level 24. We've earned 65 gold coins and 2 backpacks of equipment, and my bone spirit has also reached 65,000 points of progress. This guy actually says what we did was in vain. It's truly laughable, Qin Shen said. Suyu nodded in agreement. What this boss said is nonsensical. Who knows what it means? Who cares what it means? Let's go down and find out. At this point, their statuses were fully restored. Qin Shen stood up and said, but Suyu held him back. Wait a moment. After saying that, he refreshed the team's status again. She was afraid that the time would be too long and the state would expire. When the blue was full again, she pulled Qin Shen onto the magical elevator. As the floating stone block slowly descended, the view suddenly opened up halfway down. It turned out that the elevator had reached a point where the stone path was less obstructive. The two looked out and were instantly stunned by the sight before them. The enormous cavern was surrounded by fiery red magma, as if they had entered a world of underground lava. In the center of the vast cavern, there was a floating platform measuring at least a kilometer in circumference. Standing in the middle of the platform was a giant draken, about 5 or 6 meters tall, leaning on a massive blade. System prompt: you have reached the final stage of the instance. Defeating Legion Commander Bakarma will complete the instance, otherwise, everything obtained in this instance will be reset. What? Everything obtained in the instance will be reset? Is there such a setting?
This is too much of a trap. Does that mean the monsters killed before defeating the boss don't count? Suyu also received the system prompt. How can there be such a setting? Level 6 experience is wasted? Her small face turned red with anger. Qin-chan helplessly shrugged. Let's see how tough this boss is. But with such a flashy entrance, it certainly didn't look easy to defeat. The elevator thudded as it reached the lowest position. There was a small path leading to the central floating disc. Neither Qin-chan nor Suyu made a move. To be honest, this guy's imposing presence really made one a bit anxious. Standing at the edge of the passage, they could see Bakarma's attributes. Legion Commander Bakarma, Silver level 30 health, 2-100-000 physical attack, 190-000 skills, Dragon's Blessing, Fire Rain, Area Stun, Fatal Strike. Legion Commander's summon. Thankfully, the attributes weren't too exaggerated. Seeing his attributes, Qin-chan and Suyu felt a bit more reassured. After amplification, the inspector's health had reached 8.5 million, but his attack was not as strong as the Legion Commander's. The Legion Commander's attack was indeed a bit outrageous. It was estimated that even the strongest shield warrior would struggle to withstand it. A single normal attack dealt 190,000 damage. By the time they finished looking at the skills, they were completely stunned. Dragon's Blessing, a blessing from the Dragon Emperor, doubling health and increasing attack power by 2.5 times upon entering combat. Isn't this a bit shameless? Once he entered combat, his health would become 4.2 million and his attack would reach 470,000. Fire Rain, the Legion Commander releases a large area Fire Rain dealing 110% of attack power. Damage, covering a 40-meter radius around himself. Targets hit by the Fire Rain enter a burning state, losing 10% of maximum health per second, cooldown 3 minutes. This Fire Rain is different from the Inspector's continuous damage. The Legion Commander's Fire Rain is a one-time damage but comes with a burning effect. Area Stun, deals 150% physical attack damage to enemies within a 40-meter radius and stuns them for 3 seconds. The attack power is very high, and it hurts a bit, especially the 3-second stun, which might just get them killed by the Legion Commander. Fatal Strike deals 300% physical attack damage to the target. This attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Damn, this is deadly. It could deal 1.1 million damage in one hit. When Qin-chan saw the last skill, he was completely dumbfounded. Legion Commander's summon. When Bakarma's health drops by 20%, he summons his Legion army to crush the enemies. Subordinates, Bronze level Boss X6, Naga Elite X3890, Draken Elite X9820. Holy crap, are you serious? Summoning minions when health drops by 20%? And he summoned all the monsters in the instance. Qin-chan saw Suyu go completely numb upon seeing the skill. Holy crap, how are we supposed to fight this? The two stood at the edge of the passage, not daring to take another step forward. Because the entire platform, a kilometer in circumference, was within Bakarma's alert range, stepping on it would trigger his attack. Suyu cautiously asked, what should we do? Are we still going to fight? Qin-chan replied resolutely, fight. Why wouldn't we? If we don't, we'll miss out big time on this dungeon. Not only would they gain experience, gold, and equipment, but his bone spirit would also return to a state with over 10,000 points of progress. Since they had decided to fight, they needed to devise a corresponding strategy. After thinking for a moment, Qin-chan came up with a plan. This time, we must rely on Mangjada's petrification skill. Seeing his serious expression, Suyu quickly listened attentively. We can let the inspector take the damage from the Legion Commander first, let it duel the commander, and then when the commander's health drops to 20%, Mangjada can enter and use the petrification skill. If the petrification is successful, we all rush in to deal damage to the commander. But what if it fails? Suyu asked. Qin-chan glanced back. There was an elevator. If it fails, we'll have the inspector hold the boss while we take the elevator to escape its aggro. The elevator here had a drop of at least 40 to 50 meters, which should be enough to break aggro. That's a good method, but what if we can't control it well and the commander summons those minions? Will the minions disappear after we break aggro? Qin-chan shook his head with a bitter smile. He didn't know if they would disappear. So, it's best to start petrifying when the health is at 15%. During the 10 seconds of petrification, we do our best to deal damage, and finally let Mangjada use Shatter for a finishing blow. Suyu didn't have a better plan, so they could only try this. Thus, everyone got ready. However, Qin-chan still had a skeleton warrior he could use, which could be used to bait skills. He had used this method many times before and was relatively skilled at it. So, the skeleton warrior wobbled onto the circular platform. However, as soon as it stepped up, the Legion Commander, who had been standing in the middle, charged over with great strides, moving at incredible speed. Two ants, you really dare to come here? The dignity of the Dragon Clan cannot be trampled. Humans, take your two lowly undead creatures and go to hell. The skeleton warrior hadn't moved far when the commander was already upon it. Then, with a swing of his large blade, he began to unleash a wide area stun. Seeing this, Qin-chan and Suyu quickly ran back. A loud crash echoed.
The commander's blade had struck the ground and the skeleton warrior's head displayed a damage of -720,000.
Qin Chen
and Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, glad they had run quickly. After the commander took down the skeleton, he charged towards the passage where Qin Chen and Suyu were. The heavy footsteps made Qin Chen's heart tighten, and he hurriedly followed the plan to have the inspector take the damage while he and Suyu retreated with Mangjata to a distance of 40 meters. The inspector unleashed his rain of fire,
49,000 per second, could only deal 50,000 damage to the commander.
The commander raised his blade high above his head, a glint of cold light flashing on the blade, and struck down towards the inspector.
140,000, a critical hit, directly took away 1/6 of the inspector's health. Then an ice arrow struck the commander.
130,000, the damage difference was too great. One was over 1 million, while the other was only a few 100,000.
Qin Chen was a bit worried that the inspector wouldn't be able to hold on.
At that moment, the commander began to unleash his rain of fire skill again. Seeing this, Qin Chen quickly recalled the inspector, thinking that the burning effect from the rain of fire would burn 100% of the maximum health, making any extra health useless.
Although Suyu could heal, he wasn't a priest and couldn't remove negative states.
The commander lost his target, but his rain of fire skill had already been cast. Instantly, flames rained down within a 40-meter radius. But this was just a one-time attack, fearing that the boss would charge at them. Again, Qin Chen hurriedly released the inspector to confront the commander. He and Suyu hid outside the 40-meter safe zone. At this point, the 3 active attack skills of the Legion commander had all entered.
Cool down.
His damage to the inspector was down to around 180,000.
Qin Chen could finally relax.
He and Suyu closely monitored the Legion commander's health, and after more than 20 seconds of battle, finally, the Legion commander's health changed to 3,400,000/4,200,000.
Qin Chen knew the opportunity had come.
Success or failure hinged on this moment.
Qin Chen ordered Mangjata to step forward and unleash the petrification skill on the Legion commander.
The two had already prepared to flee, but the next second, the Legion commander's hands, raised with his great sword, were frozen in midair.
"We did it!" Qin Chen exclaimed in delight.
He then rushed forward urgently, determined to deal as much damage as possible during the petrification. Internal injury, frozen chains, magic missiles, thunder punishment. Qin Chen used all the skills at his disposal. Unfortunately, his magic power was only 26,000 at that moment.
The base magic power was a bit low.
Even with a critical hit from internal injury, he only dealt 56,000 damage.
Mangjata also cast a fireball
spell, which was a basic skill for magic-type monsters, dealing 200,000 damage to the Legion commander.
The inspector's ice arrow could at most deal 150,000 damage.
After a round of attacks, the Legion commander had lost only 500,000 health, leaving him still 2.6 million health away from the kill line, with 260,000 health remaining. Moreover, they didn't know the Legion commander's magic resistance, so it was best to reserve 50,000 health. However, after a round of skills, all their skills had entered cooldown. The petrification time was down to just 3 seconds. Where could they deal that remaining 310,000 health?
Qin Chen was sweating anxiously.
He could only weakly release a magic missile, dealing 10,000 damage. At that moment, Mangjata also released a missile, dealing 200,000 damage. Only 100,000 health remained to reach the kill line. The inspector's fire rain was ready, but the ice arrow was still on cooldown, seemingly leaving them without a source of damage.
Yet, the Legion commander's petrification skill had only 1 second left. Qin Chen had no choice but to order Mangjata to use the petrification skill. A black light shot from Mangjata's staff, characteristic of its shattering skill.
However, before this black light, a colorful note flew towards
the Legion commander.
The note was Suyu's level 20 skill, Solo Storm. This skill had a long casting time, but the damage was considerable. Under Suyu's amplification of 88,000 mental power, it dealt 130,000 damage to the Legion commander. 2567000. The black light shot into the petrified Legion commander, and the stone Legion commander instantly shattered. Not a single word of farewell was spoken.
The massive corpse broke into countless pieces of stone.
Gained 5 million experience from Legion commander Bakalma. The 5 million experience points directly leveled Qin Chen up to level 27.
Both Qin Chen and Suyu let out a sigh of relief.
Qin Chen praised without hesitation. "Fortunately, you dealt the final damage, otherwise, this boss would probably not have been killed."
Suyu replied, "Your strategy was effective. Otherwise, we would
have wasted our time in this dungeon." Qin Chen was still worried whether the shattered stones could summon skeletons. Before picking up the loot, he walked to the pile of rubble and pointed his staff, chanting, "Rise, my servant." Fortunately, the stones responded. In the midst of the piled stones, a tremor occurred, followed by a surprised system prompt.
"Lucky effect has been activated. Ha ha, it actually worked."
Qin Chen shouted in excitement. Then, under their witness, a 4-meter-tall skeleton stood up from the stone pile. The skeleton's limbs were much sturdier than those of an ordinary skeleton, with ribs densely arranged.
across its chest. The forehead of its head bore bony horns and it dragged a long bony dragon tail behind it. Its entire white skeletal frame was adorned with intricate magical patterns with magma flowing along the patterns. It looked incredibly fierce and imposing. Looking at the attributes. Legion Commander Bacalmer's skeleton, silver level 30 health, 200,001 physical attack, 1,901,502, 190,000 plus 1,502, skills. Dragon Clan Blessing, Fire Rain, Area Stun, Fatal Strike. Summon of the Legion Commander Qin Shen was immensely surprised to receive this beloved companion. He burst into mad laughter. Suyu stepped forward to collect the spoils. Just as she picked up a skill book, she also started laughing heartily. He. Brother Qin Shen. Now sister has something to gain too. Suyu even jokingly teased Qin Shen. Qin Shen saw the sticker Suyu sent. Concerto Fright increases physical attack / magic book strength by 2% for 2 hours. How much could this skill increase under Suyu's magic amplification talent? Qin Shen immediately had her learn the skill and then Suyu checked the explanation of the skill after amplification. Using 100 mental power plus 2%, 200 points increase 4%, 300 points increase 6%. To increase by 100% requires 5,000 mental power. To achieve a 1,000% increase requires 50,000 mental power. After 1,000%, the growth becomes extremely slow, with each additional 10,000 mental power only increasing by 2%. This means Suyu can currently amplify her strength by a maximum of 1,004%. Qin Shen sighed, if only I had gotten this skill earlier, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to kill the Legion Commander. Suyu replied, exactly. After saying that, she picked up the flute and began to play, instantly surrounding Qin Shen, Suyu, and Qin Shen's 3 skeletons with a flurry of notes, which then merged into their bodies. Qin Shen looked at his attributes again. His magic strength had skyrocketed to 260,000, while Bacalmer's physical attack reached an astonishing 1,900,000. With such outrageous attributes, he was nearly invincible in Wolf Smoke City. Qin Shen felt that with Suyu they could challenge a gold-level boss. Perhaps they could even drop a Legion order. They continued to pick up the dropped items. First, there were 2 gold coins. He and Suyu each took 1. This was the first time they had found whole gold coins. There was also a piece of equipment. Bacalmer's dragon enemy, silver level 25 intelligence plus 501 health plus 1260 spell power plus 750 mental power. Plus 502 status skill bonus increase plus 3%. This was Suyu's equipment. The flute Suyu had just picked up in the dungeon was immediately overshadowed. With a joyful heart, she continued to collect items. Bacalmer's chain tunic, silver level 25 health plus 1,600 mental power plus 500 physical defense plus 350 magic defense plus 280 physical / magic critical resistance plus 2%. Another piece of equipment for Suyu. Moreover, it was a tunic second only to weapons. Suyu expressed her happiness but also felt a bit apologetic towards Qin Shen. I'm really sorry. I took 2 pieces of equipment. Qin Shen pouted, come on, I'm the one who collected all the soul sealing stones. After that, Qin Shen picked up the 20 soul sealing stones on the ground and chose to use them all. This dungeon run had been quite fruitful. Now his lifespan had reached 30 years and 6 months. At this moment, only 2 items remained on the ground, one of which was Bacalmer's bone spirit. Qin Shen picked up this bone spirit from the ground. 470H Legion Commander Bacalmer, Bone Spirit, as the vanguard of the Dragon Clan invading the Forbidden Land. Bacalmer commanded over 10,000 subordinates, but unfortunately he was exterminated by humans in his stronghold, and the soul of the Dragon Clan is temporarily sealed within the Bone Spirit. Collect 1,000 dragon bones, 1,000 fresh dragon meat, and 500 angry dragon souls to resurrect Legion Commander Bacalmer. Go away, am I supposed to resurrect you? I have no idea where to get the dragon meat and dragon souls you want. He directly chose to let Rudra's bone spirit absorb it. As Qin Shen confirmed, he saw the repair progress of the bone spirit increase by 1,000 points. Now it has become 55100/9999999. I picked up a token from the ground. Token of Legion Commander Bakarma can be used as proof of defeating Bakarma. This is what needs to be handed over to that city lord. After tidying up these items, I looked up and saw a portal rising in the middle of the platform. Let's go. I'll go back to turn in the quest and you go back to learn skills. After we're done, we can plan where to level up, Qin Shen said. Suyu nodded, and the 2 of them stepped through the portal out of the dungeon. When they arrived outside the dungeon, suddenly a system announcement echoed over Wolf Smoke City. Player Wan Yiba of the Legion Dominion Legion has completed the Legion upgrade quest. Current Legion level 6. Dominion Legion has triggered territory rights and can choose a territory as the Legion base. System announcement: Dominion Legion has chosen the base as Peach Blossom Village. In 1 hour, Peach Blossom Village will face a monster attack, with siege monsters giving double experience compared to normal monsters. Wang Yiba actually applied for a base. However, as soon as a base is applied for, monster sieges will come.
First, they must defend against the siege monsters before they can have the base. It seems I must get involved. A sly smile crept onto Qin Chen's face. Isn't this Dominion Legion your enemy? Suyu asked. Qin Chen nodded. So, we'll gather in Peach Blossom Village in 1 hour. Suyu knew he was planning something. She nodded and readily agreed. The two of them used their return scrolls and went back to the city. In the town hall, the city lord, Lox, was sitting there. Players who received quests kept coming here to turn in their tasks. Suddenly, a one-drop blood mage appeared in the town hall. The surrounding players felt astonished, because after leaving the novice village, they hadn't seen a one-drop blood person again. This kid is quite lucky, actually managing to reach level 10. I just wonder how much time he has left. Now, a week has passed since entering the game, and those who relied on the game to extend their lives had mostly died off. Unexpectedly, this guy managed to survive, so everyone curiously sized up Qin Chen. Strangely, this guy actually walked towards the city lord. The city lord doesn't have many tasks, after all. Moreover, it seemed this guy hadn't given the city lord a good face. He took out a token-like object from his backpack and threw it at the city lord's face. On his face. What the hell? Isn't this slapping the city lord in the face? This one-drop blood person is too arrogant, actually daring to slap the city lord's face? Do you know where this is? This is the town hall, and the city lord is the boss here. You actually dare to throw something at the city lord's face. Truly tired of living. Just when all the players thought the city lord would draw his sword and kill this guy, something shocking happened. The city lord actually blushed. Lox awkwardly took the Bakarma token. I didn't expect the warrior to really complete the task. This. Qin Chen interrupted. Stop with the this and that. The task is completed. Hurry up and give me my reward. This. City Lord had humiliated him when he first took the quest, looking down on his one-drop blood status. Naturally, Qin Chen wouldn't give him a good face. Lox's previously flushed face instantly turned pale. Now, in front of all his subordinates, which of them didn't show him great respect? Now, being so despised by a one-drop blood guy in front of his subordinates made his anger surge. Qin Chen, what you're doing is a bit excessive. Good luck is your advantage, but it's not your capital to be arrogant. Qin Chen chuckled. Luck? You still think it's luck? Oh, you're not wrong to say that. I do have good luck, and it will only get better in the future. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and give me my reward. I completed your task. Qin Chen was too lazy to waste words with this guy, having long found him displeasing. He added, I say, city lord, don't think just because you're older you can talk down to me. Do you know me? What qualifications do you have to educate me? The city lord was absolutely furious. He said one sentence, and this guy responded with 3. He had a word stuck in his throat and didn't know how to say it, making his face turn red. At that moment, the system announced the countdown for the reward. You have completed the task Invasion of Delican, earning the title Hero of Wolfsmoke City. Hero of Wolfsmoke City. Strength plus 300, Intelligence plus 300, Physical/Magic critical hit rate plus 5%, Luck plus 10. Although the city lord was not very satisfied with this person, he was quite pleased with the reward title. It was exactly what he wanted. Now, with the enhancement from equipment and titles, his critical hit rate had reached 55%. With luck plus 10, it would increase the chance of triggering the transformation of skeletons. As for the boosts in strength and intelligence, that goes without saying. Not only did it increase Qin Chen's attributes, but it could also be inherited by the skeletons. Therefore, Qin Chen was quite satisfied with this title. Next, he should head to Peach Blossom Village to check the situation. After receiving the task completion notification, Qin Chen left, leaving behind a city lord who was about to faint from anger and players in the hall who were dumbfounded. Who is this person? How dare he disrespect the city lord like that? They had never seen the city lord, let alone the officials below him, and were always respectful, fearing they wouldn't receive a task. Yet this dying person with a drop of blood dared to offend the city lord. The city lord was not someone to be trifled with. Although he couldn't directly deal with Qin Chen, his son Brian was in charge of the legion. NPCs couldn't act, but could players not act? So he contacted his wayward son. Brian, Dad has something important for you to do. Brian, who had been raised with a stick by his father and was never favored, was eager to win his city lord father's approval. He hurriedly asked, What is it, Dad? I'll do my best. Loxus replied, No need for you to go all out. There's a player named Qin Chen. Find a legion and take him down. Upon hearing his father's words, Brian was overjoyed. He had been worried that his father would scold him for dealing with a player. He never expected his father to support him now. Dad, to be honest, I've already ordered the Dominance Legion to hunt down Qin Chen. I tell you, this guy actually has a dragon bone spirit. And it's definitely a high-level dragon. Loxus murmured at his son's words, No wonder you could complete the task. So it turns out you have a dragon bone spirit. Ha, no wonder I've been so ruthless. Good. You did very well on this. Take down this drop of blood waste named Qin Chen. Loxus said with a fierce expression. This kid Qin Chen had truly infuriated him, otherwise he wouldn't be secretly plotting these
Little schemes. A drop of blood waste player actually dared to publicly humiliate him. What kind of status do I have that a waste like you can insult me? Moreover, this kid actually has a high-level dragon bone spirit, which must be seized. Qin Chen, don't blame me for being ruthless. Loxus tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and wore a look of pity, as if he had already killed Qin Chen and taken his bone spirit. After returning to the city, Suyu hurried to the profession guild. She was already level 25, but hadn't even learned the level 20 profession skills. Who would have thought that a single dungeon run could raise her by 7 levels? Qin Chen was truly amazing. Once she finished learning the profession skills, she was delighted again. Among them was a mana recovery skill. Melody Joy restores 10% of maximum spirit to self or allies. Cooldown time 3 minutes. With Suyu's talent boost, it could definitely reach 100%. The only downside was the cooldown time was a bit long. However, combined with Qin Chen drinking potions and the angel's trade, it should meet Qin Chen's needs. When Qin Chen used mana, it was like turning on a faucet. The death energy conversion had no cooldown time. It was originally just about having 2 more skeletons, but for Qin Chen, it became a source of supply for bone spirits. So it was being used every moment, consuming 100 points of blue energy each time. Qin Chen could only stack blue energy now, but the level of the equipment that could increase his mental power was too low. Up to now, his equipment was already luxurious enough, yet he only had 5,600 mental power. It would be finished after 56 uses of the death energy conversion. If it weren't for Suyu being there, how could he have stacked the bone spirit so quickly? After learning the skill, Suyu ran towards the teleportation array. Besides having a teleportation array to reach the second-level city, Wolfsmoke City also had teleportation arrays to various locations within the city. Taoyuan Village was one of them. At this moment, the teleportation point in Taoyuan Village was continuously lighting up with white light. Groups of players were being teleported over. They were not there for any other reason but to help the players of the Dominance Legion defend the city. Saying this sounds a bit selfless. In fact, most people were driven by selfish motives. Double experience, such a great opportunity is rare. Taoyuan Village, for now, was just a large village. There was a circle of barricades around the village to prevent wild beasts from entering, but it could only defend against beasts, not against large hordes of monsters. The Dominance Legion had just taken over this territory, and various constructions had not kept up. If monsters attacked at this moment, they would be unable to withstand it. If the monsters destroyed the statue in the center of the village, then the Dominance's territory would be lost. Therefore, a large number of players' combined support was needed, and the more, the better, just as the system had indicated. Wang Yiba looked at the tall stone statue erected in the center of the village, which was his own likeness. Wang Yiba couldn't help but feel a bit excited. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. He shouted loudly, "I, Wang Yiba, have made it. I can finally stand tall in this life. Ha ha ha," followed by a wild laugh. However, behind him, Liu wore a look of disdain. Damn. An S-level talent has made you so arrogant. Wouldn't I, with an SS-level talent, be able to walk sideways? What a useless thing. If it weren't for wanting to kill Qin Chen, would I lower myself to be your vice leader? Speaking of which, if I kill Qin Chen, I wonder if I can get that little beauty by his side. Suyu's cool and elegant image made Liu unable to resist, ever. Since he saw Suyu, he had been distracted, even ignoring the flirty woman Meng Meng. Only someone like him, an SS-level talent expert, was worthy of a peerless beauty like Suyu. And what about Qin Chen? Just a piece of trash. With a drop of blood that only lasts a week. At most, he relied on his high attack to kill a few bosses and used the soul-sealing stones to extend his life. That was just a big, dumb brute with a drop of blood. Such a big, dumb brute in front of me, Liu, is just trash. When I see him later, I'll use a time-space shift, then maximize my killing intent, and add a focus. I'll directly ambush Qin Chen. With 40,000 attack power, I can deal 890,000 damage. Who can stop me? Even if Qin Chen counterattacks and uses a skill against me, with my current 40,000 plus health, he might not even be able to kill me. Hee, just wait for me to take him down. Suyu, you must be my woman, Liu. Behind the two stood a resentful figure, Su Pedai. Su Pedai had been forcibly demoted to the position of a major leader. The benefits of this position were far less than those of a vice leader. Moreover, he lost the authority to kick people, which made Su Pedai very uncomfortable. Although he hadn't made a fortune from those management positions before, Su Pedai had still profited significantly from the rise and fall of management roles. In the entire Legion, except for that fool Wang Yiba, everyone else had made a killing. And until now, the benefits Wang Yiba had received were just some soul-sealing stones, extending his life to 32 years. Su Pedai was secretly pondering how to reclaim his position. Behind these three stood the management of the Dominance Legion, with 120 leaders and captains of various sizes. Beyond that were the 600,000 members of the Dominance Legion, densely packed with heads. Not only did they fill the large square in the center of the village, but people were also lined up to the outer circle of the barricades.
However, no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem to be 600,000, it looked more like around 300,000. This is easy to understand, as the monsters attacking the city are quite strong and some people are afraid of dying, so they don't come. After all, joining the guild was meant to level up quickly. There's no need to risk one's life for the guild. Wang Yiba looked at the number of people reported by the system. Furious, he shouted in the guild, "What does this mean? No one is coming for the city defense battle? No one in the guild spoke, and no one came to Taoyuan village either. Damn! Are you still members of the Bai Guild? With a stronghold, you can level up better. Don't you have any sense of responsibility?" Wang Yiba was directly enraged. Although he hadn't been in the game for long, his experiences during this time had transformed him from a timid and lewd person into someone who dared to curse in the guild. The people in the guild laughed at his words. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. "We all paid to join. We're paying for your Bai Guild's experience boost. From another perspective, we are consumers. Is this how you talk to consumers?" This stirred up a wave of reactions in the guild. Exactly. Here's your chance to speak again. Without us, what are you, Wang Yiba? You expect us to pay to take orders from you? I'm not that cheap. Call me God. The customer is God, you know? Wang Yiba was infuriated by this scene. Rebellious, you've really gone too far. But he was at a loss for words to counter these people and could only look at Supadai for help. In the past, Supadai had always given him ideas. But now, Supadai had been demoted and was feeling disgruntled, nearly gesturing towards Liu. "The vice leader is right there. What are you looking at me for?" Wang Yiba forced a smile, seeking help from Liu. Vice leader Li, what do you think we should do?" He felt humble in front of Liu because Liu was a more fortunate big shot than he was. Liu continued to look down his nose. "What's there to do? Just a bunch of ants. How dare these useless people resist? Ha ha. The ridiculous thing is that you and S-class talent are actually trying to communicate with these ants. If it were me, I wouldn't even bother with them. It seems you're quite useless too." Liu is like this. The more respect he received, the more he would act disdainfully. Wang Yiba was humble enough, but Liu didn't see him as a person at all, mercilessly insulting him. Wang Yiba, feeling belittled, seemed to suddenly realize something after being scolded by Li. "Oh, you're right, there's no need to pay them any mind. Anyway, there are already enough players in Taoyuan village. This city defense battle is bound to be a success." Liu shot him a disdainful glance. "A trash talent is still a trash talent, relying on ants to win. How unlike me." Supadai nearby secretly shook his head. The guild leader should be winning people over. At the very least, he should say something diplomatic. "Whatever. Since I've been demoted, I'll just go with the flow." At the top of Wang Yiba's interface, the current number of people in Taoyuan village was displayed. 286,300 Bai Guild members / 352,000 casual players. There were more casual players than Bai Guild members, and they were still pouring in. So many onlookers gave Wang Yiba the confidence to defend the city. "Humph. A bunch of disloyal and ungrateful scum. Without you, I can still defend the city." Wang Yiba huffed in the guild channel. "Disloyal and ungrateful? Ha, we're just paying for a service. Letting customers be your henchmen is quite enough." Exactly. Let me tell you, Wang Yiba, without us, how would you have your attribute boosts? Don't be so ungrateful. We're paying to boost your attributes, and that's already a bargain. If you keep talking, we'll just leave the guild. Right. I'll leave too. I've had enough of this stupid guild. It's not as great as I imagined. However, the 1.6% experience boost honestly didn't have a decisive effect. Personal talent was what truly mattered. Wang Yiba was instantly silenced. To be honest, he was indeed relying on the attributes provided by the guild members. The teleportation array in Taoyuan village flashed with bursts of white light, and there were still many players gathered to watch the excitement. After all, this was the first legion in the game, the first base, and there were plenty of people wanting to see what was going on. With a total of 50 million players in Wolfsmoke City, at least 1/5 wanted to come and check it out. The rest were busy leveling up, completing quests, or in dungeons. So, there were still large numbers of players pouring into Taoyuan village. Fortunately, the central square of Taoyuan village was spacious enough, and the game applied spatial folding, so it was no problem to fit as many people as needed. It already looked densely packed with heads. At this moment, Wang Yiba's interface showed that the number of casual players had exceeded 2 million. Watching the player count continuously rise, Wang Yiba felt a surge of confidence. He directly spent 1 gold coin to make a system announcement. "I, Wang Yiba, thank everyone for taking the time to come to Taoyuan village to support the Bai Legion. Once we secure the base, any players who want to join the Bai Legion are always welcome." Wang Yiba had even learned to make grand promises. However, the response was not as good as he hoped. "Get lost. I'm just here to watch the fun." "Who's going to help you defend the city? Scam Legion, give me back a copper coin. That was my breakfast money. I'm just here to level up. If the city falls, it has nothing to do with me. I heard double experience.
When do the monsters start? Selling potions. Essential red and blue potions for leveling. Cheap. What do you think the final boss will be like? I heard it's gold level? Bring on the final boss. I want to see rivers of blood. The chat channel was filled with all kinds of people clamoring in a large uproar. At this moment, in a corner of the teleportation point, Qin Chen was waiting for Su Yu. Unexpectedly, amidst the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. Hey, Xian Duo Duo. What are you doing here? Qin Chen saw Xian Duo Duo. Xian Duo Duo squeezed through the crowd, scratching his head and grinning. So many people, what a great business opportunity. Qin Chen gave a thumbs up. No wonder you have a business mind. Qin Chen and Su Yu had cleared over 10,000 monsters in the dungeon, and their backpacks had filled up several times. Each time, they traded the loot to Qian Duo Duo. They then split the money from the sales evenly. At this time, the mainstream player level was also at level 22, and the equipment from the 47th Legion was just right. The two had established a strong cooperative relationship, and half of the more than 60 gold coins in Qin Chen's backpack came from selling equipment. Xian Duo Duo also knew that Qin Chen was a valuable ally, so he dared not scam him, hoping instead that Qin Chen would provide him with more equipment wholesale. Well, I'll go do some business now. Can't miss this opportunity. Feng Gu. Qin Chen nodded. Go ahead. Xian Duo Duo squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the center of the square. Suddenly, he set up a stall. The sign read Duo Duo. Equipment wholesale. Bulk orders get discounts. Xian Duo Duo even knew how to advertise. In fact, he had long wanted to rent a shop in Wolfsmoke City, but unfortunately, the prices were too high. He didn't have that much money. Yet, Xian Duo Duo was quite popular. As soon as he put up the sign, people immediately came to check out the equipment at his stall. Qin Chen, feeling bored while waiting, was about to message Su Yu to ask where she was when he saw a few people emerge from the teleportation array. They were wearing striking golden armor. Qin Chen exclaimed, Old Wang, what are you doing here? The two hadn't seen each other since they parted ways in the novice village. As soon as Old Wang heard Qin Chen's voice, he perked up and squeezed over with a group of brothers. How have you been lately? Qin Chen looked Old Wang up and down. Judging by his gear, he seemed to be doing well. Old Wang proudly lifted his head and said, Of course. I'm already level 23 now, how about that? And let me tell you, I'm the first to pick the equipment that drops in the dungeons. Behind Old Wang were a few colleagues he had known before, along with two women. These two women were introduced by his former colleagues and all called him brother. They kept calling him brother, making Old Wang feel elated. He had never seen such a spectacle before. So, while leveling up and fighting monsters with his former colleagues, they were all buddies, and no one should look down on anyone for low damage output. Just then, his colleague Shaoli suggested forming a legion and having Old Wang as the legion leader, which prompted Old Wang to ask Qin Chen, what are you doing here? Qin Chen frowned and asked, I heard the final boss for the city siege is a level 40 golden boss, and it might drop a legion token. I came to join the fun, Old Wang said mysteriously. Qin Chen knew just how powerful a boss of that level could be. He scoffed and advised, I'm telling you, don't even mention a golden boss. That's not something players at our level can handle. If it weren't for some tricks, he wouldn't even be able to defeat a level 30 silver boss, let alone a golden one. If there really was a golden boss, they would need to summon Rudra to fight it. I'm just here to join the fun and see if I can snag some benefits. Old Wang laughed. Alright, you go ahead, Qin Chen said. But Old Wang leaned in closer and asked mysteriously, what about you and Su Yu? His thumbs were bumping against each other, and he was gesturing animatedly. Qin Chen said, go away. Hurry up and mind your own business. Seriously, all men were the same, asking about beautiful women. Old Wang laughed heartily and took his brothers away. When they reached the barricade, Shaoli suddenly asked, Brother Wang, is this the Qin Chen you asked about regarding the Legion token? Yeah, that's Xiao Feng. Old Wang replied. Shaoli and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain. Finally, Shaoli scoffed and said, Brother Wang, I think you've got the wrong person. Old Wang, seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, asked, what do you mean? A guy with one hit point can get a Legion token? It's not that I look down on him, he's lucky to have survived this long, Shaoli said. Old Wang's face turned angry. No. Why are you looking down on my brother? I'm telling you, my brother. Just as he was about to explain Qin Chen's strengths, Old Wang suddenly stopped. It seemed he had suddenly understood something. Previously, he had been considerate of his former colleagues, so he brought them along to level up. Later, they treated him well and respected him enough, and Old Wang thought they were genuinely respecting him out of past friendship. In that moment, he suddenly realized. It seemed things weren't like that. They were showing respect because of his golden equipment. This world seemed to have really changed, or had it always been like this? Old Wang didn't understand, but he didn't need to anymore. He just needed to know how to act in the future. Brother Wang. What? What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Shaoli was startled by Old Wang's sudden change in expression. He thought Old Wang was angry and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. We shouldn't have said that about Qin Shen. Please don't be mad. Old Wang coldly replied, it's fine. Just wait here and level up. Xiao Li and the others exchanged confused glances, not understanding why old Wang suddenly stopped talking and why his attitude had turned so cold. Xiao Kai tentatively asked, so, Brother Wang, are we still forming the Legion? Old Wang decisively answered, yes. I will form it when the opportunity arises. Xiao Kai happily shouted, yay. That's great. I'll be the first to join when you form the Legion. I want to be the vice leader. No way, I'm the vice leader. You can at most be a captain. Oh, didn't we agree that the vice leader would be a girl? Why are you two men arguing over it? Exactly, the vice leader can only be chosen between the two of us girls, a burly woman said. Old Wang couldn't be bothered with them anymore, wanting to be a vice leader? Ha! He leaned against the barricade, looking out at the scenery. So you finally squeezed out of the crowd and got closer to Qin Shen. What are you planning to do? Should we summon the Legion leader and wipe them out? Suyu said. Qin Shen smiled and replied, no, that would be too easy. I want Wang Yiba to experience hope first and then despair. If we were to say that Qin Shen's hatred for Wang Yiba was no less than that of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei, it would be an understatement. Back when he was in the novice village, his lifespan was barely a week. If Wang Yiba had truly killed him, he would have been dead for real. So Wang Yiba really did want him dead. Qin Shen had no intention of being polite with him. Since you want me dead, I naturally won't let you off easy. At this moment, the number of players flooding into Taoyuan village had reached 4 million. There were still 30 minutes until the monsters would attack. With time to spare, Qin Shen was preparing to check the outskirts of the village when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the teleportation array. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was anxiously pushing her way toward the center of the village because she knew Wang Yiba was there. The reason she wasn't by Wang Yiba's side now was that he had already found a new love. Lu Ruyan had initially planned to cause a scene, but unfortunately, Wang Yiba, who used to be her devoted admirer, had directly kicked her out of the guild. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She had thought that her beauty could keep Wang Yiba firmly tied to her. Who would have thought that Wang Yiba would change his heart so quickly? At this moment, she was starting to miss Qin Shen. Although he had money, he had always been devoted to her, and she had thought all men were like that. Now, her position as the guild leader's wife was in jeopardy, and those who had known her in the Baiyi Guild were harassing her, trying to get her to join them. Lu Ruyan simply couldn't accept it. She really wanted Wang Yiba to change his mind and for her to reclaim her position as the guild leader's wife. But unfortunately, Wang Yiba, unable to bear the disturbance, had already blacklisted her. From then on, she had lost track of Wang Yiba, and today she finally caught a break. In the city defense battle of the Baiyi Guild, the guild leader Wang Yiba must be right here. She wanted to confront Wang Yiba face to face and ask him why he was so heartless. Why did he abandon her? Qin Shen saw Lu Ruyan's disheveled appearance and had no idea what had happened to her. That didn't matter anymore. He just wanted to take down this woman who had caused him so much suffering. Just as he was about to chase after her with Suyu, he noticed that Lu Ruyan was being followed by someone. This person was shouting ahead, Ruyan, Ruyan, wait for me. I've been looking for you so hard. Was it really that hard? Back in the novice village, Zhao Lei had been chased away by Wang Yiba. Accustomed to living off others, he had no motivation to level up on his own. After finally dragging himself to level 10, he hurried to find Lu Ruyan. He only knew that Lu Ruyan must be by Wang Yiba's side. He didn't know where Lu Ruyan actually was, but finding Wang Yiba would mean finding Lu Ruyan. As soon as he entered Wolf Smoke City, he heard the system prompt. Wang Yiba was so impressive, he already had a territory. He had to cling to this big shot. But how could he do that? He could only rely on Lu Ruyan to plead with Wang Yiba for him to stay in the Baiyi Guild, even if it meant helping Wang Yiba with his chores in the future. Upon arriving at Taoyuan village, he spotted Lu Ruyan's silhouette. Sure enough, his big shot was right here. This soft meal was meant for Zhao Lei. But why did Lu Ruyan look so flustered? It didn't matter, she was Wang Yiba's wife, so what was there to be anxious about in her territory? He decided to chase after her first. Qin Shen saw the two rivals walking one after the other. Great! Zhao Lei is here too. These two probably don't have many years left. Today, I'll settle the score with them. He had killed the two several times in the novice village, and they probably didn't have much time left to live. Qin Shen planned to expose their crimes in front of everyone and then give them a quick end. Just as he was about to chase after them with Suyu, Suyu said, you summon the skeletons first, and I'll boost your health. Qin Shen's health was 1 + 7000000, and he figured no one here could touch him. Initially, he wanted to refuse, but then he thought it wouldn't hurt to be a bit cautious. So he summoned 3 skeletons. Suyu blew the flute. Instantly, his secondary health bar turned into 7 million. After that, Qin Shen pulled the skeleton back into the space. Although it returned to the space, his health remained unchanged. As long as the skeleton didn't die midway, its status wouldn't disappear even if it entered the space. Once prepared, Qin Shen fixed his gaze on Zhao Lei's head and pushed forward. In fact, there was no need to stare, because Zhao Lei was like a little trumpet, shouting all the way, Ru Yan, wait for me. Ru Yan. At this moment, Wang Yiba stood
under the statue in the center of the crowd. Watching the number of scattered players continuously rise, he felt a sense of pride swelling within him. What merit do I, Wang Yiba, have to create such a commotion in this lifetime is worth it. Even Liu beside him felt a bit envious of Wang Yiba. Damn, this kid was just too flashy, overshadowing me, an SS-level talent. On the other side, Supadai was furious. Damn, so many people came. Wouldn't this crisis be easily resolved? How would that reflect my value? Yiba, I'm Ru Yen. Look at me, I'm Ru Yen. Lu Ruyan wanted to leap directly into Wang Yiba's arms, but she didn't expect there to be a circle of management around him. The management quickly stopped Lu Ruyan as she tried to rush towards Wang Yiba. Yiba, how can you be so heartless? Look at me, look at me. Lu Ruyan cried out, tears streaming down her face. Wang Yiba, feeling annoyed, waved his hand and said, kill her. The group leaders were all stunned upon hearing this. What? Wang Yiba's face turned serious. Didn't you hear? I told you to kill her. Only then did the group leaders react, secretly thinking it was a pity. Lu Ruyan was so beautiful, it would be a shame to just kill her. If only they could have her for themselves. Without pausing, they raised their knives and aimed at Lu Ruyan, ready to strike. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Wait, don't move. Everyone turned to see Zhao Lei running over. He cried out to Wang Yiba, how can you be so heartless? Lu Ruyan has been with you for several days. How many times has she been hurt by you these past few days? Have you forgotten all that? The onlookers were initially confused, wondering where this beautiful girl had come from, insisting on arguing with Wang Yiba. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, they suddenly understood. Damn, Wang Yiba is too impressive. He just kills the women he has used. Awesome. Being a team leader is different. Play with women at will and then just kill them. Damn, I want to start a legion too. This life is too beautiful. Don't kill her, leave her for me. I'm not afraid of getting sick. Hearing the surrounding comments, Wang Yiba's face turned red with embarrassment. Being publicly humiliated was too shameful. Kill them. Both of them, he ordered the group leaders. He then shouted at the scattered players around, shut the hell up. One more word and you'll be the enemies of my Bai Yi Legion. The surrounding players were not from the Bai Yi Legion, and some immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. What? Is the Bai Yi Legion so awesome? Just bullying people at will? Exactly. What's so great about it? How many people does the Bai Yi Legion even have? Dare to offend us scattered players and you'll regret it. A little bearded mage was passionately speaking when suddenly, an enraged Wang Yiba swung his knife, dealing 86,000 damage and instantly killing the little bearded mage. The surrounding players were stunned upon seeing the damage of over 80,000. Damn, he just kills without hesitation. This silenced the crowd, each one scared into silence, no longer daring to speak. Taking advantage of the fear from the killing, Wang Yiba shouted at the group leaders, what are you standing there for? Waiting to die? The group leaders, wanting to keep their positions, had no choice but to prepare to act against the two. Just then, another voice called out, wait. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a one-hit point player swaggering in. Immediately, a kind-hearted person stopped Qin Chen, saying, hey buddy, don't get involved. That girl may be pretty, but she's not worth dying for. He thought Qin Chen was taking the lead for Lu Ruyan. Exactly, I see you're really hungry, willing to risk your life for a bite? What do you guys know? I estimate this guy's life is almost over. Before he dies, he wants to fly with a beauty. Haha, interesting, a one-drop blood waste standing out to act tough. For a moment, various voices filled the air, all mocking Qin Chen's overestimation of himself. On the other side, Wang Yiba was completely furious. How could someone dare to obstruct a murder on my turf? Who the hell is so blind? This is my territory, I can kill whoever I want. If you stop me, I'll kill you too. Oh, Wang Yiba, are you planning to kill me as well? Qin Chen pushed aside the arm that was blocking him and stepped out. Damn. This kid really dares to come out. I thought he was just pretending. He's really looking for death. I think he knows his time is short and is trying to act tough. Amidst the crowd's jeers, Wang Yiba, who had been full of bravado, suddenly turned into a frightened mouse upon seeing the one-drop blood figure. Terrified, he fell to his knees with a thud. Qin Chen, I didn't know it was you. Give me 10 more guts, and I wouldn't dare to fight you. Please spare my life. The onlookers were collectively dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Wang Yiba is actually begging for mercy from a one-drop blood? What happened to the 80,000 damage he dealt before? Why is he now afraid of a one-drop blood waste? Shouldn't one drop of blood die with a single strike? Why is Wang Yiba so scared of him? Even the management of the Bei Legion was confused. What was going on with their leader? Why would he beg for mercy from a one-drop blood waste? The newly appointed members of the management didn't know Qin Chen, which was understandable. Only Supadai, upon seeing Qin Chen, took a step back, his eyes flashing with resentment. Meanwhile, Liu, who had just become the vice-captain, did not forget his mission. Seeing Wang Yiba's demeanor, he cursed inwardly, waste. Watch me chop him down now, and from now on, Wang Yiba will have to kneel before me.
He then slipped into the dimensional space while no one was paying attention. Wang Yiba's actions stunned everyone around, and even Qin Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this kid shouting to kill him before? Now he was kneeling, making it hard to strike. However, Lu Ruyan, who was being held by the management, became energized upon seeing Qin Chen. Qin Chen, you're here to save me, right? I knew you would come to save me. You still can't bear to part with me, right? You still love me. I love you too. I've always loved you. You were just pretending to be heartless before, right? You must still be angry with me. Don't worry, from now on, Ruyan will follow you wholeheartedly, never leaving your side. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. Qin Chen was far stronger than Wang Yiba. She initially thought that after Qin Chen killed her last time, he would never forgive her, but today, seeing that she was really going to die, he came to save her. Indeed, Qin Chen still loves me. Zhao Lei, hearing this, immediately broke down. Ruyan, what do you mean? You've always loved him. What about me? What am I to you? Didn't you say it was just for his money? The surrounding players were confused, instinctively sensing that something big was happening. Lu Ruyan had just desperately wanted to be with Wang Yiba, and she had been rejected by him for several days. Yet now, she was saying she loved Qin Chen. The key was Zhao Lei. How could he look like he was heartbroken after sending Lu Ruyan off? Even Li Yu, hiding in the dimensional space, couldn't help but comment, "This circle is really chaotic." Seeing the curiosity of those around him piqued, Qin Chen began to recount the glorious deeds of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei. He was Lu Ruyan's boyfriend back in school, and she, Lu Ruyan, pretended to break up with Zhao Lei, then married me, while in reality, the two conspired to scheme my billions of assets. During our marriage, Lu Ruyan secretly gave me a depression certificate, slipped sleeping pills into my dinner, and then forced me to drink paraquat. These two adulterers attempted to seize my fortune, and it was only when I was on the verge of death from poisoning that the multiverse game arrived, saving my life. And these two who were about to become billionaires had their dreams shattered. At this point, everyone finally understood why this guy only had a drop of blood. But they had seen that drop of blood die, so how is this guy still alive and well? Could it be that he had an SSS-level talent? Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? What level of talent do you have? Someone couldn't help but ask curiously. Qin Chen replied, B level. B level. Not low, but not high either. However, surviving until now was quite difficult. They knew many with a drop of blood, some even with A-level talents, had died because they couldn't level up. This person had managed to survive until now, perhaps due to some fortuitous encounter. Forget about them, keep talking. I'm still waiting to eat melon. Finally, some impatient onlookers began to protest. However, before Qin Chen could speak, Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer. She was already blushing from the strange looks of those around her, feeling utterly embarrassed. Stop talking, Qin Chen. If you still love me, can you just not say it? Her tone was pleading, her eyes shimmering. Yet her words only drew laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha, love you? Do you see him looking like he loves you? Fool, you're trying to kill someone, and you still want them to love you? Damn. If I enter the game, the first thing I'll do is kill you. This idiot actually managed to con someone out of money? I bet that freeloading Zhao Lei behind him has come up with plenty of bad ideas. Qin Chen looked at Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei's pitiful expressions. If I had known it would come to this, why did you two bother in the first place? He continued, after entering the game, we all ended up in a novice village, and then this Zhao Lei, in order to continue living off Lu Ruyan in the game, actually sent her into the arms of Wang Yiba. Who is Wang Yiba? A charming playboy. He wants to flirt with every woman. Wang Yiba, hearing Qin Chen speak of him this way, couldn't tell if he was being praised or insulted, leaving him in a state of bemusement. As a result, Wang Yiba was too much of a playboy, playing with every woman for a few days. Now he's been dumped by this guy. After Qin Chen finished speaking, the surrounding players looked at Lu Ruyan with strange expressions. This guy can play with anyone? Ha! I might as well pay to have a go. I've never played with someone like her in my life. Exactly, count me in. Crowdfunding is fine too. Damn, you guys are too evil, not even letting this poisonous woman off. You guys are something else, aren't you afraid of getting poisoned? I'm not afraid, I want Zhao Lei to push from behind. Ha ha ha. The crowd mocked Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei, and even Zhao Lei, with his thick skin, couldn't withstand such humiliation. He shouted loudly, "Ah, Qin Chen, I'm going to fight you." But with his little strength, he couldn't break free from the grip of the group leader. Seeing that everyone had finished their gossip, Qin Chen clapped his hands to get their attention and asked, I, Qin Chen, am not a bloodthirsty person, nor am I interested in torturing the weak, but I cannot let my grudge against these two go unpunished. What do you all think? Should such people die? They should die. Kill them. Yes, kill them. Use your staff to smash them to death. The surrounding players shouted in righteous indignation. At this moment, Qin Chen felt extremely pleased because he was about to take revenge. But just then, Wang Yiba, who had been kneeling and begging for mercy, suddenly stood up. His pleading expression turned sinister. Qin Chen, I'll kill these two for you, and you, just quietly go on your way. Qin Shen still didn't understand what was happening, why the previously begging Wang Yiba had suddenly changed his attitude, but he instinctively felt something was wrong. There was likely an assassin. With a wave of the staff, the inspector was summoned. The skeleton had the ability to break invisibility. However, after the inspector appeared, he made no move. Qin Shen did not receive any system prompt indicating hostility from others, leaving him momentarily confused about what Wang Yiba meant. Just as he was about to ask, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. "All right. The melon is finished. I admit you're quite pitiful, but who told you to offend me? It's time to hit the road." With a wave of his staff, Qin Shen intended to open the iron curtain, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. A massive damage of -840000 floated above Qin Shen's head. A long string of numbers stunned everyone. The most they usually saw were the mage's hellfire, which only dealt 4-digit damage, but they had never seen such a long string of numbers. Who was this? How could they deal such damage? A proud figure, wielding dual daggers, appeared behind Qin Shen. It was Li Yu, who had just emerged from another dimension, and he wore a look of triumph on his face. "Can you take an 840,000 damage hit, Qin Shen?" However, while everyone was dumbfounded, they noticed that the number floating above Qin Shen's head was actually gray. They had only seen red for normal damage, bright red for critical hits, and white for true damage. They had never seen gray damage. Numbers. Just as everyone was puzzled, the skeleton beside Qin Shen floated a damage number of -240000. Yet, Qin Shen himself stood there perfectly fine. "Are you done showing off?" Qin Shen asked coldly. This question startled the triumphant Li Yu. He stared at Qin Shen with wide eyes, incredulous. You're not dead. How is that possible?" Qin Shen clearly had only one drop of health, yet just now he had taken over 800,000 damage. How could he possibly still be alive? Qin Shen was also relieved. Thankfully, he had listened to Suyu and applied a status to the skeleton, or he would have been lying down by now. With a wave of his staff, he opened the iron curtain and said to the inspector, "Take him down." The inspector unceremoniously raised his staff, and an ice arrow was launched. -135000. Although Liu had the life bonus from the vice captain, he only had over 40,000 health, and he was instantly killed by the ice arrow. An item dropped, which Qin Shen casually picked up. The players watching the spectacle today were witnessing something eye-opening. These two were practically gods fighting. They had never seen such massive damage before. Although Liu's damage was greater, Qin Shen seemed more mysterious, clearly having only one drop of health yet not dying. "Wang Yiba, it seems you're still not obedient enough," Qin Shen said, patting Wang Yiba on the head. Wang Yiba was already scared silly. He had long known Qin Shen was impressive, but when did he become so abnormal? With Li Yu's damage of over 800,000, he hadn't even taken away one drop of health. After being patted on the head by Qin Shen, he knelt down without any dignity. No, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm very obedient. You have to believe me." Qin Shen's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Being obedient is good. If you listen to me, I'll help you defend the city." Wang Yiba was overjoyed. With Qin Shen's help, this time it would definitely be fine. "Yes, I will definitely listen to you from now on." After finishing with Wang Yiba, Qin Shen approached Lu Ruyan and the others. "Lu Ruyan, I should have killed you long ago, but I was too lazy to waste time looking for you, which is why you've survived until now." Upon hearing that Qin Shen wanted to kill her, Lu Ruyan, who had been killed so many times in the novice village, now had only 12 years of life left. If she was killed again, she would truly be finished. No. Qin Shen, I love you. You have to believe me. Believe that I love you. Please spare me. Spare me. For the sake of our many years together, just spare me this once. I've really changed. I can be your servant, anything. Really? Qin Shen sneered coldly. "It seems you're afraid of death. But you must die today. Because who told me to run into you?" At this moment, Lu Ruyan was filled with regret. If I hadn't listened to Zhao Lei back then and had kept following Qin Shen, with Qin Shen's abnormal attributes, I would definitely have been able to soar in the game. Why let Wang Yiba get involved? If only I hadn't thought about finding Wang Yiba, then I wouldn't have come to Taoyuan village and wouldn't have fallen into Qin Shen's hands. But there are no ifs. Qin Shen's staff fell down. The physical damage of -4680 was already over 4,000. Lu Ruyan had entered the game without properly leveling up and hadn't obtained any decent equipment, planning to rely on Wang Yiba all along. How could she have over 4,000 health? She was instantly killed. Bang! Several pieces of equipment dropped, and even the few pitiful gold coins in her backpack fell out. Qin Shen glanced at the equipment. Even the novice weapon and top were there, and he immediately disdainfully didn't even pick them up. Seeing Lu Ruyan killed right before his eyes, Zhao Lei was on the verge of a breakdown. Qin Shen, listen to me. It's not what you think. Let me explain. This is all Lu Ruyan's doing. That bitch planned it. As he spoke, he was on the verge of tears. Pfft, where's that smell coming from? A player covered his nose in disgust upon catching the scent. It's Zhao Lei. Look, Zhao Lei is so scared he just crapped himself. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted immediately. This remark sparked Zhao Lei's inspiration. He frantically and obsequiously said, Jinchen, how about I perform eating shit for you? Just don't kill me, I'll eat shit for you every day. Zhao Lei was so afraid of dying that it amused Jinchen. Alright, let everyone have a good laugh. Upon hearing Jinchen's words, the two team leaders holding Zhao Lei's arms let go. Zhao Lei reached into his pants and immediately pulled out a large lump. Without hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth, eating while flattering, delicious, really delicious, heh, Jinchen, so tasty. The disgusted players around quickly moved far away from him. Jinchen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He had no such perverse hobby and directly used his staff to eliminate Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's possessions were even worse than Lu Ruyan's, so poor they were practically rattling. Jinchen couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. Wang Yiba, seeing the two dead, let out a sigh of relief. If they had revealed his embarrassing moments, would he still have his reputation as a master? He glanced at Jinchen nervously, only to find that the latter wasn't even looking at him, allowing him to finally relax. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. The monster army will arrive in 10 minutes. Players who wish to participate in defending the city should teleport to Taoyuan village in time. The teleportation array will be closed once the siege begins. Wang Yiba looked up at the number of players and found it had already reached 8 million, which made him feel reassured. With so many people in Jinchen, this great master, helping him defend the city, the space was secure. Supadai felt something was off about Jinchen's promise. Logically, they were enemies, so how could Jinchen possibly help defend the city? Moreover, judging by Jinchen's expression earlier, he always felt there was some conspiracy involved. But now that he had been demoted, he was quite unhappy and didn't want to deal with this matter anymore. He was too busy mocking Liu in the Legion group chat. Deputy Captain Li, are you alright? Jinchen was really ruthless just now. On the surface, he was concerned about Liu, but his words carried a hint of malice. Some members, unaware of what had happened, hurriedly asked what was going on. Sigh. Just now, Deputy Captain Li sought his old enemy Jinchen. Chen only had one drop of health, and Deputy Captain Li wanted to finish him off, but who knew Jinchen would strike so hard that he directly eliminated Deputy Captain Li? Ha! Isn't the Deputy Captain usually boasting? Always looking down on others, how could he not defeat someone with just one drop of health? Someone immediately posed a soul-searching question. In the Bei Legion, aside from those with ulterior motives wanting to curry favor with Wang Yiba for a management position, very few truly respected the management roles because they had paid to join the Legion, and they joined to enjoy the experience bonuses. Ultimately, they were like customers. Having no sense of belonging to the Bei Legion. Liu was immediately infuriated by this person's words and kicked him out of the Legion. After that, the player began to curse wildly in the World Channel, clearly agitated. Liu completely ignored him. What the hell is he talking about? Who knows what's wrong with this Jinchen? I dealt him 800,000 health points and he didn't die. He must have used some kind of item. Liu was still trying to salvage his reputation, but the messages in the Legion chat channel had already surged, drowning out his comments. Liu got taken out with a single drop of health? Is it that explosive? Didn't he claim to be an SS level talent? How could he be so weak? Trash. What kind of SS level is that? Having talent is useless if you're just garbage. Exactly, acting all high and mighty every day, and now look what happened. Ha ha. The messages in the Legion made Liu feel utterly ashamed. It was all his fault for boasting too much. No, it was all Jinchen's fault. If it weren't for him, how could he have lost so much face? Jinchen, my hatred for you has risen to a new level. Just wait for me. Filled with resentment, Liu went to find Brian. He needed to report the latest intel to Brian because Jinchen's information was wrong. This kid was a bit sinister. What did I tell you? I told you to wait until the Legion reached level 6 before making a move. Brian angrily smashed the teapot on the ground. The teapot shattered into pieces, spilling blue liquid everywhere. Liu still held his head high. This isn't my fault, it's your intel that's wrong. I've dealt 800,000 health points to Jinchen, and he didn't die. Didn't you say he only had a drop of health? What's going on? Brian didn't know what to make of it either. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He shrugged. If the Legion had leveled up to 6 and recruited more people, maybe your attack would have been higher, and he would have died. Liu didn't take it to heart. He only had 16 years left to live, which wasn't enough for another resurrection, so he didn't plan to confront Jinchen again. The two fell into silence. Finally, it was Brian who spoke up. Jinchen has repeatedly sabotaged our plans. This time going to Taoyuan village is definitely not for anything good. He probably wants to disrupt the city defense battle. I will send a troop to help you successfully defend the city at the right time. Alright, you go participate in the battle first. Although Liu had left the Lord's mansion, he didn't go to Taoyuan village. Instead, he found a hotel to eat and drink. Players in Taoyuan village simultaneously heard the system prompt that there was 1 minute left in the city defense battle, so the teleportation had been closed. All the crowds gathered in. The square rushed to the south of the village, surrounding the barricades to watch the distance, because the monsters would come from the south. As the system countdown appeared, a black line
emerged in the originally open fields to the south of the village. The black line surged and leaped towards them. The moment the players behind the barricades saw the black line, they erupted in excitement. Here they come. Oh, our experience is here. Brothers, charge out with me, let's grab the experience. Steal the monsters, steal the monsters. Charge. The crowd instantly surged out from behind the barricades, forming a wave outside Taoyuan village, heading towards the approaching monsters. Wang Yiba, sitting at the back, watched this scene with glee, grinning widely. He shouted that this was a sure win. Qin Shen pulled Suyu out of the village, letting the players on both sides rush forward. Suyu curiously asked, "Are we really helping Wang Yiba defend the city?" Qin Shen replied, "Of course. Why would we pass up free experience?" Suyu didn't understand, not grasping what kind of scheme Qin Shen was plotting, but he decided to let him do whatever he wanted. Qin Shen didn't go too far, just standing outside the barricades, watching the black line in the distance approach. Finally, the players at the front of the wave saw the attacking monsters. It's a level 25 Iron Bull. Charge! The Iron Bull doesn't have much attack power, just thick skin. Healers, keep the health up, I'll take you flying. Charge! Let's grab the experience. Grab the experience. Qin Shen had been paying attention to the messages in the chat channel and felt relieved when he saw that the first wave consisted of level 25 monsters. This time, he was determined to make Wang Yiba spit blood in anger. As the players surged forward to clash with the monster army, the battle began. The players were all in teams, and even if the tank took some damage, they could quickly heal, so there was no need for concern. Moreover, Iron Bull's attack wasn't very high, and many players were currently leveling up by fighting Iron Bull, so the battlefield was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Each player was excited in this lively scene, unleashing their attacks to quickly take down the target monster before moving on to the next one. It was then that everyone realized these monsters not only provided double experience but also had a terrifyingly high drop rate. Players who obtained equipment were eagerly showcasing their loot in the chat channel, clearly showing off. However, there were too many players. A small team barely managed to snag a few before they disappeared, leaving them to wait for the next wave of monsters. There are too few monsters attacking the city, it's not enough to share. Yeah, our team hasn't even killed two before they vanished. Soon, they fell silent as a dark line appeared in the sky again. The monsters attacking the city had returned. Once the players could see these monsters, they were all left in confusion. Bears? What level? Why? Hadn't they seen them before? It's a brown bear. Level 30 monster. Oh my god, that monster's attack is so high, I can't take it, I'm out of here. One team ran away faster than a rabbit. Other players hesitated. Upon hearing it was a level 30 monster, the temptation of the city attacking monsters was indeed great, but they had to be alive to fight, right? There was no way they could take on a level 30 monster. So, a group of players retreated back to Taoyuan village, with some even pulling out their return scrolls to head straight back to Wolf Smoke City. Wang Yiba saw the bright flashes of white light and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Why did they all leave?" A team leader explained, "They said the monsters that came are level 30 and they can't handle it, so they ran." Upon hearing this, Wang Yiba panicked. "This won't do. I was counting on them to defend the city, how can they leave so quickly?" He immediately issued a system announcement, cursing loudly. "Damn it, what a bunch of useless scum, get back here. You promised to defend the city, and now you're running off like chickens." The chat box was filled with curses. "Are we getting paid? We're here to defend the city, I'm here to gain experience, not to die. If we can't handle a level 30 monster, then we're out. Yeah, stop whining. I'm just here for the fun. If you want me to defend the city, dream on. Get lost. If you keep cursing, I'll join the monsters in attacking the city." Wang Yiba was nearly fainting from anger. He waved his hand and said to the more than 100 management members behind him, "Bring the brothers of the Bai Yi Legion. Let's go defend the city." The management team was also reluctant. They could only handle level 30 monsters at the team leader level, and the little attributes they gained wouldn't make much of a difference. But since they were part of the Bai Yi Legion's management, if they dropped the ball now, they could forget about their positions. Thus, under Wang Yiba's leadership, the entire Bai Yi Legion headed south towards the village. Now Wang Yiba felt more confident, even if those random players were unreliable, he still had his brothers, after all. When he and his team arrived at the southern part of the village, they found the random players retreating. These players had initially planned to test if they could take on the monsters, as the experience and equipment from the city attacking monsters were too tempting. But once they saw the white lights rising from the players being killed by the monsters, they immediately abandoned that idea. What a joke, this wasn't their own legion, it would be foolish to risk their lives for others. If there was a chance to escape, they would take it, which was the nature of these random players. As they ran back, they shouted, "Run! We can't win, it's deadly. Our team leader is dead. These monsters are too fierce. Everyone, run! As long as we return to the back of the barricade, we can use the city return scrolls." So these people desperately ran back. Their words were also shaking the resolve of the members of the Bai Yi Legion. Wang Yiba looked grimly at the number of participating players displayed above. Previously, there were still 10 million players involved, but after the appearance of the level 30 brown bears, only 2 million remained, and that number was still decreasing like a running light. Damn! A bunch of useless trash. I knew you couldn't hold the line. Brothers of the Bai Legion, it's time to rely on us. Now is your chance to contribute to the Legion. Everyone unite and fight well. In this city defense battle, and in the future, we will have a base for the Bai Legion. After finishing his pre-battle mobilization, Wang Yiba charged forward. But when he turned back after a while, he almost fainted from anger. Originally, there were 300,000 members left in Taoyuan village, but behind him, apart from a little over 100 management positions, only about 2,000 players rushed out. What's wrong with you Bai Legion members? Charge with me, he heard a member of the Bai Legion say. No way, Captain, our squad can't fight. We're retreating first. Wang Yiba roared angrily. What do you mean you can't fight? Get out here and fight the monsters. No one paid him any mind. Did you hear that? This is the most critical moment for the Bai Legion. If we falter now, we won't be able to level up to 6. I say, Wang Yiba, what the hell are you shouting about? Whether you level up or not is none of my business, it's just a damn 0.2% experience boost. Am I going to risk my life for that? Get lost. Exactly. Let me tell you, Wang Yiba, if the Bai Legion falls apart, you owe me 25 copper coins, got it? Wang Yiba was completely furious. He never expected that his initial decision would lead to such a result. At this moment, the army of brown bears had already charged to the front of the barricade, and Wang Yiba had no choice but to lead the remaining players into battle. Fortunately, when they reached the village entrance, the road suddenly narrowed. The more than 2,000 people behind him just happened to block the gap. Wang Yiba vented all his anger onto his big knife. These brown bears were just ordinary monsters with only 35,000 health, and under Wang Yiba's blade, one swing took down a small brown bear. With the situation stabilized, Wang Yiba cursed, without you useless trash, I can still defend the city. Heh, a mere brown bear thinks it can destroy my stronghold, truly unaware of its own mortality. Just as Wang Yiba was venting his frustrations, he heard someone shout nearby. Captain, our team's shield warrior is down. We can't hold on, we're retreating. Our team too, we're retreating first. Us too. I'm scared, I'm retreating first. The defense line that originally relied on more than 2,000 people to hold was now left with only Wang Yiba and his management team struggling to hold on. Wang Yiba could defend the east but not the west. No matter how fast he swung his knife, he couldn't kill all the brown bears that were squeezing in. Don't go, brothers, don't leave. Wang Yiba pleaded desperately, but who would listen to him? At this moment, a squad leader had already started to waver. Captain, why don't we retreat too? This is impossible to hold. Someone spoke up immediately, drawing agreement. Yeah, let's retreat, otherwise, it's not worth dying for. That's right, Captain, these monsters are level 30, we can't fight them. If we retreat early, we can minimize our losses. Hearing the crowd's advice, Wang Yiba felt like crying without tears. If there were shield warriors in front to establish a defense line and priests behind to heal, they might still hold on. Unfortunately, not many in the Bai Legion truly thought about the interests of the Legion. This wasn't their fault. Wang Yiba had made the first move, and they were just following suit. Just as Wang Yiba was despairingly fighting and retreating, he suddenly saw 3 skeletons appear behind. One of them, a giant skeleton nearly 5 or 6 meters tall, was most eye-catching with a long tail dragging on the ground, its sturdy limbs gripping a massive bone knife. The giant skeleton could take the life of a brown bear with every strike. Next to the giant skeleton stood a skeletal figure resembling a gibbon, wielding a staff. With a wave of the staff, a rain of fire fell from the sky, striking the brown bears. Each drop was lethal. There was also another skeleton supported by a snake tail, its bony body appearing rather ordinary, merely waving its staff at some brown bears. The damage dealt by this staff was not high, seemingly ineffective. The 3 skeletons blocked the path to the central square. On either side were buildings, and the narrow passage in the middle was impassable with the giant skeleton present. The brown bears could not squeeze through. At this point, Wang Yiba suddenly realized that in his rush to lead the charge, he had forgotten that they could ambush here. It didn't matter whether the brown bears entered the village, as long as the statue was protected. That was enough. The destruction of the statue would signify the failure of the defense. Moreover, the area that needed protection in the streets was much smaller. The appearance of the giant skeleton startled Wang Yiba and over 100 management personnel. Where did this skeleton come from? How could it be so imposing and powerful? It wasn't until Wang Yiba saw Qin Shen, who was hiding in the back collecting items, that he remembered Qin Shen was the necromancer. Could it be that these 3 skeletons were all Qin Shen's? No, impossible. These skeletons were so strong, how could they belong to that useless Qin Shen? Wang Yiba retreated behind the skeletons, cautiously moving closer. Qin Shen, are these 3 skeletons your subordinates? Qin Shen replied, I said I would help you defend the city. Wang Yiba felt both embarrassed and excited. His voice even trembled with emotion. Qin Shen,
I really didn't expect it would be you helping me in the end. I was really sorry to you before. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you like a brother from now on. Shinshin sneered inwardly, thinking, you'd sell me out even if you called me your brother. But he said, Brother Yiba, don't worry, with me here for this city defense battle, there won't be any mistakes. Wang Yiba was so grateful. He almost knelt down to call him foster father. With 3 skeletons guarding the street, not a single brown bear could cross this line of defense to reach the central square. Wang Yiba, full of spirit, reprimanded the management personnel, look at Qin Shen, and then look at you all, each one of you scared of death. What? Do you have to compare with brother Qin Shen? The management personnel rolled their eyes. Damn it, when you said to retreat earlier, you didn't seem to be running slowly. To be honest, these brown bears might be experienced for others, but for Qin Shen, they were a bit lacking. After all, he had been fighting elite monsters to level up. He rarely fought such small fry, and although there was a double experience bonus now, splitting it between 2 people made it pitifully small. Fortunately, there weren't many of these attacking brown bears. Within half an hour, under the slaughter of the 3 skeletons, the brown bear army was wiped out. After transforming the last skeleton, Qin Shen offered it as a sacrifice to the bone spirit. Qin Shen, I owe you big time this time. Otherwise, my territory would have been finished. Wang Yiba said, tears of gratitude in his eyes as he shook Qin Shen's hand. Yiba, we've known each other for so many years, we may not have deep feelings, but we have some camaraderie, right? How could I just watch you fall without lending a hand? Qin Shen said. Wang Yiba chuckled, of course. But Qin Shen changed his tone and continued, you still have to rely on yourself, right? If the next wave of monsters is too strong, then you'll have to rely on yourself. Wang Yiba's expression changed. Qin Shen, what do you mean? Qin Shen smiled, I mean nothing, I can't risk my life to help you. How could you feel good about that, right? Wang Yiba was instantly speechless. Qin Shen was right, his team members were not willing to risk their lives, let alone Qin Shen. He just glanced at the sturdy skeleton of the Legion commander. Wang Yiba couldn't believe it would be unable to defeat the attacking monsters. Brother Qin Shen, Grandpa. Qin Shen, please help me out a bit. Don't worry, as long as you can help me defend Taoyuan village, I'll give you 10% of the Legion's profits in the future. Qin Shen said happily. Sure, let's set up a system contract. After establishing the system contract, 10% of the Legion's profits would automatically be transferred to Qin Shen's account. Wang Yiba was just talking big, but when he heard about the contract, he immediately became a bit timid. Qin Shen, we are all gentlemen, so why rely on those contracts to bind us, right? Qin Shen was quite speechless at Wang Yiba's character, both cowardly and foolish. Right now, he couldn't even defend the city without a base. Where would the profits come from? Qin Shen didn't really want his profits, he just wanted to see how much of a fool Wang Yiba was, acting like a grandson, merciless when in power, and like a coward when in trouble. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps came from afar. It was clearly caused by a heavy creature. This was the 3rd wave of attacks, and also the last wave. If there was going to be a golden boss, it would be in this wave. The huge footsteps drew everyone's attention outside. From a distance, they saw a gigantic toad approaching. The toad walked upright, swaying its big belly, with its short arms swinging at its sides, looking somewhat comical. Following the toad was a large group of small toads, also swaying and walking very slowly. It would take at least 20 minutes for them to catch up. Qin Shen checked the monster information around Wolfsmoke City. This was a level 40 elite monster, mutated toad from the Misty Swamp. Wow, I didn't expect the mutated toad to actually spawn a boss. It really looks like a golden level. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This was probably the highest level boss in Wolfsmoke City, and he had no idea what it would drop if killed. It's a level 40 elite mutated toad. Captain, let's go. We can't fight it. One claw from this thing and we're dead. Even you might not be able to withstand it. Wang Yiba hesitated. This thing was indeed level 40, and it looked like that big toad was a golden level boss. They really couldn't fight it. He immediately regretted not listening to Su Pita's advice to wait until everyone leveled up before applying for a base. Now, the level gap was too large, no one could withstand it. Wang Yiba had no choice but to place his last hope on Qin Shen. Brother Feng, how much health does your skeleton have? He asked, pointing at the captain's skeleton. Qin Shen naturally replied, 42 million. What's up? Upon hearing such a high health amount, Wang Yiba was overjoyed. With that much health, it can definitely withstand the boss. Qin Shen nodded. Seeing him confirm, Wang Yiba became excited. Then you have to help me take down that boss later, Wang Yiba said. Qin Shen replied, of course. Wang Yiba was overjoyed. With Qin Shen's abnormal skeleton, he had hope for defending the city. He seemed to already see victory beckoning. But we have to wait for it to destroy that statue. First, Qin Shen deliberately slowed his speech. What do you mean? Wang Yiba's face turned green. That day, his mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down, full of twists and turns.
Originally, with Qin Shen's help, he had seen the dawn of victory, but now Qin Shen said that the toad had to smash the statue. If the statue was destroyed, then this defense would fail. His base would be gone, and his dream of being a lord would be shattered. How could that be? Qin Shen, how can you do this? You clearly promised to help me. Qin Shen laughed. Help you? Wang Yiba, stop dreaming. Back in the novice village, you bastard. Knew I had no chance to resurrect and still wanted to attack me. Isn't that just trying to kill me? You wanted to kill me and I should help you? That's just ridiculous. Today I came here just to mock you and I didn't expect this fool to actually believe it. Wang Yiba was so angry he was jumping up and down. Qin Shen, I will kill you. After saying that, he waved his hand at the members of the Bei Legion. Charge. Kill Qin Shen. However, they had just witnessed the damage from the skeleton. The damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands were enough to instantly kill any of them, including Wang Yiba. One by one, they looked around hesitantly, and not a single person dared to step forward. What's wrong? Don't you want your management position anymore? Wang Yiba, who hadn't learned much from Su Padai, had mastered the art of threatening with management positions to perfection. But how could a mere management position be more important than their lives? They all remained frozen in place. Wang Yiba, it seems your legion isn't that impressive. Didn't you say I was a useless piece of trash with just a drop of blood? Why is it that now even trash dares not be killed? Wang Yiba's face turned red with anger. Today was the most unfortunate day since he entered the game. By now, his mood swings had him on the verge of a brain hemorrhage. Yet, he had no way to deal with Qin Shen. That kid skeleton was not something they could handle. Just as Wang Yiba was about to faint from rage, a voice suddenly called out, "Which one of you is the leader of the Bei Legion, Wang Yiba? We come on the orders of Lord Brian to assist you in defending the city." It turned out to be the assistants sent by Brian. Upon hearing that Brian had actually given him a guard, Wang Yiba's hope was reignited. He glared at Qin Shen and said fiercely, "Qin Shen, you will definitely die today." After saying that, he turned to the captain of the guard and waved his hand. "I am Wang Yiba, and now I command you to kill this drop of blood trash that is blocking me from establishing my legion." Upon receiving the order, the captain of the guard spurred his horse and led 500 elite guards toward them. Qin Shen squinted at this unexpected group and questioned, "What? Is the system really going to help the Bei Legion?" "We are not system NPCs. The elite guards belong to the Lord's private forces," the leading captain of the guard replied. Qin Shen chose to check the captain's attributes. Captain of the Rocks Elite Guard, bronze level, 35 health for 20,000 attack power, 48,000 skill, charge. Indeed, there was a difference from system NPCs. The attributes of the system's city defense troops were all. However, to think they could kill me with just these attributes was a bit too far-fetched. Qin Shen prepared to give them a big surprise. He simply put away Meng Jiad and the inspector skeleton, leaving only the tall Legion commander skeleton standing in front of him. The knights of the elite guard were well trained and showed no fear even when facing an enemy much larger than themselves. To kill Qin Shen, the target, they had to take down the skeleton in front of them. The private army of rocks has launched an attack on you. You can retaliate, and the retaliation will not count towards your evil value. After receiving the system prompt, the captain of the guard thrust his spear forward. 40,000 dealt 40,000 damage to the Legion commander. Qin Shen ordered the Legion commander not to fight back, with the captain of the guard leading. The other knights followed suit, each dealing around 40,000 damage to the Legion commander skeleton. The Legion commander's health bar decreased little by little. However, the players of the Bei Legion were taken aback. They had originally thought that the imposing, invincible giant skeleton would easily topple this group of knights with a single slash. The reality was that this tall skeleton stood there like a big fool, allowing the knights to attack without any intention of fighting back. They initially thought the tall skeleton was preparing some kind of one-hit kill move, but 2 minutes passed and the guy remained motionless, enduring the attacks. This scene left the more than 2,000 members of the Bei Legion watching in stunned silence. Wang Yiba's mind turned, and he immediately understood what was going on. Pointing at the Legion commander skeleton, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I get it now. This skeleton is a fool, missing a few screws in its head. It can only recognize monsters, not humans, and it won't attack people at all." Some clever members of the Bai Legion suddenly realized, "Oh, what the commander said makes sense. No wonder this big idiot is standing still. Hey, I thought Qin Shen was some big shot, but it turns out he's just a fool too. Otherwise, how could he have such a stupid skeleton? Ha ha ha, is that it? You think you can stop us from protecting the commander's statue, thinking we're as foolish as this skeleton? No wonder he was tricked by Lu Royan. Turns out he's just a dimwit." The members of the Bai Legion shamelessly mocked Qin Shen. However, Qin Shen wore a smile. "Look at that dimwit, even when we laugh at him, he can still laugh back. You say he's not foolish? I don't believe it. He really is adorably foolish. That fool has a pretty girl by his side. What a waste. Yeah, that girl is really something. Being with a fool is such a waste. She should be with us brothers."
A large group of men displayed lewd smiles. Qin Shen couldn't help but feel sorry for them, a bunch of idiots, completely unaware even when death was looming. The Legion commander's health was nearing the critical 80% mark under the continuous attacks from the Night Brigade. As Qin Shen awaited that moment, he directly instructed the Legion commander to summon the Dragon Army. However, at that moment, a knight from the Night Brigade suddenly stopped attacking and whispered a few words to the captain of the guard. After listening, the captain furrowed his brows tightly, pondered for a moment, and then waved his hand to the Night Brigade. Royal Guard, cease attack. The attacking Night Brigade uniformly halted their movements and retreated in unison. Wang Yiba looked on in confusion and stepped forward to question, why have you stopped attacking? Go for it. The captain of the guard stood with his spear upright in front of his chest and replied with a knightly salute. Commander Wang Yiba, my subordinate informed me that this skeleton resembles the dragon race's Legion commander. According to the characteristics of dragon race Legion commanders, they will summon their subordinate legions when their health drops by 20%. So, for safety's sake, I suggest we temporarily stop attacking this skeleton. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiba immediately became displeased. What? The dragon race's Legion commander? Are you kidding? Just because of him, Qin Shen, he can summon a dragon skeleton? Stop stalling, go for it. After we take down this skeleton, let's see what tricks Qin Shen has left. The captain of the guard refused, saying, better safe than sorry. If it really is a dragon race Legion commander, neither of us will have a way out. Wang Yiba scoffed, safe? No matter how impressive Qin Shen is, he can't possibly have something so abnormal. You're not going, huh? Fine. Bai Yi Legion members, charge. Take down this broken bone. After shouting, Wang Yiba charged forward with his big knife. 63,000 originally over 80,000 in damage, he could only deal over 60,000 to the Legion commander. However, this didn't matter because this broken skeleton was just a fool and wouldn't attack at all. Under Wang Yiba's rallying cry, the management of the Bai Yi Legion and the remaining 2,000 Iron fans began to unleash their attacks on the Legion commander. Each of them wore excited, sinister smiles. It's just a big fool. I was really scared by you earlier. Such a good skeleton, but it can't be used to kill. What a pity. Qin Shen is just a one-hit waste. Why should he have such a powerful skeleton? Let me smash it to pieces. In an instant, arrows from archers, hellfire from mages, dual daggers from assassins, swords from warriors and shield warriors, even some healers' staffs were all hurled at the Legion commander skeleton. There was no choice. This skeleton looked tall and mighty, and its overwhelming strength that had just one-shot a small monster was too intimidating. It left these players both amazed and fearful. However, such a strong presence now surprisingly wouldn't retaliate against humans. Let the NPCs and players' skills hit me. In an instant, there was a thrill of having a god beneath my feet. The members of the Dominance Legion saw the minuscule damage they dealt, and although it was little, the health bar of this giant skeleton did indeed drop a tiny bit. They became increasingly frenzied, filled with a belief that they could bring this god down. Why? Why can this useless piece of trash have such a powerful skeleton? No matter how strong it is, it's still just a useless piece of trash. Standing here getting hit. Ha ha ha. This skeleton is indeed just like its master, standing here to be beaten. Right. Just a decoration, nothing but trash. He. Kill it. Brothers, let's go, kill it. The players were all fired up, especially the leader, Wang Yiba. Having been killed by Qin Shen so many times without ever managing to kill him even once, he hadn't even landed a hit. At this moment, he swung his weapon at the skeleton with great speed. Damage numbers over 50,000 floated above the Legion leader's head. Every player in the arena wore a cheerful smile. However, Qin Shen, standing behind the skeleton, couldn't smile anymore, because the night team's attack had been so swift. In another half a minute, they would hit 80% health, triggering the Legion leader's skill. Now, with this group of players, their output was far from sufficient, not even reaching 1,000th of the night team's damage. In another 10 minutes, that group of frogs would arrive here. Relying solely on these 3 skeletons would definitely not be enough to fend off these frog monsters. So Qin Shen needed the Draken Legion from the Legion leader. But this group of players was too weak. There was no way they could push the health down to 80% before the frogs arrived. So you also understood Qin Shen's plan and, seeing that the health line couldn't be pushed down, worriedly said, what should we do? Without the Draken Legion, we definitely can't defeat the Golden Boss. Qin Shen furrowed his brows tightly. Now, he could only provoke Wang Yiba and the others, so he said something quite insulting. Members of the Dominance Legion, have you not eaten? The members of the Dominance Legion were momentarily stunned. The smug smile on Wang Yiba's face instantly vanished. What do you mean? Qin Shen sneered. What, you don't understand? I'm saying that you members of the Dominance Legion haven't eaten, which is why your attacks are so weak. Hearing this, the members of the Dominance Legion exchanged glances. In their eyes, Qin Shen should be furious and anxious, jumping up and down. After all, they were attacking his skeleton, taking advantage of him. How could he still complain that they weren't hitting hard enough? Moments later, a loud laugh suddenly erupted among the dominance players. Ha ha ha, I see this Qin Shen is just an idiot, still complaining that others aren't hitting him hard enough. No, no, no. He's not an idiot, he's just a natural masochist who deserves to be beaten. Whatever he is, he's just trash, he likes being hit. The harder you hit him, the happier he gets. Qin Shen coldly laughed and said, a bunch of garbage. You all act like you're so impressive, but in reality, you're just a bunch of software shrimp. Look at your own damage, don't you feel ashamed? Is this it? And you dare to claim to be the First Legion? I see just a bunch of little losers. Qin Shen's words immediately made the dominance players flush with anger. Especially Wang Yiba, who had always taken pride in being the leader of the First Legion. Now Qin Shen was mocking his identity as a leader, which he couldn't tolerate. But unfortunately, the Legion's top fighter, Liu, was nowhere to be found. Wang Yiba, furious, took a scroll out of his backpack. Seeing this scroll, even the fuming Su Padai was startled and quickly said, this won't do, leader, we still haven't defeated the final boss. Wang Yiba shoved Su Padai's hand away. Get out of my way. If you can endure it, I can't. After shouting, he unfurled the scroll. At the same time, the surrounding dominance players heard the system prompt. You have granted the effect of wind rises and clouds gather. The wind rises, within 30 seconds, each attack deals an additional 1000 points of true damage. Upon hearing this prompt, the players of the Bai faction were stunned. What the hell? What is this thing? How can the effect be so domineering? What are you all standing? Therefore, attack! Wang Yiba's roar snapped everyone back to reality. This scroll is of S rank, and it is well known that items with S rank attributes are incredibly powerful. And this scroll's attributes are no exception. The wind rises, S rank scroll after use, allies within a radius of 1000 meters will deal an additional 1000 points of true damage with each attack. Effect lasts for 30 seconds. All present were players of the Bai faction, and they could all enjoy the effects of the wind rises. Such a domineering scroll was a reward for completing a faction mission when the faction reached level 5. Su Padai was still the vice captain at that time, so he knew how difficult it was to complete this mission and understood the importance of this scroll. Originally, this scroll was meant to be a trump card for fighting the final boss of the siege monsters. Now it was just used by Wang Yiba. Wang Yiba couldn't care less. Provoked by Qin Shen's words, he impulsively pulled out the scroll. There were 2,500 Bai players present. With just one attack, they could deal 250,000 points of true damage to the skeleton in front of them. At a frequency of 30 attacks in 30 seconds, they could inflict 7.5 million damage. He didn't believe this broken skeleton had less than 7 million health. Under Wang Yiba's furious shout, the attacks from the Bai faction rained down on the skeleton. Whether it was the mage's magical attacks, the archer's arrows, or direct weapon strikes, they all lit up with white 1000 numbers upon hitting the skeleton. In an instant, the faction leader's health dropped below 80%. Damn, you think you can act tough? I don't believe we can't chop this broken bone into pieces in 30 seconds. Humph. First kill the skeleton, then take down Qin Shen. He won't be laughing later. I'll slice him in half. The Bai faction members were dealing damage while cursing Qin Shen. Who told that kid to mock their weak attacks just now? Soon he would know their might. Qin Shen was indeed laughing. He didn't expect his clever taunt would provoke Wang Yiba to reveal his trump card. Nearby players dealing an additional 1000 true damage with their attacks. Such a scroll was no joke. Wang Yiba had truly invested heavily this time. Although the scroll was indeed powerful, they would soon find it hard to be arrogant. Because they were so focused on attacking the monster, they completely failed to notice that the faction leader had already raised his large blade. The tip of the blade pointed to the sky, glinting with a sharp cold light. Seeing this scene, the members of the Night Order who came to assist were all taken aback. Captain, this is the summoning ritual of the Dragon Clan. We need to retreat. The captain flashed a look of struggle. He had been ordered to help Wang Yiba defend the city, but this skeleton was clearly not a siege monster. Yet Wang Yiba insisted on attacking the skeleton, and now that its health had dropped below 80%, it was definitely going to summon its faction. If Wang Yiba and the others were killed instantly, they would be left with only 500 knights to defend the city, making it even more difficult. It wasn't that the captain cared so much about Wang Yiba, but if the city defense failed, his own mission would also fail, and he would inevitably face punishment upon returning. Out of a sense of responsibility, the captain shouted, Captain Yiba, run! This skeleton is about to summon the Dragon Clan. Wang Yiba was in the middle of his excitement and didn't hear it at all. Instead, he arrogantly shouted, let it summon. Even if it summons, it will just be a bunch of useless trash that can only take hits. I'll take my men and chop them all down. Other faction members, hearing their leader's words, also got hyped up. Their blades were almost smoking from swinging them so fast. They didn't forget to add, Captain, let's finish off the skeleton first, then we'll take down that masochist Qin Shen. I want to slice him up and see if he has the guts. This immediately drew laughter from the other players.
Qin Shen saw the faction leader's movements and knew it was about to start summoning. At this moment, on the ground within a kilometer radius of the Commander Zhou, small teleportation symbols began to appear, emitting a faint glow. Glancing at these loudmouths, he cursed, "A bunch of idiots. Did they really think he would willingly let them hit him for free?" This remark was overheard by the players of the Dominance faction, who immediately became furious. "Qin Chen, if I had known you were such a waste, I wouldn't have thought our commander was showing weakness just because he twisted his ankle. You're not worthy. Dare to insult us? Who gave you the courage? You skeletons who only know how to take a beating? This waste actually dares to insult us? Let's go. Who's with me to take him down? First, let's take down this scumbag. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill, kill." The voices of the Dominance players grew quieter. The hands that had been waving their weapons became increasingly weak until they finally dropped them, because they saw that around them, teleportation symbols the size of barrels had appeared. These symbols were centered around a giant skeleton, scattered across the wide square like fallen stars. The symbols emitted a faint rhythmic glow. Gradually, figures began to appear on the symbols. There were humanoid creatures wielding knives, but these beings wore brown armor and helmets, dragging a serpentine tail behind them. Some were simply human bodies with snake tails, holding giant scythes or staffs like kanna. The players of Dominance and the Night faction had long been surrounded by these suddenly appearing unknown creatures. Seeing these unknown beings, the Dominance players looked at each other, bewildered and confused. What are these things? Yeah, where did these things come from? Commander Wang Yiba was also a bit dazed, looking at strategist Su Pidai. Su Pidai, with a hint of fear, said, "These, could they be the Dragon Legion that the captain mentioned? Nonsense. How could such ugly things be related to the dragon race? I think they are here to help my Dominance faction defend the city." The players of Dominance instantly felt that Commander Wang Yiba made sense. After all, how could such a noble race as dragons look like this? Moreover, this giant skeleton was just a waste that could only take a beating. Surely no one really thought it could summon a legion, right? No way, no way. A bunch of fools. Qin Shen coldly cursed. Damn, who are you cursing? Looking for death, huh? Damn, I was so busy looking at these things that I forgot about you. Come here and die. Just as the crowd was clamoring, the captain's suppressed roar echoed. The voice carried a hint of fear. What do you know? These are the Dragon Legion. A pin-drop silence fell over the crowd. Then, suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. But, ha ha ha, is this what the Dragon Legion looks like? I'm going to die laughing. What kind of Dragon Legion is this? I see it as mysterious creatures here to help us defend the city. Right. Our commander Wang Yiba is unmatched in might. Surely this group of mysterious creatures sensed that might and came to assist. Wang Yiba felt very pleased upon hearing such remarks. The flattery was simply too professional. He instantly felt elated, almost floating. No way. These creatures are here for me, the commander. My faction is the #1 legion in the multiverse game, the best legion in the world, and deserves this treatment. He was puffing up with pride. The captain and his knights all gasped in disbelief. How could Lord Brian have us assist such a foolish person? Qin Shen could no longer stand it. He began to blame himself for not having killed this foolish Wang Yiba yet. Was he keeping him around to breed? Thus, Qin Shen commanded, "Get rid of them." But did you think these creatures were your own skeletons? And you want to take us down? Saying such things is bound to make people laugh their teeth out. Don't you see how much health you have left? You overestimate yourself. Exactly, you're not even afraid. Hey, wait a minute. It seems like he's commanding that skeleton. Finally, someone noticed something was off. After his reminder, everyone looked up and saw the giant skeleton, now holding the large sword upside down with both hands. The skeleton, which had previously shown no reaction to their attacks, began to move under Qin Shen's command, immediately raising everyone's alertness. Captain, isn't this skeleton supposed to be non-aggressive? What's going on? Someone asked, their voice trembling with fear. You ask me, who should I ask? Wang Yiba retorted. He was still confused. He could only cast a pleading glance at Su Pidai. Su Pidai was staring at the large sword, completely oblivious to Wang Yiba's gaze. Not good. It's going to attack. Su Pidai shouted in panic. In the bewildered eyes of 2,500 Bai players, the large sword was gripped by the skeleton with both hands. It came crashing down from the sky, plunging into the ground. Players within a 40-meter radius of their captain saw a flurry of damage notifications appear above their heads. -230000-229800-231500, a dense cluster of over 200,000 damage. With just this one strike, over 90% of the Bai players were wiped out. They had been too focused on taking advantage of the situation, crowding around the captain. As a result, they were nearly annihilated by a single skill from him. Wang Yiba quickly used a scroll before the sword hit the ground. This scroll was obtained from a hidden quest. Supreme Protection Scroll, a grade reduces damage taken by 80% for 5 seconds after use. This scroll was a life-saving item given to him by Brian, but of course, he still had to complete the quest, which mostly involved killing a certain number of small monsters. With the protection, Wang Yiba only received 46,000 damage, losing more than half of his health but not getting killed. Seeing such a brutal scene, the Bai players were stunned in place. Wasn't it said that it wouldn't kill anyone? Why did it suddenly attack? Why didn't it give any prior notice before striking? Meanwhile, the only survivor next to the captain, Wang Yiba, began to shout frantically, "You unknown creatures! Hurry, help this captain take it down! Quick! Why aren't you moving? This captain commands you to eliminate this skeleton." Seeing that the elite dragon clan around him had not made any move, Wang Yiba became anxious. Do you still want to curry favor with this captain? If you do, hurry up and destroy it. Qin Shin shook his head helplessly and shouted at Wang Yiba. Wang Yiba, remember to be a good person in your next life. What? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm going to die? Ha ha ha, I'm an S-grade talent, how could I die? Even if you die, I won't. Wang Yiba shouted madly. Qin Shin shook his head, too lazy to argue with him further, and waved his staff forward. Attack! Eliminate all creatures you see, he specifically added, including the Night Order. The Night Order had come to assist Wang Yiba, but since Qin Shen had killed Wang Yiba, letting them go would inevitably lead to a report. It was better to eliminate them all together. NPCs are different from players, once dead, they stay dead, so there was no need to worry about them respawning. Upon receiving the order, the surrounding elite dragon clan members began to move, gathering towards the center. A group of warriors wielding large swords and scythes led the charge, aggressively surrounding the surviving players and the Night Order. What do you want? You're rebelling against us. Do you still want to curry favor with this captain? You better hurry. And before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yiba's remaining health bar suddenly vanished. Behind him, a slender figure wielding crescent-shaped dual daggers slowly materialized. It was the bronze-level assassin boss under the captain. After killing Wang Yiba, the assassin went invisible again, searching for a new target. Meanwhile, Qin Shen frowned as he looked at Wang Yiba's corpse. Next to Wang Yiba's body, a soul was floating. Although it quickly disappeared, Qin Shen still caught a glimpse of it. Wang Yiba is not dead? Players who are killed and completely die do not leave behind souls. There will only be a corpse. Qin Shen has killed people, having slaughtered tens of thousands in the novice village. So, he knows very well what complete death looks like. According to Qin Shen's calculations, Wang Yiba has only a few years left to live. After being killed by him, he would undoubtedly die. But how is there still a chance for resurrection at this moment? That's right. Since Wang Yiba is the leader, he must have asked his subordinates for soul-sealing stones. Damn it, this guy is quite hard to kill. Qin Shen cursed inwardly, feeling helpless, and could only look for another opportunity. At this moment, the remaining players in the arena faced elite monsters around level 23, with no chance of resistance at all. They were fated to be killed in one strike. Only the members of the Night Order were still struggling to hold on. The Night Order members had the attributes of a bronze-level boss. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan elites were only elite level, 2 levels lower. The captain of the guard, after killing a mage monster, shouted angrily, Qin Shen, what do you mean? Do you dare to attack NPCs? Qin Shen sneered, what? You're allowed to attack my skeletons, but I'm not allowed to touch you? You think you can just run after attacking my skeleton? It doesn't work that way. Since you've taken advantage, you might as well leave your life behind. Upon hearing that Qin Shen actually harbored murderous intent towards them, the captain of the guard immediately felt a surge of ferocity. Humph. Don't think that just because you rely on the Dragon Clan elites, you can do anything to us. Let me tell you, we are bronze level. Your dragon army can't possibly defeat us. Once we break out, we will immediately report your actions to the Lord. He wouldn't have mentioned the Lord if it weren't for the fact that the mention of the Lord made Qin Shen furious. The two glared at each other. He ordered the Legion commander, kill them. The Legion commander raised his large blade to the sky. The sky instantly turned dark red. A rain of fire poured down. It struck the members of the Night Order. -480,000, -485,100-487500. Massive damage numbers popped up, and to ensure their combat effectiveness, the Night Order formed a circle, ensuring that only the outermost knights were attacked. They would also swap out knights when their health got low. This showed that the Night Order had undergone long-term training. However, this formation was also perfectly suited for the fire rain skill. Suddenly, the area above the Night Order turned dark red, as if magma had surged into the air. Then, fist-sized fireballs began to rain down on the knights. The instant explosion damage directly killed the knights within the circle. It couldn't be blamed on these knights. Being fragile, after all, they had the attributes of a bronze-level boss, but they couldn't meet the boss standards in skills and hidden attributes. They were merely a mass-produced army for war. So, when the fire rain struck, they revealed their true forms. A 30 by 30 meter area in the center of the Night Order was cleared, the ground littered with armored corpses. This scene caused the remaining knights to panic, scattering in all directions. Without the protection of their formation, they were no longer a match for these elite-level dragon monsters, which had priests, warriors, and damage dealers. They gradually began to show signs of fatigue, and with the occasional ambush from the Dragon Clan's bronze-level boss, the Night Order was completely wiped out in less than 3 minutes. After the Night Order was annihilated, the once crowded Taoyuan village was left with only Qin Shen and Su Yu. The earliest scattered players had left 99% during the second wave of monster attacks. Why stay? They couldn't win and faced the risk of losing their lives. The few players who remained were purely there to watch the show and see if they could gain any benefits. But when they saw the players from the Ba Yi Legion fleeing, they followed suit. Why else? To wait for the monsters to come in and kill them too? At this point, Taoyuan village was completely empty. Only an hour had passed since the monster siege began, and the players of Taoyuan village had all left. Only the statue that once made Wang Yiba proud still stood in the center of the square. This time, Wang Yiba's defense battle was like a farce. As the farce came to an end, Wang Yiba's opportunity for advancement was also lost. Qin Shen and Su Yu were hurriedly collecting the spoils. Qin Shen, it seems like we've struck it rich, Su Yu said, her eyes shining. She had just picked up a pile of gold coins dropped by a member of the Ba Yi Legion, totaling over 200 coins. Moreover, the gold coins dropped by Ba Yi Legion players ranged from a few hundred to several thousand. By the time they finished collecting and counted, each of them could share 1,000,000 gold coins. Qin Shen had never lacked money in his life, even after entering the game, but he had never seen so much money. If this money were in Blue Star, it would amount to 10 billion. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen realized that most of the members of the Ba Yi Legion who had deceived players out of their money were probably here. The reasoning was simple: only by gaining benefits within the Legion would they be more willing to see the Legion thrive, as they wanted to greedily acquire more money. He felt like he had done a good deed, and when he shared his speculation with Su Yu, she felt proud as well. Anyway, now that we have money, I can buy whatever I want. No more pinching pennies. Are there places to spend money in this game? Qin Shen usually only spent money on potions and hadn't really spent elsewhere. Su Yu stared at him wide-eyed, as if looking at an alien. Of course, how could there not be? You can buy outfits, enjoy fine dining, buy houses, buy mounts. There are plenty of places to spend money. Qin Shen felt dizzy. It was just like in Blue Star. To prevent him from misunderstanding, Su Yu pointed to her light blue dress and said, "Look at me, wearing armor. However, this dress looks like cloth armor. This is the changed appearance. But where does the appearance come from? It can only be purchased through NPCs. So, there are plenty of places to spend money." Qin Shen suddenly realized. "So, are you going to give me an outfit?" Su Yu suddenly asked with anticipation. "Sure, that's easy, buddy. Right now, I lack everything except money. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you." Su Yu immediately became happy and pulled him. "Let's go. Let's buy it now." Qin Shen hurriedly shook off her hand. "Are you crazy? What about the golden level boss? Can we defeat it?" Su Yu asked curiously. "Whether we can defeat it depends on seeing it first. Wouldn't it be a pity to just leave? Besides, I still have Rudra's help. How could we possibly lose?" Qin Shen said. Su Yu, dazed by the pretty clothes, only then came to her senses after Qin Shen's words. She quickly nodded and said, "I'll listen to you." At that moment, Big Toad had already brought a group of little toads swaying into the village. Qin Shen and Su Yu hurriedly scavenged everything dropped by the Night Order. Then, Qin Shen ordered the Legion leader Skeleton to retreat with his subordinates to the edge of the square. Because as of now, the siege battle had not actually ended, and as long as the Big Toad did not smash the statue, it would not count as a failure in defending the city. Qin Shen would not let Wang Yiba take advantage. He needed the Big Toad to smash the statue before taking action. In the meantime, he took a look at the attributes of this Big Toad and the little toads. Golden Tatar, golden level, 40 health, 23,000,000 attack power, 310,000 skills, Lord of the Swamp, body slam, thick skin, long tongue, devour. Hey, these attributes aren't that high. With 23 million health, the Legion leader, after being boosted by Su Yu's skills, also reached 21 million health. Moreover, Su Yu hadn't even released the newly acquired attack power boost yet. If the attack power increased by 1000%, the Legion leader's physical attack would reach 3,800,000. This number far exceeded Tatar's. Perhaps it wouldn't even require Rudra to appear. The Legion leader alone could defeat this Tatar. Qin Shen thought to himself, however, there are still its skills to consider. If it has a decisive skill, then my chances of success will plummet. Swamp Lord, as the master of the swamp, Tatar receives the blessing of the Swamp God, entering battle mode with health x3 and physical attack power x3. Meatball charge, Tatar transforms into a sphere and crashes down from the sky, dealing 10% of the enemy's maximum health as damage, within a 20 by 20 range each time. Number of impacts, 5, cooldown time, 15 seconds. Damn!
This meatball charge is too shameless. Doesn't that mean if he uses his skills twice, everyone will die? And with such a short cooldown, it's easy to take someone out in an instant. Thick skin. Tatter's physical/magic defense is x10. Good grief, he's practically a steel barrel. Why not make it x100? Long tongue. Tatter's normal attack uses his long tongue to strike the enemy, dealing 150% of his attack power as damage. Devour. Tatar rolls out his long tongue, swallowing enemies within a 5-meter range in front of him. Enemies with ranks and levels lower than Tatar will be directly devoured. In an instant, the scene turned chaotic. That was 2 million. Who wouldn't want it? So, the person who snatched the skill book and was still being stubborn was immediately killed by the chaotic attacks. Not to mention, the skill book really did drop. The moment Qin Shen saw Tatter's skills, he lost hope. The last skill could clearly devour the Legion Commander. The Legion Commander was currently his strongest force, and if he got devoured, Qin Shen would have to rely on the Bone Dragon. So, he couldn't let the Legion Commander take risks just yet. He then looked at the attributes of those little toads. Mutated Toad, Elite, Level, 40 Health, 352,000 Attack Power, 78,000 Skills, Tough Skin, Thick Flesh, Meat Egg Scallion Chicken. What the heck? Meat Egg Scallion Chicken, what is that? Qin Shen took a look. It was probably a downgraded version of Meatball Charge. And Tough Skin, Thick Flesh was also a passive that increased defense. These little Karamis weren't much, and there were only 2,000 of them. Although his subordinate legion was much lower in level than these little toads, they understood troop coordination, and with over 10,000 in number, they could definitely overwhelm this group of little toads. Just as Qin Shen was observing the attributes, Tatar led a bunch of little toads to the stout statue of Wang Yiba. Then, the circle of little toads extended their 2 claws to attack the statue. System announcement. The base mark of the Dominion Legion is under attack. System announcement. The base mark of the Dominion Legion is under attack. System announcement. The base mark of the Dominion Legion is under attack. The system would pop up a notification every second. This notification could only be seen by players in the Taoyuan village area, and the system alerts that popped up every second created an inexplicable sense of tension. Is the system expecting us to protect the statue? Qin Shen laughed. Suyu chuckled as well. I didn't expect this statue to be quite sturdy. After being attacked, the statue displayed a health bar. No matter how much it was attacked, the statue would only lose a little health. The health bar of the primary base mark was only 10,000. This meant that if it suffered 10,000 attacks, the base mark would be destroyed. And there were only about 30 or 40 frogs that could attack the statue. The statue lost over 30 health points per second, requiring 5 minutes to be completely destroyed. Hey, if the mark is destroyed, the city defense battle would be considered a failure. Will these attacking monsters be refreshed? Suyu suddenly asked nervously. Qin Shen's heart tightened. Damn, I really hadn't thought of that. Yes, if the base mark is destroyed, it would mean the city defense failed and the battle would end, indicating that the monsters had defeated the players. The monsters couldn't just stay in Taoyuan village causing havoc. So, they would definitely be refreshed. Suyu's words made Qin Shen tense up instantly, facing a dilemma. On one hand, he absolutely did not want to protect the base marker, allowing Wang Yiba to succeed smoothly. On the other hand, he was reluctant to let go of this golden boss. After all, this was the highest level boss in the Wolf Smoke City area, and it would definitely drop good items, perhaps even a Legion order. Qin Shen suddenly found himself in a dilemma. Just as he was about to give up on the boss, a thought struck him. It didn't necessarily have to be the boss that shattered the base marker for it to count as a city defense failure, right? With this thought, he understood. I got it. We just need to lure the boss over and take it down. As for the base marker, let the elite monsters destroy it. Suyu nodded as if enlightened. Thus, Qin Shan ordered the Legion commander to move next to Tatar and unleash a rain of fire. Tatar's aggro was focused on the base marker, so he didn't notice the approaching skeleton until the fire rain struck him. He suddenly turned around. Quack! Darn undead! How dare you bully Tatar! Tatar roared angrily. The loud croaking from that massive monster's mouth was extremely uncomfortable to hear. The Legion commander's fire rain killed a large number of small frogs. However, only -150,000 damage floated above Tatar's head. It should be noted that the Legion commander's physical attack had reached 3.8 million at this point, yet he could only deal 150,000 damage. This was due to Tatar's high dual defenses as well as the level and tier differences which resulted in such a severe damage reduction. What Qin Shan relied on the most, the burning effect, had completely failed to take effect. The burning effect dealt damage equal to 10% of the maximum health per second, and after 10 seconds, it would surely die. However, Tatar, being a golden level boss, naturally resisted negative status effects. After the Legion commander's skeleton finished casting the fire rain, he led Tatar towards the edge of the square. After being provoked, Tatar suddenly had his belly swell into a round ball, which then shot up into the air and quickly slammed down towards the Legion commander. With a loud bang, the round ball crashed into the Legion commander, creating a large pit around him, about 10 meters in diameter.
-4200000. This was the power of the meatball impact, dealing 10% of the maximum health damage. And it wasn't over yet. Tatar bounced up again and slammed into the ground. -4200000. This repeated 4 times. Each time it dealt 4.2 million damage. Originally, the Legion Commander skeleton had 42 million health, but in an instant, it lost half of its health. This scene left Qin Shen and Suyu dumbfounded. What the hell? This is too overbearing. From a statistical perspective, the two seemed quite similar, yet in practical combat, they were worlds apart. Is this the gap between levels and tiers? Suyu shouted at Qin Shen. Hurry! Bring the Legion Commander back. It'll get swallowed otherwise. Only then did Qin Shen remember that this thing had a devouring skill. He quickly recalled the Legion Commander skeleton into the space. A flash of white light passed and the Legion Commander skeleton disappeared. However, Tatar slowly turned his head due to the Legion Commander's disappearance, shifting his aggro onto Qin Shen. Quack quack quack. No wonder there are undead creatures here. It turns out there's a cunning undead mage like you. A worthless piece of trash with 1 drop of blood dares to provoke Tatar. Are you looking for death? Seeing that Qin Shen was just a 1-drop blood undead mage, Tatar didn't take him seriously at all. Qin Shen replied, I am an undead mage, dealing damage with skeletons is my skill. How am I being despicable? Tatar said, quack quack. You do have a point. But how can a worthless piece of trash with 1 drop of blood think about defending the city? Isn't that despicable? Qin Shen retorted, who said I wanted to defend the city? You can destroy it. If I manage to hold on, it counts as my loss. Tatar, confused, hung his long tongue down, quack quack quack. Then why are you attacking me? Qin Shen answered, of course, I want to kill you and loot your equipment. Tatar paused for a moment, then burst into a series of dense laughs, almost like a human, quack 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 quack. You, this necromancer, are quite amusing. Are you joking with me? Kill me? Where do you get the courage to say such things? Look into my eyes, am I joking? Qin Shen's expression was serious, very serious. Tatar lowered his head and stared with his small eyes for a long time but couldn't see any fear in him. Quack quack quack. Necromancer, since you've brought me so much joy, I can spare your life. How about that? Tatar said. Did I not make myself clear enough? Fine, let me say it again. I'm going to kill you and loot your gear. Qin Shen said earnestly, word by word. Tatar's previously upturned wide mouth slowly drooped. He said arrogantly, Necromancer, you've really made me angry. I can't believe a necromancer with a single drop of blood would dare to say such things. The consequences of provoking Lord Tatar are very serious. I'll give you one more chance to speak again. Qin Shen smiled. I didn't expect this frog of yours to be quite reasonable. But I said, I'm going to kill you and loot your gear. Upon hearing that he was called a frog, Tatar jumped up in a panic. I'm a frog, do you know that? You stupid necromancer actually called me a frog. Seeing Tatar jumping around in a panic, even Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Shen shrugged, it doesn't matter. They look pretty similar. Besides, you're about to die, why bother with these things? Tatar's big mouth twitched. You necromancer really should die. How dare you speak so arrogantly with just a drop of blood? I wish I could swallow you whole. Qin Shen waved his hand. No, no, no. I'm not tasty. But I do have something delicious here. Humph. Are you trying to bribe me? You really underestimate me. However, if you can indeed bring out something good, I wouldn't mind accepting it. But you frog really has no principles. Suyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Qin Shen nodded. It's indeed a good thing. And it's top-notch. It just depends on whether you can handle it. Quack quack quack. What a joke. What could a pathetic necromancer have that I can't eat? I could eat you without any problem. Tatar quacked. Is that so? Then it depends on whether your mouth is big enough. Come out. Rudra. Qin Shen then shouted. As soon as the words fell, roar. Suddenly, a heart-stopping dragon roar echoed. A tear opened. In the air, a massive hind leg stretched out. A blue dragon claw with knife-like barbs. Then the entire dragon body quickly burst out from the crack. Rudra's appearance caused the temperature around to drop, and crystalline snowflakes began to float in the air. Tatar, who had originally planned to attack Qin Shen with his long tongue, found his tongue frozen in midair as soon as it extended. The eyes of the round, bulging frog were instantly filled with fear. Its wide mouth trembled, and its whole body couldn't help but shake. After the giant dragon appeared, it glared at Tatar. Tatar felt as if it had been targeted by the Grim Reaper, a terror from the soul enveloping it. Suddenly, Rudra shot out a magical spear from its mouth. It shot downwards towards Tatar. That round body was instantly pierced by the spear. A loud critical hit sound echoed. 21 million damage numbers floated above Tatar's head. Tatar's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. After being pierced by the dragon spear, its defenses were absurdly high, and it even had a hidden passive that reduced final damage by 40%. Yet, with just this one hit, it was left with only 1/5 of its health. The damage from this giant dragon was indeed terrifying.
You worthless undead mage with a drop of blood. How is it possible? Before it could finish its sentence, Rudra's wings flapped, soaring into the air. Just about 3 meters off the ground, it suddenly dove down. The giant dragon's body crashed to the ground like a cannonball, causing a violent tremor. Even the little toads attacking the outpost 200 meters away were halved. Herewith Tatar. A loud bang of a magical critical hit echoed. Minus 59 million damage instantly emptied Tatar's health bar. Its round body rolled over and lay down. After killing Tatar, Rudra tore through space and leaped in. The entire appearance process took only 5 seconds. Qin Chen was quite stingy. To repair Rudra's bone spirit as soon as possible, he only wasted a little progress. After consecutively using 2 skills to kill Tatar, he returned to the bone spirit. The scene fell into silence. It took Suyu a long time to recover. Suddenly, her little face flushed, her fists clenched, and she bit her lip. Lightly, with starry eyes, she looked at Qin Chen. Seeing that he was still standing there in a daze, she excitedly jumped to his side and grabbed his arm. Qin Chen, Rudra is really so cool. So cool. Did you see it? Qin Chen awkwardly smiled. No, he indeed hadn't looked at Rudra but was checking its skills instead. Dragon Spear. Dragon language magic condenses a magical spear that is spewed from the giant dragon's mouth, dealing 110% physical damage to a single enemy target. With a 10% physical critical hit rate, cooldown 2 seconds. A skill with only a 2-second cooldown, though it had no special bonuses, could still fill the gaps between major skills. Dragon Spear, use. After looking at Dragon Spear, he casually checked another one. Dark Wings. Rudra soars into the air, striking the ground. To deal 200% magical damage to enemy units within a 220-meter range, with a 50% magical critical hit rate. Cooldown 30 seconds. Dark Wings, use. 5 seconds was only enough for him to look at 2 skills. If it weren't for the tough and high-health Golden Tatar, it wouldn't have been able to withstand even 1 skill. After reviewing the 2 skills, Qin Chen was equally shocked. This thing was too overpowered. 220 meters of area damage. Who could escape that? It wasn't until Suyu shook him awake, looking at him with admiration, that he finally came to his senses. Next came the moment to collect the spoils. The first golden boss in the world game was killed by them just like that. Qin Chen checked the system prompt. Killing Golden Tatar grants 500,000 experience points. Not as much as he imagined, not even a tenth of the experience. The world game also had a cap on experience gained from killing monsters above one's level. Being 5 levels higher than oneself was the maximum experience. Qin Chen quickly approached Tatar. After thinking for a moment, he directly fed the prosecutor skeleton to Rudra. He gained 3 points of progress. Now he only had 3 skeleton slots, and these 3 skeletons were quite powerful for the time being. Unfortunately, the Golden Tatar in front of him was undoubtedly even stronger. If he could summon it, he would be invincible in Wolfsmoke City. Rise, my servant. Qin Chen pointed his staff in the air, speaking with a serious expression. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed. Tatar's originally round belly suddenly lifted. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Until a system prompt came through. All players in Wolfsmoke City heard this prompt. Dominion Legion stationed at Peach Blossom Village has been destroyed. Dominion Legion has failed the city defense battle. Peach Blossom Village has become a no man's land again. Dominion Legion promotion failed. Please keep up the effort. It was only when a dazed skeleton warrior stood in front of him holding a bone knife that Qin Chen finally confirmed. This time, Lady Luck did not favor him. The luck effect did not trigger. The Golden Tatar's skeleton was not summoned. Qin Chen was somewhat on the verge of collapse. He had already ruined the inspector's hopes of summoning Tatar. Who would have thought it would fail? Damn it! In his anger, Qin Chen directly sacrificed the skeleton warrior. He would rather have nothing than a dazed skeleton warrior. At that moment, Suyu, who was picking up items, suddenly shouted, "Healing gem." It's actually a healing gem. Curious, Qin Chen asked her what a healing gem was. Suyu immediately posted the gem's attributes. Lowest level healing gem, increases healing effect by 5% when embedded in a weapon. Do you even need this? By the way, don't you have magic power amplification? This doesn't seem very useful. Suyu's magic power amplification was certainly more than just a 5% increase in healing effect. Seeing the puzzled look on Qin Chen's face, Suyu explained, actually, when I first arrived in Wolfsmoke City, the profession mentor issued a task where I could exchange 1 healing gem for 2 entry tickets to Cloud Dreammarsh. So, I plan to use this gem to exchange for 2 entry tickets, okay? Qin Chen, don't worry. 1 for you, 1 for me, we'll go in together. Qin Chen smiled and patted her head. Of course, this thing is useless to me. Suyu nodded and put the gem away. Cloud Dreammarsh is a place where players can obtain mounts. To get a mount, players either spend 100 gold coins to buy a regular horse from the system shop or spend 10 gold coins to buy a lasso. The lasso can be used to capture wild monsters as mounts, but the success rate is quite low. Cloud Dream Marsh, on the other hand, is a place that only produces mounts. It also yields high-level mounts, and the success rate for capturing them is much higher than outside. If they could really exchange for 2 entry tickets, it would be quite a bargain, especially since the gem was of no use to them. After securing the gem, Suyu continued to pick up the remaining items. It's a shield. She waved a shield in front of Qin Shen and said, "This should be given to Brother Wang. We don't need the money right now." Qin Shen took the shield. Tatar's unparalleled shield, golden level, 35 constitution plus 4,500 health plus 5,500 physical defense plus 800 magic defense plus 980 physical/magic critical resistance plus 10% final damage reduction 25% a damage reduction of 25%. With this shield, old Wang would truly become an iron turtle. "Oh, this is your skill. Wow, it adds a skeleton space," Suyu exclaimed happily, holding up a skill book. Upon hearing about the added skeleton space, Qin Shen was overjoyed and took the skill book. Skeleton space, Necromancer permanently increases skeleton space by 1 upon use. It was truly a case of wanting something and getting it. Although he couldn't summon Tatar's skeleton, this skill book made the trip worthwhile. "Here's another treasure for you." After saying that, Suyu handed an earring to Qin Shen. Tatar's earring, golden level, 35 intelligence plus 560 spell power plus 1200 magic critical rate plus 10% final damage plus 2%. Seeing such a high intelligence boost, the single earring provided him with 18,000 spell power. However, he couldn't equip it yet due to his current level. Qin Shen was now preparing to have 2 earrings. One was dropped by a mini-boss, Dracon. Magic earring, bronze level, 23 intelligence plus 80 spirit plus 200 spell critical rate plus 4%. The other was equipment chosen from a hidden quest in the 4th stage of the novice village. If it weren't for the plus 2 luck on the earring, Qin Shen would have chosen the bronze level necklace. There was no way around it. The luck attribute was too important to him. It directly affected the triggering probability of his luck effects. Ever since he obtained the title with plus 10 luck, he had felt that his chances of converting skeletons had significantly increased. If he had to give up the lucky earrings with these 2 attributes, he still couldn't bear to do it. But the attributes of the earring in front of him made his mouth water. Fortunately, he didn't need it for now. He would deal with it later. Qin Shen put the earring into his backpack, and Suyu gave him another 100 soul sealing stones. "With this 100, how many years of life do you have now?" Qin Shen chose to use the soul sealing stones directly. After adding the lifespan, he sent a screenshot to Suyu. 42 years and 2 months. Not bad, not bad. Finally have some capital. Alright, we've checked everything, and this is all there is. 2 pieces of golden equipment, 100 soul sealing stones, a skill book, and a healing gem. Only a wild boss could drop this much loot. Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction. Overall, not too bad. After the 2 tidied up the items dropped by the little frog that had been instantly killed by the dark wings, they chose to head back. Wang Yiba stood dazedly in the resurrection hall after coming back to life, surrounded by the players from the Baiyi guild that Qin Shen had swept over. At this moment, they couldn't care less that Wang Yiba was the leader. They started cursing directly. "Wang Yiba, are you an idiot? Why did you offend Qin Shen? Exactly. Do you want to live after offending such a big shot? Damn it, you made me lose 20 years of life. You owe me. What's losing 20 years of life to you? My friend Xiao Do was killed by Qin Shen. Seriously, we agreed to defend the city. Why did you provoke Qin Shen? Now we didn't defend the city well, and we lost 20 years of life." One by one, they complained that Wang Yiba had provoked Qin Shen. At this moment, Su Padai stepped forward. Now that Liu wasn't here, he knew that if he flattered Wang Yiba at this time, he might get his vice leader position back. "What are you all saying? Don't you have any sense? Without the leader, could you level up so quickly? Would you have had the chance to participate in the city defense battle? Now that we've lost, you blame the leader? Don't you have any self-awareness? Everything we have is thanks to the leader." "Hey, Su Padai, what do you mean?" Someone voiced opposition. Su Padai replied, "What do you mean? Haven't I made it clear to you? Don't you know how much the leader has contributed to the guild? It's just 1 death. Look at you all. What's the difference between you and ungrateful wolves?" Hearing this, Wang Yiba's mood improved significantly. "Oh right, who am I? How much have I contributed to the Legion? It's you all who don't know what's good for you, looking for trouble." Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted in panic. "Oh my god! Oh my god! My money! That was 1,000 gold coins I worked so hard to scam. How did it just disappear?" "Whoa whoa." A small team leader looked at his empty backpack, wanting to cry but having no tears. His cry made others realize that dying had a high probability of dropping gold coins, and they had just let Qin Shen kill them once. One by one, they hurriedly checked their backpacks. Suddenly, a chorus of wails erupted. "My heavens! My gold coins are gone too! I worked so hard to scam 2,000 gold coins, but I didn't spend a single cent. Qin Shen, it's all that damned Qin Shen, give me my money back."
Thank goodness, I only lost half, at least I still have half left. At this moment, Su Padai, who had been speaking up for Wang Yiba, opened his backpack and instantly turned pale, nearly fainting. Damn it! I only scammed 200 coins, and they all dropped. How am I supposed to live now? He couldn't care less about defending Wang Yiba anymore and instead cursed loudly. Wang Yiba, I told you not to mess with Qin Shen, we should focus on our own development, but you just wouldn't listen and you replaced my vice leader position with that idiot Liu. Wang Yiba, give me back my 200 gold coins. Seeing his own strategist starting to pressure him, Wang Yiba completely broke down. Tears streamed down his face as he ran towards the Lord's mansion. Wang Yiba not only died once but also had only 14 years of life left after all his hard work, but he decided to never provoke Qin Shen again. When he saw Brian, he was ready to cry his heart out. Little did he know, Brian had already heard the news in advance. At that moment, he was as furious as a Buddha descending to earth. Upon seeing Wang Yiba, he first slapped him twice. Smack! Smack, you useless piece of trash! You couldn't even kill a one-drop blood mage. What face do you have to be the Legion commander? Wang Yiba, with a mournful face, said pitifully, Lord Brian, that Qin Shen isn't a one-drop blood. That kid is strange. He simply can't be killed. Shut the hell up. How can there be someone who can't be killed in this world? In the end, it's just that you're too stupid. Like a pig. How can you kill someone? Wang Yiba sniffled and said, anyway, our Bai Yi Legion can't go against Qin Shen anymore. That kid is too sinister, and I also don't have a chance to resurrect anymore. Next time, he has to kill me. Whoa whoa. Thinking of this, Wang Yiba felt wronged. As a dignified S-rank talent, he had been killed so many times by a one-drop blood, and now he was on the verge of death. Ever since he got this S-rank talent, he had been revered wherever he went, yet he was repeatedly killed by Qin Shen. Brian, seeing his spineless demeanor, became angry. Get out! Get out! You get out first! He was also extremely annoyed. He still didn't know how to explain the 500 knights to his father. Wang Yiba felt as if he had received a great pardon and hurriedly ran away. After he left, Brian was in a fluster, picked up the teapot and gulped down a bellyful of blue water, then ran next door to find a woman. A minute later, he returned, panting. Qin Shen had to be killed. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the high-level Dragon Clan's bone spirit. But Wang Yiba was too useless. And now, with no other legions established, it was best to take it slow. After all, Qin Shen couldn't escape from Wolf Smoke City. The task to open the second-level city was still in his father's hands. As long as he didn't let go, Qin Shen wouldn't be able to run away. Qin Shen and Suyu used the return scroll to get back to the resurrection point in Wolf Smoke City. For Suyu, the biggest gain this time was the 1 million gold coins. With that money, she could buy what she wanted. So, Suyu was in a hurry to turn in her quest. As for Qin Shen, now at level 28, he didn't need to learn his professional skills until he reached level 30. So, he had nothing much to do. He simply decided to find Shen Duo to sell his equipment. Thus, he temporarily parted ways with Suyu. Shen Duo was still setting up his stall at the market. Qin Shen easily found him. After trading the equipment to him, Shen Duo suddenly popped out. A question. Brother Feng, how much money do you have now? Qin Shen thought this guy wanted to borrow money, so he asked, why? Shen Duo said, if you have a lot of money, you could buy a shop in Wolf Smoke City. I'll rent your shop and I guarantee you'll make a profit. Qin Shen had no interest in doing business. He was tired of it in his previous life. But he still asked, how much for a shop? Shen Duo made a gesture of 800,000. What's the point of buying that broken shop with that much money? I'll be going to the second-level city soon. Qin Shen said, hey, you don't understand. Buying a shop is a long-term investment. It can retain its value, and renting it out can generate fixed income. Qin Shen didn't have time to chat with him about investments. He was now a thorough opportunist. He was solely focused on getting stronger because he knew that in such a world, everything else was meaningless, only strength was real. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge wealth gap in the game of 10,000 realms? Ordinary people could hardly afford 3 meals a day, while those shops casually cost 800,000 gold coins, which was 8 billion copper coins. Meanwhile, ordinary people could only eat 1 or 2 copper coins per meal. It was evident that to survive in this world, one must possess absolute strength, while money was secondary. With strength, wealth would naturally follow. Qin Shen didn't waste too much time chatting with Shen Duo that he still needed to go to the profession hall to find Suyu to go shopping together. Arriving at the first floor of the profession hall, he noticed that most players had already reached the mainstream level of 24, and they had long since learned their profession skills. Therefore, aside from a few players doing quests, there weren't many people in the profession hall. After Qin Shen arrived, those questing players looked at him curiously. It was quite a miracle that someone could leave the novice village with just a drop of blood. Qin Shen ignored the strange gazes from the surrounding players, although he had some notoriety in the novice village. This was Wolf Smoke City, a gathering place for 500 novice villages, so it was normal for others not to know his name. In the hall on the first floor, Qin Shen sought his old acquaintance.
The undead mage mentor. The mentor enthusiastically asked him what level he was now. Qin Shen told him he was already level 27. The undead mentor seemed a bit emotional. Among so many players, only Qin Shen was an exception. Other undead mages were even struggling to level up. Little did they expect that Qin Shen had already left other players far behind. The undead mentor said, "When you reach level 30, I have an important quest for you." Qin Shen curiously asked, "What quest?" The undead mentor mysteriously replied, "It requires entering a burial ground. I can't say more." A burial ground? At the mention of the burial ground, Qin Shen's eyes lit up. He knew where the entrance to the burial ground was deep, inside the Nunu tribe dungeon. Moreover, he had found Rudra's bone spirit there and heard the footsteps of giants. That place was extremely dangerous. Qin Shen didn't want to go. However, the mentor also said to wait until level 30, so he decided to talk to the mentor for a bit before taking his leave. Just as Qin Shen was about to exchange a few pleasantries with the mentor, he suddenly received a message from Su Yu. "Qin Shen, come to the second floor of the profession hall quickly." "Ha? Didn't Su Yu go to turn in a quest? Why was she asking for his help now?" She must have run into some trouble, otherwise, it wouldn't take this long to turn in a quest. Coincidentally, Qin Shen was on the first floor. "Mentor, my friend is having some trouble on the second floor, I need to go up." The undead mentor was about to say he could help when Qin Shen had already dashed up to the second floor. After returning to the city, Su Yu came to the profession hall and went up to the second floor to find the bard mentor. The bard mentor was an old man with a white beard and a bit of an ethereal aura. He spoke gently and had a high emotional intelligence, which Su Yu had always liked about her mentor. However, after she handed over the healing gem, the mentor continued to hold his flute, seemingly unfazed. Su Yu curiously reminded him, "Mentor, where's my reward?" The mentor pretended to be clueless. "Reward? What reward?" Su Yu continued to remind him, "Didn't you say you had a quest, and one healing gem could be exchanged for 2 entry tickets to the Cloud Dream Marsh? Now that I've given you the healing gem, you haven't given me the tickets." The mentor then seemed to suddenly realize, "Oh, you mean that quest? But my quest requires a top-level gem. You think you can fool this old man with a low-level one? That's not how it works." Su Yu immediately became unhappy. "There aren't any top-level gems in the entire Wolf Smoke City area. The highest you can get is a low-level one. Isn't that just making things difficult?" The mentor also became displeased. "That's not my problem. You have to bring me a top-level one for me to give you the tickets." "But you never said it had to be a top-level one," Su Yu retorted. The mentor argued, "I never said it had to be a low-level one, right?" Su Yu, exasperated, exclaimed, "You." She reached out, "Then give me back my gem." The mentor looked confused. "Gem? What gem?" "Berserker mentor, did you see any gem?" The berserker mentor didn't even look this way, busy issuing his own quests. "What gem? I don't know." The bard mentor took the opportunity to say, "See? What gem are you talking about? We don't even know what you're saying." Su Yu was furious, panting heavily, "Don't play dumb with me. If you don't return it to me today, I'm not leaving. I want everyone taking on tasks to see your true colors." The bard mentor threatened, "Don't cause trouble with me. If you want to take on a task, I can issue it to you, but if you cause a scene, do you see that guard over there? I'll make sure you regret it." Su Yu glanced at the guard. These guards in the professional hall were also NPC factions, not system arranged, just level 40 bronze guards, but she couldn't defeat them. If this matter were to end here, Su Yu couldn't swallow that anger. Thinking back, this task had been unreasonable from the start. The mentor had only mentioned it verbally and hadn't issued it as a formal task. If he had, it would have been monitored by the system. It seemed he had prepared to deceive her from the beginning. The bard mentor indeed did this because he needed the gems, but gems weren't easy to obtain, and bards were already a high-end hidden profession, with very few players choosing to change jobs. This made it even harder for the bard mentor to obtain gems, so he would casually mention it to every bard player who came to change jobs. To get them to give him the gems, he could only increase the task's rewards. "Yunmengs, is that a place an ordinary person can enter? And with 2 entry tickets, I've only been in once in my many years." "Not 2. Mention me, even the president of the professional guild only has 2 tickets. He had no tickets at all, so where could he find them for Su Yu?" Faced with Su Yu's demand to return the gems, he naturally refused, since no one else had seen her give him the gems. Seeing this old man playing tricks and using the guards to intimidate her, Su Yu, unable to defeat the guards, had no choice but to seek help from Qin Shen. The moment Qin Shen received the message, he rushed to the second floor. He found the aggrieved Su Yu in front of a row of hidden profession mentors. As soon as Su Yu saw him, she complained, "The mentor tricked me. I clearly gave him a healing gem, but he said he didn't have it. He even used those guards to scare me." By the end, Su Yu was almost in tears. Qin Shen patted her shoulder. "Leave it to me," he said, pulling her behind him. "So it's you who coveted Su Yu's healing gem? You look all righteous, but you're just an old fraud." The bard mentor glanced at Qin Shen and couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this the helper you found? Ha ha, Su Yu, I didn't expect you to be so foolish. You actually brought a worthless one-hit wonder. Shinshin sneered, I didn't expect you to be so dim-witted. You actually tried to deceive us. Put. Kid, what's wrong with deceiving you? With you, a one-hit wonder, I could just flick my finger and you'd be dead. What can you do to me? Stop pretending. Are you trying to show off in front of this girl? Let me tell you, you need to know your own strength. If you pretend to be tough without the strength, you might get killed. Do you understand? The bard mentor looked down on Shinshin, utterly disdainful. Shinshin was too lazy to waste words with him. Since he wanted to take advantage and refused to give it back, he would just kill him and loot it. Faction NPCs could be killed, it just required issuing a challenge. A challenge was like a PK between players. If you died, you died. It would only offend the related faction NPCs in Wolf Smoke City. With Bone Spirit around, Shinshin wasn't afraid of this at all. He directly issued a challenge to the bard mentor. When the bard mentor received the challenge notification, he was clearly taken aback. Then he laughed disdainfully. Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Just as he was about to accept the challenge, the necromancer mentor rushed over, shouting anxiously, Don't do that. Both Shinshin and the bard mentor were stunned. How did the necromancer mentor catch up? In fact, he was also concerned about Shinshin. There were many cases of players clashing with NPCs from factions, but he had never seen anyone come out on top. He was afraid that Shinshin would suffer a loss, so he hurried over. This one here is our necromancer player, my disciple, the necromancer mentor said to the bard mentor. Then he turned to Shinshin and said, and this one is my colleague, the bard mentor. What are you two planning to do? We're all family here, so do me a favor. This matter can be discussed amicably. Don't ruin the atmosphere and give others something to laugh about. The necromancer mentor glanced around at the crowd that had gathered, not just the mentors on the second floor but also players who had rushed over to watch the commotion. Even some players from the first floor had come over. The spacious second floor was now packed. Most people had no idea what was going on. They only knew that the player with one drop of blood seemed to be in conflict with the bard mentor. Players immediately began to discuss among themselves. Are they really going to try to pull a fast one over a drop of blood? Some players in Blue Star used to do that when they were about to die. I can't believe this has been replicated in the game. What a wild idea. It doesn't seem like a scam. I just heard that one drop blood player say he was going to issue a challenge. It looks like it's either you die or I die. There must be something else going on. What? A challenge? Does he really think he can challenge someone with just one drop of blood? Is he asking for trouble? The mention of a challenge immediately sparked heated discussions among the crowd. A player with one drop of blood daring to challenge an NPC? Shinshin felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected the necromancer mentor to come to his aid. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to directly challenge the bard mentor and let the Legion commander take him out in one hit. After his death, he would naturally drop a lot of items, so not only would the gems return, but he would also get a lot of loot. Now, with the necromancer mentor coming over enthusiastically to help, he had to at least give his mentor some face, right? Although he knew the mentor was doing it for his own good and was afraid he would suffer a loss, Shinshin really wanted to tell him that it wasn't necessary. Hearing the discussions around him, the necromancer mentor sighed. Look, you're making a fool of yourselves, aren't you? Can't you discuss things properly without resorting to violence? Isn't it because of you, good disciple, that you wrongfully accused me of taking Suyu's gems? You want to stand up for him, right? The bard mentor said arrogantly, raising his head with his arms crossed. He shot a disdainful glance at Shinshin and said, you should consider your own situation before trying to stand up for someone else. What a disgrace. The bard mentor's words immediately resonated with the surrounding players, who looked at Shinshin with contempt. This guy was really risking his life just to show off in front of the beautiful women. The key was that he only had one drop of blood left, and there was no way he could win. Wrongfully accused? Suyu wouldn't wrongfully accuse you. We just fought for a healing gem, and she said she needed it for a quest. Now that the gem is gone, who else would I give it to? Shinshin said, barely bothering to argue, but he felt compelled to defend himself for the mentor's sake. He didn't expect the bard mentor to burst into laughter and say, it's common knowledge that gems only drop from level 40 and above boss monsters. You actually claim that you and Suyu just fought for one? Let others see if you can kill a level 40 boss. Oh, if you're talking about relying on Suyu, she's a bard, a support class, and has no damage output. What do you two have to fight a boss? The bard mentor seemed to have prepared his arguments in advance, and now, triggered by Shinshin's words, he let them all out. The surrounding players nodded in agreement. The bard mentor is right. That's a level 40 boss, not something an average player can handle. A one-drop blood necromancer, someone shook their head. Even worse, someone said, this bard mentor looks kind and benevolent. He clearly seems like a good person. This one with a drop of blood clearly likes to show off in front of beautiful women. But unfortunately, even in the game, he can't stay calm, still causing trouble with just a drop of blood. Shinshin felt his blood pressure rising. What? Can't I fight the boss with a drop of blood? If I can't fight monsters, how did I get to Wolf Smoke City? This statement left everyone speechless. Indeed. If he couldn't fight monsters, how could he have reached Wolf Smoke City? The Bard mentor snorted coldly. Maybe he leveled up to level 10 relying on Suyu. Who said you can't team up to level up? Besides, just because you can fight monsters doesn't mean you can fight bosses. Are bosses the same as ordinary monsters? Is this really unreasonable behavior towards me? Trying to extort gems from me? Everyone, look! These two are trying to extort. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes at him. Other players actually believed his words and started mocking Qin Shen from behind. At this moment, Suyu spoke up. You say I'm extorting, right? Fine, then I'll prove I'm not extorting. I just uploaded the video of what happened to the Nearby People channel. Anyone with questions can take a look. A crowd of onlookers hurriedly checked when they heard there was a video. The Bard mentor panicked. What video? It must be unfavorable to him, and he quickly checked as well. Since you say you didn't take my healing gem, how could you look down on my lowest grade gem? Suyu asked. She had started recording from the first-person perspective when she sensed something was off with the mentor, and now it came in handy. After the crowd watched the video, their gazes towards the Bard mentor changed. What? The mentor can still lie? These NPCs seem really shady. I misjudged. I thought this old man was a good person, but it turns out he's a hypocritical scoundrel. The words of the crowd made the Bard mentor's face flush red. He never expected Suyu would record. It's hand over the gem, Qin Shen said coldly. I didn't take Suyu's gem. I was wrong earlier. No means no. Go ask someone else. The Bard mentor naturally refused to admit it. Fine. Then the only option left is to kill you and make you drop it. With just your drop of blood? The Bard mentor looked down on Qin Shen disdainfully. Qin Shen replied, whether I can or not, you'll find out if you try. Good. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for bullying. You challenge me, the Bard mentor said. Just as Qin Shen was about to choose to challenge, the Necromancer mentor suddenly stepped forward. I say, Bard mentor, we've been colleagues for so many years. Give me some face and hand over the stuff. Don't you think this is embarrassing? This statement directly poked at the Bard mentor's sore spot, making him both ashamed and angry. Colleagues? Who's your colleague? What status do you have, and what status do I have? A mere Necromancer mentor is worthy to compare with me? He pointed at the Necromancer mentor's chest. Look clearly, I am a noble hidden mentor. Who are you, a useless one? A useless Necromancer dares to provoke my esteemed hidden profession? If you want to challenge, come at me. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? The surrounding players shook their heads at this situation. A kind-hearted big brother even stepped forward to advise Qin Shen. Just take the loss quietly. It won't end well in the end. Yeah, are you going to compete with a powerful NPC? Do you have that strength? You're just a drop of blood. Useless. I say, don't meddle. Without him, would you have any fun? Exactly. Just sit quietly and enjoy the show. Why pretend to be a good person? The crowd chimed in, each taking turns to mock Qin Shen. They made it clear they were trying to set him up, but what could he do? Who told him he was useless? The Necromancer mentor felt awkward from the Bard mentor's words, both embarrassed and uncomfortable. Because of the Necromancer profession, he had faced discrimination before, hadn't he? Not to mention these hidden professions, even ordinary profession mentors looked down on him. The Necromancer mentor felt helpless. He could only apologize. This matter is my disciple's fault. Please show mercy and don't stoop to his level. Qin Shen was momentarily speechless. What nonsense was this? Why would I be afraid of him? He pulled his mentor's arm, dragging him back. Don't you get it? He's the one trying to set me up. And do I really need his high-handedness? The Necromancer mentor looked a bit confused. I know you have a bronze-level skeleton, but it can't even take on a silver-level. Mentor, don't be so reckless. Admit your mistake and save your life first. Qin Shen shot him a glare. You're nothing. Stay out of this. The Necromancer mentor, feeling a bit dazed, had already been mocked by his colleagues, and now he was being scolded by his own disciple, so he could only obediently retreat to the side. He still felt guilty, blaming his identity as a necromancer for not being able to help his disciple. Have you two discussed this? The Bard mentor asked arrogantly. Do we even need to discuss it? You either hand over the gem obediently, or I'll take it by force. Qin Shen replied coldly. Ha. What a big talker. I really can't believe you, with just a drop of blood, dare to say such things. Aren't you going to kill me and loot my gear? Bring it on. I want to see what you're made of. Qin Shen directly challenged him. The Bard mentor decisively accepted the challenge. The mentor NPC's health wasn't high to begin with, otherwise they wouldn't need to arrange guards here. The Bard mentor had just over 20,000 health. Meanwhile, Qin Shen's magic power was at 42,000, capable of taking him out with a single magic missile. Seeing that Qin Shen and the mentor had truly become adversaries, the surrounding players erupted in chatter. What the hell? How dare he? He only has a drop of blood. This guy is awesome. I take back my disdain. Awesome. I think he's just an idiot, risking his life to show off. It's all that woman's fault for being too pretty, making this guy lose his head. Just enjoy the show, no need for all this chatter. The players watching the commotion were discussing among themselves, but most were just there for the entertainment. The necromancer mentor, after being berated by the bard mentor, lost all desire to mediate. What the bard said wasn't wrong, his identity was indeed a tier lower than a hidden class. Even on the first floor, he was still the subject of ridicule. Although Qin Shen's job change had slapped many mentors in the face, they still looked down on him as a necromancer. Seeing the two become adversaries, the necromancer couldn't help but feel anxious. He feared for Qin Shen's life. After all, even though he had a powerful skeleton, it couldn't handle the bard mentor, and he himself only had a drop of blood. If he got hit, he would die. Just as he was about to step forward to persuade them again, a sharp voice came from behind. Who is it causing trouble here? It was the voice of the guild leader. Everyone turned to see a person with the title guild leader descending the stairs from the third floor. It was Drake, the leader of the professional guild. Upon hearing that a player dared to challenge a mentor, he was furious. Coming down from the third floor, he saw that indeed a drop of blood waste was confronting the bard mentor. The crowd quickly made way for the important figure. Drake approached Qin Shen, sizing him up with a sideways glance. I thought my subordinates were joking. I didn't expect someone would actually dare to act wild here. And a drop of blood waste at that. Humph. Waste, where do you get the courage to challenge a professional mentor? Drake mocked without holding back. Qin Shen felt anger rise at his smug face but held it in, saying, You're the guild leader, right? This bard mentor tricked my friend out of a healing gem, and now that we have evidence, he still won't admit it. What do you think we should do about this? Hearing his accusation, the bard mentor looked nervously at the guild leader, fearing he would step in to uphold justice. But to his surprise, the guild leader shot him a glance. Humph, you dare challenge the mentor's authority for this? So what if one of our people tricked you? That's your honor, but you dare to challenge the mentor? You've got some guts. Qin Shen suppressed his anger and provocatively said, You're the guild leader, right? I'll tell you the truth. Not only do I dare to challenge him, but I also dare to challenge you. The president was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You? With just you? A worthless one-drop blood player dares to boast about challenging me? Are you out of your mind? The surrounding players also found it amusing. This guy is getting more and more arrogant, daring to challenge the president with one drop of blood? Hey, you can't say that. This is really eye-opening. Who isn't scared to death in this game? This guy has given everyone a good laugh. This kid is done for. It's a tragedy to be a sycophant to this extent. Stop talking nonsense, let's just see how this kid dies. Qin Shen said, Then let's not waste any more words. Since you refuse to hand over the gem, prepare to die. The two had already entered a duel state, so they could attack at any moment. Qin Shen waved his staff and cast his iron curtain. The bard opposite him took down his flute and prepared for battle. Humph. A one-drop blood worthless player dares to cause trouble here. President, don't worry, I'll take care of this kid. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shen couldn't wait any longer and charged forward, waving his staff. Seeing him raise his staff high and rush towards the bard, everyone was stunned. What the hell? This kid really is out of his mind. He's a necromancer. This guy doesn't even have a skeleton to back him up, and he's going in to fight with physical attacks. Damn, what a pure source of entertainment. Even the necromancer turned his head away, unable to watch. Earlier, Qin Shen had a skeleton that could handle a few hits, but now he was swinging his staff. The president looked down on him even more, certain that this kid was just a fool. Just when everyone thought Qin Shen would be killed in the next second, a sudden sound of a physical critical hit rang out. I didn't expect a one-drop blood player to be so lucky getting a critical hit. What does a critical hit matter? Even with a critical hit, he's still a worthless player. Just a touch and he'll die. Just wait and see if he dies. Oh my, such high damage. Just as the players dismissed Qin Shen, suddenly, one player noticed that a 5-digit damage number was floating above the bard's head. -10860, a bright red damage of over 10,000 appeared above him. They had never seen such a high damage number, and the hall erupted in exclamations. Drake's expression darkened. This hit took away a third of the bard's health. He coldly snorted, Kill him. The bard was stunned. What was going on? How could this kid deal such high damage in one hit? Only after the president shouted did he come to his senses. No matter how high the damage, you're still a worthless player. Die. In his panic, the bard struck Qin Shen with his flute. However, it dealt no damage at all. What's going on? Invincible? Drake said with a serious expression. The surrounding players suddenly realized. No wonder. This kid dared to challenge the bard. It turned out he had an invincibility skill. Qin Shen didn't care about anything else and directly swung his staff, again hitting the bard on the head. Unfortunately, it was another critical hit. Now his physical critical hit rate was 52%, meaning about half of his physical attacks could be critical hits. When another damage of over 10,000 floated above the bard's head, his health bar was left with less than a third. This startled the bard.
If he got hit with another critical hit, he would be done for. In a panic, he tried to escape but was shouted at by Drake. What are you panicking for? Quickly kill him. He only has 1 drop of blood. Otherwise, you'll die. Under the president's command, the bard finally calmed down and swung his flute at Qin Shen again. However, this time it was still an ineffective attack. Qin Shen swung his staff and dealt over 5,000 damage. The bard was left with only 4,000 health now, and he finally got scared. He collapsed to the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. Please, don't kill me. The president looked at him in exasperation and scolded. Hurry up and hit him. His invincible skill can't last too long. Hurry up and take him down. However, the bard mentor trembled and didn't dare to move at all. Qin Shen, you better spare our people. Otherwise, you will be at odds with the professional guild. Seeing the bard mentor's uselessness, Qin Shen knew that if he attacked again, the mentor would die, and the president didn't want to see his people killed by a player on his own turf. If the bard mentor was killed by a player, where would that leave the professional guild's reputation? Given this, the president threatened him. Qin Shen indeed stopped his attack. I can spare your people, but I want 2 entry tickets to Yunmeng's in exchange. Entry tickets to Yunmeng's? Such precious items, and you want 2? Humph. You're taking advantage of the situation. Drake snorted coldly. Taking advantage? This condition was agreed upon by your people before, now you're saying I'm taking advantage? Why don't you say your people scammed us first? Qin Shen retorted angrily. Drake frowned. It seemed there was more to this matter, but so what if they scammed players? Qin Shen's actions were a provocation to the professional guild. As the president, how could he tolerate this? Humph. No matter what, I command you to stop. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of the professional guild. Drake threatened. Qin Shen was not afraid of this threat. The staff fell, and with the bard mentor's terrified scream, the last bit of health was cleared. The items dropped by the bard mentor scattered around, leaving Drake dumbfounded. Qin Shen focused on picking up the items he dropped. Besides a few bard skill books, there was also a piece of bronze-level chainmail armor, and the healing gem that had just been blacked out was dropped as well. After rummaging for a long time, he still couldn't find the entry tickets to Yunmeng's. TSK. It seems he didn't not give them. He simply doesn't have any. Qin Shen sighed. After trading the items to Suyu, Qin Shen pointed his staff at the bard mentor's corpse. Rise, my servant. Lucky effect has been activated. The system prompt came. Qin Shen was overjoyed. He had actually summoned a mentor's skeleton. But when he saw the skeleton's attributes, he was extremely disappointed. Is this it? You must be joking. After saying that, he chose to sacrifice it, and fortunately, he gained 4 points of progress. After witnessing his series of actions, the president was stunned. You actually sacrificed the mentor's skeleton. You. His finger trembled as he pointed at Qin Shen, his lips quivering, not knowing what to say. This audacious guy not only killed the bard mentor but also turned his body into a skeleton and sacrificed it. The undead mentor was also shocked into silence. It was the first time he had witnessed Qin Shen's terror. He originally thought Qin Shen couldn't defeat the mentor, but he didn't expect him to resolve it so easily. The surrounding players were also dumbfounded. This guy with a single drop of blood actually managed to defeat the mentor, and he did it with a physical attack from a staff. At this moment, the players realized that this kid seemed to have some skills. No wonder he dared to challenge the mentor. So what if I kill him? If I don't get the entry tickets, I'll take you down too, Qin Shen said. Although the entry tickets were precious, the president couldn't possibly not have any. No matter how valuable they were, someone of his level could obtain them. So, it wasn't them who were tricking Qin Shen, it was Qin Shen who was threatening them. In short, he had to get the entry tickets. Alright, good kid. Quite arrogant, huh? I have the entry tickets. Just 2 of them, but whether you can get them depends on your own ability. Without saying a word, Qin Shen challenged him. But unexpectedly, the president flatly refused. You kid have something strange about you. Guards, kill this arrogant kid. The president didn't dare to act himself and could only call for the guards. These functional NPCs didn't have great attributes, but the guards' attributes were not much different from a boss. Under the president's command, 6 guards charged over. Kid, I don't care what strange abilities you have, since you dare to act wild here today, you won't be leaving. Go, kill him. The president waved his hand, and 6 guards charged at Qin Shen. However, Qin Shen calmly waved his staff, and a gigantic skeleton, nearly touching the ceiling, appeared before everyone. The skeleton, with its long tail, raised the large blade in its hand and thrust it fiercely into the ground. 350000-346000. Several damage numbers around 350,000 floated above the guards' heads. At the same time, the guards were affected by a ranged stun. Negative effect, with stars appearing above their heads, plunging them into a dazed state. Fire rain. The Legion commander raised his large blade with one hand, and immediately, a rain of fire fell from the ceiling, crashing down on the guards. Each moment of fire rain dealt around 400 1,000 damage, and under the burning damage, their health bars emptied. The 6 guards rushed to Qin Shen but hadn't even attacked before their health bars were cleared. The skeleton truly shocked the players in the hall. Usually, what they saw were just fragile bone frames that could increase output a bit and withstand some damage. The necromancer class had always been an unpopular choice, yet they had never seen such a ferocious skeleton that could take down a powerful NPC with over 900,000 health in just 2 skills. Even the president was no longer calm. How is this possible? Where did you get this skeleton? This question was also on the minds of the necromancer and the surrounding players. They had never seen such a tall skeleton, and its damage was so high. You don't need to worry about that. I said, hand over 2 entry tickets, and this matter will be settled. If you don't hand them over, hey, just wait for me to bloodbath the guild. Qin Shen threatened. Drake's face turned ugly. He never expected to be threatened by a player, especially one on the brink of death with just 1 hit point left. The key was that this dying person was incredibly fierce. Someone he simply couldn't defeat. Although the president was much stronger than the bard mentor, he was still limited. He was no match for Qin Shen. If he didn't give him the entry tickets, this guy would likely cause trouble in the guild. But if he did give them, how could he maintain his authority? As president in front of so many players? How could he hold his head high in front of the players in the future? After a moment of contemplation, the president decided to listen to Qin Shen and give him the 2 entry tickets first. Otherwise, the longer he let him cause a scene, the more players would know, and the greater the impact on the guild's reputation. Take these 2 entry tickets and get out of here, the president said sternly. Qin Shen snatched the tickets from his hand. What's with your attitude? What do you mean by get out? What if I don't leave? Now that he had the tickets, Qin Shen had nothing to fear. He challenged the president again, wanting to see what the president would drop. The president's face turned pale as he refused his challenge. Just wait. He left with just that one sentence, looking defeated. Why are you running? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? And now you're running away? Qin Shen mocked from behind. His words drew laughter from the hall. The previous players thought these powerful NPCs were untouchable and impressive, never considering that players could actually defeat NPCs. Today was an eye-opener. No one looked down on Qin Shen, the one with just 1 hit point, anymore. Some sycophants even approached wanting to add him as a friend, but he rejected them all. After obtaining the 2 entry tickets, Qin Shen took Suyu and walked down. After killing the mentor, he would drop a set of class skills, so Suyu didn't need to worry about not having a place to learn her level 30 skills. Moreover, the system would refresh a class mentor afterward. The necromancer was still in shock over Qin Shen's ability to take down the guards and hurriedly grabbed him as he was about to leave, saying, Qin Shen, I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. Qin Shen smiled and replied, I don't think the necromancer class is weak at all. Yes, I've seen his senior before, very strong. He did me a great favor. But I heard he is now lost in a place called the graveyard. So I want to wait until you have the ability to go to the burial ground and find the whereabouts of that necromancer. The necromancer mentor has issued you the unique hidden quest Nolan in Crisis. Do you accept? Yes/no another. Unique hidden quest. Qin Shen felt a surge of joy inside. He decisively chose yes. You have obtained the unique hidden quest Nolan in Crisis. Please go to the burial ground through the Nunu Tribe Gathering Place dungeon passage when you reach level 30 and find Nolan's whereabouts. This quest requires level 30, and Qin Shen had not yet reached that level, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, the mentor was quite impressive. He actually issued a unique hidden quest. After thanking the mentor, Qin Shen took Suyu out of the professional guild's main door. After he left, the players slowly dispersed. In the president's office on the 3rd floor, Drake slammed the table in anger. This Qin Shen is truly despicable. He actually dares to bully my professional guild. Go! Bring the necromancer mentor to me. I want to ask him who this Qin Shen really is. The guard standing at the door responded and went to call the necromancer mentor. At that moment, someone barged in. President, I have a situation report. The president looked him up and down, realizing he was a player, and said impatiently, What situation? Speak quickly. This player was a squad leader from the Dominance Legion who had just participated in the battle against Qin Shen. Unfortunately, during the fight, he not only lost 20 years of his lifespan but also squandered over 2,000 gold coins he had painstakingly obtained, which made him both fearful and resentful of Qin Shen. Originally planning to learn skills, he came up with a good idea. After seeing Qin Shen cause a ruckus in the professional guild, since he couldn't defeat Qin Shen, and neither could Brian, why not let the president and Brian team up to deal with Qin Shen? He then explained Brian's plan. After hearing it, Drake's eyes lit up. Oh, Brian? The Lord's son. He actually wants to kill Qin Shen. It seems this Qin Shen really deserves to die. He then ordered the guard. Prepare the carriage. I need to go to the Lord's mansion. Before long, Drake arrived at the Lord's mansion. Brian was currently troubled by the matter concerning Qin Shen. Suddenly seeing the president come in, he asked in confusion what he wanted. The president didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, Brian couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse, this Qin-Shan really deserves to die. But this Qin-Shan seems quite formidable, especially that skeleton of his. It's hard to deal with, the president said. I know, that skeleton is tough to handle, so to kill him, we must strike when he hasn't summoned the skeleton and have someone with high attack power take him out in one hit, Brian replied. When it came to experts, the president knew many more people than Brian. After a moment of thought, he remembered. I know someone. If he can sneak attack Qin-Shan will undoubtedly die. Brian asked, oh, which assassin? Drake smiled and shook his head. No, he's not an assassin. Oh, if he's not an assassin, then what is he? I feel like using an assassin would have a higher success rate. Drake replied, he is a hidden class Sword Soul. Sword Soul? What kind of class is that? Brian was quite puzzled. He had never even heard of this class. It's a lost hidden class, and he is the only one with the Sword Soul class. The president sighed, feeling somewhat emotional. So mysterious? I had no idea. Who is this person? Sod Rose. Brian shook his head. He truly had never heard of this person. Are you sure he can do it? He will definitely succeed, the president asserted. Qin-Shan handed one of the entry tickets to Su Yu. The entry ticket for Yunmeng's was a small card glowing with pink light. It looked quite nice, to be honest. After receiving it, Su Yu examined it and said, Qin-Shan, I feel like we might be going a bit too far. I had already killed the Bard Mentor and even got the gem. Su Yu's eyes were filled with guilt. Qin-Shan raised a hand to interrupt her. Don't think like that. This game world is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you don't act a bit more assertively, you'll run into countless troubles. Do you understand? This was wisdom he had gained from personal experience. After entering the game world, whether it was monsters, NPCs, or groups of players, everyone looked down on him because he had only one drop of health. Who didn't despise him? Everyone wanted to step on him a couple of times. That's why Qin-Shan had to act so forcefully. There's no other way, this world is just that realistic. Su Yu tilted her little head and thought for a moment, then nodded, I understand. Now let's go buy a lasso, Qin-Shan said. With the entry ticket, they also needed a lasso, otherwise, once they entered the Yunmeng Marsh, they wouldn't have anything in hand to catch a mount. Su Yu looked up at him. Of course we need to buy it, but don't forget what you promised me. Qin-Shan asked in confusion. What did I promise you? See, I knew you would forget. Are you going to buy me clothes? Su Yu said immediately. Oh, you mean that? Just a little outfit. I have plenty of money now, so that's easy. Let's go. The lasso was sold at the general store, and coincidentally, the street where the store was located was lined with shops, including snack shops and clothing stores. Qin-Shan took Su Yu into the general store. When he inquired about the price of the lasso, it was 10 gold coins each. Even for the two of them, who were millionaires, this was outrageous. The success rate was only 1%. But to obtain a mount, aside from buying a chestnut horse for 100 gold coins, they could only catch one with a lasso. This was also the reason why players in Wolfsmoke City rarely saw mounts until now. The cost was too high, it was simply a toy for the wealthy. Qin-Shan waved his hand and directly bought 1,000 lassos. The shopkeeper initially hesitated to serve Qin-Shan, who had only one drop of health, but when he saw this guy actually spending 10,000 gold coins to buy 1,000 lassos, he was instantly amazed. He divided 500 lassos for Su Yu. As the two of them exited the general store, they happened to run into an old acquaintance. Qin-Shan, Su Yu, what are you two doing here? Old Wang said happily upon seeing them. Qin-Shan suddenly remembered that he still had a golden shield in his backpack that he had forgotten to give to him. Such a powerful piece of equipment wouldn't sell for much now, and he would definitely incur a loss, since everyone didn't have much money to begin with, and Qin-Shan had already looted them. The wealthy ones were even fewer. It was better to do a favor and give it to Old Wang. Old Wang, I didn't expect to see you so soon. The city defense battle just now did have a level 40 golden boss, but it didn't drop the Legion order. After Qin-Shan finished speaking, he applied to trade with Old Wang, fearing that others might get envious. He privately messaged him not to make it public. Old Wang was thrilled when he saw the golden shield. Good heavens, its attributes were simply amazing. Although it required level 35, this was golden equipment. Not to mention all players, just in Wolfsmoke City, Old Wang had never even seen a silver one. Only at level 30 could players enter dungeons to encounter silver bosses, and the current mainstream player level was still far from that at level 24. Old Wang stared at the golden shield in his backpack, momentarily lost in thought. That boss really didn't drop the Legion order. Let's try again next time, Qin-Shan replied. And no problem. Old Wang's eyes were red with emotion. Su Yu stepped forward and said, Brother Wang, do you want a mount? A mount? I can't afford to catch that thing.
Old Wang wanted it badly, but he didn't have enough money to buy a lasso. Suyu blinked mischievously and said, "I'll give you one later. Qin Shen has already given you a gift. It wouldn't be good if I didn't give you one." Old Wang hurriedly waved his hand. "Speaking of which, I feel ashamed. It seems like I'm the least accomplished among the three of us." Old Wang felt quite emotional. Back when the three of them were in the novice village tackling dungeons, he was the most important one among them due to his talent advantage. However, it seemed that now he was the least useful. Suyu comforted him. "How can you say that? Your talent is great and fits your profession. I believe you will have significant development in the future." "Alright, Old Wang, leveling up is important. We're leaving now." Qin Shen called out to Old Wang and took Suyu away. Old Wang stood there, somewhat dazed. A few of his underlings behind him began to chatter. "Look at what that guy said. As if he really killed a level 40 boss. Trust him? Didn't you notice? This guy with a single drop of blood is quite the braggart." Exactly, the way he spoke made it seem like he really killed the boss. With so many people in the Dominance Legion unable to hold it, he killed it by himself? Do you think that's possible? "You guys keep it down, or Brother Wang will get upset," someone quietly reminded. The group looked at Old Wang, who completely ignored them and walked forward after leaving the team. "Hey, Brother Wang, why did you leave the team?" The chubby girl chased after him and asked. Old Wang replied without turning back, "I'm focusing on leveling up. You all go do your own thing." He said this while striding away. The others stood there, confused, looking at each other. "How are we supposed to level up without Brother Wang?" The chubby girl stomped her foot and huffed. "Exactly. He just leaves us like this? What are we supposed to do? Brother Wang is too selfish." Another woman, Xiao Xiao, chimed in. Xiaoli spoke up, "Everyone, don't worry, I'll ask Brother Wang where he's leveling up and see if he can take us with him." Under the expectant gazes of the group, Xiaoli began a private chat. Finally, he dejectedly said, "Sigh. Brother Wang said he wants to level up by himself. He wants us to level up on our own." Upon hearing this, the chubby girl stomped her foot in anger. "This is outrageous. Is there no gentlemanly conduct left? How can you let a girl level up by herself?" Xiao Xiao added, "Exactly. I even called him Big Brother so affectionately." Influenced by the two women, several men also began to criticize Old Wang. They said he was inconsiderate for not taking everyone along to level up, and someone even suggested a bad idea. "When he forms a legion, we won't join, and then he'll be begging us to join." The others nodded in agreement. "Right. Let him be a lone commander." "Even if he begs me, I won't go. Without us, can Old Wang even be a legion? What a joke." Each one was filled with righteous indignation, thinking of themselves as indispensable. Qin Shan and Suyu found a restaurant and walked in. This restaurant was the largest on the street, and it just happened to be lunchtime. Both Qin Shen and Suyu were quite diligent. Since entering the game, they hadn't taken a break and had only nibbled on steamed buns when hungry. They rarely even ate at roadside stalls. After acquiring a huge fortune, they naturally wanted to find a nice place to feast. There was a gathering fragrance pavilion on this street. Both the decor and the building area exuded luxury. After Qin Shen took Suyu inside, he booked a private room. When they saw the menu, both were taken aback. There are actually effects like this. Braised pork ribs increases mental recovery by 1% per minute for 2 hours after consumption. The price for braised pork ribs was 1 gold coin per serving. There were more. Steamed sea cucumber increases maximum health by 1000 points for 2 hours after consumption. Price 20 gold coins. Black pepper steak increases physical attack by 50 points for 2 hours after consumption. Price 25 gold coins. Buddha jumps over the wall increases spell power by 80 points for 2 hours after consumption. Price 30 gold coins. And so on. Seeing this information, the two felt as if they had stumbled upon treasures. Qin Shen quickly flipped to the last page of the menu. Pan-fried lobster restores 1% of maximum mental power every 10 seconds. Lasts for 2 hours. Price 50 gold coins per serving. Ancient method. Buddha jumps over the wall restores 5% of maximum health every 10 seconds, lasting for 2 hours. 50 gold coins per serving. Additionally, there are high-end foods that increase attack and magic power. However, what the two of them needed most was to restore their mental energy. After casually selecting a few dishes, they waited for the waiter to bring the food. The waiter initially saw that Qin Shen had only a drop of health left and reminded him that these dishes required immediate payment and the system would automatically deduct the amount from his account after ordering. Qin Shen didn't mind at all. He even ordered an extra 100 servings of lobster. This item was essential for leveling up for both of them, and even if it was a bit expensive, it didn't matter. 100 servings of lobster only cost 5,000 gold coins. Seeing the two spend so lavishly, the waiter was shocked. Previously, players who came to the shop would at most order the 1 gold coin dishes on the first page. Who would dare to order 100 servings of lobster? This customer with a drop of health didn't seem like a loser but rather a big shot. Soon, the two were full and had taken 100 servings of lobster. Qin Shen divided 50 servings for Su Yu. Next was the clothing that he promised to buy for Su Yu. At this moment, in the largest clothing store, Carlo was bringing a woman to buy clothes. He had a charming foreign girl in his arms, and his eyes were mischievously glancing at the big thunder. Miss, don't worry, Lord. Brian won't find out. The miss was one of Brian's women. Her lovely appearance had made Carlo drool for a long time, and today, after his enthusiastic invitation, she finally agreed to go shopping. After dining at the Gathering Fragrance Pavilion, Carlo took the miss to the largest clothing store, Dreamland Boutique. Carlo, you're quite willing to spend money. The clothes here aren't cheap. Carlo's eyes were narrowed as he watched, while the miss kept fidgeting with her hands. Cheap goods are never good. How could those trashy items be worthy of a beauty like the miss? The miss giggled, playfully poking Carlo's face with a finger. Oh, you're so naughty. I'm Brian's woman, aren't you? Afraid that he... Carlo chuckled, grabbing the miss's finger and licking it. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything. How would he? No? Pa, you bad guy. You're so wicked. I'm going to tell Brian. The miss turned her head, laughing playfully. Carlo knew she was joking. He. Miss, don't joke around. Brian can't satisfy you in a minute, right? Only a strong man like me can. Don't worry. I'm very strong, Carlo said with a lewd grin. The miss didn't respond, nor did she oppose. Carlo knew he had achieved his goal. He had been eyeing this girl for a long time. With his wish fulfilled, his usually stingy personality became generous at this moment. With a wave of his hand, he declared, choose any clothes from Dreamland Boutique today. Just pick whatever you like and I'll pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out. Isn't that Carlo? You didn't die after I killed you once. You really are lucky. Qin Shen had just brought Su Yu into the store when he heard Carlo's lewd laughter. He was somewhat puzzled. Logically, Carlo should belong to the faction NPCs, and being killed meant death. He had already killed him once in the Nunu tribe dungeon. How was this guy still alive? Not only alive, but he was also shopping for clothes with a girl. As soon as Carlo heard that familiar voice, his whole body trembled. His fists clenched tightly, his fingers cracking. It was this Qin Shen who had caused him to die once. After flattering Brian, he had sent people to assassinate him repeatedly, but to no avail. As for the grudge between Carlo and Qin Shen, one was a bone spirit and the other was death itself. Originally, he should have died after being killed, but he had a substitute scarecrow that could take his place in death at the cost of sacrificing 20 years of life like a player. This scarecrow was hard to come by and very precious, yet Qin Shen had killed it. How could he not be furious? So he had secretly set traps against Qin Shen. Unexpectedly, he encountered this old enemy here. Carlo turned around. Yo, so it's Qin Shen. No wonder it feels so shabby around here. It's because you, a drop of blood, showed up. Qin Shen laughed heartily, unfazed. Shabby? If you think I'm easy to deal with, why don't we step outside and have a little spar? Inside the shop is a safe zone where no form of combat is allowed, but once on the street, it's a different story. Carlo chuckled. Ha, do you think everyone is as reckless as you? He then turned to Miss and said, did you see that? This is Qin Shen. A worthless drop of blood, a brave fool without any strategy. Miss nodded, her eyes drawn to Qin Shen as she scrutinized him. She knew this person had been ambushed by Brian many times, yet he always managed to turn the tables. But he truly is a drop of blood. What secret does he hold? Qin Shen shrugged. Then I want to ask you, where am I lacking in strategy? Carlo was just looking for a reason to belittle Qin Shen. As for where he lacked strategy, he couldn't quite articulate, especially since he himself had been outsmarted by Qin Shen once. Humph. Let me ask you, what are you doing here? Carlo inquired. What am I doing? Of course, I'm here to buy clothes. What else could I be doing? You, a worthless drop of blood, can you even afford the clothes here? Do you know how much they cost? Carlo seized the opportunity to mock him. Nowadays, players generally have no money, they are all broke. They pick the cheapest meals, let alone buy fashionable outfits. Carlo glanced at Suyu beside Qin Shen. Suddenly, he understood this kid's purpose is the same as his. Heh, then don't blame me for being rude. Today, I must humiliate you properly. Beautiful lady. Don't believe Qin Shen's words. He just wants to deceive you. He's a worthless drop of blood. Where would he get the money? Just a loser pretending to be rich. Qin Shen sneered. As far as I know, you're just an alchemist, right? How much money can an alchemist have? Carlo retorted. Even if I have no money, it's still more than you, the broke player. I can buy Miss a fashionable outfit, can you? Qin Shen replied. Am I just here to wander around? Coincidentally, I'm also here to buy outfits. But, haha, just a worthless drop of blood like him being able to fight monsters is already impressive, and he still wants to buy outfits? Do you have money? He then turned to Miss. Do you believe him, Miss? He thought Miss would join in mocking Qin Shen. To his surprise, she said, how would I know? Maybe he really has money. Such a response left Carlo feeling quite awkward. It made Qin Chen and Suyu laugh. Oh, Carlo, you don't even have as much brain as this beautiful lady. I see you're just a brainless fool. Qin Chen mocked without holding back. Carlo's face turned red with anger, yet he didn't know who to vent it on. Even his own people were contradicting him, leaving him feeling utterly embarrassed. Miss, don't you think this drop of blood is a waste? Miss shook her head. Haven't you killed him several times without succeeding? If he were a waste, wouldn't he have died long ago? Mrs. Sharp words left Carlo feeling utterly humiliated. However, Qin Chen was taken aback. Killed me several times? How come I didn't know? He clearly remembered only killing Carlo once, and Carlo hadn't retaliated against him afterward. It seems there's more to this than meets the eye. Humph. Before, this kid was just lucky, but this time it won't be the same. Subtitles is personally taking action. Qin Chen, you are undoubtedly doomed. Qin Chen frowned and asked, what do you mean? Who is Subtitles? He felt like he was caught in a conspiracy, fully aware of the great danger he was in, yet clueless about where the threat was coming from. He. Want to know? I won't tell you, Carlo said smugly. Miss, let's go. Unable to argue with Qin Chen, Carlo prepared to take Miss inside to pick out clothes. As Miss turned around, she gave Qin Chen a mysterious smile. After that, Qin Chen received a friend request. Miss, faction NPC requests to add you as a friend. Qin Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to accept. Who wants to kill me? Qin Chen asked directly. He believed that Miss wouldn't add him as a friend for no reason. There must be something she wanted to tell him. Miss replied, it's a secret for now, and then fell silent. Qin Chen felt a bit helpless. At that moment, he saw Carlo inside, speaking ill of him to the shopkeeper. Pointing at Qin Chen, he said, that guy with a drop of blood is a pauper. Hurry up and kick him out. Don't let him pollute the air of Dreamland Pavilion. The shopkeeper looked a bit awkward and jogged over to Qin Chen, saying, Sir, I'm sorry, but our goods are quite valuable. If you don't have money. Qin Chen raised a hand to interrupt him. I have plenty of money. Whatever that person buys today, I'll buy too, and also whatever this young lady likes. The shopkeeper was delighted, knowing that these two were competing, which he loved to see because he would earn a commission from their purchases. This meant he would make a lot today. Carlo sneered upon hearing this. Ha, what a boast. Today, I want to see how much you can spend. Don't come crying to me later begging me not to buy anything. Qin Chen took Suyu's hand and walked over. Just then, Miss spotted a beautiful ice blue long dress and spent 50 gold coins to buy it. Qin Chen also bought one without hesitation. The shopkeeper followed behind them. All transactions were done through the system, so there was no worry about anyone being dishonest. Miss then found a black long dress. She spent over 200 gold coins on it. Carlo's face showed a hint of pain. He had originally planned to buy just one piece of clothing for Miss, but unexpectedly ran into his enemy, Qin Chen. Today, he would have to spend a lot. Seeing that Miss chose a dress costing over 200 gold coins, Carlo's face revealed a smug expression. How about that? Trash, this dress costs 200 gold coins. Can you afford it, pauper? Qin Chen walked over and looked at the black long dress. Do you like it, Suyu? Suyu also took a look. Even if I don't like it, for your sake, I have to like it. Then Qin Chen smiled and bought the dress for Suyu. Carlo's expression darkened. Alright, I'll give you some credit for having a bit of money, but this is all you can have. Just watch what I'm about to buy next. After saying that, he took Miss to a separate display case. Inside hung a set of JK uniforms priced at 1,000 gold coins. Damn, a set of JK can sell for that much? Just as Qin Chen was marveling, Carlo had already taken the clothes out. Miss, I'm giving you this sexy outfit. I hope you like it. Carlo even added a few self-indulgent words. Miss took the clothes. Thank you. I really like it. Carlo turned his head proudly. How about that, pauper? Can you afford it? This is 1,000 gold coins. Qin Chen walked over to that row of display cases and took a look. Instead of picking the JK outfit, he took out a women's sailor suit from a nearby display case, which looked even sexier than the JK. Ha ha, trash. I knew you couldn't come up with 1,000 gold coins. How could a pauper like you possibly have 1,000 gold coins? Carlo mocked without looking at the price of the nearby display case. Miss reminded him, Carlo, that outfit seems to cost 3,000 gold coins. Buy it for me. Carlo, upon hearing this, was skeptical. How could that be? This pauper has 3,000 gold coins? Turning his head to look at the price tag in that display case, he was instantly dumbfounded. It really is 3,000 gold coins. Impossible. It must be mispriced. Hey, shopkeeper, come here and change the price. This outfit is mispriced. Carlo shouted. The shopkeeper ran over, took a look, and replied seriously, I'm sorry. The price of this outfit is system quoted and cannot be wrong. Carlo was stunned. How is that possible? How could this person have 3,000 gold coins? He must have stolen the clothes. He stole the clothes. You all, hurry and catch him. The shopkeeper was somewhat speechless.
He could only reply seriously, "I'm sorry, sir, but this gentleman has already made a payment. I have the payment records here." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Carlo was dumbfounded. "But, that's impossible. He's just a trash player with a drop of blood. How could he have so many gold coins? This must be fake. It has to be fake. No matter what." Carlo refused to accept the fact that Qin Shen had bought over 3,000 gold coins worth of appearance. Miss was getting impatient and asked, "Carlo, didn't you say that whatever I wanted today, you would buy for me? He wants that sailor suit." Carlo felt a headache coming on. He simply didn't have that many gold coins. He could only awkwardly laugh. "Miss, that outfit is too ugly, let's not get it." "Qin Chen, that wedding dress is so beautiful." Suyu suddenly ran to the end of the display case, looking at a pure white wedding dress, and said happily, "You like it? Then let's buy it." Qin Chen took the wedding dress out from the counter. The clothing in this counter was priced at 10,000 gold coins. Seeing Qin Chen take the wedding dress out without hesitation and give it to the beautiful woman beside him, Carlo was almost going crazy. "How is that possible? How could you have so many gold coins? You're just a player," Carlo said in disbelief. Qin Chen replied, "Weren't you just being so arrogant? What, are you going to follow me if I buy the wedding dress?" This wedding dress was designed quite beautifully, not affecting monster hunting while also being aesthetically pleasing. Miss seemed to do it on purpose, tugging at Carlo's arm and shaking it. "Carlo, didn't you say that whatever he wanted, he could have? He wants that." Carlo stood there for a moment, feeling a bit overwhelmed, stammering, and not knowing what to say. Carlo, who is the one that can't pull out money now?" Qin Chen teased. Qin Shen's mocking words, Mrs. eager gaze, and the shopkeeper's strange expression all mocked Carlo. He felt his cheeks burning, humiliated and furious. He pulled out a return scroll and without saying a word, returned to the city. "You really got lucky this time. Otherwise, I would have killed you," Carlo thought to himself, wanting to see Qin Chen dead. Qin Chen knew this. Anyone who wanted to kill him, he would never show mercy to, and he would definitely kill them whenever he had the chance. "All right, Qin Chen, I just want this one, let's go," Suyu said. Just as Qin Chen was about to leave with Suyu, he was suddenly blocked by Mississippi. "What's up?" Qin Chen asked warily. He always felt that Miss didn't seem like a good person, and there must be some ulterior motive for adding him as a friend. Miss glanced at Suyu, who was holding the wedding dress, and suddenly said to Qin Chen, "Aren't you going to give me one?" Qin Chen frowned. "What does that have to do with me? I'm not a fool, why should I give you money?" Miss covered her mouth with her hand, looking incredulous. How can you be so rude to a beautiful lady?" Qin Chen said speechlessly. "Do you have something to say? I don't have time to chat with you. If you have nothing to do, don't block the way." His attitude was very poor. Miss seemed to have never seen a man refuse her so decisively. Because she was pretty enough, no one had ever rejected her requests wherever she went. Qin Chen was the first. It wasn't until Qin Chen left the Dreamland Pavilion with Suyu that Miss came back to her senses, naturally feeling a bit unwilling. In anger, she sent a private message to Qin Chen. "Do you still want to know who wants to kill you? If you want to know, come back and apologize to me." Qin Chen immediately replied, "Say what you want. If you don't want to say it, then get lost. I'll find out myself sooner or later." Miss had been completely defeated by Qin Chen. How could there be such a man? She asked herself. In terms of figure and looks, she was not inferior to the woman beside Qin Chen, but he seemed to really have no interest in her at all. Qin Chen's rejection only made Miss more interested in him. She clenched her fists with her arms raised. "Qin Chen, you will eventually fall at my feet." The entrance to Yunmeng's is located in a forest at the northern gate of the city. The two hired a carriage and soon arrived at the forest. After getting off the carriage, they followed a small path through the woods and soon spotted a teleportation gate guarded by system NPCs. By looking at the names above the NPCs' heads, they found the ticket inspector. One after the other, they handed over their entry tickets, and the inspector reminded them that they could only stay in Yunmeng's for 1 day and 1 night, after which they would be automatically teleported out. Then, a bright white light flashed before their eyes. When they could see clearly again, they found themselves transported to a vast grassland, under the blue sky dotted with clouds. The grassland was filled with clear lakes, shrubs, and tall forests. Herds of wild buffalo, wild horses, antelopes, and other animals grazed on the grass. "Wow! Qin Chen, there are actually tigers over there," Suyu suddenly exclaimed, hiding behind Qin Chen. Qin Chen comforted her. "It's okay. The creatures in Yunmeng's won't attack players, we can catch them freely." Suyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, brushed her hair and chuckled. "I just got a little scared when I saw it suddenly." Qin Chen nodded in understanding and led Suyu forward. There were not only cattle and sheep but also various carnivorous animals like hyenas, lions, tigers, leopards, and black panthers, and even a herd of elephants and hippos. By a small lake, various animals were gathering. "Which one should we catch?" Qin Chen asked. Suyu pointed to the
Distant elephants, I think elephants are cuter. How about we get an elephant mount? Shin-chan also thought elephants were quite impressive, so he nodded and led Suyu towards the herd. But suddenly, the two stopped in their tracks. It turned out that by the small lake ahead, a warthog named Pengpeng was behind a female warthog grinding steel bars. Suyu took a quick glance and hurriedly turned her head away, shyly saying, "How shameless." Shin-chan, however, watched with great interest. Isn't it natural for males and females to mate and pass on their genes? What's so shameless about that? Suyu's face turned red and she dared not open her eyes. Anyway, it's just shameless. Shin-chan was feeling excited, mainly because he had been busy leveling up for several days since entering the game and hadn't had time to think about romantic matters. Now, seeing Pengpeng doing this and having a beautiful girl by his side, he naturally began to indulge in fantasies. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Suyu's waist. "Suyu, you look so beautiful in a wedding dress." His eyes roamed over her. Suyu opened her eyes and asked, "Really? Where is it beautiful?" Shin-chan stared at the neckline of the wedding dress and said, "Everywhere is beautiful, especially here." His lecherous gaze made Suyu's heart race, but she didn't shy away. Shin-chan, a young man full of vigor, couldn't resist such a pure and beautiful temptation. He bit down. Amidst Suyu's surprised exclamations, the two rolled onto the grass. After a storm of passion, Suyu lay limp in Shin-chan's arms, her delicate lips exuding a fragrance like orchids and musk. Shin-chan couldn't bear to let go of this little beauty. Suyu was far more beautiful than Lu Ruyan, the school beauty who had been like a lotus flower back in school. Shin-chan wanted to pursue her but felt unworthy. Now that he had finally won her over, he wanted to cherish this moment. So, with renewed vigor, Shin-chan pressed down on the beautiful flower once more. At this moment, the Pengpeng couple had finished their business, and Panguelan raised her pig head to glance at the two not far away. Huffing and puffing, she followed Warthog Pengpeng back to their big villa. The scenery in Yunmeng's was beautiful, and it was one of the few peaceful maps in the game. At this time, there were no other players around. Shin-chan and Suyu could frolic freely here. An hour later, Suyu rested her head on Shin-chan's arm, gazing at the blue sky as she regained her strength. Meanwhile, a satisfied Shin-chan lay beside her, still reminiscing about the wonderful moments they had just shared. Suddenly, he curiously asked, "Is this your first time? It looks so unfamiliar." Shin-chan could clearly feel that she was different from that flirtatious woman, Lu Ruyan. Suyu replied, "Of course. I'm not married. I've never even had a boyfriend." Shin-chan was greatly shocked. Logically speaking, a beauty like Suyu should not lack admirers. There must be some outstanding individuals around her. Shin-chan had always thought she was already married. Hearing such news, he incredulously sat up from the ground and asked, How could you not be married?" Suyu said, "Not married means not married. Am I supposed to lie to you?" Shin-chan hurriedly explained, "It's not that I doubt you, but it's hard to believe that a beautiful girl like you is not married and doesn't even have a boyfriend. That really confuses me." Suyu gave him a resentful glance. "I had someone I liked in school too, but that person didn't like me and already had a partner." Shin-chan indignantly exclaimed, "What? Is there any justice in this world? How could there be someone who doesn't like you?" "Who was that person?" he asked. Being nosy, Suyu didn't speak, just pouted and quietly looked at him. Seeing her, Shin-chan began to doubt his life, pointing a finger at himself. "You mean that person isn't me, right?" Suyu nodded. Shin-chan was instantly dumbfounded. "Damn, I liked you back in school too. But that bitch Lu Ruyan confessed to me. I thought, I don't have anything special about me. You probably wouldn't like me, so I ended up with her. He. Suyu let out a cold laugh, looking at Shin-chan. Heavens, if I had known this, I definitely wouldn't have fallen for Lu Ruyan. Shin-chan found it hard to accept for a moment. Damn it, he had been sincere to Lu Ruyan for so many years, yet that woman turned against him, and the one he wanted the most actually liked him too? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. At that moment, Suyu came over to comfort him. "It's not all bad. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan, you wouldn't have entered the game with just one drop of blood, and your talent would never have been able to shine, right? I now feel that this is all fate." Hearing her say that, it really was. What a coincidence, being in a near-death state, permanently at one drop of blood, and just happened to gain the B-level talent Desperate Fury. If he hadn't been in a near-death state, his talent wouldn't have worked at all. The talent only triggers when at one drop of blood. What are the odds of that? A little more or a little less damage wouldn't leave just one drop of blood, and he just happened to be at one drop of blood permanently. Thinking about it this way, Shin-chan felt he should thank Lu Ruyan, but Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei had already turned into ghosts. He couldn't find anyone to thank. With a complicated heart, Shin-chan stood up and pulled Suyu up. "Let's go. We need to catch a mount first." After being pulled by Shin-chan, Suyu became even more obedient, nodding and following behind him. The two arrived in front of a herd of elephants. The elephants, which had been grazing with their heads down, all looked at them warily as they approached. Although
Yunmeng's wasn't dangerous. Capturing mounts here was quite a challenge because they would run away.
Jin Chen and Suyu each took out a lasso and swung it in their hands.
Feeling the speed was about right, they threw the ropes towards the herd. The herd saw the two long objects thrown at them and immediately started to flee. As expected, the two lassos fell short. However, the two were not discouraged. The success rate of this thing was originally low. Since they hadn't succeeded, they would just keep trying. They found the herd again. This time, Chen was smarter and hid behind a big tree with Suyu. They threw the lassos again from behind the tree and unsurprisingly, they fell short. Again. This time, only 2 elephants were startled and ran away. The others continued to graze on the grassland.
Jin Chen and Suyu simply
continued to throw the lassos. After all, they had plenty in their backpacks. Finally, after throwing who knows how many ropes, Suyu felt the rope tighten in her hand. The looped end had already caught around an elephant's neck. The rope was pulled taut, and the trapped elephant was still trying to escape. Suyu held onto the rope tightly.
Jin Chen, I've caught one. Come help.
Jin Chen turned his head and indeed saw that she had caught one. He hurried over to help pull the rope. Jin Chen's strength attribute had been multiplied tenfold, making it astonishingly powerful. In just a few pulls, they managed to bring the elephant closer. However, the elephant, still stubbornly pushing back, was trying to resist. Suyu shouted release, and the elephant that had been tugging back instantly vanished. Suyu jumped up in joy.
Jin Chen, I did it.
Jin Chen asked her to summon the elephant to take a look.
Suyu nodded and chose to summon a mount. Instantly, a towering
elephant appeared beside her. After becoming a mount, a saddle and stirrups automatically appeared next to the elephant.
Suyu grabbed the handrail and flipped onto the elephant's back.
After riding the elephant for 2 laps, she was extremely satisfied and stopped beside Jin
Chen with a smile.
Although the elephant mount looked slow, when it really took off, it was just as fast as any other.
Suyu said, now we just need one more. I have 200 lasso ropes here. What about you?
Jin Chen replied, I have some too.
Then we can definitely catch another elephant. Let's go.
The commotion from earlier had startled the herd and they had moved to a different location. They had no choice but to continue searching for the herd. After finding the herd again, they hid behind a large tree and threw out the lasso ropes. However, this time they didn't seem to have much luck. They had thrown out over 100 lasso ropes and hadn't caught a single elephant.
Jin Chen said worriedly, this 1% probability can't be fake, right?
If this goes on, we won't catch an elephant and we'll run out of lasso ropes.
You frowned and said,
I feel like the 1% is just for catching wild horses. If it's for elephants, it must be lower.
Jin Chen cursed, damn.
If I had known, I would have bought 10,000 of them.
Suyu shook her head, no way. We've already been here for 20 hours, even if we had more lasso ropes, it wouldn't help. Jin Chen checked the time and realized it was true.
They had unknowingly spent 20 hours.
Damn it. These elephants are too hard to catch. Let's find something else to catch.
Suyu thought for a moment and agreed, rather than wasting all their lasso ropes here, it was better to look for something else.
Jin Chen walked into the woods, hoping to encounter some easier creatures to catch.
The two of them weaved through the forest. Besides the birds living in the trees and the insects crawling on the trunks, there
was nothing else, until they passed through the woods and saw a lake again. To their surprise, a flock of ostriches appeared by the lake.
In Yunmeng's, a lake represents a territory, and within that territory there are different creatures. However, the creatures in front of
them were even less impressive than the first territory.
There were ostriches, crocodiles, and giant tortoises that could be caught as mounts.
Jin Chen thought they were even less appealing than the first territory.
He was even less inclined to want these things.
Suyu noticed
he didn't like them, so she simply summoned her elephant. The massive body of the elephant stood beside them, towering over both of them like a wall, creating a sense of pressure that made Jin Chen even more envious. But this thing was hard to catch.
They didn't dare waste more time.
Suyu climbed onto the elephant's back. The wide saddle was enough for 2 people. She waved to him, and Jin Chen stepped up into the stirrup. Since they had already done what they needed to do, Jin Chen didn't hold back and directly wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist.
The two of them rode the elephant towards another territory.
As they passed through the dense forest, they felt a sudden drop in temperature. This territory had no grasslands but was instead covered in thick snow. On the snowy plains, polar bears with black eyes and white fur
were moving around.
These polar bears were different from those on Blue Star. They were only slightly shorter than Suyu's elephant but about
the same length.
Crawling on the ice and snow, they resembled moving tanks. The moment Jin Chen saw the polar bears, he was overjoyed. Riding one of those would be quite impressive.
He nodded to Suyu, that's the one. Suyu teased him, aren't you going to take a look at that walrus over there, or the moose?
Jin Chen glanced over and quickly shook his head. The moose looked quite impressive, but if he rode it, others would think he was Santa Claus.
Since Jin Chen liked it, the two of them decided to try.
Standing still, he swung the lasso. After swinging over 40 times, he still hadn't caught anything.
Qin Shen suspected that this thing might be harder to catch than an elephant. He had seen that the movement speed of an elephant was 20 points. The faster the mount's movement speed, the lower the success rate. Before being caught, he couldn't see the movement speed at all, so there was no way to judge. He could only throw the lassos one by one. Soon, Qin Shen was left with only 5 lassos. He felt a bit disheartened. After trying for so long without success, he was still a lucky plus 12 player, making it even harder for others. Moreover, he only had half an hour left in Yunming's. Originally, the two of them had been enthusiastic, but that enthusiasm gradually cooled. When Qin Shen first entered, he had said that if they caught some wild horses to sell, they would definitely make a fortune. Now, it was a mess. He didn't even have a mount yet. Where could he go to make money? Although he was reluctant to face it, Suyu still said, "Qin Shen, what if you don't have a mount?" She was down to only 10 lassos herself, and after failing to catch anything, she was starting to feel pessimistic too. Qin Shen could only shake his head and not think about those things. If I can't catch it, then I can't catch it. I'll just have to wait for another opportunity. Anyway, I really like this polar bear. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Suyu felt relieved and continued to throw. She had to use up the rest, right? After spinning the lasso a few times in her hand and feeling some strength, she threw it out. She thought this time would also be a miss. Just as Suyu was about to grab another one, the end of the lasso landed on the polar bear's head. Just as she was about to let go, the rope suddenly tightened. Instinctively, she gripped the lasso tightly. She immediately realized she had caught it. "Qin Shen, I caught it," she shouted in surprise. Qin Shen turned to look, and sure enough, between a polar bear and Suyu, a rope was taut. This was the sign of a caught mount. Qin Shen immediately jumped up in joy. Good heavens, after a whole day of trying, this was only the second mount he had caught. At that moment, Suyu, who was pulling hard with her butt sticking out, was being dragged forward by the massive polar bear. Seeing this, Qin Shen hurried over to help. If they couldn't hold the rope and the mount broke free, then this would all be for nothing. Qin Shen didn't want to lose this opportunity. Using his explosive strength attribute, he managed to hold onto the polar bear. Next, the two of them pulled back together. Only by bringing the mount close could they choose to tame it. Qin Shen hadn't seen the process of taming the elephant, so he didn't know how to tame it. This time, the mount was his, and he stood in front of Suyu. He watched as the polar bear's big head was pulled closer inch by inch. Its long tusks protruded from its mouth, and its 2 nostrils were puffing out white steam. Its massive mouth occasionally opened to let out a roar, seemingly trying to scare Qin Shen. This polar bear looked much fiercer than the elephant. Unfortunately, Qin Shen wasn't afraid of it. After a frenzied tugging from Qin Shen, the struggling polar bear was finally pulled in front of him. As soon as it got close, the system popped up a dialog box. "Do you want to tame the polar bear as your mount? Yes/no." Qin Shen decisively chose yes. He had thought there would be a fierce battle to fight, but to his surprise, after clicking, the polar bear, which had been struggling violently, suddenly transformed into a ball of light and flew onto Qin Shen. Looking at the attribute panel, there was now an additional mount option. Mount polar bear. Qin Shen hurriedly checked the polar bear's movement speed. To his delight, it had a movement speed of 22 points, 2 points more than Suyu's elephant. It's worth noting that the movement speed of an ordinary wild horse was only 10 points. Their mounts were twice as fast as wild horses. After Qin Shen got his mount, he happily spun around with Suyu twice. The pure white wedding dress paired with the snowy scenery made her look like a fairy. Suyu felt happy for him as well. She urged, "Quick, ride the polar bear and see how it feels." Qin Shen nodded and summoned the polar bear. Instantly, a large snow-white creature appeared beside them. It was only slightly smaller than an elephant. However, the polar bear's pristine fur made Suyu's eyes shine. The long white fur fluttered in the wind, looking like waves rising on the small hill. The saddle had already been automatically adjusted by the system. Qin Shen stepped onto the pedals and casually brought Suyu up with him. He held the reins with both hands. One side of the reins was attached to the polar bear's large mouth, while the other side was held in Qin Shen's hand. Qin Shen yanked the reins sharply. The polar bear began to run across the snowy plains with the two of them. Its strong and sturdy limbs kicked up flurries of snow. Sitting on the polar bear, the two felt extremely comfortable, especially when the long fur on its back occasionally brushed against them. It was soft and smooth, feeling quite pleasant. The two rode the polar bear, joyfully frolicking across the snowy expanse. Before long, a system notification sounded. "You have only 10 seconds left to enter Yunmeng's." Then the countdown began. 9, 8, 7. As the countdown ended, the two felt a flash of white light. They appeared at the entrance of Yunmeng's. Looking at their remaining attack and life bonuses of just over 40,000, Wang Yiba was furious. "What's going on? Why are so many people leaving the Legion?" Wang Yiba scanned the group leaders around him, while his deputy, Liu, still stood with his arms crossed, staring at the sky.
The group leaders exchanged glances, all knowing the situation but pretending to be clueless, not wanting to speak up. What was happening? The players had been fooled. Now, whenever the Bai Yi Legion was mentioned, who wouldn't say it was a scam legion? They even called Wang Yiba a useless fool who couldn't even defend the city. Since the last city defense battle, the Bai Yi Legion had temporarily lost the chance to advance, so it remained a level 5 legion. The leader, Wang Yiba, was extremely dissatisfied with this. Supadai had long harbored deep resentment towards the management team, the reason being that they hadn't given him money last time he asked. So he kept whispering in Wang Yiba's ear, "Leader, this is all because of the last city defense battle failure." Wang Yiba's expression darkened. Who wouldn't want a successful city defense and a smooth advancement for the legion? But it was all that bastard Qin Shen's fault, using the scroll he had painstakingly obtained from his tasks and then wiping everyone out. Wang Yiba's anger immediately diminished. Ultimately, it was his own fault. He had provoked Qin Shen. If it weren't for their enmity, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. However, Supadai offered a different perspective. He said the current management team was useless and needed to be dismissed. The management had consumed so many resources and enjoyed the Legion's bonuses, yet they couldn't even defeat Qin Shen, which led to the Bai Yi Legion suffering heavy losses. Wang Yiba found this reasonable. He quickly asked his strategist Supadai what they should do now. Supadai's eyes turned, and he said fiercely, "I say, get rid of these management members." Wang Yiba frowned and asked, "Will that really work? Won't it cause more people to leave the Legion?" Supadai replied, "Oh, leader, didn't you see clearly last time? Even if these people stay in the Legion, they won't contribute much. They all betrayed you last time, didn't listen to your commands, and just took up resources. If you let me handle the advancement, I guarantee I'll recruit a batch of loyal people for the Legion." Supadai also planned to take advantage of the management position to make a profit. He felt he was making sense, but he was still unsure, so he turned his gaze to Liu. Deputy Li, what do you think?" Liu, who understood nothing and was just pretending to be knowledgeable, still wore that arrogant expression. Just a bunch of trash. Why even ask me?" Wang Yiba was left with a nose full of dust and didn't dare to confront Liu. After all, this SS-level talent had dealt hundreds of thousands in damage last time, proving his strength. Thus, under Supadai's proposal, the management was all laid off and demoted to ordinary members. Although it was a pity for the various leaders and captains of the Bai Yi Legion's management, they didn't dwell on it too much. They realized that they could no longer make money using the Bai Yi Legion's name. The players in Wolfsmoke City had already been scammed once. Now, with an additional 200,000 slots in the Bai Yi Legion, they couldn't attract any players. The players had learned the tricks of using the Bai Yi Legion to deceive others. The reputation of the Bai Yi Legion in Wolfsmoke City was completely ruined. No one wanted to join anymore. The only pity was that they could no longer benefit from the attribute bonuses of management positions. Now, the promotion to management positions was entirely in Supadai's hands. Supadai began posting pinned messages in the Legion and World channels. "Suin players who want to become management members of the Bai Yi Legion, please contact me." Instantly, Supadai received a long string of private messages from those wanting to take on management roles. Supadai was overjoyed. "Now you all have to obediently hand over your money to me, right?" So, he messaged them one by one. Big leader 100 gold coins, small leader 50. Big captain 10 gold coins, small captain 5 gold coins. No bargaining. After sending the messages, he eagerly waited for these big fools to hand over their money. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, no one messaged him again. The reason was simple: everyone had been scammed by the Bai Yi Legion before, and no one was a fool to be tricked again. Even if this wasn't a scam, with the speed at which the Bai Yi Legion replaced management positions, who knew when they would be stripped of it again? Only a fool would spend so much money to buy a management position. Supadai was getting anxious. Damn it! After finally grasping the power of life and death, why weren't you all falling for it? He hurriedly messaged them again. "Which management position do you want? Just send the money over." However, many had already blocked him. Those who hadn't replied, "Get lost, scammer." Supadai quickly responded, "I'm not a scammer, I have the authority to appoint." "Go to hell, you big fool. I let you be, but if you want money, get lost. Go play somewhere else. How long can I hold a position if I pay? Aren't you a scammer? I don't have that much money. Even if I had it, I wouldn't let myself be scammed." Supadai was dumbfounded. He thought this time he could finally make a fortune, but now it seemed he was just overthinking. As for those who were stripped of their management positions, although they lost their attribute bonuses, some among them had made a significant fortune using the Bai Yi Legion. The worst off were those who had their gold coins exploded by Qin Shen. They lost their management positions, their gold coins, and even 20 years of lifespan. They were in a terrible state. Their resentment towards Qin Shen deepened. Only 13 players remained who hadn't been exploded for gold coins by Qin Shen. These people had previously been afraid to flaunt their wealth while in the Bai Yi Legion, fearing Supadai would target them and make things difficult.
but now it was different. Since they no longer had management positions, flaunting wealth wouldn't attract attention. Even if it did, what could happen? At most, they would be expelled from the Legion. Thus, these people, led by someone named Kaiji, began their journey of flaunting wealth. Each of the 13 had at least 1,000 gold coins, with some even reaching 3,000. Kaiji formed a team and gathered all the members together. Stupid Supadai, thinking, the management position of the Bai Legion is so appealing. Little did he know it has become a pit. He still wants to fleece us? What a joke. Su Fei laughed. Ha ha, now it's great, no one pays him any mind. He looks like a fool. Su Jianping snorted, and now that we become ordinary members, we can't escape that guy's ideas. He's always whispering bad suggestions in Wang Yiba's ear. The key is that Wang Yiba, that fool, can't even tell right from wrong. Kaiji, who cares if Wang Yiba is good or not? The Bai Legion has nothing to do with us. But now that we've got some money and we're not in management anymore, we should have a good time. Speaking of fun, the games in the Myriad Worlds are much more open than those on Blue Star. There are vendors in every street and alley, and many players have joined in. Kaiji and the others had played enough already. They gathered together and thought for a moment, not knowing who started it. How about we buy a horse to show off? This suggestion immediately resonated with everyone. Yeah, I've never seen anyone who could afford a horse. If we buy one and go out, we'll definitely turn heads. A horse costs 100 gold coins. Who besides us can afford that? Let me tell you, horses in the Myriad Worlds are equivalent to cars. On Blue Star, and not just any car, but the luxury kind. No one can afford them. If we buy one and ride it around, the effect will definitely be great. He. Maybe a whole bunch of beautiful girls will come over to chat us up. The group quickly agreed and decided to buy a horse. When they actually arrived at the horse farm and saw the price of 100 gold coins, they felt a bit pained. Kaiji exclaimed, damn, 100 gold coins, I could hire 1,000 girls with that. Su Jianping said, how can you say that, Kaigo? The girls you hire with money can't compare to this horse. The quality is different. Riding this horse, all the girls around will be in black stockings and long legs. Kaiji gritted his teeth, realizing he was right. He decisively bought a horse. After leaving the horse farm, the group couldn't wait to summon their mounts. Suddenly, each of them had a skinny, small horse appear beside them. The horse only reached their shoulders, looking almost like a donkey. It was a far cry from what they had imagined. Damn it, did we get scammed? I don't see the knights riding such small horses. This is practically a donkey. 100 gold coins for this? I'm starting to regret it. This won't even work for picking up girls. 2 people could crush this donkey. Su Jianping's expression wasn't good either, but since it was his idea and he was the one who led the purchase, he couldn't say anything bad about it now. I say, brothers, we've picked the wrong vehicle. Let me ask you, how many people have mounts now? This horse. Oh no. This donkey may look a bit shabby, but it's still a mount. Riding it to flirt with girls, isn't that still a sure thing? Are we looking for high-quality mounts? We just want the emotional value it provides. That's priceless. After Su Jianping's flattery, the little donkey beside them suddenly seemed more impressive. As they thought about being able to attract high-quality girls, their hearts surged with excitement. They didn't care about how shabby the donkey looked and immediately hopped on. Under Kaiming's lead, they galloped towards the main road of the city. Each small donkey carried a big man racing down the main street of Wolfsmoke City. It must be said that the sight of a dozen donkeys running together had some momentum, instantly attracting a lot of attention, including many women. Wow, a mount. So cool. So rich. Spending 100 gold coins on a mount, they must be wealthy. Wow, I really want to ride along for a spin. The crowd's excited screams made the group feel lost in euphoria. Look, this group of bumpkins has indeed never seen a mount. Our 100 gold coins were well spent. The excited screams from some beautiful girls made them feel even more elated. Leading the way, Kaiji stopped the wild horse in the middle of the road, so more people could see him riding it. Although the mount was small, it was still the only purchasable mount in the game. Just as they were sitting on their horses, feeling pleased with themselves, suddenly a chubby girl rushed out from the crowd of onlookers. Wow, I want to ride too. Can you take me along? Su Jianping shot a glare at the chubby girl. Get lost. You're so fat and you want to ride my mount? Is there any beautiful girl who wants to sit? Beautiful girls sit for free. Suddenly, a swarm of excited butterflies emerged from the crowd. Surrounding the mounts of a few men, they shouted, me, take me, take me. Each one reached out to touch the man on the wild donkey. The people on the wild donkey couldn't help but laugh. This money was truly well spent. There were even a few 8-point beauties in the crowd. A group of 13 people, each pulling a beauty onto the wild donkey. The narrow saddle of the wild donkey became an opportunity for them to take advantage. Those beauties who were not chosen immediately felt a wave of disappointment. A few men took advantage of the beauties in front of them, making the surrounding men grit their teeth in anger. It's just a broken mount. What's there to be proud of? Exactly. Look at that donkey, its legs are shaking, it won't last long, they'll fall off soon, and hopefully, they'll fall hard. 100 gold coins for this? What a fool, I see just a few little wild donkeys. The men around were sourly commenting on these wild donkeys. The women nearby, hearing this, stood up for these tycoons. Oh, look at how sour you all sound. If you have the ability, go buy one yourself. Exactly, you're just a bunch of poor folks, yet you're jealous of others, enough already. If you have the ability to buy one, I'll say this, whoever lets me ride their mount, I'll let them play for free in the future. What? Some even say their money was obtained through deceit. I don't care if it was deceit or not, if you have the ability, go deceive too. This world is just like that, whoever has money is the boss. Who cares how others got their money? It's truly ridiculous. The men around were silenced by the women's sarcasm, unable to refute. The people on the wild donkey became even prouder. Hee, you still have the face to say we deceive, if you have the ability, go deceive too, a bunch of stupid pigs. The speaker was Su Jianping. As soon as he finished speaking, he was recognized. Su Jianping, don't you have an E-level talent? Where did you get so much money? E-level talent, the lowest level of talent, can be said to be almost equivalent to having no talent bonus at all. Su Jianping felt his face flush with anger when someone exposed his background. Looking closely, it turned out to be his former boss. With a sarcastic tone, he said, Li Depang, TSK, how did you end up so miserable? It's true that I have E-level talent, but that doesn't stop my brain from being sharp. I've made a lot of money now, do I need you to question me here? And when I was working under you, what was your attitude? Now that I'm in the game, you have to call me sir. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll kill you. Li Depang was left speechless by the retort. He had indeed looked down on Su Jianping and the company, always finding trouble for him. Who would have thought that now, entering the game, he had soared to success? If he had known this, he would have built a good relationship with him earlier. Realizing this, Li Depang suddenly felt a bit regretful. Jianping, for the sake of our many years together, get lost. Su Jianping didn't give him a chance to speak, kicking him down to the ground. From now on, let's see who dares to look down on me. Wahahaha. Su Jianping laughed wildly. The expressions of the male players around varied. Some were disdainful, some envious and jealous, but more were fearful. Yet, no one dared to challenge Su Jianping's authority, because none of them had mounts, and with a mount costing 100 gold coins, no one could compare to him. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. What are you all blocking the way for? Are you not letting anyone pass? Qin Chen was about to take Suyu to grind levels. He had heard that there was a Tower of Despair in Wolf Smoke City. The monsters inside had only 1/10 of the health of those outside, and of course, the experience points were also only 1/10. It was perfect for Suyu, as her crystal hadn't absorbed any corpses for a long time, and her increased magic value had remained at over 80,000. She was unsure where to level up. The Tower of Despair was undoubtedly a good place. Walking down the street, Qin Chen suddenly found a crowd ahead, blocking the entire road. He felt a bit annoyed. What were they doing? Why were they all standing around instead of leveling up? If they weren't going to level up, they were just holding others back. How could they be like this? In his anger, his voice grew louder. This caught the attention of 13 knights. Who is it, daring to speak so loudly? Can't you see we all have mounts? Kaiji said arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of female supporters emerged. Exactly. Don't you know what you're worth? It's your honor to run into a rich guy, and you're complaining about him blocking the street? Really? Haha, who knows which broke loser it is? Just jealous and envious. Oh, this person is just a drop of blood. Ha, when did a drop of blood dare to speak? That's really rare. This statement immediately ignited a discussion among the crowd. Giggling. Not to mention, it really is a drop of blood. Isn't that just trash? A drop of blood can't even fight monsters, isn't that just trash? What money could such trash have? Still daring to shout here. Right. A poor wretch, what right do you have to make a fuss here? Qin Chen was a bit dazed. What was going on? He had only said one sentence. Why were these people reacting so strongly? However, when Kaiji and the others heard the words a drop of blood, they couldn't help but tremble. In Wolfsmoke City, they had only seen one drop of blood, and that was Qin Chen, who had just killed them in the recent city defense battle. They hurriedly looked over. Damn, it really is Qin Chen. Kaiji's face turned pale with fear. The hundreds of thousands of damage from Qin Chen's skeleton was like a nightmare to them. The remaining knights also saw that the drop of blood was indeed Qin Chen, and they were equally frightened. What a coincidence, running into this big shot. Here, the chubby girl, seeing Kaiji and the others' reaction, curiously asked, "What's up? Is this drop of blood really that powerful?" Kaiji replied coldly, "Powerful. This one is the big shot." The chubby girl said sarcastically, "So what if he's powerful? Can't fight monsters, can't earn money, can't even afford a mount. What's there to be proud of?" Kaiji and the others found her reasoning valid. After all, there were system NPCs everywhere on the streets of Wolfsmoke City, and Qin Shen wouldn't dare to act in front of an audience. Coupled with their hatred for Qin Shen, they wanted to use their mounts to humiliate him severely. Ha ha, you're right, in the end, Qin Shen is just a poor wretch. No matter how high his attack, he's still a broke loser. Kai Shi said. Right, Qin Shen doesn't even have a mount, how can he compare to us? Humph, he even killed us once last time. If it weren't for being in the city, we would have killed him back. The more they talked, the angrier they got. At this moment, Su Jianping stepped forward, holding a woman in his arms, riding on a wild donkey. Qin Shen, what are you making a fuss about here? Everyone, look at our new mounts, what's it to you? Don't go looking for trouble. Qin Shen glanced at his mount. He exchanged a look with Su Yu, and then the two couldn't help but laugh. No wonder the mounts in Yunmeng's were so hard to catch, it turned out there was a reason. This thing, the size of a wild donkey, could be called a mount? Seeing that Qin Shen and Su Yu were actually mocking his mount, Kaiji's face immediately fell. You Qin Shen may have high attack, but we admit you're impressive, yet when it comes to scamming money, you're still far behind. Who here isn't a master at scamming? Qin Shen, don't be too arrogant, let me tell you. Our wealth is not something a loser like you can compare to. Can't you see we've already bought mounts? This is a chestnut horse worth 100 gold coins. Do you have one? Exactly. Just a poor loser. No matter how high your attack, you're still a broke guy. What right do you have to mock us? The onlooking players naturally couldn't stand the behavior of these people, but it must be admitted that 100 gold coins is a huge sum for anyone. Some of them can't even scrape together a single gold coin. Hey, buddy, forget it, they really have the strength. That thing may look thin and small, but it's 100 gold coins each, not something an average person can afford. Exactly. At this point, don't act tough. You're lucky if you can level up with just one drop of blood, better to avoid the rich. Hee. My shield warrior with 3000 health hasn't even spoken yet. What are you bragging about with your one drop of blood? Really? Hearing the others, Kaiji became even more smug. Qin Shen, did you hear that? I admit we can't beat you, but don't act like you're something special around us. We all have mounts, do you? Qin Shen shook his head and smiled. I really don't have a mount like that. He wouldn't even look at such trash. The few people riding on the wild donkeys perked up at this. Humph, I knew you didn't have one. Just a piece of junk. What good is that high attack when you're just a poor guy? Ha, right, useless. What do you have to compare with us when you don't even have a mount? Humph, losing to such trash is really frustrating. The wild donkey team across from them was strutting around, full of themselves. Each one looked down at Qin Shen. Qin Shen glanced at Su Yu, and the smiles in their eyes were hard to contain. I say, buying a wild donkey has made you all so proud? I really don't have such a wild donkey mount because it's just too embarrassing. Qin Shen's words turned Kaiji and the others' faces ashen. Su Jianping turned red upon hearing the words wild donkey and angrily retorted, you still have the face to call us wild donkeys. Do you have one? This thing costs 100 gold coins each. Can you afford it, you poor loser? Exactly. Can you afford it, you poor guy? Trash, and you still have the nerve to talk about us. Have you ever seen a mount? Today, let me show you what it's like. Besides a few people retorting, there was also the chubby girl who was eager to make a good impression in front of the rich. This is a chestnut horse, have you ever seen one? You ignorant thing, you don't even know such a precious thing. Qin Shen laughed, I really haven't seen one. I didn't expect you to think a wild donkey is precious. Ha ha ha. You, Qin Shen, you're just a poor loser and you still have the nerve to talk about us. We have mounts, do you? Kaiji panted angrily. I do, how could I not? It's just a mount. Is it that rare? Qin Shen shrugged. Put. You have a mount? Don't kid yourself. Do you even know how much this thing costs? You really dare to say that? Kaiji mocked. 100 gold coins for a piece of junk and you dare to call it a mount. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself riding it? Qin Shen said bluntly. Oh, don't kid yourself. Just you, a piece of junk, and you have a mount? I really don't believe it. The chubby girl stood up for the rich. Qin Shen coldly asked the chubby girl, what if I really do have one? What will you do? The chubby girl tossed her fat face and boldly declared, if you have a mount, I'll sleep with you. Qin Shen quickly waved his hands. No, don't sleep with me. I'm afraid you'll crush me. I don't mind that you're poor, but you still look down on me. I really want to chop you to death, the chubby girl said fiercely. Kaiji drove the donkey forward. Alright, stop messing around. Qin Shen, you're also bragging. With just one drop of blood, how could you? Before he could finish his sentence, a massive polar bear covered in long white fur appeared in front of Qin Shen. As soon as the polar bear appeared, it let out a furious roar that scared Kaiji and the others wild donkeys, causing them to collapse to the ground. The people riding on the donkeys were thrown off, landing in a heap. What is that? Damn, a bear. Where did the bear come from? Not only Kaiji and the others, but even the surrounding players became curious. Where did the bear come from? When did Wolfsmoke City start spawning wild monsters? Just as everyone was puzzled, Qin Shen kicked off and flipped onto the saddle of the bear's back. He sat up straight. What are you doing? This is a polar bear. Aren't you afraid it will scratch you to death? You, a mere drop of blood, dare to provoke a polar bear? What audacity! Qin Shen glanced at the few people, snorted coldly, fools. This is my mount. What? This little mountain of a polar bear is actually his mount? How is that possible? How could you have a polar bear mount? The stable only sells chestnut horses. Where did the polar bear come from? Su Jianpain questioned. Qin Shen replied, don't you know that Yunmengs can capture mounts? Can't you even read the system information? Yunmengs? That requires an entry ticket. Moreover, in Yunmengs you can only use lassos to capture them. The price of a lasso? 10 gold coins each, and there's only a 1% chance of catching a mount. The amount of money needed to catch a mount is astronomical. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that the real big shot was this drop of blood, Qin Shen. The chubby girl who had been determined to be a sycophant for Kaiji and the others instantly changed her mind. She ran under Qin Shen's polar bear, looking up and pleading with him. Big shot. Let me ride your mount. I can be your servant. Please. Qin Shen shot her a cold glance. Get lost. Kaiji and the others also came to their senses, not expecting that Qin Shen actually had a mount, and it was a polar bear. That thing looked like a small iceberg, far more formidable than their sickly horses. They had been basking in the envy of those around them. Now that Qin Shen summoned his mount, they felt like clowns. Instantly, they were all embarrassed and fled with their tails between their legs. The ones who had previously advised Qin Shen not to provoke Kaiji were dumbfounded at the sight of the polar bear. They had thought Qin Shen was just a little loser, even inferior to themselves, but they never expected he actually had a mount. What does having a mount mean now? It is a true symbol of a big shot, especially with such a flashy polar bear mount. Is it time to disperse now? Qin Shen asked. This question snapped the shocked crowd back to reality. They hurriedly made way for Qin Shen and Suyu to pass. Surrounding Qin Shen's polar bear was a group of girls vying for attention, but he ignored them and directly commanded the polar bear to push through the crowd and move forward. As for Suyu, upon seeing Qin Shen mount his steed, she summoned her own elephant, climbed onto it, and followed Qin Shen away with style. At this moment, everyone realized that not only did Qin Shen have a mount, but even the woman beside him had such an impressive one. They were all enviously drooling. Players walking on the street had to detour far away upon seeing the towering polar bear. A polar bear standing 4 to 5 meters tall, with its wide mouth and sturdy limbs, gave an immense sense of pressure. If it weren't for the lack of a system prompt, everyone would have thought a monster was attacking the city. However, Qin Shen and Suyu felt quite uncomfortable sitting on such a tall mount. They were almost taller than the 2-story buildings on either side. Players passing by raised their heads to look up at the people on the mount. They felt like gorillas in a zoo. Although the gazes of these people were filled with envy, jealousy, and amazement, it still made them feel a bit uneasy, completely unable to understand what the wild donkey knights had been flaunting earlier. The two made their way smoothly to the front of the Tower of Despair. The Tower of Despair looked like a tall, ancient pagoda from the outside, with a guard standing at the entrance. As long as you talked to the guard, you could enter the Tower of Despair to level up. It was said to be open for players by the faction NPCs, which is why it hadn't been accessible before. Naturally, the guard was also a faction NPC. By the time Qin Shen and the others put away their mounts, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered behind them. Ignoring these people, Qin Shen chose to talk to the NPC, and unexpectedly, a page to fill out information popped up. Name, profession. There were only 2 items, and Qin Shen quickly filled them out. A flash of white light passed by as Suyu had already entered to level up. The faction NPC asked him if he wanted to enter the Tower of Despair. After Qin Shen chose yes, he was also enveloped in a flash of white light and transported inside. As soon as he entered, a clang sounded. The system prompted, "You are currently in a solo dungeon, and your party has been automatically disbanded." He had only heard that the Tower of Despair had been opened, so he was unaware of the details of this dungeon. Once he got a clear view of his surroundings, he found himself on a circular platform about 50 meters in diameter. Gradually, beams of white light began to appear around him, like the white light summoned by a Legion commander. Qin Shen knew that monsters were about to spawn, so he quickly waved his staff, and the skeletal Legion commander and Meng Jiada appeared beside him. After Qin Shen entered the dungeon, the entrance NPC that had been guarding the dungeon suddenly disappeared, leaving the players who had intended to enter the Tower of Despair puzzled. What happened to the person? City Lord's mansion. Lord Brian, that one drop of blood named Qin Shen has already entered the Tower of Despair. Upon hearing this, Brian abruptly put away his lazy demeanor, stood up from the sofa, and asked, "Really?" "Yes, according to the information, his name is Qin Shen and his profession is necromancer. Moreover, I saw with my own eyes that he is a drop of blood." Brian clapped his hands. "Then it must be him. Humph. I knew it. He would find a place to grind monsters and sacrifice his bone spirit." That's why the Tower of Despair was open. Ha, kid, didn't expect this, did you? This is a trap set just for you. Brian appeared very pleased and ordered, immediately notify the guild leader of the profession union and have him bring Sod Rose. Then he waved his hand majestically and said, take down Qin Shen. Yes. At this moment, Qin Shen, who was in the Tower of Despair, felt a bit bored. He waved his staff, and a level 28 yak appeared before him, taking minus 5,600 damage before collapsing to the ground. Gained 50 experience points from Wild Yak. Qin Shen couldn't help but pout. These monsters were just too unchallenging. Their health was too low, only a little over 2,000. And they couldn't withstand even his normal attacks. Moreover, the experience was pitifully low, completely unsuitable for him. With a wave of his staff, he commanded, arise. My servant. Lucky effect has been activated. A yak skeleton emerged from the yak's corpse. Qin Shen pouted. Well, this one was quite proactive. He decisively sacrificed the skeleton. At this moment, he missed that unexpectedly deceased big group leader skeleton a bit. The monsters in the Tower of Despair were densely packed, just perfect for the big clan leader's spinning attack. Wherever it spun, a whole area would fall. Even without the big clan leader, it would still be fine, but unfortunately, the overseer had already been sacrificed by him. By the time Qin Shen cleaned up the cluster of yaks, 2 circular stone pillars appeared in the center of the platform, which could be touched by hand, with 2 spheres on top of the pillars. One pillar was inscribed with Leave Dungeon while the other was inscribed with Next Level. In the Tower of Despair, if no choice was made, wild yaks would respawn after 30 seconds. This dungeon could continuously spawn monsters. If he chose the next level, he would encounter monsters stronger than yaks, but of course, they would also provide more experience. Health and experience points were in a proportional state. Here, there was no need to worry about monsters not spawning, nor about being killed by monsters, because these monsters only attacked passively. They would only retaliate if you hit them. It was simply a leveling paradise, of course, referring to a paradise for those with low talent, as they found leveling difficult. And even forming a party was a hassle, facing life-threatening dangers when going out to hunt wild monsters. However, in the Tower of Despair, they could level up without these worries. At this moment, Qin Shen walked up to the 2 stone pillars and reached out to touch the sphere on the pillar inscribed with Leave. Although leveling up here allows for quick nourishment of the bone spirit, the drawbacks are quite obvious. First, without Suyu, he cannot use the Death Chi conversion infinitely. Second, the experience from the monsters here is too low. Leveling up here is simply not worth it. His hand had already touched the stone ball engraved with Leave, yet he was not teleported away. Qin Shen thought there was some error and tried a few more times, but still, nothing happened. Frowning in confusion, he reached out to the next level stone ball beside him. As soon as his hand made contact, the stone ball lit up. Then, a flash of white light passed before his eyes. When he could see objects again, he had already appeared on the platform of the next level. Qin Shen felt strange. According to the rules of the Tower of Despair, he should be able to leave at any time. Why couldn't he even get out now? The previous teleportation had recalled the skeleton, so he needed to summon it again. Why worry about it? Perhaps the teleportation ball on the first level was broken. He would try the second level instead, as the monsters here were not difficult to defeat. With this thought, Qin Shen waved his staff and summoned the skeleton once more. At the same time, he noticed a faint glow lighting up a corner of the platform ahead. Unlike the first level, there was only one faint glow here, while the first level had many. Could it be that there was only one monster on the second level? A big question mark rose above Qin Shen's head. After the faint light dissipated, a middle-aged man with a head of grayish-white long hair appeared. Several differently styled swords were inserted into his back, and he held a narrow, long, rose-red lightsaber in his hand. His bare arms revealed bulging muscles, and his square face bore a resolute and indifferent expression. Qin Shen looked at this man and saw that he radiated the unique yellow glow of a hostile NPC, clearly indicating he was a faction NPC rather than a monster. Could it be that besides monsters, there were also faction NPCs in the Tower of Despair to test players? Who are you? Qin Shen asked. The middle-aged man with long hair spoke up. You must be Qin Shen. Qin Shen was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you targeting me? The long-haired man smirked slightly, his expression quite disdainful as he said, targeting? That's the wrong term. I think it should be cooking. Right, cooking. I'm here to cook you. Qin Shen showed a hint of confusion. What did this guy mean? He was just here to level up, and yet he said he wanted to cook him? What kind of leveling mode was that? What do you mean? Qin Shen asked. It means to clean your neck and let me end your life with one strike. Aren't you a monster in the Tower of Despair? Qin Shen said. TSK. You still don't understand? I, Sod Arrows, was sent to kill you, and you are my target. In the second level of the Tower of Despair, your corpse will be left behind. Sod Arrows said arrogantly. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. This wasn't the first faction NPC to say someone wanted to kill him. Who wants to kill me? Qin Shen asked. You'll naturally know after you die. Sod Arrows replied. Qin Shen said, I advise you to tell me now, or you won't be able to speak later. What a joke. Just you? A drop of blood? I admit, you've caused a lot of trouble for some people, but you only have a drop of blood. You won't last a second in my hands. Taking the opportunity, Shin-chan looked at Sadaro's attributes. Sadaro's golden level 40 health, 11 million attack power, 400,000 skills, / inner ghost sword technique, breaking army, rising dragon strike, draw sword / fierce dragon, breaking sky / This character can level up. There was also a note that this person could level up. Another golden level. Shin-chan was contemplating whether to summon Rudra to take him down in one hit. Suddenly, Sadaros spoke up. Kid, you're really long-winded. It's time for you to shut up. Shin-chan understood from his words that he was preparing to make a move. As he lifted his head, he saw Sadaros, about 20 meters away, suddenly transform into a massive yellow dragon, charging towards him at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, and the yellow light dragon passed through him. Above Shin-chan's head, the words -800000 appeared. However, the font was black. If it weren't for the life value bonus from the two skeletons still active, his secondary health bar would have been at 6 million. Just this one hit had already taken him down. In the moment Shin-chan was stunned, the yellow light dragon passed through him again. Another black damage number -800000 floated above his head. His secondary health bar decreased by another 800,000. Moreover, Shin-chan noticed that every time he was hit by the yellow light dragon, he would enter a 0.5 second stun state, preventing him from using his iron curtain. Just as he rushed forward, Sadaros turned around and transformed into a yellow light dragon again, charging at him. Another -800000 gray damage floated above his head. Shin-chan had no chance to resist. Blade draw / Sadaros found it strange. This kid clearly only had one drop of health, yet the damage he dealt was all gray? He had already dealt 2.4 million damage to him, and he still wasn't dead. Sadaros swung his sword sideways and suddenly unleashed a wave of sword energy that rapidly spread outwards. As it passed through Shin-chan's body, -3600000 3 million damage floated above his head. Shin-chan felt completely numb. What kind of outrageous skill was this? It instantly cleared his backup health bar, and cold sweat streamed down his back. Fortunately, he still had that one drop of health left. Now, it could be said that as long as Sadaros touched him with his sword, he would be finished. Shin-chan's heart leaped into his throat. He waved his staff and found that blade draw / would not trigger the stun effect. He hurriedly activated his iron curtain skill. After using blade draw / Sadaros turned back and found that this kid was still alive. You're quite the tricky one. Watch me perform a 3-hit slash. Sadaros then swung his light sword towards him, closing the distance in an instant. The slash passed through Shin-chan's body 5 times, and after the skill ended, Shin-chan still stood there. Invincible skill? Interesting. Sadaros smiled. He prepared to use the ghost sword technique to wear down Shin-chan's invincibility. However, Shin-chan spoke up. You won't have the chance. Just your 2 skeletons? What can they do to me? Sadaros had already noticed Shin-chan's 2 skeletons and said dismissively. Shin-chan smiled without replying, as he could not afford to delay any longer. The invincibility time was running out. In a low, cold voice, he said, "Come forth, Rudra." Suddenly, a rift in space opened in midair, accompanied by swirling snowflakes, and a massive dragon claw reached out from within, followed by Rudra's entire dragon body leaping out. Dragon race. Sadaros frowned as he looked at the giant dragon, raising his light sword in front of him as if facing a great enemy. Dragon's tremor. Dragon language. Magic enemies within a 200-meter radius take 150% physical attack power plus 230% spell power damage. Rudra lifted one leg and stomped on the platform, causing the ground to crack immediately. Then, Rudra spread his wings, arched his neck back, and opened his ice-blue dragon mouth, letting out a tremendous dragon roar. As the roar echoed, the already cracked ground suddenly erupted with flying debris. Chunks of rock floated in midair. At the same time, a massive damage number floated above Sadaros's head. -223,000,000 223 million. Damage instantly killed Sadaros. Seeing this number, Shin-chan stood in shock, unable to regain his senses for a long time. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that Rudra jumped back into the rift in space. Shin-chan felt a void before finally coming to his senses. Rudra's attributes were truly outrageous. This was only at the legendary level. Once he gathered enough progress, it would evolve into the mythical level. What kind of outrageous damage would that be? Thinking of this, Shin-chan felt a surge of excitement and infinite drive welling up inside him. He had to fill Rudra's bone spirit progress as soon as possible. From the current situation, the progress was much faster than expected. After organizing his thoughts, he began to gather his spoils. After Sadaros's death, weapons were scattered all over the ground. They were all swords. At a glance, there were at least 5 or 6 of them. These 5 or 6 must be of golden quality. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm about to get rich? Shin-chan thought excitedly. A lightsaber lay beside him, emitting a faint glow. Shin-chan eagerly picked up the lightsaber.
but when he looked at its attributes, he was stunned. Sadarosa's lightsaber, Sadarosa's exclusive weapon. Only by equipping it can Sadaros unleash his maximum power. Not to mention the rank, it didn't even have any attributes. Damn it, Sadaros is dead. Where am I supposed to find another one? He hurriedly reached out to pick up other weapons. Sure enough, they were all Sadarosa's exclusive weapons. Sadarosa's greatsword, Sadarosa's exclusive greatsword. Equipping it allows Sadaros to use greatsword skills. Sadarosa's blunt weapon. A whole bunch of useless junk. Shin-chan was a bit angry. Damn it, you're dead and still leaving me with so much useless trash. Unless I can summon Sadarosa's skeleton, these weapons are of no use at all. Shin-chan first gathered the other spoils. After picking up 10 gold coins, he also found 100 soul sealing stones. He directly used the soul sealing stones. At this point, his lifespan had turned into 42 years. The life-threatening crisis was finally lifted. After all, he had 2 chances to resurrect. Besides that, there was nothing else. Shin-chan was somewhat speechless. The person he almost died fighting only had this little stuff. If he couldn't even summon Sadarosa's skeleton, then he wouldn't even have a piece of golden equipment. Shin-chan took a deep breath, pointing his staff at the corpse on the ground. Rise, my servant. As the command was given, a sound of bones grinding came from within the corpse. The body was also pushed up from within. Lucky effect has been activated. A pleasant system prompt sounded at the same time. Shin-chan was thrilled. A white skeleton crawled out from the corpse. This skeleton was no different from the skeleton warriors he usually saw, the only difference being that it was empty-handed, without a single weapon. Sadarosa's skeleton, golden level 40 health, 11 million attack power, 411, 200 skills, triple slash, inner ghost sword technique, breaking army rising dragon strike, draw sword slash, fierce dragon breaking air slash. Shin-chan handed the lightsaber in his hand to the skeleton. This skeleton was not as dull as the others. It naturally took the lightsaber. Shin-chan then handed over the other weapons as well. He watched as Sadarosa's skeleton skillfully strapped each weapon onto its back, just like before. Shin-chan felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected to gain another capable ally. He checked its skills. Triple slash, rush forward and strike the target ahead, dealing 150% physical attack damage. Can rush 3 times, equipping the lightsaber allows 5 rushes. Cooldown 5 seconds. Inner ghost sword technique, Sadarosa's self-created attack method, increasing sword attack speed by 30%, breaking army rising dragon strike, rush forward and lift enemy targets along the path, dealing 200% physical attack damage to all enemies and putting them in a floating state. Rush distance 10 meters, cooldown 10 seconds. Fierce dragon breaking air slash, rush forward and deal 200% damage to enemy targets along the path, causing the damaged targets to enter a brief stiff state. Rush times 3, rush distance 20 meters, cooldown 10 seconds. Draw sword slash, release a sword energy slash centered on oneself, dealing 900% physical attack damage to surrounding targets. Number of slashes with the lightsaber 2 slash range 10 meters, cooldown 10 seconds. What? The draw sword slash can actually strike twice? Shin-chan felt a wave of fear adjust. Now, Sadaros was equipped with a lightsaber, but when he used the slash, he only struck once. If he had used it again, he would have been the one to die. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, he only struck once. Perhaps it was because he used the Iron Curtain to block the second strike. In any case, he was not dead, Sadaros was. Moreover, he had obtained his skeleton. The lightsaber in his hand cast a faint red glow on the skeleton's pale body. The white skeleton appeared mysterious. Shin-chan was extremely pleased. This powerful assistant was exactly what he wanted. Sadarosa's skills had very short cooldowns and could be used in succession. Even after turning into a skeleton, Sadaros still had notes for upgrades below him. However, Shin-chan did not know how his upgrades worked. Was it through monster hunting? Or did it level up alongside his own? For now, there was no way to know. After the initial joy, Shin-chan began to feel a vague worry. He had heard from Mist that someone was targeting him, and it was an NPC from a faction. He had also heard from Sadaros that someone was out to get him. Who could this person be? After thinking it over, there was only one possibility. The president of the professional guild. After all, he had killed the bard mentor in front of him, and judging by the president's demeanor, he seemed intent on settling the score with him. It was reasonable for him to send someone to kill him now. If you can't win, then play dirty, that's fine. In Wolfsmoke City, Shin-chan feared no one, at least not with Rudra by his side. He walked to the center of the platform, resting one hand on the rising stone sphere. This time, the stone sphere for leaving the dungeon reacted. A flash of white light passed and he reappeared on the streets of Wolfsmoke City. He sent a private message to Suyu, telling her he was going to level up in another dungeon. After receiving her reply, Shin-chan left. In the Lord's mansion, Brian angrily smashed the teapot containing the Great Brother potion to the ground. The potion spilled everywhere, the blue liquid staining the carpet. Looking quite eye-catching. Sadaros actually didn't kill Shin-chan.
How is that possible? His fingers gripped the armrest tightly, turning pale from the force. He suddenly raised his head, his furious eyes glaring at the guards of the Tower of Despair. What on earth is going on? The guard replied tremulously, Lord Brian. I saw that at the beginning. Subtitles used his stiff state to reduce Qin Chen's health by 6 million, but Qin Chen activated his invincibility skill. I know about his invincibility skill. And then Qin Chen summoned an ice blue giant dragon, and with one skill, he killed Subtitles, dealing over 200 million damage. The guard recalled the scene and felt a lingering fear. The giant dragon was too terrifying. Upon hearing this information, Brian, who was still in a rage, instantly went mad. Good. This is the bone spirit that Qin Chen obtained. Over 200 million damage. Qin Chen, you can't handle it. The giant dragon will eventually be mine. Brian glared at the guard threateningly. Don't let a third person know about the giant dragon you saw, understand? The guard replied, Understood. I won't tell anyone. Humph. Get out, Brian said with a cold snort. The guard hurriedly ran away, not wanting to get involved in a celestial battle. It was better to keep his distance. After the guard left, Miss suddenly walked in from the adjacent room, swaying her hips as she walked, her posture exceptionally alluring. Oh dear, what happened? Lord Brian, why is your potion spilled all over the place? Brian had initially wanted to explode in anger because he did not allow other women to enter his room casually, but upon seeing Miss, he suppressed his anger. Instead, he put on a smile, trying to please her. It's all because of that damned Qin Chen. The reason for his good attitude towards Miss was entirely because she was too beautiful, far more perfect than the other women around him. The skin that could be broken by a puff, the round and full goose egg face, and what fascinated him even more was Miss's figure, with her curvy waist and voluptuous hips. That pair of peach-shaped buttocks made him utterly enchanted. Ah, even Subtitles has failed? He is the top expert in Wolf Smoke City, Miss said playfully, covering her mouth with her hand. At the same time, her big eyes blinked repeatedly. This Qin Chen is truly mysterious. He even managed to survive against Subtitles. Brian pursed his lips and sighed. Yeah, so, what about this Qin Chen? Should we still kill him? Miss asked tentatively. Brian snorted coldly. Kill? Why not kill? No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly withstand 1.2 million players alone. Qin Chen must be killed, otherwise, how could he obtain the bone spirit? Especially after hearing how powerful Qin Chen's bone spirit was, Brian's determination to kill him was further solidified. So, what do you mean? Miss inquired. Humph. Notify that useless Wang Yiba to come to the Lord's mansion immediately. I want to give him a promotion task. The only way to deal with this now is to rely on Wang Yiba to kill Qin Chen. Alright, I'll notify him right away, Miss said and then stepped back. After exiting, she hurriedly sent a private message to Wang Yiba, which counted as notifying him. As for whether he would receive it, Miss didn't care at all. She then took out a black crystal ball from her backpack. Her fair right hand glided over the crystal and suddenly a bright arrow appeared inside. The arrow pointed south. After putting the crystal back in her backpack, a mysterious smile appeared on her lips as she headed towards the south of the city. B. Brian. This Qin Chen is too terrifying. He can't be killed. I've died in his hands at least 8 times, I really can't provoke him anymore. You should find someone else. Wang Yiba stammered. He never expected that Brian would still want him to kill Qin Chen, but he was already thoroughly scared of him. If he continued to kill, he might lose his own life first. With a loud bang, Brian slammed his palm on the table. Wang Yiba trembled and looked up, only to see Brian's furious face. I told you to kill him, so go do it. Otherwise, your legion will forever be level 5. Did you hear that? Brian roared threateningly. Wang Yiba's face was full of bitterness, but he didn't answer Brian's question. Level 5 is level 5, as long as I don't have to go die again, that's fine. Seeing that simple intimidation was no longer effective, Brian changed his approach and said earnestly, I never said you had to lead the team to kill him yourself, did I? You can stay back in command. I know that killing Qin Chen will cost many lives, but you just need to stay back in command. You won't have to die yourself, and after completing the task, you can receive my rewards. Isn't that a good deal? Wang Yiba thought about it and agreed. It did sound like a good deal, but then he suddenly thought of a problem. But what if my team members don't listen to my commands? Last time during the city defense battle, no one defended the city. Upon hearing this, Brian's eyes widened in shock. He asked incredulously, how do you command your legion? Why don't those people listen to you? Wang Yiba explained his management method of the legion. In fact, he wasn't managing at all, he was just a figurehead, handing over all matters of the legion to Su Padai, and he merely repeated Su Padai's policies. After hearing this, Brian wanted to slap Wang Yiba twice and call him an idiot. It's your legion, you're the leader, and you let a subordinate manage it. How can the profits generated by the legion end up in your pocket? Wang Yiba was left speechless. To be honest, he had never received any profits. There's still profit?
Brian was both angry and helpless, and could only tell him, "You can set the Legion members to contribute 10 copper coins each week. With 600,000 members, that's 600 gold coins a week. Did you not know any of this?" Wang Yiba shook his head in confusion. He truly had no idea it could be done this way. Brian shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to personally explain to him some methods and policies on how to manage the Legion and how to encourage members to participate in Legion activities. Wang Yiba, with his pig-like brain, understood only half of it, but that didn't stop him from nodding in agreement. One thing he remembered very clearly was that to hold a management position in the Legion, one must contribute to the Legion. Also, the culprit Supadai must be removed. After hearing this, Wang Yiba nodded repeatedly. Brian said, "First, get the discipline in the Legion sorted out, then I'll assign you a few tasks that can earn you large scrolls. Also, remedy the Legion's promotion tasks. Wait until the Legion expands to 120,000 before taking action against Qinshen. Do you understand?" Wang Yiba replied, "Understood." Brian waved his hand. "Let's go." In the south of the city, there was a temporarily constructed Bay Legion conference hall. Since the last defeat in the station battle, the Bay Legion had lost the opportunity for promotion. However, under Brian's covert manipulation, the Bay Legion built a temporary conference hall beneath the southern city wall. The large Legion finally had a gathering point. After Wang Yiba arrived at the conference hall, he began to issue decrees. These were all things he had heard from Brian. Bay Legion New Rule 1: anyone can join the Bay Legion unconditionally. Bay Legion New Rule 2: management positions in the Legion will be appointed based on a points system, excluding deputy positions. The more actively one participates in Legion activities, the more points one can earn, and anyone has the chance to become a group leader, as a series of new rules were announced in the Legion and the chat channel of Wolfsmoke City. The players in Wolfsmoke City began to view Wang Yiba in a slightly different light. A considerable number of people were already preparing to join the Bay Legion. After all, who wouldn't want free experience? At that moment, Su Padai rushed into the conference hall in a hurry. "Leader, what's going on?" Wang Yiba coldly asked. "What's going on?" Su Padai replied, "The new rules. Haven't I always issued the Legion's decrees? Why have you changed them now?" Wang Yiba said, "Oh, from now on, I will personally issue them. Also, Su Padai, I have removed you from your position as group leader. If you want to become a group leader, you need to actively participate in activities and listen to the leader's commands to have a chance at a management position." Upon hearing this news, Su Padai felt as if the sky had fallen. Hadn't he relied on his special status to dominate the Legion for so long? Even if he was just a group leader, his authority was still higher than that of other group leaders. Now, not only had he lost his authority, but he had also lost the chance to be a group leader. Su Padai felt he couldn't accept it. He collapsed to the ground, clutching Wang Yiba's pants and crying out, "No, leader, you can't do this. I, Suin, may not have achievements in the Legion, but I have put in hard work. How can you do this to me?" Seeing him cry so pitifully, Wang Yiba felt a twinge of compassion. However, he didn't restore his management position and instead told him awkwardly, "This isn't my decision, it's all Lord Brian's will." "Brian? That powerful NPC? How dare he remove me? You bastard, just do your job as an NPC, and now you're meddling in the Legion." "Just wait." Su Padai knew that Wang Yiba would definitely listen to Brian, so he stopped struggling. Instead, he began to harbor hatred towards Brian. Knowing he wanted to kill Qin Shen, he thought, "Hey, you want to kill Qin Shen? I won't let you have your way, just wait." It must be said that with the release of a series of announcements, more players began to apply to join the Bay Legion. However, the recruitment authority of the Bay Legion was now closed. One had to pass Wang Yiba's review. Personally, Qin Shen also saw the announcement issued by Wang Yiba, wondering what this kid was up to. Could it be that the arrogant Wang Yiba had changed his ways and become more tactful? Qin Shen shook his head, kicking the thought out of his mind. How could someone so brainless possibly become smart? Wang Yiba was nothing but a pig. A stupid pig. Better not think about what Wang Yiba was planning. He should focus on where to level up. Qin Shen opened the map and began searching for nearby leveling spots. The monster levels increased with the distance from Wolfsmoke City. After some thought, he decided it was best to hunt 35-level elite monsters. On one hand, elite monsters provided high experience, and in front of his abnormal skeleton, they were no different from regular monsters. On the other hand, he was currently level 28, and 3-5 was just right. He didn't want to accidentally level up while grinding and miss out on full experience. After searching the area for 35-level elite monsters, he finally set his sights on the Clarkland base. He had encountered the Clarkland before, but the final boss had only been an inspector. He remembered the inspector saying before he died that the clan leader would take revenge for him. He wondered if the clan leader was at the base. However, since it was the base, Qin Shen should take them all out. After confirming his route, Qin Shen summoned his mount. The distance was a bit far, so it was faster to use his mount. The moment the massive polar bear appeared on the street, it caused a stir among the surrounding players. Whose vassal is so fierce? Goodness, that head is way too big. It's much more impressive than a wild donkey bought with money. This is a polar bear. My goodness. The system store doesn't sell these. It must have been caught from Yunmeng Marsh. Getting into Yunmeng Marsh isn't easy, let alone catching a mount from there. That would cost a lot of money. Damn. Is this fair? I'm still struggling for 3 meals a day and they can catch polar bears from Yunmeng Marsh. Fair? When you're screwing screws in Blue Star, did you ever say it was fair when others were feasting on abalone and lobster? Riding the polar bear under the envious gazes of the players on both sides, Qin Shen headed south. The polar bear moved quickly, running at more than double the speed of a wild donkey. Carrying Qin Shen, it soon dashed out of the city. Outside the city gate, there was a large number of low-level creatures. A few players were still leveling up here. These monsters were only in their teens. The players still here were definitely at the bottom of the pack, as the main group had already leveled up to around 25, with some aggressive players even reaching level 27. Spending a day in Yunmeng Marsh had almost allowed other players to catch up to Qin Shen. After passing through the player leveling area, the polar bear took him onto a dirt road. Qin Shen checked the route while directing the polar bear. While mounted, he was in a special state, so some aggressive monsters wouldn't attack him. This allowed him to run forward with confidence. Moreover, once he provided the next route direction to the polar bear, it could design its own path, functioning similarly to the auto pathfinding feature in previous online games on Blue Star. Qin Shen leisurely sat on the bear's back. Suddenly, the running polar bear came to a halt. Qin Shen looked ahead in confusion. Below, a charming figure in a black lace long dress blocked the polar bear's path. The lace dress clung tightly to her exquisite figure in the gentle breeze, leaving Qin Shen dazed. What the hell is this? Why is she blocking the road? Hey, are you going to move or not? Normally, anyone would have avoided the massive sound of the polar bear's footsteps, so why was this woman standing still? Could she be a fake? Just as Qin Shen was puzzled, the person ahead turned her head. A stunningly beautiful face was revealed. However, Qin Shen frowned upon seeing her. It's you? The newcomer was none other than the woman who had been with Carlo. Qin Shen naturally had no good feelings towards her. What good person would be with someone as shady as Carlo? He. Qin Shen, we meet again. Miss smiled before she spoke. Her laughter was quite charming, seemingly possessing a magical allure that diminished Qin Shen's hostility towards her. What do you want? He asked bluntly. Being blocked on the road, Qin Shen certainly didn't think this was just a coincidence. However, Miss didn't answer his question and instead admired his mount. You actually got a mount after just 1 day of not seeing you, that's impressive. What does that have to do with you? Qin Shen replied warily. True, you must be quite remarkable, otherwise how could you have killed Sadaros? Don't you think so, Qin Shen? Miss deliberately elongated the syllables, emphasizing Sadaros's name. Qin Shen understood her meaning. She just wanted him to know that she could keep track of his movements at any time, right? He frowned and asked, how do you know? He. I have my ways. Was she deliberately teasing him? Qin Shen didn't have time for games and asked straightforwardly, and who was it you said wanted to kill me last time? Miss threw him a flirtatious glance, parted her enticing lips, and blew a fragrant breath in his direction. You'll naturally find out when the time comes. I just hope you can live until then. Qin Shen glared at her fiercely. If you don't want to say, then don't block my way. After saying that, he pulled the reins, making the polar bear bypass Miss and move forward. Miss watched Qin Shen's retreating figure, murmuring, interesting. I like it. But I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, this game will be hard to continue. With that, she twisted her waist, and a cloud of black smoke rose from the spot. After a moment, when the smoke dissipated, Miss had already vanished. Miss definitely knew something, but her attitude made Qin Shen very uncomfortable, so he couldn't be bothered to waste more words with her. Riding on the polar bear's back, Qin Shen began to plan what he needed to do next. He still had one unique hidden quest to complete. However, he needed to reach level 30 to do so. He also had to enter the burial ground. Just thinking about the dangers of the burial ground made him feel uneasy. That place definitely harbored high-tier dangers, not to mention the giant skeleton he had yet to encounter. Even the bone spirit of Rudra was in such a place, it was obvious it wouldn't be simple. He had to go, even if it meant risking his life to complete the unique hidden quest. While he was contemplating the burial ground, the polar bear came to a stop. Qin Shen found himself in front of a chaotic hill. Before him was an emptied mountain gate, with several crawler guards at the entrance. From their appearance, it was clear they were crawler. They resembled monkeys, with long limbs, holding wooden spears, and some of the plump crawler warriors were clad in iron plates for added defense. There were crawler priests as well, holding staffs and draped in thick animal furs, with a crown of beast teeth atop their heads. The map indicated that this location was the crawler stronghold. Qin Shen looked at the attributes of these monsters. Crawler Elite Archer, Elite Level, 34 Health, 268,000 Attack, 34,000 Skills, Powerful Throw, Traps. All these monsters were level 34. The Crawler stronghold had a vast range, so the monsters here would definitely not be of uniform level. The deeper one went, the higher the levels would be. He wondered what level. The Great Chieftain at the very back was, perhaps it could reach level 40. Currently, Xin Shen had already killed 2 level 40 golden bosses. One was the Golden Tatar, and the other was Subtitles. If he wanted to deal with a boss of this tier, it seemed only Rudra could manage it. Previously, he had 2 silver-level skeletons and tried to fight a golden-level boss, but the damage was significantly reduced. It seemed that there was a tier suppression at the golden level. Killing across tiers was starting to become difficult. Now it was different. He had a level 40 golden skeleton, Subtitles, and perhaps he could take down the Great Chieftain without summoning Rudra. With a wave of the staff, 3 skeletons appeared before him. Xin Shen commanded the skeletons to begin their free slaughter. Suddenly, a yellow light dragon emerged, charging towards a monster. A damage number of 790,000 floated up, and the elite guard immediately fell to the ground as a corpse. The yellow light dragon did not pause, using its remaining 2 chances on the pile of monsters. 5 or 6 elite monsters gathered together in the pile instantly turned into corpses. Xin Shen, from behind, used the transformation to create skeletons, sacrificing the transformed skeleton warriors to the bone spirit. With Subtitles' skeleton, he only needed to focus on the sacrifices from the back. The power of the level 40 golden boss was now revealed. With Subtitles' high attack, each skill could instantly kill the monsters here, and the cooldown for the dragon slash was short. Even when it was on cooldown, he could use the 3-stage slash to charge forward. The 3-stage slash targeted enemies along its vertical attack path. With a lightsaber equipped, he could perform 5 charges. Even if some monsters were not hit, a quick slash would suffice. In no time, under Subtitles' sharp attacks, the crawler tribe outside the cave was cleared. Xin Shen knew that these crawlers still had many last words left unspoken. They need not say them anymore. One by one, Xin Shen turned them into skeletons, then sacrificed them to the bone spirit. Under Xin Shen's nurturing, the bone spirits progress had now reached 61,280 points. After using it 3 times, only 3 points were consumed. Rudra's power was simply too strong. With it around, Xin Shen could fear no threat. Now, Xin Shen's monster clearing speed had increased, but unfortunately, his mana could not keep up with the speed of corpse transformation. With Suyu around and himself taking mana potions, he could barely maintain it. But now that Suyu had gone to the Tower of Despair, Xin Shen was alone, and before he could finish dealing with the corpses on the ground, his mana was already depleted. He felt a bit helpless. What to choose now? Continue clearing monsters, or stay here to transform the remaining corpses? After thinking for a moment, Xin Shen made his decision. Skeletons were always available, but he was currently lacking experience. He urgently needed to level up. At level 30, he could learn skills to open another skeleton space. He was only at level 28 now. It was better to continue clearing monsters inside. Once he had mana, he would transform skeletons. Without mana, he would just kill monsters. After making the decision, Xin Shen instructed Subtitles to continue exploring inward. The passage was not deep, with some wooden beams forming a ceiling above. After killing a few monsters in the passage, they reached the end. A rightward passage appeared. After killing a few monsters along the right passage, the view suddenly opened up. Looking into the distance, a massive canyon surrounded by low mountains appeared before him. The canyon was not flat but composed of uneven dirt slopes, depressions, and even deep chasms. Crawler monsters were scattered throughout the valley. Roughly speaking, there were hundreds of thousands of them. No wonder it was called a stronghold. There were so many monsters here. Xin Shen could only see a corner of the entire valley, and ahead was a rudimentary mountain gate made of pointed wooden stakes. In front of the mountain gate stood 2 chubby crawler guards. Subtitles quickly approached them using a 2-stage slash. The undead have invaded. Damn! There are actually undead. The 2 chubby guards angrily swung their large blades at the skeletons in front of them. However, before they could strike, Subtitles had already positioned his sword sideways. He then swung his lightsaber fiercely. A wave of sword energy spread outwards. When it hit the 2 crawler, massive damage numbers appeared above their heads and they slowly fell down. Xin Shen walked over to collect the spoils. His mana had only recovered by 300 points, barely enough for one use of Iron Curtain. Xin Shen had to ensure his safety, so he did not use the transformation to create skeletons. He simply picked up the gold dropped by the elite monsters. The monsters here dropped quite generously, with each one yielding 20 silver coins. Calculating it out, if all the monsters are cleared, at least 100,000 gold coins can be earned. Xin Shen was full of enthusiasm, ready to let Subtitles continue clearing the monsters. However, he didn't expect that during the previous battle, a monster holding a small trumpet would come over. After triggering its alert, it immediately brought the trumpet to its lips and blew hard. Instantly, a rough voice boomed from the trumpet. Toot! The massive sound attracted all the surrounding monsters. On both sides of the passage behind the village gate, there were at least 100 elite crawler tribe members, and the trumpet sound instantly triggered their alert, charging towards this side in unison. Any ordinary person would be dumbfounded by this scene. However, Qin Shan was overjoyed. Just when he was worried about how to quickly lure the monsters, he didn't expect that this little monster with the trumpet would be such a big help. He commanded the Legion Commander Skeleton to step forward. Once a large group of crawler tribe members approached, the Legion Commander raised the large sword in his hand and thrust it fiercely into the ground. In an instant, a large number of damage numbers floated above these monsters' heads. Most of them were over 200,000 damage, enough to instantly kill these elites. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing sea of monsters fell down in unison. The battlefield was suddenly left with not a single monster. Qin Shan smiled as he stepped forward to collect his spoils. While picking up the gold coins, he also gathered many level 30 white equipment. These white equipment had decent attributes, surpassing the level 20 black iron equipment just as mainstream players were about to reach level 30, which should fetch a good price. Qin Shan stored the equipment in his backpack. At that moment, he noticed that there was a scroll lying on the ground. Carl's rescue letter. It records the location where Carl is imprisoned by the crawler tribe. After opening the scroll, a coordinate immediately appeared on the map, located deep within the main camp. A hidden quest. Clearly, this Carl's rescue letter was a hidden quest. Qin Shan, adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, was naturally keen on hidden quests. Moreover, he originally planned to level up here. It was a perfect opportunity. After tidying up his spoils, Qin Shan used the transformation on the skeleton twice, sacrificing the transformed skeletons to the bone spirit. He then consumed a bottle of high-level mental potion and walked down the sloping passage. After turning around a concealed mountain, he saw a winding mountain path leading to the distant main camp. One side of the mountain path was close to the mountain, while the other side was a ravine. Looking down from the edge of the ravine, he saw that the bottom was filled with dark red glowing lava. Qin Shan had no interest in the lava, so he ordered Subtitles to continue forging ahead. Subtitles executed a dragon slash, charging into the monster group and taking care of this elite squad. Then, he used his momentum to dive into another pile of monsters. After 3 charges, he was already far from Qin Shan, stopping in place to await his command. After picking up the items dropped by the monsters, Qin Shan used the transformation on the skeleton twice again, sacrificing the skeletons before moving forward with the Legion Commander and Mang Jiad. At this point, Qin Shan felt that having the Legion Commander and the other skeleton was of little use unless they encountered a large number of monsters, so he simply stored the 2 skeletons away. Under Sotoros's lead, he and one skeleton quickly reached the end of the mountain path where there was a slope covered in monsters. His sharp eyes spotted one of the alarm monsters holding a trumpet. Qin Shan instructed Subtitles to charge next to it without attacking. The alarm monster, noticing the intruder, blew its trumpet. Toot toot toot. A series of sounds spread out. 1/3 of the monsters on the slope quickly gathered towards Subtitles. Subtitles used a blade draw to clear out all the monsters within a 10-meter radius, then began weaving through the monster pile with his dragon slash. However, there were too many monsters gathered, and relying solely on Subtitles was not enough to clear them all. Moreover, the 3-stage slash could only strike enemies in front of him, making it impossible to deal widespread damage. Once his skills were exhausted, he could only rely on the ordinary attacks of the ghost sword technique. General Qin Shan summoned the skeleton of the Legion Commander. The Legion Commander pointed his large sword to the sky, and a rain of fire gathered ahead. In an instant, the blazing flames fell from the sky, smashing down on the monsters and instantly killing them. One fire rain skill cleared half of the monsters. The Legion Commander then ran over to use a wide area stun to wipe out the remaining monsters. At that moment, a monster was surprisingly still standing on the slope. This monster was clearly more robust than the elite fatty Kral. Qin Shan looked at the monster's attributes. Base Camp Supervisor, Bronze level, 35 health, 750,000 attack power, 95,000 skills, health enhancement, mighty strike. So it turned out to be a mini-boss. Qin Shan felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't advanced very far yet and had already discovered a mini-boss. It seemed there were quite a few mini-bosses in this base camp. The more bosses there were, the greater his chances of making a fortune. Elite monsters could only drop basic equipment, and to obtain good gear, one had to kill bosses. This supervisor boss had half of its health taken away by 2 skills. Then, it was lifted into the air by Sotoros's breaking army rising dragon strike, and by the time it fell, it had already become a corpse. Qin Shan hurriedly moved forward to collect the spoils. First, he picked up all the gold coins dropped by the elite monster. Then he began to gather the equipment dropped by the supervisor. 1 piece of bronze level cloth lower garment. Supervisor's robe lower garment, bronze level, 32 health plus 1250, spirit plus 2500, intelligence plus 320, spell power plus 20, physical/magic defense plus 200, final damage reduction 1%. This attribute was quite good, adding so much intelligence, far superior to what Qin Shan was wearing.
However, it was still not high enough in level, so he could only store it in his backpack for now. After picking up 10 soul sealing stones, Qin Chen chose to use them directly. Looking again, he noticed a skill book left on the ground. Health enhancement, warrior class, B grade, increases own health by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. This skill book was really good. Seeing the skill book reminded Qin Chen that he hadn't obtained a mage-type skill book in a long time, and he wondered if he could get a useful one this time. After clearing the remaining monsters on the slope, a fork in the road appeared ahead. The left path led to the next slope, while the right path led to a stone arch bridge with flowing magma beneath it. He didn't know where it led, but the opposite side also looked like a slope. Qin Chen chose the left path. He still let Subtitles lead the way. After clearing the monsters on the mountain path, they arrived at the slope. This slope was relatively large, with many monsters. Qin Chen's sharp eyes spotted another gigantic supervisor boss here. It seemed that a mini-boss would appear in every area. That was fantastic for him. He continued to have Subtitles attract the attention of the horn monsters, and once it blew the horn, a large number of monsters gathered. Qin Chen then let the two skeletons unleash their attacks. In no time, they cleared out the hundreds of monsters that had been drawn in. Qin Chen let the 3 skeletons kill monsters on their own while he stayed in place to collect items and transform skeletons. The skeletons could move freely within a 50-meter range. Without Qin Chen's command, although their efficiency in killing monsters was relatively low and sometimes their skill releases were not very appropriate, it was still better than their high attributes, which meant they wouldn't encounter danger. After clearing the surrounding monsters, only one mini-boss remained, accompanied by 2 elite monsters. Standing in front of a tent, the 3 monsters seemed to be plotting something. Their 3 large mouths opened and closed rapidly, appearing to be in a heated discussion. Qin Chen could only be the unamused one. He ordered Subtitles to use the fierce dragon breakthrough slash to clean up the 3 monsters. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Your skeleton's Subtitles cannot use skills due to insufficient mental power. What? Skeletons need mental power too? At that moment, Qin Chen was a bit stunned. His skeletons had always been able to instantly kill other monsters without needing a second strike. This had given him the illusion that once they became skeletons, they would no longer have mental power limitations. After hearing the prompt, Qin Chen was dazed for a moment, finally confirming that skeletons also required mental power. After the intense monster grinding just now, Subtitles had exhausted all its mental power. Well, even without mental power, it could still kill these 3 little Kalami. Subtitles used the remaining mental power to perform a 3-hit slash to approach the 3 monsters. Then, with 2 strikes of the light sword, it took down 2 little monsters, followed by 3 consecutive normal attacks to kill the boss. The boss dropped a piece of chainmail and 10 soul sealing stones, nothing else. As Qin Chen collected the items, he felt a bit frustrated. He had originally planned to leverage the advantage of skeletons to quickly farm monsters in bulk and surpass other players. But with this mental power limitation, the path to fast monster grinding seemed blocked. However, even killing them one by one, he was still much faster than other players. After transforming the corpses into skeletons, Qin Chen skillfully downed a bottle of blue potion. He commanded the skeletons to continue clearing monsters. The area of this slope was quite large, and there were many monsters. Slashing down one by one was still quite exhausting. Qin Chen had no choice but to start transforming the corpses on his own. At that moment, due to the commander being too far forward, it triggered the alert range of the trumpet monster. The trumpet sound rang out, attracting a large group of monsters. Fortunately, the commander's skills were still usable. Qin Chen directly used a wide area stun to instantly kill the monster horde. He ran to the corpses to start transforming them into skeletons while letting the 3 skeletons handle the monsters on their own. In this way, the monsters on the slope were completely cleared by Qin Chen. When the last monster fell, a wave of light suddenly spread from Qin Chen's body in all directions. At the same time, the long-lost system prompt sound rang out. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Qin Chen reached level 29. He was one step closer to learning the level 30 skills. Qin Chen didn't have much expectation because he found that the skills learned from the mentor were mostly useless, and it was better than the wild skills he had obtained himself. He commanded the skeletons to continue farming monsters. After reaching the next slope, he encountered a small boss again. This time, it dropped 10 soul sealing stones and a piece of jewelry, a ring. Ring of Wisdom, bronze level 32 intelligence plus 960 mental power plus 1500 spell critical rate plus 4%. Indeed, it was the ring of wisdom, just what I needed. Knowing what attributes I lack, the attribute boost was just perfect. Qin Chen decisively put the ring into his backpack. The current location was a small valley that dipped down. Surrounding the valley were dense elite monsters of the crawler tribe. The 3 skeletons began to farm monsters recklessly. However, he was much more cautious this time. After such a long period of battle, the commander's mental power was also running low.
The warrior's skills used less mental power and generally could recover, otherwise, the skeleton of the Nunu tribe's chief wouldn't have become the main force in the 47th Legion's dungeon, spinning into the monster pile like a top. However, Sodro's skill cooldown was too short, and it mainly relied on skills to farm monsters, which led to the mental power not keeping up due to the high frequency of skill usage. After farming for a while, Qinshen realized that as long as he controlled it carefully, it would be fine. As long as he didn't rely solely on skills to farm monsters, and reasonably combine skills with normal attacks, he could smoothly connect them. After farming 2 more small bosses, one dropped a piece of bronze-level cloth shoes, and the other dropped a priest skill book. Ahead was the low-lying area of the valley. Qinshen led the team to charge down. After turning a dirt slope, he suddenly saw a huge kiln-like cave nearby. Looking inside, one could see a Clow tribe member larger than the small boss, wielding a large sword and pacing back and forth in the open space of the cave. Behind him followed 6 priests. Boss, could this be Shanduka? Qinshen felt a surge of excitement. He quickly ordered the skeletons to clear a path. After that, the team rested outside the cave entrance. Since he couldn't see the skeleton's mana, Qinshen could only estimate it would take about 3 more minutes for the skeleton's mana to fully recover. Taking advantage of this time, Qinshen carefully observed the boss moving back and forth inside. The distance was too great for him to use his probing ability, so he couldn't see the boss's attributes. If he stepped into the cave, it would surely alert the boss. 3 minutes later, the skeletons finished their rest, and Qinshen commanded Subtitles to charge in first. As soon as they entered the cave, the boss, who had been looking down and wandering, and a group of priests all turned to look at them. Undead? Very well. How dare you come to such a place? I told you. A single skeleton can't possibly defeat the valiant elite of the Clow tribe. So there's a cunning and despicable necromancer behind the skeleton. At this moment, Qinshen also rushed in. Ignoring the boss's words, he focused on examining its attributes. Not Shanduka. Melancholic Jalan, Silver. Level 35 health, 9,500,000 attack power, 210,000 skills, area strike, powerful strike, vitality regeneration, defense enhancement. Chen checked the details of its skills and found this guy quite difficult to deal with. Area strike deals 120% attack power damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Powerful strike deals 230% attack power damage to a single enemy. These 2 attack skills weren't too concerning. The main issue was vitality regeneration. Vitality regeneration, when health is below 40%, enters a state of recovering 20% of maximum health per second. Defense enhancement significantly increases own defense. Defense enhancement also didn't have a specific value, but Qinshen estimated that this guy's defense wouldn't be low. Moreover, his vitality regeneration had no cooldown. As long as it was below 40%, it would be in a state of recovering 20% of maximum health per second. Damn it! How do you fight this thing? As a wild boss with nearly 10 million health plus its enhanced defense, such a boss would be a target for Legion raids if left outside. Even with Sadarosa's full set of skills, it could only reduce about 60% of its health. After that, it would be the perfect time for it to trigger its health recovery. Qinshen glanced at Mangjayat, thinking this might be its moment to shine. Answer me, Necromancer. How did you get here? Jalan's booming voice questioned. Qinshen shrugged. Of course, I fought my way here. Your subordinates were too weak. They all fell before me as I charged through. This isn't my fault. You can only blame them for being too fragile. After hearing this, Jalan became furious. Utter nonsense. Just you, a necromancer with a drop of blood? You say you fought your way here? Ha ha ha. Do you think I believe you? Qinshen replied, believe it or not. Besides, who said I came alone? Can't you see my 3 skeletons? Jalan glanced at the 3 skeletons. Seeing that the Legion commander skeleton was even taller than him, he disdainfully curled his lip. Just a bunch of trash. I don't know where you got these bizarre skeletons, but a skeleton is still a skeleton. Their only purpose is to be dismantled by me. Qinshen said, anyone can boast and talk tough. If you have the ability, let's see who has the real skills. With that, he ordered Subtitles to quickly close the distance to the enemy using a 3-hit combo. By now, the buff effects from the Legion commander skeleton and Mangjayat had worn off, and their health had returned to normal levels. One had over 2 million, while the other had a pitiful 40-something thousand. In front of Jalan, there was certainly a fate of being instantly killed. This is the difference between a dungeon boss and a wild boss. Although both the Legion commander and Jalan were silver rank, one was a dungeon boss and the other a wild boss, and the difference in their health points reached more than 4 times. Nowadays, only Subtitles, being a gold rank, could have a fighting chance against it. Qinshen felt that Subtitles should possess the strength of a wild boss. Why was there such a similarity in health points between gold and silver ranks? After receiving Qinshen's command, Subtitles approached with a 3-slice attack, casually using his last 2 strikes to slay the 6 priests along the way. What are you? Why are your skills
So strange? Jalan immediately felt threatened. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated the situation. This bizarre creature that resembled a skeleton warrior could deal over 40,000 damage. This damage was comparable to his powerful strike. However, the powerful strike was a single target attack, while the skeleton's light sword swept through, causing damage to the crawler tribe, indicating it was an area attack. No matter what, you, skeleton, deserve to die. With that, Jalan raised his great sword and swung it at Subtitles. However, Subtitles remained calm, horizontally positioning his sword and then swinging it fiercely. A wave of sword energy instantly piercing through Jalan's body. 1800000-120000. After the first strike, Subtitles unleashed another wave of sword energy. Shin then remembered that the blade draw could strike twice, but the damage was somewhat hard to look at. It should be noted that when the blade draw hit him, it dealt 3,600,000 damage. Here, it was directly halved. Damn, how thick-skinned is this guy? It's my turn now, hee. Jalan, unfazed by Subtitles' damage, unleashed a powerful attack. His great sword came crashing down. 480,000 480,000 damage floated up. It seemed that Jalan had no chance of winning against Subtitles, but he still had a life-saving divine skill he hadn't used. Shin commanded Subtitles to perform a normal attack. Instantly, numbers of 210000 damage appeared above Jalan's head. The effect was quite good. Subtitles' attack speed was very fast. Basically, for every attack Jalan made, Subtitles could land 2 normal attacks. The ghost sword technique danced, creating a flurry of sword flowers attacking Jalan. After using his skills, Jalan could also deal around 200,000 damage, but he had half the attack speed of Subtitles. You, skeleton, are quite strange. How do you have such high attack power and such fast speed? Jalan panicked, his tone filled with astonishment. Subtitles had no soul and couldn't answer his questions. He just kept hacking away with his light sword. At this moment, Shin was fully focused on monitoring Jalan's health. When Jalan's health bar was still half full, he commanded Mangjaya to use his petrification skill. The soul fire in Mangjayad's eyes flickered. Then, Jalan began to petrify from his feet. The speed of petrification was rapid, spreading to his waist in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? The petrification of the dragon race. Where did you get the dragon race from? Jalan exclaimed in shock. He struggled to turn his head, only then carefully examining the other 2 skeletons. The Legion Commander skeleton with a dragon tail. The Naga tribe with a human upper body and serpent tail. Dragon race. How is that possible? You are just a 1-hit point undead mage. How could you possibly possess the dragon race? Before he could finish his sentence, he was petrified. Seeing the petrification succeed, Shin waved his hand, commanding Subtitles and the Legion Commander to unleash their skills. Subtitles' 3-slice dragon severing strike pierced through Jalan's body back and forth, dealing 1.2 million damage. Then, 2 waves of sword energy further reduced his health by 3 million. At this point, Jalan's health was reduced to a mere sliver. The Legion Commander's rain of fire and Mangjayad's shatter struck simultaneously. Jalan was immediately turned into countless shattered stone fragments. Shin happily stepped forward to collect the spoils. He directly used 30 soul sealing stones. Then he picked up a necklace. Heart of Jalan, silver level 32 health plus 3,500 intelligence plus 2,100 spell critical rate plus 5% mental power plus 2,000 final damage increase 4%. Wow, what a powerful necklace! Aside from the health boost, which was of no use to Shin, everything else was very beneficial to him. Shin carefully stored the necklace. After picking up the dropped gold coins, he pointed his staff in the air. Rise, my servant! Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. A skeletal warrior trembled and stood up. Shin decisively sacrificed it for bone spirit. After that, he continued to explore forward with the skeletons. In this area, a series of reckless attacks finally cleared the monsters. These elite monsters respawn very slowly, basically only refreshing after Shin finished clearing this place. After passing through a narrow valley, he arrived at the gate surrounded by wooden stakes. After clearing the gatekeeper monsters, he saw a series of uneven slopes behind, with Klal tribesmen scattered on top. There was no choice but to continue clearing. After all, the experience here was abundant. As he continued clearing, a pleasant system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Shin successfully reached level 30. He breathed a sigh of relief while counting the gains from this period. He had defeated 5 small boss inspectors, dropping a piece of cloth armor top, gloves, and shoulder pads each. Shin had gathered a full set of 32 level cloth armor here. 1 piece was metal and 1 was leather, waiting to be sold for a good price later. He obtained 70 soul sealing stones. Using them all, Shin had almost cleared all the monsters in this area. Only the last slope remained ahead, along with the cave behind it. After clearing the monsters on the slope, he saw a stone bridge connecting to the cave. Below the stone bridge was rolling lava. stepping onto the stone bridge and moving forward. Halfway across, he could see the scene inside the cave. The cave entrance was grand. Inside stood a Klao tribesman, holding a staff with both hands. It seemed to be a magic-type boss, most likely also silver level. Qin Shen waited for the skeleton state to fully recover before charging in with the skeletons. As soon as Qin Shen entered, he anxiously checked his attributes. Great Summoner Katsuan, Silver. Level 35 health, 7,200,000 spell power, 360,000 skills, summon subordinates, come forth. My people, Sea of Fire, Ice Tornado Skeleton? Katsuan said in confusion. Qin Shen was too focused on checking his skill details to pay attention to what he was saying. Summon subordinates, summon 5 Klao tribe. Inspectors to participate in battle. Come forth, my people, summon 100 Klao elites to participate in battle. Sea of Fire, release a Sea of Fire ahead, dealing 30% of spell power damage per second. Ice Tornado, release 2 Ice Tornadoes, dealing 210% of spell power damage to enemies. Qin Shen had a special fondness for summoning type monsters, because he could use the summoner for a swarm tactic. If he could transform this summoner's skeleton, that would be even better. Qin Shen thought to himself, a drop of blood's waste dares to ignore my words. Katsuan shouted angrily. Qin Shen curled his lips. What the hell are you shouting about? You're about to be dead, you know? Katsuan snorted coldly. Just you? A necromancer? Heh, even if you have skeletons, so what? I can summon 2, and way more than you. Do you have many subordinates? What good is that? To survive out here, you need strength and background. Which path are you on? Qin Shen asked. Which path? Katsuan was a bit confused. What was this drop of blood necromancer talking about? He couldn't understand. I am Katsuan. Everyone calls me Sankuan, because everyone who sees me dies. He. Katsuan answered nonsensically. So you're just a little punk. Qin Shen mocked. Although Kaiken didn't understand what little beggar meant, he could tell it was a mockery of himself. You. He. Alright. I hope you still have the courage to talk to me like this next. Kaiken waved his staff, ready to attack. Little did he know, the skeleton, wielding the lightsaber, acted first. A yellow light dragon suddenly charged towards his body, passing right through him. He fell into a half-second state of paralysis. The hand holding the staff froze in midair, and a huge -78000 floated above his head. It seemed that his magical defense was indeed very low. Kaiken incredulously asked, "What is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, another light dragon passed through him. Kaiken fell into a state of paralysis once more. He was deeply conflicted inside. What was going on? Had he been hit by magic? How had he never seen such a skill before? Meanwhile, the Legion commander and Mengjiade were not idle either. Mengjiade's curse took effect, and a cloud of curses appeared above Kaiken's head, causing a global decrease of 20% and increasing the damage he received by 20%. The Legion commander's rain of fire fell upon him. Flames struck Kaiken. -410000 damage floated up. Then, Sadros unleashed his third skill. -930000 damage directly turned into over 900,000. This was the damage amplification effect from Mengjiade. The Legion commander used his area stun. After taking away over 400,000 health, Sadros executed a blade draw. -410000-350000. 2 damage numbers appeared, and Kaiken's health bar was emptied. Throughout the entire encounter, he had never managed to summon his proud subordinates. So, how about it? You still don't believe you're a little beggar? Where's your legion? Where are your people? Not a single one in sight? Qin Shen asked. Kaiken widened his eyes and squeezed out a dying word from his throat. I am not willing. What's there to be unwilling about when they're all dead? Qin Shen stepped forward and used the transformation on Kaiken's corpse. A swaying skeleton emerged from the body. Damn, it actually failed. What a good monster. Qin Shen felt a bit frustrated. He had just freed up a skeleton slot. It would have been great to summon Kaiken's corpse. Unfortunately, nothing happened. He picked up the equipment that Kaiken dropped. Kaiken's ring, silver level 32 intelligence plus 4,200 spirit plus 2,500 spell critical rate. 3% final spell damage plus 4%. Could it be that he won't gather a full set of silver jewelry along with bronze armor this time? Qin Shen wondered curiously. The bronze cloth armor set for level 32 was already equipped, but he was still missing some jewelry. One was Kaiken's ring, and the other was the heart of Jialan. If he didn't count his lucky earrings, he was still short one earring and one ring to complete the set. A silver set. What tempting equipment! The added attributes were explosive. The attributes of silver jewelry were already equivalent to a piece of golden armor. He continued to pick up items. He used all 50 soul sealing stones that Kaiken dropped. At this moment, Qin Shen discovered there was also a skill book on the ground. Warrior's Aura B-level. Undead Mage generates an aura that increases the health/defense/attack power/spell strength of undead creatures within a 50-meter radius by 10%. Wow, this skill is remarkable. This was the first dedicated skill for an undead mage that Qinshen had obtained. He decisively chose to learn it. He found a new aura skill icon in his skill list. After clicking the skill, a green aura indeed formed beneath his feet. The aura emitted a faint glow, slowly rotating at his feet, appearing mysterious and deadly. At the same time, the same green aura appeared beneath the feet of his 3 skeletons. When Qinshen looked at their attributes, sure enough, they had globally increased by 10%. Having this thing was quite nice. However, Qinshen soon stopped smiling. He realized that as long as the aura was active, his mana bar was slowly decreasing. It turned out this thing wasn't free after all, didn't he? Qin recently lacked blue resources severely? He decisively turned off the aura. After exiting the stone cave, he found that he had reached the end. There were no paths to the left or right. It seemed he could only return to the fork in the road. Thus, Qinshen stepped onto the camelback bridge. The rolling lava below did not bring him any sense of pressure. However, just as he reached halfway, he suddenly heard a sound of bones clashing against stone from behind. Qinshen hurriedly turned around. It turned out that the Legion commander's skeleton was too large. While crossing the narrow camelback bridge, it stepped off the edge. The entire skeleton was falling down. Below was all lava. If it fell, it would definitely be burned to death. Qinshen dared not hesitate and quickly chose to retract the skeleton before the Legion commander fell. A flash of white light passed and the Legion commander returned to the skeleton space. However, at that moment the flowing lava below suddenly roiled. Then, a giant mouth emerged from it, biting at the spot where the Legion commander had fallen. After taking a bite, it sank back into the lava. Qinshen stared in shock. What the hell was that? There was actually a giant beast beneath the lava? That giant mouth could have swallowed the Legion commander whole. It was at least 4 to 5 meters wide, shaped like a fish's mouth. Unfortunately, it only revealed a portion of its mouth, and Qinshen saw no more. More critically, due to being within the viewable range, when Qinshen was staring at it, he saw its attributes. All a bunch of question marks that look like garbled text. This situation only occurs when there is a significant level difference. Qinshen nervously swallowed and slowly retreated from the camelback bridge. It wasn't until he reached the other side of the bridge that he felt he had calmed down. What he had just seen, that big fish existing in the lava, was definitely something he couldn't provoke. He didn't know whether Rudra was stronger or weaker compared to it. He wanted to summon Rudra to test it, but what if Rudra died? The bone spirit would be extinguished. With such worries, Qinshen suppressed the curiosity that had arisen in his heart. He made his way back to the fork in the road. The left path had already been cleared. Only the right path remained. This time, Qinshen stepped onto the stone bridge. Groups of monsters were gathered on both sides of the bridge. These monsters were composed of different classes. Looking at their names, Klar Clan Guard Shield Warrior, Klar Clan Guard Gunner, Klar Guard Priest. They had already transformed into the guard army. It seemed this path led to the great clan leader. Sadaros transformed into a light dragon and flew out, passing through the bodies of the monsters. The massive damage instantly killed these elite monsters. After a 3-stage dash, Sadaros had reached the other side of the bridge. A patrol team of 3 monsters happened to be returning. They immediately spotted Sadaros entering their alert range and charged at him with their weapons. Sadaros horizontally positioned his sword and suddenly unleashed a sword energy. The white sword light pierced through the bodies of the monsters, dealing over 3 million damage and instantly killing them. The sword light also penetrated the bodies of 2 bridge-guarding monsters. It only dissipated in the air after spreading 10 meters. Qinshen followed behind with the skeleton, picking up the dropped items, and after using the transformation on the skeleton a few more times and sacrificing the transformed skeletons, he finally found Sadaros. After crossing the stone bridge, the scenery on the other side came into view. The uneven slopes connected by a small path sloped downwards. The path twisted and turned, seemingly endless, just like the sloping terrain. On each slope, a large number of monsters were gathered, including a bronze-level mini-boss. Qinshen felt as if he had discovered a massive treasure trove. Damn! So many monsters, how much loot would this yield? How much equipment could so many mini-bosses drop? There was no time to marvel. Qinshen quickly joined the monster-slaying task with the skeleton. There were simply too many monsters here, and each one provided a lot of experience. Qinshen had been killing skeletons for half a day when he looked up and still couldn't see the end of the path. However, he could see that the distant path seemed to lead downward. At this point, he had reached level 32. After allocating his free attribute points to strength, Qinshen equipped a full set of level 32 gear he had prepared in his backpack. He checked his attribute panel. Character, Qinshen. Level 32. Experience, 0.45%. Talent, Desperate Fury. B grade, class, Undead Mage, Lucky, Strength 12,000, Constitution, 210 Agility, 56 Intelligence, 138,600 free attribute points, 0 health, 1, according to scan results.
Your health can never increase. 1 plus 2270000. Mental power, 9500. Attack power, 24,000. Spell power, 415800. Physical defense, 1380. Magic defense, 2100. Physical critical rate, 53%. Magic critical rate, 66%. Equipment, Inspector's robe lower garment, bronze. Inspector's robe upper garment, bronze. Inspector's robe gloves, bronze. Heart of Jalan, silver. Kaken's ring, silver. Lucky earrings, bronze. Remaining lifespan, 51 years 8 months. Currently in desperate fury state, seeing his formidable attributes, a sense of satisfaction rose from the depths of his heart. However, it was still not enough. The silver boss here dropped only jewelry, so it would be perfect to collect all the jewelry from this area. Shin-chan took out a plate of lobster. This lobster was something he had packed from a restaurant. Eating it had a blue recovery effect. At this moment he was also a bit hungry, so he started eating the lobster. After finishing, he continued to grind monsters. It must be said that although the efficiency was fast, Shin-chan was still not satisfied. Once he started grinding continuously, his skeletons blew. Mana couldn't keep up. He had to stop and rest to recover mana after a while before continuing. This did waste some time. However, it was unavoidable. After grinding an unknown number of monsters, Shin-chan saw a special slope beside the path. The slope was empty, with not a single monster. However, it had the same sharp stake fence and tents as other places. Moreover, the tents on this slope were twice as high as the others. Silver boss. Such an unusual sight indicated that there must be a silver-level boss here. Shin-chan stood on the path and looked inside for a long time but saw no trace of the boss. The tent's entrance curtain was rolled up, revealing an empty interior. Could it be an assassin boss? Shin-chan immediately became alert. He had experienced this kind of situation in the 47th Legion dungeon before and had almost been killed by the boss. He sent Sod Arrows to check the situation. Shin-chan followed from a distance. Sod Arrows used a 3-stage slash to quickly charge in. After rushing into the tent, he did not stop but directly drew his sword sideways, executing his draw slash. Shin-chan's eyes lit up. It seemed he had discovered something. 3450000. A massive damage number floated in the air. At the same time, a slender crawler figure wielding dual daggers slowly emerged. At this moment, he lunged forward with his daggers. Sod Arrows received 1280000 damage above his head. It seemed the assassin was indeed different. The burst damage was too high. Since arriving here, Sod Arrows had never taken damage exceeding 1,000,000. After realizing there was no lethal threat, Shin-chan ordered his 3 skeletons to attack. The 3 skeletons took turns attacking, and in no time, they turned this assassin boss into a corpse. Shin-chan stepped forward to collect the loot. After picking up the gold coins, he found that the gold in his backpack had returned to the 1,000,000 mark. Currently, he had 1,011,020 gold coins. He picked up 50 soul sealing stones and chose to use them directly. To his surprise, he found a skill book on the ground. Raging Melody, Thousands of Horses, A-class, Bard deals 130% spell power damage to all targets within a 20-meter range ahead. Cooldown, 1 minute. The Bard's area attack skill. This seems tailor-made for Suyu. She really needs an area attack skill right now. Shin-chan sent a remote trade request. Wow, what a surprise, Shin-chan. This is exactly the area attack skill I was missing. Thank you, Suyu said happily. Shin-chan smiled. No need to be so polite with me. Go ahead and use it to farm monsters. Suyu joyfully confirmed the trade. A skill book appeared in her backpack. After taking it out, she immediately chose to learn it. She was still in the Tower of Despair but had already reached the 3rd level. It still felt like the monsters here suited her. After a group of goats respawned on the platform, Suyu picked up her flute and began to play. The casting time for this skill was relatively long, and after 3 seconds, a flurry of musical notes flew out from the flute. Each note struck a monster. 13,000 13,000 12999. Over 10,000 damage instantly killed the monsters. With one skill, Suyu took down 50 monsters. She was overjoyed. Taking out a magic crystal from her backpack, she began to absorb the corpses of these monsters. After trading the skill to Suyu, Shin-chan found an earring on the ground. Eye of Soter, silver level, 32 intelligence plus 2,300 health plus 1,400 spirit plus 1,000 magic critical rate plus 2%. Shin-chan equipped the earring, completing a set of silver-level jewelry, but unfortunately, there were no set bonuses. Moreover, he still needed one more ring. Continuing to kill monsters, he let Sod Arrows lead the way ahead. After 6 hours of intermittent monster hunting, Shin-chan had reached level 34 and had cleared all the slopes along the road. The mountain path ahead began to spiral downward. Moreover, there were no monsters on the spiraling path. The cliffs flanked both sides of the mountain, creating a winding path carved into the mountainside. Shin-chan descended the steps. After winding around the path for an unknown number of circles, he finally found himself in a spacious valley. In the valley, there were tents, camps, and training grounds built by the Crawler tribe. Shin-chan saw thousands of crawler monsters gathered here. Furthermore, the monsters had become the level 35 crawler inner guard series. Seeing the massive monsters, Shin-chan wasted no time and ordered the 3 skeletons to start attacking. However, he did not expect the monsters here to have a large alert range. Since Shin-chan had not carefully observed the aggro path, a chain reaction occurred among the monsters, and they came rushing at him like a tidal wave. Shin-chan's system alarm rang incessantly. He quickly led the commander skeleton and Subtitles back to the mountain path. The terrain here was narrow. No matter how many troops he had, they couldn't do anything here, and it saved Shin-chan the trouble of aggroing monsters one by one. The commander skeleton's massive size blocked the mountain path entirely. Subtitles maneuvered around it to prepare for the enemy. The narrow mountain path provided great convenience for Subtitles' skills. His dragon slash created a light dragon that plowed through the crawler tribe entering the mountain path. After charging out for 60 meters and looking back, he found that all the monsters along the way had been killed. Under Shin-chan's command, Subtitles returned again. When the monsters filled the mountain path once more, his dragon slash had already cooled down. He used it again in the same manner. Thus, Shin-chan began his leveling journey in this segment. The corpses of the monsters killed could be folded up and would not take up space. Therefore, there was no situation of corpses piling up into mountains. Shin-chan only needed to pick up gold coins and dropped equipment skill books along the way. When he had time, he would convert 2 skeletons to sacrifice to the bone spirit. Sometimes when busy, one can't even care for their own essence. Shin-chan rarely found himself this busy. This time, the monster hunting was incredibly smooth as he only needed to follow behind Subtitles to collect items. Even with the presence of bronze-level mini-bosses, the Legion Commander skeleton could make up for the subsequent damage. Watching his experience points soar, Shin-chan felt overjoyed. He paid no mind to the clamoring crawler tribe below, who were cursing him as a despicable necromancer. Even if I'm not despicable, you still can't defeat me, right? With the advantage of the terrain, he cleared out the crawler monsters in less than 2 hours. At this point, Shin-chan's experience had risen to 34 level 99%. Just a little more and he would reach level 35. The ground was piled high with crawler corpses. After collecting all the missed gold coins into his backpack, he returned to the end of the mountain path. Looking at the empty crawler base he had cleared, Shin-chan felt a bit sentimental. He never expected it would be so easy to wipe out the monsters. Checking the map, he found the location of the hidden quest. Carl's distress signal was in the valley. After examining the map, Shin-chan located the address. Looking up, he was surprised to see a tall stone cave. Seeing the cave's shape, Shin-chan's heart leaped with joy. The first 2 silver-level bosses were found in such caves. Shin-chan was quite sensitive to this type of architecture. He mounted his steed and galloped to the cave entrance. Inside, he indeed found a tall crawler priest standing there, accompanied by a team of priests. Stepping into the cave would alert the boss, so Shin-chan stopped outside. He summoned 3 skeletons. Again. After waiting a moment until he estimated the skeletons' mana was full, he led them into the cave. As soon as he entered, a sharp scream pierced the air. Heavens! The undead have invaded the base. I must hurry to inform the clan leader. It was the silver-level boss speaking. Shin-chan ignored its frantic shouting and directly checked its attributes. High Priest Rhine, silver level 36 health, 18, 500 000 spell power, 320 000 skills, healing hand, healing radiance, song of life, magic missile. This poor high priest had only 1 magic missile, the other 3 were healing skills. 1 single target heal, 1 area heal, and 1 continuous healing skill. The most terrifying was the Song of Life, which restored 3% of maximum health every 3 seconds. As a priest-type monster, its defense was already high, and it had 20 million health points. Another iron lump, Shin-chan said discontentedly. A necromancer. It's actually a necromancer. Oh my god, where did he get these strange skeletons? Did you see that? He's actually a necromancer. This high priest Rhine had a bit of a goofy trait. He pulled a group of priests behind him, chattering about Shin-chan. Shin-chan was too lazy to waste words with them. After all, they were all about to die. However, the location of Carl was indicated right here, so it was better to ask clearly first. Hey, where is Carl? Shin-chan asked directly. Carl? He's actually here to find Carl. Oh my god, I told the clan leader long ago not to imprison that Carl, now it's a mess. He's in the cave behind me. You should hurry. After saying that, he provided Shin-chan with more information. This left Shin-chan a bit confused. Damn, after killing so many monsters, he had seen all kinds, but this cowardice was a first. It even directly led him to the cave behind. Should I fight or not? If I really had to fight, Shin-chan found it hard to strike against such a polite monster. Not letting him hesitate for too long, the elites beside the high priest couldn't sit still. Wait, high priest, this is an invader. We should take him down. The high priest paused for a moment and asked back, is that so? Take him down? Are you sure? The elite priest nodded vigorously. Of course. He is a necromancer of humanity, and we, the crawler tribe, are enemies.
We should eliminate such humans. The high priest then asked, "Are you sure you can defeat him? I'm only responsible for healing." The elite priest panicked. "High priest, how can you doubt your own abilities? He's just a one-hit point necromancer. With just one magic missile, he'll be dead." The high priest stared seriously at Qin Shen. "It seems that way. Hey, I ask you, human kid, how did you get in here with only one hit point?" It seemed this guy was indeed worthy of being the high priest, his mind sharper than the other crawler. He was already starting to doubt how a one-hit point character could breach their stronghold. Qin Shen lifted the staff in his hand. "Of course, I fought my way in. One bad one. Weird came in with me. Now it's your turn." Qin Shen thought the high priest would fly into a rage upon hearing he had killed his kin. However, he underestimated his cowardice. Oh, you mean that? Since you're so powerful, do whatever you want. We have no grudges, it's not suitable for us to fight. Aren't you looking for Carl? Be my guest." After saying that, he even stepped aside to let him pass. Qin Shen was a bit stunned, knowing he was cowardly but not expecting him to be this cowardly. The high priest was rather timid, but his subordinates were fierce warriors. "High priest, how can you do this? Brothers, follow me, kill this one hit point. Intruder." Finally, an elite monster stepped up, charging towards them with a group of elite priests. The high priest, seeing the scene before him, was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. "Not including me. This does not include me." Qin Shen revealed a charming smile. "Waiting for you guys." He ordered Subtitles to start eliminating these monsters. The yellow light dragon passed through, instantly killing these elite monsters. The remaining two charges were directed at the high priest. The high priest immediately lost 600,000 hit points. This made him anxious, his face turning fierce. "Are you really going to do this? If so, then I have no choice but to kill you." Qin Shen replied, "You talk too much." Subtitles delivered a powerful slash, directly cutting off 2,800,000 of his hit points. It seemed this high priest indeed had a tough hide. Instantly losing over 3 million hit points, the high priest began to heal himself. He first cast a life anthem on himself, instantly recovering 190,000 hit points. Then he started to use his healing skills. Qin Shen hurriedly commanded the Legion Commander Skeleton to use Area Stun, trying to interrupt his skills. However, aside from the -320,000 damage floating above, it did not stun the high priest. It seemed this boss had resistance to negative states. The Legion Commander unleashed a rain of fire. Sure enough, the high priest did not fall into a burning state. Instead, he gained +350,000 hit points. This guy was healing quite a lot, but with Subtitles around, his attacks were still reliable. With the output from the Legion Commander and Subtitles, the high priest's health steadily decreased. A sound echoed as the high priest began to petrify from his feet, quickly spreading to his entire body. He turned into a statue. Qin Shen commanded the skeletons to attack freely. Following the principle of taking advantage of his weakness, he also joined the attack. After 8 seconds, Mangjata used the Shatter skill. -1080000 Shatter could only deal around 1,000,000 damage. At this point, the high priest's health was down to about 1/3 and he began to panic. He used a healing skill and tried to sweet-talk Qin Shen. "Respected necromancer, could you please show mercy?" Qin Shen coldly released a magic missile. "No way. We are in opposition. How could I let you go?" He intensified his assault, continuing to reduce the high priest's health. Soon, under the relentless attacks of 3 skeletons and Qin Shen, the high priest's health hit rock bottom. With an unwilling roar, he shouted, "First of all, I didn't provoke anyone, and now I'm dead." The tall body thudded to the ground. Qin Shen stepped forward to collect the spoils. He discovered a ring. Ice blue, silver level 32 intelligence plus 3,200 mental power plus 2,500 magic. Critical hit rate plus 3% final damage increase 5%. Thankfully, there was no damned increase in health points. It was just right for Qin Shen. After gathering the spoils, Qin Shen began to use the skeleton transformation skill. It would be great if he could transform the priest boss into his own skeleton, because next he still had to kill the great clan leader Shan Duka. With 3 skeletons, he might not be able to win, but if he had a priest, his chances would increase significantly. "Rise, my servant!" Qin Shen summoned the skeleton of the high priest. However, luck did not favor him this time either. A skeleton warrior trembled and stood up. Qin Shen directly chose to sacrifice it. After finishing with the spoils, Qin Shen arrived at the cave entrance. Peering inside, he saw nothing but darkness. Qin Shen instructed Subtitles to clear the way, and he followed closely behind. The cave was filled with a terrible stench. It seemed this race wasn't very fond of cleanliness. Checking the map, he found that this hidden cave was called Klar Tribe Habitat. Damn, no wonder it stinks so much. It turned out to be where that group of guys slept. The Klar Tribe members looked like unevolved apes, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Speaking of which, wouldn't living in such a damp and dark place make them sick? While grumbling, he lit a magical torch for illumination. A small torch hung above his head, lighting up an area.
Enduring the damp and foul smell inside the cave, Qin Shen searched for Carl.
The cave was quite
large, and after wandering for a while, he still hadn't seen anyone.
He secretly speculated that Carl couldn't have been suffocated to death, just as Qin Shen felt he was
about to choke on the stench. He suddenly saw a cage surrounded by wooden stakes nearby.
Based on Qin Shen's guess, Carl should be a human sent by some organization to investigate the Klar tribe.
Many previous tasks had been of this nature. To understand the invasion situation of a certain monster, investigators would go to investigate,
only to be discovered and imprisoned by the monsters, requiring players to rescue them. This Carl could possibly be an NPC from the forces of Wolf Smoke City. As for whether
he should save him, that depended on how much benefit he could bring to Qin Shen. However, what he never expected was that Carl was actually a fat Klar.
Inside the wooden cage, a plump Klar lay on the ground.
Above him was a friendly green named Carl.
What the hell? Are they imprisoning their own kind?
Qin Shen saw Carl lying in the
cage, barely alive, with his small eyes staring blankly ahead. Carl! Qin Shen called out. Upon hearing the call, Carl instantly seemed to come back to life, snapping back to reality.
Someone is here to save me, he shouted excitedly. Then, upon realizing Qin Shen was a human, he looked a bit disappointed and said, "Why is it a human?" Qin Shen, somewhat speechless, explained, "I found your distress signal, so I came here to look for you."
"Do you need my help or not?"
Carl sighed, and due to his weakness, the breath was very short.
"Forget it. A human is a human. Can you help me deliver this letter to the clan leader Kaken in the snow domain?" "Clan leader? Kaken? Isn't the clan leader Shanduka? Why has it changed to Kaken?"
Qin Shen, puzzled, took Carl's letter.
At that moment, a system prompt sounded.
Carl's distress letter quest has entered the second stage. Please deliver the letter entrusted by Carl to the clan leader Kaken in the snow domain.
Qin Shen knew the snow domain was the secondary city, where players from Wolf Smoke City entered.
He didn't expect this quest to span 2 maps.
"Wait, isn't your clan leader Shanduka?
And why don't you deliver it to him
personally? It's strange."
Logically, at this time, Carl should have let himself out to rescue him, but instead, he asked him to help deliver a message.
Carl sighed, "I'm about to die. I can't make it to the snow domain, so I can only ask someone else for help."
"Also, your question is very valid.
Shanduka was indeed our previous clan leader. However, our current clan leader is Kaken."
Qin Shen was a bit confused.
"Shanduka is dead?
Damn, I was waiting for the gear explosion, and he just died like
that?" "No, he didn't die.
It's just that there were conflicts within the clan. Sai, I shouldn't be telling you this as a human, but since I need your help, let me
explain the whole story."
As Carl spoke, Qin Shen gradually understood.
It turned out that Kaken had also been under Shanduka's command before. However, he was quite different from the ordinary Kral clan members.
While everyone was training their combat skills, Kaken began researching potions.
He was practically the alchemist of the Kral clan.
His research focused on using potions to turn Kral clan members into war maniacs.
Finally, after relentless efforts, he developed the potion. After consuming this potion, Kral clan members would go berserk.
Their attack power and health would double.
However, such an amazing potion had a fatal flaw. That is, it lacked stability.
The Kral clan members who went berserk would become extremely irritable, emotionally unstable, and some even began to attack their own kind.
Seeing this situation, the clan leader Shanduka urgently halted Kaken's research and ordered him to cease such studies. However, Kaken didn't want to give up. After so many years of research, he had finally made some progress, and now he wanted him to abandon it? And what's wrong with becoming berserk? I just need to tweak the formula a bit. In experiments, isn't it normal for people to die? Don't you think? Kaken's reasoning greatly displeased Shanduka.
The two got into an argument.
With no other choice, Kaken had to leave the
base with a group of clan members who wanted to become stronger and head to the snow domain to continue his research. Carl, on the other hand, was completely caught in an unexpected disaster. He originally planned to follow Kaken to the snow domain, as he also wanted to become strong.
However, he missed the main group and didn't know the route to the snow domain.
With no other option, Carl could only write a letter through the system to express his intentions to Kaken.
Kaken was very touched by his loyal little brother and promised that if he developed the potion, he would send a bottle to Carl so he could become stronger with the clan members. Just as Carl was overjoyed, his actions were secretly reported to the clan leader by his good brother. Shanduka was already furious about Kaken secretly taking away a large number of clan members. And now he was even angrier, directly imprisoning Carl. He also fed him a unique chronic poison of the Kral clan, and in an hour, Carl would die from the poison. That's why he placed his last hope on Qin Shen. After hearing this, Qin Shen expressed his confusion. Since you can send messages to Kaken through the system, why do you need to give me this letter? Just as Carl was about to say something, his lips suddenly moved. A hum escaped his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Qin Shen's heart sank. It seemed he really didn't have much time left, as the poison had already taken effect.
Carl leaned against the wooden post, closed his eyes, and after a moment of rapid breathing, he said, "Actually, I shouldn't have told you this, but the situation is special now, because, in the letter I gave you, there is a secret scroll of the Krau clan. The scroll records the secret potions researched by the ancient Krau clan. But I can't understand it. I can only entrust you to take the fragment to Kaken. I hope he can find a way to control the berserk condition." The more Carl spoke, the weaker he became. If it weren't for the system's text, Shin-chan could hardly hear what he was saying. In the end, Carl's mouth suddenly spewed out a large amount of black blood again. It gushed out like a faucet, flowing in bursts. This scene left Shin-chan somewhat dazed. He still remembered that he had also coughed up blood like this before entering the game. He was just luckier, while Carl was not so fortunate. After spitting out a few more mouthfuls, he lay still in the wooden cage. Shin-chan felt a bit emotional. He never expected that a primitive race like the Krau would have someone like Carl who was selfless for the sake of others. The blood Carl spat out had a foul, fishy smell. After standing still for a moment, Shin-chan ordered the commander to unleash a rain of fire. A fire engulfed the wooden cage. However, at the moment the cage shattered, a thought struck Shin-chan. Could he summon Carl's skeleton? Looking at the plump corpse lying on the ground, Shin-chan pointed his staff vaguely. "Rise, my servant. Lucky effect has been activated." However, when Shin-chan looked at Carl's attributes, it felt like he had been struck by lightning. Furious Carl's skeleton, silver level, Furious Carl? Why is it Furious Carl? Shouldn't it be Carl's skeleton? Shin-chan clearly remembered the story Carl had just told him. Kaken had developed a potion that could make the Krau race go berserk. Now, the name of his skeleton had the word Furious in it. Could it be that Carl had already taken Kaken's potion? No, wait. Carl had clearly said he hoped to take the potion. This meant he hadn't taken it yet. But why would Carl, who hadn't taken the potion, still become furious? Shin-chan had a vague feeling that this matter was not simple. Carl had lied. Or perhaps, this was a conspiracy targeting hooked players? The goal was to lead players to the Krau race in the snowy region? Now that Carl was dead, the only way to confront this was to find his skeleton. However, this skeleton looked foolish and surely wouldn't provide any useful information. Shin-chan thought and thought but couldn't figure out what conspiracy the Krau race had. All of this could only wait until he leveled up to 40 and entered the secondary city in the snowy region to get answers. Shin-chan tidied up his mood and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Perhaps this is a conspiracy, but they would never expect that I could actually transform skeletons and even convert their original attributes. This was the slip-up in the name. However, even if you have a grand conspiracy, it would be futile in the face of absolute power. Holding the bone spirit in one hand, Shin-chan had reached a repair progress of 71,200 points during this time. With Rudra around, no matter how grand your conspiracy is, I will shatter it. After Carl's death, he dropped an earring. It was silver level, and there were also 50 soul sealing stones and a gold coin beside him. Shin-chan collected everything. Carl's gem pendant, silver level 32 intelligence plus 1900, spirit plus 3200, health plus 2100, magic critical rate plus 3%. Well, I said I was missing an earring, and it turned out to be here. However, he didn't equip it immediately. On one hand, he didn't urgently need it for damage output, and on the other hand, he had the +2 luck from the lucky earring. Luck was more important to him than intelligence. The key was that he currently had no magic-type skeletons, only a dream god. So, attack power was what he needed now, as the skeleton could inherit 20% of the attributes. After tidying up his things, Shin-chan suddenly remembered that he hadn't looked at Carl's skeleton attributes yet. He had been too shocked by its name earlier and almost forgot about the attributes of this silver skeleton he had obtained for free. Level 37, health 2, 300,000 spell power 850,000 skills, dark hell, frenzy eruption, berserk body, dark entanglement. Look at these skill names. If Shin-chan said Carl hadn't taken the berserk potion, no one would believe him. Dark hell summons hellfire from the dark space to deal 1000% spell power damage to a single enemy target. Frenzy eruption, frenzy bursts forth, dealing 350% spell damage to all enemy targets within a 15-meter radius. Raging body, Carl enters a state of frenzy, with attacks on targets inflicting dark corruption. Dark entanglement detonates the dark power within enemy units, dealing damage equal to 200% spell strength and sealing the target for 20 seconds. Requirement: the dark power within the target must reach at least 3 layers. Goodness, did he become this ferocious after drinking the frenzy potion? An attack with 10 times spell strength can deal 8.5 million damage. Even the area skills are this violent. This frenzy potion is indeed quite ferocious. After the transformation, Carl also gained control skills. Now Shin-chan is full of confidence in killing the Great Patriarch. He quickly ran out of the damp, foul-smelling cave. Shin-chan took a few deep breaths of fresh air outside, dispersing the stench in his mouth and nose. He suddenly chuckled. Who would have thought that the seemingly foolish crawler tribe would also lie If it weren't for his lucky effect, he would have definitely been tricked by Carl today. He took out the letter that Carl had given him from his backpack. He intended to open it to see what was inside. However, the letter was thick and had no option to open it. Carl's letter, quest item. That was the only hint. Once a quest item is equipped, the system rules indicate it cannot be used or sold. Well, the only glimmer of hope to satisfy his curiosity was gone. Now he could only wait until level 40 to unveil this mystery. Shin-chan looked up and around. He found the valley to be rugged and irregular. On one side of the valley he could even see the red glow reflected from the lava. Oh, so the lava he saw above is connected to here. Shin-chan suddenly understood. Seeing the lava reminded him of that giant fish mouth. Could that big fish have swum here? Last time he was so scared that he didn't get a good look at what the fish looked like. Now seeing the lava again, his curiosity was piqued. Since he still hadn't found where the Great Patriarch was, he might as well go to the lava and satisfy his curiosity. Shin-chan returned to the cave and transformed 2 skeletons. The skeletons transformed from death energy wouldn't have the lucky effect, so they were just 2 skeleton warriors. Shin-chan led the 2 skeleton warriors, trembling, towards the edge of the lava river. The 2 silly fellows walked step by step towards the riverbank. Even when their feet stepped into the lava, they still mindlessly followed orders. Just as Shin-chan was directing the 2 skeletons to move deeper, suddenly the words -20000000 floated above their heads. 2 million damage instantly killed the skeleton warriors. What damage? From that big fish? But he didn't see the big fish. He hurriedly searched the system information. He found the answer in the recent battle information. Your skeleton warriors are taking lava burn damage, losing 2 million health points per second. Well, it turns out this lava has damage, and it's not low at all. Even sword arrows could only withstand 6 seconds in there. This highlighted the dominance of that big fish, which seemed unaffected by such lava damage. After dismissing the idea of exploring the big fish, Shin-chan continued to explore the valley. He didn't have to search for long. There was a mountain body next to the lava with a hollowed-out platform. From a distance, he saw a tall figure standing on that platform. It was at least 6 meters tall. It was even taller than the Golden Tatar. That must be the Great Patriarch. The lava river flowed along the base of the mountain, heading towards an unknown distance. Not far from Shin-chan, he saw a huge, circular stone platform. The edge of the stone platform was surrounded by stacked rocks, so he hadn't seen it at first. However, the rock wall wasn't very high, only about 4 or 5 meters tall. And on top of the rock wall, Shin-chan saw a massive head. It had the same narrow head shape as the crawler tribe. When Shin-chan saw that big radish head, he was certain that the great clan leader was on this platform. After turning around half a circle with the 3 skeletons, he finally spotted a gap in the stone wall. The internal scene came into view. A giant crawler stood in the middle of the platform, shouldering a uniquely shaped large knife. His upper body was exposed, showcasing strong muscles, while his lower half was wrapped in a wide leather skirt made from some unknown animal's fur, resembling a woman's long skirt pieced together with colorful furs. His legs and feet were bare, standing there with a bronze-colored body that looked quite imposing. The large knife on his shoulder had a peculiar shape, similar to the great clan leader's door panel knife, but the blade was somewhat elongated, with the tip curling up like a small braid, emanating a red glow akin to lava. Beneath the towering figure of Shanduka were a dozen elite priests. Seeing this boss's appearance, Shin-chan felt it would be somewhat tricky. After all, looks equate to combat power. The elite priests beside him were easy to deal with. Shanduka stood there looking somewhat idle, occasionally lowering his head to glance at his feet and then turning to look at the sky. Shin-chan rested for a moment at the edge of the platform with the skeletons, ensuring they were at full blue status before letting sword arrow step onto the platform. As soon as he stepped on, a roar echoed. Undead race? How bold! You dare come to my territory! The voice was like thunder, making Shin-chan's ears ache. He endured the pain and followed onto the platform to check the monster's attributes. Great Clan Leader Shanduka. Golden level 40 health, 68 million attack power, 520000 skills, Rage Expression, Curse Statue, Shatter Curse Statue, Group Capture, Shield. Rage Expression deals 190% damage to all targets within a 30-meter radius and stuns them. Curse Statue petrifies all enemy targets within a 30-meter radius for 8 seconds. Shatter Curse Statue deals 150% damage to enemy units within a 30-meter radius, increasing damage by 500% if they are petrified. Group Capture pulls all enemy units within a 30-meter radius to itself, dealing 120% damage. Shield reduces damage taken by 50% for 2 minutes. All are large area skills. Moreover, this monster has quite a thick health pool. Shin-chan calculated in his mind and felt that with these 3 skeletons, there was little chance of winning. The attributes of this wild boss were too strong. They were simply not comparable to his skeletons. Humph. You, a worthless creature with a drop of blood, dare to come to my territory and challenge my authority. You are truly a damned thing. Die. Shanduka raised the large knife in his hand, ready to unleash a skill.
Suddenly, Shin-chan raised a hand. Wait. Shanduka looked down at this tiny ant-like figure. Oh, do you have any last words that need to be clarified? Shin-chan looked up at the giant. He spoke. The one who should be saying last words is you. I just have a question that I haven't clarified, so I want to ask you. Shanduka's expression was dismissive. Ha! I'm not interested in the problems of ants. Perhaps you should go to hell and ask Satan. Shin-chan asked. Oh? You're not interested in the issue of Kaken either? Shanduka's expression froze for a moment, then he said, You, a drop of blood, actually know about Kaken. I underestimated you. However, you will die today. So there's no need to tell you. Shin-chan blurted out. Why is it unnecessary to tell me just because I'm going to die? Is it because after I die, I won't be able to reach the snow domain, won't be able to find Kaken, and certainly won't enter the conspiracy you've designed, so I don't need to know, is that it? Shut up, you worthless fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Shanduka immediately became furious, roaring loudly. Shin-chan felt as if he were being shaken off his feet by the giant voice of Shanduka. After the roar, Shanduka suddenly thought of something, and the anger on his face was replaced by a sneer. He. I didn't expect you, a one-drop blood necromancer, to be quite clever. But so what if you've guessed it? What does it matter? Today, you must die for me. You won't escape this stronghold. Shin-chan pressed on. Since I'm about to meet Satan, why don't you tell me your conspiracy in full? I'm really curious. And you, esteemed Lord Shanduka, surely wouldn't let a dying man leave with regrets, would you? In order to know the truth, Shin-chan placed himself in a humble position. However, Shanduka was not appreciative. Kid, you're just an ant. What right do you have to know the secrets of the Crawler clan? Shin-chan felt a bit irritated. It was true that a tiger doesn't show its might, and yet he was being treated like a sick cat. But for the sake of the truth, he could only endure. Yes, you're right. I am indeed an ant. But shouldn't an ant have the right to know how it dies? Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Lord Satan. Ha 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 ha. Shanduka slammed his large blade into the ground and laughed heartily. The tremendous sound shook loose several stones from the top of the stone wall. You little ant are quite amusing. You've successfully made me laugh, but your usefulness ends there. You should know, in front of you, a one-drop blood, I am a god. A god can crush you with just a flick of a finger. Understand? So, the plans of a god are not something an ant like you is worthy of knowing. Shin-chan felt helpless. No matter what he said, this old man was not going to reveal the plan. Yet he was indeed curious about what kind of conspiracy the Crawler clan had. Forget it, whatever conspiracy he had wouldn't work on Shin-chan anyway, so Shin-chan decided not to ask him anymore. Alright, since you won't say, I'll have to find out for myself. Shin-chan said. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. I've already said it, you must die today, you won't escape this stronghold. And, considering you made me happy for a second, I'll go a little easier on you when I strike later. Oh, for you, it seems there's no difference between going easy or hard, it's all just a matter of one knife. Yo, you really are panting when I call you fat? Shin-chan teased with a relaxed expression. What do you mean? Shanduka clearly had never heard this phrase and didn't understand its meaning, but from Shin-chan's expression, he could tell it was a joke at his expense. What do I mean? It means I'm just flattering you with words and you really think you're invincible. Shameless arrogant fool. Shin-chan explained. Shanduka's face turned bright red and in a fit of anger, he said, in front of you, a one-drop blood waste, I am a god. I don't even need to lift a finger. Any of my kin beside me could easily eliminate you. Shin-chan rubbed his sore neck. Talking to a big fool like you really is a pain in the neck. After saying that, a tall polar bear suddenly appeared beside him. The polar bear couldn't match Shanduka in height, but it was lying down, making it look like a wall, with a visual impact that was no less than Shanduka's. Coupled with the surrounding red glow from the lava, the polar bear's snow-white fur stood out strikingly. Shin-chan climbed up onto the bear's back using its side. This height is decent for chatting with you, at least it won't give me cervical spondylosis. A person sitting on the back of a tall polar bear looked as insignificant as a peanut. Shanduka was momentarily stunned, stammering, This mount is yours? Shin-chan patted the bear's neck. If it's not mine, could it be yours? So, how about you tell me your plan now? Since soft tactics weren't working, it was time to get tough. Unexpectedly, he revealed his hard currency, and Shanduka's expression remained disdainful. Ha! So what if you have a mount? You're still just a worthless one-drop blood. Such a large mount can't even participate in battle. What's the use? Despite saying this, his tone clearly lacked the arrogance from before. Shin-chan's eyes flickered as he said, I see, you're too embarrassed to say it. Because Kaken betrayed your race and turned your descendants into lunatics, so you can't bear to reveal the truth. You're absolutely right, that's exactly how it is. Now, you, this self-righteous ant, deserve to die. Given his attitude, it was clear that things were not as they seemed. Moreover, Shanduka had lost his patience. Talking so much with a one-drop blood trash is enough to prove my mercy. Now, it's time to send you to meet Satan. It's Just a pity for such a beautiful mount. It has to go with its worthless owner. Kid, remember not to become a one-drop blood trash in your next life. Otherwise, you won't even have opened your eyes to see the world before you die. Qin Shen sneered, hee hee. Is that so? Today, it's still uncertain who will die. Shan Duca saw him still boasting. Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you have a mount. I could scare you to death with just a loud laugh. How dare you show off in front of me? Ha 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 ha. After saying this, Shan Duca laughed uncontrollably, his laughter shaking the debris from the stone walls above. A series of thuds echoed as stones fell around them. Qin Shen was indeed dizzy from the laughter. When he regained his senses, he saw Shan Duca and his group of elite priests laughing together. Ha ha ha, the great clan leader is truly mighty. He can scare this trash to death with just his laughter. Trash is indeed trash, already stunned from the shock. A group of crawlers laughed heartily. Qin Shan snorted coldly. Have you laughed enough? You've successfully angered me. But, like a clown, you've successfully angered you. Who do you think you are? Just a one-drop blood trash, an elite priest said. Are humans all so pretentious? This person is considered trash among humans, yet he dares to say such grand words. After a round of mockery from the crawlers, suddenly Shan Duca waved his hand. Enough. Talking to such a fool feels like a waste of time. Let me end his life now. After saying this, Shan Duca raised the large blade he was carrying on his shoulder in front of his chest. Qin Shen saw that this guy was actually using a skill. Although he was a physical class, his skills required casting time. Group capture required 3 seconds to cast, and there were only 3 seconds left. Thinking this way, he wasted another second, leaving only 2 seconds to react. Now, it was too late to run out of the skill range. Qin Shen didn't plan to run either. He was genuinely angry now. He initially wanted to extract information from him, but Shan Duca was so arrogant. Hee hee, your laughter is indeed loud, but I have something even louder. Come forth, Rudra. As Qin Shen called out, the heated platform illuminated by the magma suddenly began to float with snowflakes. Flakes of pure white snow, illuminated by the red light, spiraled downwards. This scene left Shan Duca and his group of priest minions stunned. What was going on? How could it snow in the base? Shan Duca even forgot that he was casting a skill. Curiously, twisting his neck to look around, he saw nothing. At that moment, a terrified shout came from beneath. Look up at the sky, great clan leader. Shan Duca looked up and saw a rift in spacetime forming. From below, it looked as if the sky had split open. Suddenly, an ice-blue hind leg stretched out from the rift. Following that, another one. After the 2 hind legs emerged, the entire dragon body fell out from the spacetime rift. Then the spacetime rift closed and a massive ice-blue dragon descended from the sky. Just as it was about to reach Shan Duca's head, its wide bat-like wings spread open, instantly whipping up a hurricane. A thunderous roar erupted as the ice-blue dragon opened its enormous mouth, its deafening roar exploding right in front of Shan Duca, leaving Rudra stunned, his soul shaken. He stood there dumbfounded, until with a thud, a pair of gigantic hind feet landed on the platform. The weight of the dragon's body pressed down, causing the ground to sink slightly, with cracks spreading outwards. Rudra stood at a height of over 10 meters, as tall as a 4-story building. The dragon's immense size made Shan Duca appear like a small dwarf in front of the tower. Hee hee. Laugh. Don't you like to laugh? Keep laughing, Qin Shen said. Shan Duca turned to look at Qin Shen, then at Rudra, forcing a smile. Hee hee. He hadn't even managed to laugh twice when the system notified Rudra that his summoning time had reached 5 seconds, deducting a bit of progress. Qin Shen felt a pang of regret. He had intended to use the dragon's might to force Shan Duca to reveal the inside story, but then thought it unnecessary. He ordered Rudra to use a skill. The Shan Duca tribe valued strength above all, so they instinctively felt intimidated by anyone larger than themselves. And Qin Shen, a one-drop blood human who could be stunned by laughter, naturally became the target of their ridicule. This mocking attitude persisted until the moment Rudra appeared. The enormous dragon body descending from the sky left the group of crawlers stunned. They wondered how they had offended the dragon. The dragon's roar shook them to their core, leaving them standing there like vegetables. It wasn't until the dragon landed on the platform that they regained their senses. Hearing Qin Shen's words, they realized this dragon was his? No way. What? You, a one-drop blood useless necromancer, have a dragon pet? An elite priest immediately questioned. Shan Duca was also puzzled. How could a dragon just drop from the sky? For him to believe that this dragon belonged to this one-drop blood waste was more painful than being killed. After all, just moments ago, they had laughed so harshly, and now they were being slapped in the face, making him, the great chieftain, feel utterly humiliated. Humph, this dragon is just a wild beast. How could it possibly be his? Shan Duca retorted stubbornly. Qin Shen was busy selecting a skill. He wanted to find one he hadn't used before, to see both the attributes and the skill's power. Hearing Shan Duca's words, he chuckled. Hee hee. Believe it or not, you're about to die anyway. Shan Duca completely dismissed his words. We die? I see it's you who will die. Everyone, follow me, let's chop this waste together. With that, he raised his large sword, ready to unleash a skill. The group of elite priests around him also howled as they charged towards Qin Shen. At this moment, Qin Shen had already chosen his skill. Dark Vortex. Release a Dark Vortex. Enemy units near the vortex will be drawn in. They will lose 10% of their maximum health per second, and those drawn to the center will be devoured. Maximum distance of the vortex 200 meters, maximum range 100x100. It was an area control skill. After selecting it for Rudra to use, the dragon opened its mouth and a beam of dark light struck the area where Shanduka and the others stood. Suddenly, a black vortex began to spin on the ground, drawing Rudra and the elite priests uncontrollably towards its center, with massive damage numbers appearing above their heads, representing 10% of their maximum health. Especially for Shanduka, who had 68 million health, he lost a staggering 6.8 million health instantly. As the crawler realized they were sliding towards the center of the vortex, panic spread across their faces as they tried to escape. They screamed in terror, scrambling to get away, but with their meager strength, how could they possibly escape? Laugh. Keep laughing. Qin Shen looked at the struggling crawler outside the vortex and said, No more laughing. We won't laugh anymore. Quickly, make the dragon stop. Shanduka pleaded. Qin Shen shook his head. I'm really sorry, but this dragon isn't mine. It doesn't listen to me. Shanduka and the others knew that Qin Shen had no intention of letting them go, and their faces turned ashen, nearly crying. If you let me go, I'll tell you the secrets of my clan. Finally, Shanduka gritted his teeth, ready to betray his race. However, Qin Shen still shook his head. I'm not interested in hearing that. Go down and talk to your Satan. No, Shanduka shouted, filled with unwillingness, as he was drawn to the center of the vortex. Just then, Rudra's summoning time reached 10 seconds, and to avoid feeling any more heartache, Qin Shen quickly dismissed the summoning. The dark vortex disappeared, leaving behind a ground littered with twisted corpses piled high in heaps. Shanduka's corpse was particularly large, making it easy to identify. Congratulations, your level has increased. The system notification rang out, and after killing 2 bosses, Qin Shen finally leveled up to 35. After dismissing the mount summoning, he fell from midair and landed steadily on the ground. He began to collect his spoils. First, he picked up all the dropped money. Then he collected 100 soul sealing stones and chose to use them directly. His lifespan surged dramatically. Next, he picked up a staff. Shanduka's Fury, Golden Grade, Level 35, Intelligence plus 5200, Spirit plus 7500, Spell Power plus 2500, Spell Critical Rate plus 5%, Spell Damage increased by 10%, ignores 20% magic defense, Final Damage increased by 5%. This attribute is simply amazing. He finally had his own Golden Grade weapon. Qin Shen was instantly overjoyed. Looking down, he discovered a leaf-shaped metal piece on the ground. It was engraved with the emblem of the Crawler clan. He picked it up to check its attributes. Crawler clan emblem, Golden Grade, Strength plus 1500, Intelligence plus 1500, Health plus 2000, Luck plus 5, an emblem. It was actually an emblem. Emblems are extremely rare drops, even harder to obtain than necklaces. Moreover, they can only drop from the final big boss of a race. In the game of all realms, besides titles and a few rare pieces of equipment, only emblems can increase luck. He never expected Shanduka to drop one for him. Qin Shen was overjoyed. This item also had its own exclusive equipment slot and equipping. It caused his attributes to surge significantly. After searching the ground for a moment and finding no more equipment, Qin Shen prepared to summon Shanduka's skeleton. Now he already had 4 skeletons filling his skeleton space, so he could only temporarily sacrifice one to reuse the skeleton transformation. Standing still for a moment, he decided to sacrifice Mengjader instead, as this guy had been of no use from the beginning. Its skills were only suitable for control, and it could only control one monster with a certain chance of failure. Besides that, it only had a curse skill, which was also single target. This time entering the Crawler clan stronghold, Mengjader had basically been useless. It was truly a burden. Thus, Qin Shen unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice it. With a system notification, the progress bar for Bone Spirit increased by 3 points. After it ended, one skeleton space was freed up. Qin Shen felt a bit nervous. After all, he had just successfully transformed Carl. According to past experience, it was unlikely to succeed in 2 consecutive transformations. However, Shanduka's powerful attributes were what he wanted, so this time, he had to give it a try. The staff pointed vaguely at Shanduka's massive head. Arise, my servant. After the command, a sound of bones grinding echoed. Sure enough, this time Qin Shen was not disappointed. A skeleton warrior wielding a bone knife trembled as it emerged from Shanduka's large head. Well, some things really can't be forced. Qin Shen was disheartened. In fact, aside from having a higher health pool, it seemed that Shanduka wasn't particularly special. The main issue was that his skills required casting time, which was quite annoying. Well, since the transformation didn't succeed anyway, it was what it was. Sigh.
Really, he had summoned Rudra for nothing, and instead of gaining, he had lost 2 points of progress. While sacrificing the skeletons, Shin-chan also offered up the transformed skeleton. He could have tried the skeleton of Carl that he had just obtained. Moreover, Carl's skeleton had a control skill that Shin-chan hadn't fully figured out yet. Dark Entanglement detonates the dark power within enemy units, dealing 200% spell power damage and locking the target for 20 seconds. Requirement: the target must have at least 3 layers of darkness within. How does one count? 3 layers? Shin-chan estimated that each time Carl dealt damage, it counted as 1 layer. After all, his dark body skill explained that each attack would erode darkness into the target. Carl's attacks were too high. Just relying on a dark hell could deal over 800 million damage. There was nothing that could withstand his attacks except for golden level bosses. Even using magic missiles could deal 420,000 damage. Ordinary small monsters didn't have enough health for him to hit, and he still had to hit 3 times. Only after accumulating 3 layers could he use Dark Entanglement. The reason Shin-chan summoned Rudra was that he suddenly remembered that bosses above golden level were immune to control skills. Any negative status wouldn't affect them. Plus, he had just lost his temper and summoned Rudra directly. Now, he had wasted 2 points of progress in one go. Good heavens, how wasteful. Had it already been wasted? Shin-chan could only try to transform some small monsters to make up for it. After he finished sacrificing the skeletons, this trip to the base camp could be considered over. Shin-chan checked his attributes. Character: Shin-chan. Level 35. Experience: 0.00% talent, Desperate Fury, B grade, class, Necromancer, Lucky, Strength, 13520 Constitution, 215 Agility, 61 Intelligence, 145321 Free Attribute Points, 0 Health, 1 plus 2290000. According to scan results, your health can never increase. Mental power, 17,000 attack power, 27040 spell power, 435963 physical defense, 1380 magic defense, 2100 physical critical rate, 53% magic critical rate. 71% equipment, Rage of Shan Duka, Golden Grade, Kral Clan Badge, Golden Grade, Inspector's Robe Lower, Bronze Grade, Inspector's Robe Upper, Bronze Grade, Inspector's Robe Gloves, Bronze Grade, Heart of Jialan, Silver Grade, Kankuan Ring, Silver Grade, Lucky Earrings, Bronze Grade. Remaining lifespan, 64 years 5 months. Currently in Desperate Fury state, this trip could be considered quite fruitful. He obtained 2 pieces of Golden Grade equipment, including a precious badge. Plus, he had acquired a skeleton. Although Carl's attacks were more single-target damage, his high attack and control skill made it quite perfect. He had a full set of bronze-grade equipment, and his backpack was filled with bronze-grade equipment dropped by small bosses. It was stuffed with over 500 pieces. The whiteboard equipment dropped by ordinary monsters had already been remotely contacted to Chien Duo for him to sell. Shin-chan planned to take the remaining bronze-grade equipment to the auction house to try his luck, as good items could only fetch high prices at auction. After trading a set of chainmail to Suyu and a set of metal armor to Old Wang, he urged them to level up quickly. Shin-chan prepared to use a return scroll to head back and learn skills. However, just as he took out the scroll, he suddenly saw a metallic gleam reflecting from under Shan Duka's corpse. More equipment? Shin-chan walked over and reached down to pick up the piece of metal. It was only then that he discovered it was a token. Legion token can be given to the Legion leader to establish a legion. Damn! So it was this thing. Wasn't Old Wang always looking for this? Thus, Shin-chan contacted Old Wang again. Old Wang, I've got something good for you, but you have to thank me properly. Shin-chan said. Oh, what good thing? It wouldn't be the Legion token, would it? Old Wang asked. Damn, how did you know? Shin-chan asked in surprise. What? It really is the Legion token? Old Wang just said it casually, not expecting Shin-chan to be serious. Of course it is. Here you go, remember to treat me to a drink, Shin-chan said as he traded the Legion token to Old Wang. Old Wang was still a bit dazed when he touched the Legion token. Wait, a level 40 golden boss can just be killed like that? Old Wang was thrilled to hold the Legion token in his hand. Establishing a legion had now become his dream. He originally thought that with his A-grade talent he wouldn't be able to make much of a splash in this game. Later, after running into his former colleagues and being praised by them, he started to entertain the idea of establishing a legion. But he also knew that his only advantage was golden level equipment, and that advantage would eventually be caught up by others. He would ultimately become just another face in the crowd. However, ever since he discovered that those colleagues were just using him, leveraging his powerful attributes to level up themselves, Old Wang's mindset changed. An honest person either explodes in silence or perishes in silence. Old Wang chose to explode. He wanted to level up the Legion, to become someone above others, so that those colleagues could see that if they wanted to use me, Old Wang, they weren't worthy. Though he was full of ambition, he also knew that the Legion token was an unattainable dream. He never expected it to be obtained so quickly by Shin-chan, and he even gave it to him for free.
Old Wang's hand trembled with excitement as he held the Legion token. Qin Chen, you will always be my good brother, Old Wang. He quickly ran towards the Lord's mansion with the Legion token in hand. On the other side, Qin Chen activated the return scroll, and after a flash of white light he appeared at the resurrection point. The first thing he needed to do was learn skills. He hadn't learned his level 30 skills yet. After a trip to the main camp, he jumped directly from level 28 to 35. The skills for a level 30 necromancer weren't great, but there was one important skill. Trait, skeleton space, increases 1 skeleton space. He could skip other skills, but he absolutely had to learn this one. He had just suffered from not learning skills, which led to the sacrifice of Meng Jiada. Qin Chen summoned his polar bear mount. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding people, he made his way to the Profession Guild. After circling the first floor hall, he didn't find the original necromancer mentor. Upon inquiring about the new mentor, he learned that the previous mentor had been dismissed and no one knew where they were now. Alright, I'm here to learn my level 30 skills. Please fill in your name and profession information. The necromancer mentor looked at him and said. Qin Chen felt a bit strange. He didn't have to fill in his name when learning skills before, but he didn't think too much about it and just filled it out. After he submitted it, the necromancer mentor said, I'm sorry, I can't give you the profession skills. Qin Chen was puzzled. What do you mean? Why? The necromancer mentor replied, this is a special instruction from the president. A drop of blood. The necromancer named Qin Chen, that's you for sure. President? Damn. This old schemer is playing tricks. Then I'll go find your president. Qin Chen stormed upstairs. In anger, he kicked open the door to the president's office on the 3rd floor. To his surprise, a woman was sprawled over the desk and the president was diligently working behind her. When the woman saw someone burst in, she was startled and hurried to put on her clothes, while the president angrily questioned, What are you doing? What are you doing? Didn't you see we were deeply engaged in learning? How can you be so rude? Qin Chen sneered, the president really has a good interest, huh? He casually threw the clothes he was about to put on behind him. I see, you don't need to wear that anymore. If you dare not give me the skills, then I'll chop your little brother up. After saying this, Qin Chen took a knife out of his backpack and held it in his hand. However, he didn't expect that the president would have such thick skin. He turned around to face Qin Chen and sneered, I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be you. Qin Chen. So, do you understand the consequences of offending me now? Huh, still trying to scare me? Let me tell you, as long as I don't accept your challenge, you can't hurt me. After saying this, the president puffed out his chest, his smooth belly sticking out, and looked at him with a smile. This old guy was indeed right. As long as he didn't impulsively accept the challenge, he really couldn't harm the president. Qin Chen stood still, but his mind was racing with ways to break the deadlock. In contrast, the president leisurely sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, held it in his hand, took a puff, and leisurely blew out a smoke ring. How about it? Qin Chen, dare to offend me? I'll make sure you can't even learn skills. He. Now, all you need to do is kneel and admit your mistake. I can forgive you. The president laughed, feeling that he had Qin Chen firmly in his grasp. You think you're capable? You think you're impressive? Even sod arrows can't do anything to you. Well, now I'll make sure you can't even learn skills. Let's see how anxious you get. How about it? Kneel down, admit your mistake. I can still give you skills, if you remain stubborn. He. The president leisurely smoked while explaining the pros and cons to Qin Chen. His relaxed posture had already firmly grasped Qin Chen. Qin Chen's mind was racing, and he had already thought of 2 solutions. The first was to buy skills from players who had received skill books but hadn't used them yet at a high price. The second was to challenge the entire professional guild. Players could challenge the entire faction, and this kind of challenge couldn't be refused by faction NPCs. It was akin to a siege battle. At that time, the system would withdraw system NPCs and refresh a large number of faction NPCs to help defend. Of course, Qin Chen could avoid making such a big fuss and just challenge the professional guild. With Rudra around, he would almost certainly win. However, the consequence of this would be that players in Wolfsmoke City would be unable to learn level 30 skills. Currently, mainstream players at level 31 could reach level 32, but there were still many players stuck at level 29, not having learned the level 30 professional skills. If Qin Chen were to do this, it would be somewhat inhumane. He wasn't a saint, he didn't have time to take care of other weaklings, but he also wasn't an anti-human personality. There was no need to block other players' paths to becoming stronger. Moreover, he felt that this approach was that of an extreme opportunist. He was self-interested but not extreme. After thinking it over, it seemed that acquiring skills from other players had become the only option. After all, not everyone was eager to become stronger, and he was now an undeniable millionaire. Spending some money to buy a set of skills was perfectly reasonable. By the time the main force reached around level 35, those lagging behind would have also reached level 32, and after learning the level 30 professional skills, he could reconsider this plan. Having made up his mind, Xin Chen dropped a harsh remark. President, I advise you to be more restrained.
The president took a puff of his cigarette, squinted his eyes, and blew out a smoke ring.
Young man, I
Also advise you to be more restrained. Just admit your mistake to me, and I'll give you the skills. How about it? Qin Shan raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of a cold
smile. Ha, what if I don't?
The president spread his hands, leaning back on the sofa. It seems you still don't understand.
Going against me won't end well for you. Qin Shan snorted.
Coldly, going against me, Qin Shan, won't end well for you either. After saying this, he prepared to walk out. There was no point in saying more. He would just wait until his level was
high enough to start the battle directly.
Just as Qin Shan was pulling open the door, the president suddenly shouted, Qin Shan. Qin Shan turned to look at him.
The president raised a fat finger and pointed at him.
Young man, don't be too impulsive.
Qin Shan, isn't being arrogant what young people do?
Qin Shan purchasing level 30 necromancer profession skills. Price negotiable, private message. This message was pinned by Qin Shan for 1 gold coin. The money spent was substantial, so the effect was remarkable. This message was pinned at the very top of the chat box. Players who were chatting and joking directly saw it. Level 30 profession skills, why would anyone need to purchase that? Can't you just claim it directly? Who would sell their own profession skills? What would they learn after selling? Unless they don't want to level up anymore. Hey, that's not right. If it were any other profession, no one would sell their level 30 skills, but for necromancers, it's quite possible.
Because necromancer skills are useless. Exactly. Necromancers are pretty useless. If I hadn't already learned the skills, I would definitely sell them. By the way, would anyone really sell their own profession skills? That's the only way to get stronger. The world channel was buzzing with chatter.
Qin Shan nervously stared at the private message window.
Suddenly, a message popped up. How much can you offer?
It was a message from someone named Su Jia.
Qin Shan found the name a bit familiar. He casually replied, how much do you want? The price is negotiable. 1 million gold coins. Are you buying or not?
Su Jia replied.
Qin Shan responded, are you here to cause trouble? Damn. Then why are you bragging? I thought you could pay whatever. Trash. Useless.
This guy was definitely here to stir up trouble.
Not only
was he asking for an outrageous price, but he also started cursing when Qin Shan didn't agree. In fact, Su Jia was not a necromancer. He was originally a member of the management team
of the Dominance Legion.
Later, during a city defense battle, he lost gold coins to Qin Shan, which made him hold a grudge against Qin Shan. Now that he had been dismissed, his mood was
even worse.
Today, he saw in the chat channel that someone named Qin Shan was purchasing necromancer skill books. A guy named Qin Shan, who was also a necromancer.
Wasn't that the kid who caused him trouble back then? Well, you want to buy skill books? Heh, I'll make sure you can't.
After Qin Shan rejected his 1 million gold coin demand, he began his performance.
In the chat channel,
Su Jia, don't believe this kid's words, he's just bragging.
He has no money. He's just wasting everyone's time. Su Jia's explanation immediately drew suspicious voices. Yi Liang, no way. He spent 1 gold coin to pin the message. How could he be joking? Su Jia, what do you know?
I just private messaged him, wanting to sell for 100 gold
coins, and guess what? He said he didn't have 100 gold coins, but he might consider 10. So a person's future is only worth 10 gold coins? Damn. A guy like that would rather spend money to pin a message than come to us. What trash. Feng Jiajun, damn. This guy is really something.
He's so stingy but still wants to buy profession skills.
Chen Kai, exactly.
He thinks he can buy someone's future for 10 gold coins.
Dream on.
Qin Shan finally remembered where he had seen the name Su Jia before. He was the sycophant around Wang Yiba,
always running around being overly attentive. No wonder he was trying to set him up. However, would Qin Shan fall for such a petty trick?
He directly spent another gold coin to pin his
own message.
Qin Shan, purchasing a set of level 30 necromancer profession skill books for under 10,000 gold coins. Interested parties please private message with your price.
Thank you. Yi Liang, see.
I knew he was a big spender, he said under 10,000 gold coins.
Ma Jia, wow. Qin Shan is so rich,
spending so much money to buy profession skill books.
Chen Fei, is this a joke? Is it worth it? Aren't profession skills something everyone can learn? Spending so much money to be a fool?
Su Jia, just listen to him ramble.
He's just playing with you. How could he really be purchasing? It's all a scam.
Where would a poor guy like him get so many gold coins? When Su Jia reached this sentence, his heart was
bleeding.
He knew that Qin Shan definitely had this kind of strength, because all of Qin Shan's money had come from people like them. As soon as the pinned message was sent out, someone immediately private messaged Qin Shan, and the number was not small, quickly showing 99 plus. A glance revealed that most were over 90,000 gold coins.
Qin Shan initially wanted to chat with them one by one to inform them of the real-time prices. Suddenly, a girl named Su Xingyao began to frantically message him. Su Xingyao. Qin Shan was very familiar with this Name. She was his secretary back on Blue Star. A recent college graduate. But now he still needed to confirm if it was really her. Opening the private message, he saw Su Xingyao. Boss, is that you? Please respond. Su Xingyao. Boss. I have a necromancer skill book here. If you want it, I'll give it to you for free. Su Xingyao. Please reply when you see this. Su Xingyao sent several messages, clearly afraid that Qin Chen would contact someone else. Now Qin Chen could confirm that Su Xingyao was indeed his secretary. Qin Chen, it's me, Xingyao. Where are you now? No matter what, it was better for the two to meet first. Su Xingyao, I'm here at location. Come find me. Qin Chen clicked on the location and found that she was actually in a commercial street. He didn't ask her why she was there. He rode on the polar bear towards the commercial street. At this time, the chat channel had already started a heated discussion about Qin Chen. Some said he was a scammer, clearly having private chatted, but no one responded. Others said he was pretending, clearly having no money but wanting to act like a rich man. When the polar bear appeared on this commercial street, it truly shocked the people there. This street was the famous red light district of Wolf Smoke City. Originally, it relied on the NPCs of Wolf Smoke City to support the business. Later, after a large influx of players, many single men began to frequent the shops. When the NPCs were not enough, they started recruiting a large number of female players. When Qin Chen entered, the girls standing outside the shops on both sides went wild. Come play with us. Handsome. Come have some fun. Our girls here are young, beautiful, and guaranteed to satisfy you. New customers get 50% off. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? The madams in the shops on both sides saw Qin Chen's appearance and thought he was a rich man. Naturally, they tried their best to pull him into their shops to spend. Qin Chen frowned while riding on the polar bear. How could Su Xingyao be in a place like this? This place was clearly a den of vice. To avoid drawing too much attention, Qin Chen had no choice but to put away the polar bear. Sure enough, the number of madams beckoning to him decreased significantly. Most of them, upon seeing this blood drop, snorted in disdain. Soon, Qin Chen arrived at the location Su Xingyao had sent. It was a courtyard that looked quite old. Qin Chen cautiously stepped inside. There was a clothesline in the courtyard, with some women's clothing hanging out to dry. Qin Chen walked around the courtyard and found that there were 10 rooms, each occupied by someone. Since they were all women, he felt embarrassed to barge in. He could only send a private message to Su Xingyao. Moments later, a door creaked open. Su Xingyao peeked out and, upon seeing Qin Chen, quickly ran towards him. Boss, how come you? Seeing the blood drop above Qin Chen's head, Su Xingyao was greatly shocked. The boss was clearly a strong young man. How had he turned into a blood drop? Qin Chen waved his hand and said, "That's not important. I want to ask you, how are you in a place like this? This street is full of women of the night. Are you planning to sell yourself?" In Qin Chen's eyes, she was a strong and independent girl, and she was also very beautiful, always appearing proud in front of others. Such a woman was now going to sell herself. Qin Chen found it hard to predict. Mentioning this made Su Xingyao feel a pang in her nose, and tears blurred her eyes. She quickly turned her head away and silently wiped her tears. Sigh. If I have to sell, then so be it. After all, I'm not worth much. What else can I do if I don't sell? Su Xingyao sighed deeply and said, in despair, This isn't like you. What happened to make you like this? Tell me. Qin Chen asked. Su Xingyao glanced at the drop of blood on Qin Chen's head and said somewhat resentfully, what good would it do? To say it? It would only add to my troubles. Qin Chen replied, if you have difficulties, feel free to share them with me. If you don't say anything, I can't help you. When she was on Blue Star, Su Xingyao felt lucky because she was beautiful, so she was popular in class from a young age. By the time she reached middle school, she was already being called the school beauty. Thus, no one dared to provoke her, and no one dared to date her either for fear of being targeted by other boys. This continued until she graduated from university and joined Qin Chen's company, becoming the female secretary to the board of the agricultural company. Qin Chen's farm was equipped with modern facilities, and the salary was high. Su Xingyao felt that she would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Little did she know that one day, she would suddenly be pulled into a bizarre game. Unfortunately, her talent turned out to be only B-level. The once smooth-sailing little princess was somewhat devastated. At least give her an A-level. Among the masses, only A-level talents had the hope of rising, while those below A-level were considered useless, not to mention her profession was a necromancer. Fortunately, during her time in the novice village, she met her colleagues Qi Xiang, Li Feiyu, and Lin Na. Among them, Qi Xiang was an A-level talent. They had interacted before when they were at Qin Chen's agricultural company, so they all knew each other. After some discussion, they decided to team up to level up together. This group, led by Qi Xiang, mostly followed his lead because he had played many online games. Thus, a fixed small team was formed. Later, 3 more members joined. The cooperation among them became increasingly tacit, and they successfully leveled up to level 10 and arrived at Wolf Smoke City. However, since arriving in Wolfsmoke City, she noticed that the atmosphere
among the team members had changed. Everything began to revolve around interests as everyone gradually realized they could never go back, so each person had their own plans. Li Feiyu was originally in a relationship with Lin Na, but to improve his own situation, he got involved with an A-level talent who was over 50, especially the team leader Qi Xiang, who began to imply that she should become his woman, or else he wouldn't take her to level up. After she clearly rejected him several times, he became increasingly excessive, using the excuse of leveling her up to level 29 to demand a compensation of 10,000 gold coins. Of course, Su Xingyao refused, but Qi Xiang only gave her two choices: either become his woman or compensate him with 10,000 gold coins. If she refused both, she wouldn't be able to level up outside the city. As soon as she stepped out, Qi Xiang would catch her and kill her. Su Xingyao initially wanted to seek help from her teammates, but Lin Na said, "Who told you to be a useless necromancer? You're a waste, dragging us down and leveling up. How infuriating." Another teammate, Wanner, also said, "If I had known you were this useless, I would have left you in the novice village. Do you think you even had a chance to come out? Letting you be Qi Ji's woman is a favor to you. She was a B-level talent, while Wanner was only a D-level talent. What right did she have to criticize her?" And Lin Na, with the lowest E-level talent, whose output was even lower than hers, was so brazenly accusing her. Su Xingyao was both angry and helpless. But what should she do now? At this rate, she couldn't even level up. Just when Su Xingyao was feeling helpless, her former colleague Zhao Yang found her. He told her he knew how to make money. In the commercial street of Wolfsmoke City, there were people selling themselves. With her looks, she could sell for over 10 gold coins at a time. Moreover, the price for the first time was even higher, and there could be bidding involved. If promoted well, and if the dignitaries of Wolfsmoke City took notice, she could sell for 10,000 gold coins in one go, easily paying back Qi Xiang's 10,000 gold coins. Su Xingyao initially refused. She doesn't owe Qi Xiang any money. This is all just something Qi Xiang said himself. Besides, teammates are supposed to work together, and relying solely on his A-level talent won't help them defeat monsters. Given this, Su Xingyao firmly refused. However, Zhao Yang and Qi Xiang had no intention of letting her off the hook. After that, Zhao Yang, the sycophant, always followed her around, and Qi Xiang would find her while she was leveling up. Su Xingyao knew she was being targeted by the two of them. Fortunately, there was a system protection in place, so she wouldn't be forced by them. But later, for some unknown reason, Qi Xiang actually colluded with a powerful NPC. This NPC, Brother Dao, was the black boss of Yanlu Alley. Brother Dao ordered a group of lackeys to forcibly shove Su Xingyao into a courtyard and lock her up. At first, they sent people every day to brainwash her, saying that her talent and profession couldn't survive in the myriad worlds of the game, and that selling herself would be a better option. Later, when they saw Su Mengyao stop trying to escape and gradually become obedient, they withdrew the guards. According to Brother Dao's experience, this woman wouldn't hold out for long. She couldn't level up, couldn't eat enough, so what was there to sell? One had to admit, Brother Dao was indeed experienced. At this point, Su Mengyao was already wavering, feeling a sense of giving up. Just then, she suddenly saw a pinned message from Qin Chen in the chat channel. Qin Chen was her former boss. This big brother-like figure had always been very tolerant of her. If he saw her trapped here, he would surely find a way to help her. Clinging to this last glimmer of hope, Su Mengyao privately messaged Qin Chen. Of course, she was also a necromancer, and if Qin Chen couldn't save her, then she might as well give him her level 30 skills. That would be equivalent to repaying the kindness he showed her on Blue Star. When she saw Qin Chen's attributes, her heart sank completely. Alright, I guess I was overthinking it. Boss, I'm currently at 29 level with 99% experience. Just 1% more and I can level up. I also have 2 completed profession quests, and once I turn them in, I'll have full experience. At that point, I can claim my profession skill book. I'll trade the skill book to you once I get it. Su Mengyao said somewhat absent-mindedly. Qin Chen frowned and said, "Didn't I just ask you? How did you end up in a place like this?" Su Mengyao sighed and, seeing Qin Chen's probing, recounted what had happened. "What? This is outrageous. Qi Xiang actually did something like this. He deserves to die." Qin Chen said angrily. "Boss, what tier is your talent?" Su Xingyao suddenly asked. "B tier. What's wrong?" Qin Chen replied. Su Xingyao had a sliver of hope at first, but now it was completely extinguished. She herself was a B-tier talent. How could she not know the difference between A and B levels? Shaking her head, she said, "Forget it. We can't fight against them. I've resigned myself to fate. Maybe I've had it too easy on Blue Star, and that's why I'm facing such humiliation now." "What do you mean forget it? Even if you can't beat them, don't you know how to use a return scroll? Once you return, you can run freely." "How could they catch you?" Qin Chen said. "Return scroll? What's that?" Su Xingyao asked, looking confused. Qin Chen was completely defeated by her. "Haven't you been to a grocery store?" he asked curiously. In Qin Chen's view, return scrolls were essential items. Anyone who had been to a grocery store would have seen them, and they were quite cheap, a must-have for everyone.
But looking at Su Xingyao, she didn't seem to be pretending to be clueless. Could it be that she had never been to a grocery store? He saw her shake her head. I've never been. I don't have a single cent on me. What would I go to that kind of place for? Don't. You split the loot when you team up to fight monsters? Qin Shan asked curiously. Zhao Yang said we could only level up and fight monsters thanks to Qi Xiang's A-level talent, so all the monster loot should go to Qi Xiang. Because of that, the other two female teammates and I have never received any share. Su Xingyao explained. Damn. That's really shameless. How can there be such people? I'm really drunk. Previously, he hadn't noticed that Qi Xiang and Zhao Yang were so shameless. Hey, what can we do about it? We're both useless necromancers, and you're just a drop of blood, both with B-level talents. There's no way to resist. Su Mengyao shook her head in despair, seemingly accepting her fate of having to sell herself. Xinshan laughed. I say, Mengyao, you can't be this hopeless. I remember you were hired because you were clever. How? Come, you have no way out now? What can I do? Su Mengyao asked. Xinshan suddenly pulled out a return scroll from his backpack. Here, this is for you. Using this will take you back to the resurrection point. Immediately, then you can just run away. Wolfsmoke City is so big, with so many players, how could they possibly find you? This really works? Su Xingyao took the return scroll and, after seeing the instructions, jumped up in surprise. With this, I can really get away from them. Xinshan patted her head, of course. Alright, let's leave here first and then turn in the quest. He was eager to obtain his professional skills. Each of them had a return scroll, and just as they were about to use it, several people suddenly burst in from outside. Leading the group was Qi Xiang, followed by his loyal sidekick Zhao Yang, female colleagues Lin Na and Wanner, along with 2 NPCs from their faction. A total of 6 people barged in. The moment Su Xingyao saw Qi Xiang, her hand trembled, almost interrupting her return. Seeing her using the return scroll, Qi Xiang immediately panicked and rushed over to interrupt her return. Su Xingyao, you still want to escape? Who gave you the return scroll? Are you looking for death? Su Xingyao was almost scared to tears, her eyes watery as she looked at Qin Chen. No, I didn't. Humph, don't try to argue. Hand over the return scroll. Qi Xiang shouted fiercely. Qin Chen stepped forward, pulling Su Xingyao behind him. It's something I gave her, why should she give it to you? Qi Xiang entered the door and saw this man, but only noticed he had a drop of blood, so he didn't even look at him. At that moment, the two faced each other, both taken aback. Qin Chen, what are you doing here? Before Qin Chen could answer, he continued, oh, I get it. You're here to help your little secret, right? You probably don't know how powerful Brother Dao is. Qi Xiang instinctively froze upon seeing Qin Chen, then realized he was there to save Su Xingyao and immediately brought out his NPC backing. Oh, is that so? I really don't know how powerful Brother Dao is. To me, he's just trash. Ha ha, in Blue Star, you're our boss. A rich second generation, we respect you because we rely on you for food. But now it's different. In this game, whoever is strong is the boss, got it? Qi Xiang said arrogantly. Qin Chen shook his head. I don't understand. I don't want to understand. Let Su Xingyao go and I'll pretend this never happened. Seeing Qin Chen's arrogant attitude, Qi Xiang was about to explode. Suddenly, Lin Na, standing beside him, pointed at the drop of blood above Qin Chen's head and said, everyone, look, the boss only has a drop of blood. He's a dying person. Qi Xiang was so focused on making threats that he forgot about the drop of blood. Upon being reminded, he exchanged glances with his colleagues. Seeing the mockery in Zhao Yang's eyes, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Qin Chen, Boss Qin, you dare to act tough in front of us with only a drop of blood. You're really looking for death, aren't you? Qi Xiang exaggeratedly said. Zhao Yang chimed in sarcastically, TSK TSK TSK. What a pity. Weren't you a powerful rich second generation in Blue Star? How come you've turned into a drop of blood waste in the game, Boss Qin? You can't be this weak. We're still waiting for you to lead us. How can you be so fragile? Wanner covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Oh dear, it seems Boss Qin can't lead us anymore. Ha, he leads nothing. Now that we're mixing with you, everyone thinks you're a waste. Lin Na said. The subordinates who had previously fawned over Qin Chen revealed their true colors once they entered the game. Sure, he was their boss before, but now that they were in the game, where the law of the jungle prevailed, they weren't afraid to be rude. The expressions of the few varied, but all were filled with disdain for Qin Chen. Qi Xiang said, Qin Chen, what are you pretending to? Be a big shot with just a drop of blood? Hurry up and get lost. As he spoke, he reached out to shove Qin Chen. But Qin Chen suddenly grabbed his right hand and squeezed hard. Qi Xiang heard the sound of his finger bones grinding against each other, and the pain from the pressure hit him instantly. He turned pale, his whole body bending over as he begged for mercy. Zhao Yang and the others saw that even the strong Qi Xiang was no match for Qin Chen, and they were all curious about how strong Qin Chen really was. Qin Chen released his grip and asked, how about now? Am I still a waste?
Shi Xiang shook his hand, which was nearly crushed by Qin Shen, and gasped in pain, cursing, "This waste has some strength." "Damn it! So what? You're still a waste with just a drop of blood. Brothers, follow me." With that, Shi Xiang waved his hand. Apart from the two system NPCs, the four players took up fighting stances. Subtitles had never killed anyone, but he was fierce against monsters, so killing players should be no different. He was about to summon it to deal with the four in front of him when suddenly, Su Xingyao, who had been trembling behind Qin Shen, stepped forward. She opened her arms to protect Qin Shen. "What are you doing? Why bully the boss? Have you all forgotten how good Boss Qin was to you? Oh, you actually have the courage to stand up. That's right, Qin Shen was good to us before. But don't forget, this is the World of 10,000 Realms game. Only those with strong fists are qualified to speak. And he, Qin Shen, is just a waste with a drop of blood. What right does he have to interfere with my business? If he wants to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, he should be prepared to be killed by me," Shi Xiang said. Exactly. No matter how impressive Qin Shen was before, in this world where data speaks, he's just trash. Wanner chimed in. "Su Xingyao, don't be so stubborn. Just listen to us, help Chigo make some money, and we might spare your life otherwise." Zhao Yang stepped forward to persuade her. Wanner wasn't so kind, she often mocked Su Xingyao behind her back, having long been displeased with her. In fact, she was jealous of her beauty. "What do you care about them? Didn't they act all lovey-dovey when they were at the company? What's that saying? When there's work, the secretary does it, when there's none." The other three immediately laughed lewdly. They had been gossiping about Qin Shen and Su Xingyao behind their backs, claiming the two were having an affair. Su Xingyao was both embarrassed and angry at their words. "What nonsense are you talking about? I have no such relationship with Boss Qin." Wanner laughed. Just because you say there isn't, does that mean there isn't? If there really isn't, why are you so anxious?" "Exactly. The more you..." Lin Na's words were cut off by Qi Xiang. "What are you all babbling about? I ask you, Su Xingyao, are you really willing to die for this waste? You better think it over. Dying once costs 20 years of your life." Su Xingyao closed her eyes. "He came because of me. I can't drag him down. If you want to kill him, go ahead. This foul woman has some loyalty. Why haven't I seen you be this way with me? If you come with me, I promise to take you to level up in the future," Shi Xiang said. Qin Shen was getting impatient, pulling Su Xingyao behind him. He scolded without holding back. "What I drag? With trash like you, who would want to follow you? You're really asking for death." "Fine, since Boss Qin insists on seeking death, don't blame us for being rude," Shi Xiang said as he prepared to strike. Su Xingyao shouted anxiously from behind, "Boss Qin, you're not their match. You only have a drop of blood. How can you take my place?" She suddenly saw a skeleton appear next to Qin Shen. This skeleton was the same size as her skeletal warrior, but its weapon was somewhat special. While ordinary skeletons wielded a large knife, this one held a glowing sword. "Oh, this skeleton is quite unique. But that's about it." Shi Xiang also noticed this but didn't take it seriously. What if it's unique? Isn't it still just a one-drop blood waste? Wanner shot a glance at the skeleton. Lin Na said, "I think this one-drop blood is just a gimmick to fool people." Qin Shen was starting to lose patience with these people's antics. "Are you still going to fight or not? You've been yapping here for ages just to show off, right?" He didn't dare to attack first. There were 4 players here, and after killing, his evil value would reach 20 points, making it impossible to stay in the city. Shi Xiang said, "Oh ho, Boss Qin is eager to die, huh? Brothers, let's take him down. Thanks, everyone." After saying that, he pretended to turn his back, indicating he didn't need to lift a finger. On the other side, Zhao Yan launched an attack on Qin Shen, cursing, "Damn it. I see you're used to acting tough in Blue Star. I'll make you regret it." 1/. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shen, alerted by the self-defense prompt, no longer hesitated. Subtitles transformed into a yellow light dragon, darting around the area 3 times. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were already lying on the ground. Su Xingyao had just intended to stop Zhao Yang, but the next second, she was frozen in place, blinking in confusion. "Just now, how much damage was that?" she asked, somewhat dazed. Qin Shen replied nonchalantly, 920,000. "What? 920,000? Su Xingyao was completely shocked. This included the 4 people lying on the ground. What was going on? They were just about to make a move, and how did they suddenly end up on the ground in a soul state? Checking the battle information left them stunned. "No. Qin Shen, oh no, I mean, Boss Qin, where did you get such high damage?" A line of text appeared above Zhao Yang's head. No way. Is this real? Over 900,000 damage. Am I dreaming? Wanner also had a line of text pop up. Qin Shen sneered. "Weren't you going to kill me? Do you want me to find a priest to resurrect you?" No. We won't dare. Boss Qin, we won't dare to provoke anyone anymore.
Zhao Yang quickly expressed. Right, right. We won't dare. Never again. I swear. Lin Na added. Brother Qin, actually, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. I thought you were the coolest back at the company. Can you give me a chance? Wanner directly started to flirt.
Qin Shen chose to ignore her and turned to face Qi Xiang's corpse.
What about you?
If you don't accept it, come back to life and I'll be right here waiting. Qi Xiang had been shocked by Qin Shen's damage, and when he came to his senses, he felt both embarrassed and terrified. How could Qin Shen, who clearly only had one drop of blood, deal such high damage? Seeing Qin Shen ask for his opinion, he didn't dare to have any objections. You're amazing, you have the final say. But that was a bit hard to say out loud. Qin Shen said, Qi Xiang, it seems you don't accept it. No problem. I'll be right here waiting for you. No, Qin Shen, oh no, I mean, Grandpa Qin, please don't hold it against me. I was blind and offended. You, please have mercy and let me go this time. Oh, right, Su Xingyao, she's your woman, I won't dare to think about her anymore. Never again. Humph. Then get lost. Qin Shen said coldly. He didn't correct Qi Xiang's wording. This stirred Su Xingyao's thoughts. Could it be that Qin Shen really has feelings for me? Then why doesn't he say anything? He never mentioned it back at the company. And what about the things that secretaries do? Isn't the next line about secretaries having nothing to do? Hey, how can I say such things? Qin Shen stood in place, watching Su Xingyao's gaze flicker uncertainly. Her pretty face flushed. He couldn't tell what the little girl was thinking. He directly patted her head. Let's go. Time to turn in the quest at the Profession Guild. You still need to help me get the skill book. Only then did Su Xingyao come to her senses, sticking out her little tongue, lowering her head to follow behind Qin Shen. The distance from this street to the Profession Guild was much shorter than from the resurrection point, so the two walked out together. Just as they reached the entrance, a loud shout came from outside. Damn it! Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my territory? It was actually NPC Brother Dao, who had come over with two lackeys. Upon seeing Qin Shen, he pointed his knife and shouted, It's you? A worthless one-hit wonder. The two NPCs from rival factions standing behind Qin Shen shook their heads frantically at Brother Dao, their expressions almost in tears. Qin Shen frowned and asked, Who are you? Me? I'm Brother Dao. Do you see this scar on my face? I got it when I was claiming my territory. I'm not afraid of death. If you're scared, just roll away with your tail between your legs. Brother Dao cursed as he entered. Seeing his two lackeys making faces at him, he yelled, Can't you two squeeze out a turd? Get over here. The two lackeys hurried over, whispering, Brother Dao, this guy is too fierce. We can't handle him. Shut the hell up. You can't handle a one-hit wonder? I think you two are looking to die. While saying this, his lively head turned around, but he still couldn't see Qi Xiang. Where did that Qi Xiang kid run off to? Didn't he tell me someone was causing trouble? Why can't I see him? The lackey quickly tiptoed and whispered in his ear. Qi Xiang and his buddies were taken out by this kid. Boss, he's a tough one. Shut your mouth. Get lost. Can't you see this kid is just a one-hit wonder? How could he kill anyone? Brother Dao naturally didn't believe the lackey's words. The lackey was so anxious that his features twisted, not knowing how to explain to Brother Dao. Brother Dao was too lazy to listen to their explanations. He took a couple of steps closer to Qin Shen, tossed his head back, and leaned in, arrogantly saying, Let me tell you, this woman is the one I have my eyes on. You, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it, got it? While speaking, he poked Qin Shen's chest with his finger, his arrogant demeanor reminiscent of Huang Mao. Qin Shen replied, Oh? I'd like to know how you plan to make me regret it? Brother Dao said, Hey, you don't even know that and you want to play the hero saving the beauty? Let me ask you, do you know how to write the word death? Qin Shen laughed. This guy's arrogant attitude was too similar to Huang Mao's, making him unable to hold back. Brother Dao's two lackeys hurried over to pull him aside. Boss, this kid is really tough. Don't be fooled by his one hit. Yeah, don't be fooled by his one hit. Did you see the skeleton next to him? That's no ordinary skeleton. It can deal over 900,000 damage. Brother Dao pushed the two lackeys away. Get the hell out of here, trying to scare me. I ask you, can your skeleton deal over 900,000 damage? Qin Shen glanced at Brother Dao's attributes. He was just a functional NPC with only a few thousand health. He nodded, right. It can deal over 900,000 to you. Unexpectedly, Brother Dao not only wasn't scared but burst out laughing. Brothers, did you hear that? This kid can blow a cow to the sky. The two new lackeys, completely unaware of Qin Shen's strength, laughed along with their boss. Hey, I say, buddy, I suggest you take a piss and look in the mirror to see where you look like someone who can deal over 900,000 damage. Listen to this guy bragging. He's just a waste, coming here to play the hero and save the beauty, thinking he can get a free girl. If not, he'll just die. Anyway, he doesn't have long to live, so it's all a gain. Qin Shen saw how this guy called Brother Dao looked down on him, so he challenged him. Do you really want to challenge the NPC Brother Dao's team?
Qin Chen chose yes, before Brother Dao and the others could click confirm after. Receiving the prompt, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Brother Dao, this waste really isn't afraid of death. Ha ha ha, but he really dares to fight. He's willing to risk it all for a woman. Brother Dao didn't say anything but walked up to Su Xingyao and said, "Do you think this one drop of blood waste can take you out?" Su Xingyao glared at him. Qin Chen is not a waste. His skeleton can kill you in one hit. But, Brother Dao, I'm dying of laughter. Is there such a way to brag? Look at him. What kind of person does he look like? He only has one drop of blood. How about this? If you follow me, Brother Dao, I'll let this kid go. What do you think? Brother Dao was reluctant to part with the stunning beauty in front of him. Su Xingyao was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, and he wanted to possess her. Before Su Xingyao could respond, Qin Chen grew impatient. I say, are you going to accept or not? Why are you dragging this out? You dare to call yourself Brother Dao? I think you're more like a turtle hiding its head. Qin Chen's words directly angered Brother Dao. Good kid, daring to mock your Brother Dao. Brother Dao will send you to the afterlife. After saying that, he chose to accept the challenge and raised his knife to slash at Qin Chen. However, before his knife could fall, the skeleton beside him horizontally swung its sword, then suddenly struck out, a beam of sword light rapidly spreading outwards. One of his underlings was hit by the sword light. 45000000 was instantly killed. Wait, how much? 4,500,000? What's going on? Immediately after, the sword light passed through another underling's body, also dealing 4,500,000 damage. Brother Dao was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, it seems I've provoked something extraordinary. He regretted his reckless acceptance of Qin Chen's challenge. However, there was still a way to break the situation. If his big knife could hit this one drop of blood, killing him, perhaps the skeleton's skill could stop. With this in mind, Brother Dao desperately swung his knife at Qin Chen. However, he still underestimated the speed of the sword energy. Just as his big knife was about to land on Qin Chen's head, a sword energy pierced through him, directly taking away his life. Brother Dao's corpse stared with wide, copper bell-like eyes, falling straight down. 3 NPCs fell one after another. Only the 2 who had initially followed Qi Xiang remained. These 2 were relatively clever. Seeing Brother Dao about to duel with Qin Chen, they had already left the team early, thus escaping disaster. When Brother Dao died, the 2 turned and ran without looking back. Boss, you're amazing. Clearly only one drop of blood. Why does he have such a freakish skeleton? Su Xingyao's little head was filled with big question marks. Qin Chen smiled and said, it's a secret. Let's go. Time to get skills. Su Xingyao nodded, and after they exited the courtyard, Qin Chen directly summoned the polar bear. Upon seeing the polar bear, Su Xingyao was once again astonished. This was a mount. Ordinary people couldn't even afford a chestnut horse, yet Qin Chen had such a flashy polar bear. Su Xingyao instantly felt that her boss was a hidden big shot. Riding on the bear's back held in Qin Shen's arms, they headed towards the professional guild. It wasn't until they reached the entrance that Su Xingyao remembered. Hey, boss, isn't the professional skill book free? Why do you have to spend money to buy it? Qin Shen coldly replied, because I have a grudge against the president of the professional guild. Su Xingyao stuck out her little tongue. Damn, a big shot is indeed a big shot. Even their enemies have such status. While Su Xingyao went in to collect the skill book, Qin Chen searched his backpack for a set of equipment for her. Although he no longer had silver-level gear, he had over 500 pieces of bronze-level gear. All of it was farmed from small bosses. Gathering a full set of level 32 bronze armor along with a set of jewelry was quite simple. When Su Xingyao ran out of the hall and chose to trade with Qin Chen, he directly traded the equipment to her. Oh my! Bronze level. And a complete set. Is this the power of a big shot? Seeing the entire set of bronze gear in her backpack, Su Xingyao was stunned. After Qin Chen learned his professional skills, he said to her, I can't let you lose out, can I? Each person only gets one copy of the professional skill. Once it's gone, it's gone. It's very important for everyone. But this set of equipment is too valuable. Su Xingyao said, holding the gear. Qin Chen replied, if I tell you to take it, then take it. Do you want to be bullied by others? No, I don't want that. Su Xingyao said firmly. Then she made a resolute decision. Qin Chen, you know I have no money left. But I haven't bathed for several days. It's so uncomfortable. Can you get me a room? Qin Chen generously took out 2 gold coins and handed them to her. However, Su Xingyao shook her head, blushing as she said, I want you to book it for me. Seeing her shy demeanor, Qin Chen seemed to realize something. Glancing at her youthful figure and beautiful face, he inexplicably said, all right. Then the 2 rode together towards the inn. Along the way, the tall and mighty polar bear drew gasps from the crowd. Of course, there were also some jealous remarks. Who is this? So arrogant, daring to ride such a mount with just one drop of blood, does he deserve it? Hey, I advise you to keep your voice down. You can't afford to mess with Qin Chen. On the way, Qin Chen couldn't help but hold the youthful beauty in his arms a little tighter, burying his head in her neck and inhaling the faint fragrance coming from her. Xingya, you smell so good. How come I never noticed before? Before, your eyes were all on Lu Ruyan. How could you have time to notice me? Su Xingyao's tone inevitably carried a hint of grievance. Qin Chen said, hey, if I had known you smelled this good, I would have kicked her to the curb long ago. Su Xingyao giggled. Suddenly she asked, oh, by the way, where's Lu Ruyan? Didn't she come into the game with you? And what's up with your one drop of blood? Qin Chen replied, Lu Ruyan, I already killed her. Su Xingyao's body trembled slightly in his embrace. Turning her head in disbelief, she said, how is that possible? You used to love her so much. Qin Chen smiled helplessly, yeah, but that woman harbored ill intentions. My one drop of blood was caused by her. Su Xingyao hurriedly asked him what happened. Qin Chen recounted the events. Su Xingyao gasped in surprise. Oh my, you really are lucky. If you had been even a little later, you wouldn't have had the chance to enter the game. Qin Chen nodded, that's true. And I personally killed both of those bitches, so I avenged my grievances. Hey, what's up with your skeleton? How can it deal such high damage? Why can't mine do that? Su Xingyao asked curiously. Qin Chen said, speaking of this, I have to mention my fortuitous encounter. A horse without night grass won't be fat, and a person without windfall won't be rich. But I don't want to talk about that. Let's just say it's my own secret. Since it was a secret, Su Xingyao didn't plan to press further. The two arrived at the inn. After Qin Chen booked a room, they both went inside. This inn was quite upscale, with a hot spring bath and a viewing platform. After entering the room, Su Xingyao shyly smiled at Qin Chen and said, I'll go take a bath first. With that, she dove into the hot spring bath. Qin Chen then wandered around the room. Finally, he arrived at the viewing platform, surveying the architecture of the entire Wolf Smoke City. This inn was the tallest building in Wolf Smoke City, with a total of 6 floors. Qin Chen spent 2 gold coins to stay on the top floor. Standing on the top floor and looking into the distance, he felt a sense of grandeur, with ancient-style buildings scattered beautifully in sight. The long bridge lay across the waves. What dragon is it that clouds do not cover? The winding paths traverse the sky. Without a clear sky, what rainbow is there? In the depths of confusion, unaware of east or west, the singing stage resonates warmly. The spring light is gentle, the dance hall has cold sleeves, the wind and rain are mournful. Within a day, between one city, the climate is uneven. Perhaps this is the imagined Ipang Palace? Such a scene can only be realized in a game. After a moment, Qin Chen collected his thoughts and stood up from the viewing platform's seat. He walked outside the hot spring bath, opened the door, and stepped inside. Inside, Su Xingyao was washing her body. Hearing the door being pushed open, she looked up and saw Qin Chen. With a startled cry, she said, how did you get in here? Qin Chen smiled, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, I'm just here to help you scrub your back. You can't do it yourself, so I'm here to lend a hand. Su Xingyao's cheeks flushed red, her mind blank, unsure how to respond to Qin Chen. Qin Chen had already loosened his clothes and walked in. His hands unceremoniously glided over her beautiful back, sending a shiver down Su Xingyao's spine. The soft, bouncy sensation under his hands left Qin Chen breathless. In no time, the hot spring room was filled with intoxicating, soaring melodies. After half an hour, it returned to calm following an ultimate cry. Qin Chen lifted Su Xingyao from the bath and placed her on the bed, and after several tender moments, they finally embraced and fell asleep. Old Wang, in high spirits, arrived at the Lord's mansion with the Legion order. He knew he probably belonged to the second Legion in the world of the game. At this stage, no one should be able to kill the Golden Boss. Only Qin Chen had that strength. Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, he met the Legion leader. He noticed the guy's pale face, unsteady steps, and a dazed look as if he couldn't wake up. This was just a playboy indulging too much. Old Wang gave Brian a character setup. Brian looked at the Legion order. Not bad, this is it. You're quite strong. You got the Legion order so quickly. Now, name your Legion. Old Wang didn't expect to establish the Legion so smoothly. After thinking for a moment, he entered the name Brotherhood. He then received a system prompt that the Legion was successfully established. Go! Come find me to upgrade the Legion level when you recruit 10,000 players. Thank you, Lord Brian, Old Wang politely said, before heading out. Just as he stepped out of the hall, he bumped into someone. Looking up, it was actually Wang Yiba. Wang Yiba? Old Wang hadn't seen this guy in a long time. After Wang Yiba steadied himself, he pretended to dust off his clothes. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you. Wang Yiba shot a sidelong glance at Old Wang. Oh, what's with that attitude? Planning to fight me? Old Wang wasn't intimidated. Under Brian's series of measures, Wang Yiba's Legion had already reached 600,000 members, and his life attack bonus had exceeded 90,000. Coupled with his own attributes, it had already broken 100,000. Although he had faced setbacks with Qin Shen, how could an ordinary player compete with him? Meanwhile, Old Wang only had 10,000 health points. His talent reduced damage by 40% plus 10% from the golden armor and 20% from the shield, totaling a 70% damage reduction. Now at level 33, he needed just 2 more levels to equip the golden shield, which would further reduce damage by 5%. If Wang Yiba struck him once, he would lose about 20,000 health points. One hit would be enough for Wang Yiba to take him down. Old Wang's physical attack was only 2,000, which would barely tickle Wang Yiba. From a statistical perspective, Old Wang was being completely outclassed by Wang Yiba, but Wang Yiba was somewhat cowardly. Not knowing Old Wang's strength, he hesitated to speak. At that moment, Brian suddenly walked out. What? Do you two have a grudge? Old Wang remained silent, while Wang Yiba snorted coldly. This guy is pretty close with that Qin Shen kid. Qin Shen? Upon hearing Qin Shen's name, Brian immediately became alert. He shot a helpless and resentful glare at Wang Yiba. Why didn't you come back sooner? If you had returned earlier, I could have made it so easy for him to establish the Legion. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, Old Wang heard it clearly. Qin Shen? Brian actually knows Qin Shen? Moreover, from their tone and demeanor, it seems they have a grudge against Qin Shen. I can understand why Wang Yiba has enemies, but where does Brian's hatred come from? You're just an NPC. And you're merely an NPC managing a legion, which has nothing to do with Qin Shen. Old Wang stood there, wanting to know what secret lay between the two, but he didn't know how to justify staying, so he could only awkwardly remain in place. Brian also wanted Old Wang to stay. He wanted to probe and see what kind of relationship Old Wang had with Qin Shen and how far they had gone. If Old Wang hadn't established a legion, he could still manipulate things behind the scenes, but now that he had, it would be best to turn him to his side to deal with Qin Shen together. The two stood there awkwardly staring at each other until Brian finally thought of a reason. Old Wang, this is the leader of the Dominance Legion. You should come in, and I'll introduce you. Old Wang was just thinking the same and quickly agreed. The three entered the reception room. Brian ordered the servants to pour tea, organized his thoughts, and asked, Old Wang, I heard you are quite familiar with Qin Shen? Is that true? Old Wang's eyes shifted, and he said, Hey, it's nothing much, we were just friends before. Hearing this, Brian relaxed. However, Wang Yiba beside him snorted coldly and said, Bullshit. If you weren't familiar with Qin Shen, how could you help him stand out in the novice village? You dared to face 100,000 players with him. That's a bond of life and death. This statement made Brian's heart race again. Oh my god, are you guys that close? Then, haven't I just strengthened my enemy? Old Wang smiled slyly and said, that was in the novice village. Now that I've left the novice village, I, Old Wang, have come to understand. All that brotherhood and camaraderie is just empty talk. Only being strong is the truth. Brian couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Old Wang, you speak well. Wang Yiba raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. Old Wang is right. Someone like me, a gifted lucky one, will always be the strongest. This fool Wang Yiba trying to show off again at this moment. Old Wang hurriedly said, Yes. As long as your talent is strong enough, you are above others. Someone like Yiba will eventually become an overlord. This flattered Wang Yiba to the point of floating, and look, even Qin Shen's good brother, Old Wang, acknowledged that I am the overlord. Brian was also very satisfied with Old Wang's attitude, and his guard was lowered significantly. Old Wang changed the subject and asked, Lord Brian, you seem to have quite a bit of resentment towards Qin Shen? If you want to know his information, I can provide some. Brian saw that Old Wang was so cooperative and exchanged a glance with Wang Yiba, both smiling. To be honest, this Qin Shen has ruined my plans several times, and he even killed 500 of my knights. Such a deep-seated grudge, how could I let him go? Brian said fiercely. Exactly. This Qin Shen is too arrogant. If it weren't for his destruction, the Dominance Legion would have already leveled up to level 6. Wang Yiba added. Old Wang nodded and said, I do know a bit about Qin Shen's situation. He currently has 3 skeletons, and one can summon a skeleton army. Quite abnormal. Old Wang hadn't teamed up with Qin Shen recently, so he wasn't very clear about Qin Shen's current strength. Anyway, he was just talking nonsense, mixing some facts with his own guesses and rambling on. Wang Yiba immediately interjected, What are you talking about? It's not like that at all. That's not a skeleton army, and I don't know where those strange things came from. Those things look bizarre. Anyway, they're not skeletons. Old Wang chuckled foolishly. Oh, is that so? If it's not skeletons, then I must have made a mistake. At this point, Brian completely believed Old Wang. His relationship with Qin Shen definitely wasn't that close. Otherwise, how could he not know about Qin Shen's strength? Brian patted Old Wang on the shoulder. From now on, just relax and work with me. I guarantee you'll have money you can't spend and girls you can't get enough of. Little did he know, after saying this, Old Wang felt a surge of heat rise within him, and his desire for the opposite sex escalated 2 notches. He looked down at the blue tea in the blanket. Damn, could it be this thing causing it? Brian clapped his hands. Suddenly, a group of beautiful women walked in, dressed In cool and enticing outfits, they were irresistible to men. They were particularly urgent in their attention towards old Wang. Soon, with a wave of Brian's hand, these alluringly dressed women began to serve the three men in the room. Half an hour later, Wang Yiba patted old Wang on the shoulder. "How's it going? Having a blast with Lord Brian, huh? He he he." Old Wang nodded. "Yeah, it's amazing. He he. Don't worry. Following Lord Brian, you'll have fun every day." Wang Yiba revealed a lewd smile. At that moment, Brian suddenly asked, "Old Wang, Qin Chen's attack seems pretty high. How does a B-level talent with just a drop of blood have such high attack power?" This question had been troubling both of them, since old Wang had already hitched a ride on Brian's war chariot. He naturally needed to contribute some intelligence. Old Wang waved his hand grandly. "I know about this. This is Qin Chen's secret. I'll tell you now." Qin Chen got up from the bed, satisfied. He glanced at the still sleeping Su Xingyao but didn't disturb her. Instead, he left the room alone. On the street, he summoned a polar bear and headed towards the Nunu tribe dungeon. He had already learned a level 30 job skill and his skeleton space was now at 5. This temporarily alleviated his urgent needs. If he encountered any formidable boss, he could try summoning them as his subordinates. As for the other two newly acquired job skills, they were of no use. Qin Chen was even too lazy to learn them. After mastering the most important skeleton space, Qin Chen rode the polar bear onto the street. There had been a lot of discussions about mounts in Wolf Smoke City. A mount is akin to a car in Blue Star when cars first came out. Even driving an old-fashioned car was quite a show-off. The chestnut horse now was like the old-fashioned car of the past. Many players who had made money had bought a chestnut horse to flaunt on the streets. It must be said that this tactic was quite effective. Even a chestnut horse that looked as weak as a wild donkey was seen as a quality male that only the most desirable could afford. Even if this quality male was bald, it could still elicit screams from a crowd of girls. "What the hell are you screaming about? It's just a wild donkey. Look at that shameless woman, climbing up to him without even being invited. Ugh, so shameless. Is having a wild donkey really impressive? Just wait until I catch a wild stallion and show you what a real mount is." Among the surrounding players, many were envious. When they saw a massive white creature taking up half the street, their eyes went wide. That tall and mighty polar bear was like a wild dog facing an elephant, its stunning appearance shocking the players standing on both sides of the street. It wasn't until the polar bear moved further away that the players regained their composure, with girls screaming in regret for missing out on a super quality male. The originally sour-faced boys found it hard to be jealous now. Goodness, while others were riding old-fashioned cars, you were driving a Ferrari. Qin Chen, riding on the polar bear, felt a bit dazed. This wasn't right. When others rode a wild donkey, a bunch of girls flocked to them, but how come no one approached him with such a flashy mount? He also wanted to take a hot girl for a ride, but many hot girls were indeed intimidated by a big shot's mount like his. Having such a mount meant he was a giant. They also had moments of insecurity, making them too timid to approach, no matter how materialistic they were. Soon, Qin Chen arrived at the Nunu tribe dungeon. This was only a level 20 dungeon, so almost no one was entering it now. Only a few low-level players were lingering at the dungeon entrance. A small team was waiting for members at the entrance, already consisting of 4 people, 2 healers, a tank, and an assassin. Clearly, they were still short on ranged damage dealers, so they decided to wait a bit longer at the entrance to recruit 1 or 2 ranged classes before setting off. Li Gu, I say, why don't we just kill some level 30 monsters? Level 30 monsters give full experience. The monsters in here are only in their teens, and the experience is already very low, the assassin in the team said somewhat discontentedly. All 4 of them were the lowest E-grade talent holders, and their talents were practically useless. Therefore, they had been cautious while grinding from the novice village until now. The 2 healers and the tank in the team could ensure that the tank was always at full health when facing monsters, and there had never been any unexpected situations. However, this led to a very slow leveling efficiency, making it hard to find damage-dealing classes. The tank captain was not in a hurry. After all, they were all the lowest grade talents, and by ordinary standards, they would take a long time to gather any soul stones in this lifetime. So he preferred to choose the safest method and would never take the risk of fighting high-level monsters. Don't worry. Although the monsters here are low-level, they are all elite monsters, and the experience gained is comparable to that of ordinary level 30 monsters, the tank captain reassured. The assassin understood the captain's concerns and wanted to say something more, but in the end he just moved his lips without saying anything. The 4 waited at the dungeon entrance for quite a while but saw no one else coming. The tank side, it seems there are no damage dealers entering this dungeon. Sigh, let's just go in with the 4 of us. The 2 healers and the assassin felt a bit troubled upon hearing this. Among the 4, only the assassin was a damage dealer. How long would it take to defeat monsters like this? They had experienced such situations before, and besides, elite monsters had a lot of health. It would take nearly 1 monster to rest and recover mana. If they could add a mage to the team, even if that mage had no talent bonuses, just relying on the mage's skill damage would allow them to clear monsters quickly. However, the level of this dungeon was too low, and there were no players leveling up here anymore, let alone magic classes. After waiting here for half a day without seeing anyone, the four felt heavy-hearted. It's nothing. It's just a lack of damage dealers. Haven't we been through this all along? The tank captain said. Exactly, 4 people are just 4 people. It's not like we can't fight monsters. At least we'll be safe, as long as we don't do anything reckless. We won't die. Slowly, we'll be able to take down the boss. One of the priests comforted. Right. As long as we level up a bit, what's there to fear about not being able to take down the boss? By then, we'll also have soul stones. Don't you think so? Another priest chimed in. The assassin, who had some grievances, was encouraged by the fighting spirit of his 3 teammates. Yes, as long as the 4 of us don't give up, there will be a day when we can obtain soul stones. Let's go. Let's enter the dungeon, the assassin said. The others nodded and were just about to enter the dungeon when suddenly the captain spotted a white object moving towards them from a distance. What's that? A mount? His words immediately caught the attention of the other 3, who followed his gaze. It looks like a mount, the assassin frowned and said. Impossible. If that's a mount, how big would it have to be? I bet it's a monster. We should hide quickly. The assassin's words instantly alerted everyone, and they planned to hide behind the dungeon entrance. That massive white object was moving quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was much closer. Just as the 4 were hurriedly hiding behind the dungeon, the tank captain suddenly got a clear view. No, that's definitely a mount. There's someone on it. I saw them. Upon hearing this, the others quickly circled back from behind the dungeon entrance to look at the white object. Like a running polar bear, there was a black figure on its back. Wow, that bear was almost 2 stories high, charging down the road like a speeding tank. A cloud of dust immediately rose up. A few people watched curiously, and when the bear got closer, they finally saw it clearly. It was a mount, and surprisingly, its owner was actually a player with just 1 drop of blood. A mount, this concept is something only big shots or the wealthy are entitled to own. Moreover, it was such a flashy polar bear mount. Such a mount should only belong to a big shot. However, the player riding on its head was a mage with only 1 drop of blood. This stark contrast left a few people a bit dazed, until Qin Shan put away the mount and placed his hand on the dungeon entrance, about to go in. Suddenly, the shield team leader spoke up. Hey, brother, wait a minute. Qin Shan withdrew his hand and looked at him. What? He was a bit surprised. After all, in the game, it was rare to hear someone call him brother. Others would see his 1 drop of blood and call him trash. It was quite uncommon to be addressed as brother. I just wanted to ask, do you have a team? Qin Shan politely replied, no. Did he need a team? He never needed one. Then, are you planning to go into the dungeon alone? The shield team leader asked, somewhat incredulous. Not only did he not believe it, but the 2 priests and the assassin also found it hard to believe. Did this 1 drop blood player want to seek death? There were better ways to die than this. Yeah, what's the problem? These few people were still quite friendly, so Qin Shan talked to them a bit more. Although you are a magic class, there are many ranged monsters in this dungeon. With only 1 drop of blood, if you get hit by a ranged monster, you'll be done for. One priest kindly reminded him. Yeah, how dare you go in alone? The shield team leader asked suspiciously. Before Qin Shan could respond, the assassin next to him analyzed. Maybe he has a good talent, otherwise he wouldn't have made it to Wolf Smoke City and completed the quest to get such a good mount. Only then did everyone clear their doubts. At first, seeing this person's flashy mount, they thought he was a big shot, but how could a big shot have only 1 drop of blood? It seemed he had a high talent and completed a hidden quest which rewarded him with such a flashy mount. The shield team leader couldn't help but curiously ask, so what tier is your talent? Qin Shan naturally didn't know what these people were thinking and answered casually, B grade. Upon hearing he was B grade, everyone gasped in amazement. Wow, compared to someone like me at the bottom, that's like heaven and earth. So awesome, he's actually a B grade big shot. Big shot, truly a big shot. Seeing the astonished expressions in their eyes, Qin Shan felt speechless. Just a B grade and they called him a big shot? How low were their talents? A grade had a 1% chance, so in the novice village, a grade was quite sought after. Everyone scrambled to form teams, and at that time, a grade was a big shot. But once they reached a big city like Wolfsmoke City, the gap in talent became more pronounced, and a grade was no longer that impressive. Only S grade could be respected as a big shot. However, in the eyes of these 4, even his B grade could be called a big shot. This surprised Qin Shan greatly. It seemed these 4 were the legendary talentless ones. Talentless didn't mean they had no talent at all, but rather their talent tier was too low, resulting in almost useless talent bonuses. Thus, they were referred to as talentless. Hey, wait a minute. Even in a grade big shot can't solo a dungeon. Besides, he only has 1 drop of blood. Yeah, 1 drop of blood means death if a monster touches him, and the dungeon is full of elite monsters. He can't even run away. The shield team leader stepped forward and said, brother, with 1 drop of blood going in, you're just asking for death. Why not team up with us?
Qin Shen thought for a moment. If he teamed up with them, they would need to respawn the dungeon monsters, but he already had the key to the smelting room and could directly enter the burial ground. The difference between teaming up and not was whether they needed to respawn the monsters. Qin Shen looked at the four unfortunate souls without any talent. Finally, he nodded. Alright. The shield team leader let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Once we enter the dungeon, you just need to deal damage from a distance. The two of us priests can handle it. The priest next to him also reminded him, don't run around once we're in the dungeon, there are elite monsters in there. If you accidentally aggro a monster, your little body won't even have time to heal. The assassin shared his experience. Just watch which monster the captain pulls and attack that one. There won't be any accidents. Qin Shen could only awkwardly nod, secretly thinking that once they entered the dungeon, he would summon sword arrows, which would definitely blow their minds. The thought of showing off made him feel a twinge of excitement. As the shield team leader touched the stone door, the system prompt indicating the dungeon's opening sounded. Then, the captain's body gradually faded away as he was teleported into the dungeon. Don't be afraid. Just follow us. Nothing will happen. A priest with a small mustache quickly followed him in. Right. Just don't run around. Another priest, a girl, kindly reminded Qin Shen before entering the dungeon. Finally, the assassin patted him on the shoulder. Dude, wait until you see me make my move before you act. Don't hit the wrong monster. Qin Shen numbly nodded. After seeing his four teammates enter the dungeon one after another, he also placed his hand on the stone door. With a flash of white light, they reappeared in the familiar desert. This was the first time Qin Shen had teamed up with anyone other than Old Wang and Suyu since entering the game. It felt a bit novel. The shield team leader moved his body and said to the four teammates behind him, I've changed the team distribution, now the gold we earn will be evenly split. As for the equipment, whoever needs it can take it, and those who take more equipment will compensate those who take less with the corresponding price difference. Everyone okay with that? No objections. That sounds fair, the assassin said. The two priests nodded in agreement, and finally, all four turned their gazes toward Qin Shen. Qin Shen initially wanted to say that such a small amount of money didn't matter to him, but then he thought that would be too showy. Besides, these temporary teammates were quite decent. They didn't mock him for having no health or try to take advantage of him for more loot, but instead proposed a principle of equal distribution. He nodded. I agree. Then the shield team leader added, these elite monsters are relatively tough to kill, so we'll pull them one by one. Qin Shen was a bit puzzled. The monsters here usually came in groups of 2 or 3, so how would he pull them one by one? You all wait for me here, the shield team leader instructed. The others nodded, looking like they had a good understanding. Qin Shen had no choice but to wait here and see what they were planning. He watched as the shield team leader jogged over to two plump Nunu creatures, using a taunt skill to lure one from a distance. The two monsters immediately turned and chased after him. The shield team leader sprinted back towards them. Qin Shen suddenly understood his plan. Wasn't this the same tactic he had used before to pull monsters away? The monster that was provoked had high aggro, while the one that was just triggered had very low aggro. As long as he kiked for a while, it would lose aggro and return to its original position. The shield team leader ran quickly, using the level 20 skill charge to increase his movement speed by 60% for half a minute. This made him faster than the elite monsters. He kited the two monsters in a big circle, but by the time the charge effect wore off, the monster still hadn't lost aggro. The monsters here had high attack power. The magic users could deal over 1,000 damage, while the warriors could hit around 800. The shield team leader had over 9,000 health, easily tanking one monster, but two monsters were a bit challenging. Considering the priest's mana, healing continuously would quickly deplete their resources, so they could only fight one monster at a time. But now, the other elite monster hadn't lost aggro. The shield warrior captain didn't dare to lure the monsters over, so he could only activate the shield warrior's level 20 skill grace to hold the line. This skill increased health by 30%, restored 30% of maximum health, and reduced damage by 30%. The duration lasted for 2 minutes. With the skill in play, the shield warrior captain was not flustered. Qin Shen, standing behind the dungeon entrance, was getting a bit impatient. At this rate, how long would it take to clear the dungeon? He raised his staff, ready to summon a skeleton. The assassin, seeing his movement, thought he was about to attack and quickly placed a hand on his staff. Bro, don't rush. Wait until the monsters are pulled over. Qin Shen had no choice but to hold back. Just then, the captain had stabilized the monsters and was running towards them. The two priests hurried over to heal. Qin Shen muttered softly, this leveling is way too slow. Although he said it quietly, all 4 members of the team heard him. Each felt a bit uncomfortable. Indeed, their leveling was slow, and their efficiency was much lower, which was why they were only at level 28, far behind the mainstream level of 32. But this was much safer. They knew their talents weren't strong and didn't dare to take risks. Although leveling was slow, it was safe and worry-free. They thought this was reasonable, even if their level would indeed be mocked by those who leveled up quickly. But their mockery was their business. With just a sliver of health, how could they laugh at us? The assassin, the two priests, and the shield warrior captain all felt a sense of indignation. Once the shield warrior captain had stabilized the monsters, the assassin unleashed a dark skill and charged in. Following that was a smooth little combo typical of the assassin class, dealing over 2000 damage. He provocatively glanced at Qin Shen, wanting to see how much damage he could deal. However, he found that Qin Shen, who had just been ready to act, was now standing there in a daze, not knowing what he was doing. Qin Shen's private chat notification chimed. Upon opening it, he found it was a message from Mississippi. Hey, handsome, what have you been busy with lately? Qin Shen had no good feelings towards this woman. He casually replied, leveling. Oh, you're still busy leveling? I advise you to stop and find a place to hide. Miss said. Qin Shen asked, what do you mean? Why should I hide? Miss replied, you really don't know that danger is about to descend upon you? Let me tell you, the person who wants to deal with you is almost ready to make their move. Do you want to know what they have prepared? Qin Shen said, I don't want to. Miss, who had originally wanted to show off, was taken aback by his 2 words, feeling a surge of anger. Ha ha, don't underestimate them. Let me tell you, their methods are something you've never seen before. Don't think that just because you've won a few times by luck, you can keep winning. Miss admonished. Qin Shen replied, you don't need to worry about that. No matter what tricks they have, they won't work on me. You really don't know what's good for you. I warn you, things are not as simple as you think. Miss said anxiously. You have never seen their methods. Qin Shen found her too verbose and simply stopped replying. Miss felt like she was hitting a wall. She thought she could easily manipulate Qin Shen with this information, but he was completely indifferent to her secret news. Do you really not want to know who they are? Who has been working behind your back? Qin Shen replied, I already know who it is, no need for you to tell me. Haha, how is that possible? Where did you hear that? You're lying to me, aren't you? Qin Shen impatiently responded, yes, I'm lying to you. Can we skip the nonsense? At this point, the team had already killed an elite monster. The assassin looked at Qin Shen with some disdain. You were just complaining about how slow we were at killing monsters. And now that we've started, he isn't even here. The little bearded priest also said, exactly. He complained about us being slow. I want to see how fast he can kill monsters. The female priest indignantly said, he only has a drop of blood. It's already good enough that he can level up, yet he still says such things. This person is really annoying. The shield team leader tried to calm everyone down. Alright, stop saying those things. Since we've already formed a team, let's work together to clear this dungeon. The little bearded priest retorted, but look at him, does he plan to work together? Just now he complained about the team's low damage output. If it's too low, why doesn't he fight the monsters? Now that others have started fighting, he's just standing there in a daze. Who does that? The female priest pouted in agreement. Exactly, who does that? He really loves to brag. The shield team leader was somewhat at a loss, scratching his head as he looked at Qin Shen still dazed in place, thinking, come on, big brother, what are you doing? Move a bit. The assassin couldn't stand it anymore. I'll go check on him. At that moment, Qin Shen had just sent a message. It's nothing, don't disturb me. The person on the other side, Miss, gritted her teeth in anger. This kid is really arrogant. Fine. I'll just wait for you to trip and come begging me. Hey, brother, everyone has started fighting monsters. Qin Shen was interrupted by a voice and simply closed the chat box. He looked up to see 4 teammates staring at him wide-eyed. Beneath their feet lay the corpse of a monster. They had already killed 1 monster, and Qin Shen felt a bit embarrassed. Next, let's not waste time. Let me lead you to finish clearing the dungeon. Qin Shen just wanted to be straightforward. Besides, he admitted he wanted to show off a little with subtitles. However, his words sounded strange to his teammates. That's not what we meant. We didn't think you were bad. We just meant, if it's time to fight monsters, let's fight. The shield team leader comforted. He thought Qin Shen had been stimulated and was starting to lose his mind. But Qin Shen ignored him and waved his staff, summoning a skeleton beside them. This skeleton was not much different from the ones they had seen before, except for the weapon in its hand. While other skeletons wielded bone swords, this one held a glowing sword. It looked somewhat extraordinary. What kind of skeleton is this? The assassin asked curiously. They only knew that Qin Shen was a magic-type profession, and it was only at this moment, seeing the skeleton, that they realized he was a necromancer. But why was this necromancer's summoned skeleton so different? Qin Shen summoned Subtitles. Subtitles was still level 40. The bottom of the attribute panel noted that he could level up, but Qin Shen had fought so many monsters with him and he hadn't leveled up. He thought it should level up just like ordinary skeletons following the owner's level. The ordinary skeletons Qin Shen summoned also leveled up with him, except when the lucky effect activated, the summoned skeletons were all fixed levels. Well, never mind what kind of skeleton it is, after all, it's just a skeleton, and as long as it's a skeleton, it doesn't deal much damage. This was everyone's consensus. Fortunately, the necromancer had his own attack skills, so it wasn't considered too low damage, and the teammates breathed a sigh of relief. What they lacked was precisely a ranged damage profession. It didn't matter what the profession was, as long as it was ranged. However, at that moment, the team leader thought Qin Shen was angry because of everyone's earlier comments. Alright, everyone, don't be angry. Leveling up isn't easy, it's hard to come together, so let's just brush off some minor frictions. Leveling up is the right path, the shield team leader advised. Qin Shen was a bit confused. What friction? Did we have a conflict? I just replied to a few messages and you all are in conflict? Your relationship is really fragile. But this team leader is still quite nice. Don't worry. Next, I'll lead you to level up. After we finish this dungeon, I have other things to do, Qin Shen said. The shield team leader was about to pull the monsters when he heard Qin Shen say that and shook his head helplessly. The other 3 teammates behind him also shook their heads in resignation. I couldn't help but ponder how fragile this person was, getting so defensive over just a few honest words. And really, what could a mere necromancer do to help us level up? Just that skeleton of yours? This guy is such a blowhard. Although everyone had their grievances against Qin Shen, they kept them to themselves. Just as Qin Shen was about to order sod arrows to clear a path, the shield team leader stepped in first. Hold on, everyone. I'll lure the monsters over first. Just as the provocation was issued, that elite Nunu tribe monster had already turned its head. Suddenly, a yellow light dragon shot out from beside Qin Shen, covering a distance of 20 meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 20 meters away. The elite Nunu monster that was pierced by the yellow light dragon had a massive damage number floating above its head. -831920 over 800,000 damage instantly wiped out the Nunu tribe's short health bar. Its round body collapsed to the ground. The enormous damage left the 4 teammates in shock. What the hell? What just happened? Did it just get one shot? The most they usually saw were damage values in the tens of thousands. They had never witnessed such a long string of damage numbers before. How much was that? Over 800,000 damage, all at once. Sod arrows continued to charge forward, and after executing a 3-part dragon slash, he reached the maximum distance from the skeleton to its master. In front of him was a cluster of Nunu tribe monsters, and without hesitation, Sod arrows unleashed a blade draw. A white arc of sword light rapidly spread outwards, dealing around 4 million damage to every monster it touched. Seeing his skeleton clear a path in the blink of an eye, Qin Shen called out to everyone, "Let's go!" The stunned group followed Qin Shen like zombies. Was that a real one-hit kill? They had thought that the one-drop blood was just a low-level dungeon because it was afraid of dying, but it seemed that was far from the truth. They had assumed the seemingly ordinary, even slightly odd skeleton was weak, but it turned out to deal hundreds of thousands in damage. Even that King Yiba, who boasted all day in the World Channel, probably didn't have such high damage output. The group immediately became more obedient, putting away their disdain for Qin Shen, even secretly relieved that they hadn't said anything too harsh earlier. Following behind Qin Shen, they watched as sod arrows weaved through the pile of monsters, leaving nothing but round corpses and dropped items in his wake. With sod arrows around, this dungeon run was going smoothly, unlike last time when they had to worry about aggro and pulling. The group hurried towards the distant palace. On the way, the assassin finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Hey, brother, where did you get this skeleton? Why is it so powerful? I've never seen such a fierce skeleton before." Qin Shen thought to himself that he was definitely right. If he had seen one, it would be a different story. "My skeleton is one of a kind. How does it compare to those necromancers' skeletons? Much stronger, right?" "Of course, it's way stronger. You could say it's incredibly powerful," the assassin flattered. Seizing the opportunity, the shield team leader added, "Hey, brother, I'm sorry, we didn't know you were this strong earlier and thought you were just bragging. We may have offended you with our words, so please forgive us." The captain knew this was a big shot and was afraid that they had offended him in some way. People like them couldn't afford to offend someone so powerful, so his tone was humble. Qin Shen waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, you all are good enough. I'm not that petty to hold a grudge over a few words." The group finally relaxed. At the same time, their curiosity got the better of them, and they began to ask questions, wanting to know why Qin Shen was so strong. Qin Shen didn't want them to know too many of his secrets, as they were just passing acquaintances, so he sent them off to collect items instead. The level of this dungeon is too low, so there isn't much good loot, not to mention the meager amount of money the equipment dropped isn't worth much either, so Qin Shen didn't care about the rewards at all. Instead, his 4 teammates felt a bit guilty as they split the drops with Qin Shen. Meanwhile, Qin Shen was focused on converting skeletons and then sacrificing them. Now he had 2 empty skeleton slots, allowing him to use the conversion skill without consuming death energy. Occasionally, while converting skeletons, a system notification would sound, indicating that a lucky effect had been activated. However, even the elite monsters he converted were useless to him, so he simply sacrificed them without a second thought. Soon, under Sodrosa's rapid offensive, the team arrived at the palace. As before, there were still many construction workers busy on scaffolding outside the palace. But this time, they wouldn't be as cautious as last time. They directly unleashed their skeletons to wreak havoc. They quickly cleared out all the monsters outside the palace, leaving only the interior. Qin Shen had always had a concern. The key to the smelting room was obtained after he killed the great clan leader, and others must have killed the great clan leader too. Would they also drop the key? To find out the answer, it would be best to farm the great clan leader once more. With that thought, Qin Shan ordered Sadros to rampage inside the palace. There was a legend in Wolfsmoke City that the leader of the Dominance Legion, Wang Yiba, could solo any dungeon with just one healer. Thus, Wang Yiba was recognized as the highest combat power in Wolfsmoke City. The Shield Warrior team had previously thought the same. However, after witnessing Qin Shan's monster farming method today, they realized Wang Yiba was nothing. It turned out that the real big shots were those who kept a low profile, unlike Wang Yiba, who flaunted his strength everywhere, seemingly afraid that others wouldn't know how impressive he was. In fact, if one were to think about it, there were still people who could threaten Qin Shen's life, namely the shadow assassin Liu. This guy was still the vice captain of the Dominance Legion, enjoying the benefits of the Legion. Moreover, his talent was somewhat outrageous, allowing him to traverse dimensional spaces at will. A single strike from him could take Qin Shen out in an instant. If he hid in the dimensional space, Qin Shen's skeletons wouldn't be able to detect him, leaving him vulnerable to a sneak attack. Last time, thanks to Suyu's state, the skeleton's health had increased tenfold, causing Qin Shen's secondary health bar to also surge tenfold. Now, without any health bonuses, being attacked by him would surely lead to disaster. Fortunately, Liu was a coward. Despite his usual arrogance due to his talent, after being killed by Qin Shen, he had turned into a timid person, no longer daring to attempt sneak attacks. This allowed Qin Shen to enjoy a period of peace. Sadros led the 5 of them on a rampage, slaughtering all the monsters in the palace. They soon arrived at the boss room again. Qin Shen felt a bit nostalgic, recalling how he used to spend half a day studying tactics before starting to fight the boss, but now he could resolve it with just one skill. They stepped into the final boss room, where the great clan leader stood with his rotund body. "You dare to intrude." Before the great clan leader could finish his line, a light dragon pierced through him, and after a damage number of 800,000 floated above his head, he fell. Qin Shen stepped forward to collect the loot. He picked up a bronze metal tunic, a leather lower garment, 20 soul sealing stones, 10 gold coins, and a piece of refined beast bone, after which there was nothing left. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was the only one with the key to the smelting room, and others wouldn't be able to enter the burial ground again. After distributing the items as needed, Qin Shen announced, "Alright, this dungeon run is over. Do you want to fight somewhere else?" There were still many elite monsters outside. Although Sadros cleared monsters quickly, he had only cleared about half of the elite monsters. The others were still a bit dazed. Just now, the system had notified them that they had received 4 soul sealing stones, and since entering the dungeon, they had a total of 20. What was going on? But the soul sealing stone that can extend life. It was so easily divided by this giant with a drop of blood. They hadn't even fought a single boss because they were too afraid to try. This time they only planned to farm some elite monsters in the dungeon. Who would have thought that under the giant's leadership, they would actually get the soul sealing stone? Especially the shield team leader and the assassin, the 2 of them unexpectedly obtained bronze-level equipment, something they had never even dared to dream of before. Looking at the extra items in his backpack, the shield team leader excitedly said, "Thank you. I really appreciate it." The assassin was also overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Yes. If it weren't for you, I would never have touched bronze-level equipment in my life. This is so advanced." The 2 priests also received black iron-level equipment and were equally thrilled. Qin Shen was somewhat speechless. Good grief, just a piece of bronze-level equipment had them this excited. Alright, no need for thanks, I'm not here to level up, I have a mission. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Qin Shen pointed to the door of the forging room beside them. Right behind it was the destination of this trip, the burial ground. Just as Qin Shen mentioned the mission, the shield team leader seemed to remember something and began rummaging through his backpack. He pulled out a red book and handed it to Qin Shen, saying, "This is the only item we got from a hidden quest. It's very rare. We don't have much to thank you with, so this road is yours." Hidden quest? Only road? Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's body shook with excitement as he took the lavishly bound book. The cover had 3 large characters written on it, invitation letter. When he opened it, it read, "On June 15th of the first year, a martial arts competition for the second daughter Sophie will be held at the Gathering Fragrance Tower, hoping for masters to come and participate." The signature was Shiku family. What is this? A martial arts competition for marriage? How rustic and yet so foreign. Qin Shen had never seen anything like it in the Myriad Worlds game. Quite interesting. Since it was a unique item, he decided to keep it safe. The 15th is in 2 days, today is the 13th, so there's no rush. After thanking the shield team leader, he expressed a desire to continue farming monsters here. After all, they had just obtained good equipment, and some couldn't suppress their urge to give it a try. Under the shield team's lead, the 4 of them walked out. After Qin Shen got ready, he pointed his staff at the corpse of the clan leader. "Rise, my servant. Lucky effect has been activated." The system prompt came, and Qin felt a surge of joy as he watched the plump skeleton crawl out from the corpse. The former clan leader's skeleton had accompanied him for a long journey. Its whirlwind slash had contributed a lot of experience points to him. Now seeing it again, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. However, you are of no use to me now. Qin chose to sacrifice it, gaining 3 points of progress. After sacrificing the clan leader's skeleton, Qin approached the stone door, placing his hand on it, and received a system prompt asking if he wanted to enter the refining room. He chose yes. His body became faint and was teleported inside. Stepped into the burial ground. The system prompt came again. The surroundings turned into an eternal night devoid of light. He rummaged through his backpack and took out the magical torch he had purchased from the general store. After choosing to use it, a torch hung above his head. The light was especially useful in this pitch-black environment, illuminating an area of about 10 meters around him. Qin saw a skeleton warrior wandering nearby, holding a bone knife. When he checked the mission information again, it had changed. You have entered the burial ground. Please go to location to find and rescue Nolan in crisis. There was a location prompt, which was great. Qin's biggest fear was having to run around like a headless fly. After clicking on the location information, he found that it was still quite far from here, in the same direction as when he was looking for the bone spirit Rudra last time. This inevitably reminded him of the giant's footsteps again. Damn! With Rudra this time, what is there to be afraid of? At worst, he could summon Rudra. He still wanted to see what attributes the giant had. After getting ready, Qin waved his staff, and 3 skeletons appeared beside him. Adventurer, your skeletons seem a bit special, huh? Nolan asked curiously. Qin lifted Nolan's legs a bit. With his current power level, carrying an old man like this was quite easy. They are indeed quite special, he replied somewhat nervously. This guy was also a necromancer, and Qin was afraid he might notice something, so it was better to say less. After all, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he could make. I feel like I've seen that weapon in your skeleton's hand. Somewhere? Nolan murmured, then fell into deep thought. Where could it be? Why does it look so familiar? Qin's palms were sweating nervously. Most of the NPCs in Wolf Smoke City recognized him. He hoped Nolan wouldn't figure anything out. Oh, I remember now, Nolan suddenly said, startling Qin into a daze. Sodros. Yes, that sword looks like Sodros' light sword. The length and the shine are so similar, Nolan said. Qin's heart raced. He silently prayed that the old man wouldn't look too closely. Adventurer, where did your skeleton get that light sword? Nolan suddenly asked. Qin was at a loss for how to answer. Didn't he realize that this skeleton was Sodros? That. Qin didn't dare to tell him the truth. Who knew what kind of relationship he had with Sodros? Sigh, just when one problem was unresolved, another one arose. He hadn't even figured out a strategy for the SSS level skill book, and now he had to explain the origin of the light sword. Before Qin could find a suitable excuse, Nolan suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, I got it. It must be a gift from Sodros to you, right? And then you swapped the skeleton's bone knife. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the old man provided a reason himself. He quickly nodded. Exactly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Nolan countered with confusion. Hey? No, wait. That light sword is Sodros' most treasured weapon. How could he give it to someone else? After saying that, he stared seriously at the back of Qin's head, hoping for an explanation. Qin awkwardly turned his head, chuckled, and said, it was a reward for a quest. Oh, so it was a quest reward. It must be a hidden quest, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get such a reward. Qin hurriedly nodded. Yes. It was a hidden quest. So that makes sense. I was wondering how Sodros' weapon ended up in your skeleton's hands. So that's it, Nolan murmured. Qin sighed in relief. He had managed to bluff his way through. He didn't know what kind of relationship Nolan had with Sodros. If they were close, he might seek revenge for him. Cautiously, he asked, Master Nolan, what is your relationship with Sodros? Nolan's expression became distant, his eyes filled with memories, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Sodros. He was my old rival. Oh, a rival. Then I can relax. Even if he knew Sodros had died by his hand, he definitely wouldn't seek revenge. Just as Qin was feeling relieved, Nolan suddenly changed the subject. We grew up together. Back then, he chose the sword path, while I chose the necromancer. Later, we fought our way from the village to Wolf Smoke City. We made quite a name for ourselves in Wolf Smoke City. I reached the highest realm of necromancy, while he reached the highest realm of the sword soul profession. From then on, neither of us would back down, and we often sparred together. So, I call him my old rival. What? Is that the explanation for an old rival? Damn it! Qin almost got fooled by this so-called old rival. This was no rival, they were practically blood brothers. Alright, since you two are so close, I definitely can't let you know that this skeleton belongs to Sodros. Otherwise, wouldn't that old man come after me? Qin's emotions fluctuated wildly, but fortunately, Nolan didn't notice. Instead, he continued recounting his experiences with Sodros. Yeah, Let me tell you, every time we spar, if I didn't hold back, how could he possibly match me? Ha ha. As a sword soul, he's no match for me, a necromancer. Shin-chan awkwardly chuckled. By the way, old man, it seems that the necromancer is the weakest class among all professions. Nolan slapped Shin-chan's shoulder in frustration. How can you say that, you little brat? Aren't you a necromancer? Shin-chan replied, yes. Precisely because I'm a necromancer, I know that. The status of the necromancer class is too low. Nolan took a deep breath, somewhat indignant. What do they know? That's because necromancers haven't learned the right skills. What skills? Necromancer skills don't seem that impressive. Shin-chan asked curiously. Nolan hesitated for a moment and then said, sigh. Ultimately, it's still a problem with the necromancer class. If you were to change to a death mage, it would be completely different. Shin-chan was a bit confused. He had just mentioned necromancers, and now it was about death mages? He had to admit he couldn't keep up with Nolan's leaps in thought. But the death mage is a unique hidden class. It's extremely difficult to change to. Shin-chan asked curiously, what's the difference between a death mage and a necromancer? Nolan said, the difference is huge, like the difference between the bright moon and fireflies, or like the difference between the ocean and a small river. Shin-chan felt that Nolan was bragging. Wasn't it just a matter of one word? How could there be such a big difference? Nolan leaned forward and saw the disdain on Shin-chan's face. Hey, kid, don't you dare not believe me. What I'm saying is all true. Shin-chan pouted, I believe. Anyway, I won't ever see it, so I believe whatever you say. Nolan, like a naive child, jumped up and down on his back when he saw Shin-chan's disdain. Hey, don't you dare not believe me. I know how to change to a death mage. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Shin-chan's eyes lit up and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Really? The death mage was a hidden class, and the only hidden class, completely different from his ordinary necromancer. Of course. It's just it's just a bit difficult. From his tone, it was clear that Nolan lacked confidence. It seemed this was indeed a very challenging task. Shin-chan believed what Nolan said. The death mage must be much stronger than the necromancer. Otherwise, Nolan wouldn't have said such things. So, if there was a way to change to a death mage, Shin-chan had to know. After their earlier conversation, he understood that Nolan had a childish temperament and couldn't handle being provoked. So he said, sigh. Since you say so, it means that changing to a death mage is indeed a very difficult thing. Since you don't know, that's normal. After all, you're not omnipotent. Sure enough, Shin-chan's judgment was correct. Nolan was indeed angered. He huffed and said, who says I don't know how to change to a death mage? No one understands death mages better than I do. Let me put it this way. You just need to find the death runestone and take it to the Mist Marsh. There's an altar there, place the runestone on the altar, and you can perform the transfer ceremony. Death runestone? How do you get it? Do you have one? Nolan lost his confidence. Hey, I don't care about that thing. Why would I collect it? Shin-chan scoffed, tch. It's precisely because you don't have it that you say you don't care. Wait until you actually have it, and who knows how you'll brag. Nolan was furious and patted his head. Hey, you little brat. Just because I said I don't care, I really don't care. I know where to find it. It's so easy to get it. Isn't that just like putting it right in my palm? Shin-chan hurriedly asked, where is it? The West K family. The necromancer's talisman is in the treasure vault of the West K family. But that old thing is very stingy. There's no way he would be willing to part with such a treasure. The West K family? That name sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Oh, right, the invitation I just received was issued by the West K family, wasn't it? Originally, Shin-chan didn't care much about the martial arts competition for marriage, but now it seems he must go there the day after tomorrow. Got it, I just need to take the necromancer's talisman hidden in the West K family's treasure vault and then head to the Misty Marsh to hold the job change ceremony, right? Shin-chan confirmed. Nolan nodded. Theoretically, yes, but the necromancer's talisman is not easy to obtain. The current patriarch of the West K family is a guy who only takes and never gives. There's no way he would hand over such a precious item to you. Shin-chan sneered. What if I forcefully take it? With Rudra by his side, even if the West K family was powerful, they would have to comply. But Nolan quickly waved his hand. Hey, no. The necromancer's talisman is very easy to destroy. Before you can snatch it, the patriarch of the West K family will definitely choose to destroy it. Shin-chan pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I understand. He continued walking back with Nolan. Knowing that Nolan was a chatterbox, Shin-chan no longer treaded carefully and directly asked, what are you trying to get from the burial ground this time? Nolan sighed and said, I want to get the bone spirit. I heard there's a powerful creature's bone spirit in this place, so I came here to try my luck. If I can get it, my strength will skyrocket. Unfortunately, after entering here, I didn't find the bone spirit and I got my legs crushed by a titan skeleton. Isn't that just bad luck? Shin-chan's heart tightened. Sure enough, Nolan was also here looking for Rudra's bone spirit, but he encountered that giant skeleton before reaching his destination. The bone spirit had already been taken by him. What should he do now?
If Nolan couldn't get the bone spirit, would he still give him the SSS level skill book? That seemed very unlikely. But if he had to hand over the bone spirit, Shin-chan would never agree. He had seen how powerful Rudra was. Now he wanted the SSS level skill book but was reluctant to part with the bone spirit. What should he do now? If we get to the place and the bone spirit is gone, would you still give me that skill book? Shin-chan tentatively asked. He originally thought Nolan would refuse decisively, but to his surprise, he hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. That won't work. My task for you is to bring back the bone spirit. If you can't find it, the task will fail. Seeing him hesitate for a moment, Shin-chan knew there was still room for negotiation. Oh, come on. The task can't be so rigid, can it? What if the bone spirit is already gone? Wouldn't I be at a loss? Running around with you for nothing, making my back ache and my waist sore. That's just not worth it. Hearing his bargaining, the naive Nolan began to think. That does make some sense. Right. It definitely makes sense. Think about it. I also want to help you find the bone spirit, right? I naturally want you to achieve your goal. I'm doing this for your own good. He even started to PUA him. Hey, wait a minute. Nolan urgently called to stop Shin-chan's words. Let me ask you, how do you know the bone spirit is already gone? He finally realized there was something wrong with Shin-chan's words, a big problem. You've been saying the bone spirit is gone. Where did it go? Did you steal it? Nolan asked fiercely. Shin-chan broke out in a sweat. Damn it, it was all his fault for being too anxious. As the saying goes, care leads to chaos, and now he had raised Nolan's suspicions. What should he do now? I say, Uncle Nolan, how would I know if there's a bone spirit there? I'm just afraid I won't be able to complete the task. Nolan shot him a fierce glare from behind. That's good. You better be honest, don't lie to me, got it? Shin-chan was still waiting to get the SSS level skill book, so he naturally acted very obediently. He quickly nodded. Got it. Soon, as the two continued their conversation, they approached the location of the bone spirit. Even as Shin-chan slowed his pace, the two massive hand bones appeared within the light of the magical torch. Yes, it should be right there. Those are the hand bones of the Titan skeleton. It should be on the palms of the two hand bones. Reluctantly, Shin-chan turned around to carry Nolan on his back. Hurry up, move faster. Nolan kept urging him. As Shin-chan's legs drew closer, the scene in the middle of the giant palm also came into view. Nothing at all, not even a hair, just the bare hand bones. How could this be? This isn't right. There should be a bone spirit here, and it should be a high-tier bone spirit. Nolan couldn't accept the situation, straightening up from Shin-chan's back. After crawling to the ground, he used his hands to crawl over, struggling to climb up the protruding giant palm. With his fractured legs, he managed to stand up using only his hands. Trembling, he crawled onto the giant palm, muttering in disbelief. How could this be? How could this happen? There should clearly be a high-tier bone spirit here. Seeing this situation, Shin-chan felt increasingly troubled. He cared so much about that bone spirit, and now that he couldn't find it, it was even less likely that he would get the skill book for free. What to do now? What to do? Just when Shin-chan was at a loss, Nolan suddenly turned around. It's you! You took the bone spirit, didn't you? Was it you? Shin-chan hurriedly waved his hands. No. I didn't take the bone spirit. I don't even know what that is. This has nothing to do with me. Bah! Don't try to sweet-talk me. I started to suspect you when you kept asking if not finding the bone spirit would give you a reward. Now it seems you really did take the bone spirit. Hand it over. At this point, it seemed impossible to deceive Nolan any longer, so Shin-chan spread his hands and gave up. I don't know what a bone spirit is. I've never seen that thing. Believe it or not. This made Nolan furious. Fine. You just keep being stubborn. Let me tell you, without the bone spirit, there's no skill book. You better think this through. This is an SSS level skill book. Anyone who gets such a skill book can gain tremendous enhancements, let alone you, a one-hit wonder necromancer. I don't know where you got these strange skeletons, but you, right now, you're just a useless necromancer. If you want to change your fate, hand over the bone spirit. Shin-chan laughed. Who was it that said necromancers are powerful just a moment ago? How did you suddenly start belittling yourself? Nolan pointed at him. Don't change the subject. Right now, I'm asking about the whereabouts of the bone spirit. Shin-chan shrugged. Sorry, I don't know where the bone spirit is. As for your task reward, since I can't get it, I don't plan to take it. As for the first task you gave me, to rescue you, sorry, I'm not doing that either. After saying this, Shin-chan turned around and prepared to leave. This made Nolan anxious again. He had been trapped here for many days, with broken legs, unable to get out by himself. Now that someone had finally come in, he could only rely on him to get out. Hey, adventurer, wait. Don't be in such a hurry. Even if there's no SSS level skill, there's still the experience reward, right? You can't give up on the task. Shin-chan turned back and glanced at him disdainfully. 5 million experience points? Are you kidding me? You think this little favor will make me rescue you? No way.
Nolan just spoke his mind, but unexpectedly, he still had to rely on Qin to carry him out. He immediately felt a pang of regret. Adventurer. It's my fault, I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Look, can't you carry me out? Qin had now grabbed his little braid, determined to make him pay dearly. No way. Unless you give me the SSS level skill book as a reward, otherwise I won't carry you out. Upon hearing this, Nolan exploded. How can that be? Just for saving you, I should reward you with an SSS level skill book? What kind of crazy task is that? No way, at most I'll give you a piece of golden level equipment. Qin shook his head. If that's the case, then forget it. I don't care for golden level equipment. Anyway, without the SSS level skill book, I won't save you out. You can just stay here and wait to die. Oh, right. Here's a hint. As of now, I'm the only one who can enter here. Qin stubbornly held his ground. Nolan, upon hearing his words, became both angry and anxious. This is extortion. What kind of task has such a generous reward? No way. I can't agree to that. Alright, you said it. If you don't want to live, I can't help it. Then you'll just have to stay here. After saying that, Qin prepared to leave. Nolan really didn't want to die, but he was also reluctant to part with the SSS level skill. Giving it away so easily to someone with just one drop of health felt quite unfair. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, how about this? If you save me out, I'll give you an SS level skill book. An SS level skill book? That was quite tempting. Qin wanted to hold out a bit longer. After all, the allure of the SSS level was too great, but he was also afraid Nolan would backtrack, so he had to ask, are you serious? Nolan quickly agreed, of course I'm serious. I've already changed the task reward. Qin hurriedly checked his task reward. He found that it had indeed changed. From 5 million experience points to a skill book. Seal the marquee and command the generals, SS level. It really was an SS level skill book. Qin was very pleased, although he regretted not obtaining the bone hell skill. This was still good. He nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I'll carry you out right now. Nolan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this kid agreed. Otherwise he would have really given away the SSS level skill. Qin walked over, just about to pick up Nolan, when suddenly, the ground shook. With a loud thud, the familiar sound of huge footsteps echoed again. It was that Titan skeleton, the one he had encountered last time. Qin's heart tightened, unsure of what to do. Nolan also froze upon hearing the footsteps. He quickly urged, hurry, carry me and run. It's the Titan skeleton, if we run into it, we'll be done for. Thud. Another loud footstep sounded, identical to the last time. Qin's heart sank, thinking this was it. Last time he had narrowly escaped using the portal, but this time the portal was far away, and he had to carry this dead weight. There was no way he could escape. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take a gamble against the Titan skeleton. Nolan saw him raise his staff instead of coming to carry him and anxiously urged, what are you planning to do? Hurry and carry me. Are you really going to fight the Titan skeleton? Qin calmly analyzed, there's no way I can carry you and outrun that Titan skeleton now. The only option is to fight. You just stay here and watch. Nolan was stunned. Adventurer. Where do you get the courage to fight the Titan skeleton? You only have one drop of health. If it touches you, you're dead. You really don't understand how powerful the Titan skeleton is. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Hey, hurry, and carry me. Qin gripped his staff, his gaze resolute. I said, it's too late to run, the only option now is to fight. Nolan was on the verge of breaking down. I say, you are truly hopeless. With just one drop of health, how can you fight the Titan skeleton? You may be dead, but this will get me killed. The heavy footsteps quickly approached. Qin couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, mainly because he didn't know what attributes the Titan skeleton had. If its level and rank were too high, he wouldn't be able to handle it at all. However, this was still a map belonging to Wolfsmoke City, and no matter how strong the Titan skeleton was, it shouldn't exceed the limits, right? The level limit for a level 3 city map is below level 40 in gold rank. The last time they attacked the city, the Tatar was already at the highest level. Just as he was guessing randomly, the heavy footsteps had already run over, clearly heading towards them. Nolan wailed, it's over, it's over, it's over. It's all my fault for stumbling upon the Titan skeleton's remains, which summoned its kind. How could I be so careless? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Qin then understood why the Titan skeleton only appeared after the bone spirit was taken last time. It turned out he had encountered its kind. This time, it was Nolan who had stumbled upon it, thus summoning the Titan skeleton. The reason Qin was anxious was also due to the fact that he couldn't use Rudra this time, because once summoned, Nolan would definitely know it was the bone spirit. That would confirm that he had taken the lost bone spirit. He couldn't afford to offend Nolan right now, as he still had an SS level skill quest, which, although not as good as an SSS level skill, was still a rare and powerful skill. While Qin was thinking about how to deal with the Titan skeleton, Nolan was still leaning against the giant palm, mumbling about how it was all over. Qin Shen, with just a drop of blood, was too overconfident, daring to provoke the Titan skeleton, and he himself had 2 broken legs, unable to exert his full strength. Just as Nolan was rambling on endlessly, the heavy footsteps had already come close. Both of them widened their eyes, staring in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a massive leg bone appeared within the light of the magical torch. The thickness of that leg bone was about as thick as a refrigerator. Moreover, the shin bone alone was 3 meters tall. Above that, it was completely dark and impossible to see. My god, such a huge creature? Qin Shen hurriedly checked its attributes. Low-tier Titan skeleton, gold. Rank, regional boss, level, 40 health, 42 million attack power, 520000 skills, powerful shockwave, Titan's fury, slam, chain lightning. Wind spear, magic suppression zone. Powerful shockwave, the Titan leaps into the air, creating a powerful earthquake that deals 130% physical attack damage to enemy units within a 20-meter radius. Titan's fury, the Titan erupts in anger, dealing 150% physical attack damage to all enemy units within a 20-meter radius. Slam, the Titan slams the ground with both hands, dealing 120% physical attack damage to all enemy units within a 15-meter radius. Chain lightning, all of the Titan's attacks have a splash effect, dealing equal damage to up to 10 enemy units. Wind spear, deals 320% physical attack damage to a single enemy target. Magic suppression zone, when the Titan's health drops to 50%, a 50-meter radius magic suppression zone is created, prohibiting all magical skills within this area. Goodness, most of these are area damage. The Titan's damage output is not small. However, seeing its attributes, Qin Shen felt relieved. Aside from being a regional boss with thick health, this guy's damage isn't actually that high. Each damage output is between 600,000 and 800,000, and Qin Shen just happened to want to test the Carl skeleton he had just obtained. This skeleton had a massive damage value, especially in the Dark Hell, with a 1000% magic power bonus, allowing him to deal 8.5 million damage in one hit. The only downside was the long cooldown time. It was just right to use the Titan for an experiment. While Qin Shen was plotting, Nolan beside him was already scared stiff. Adventurer, let's run. Quick, you can't beat it. You'll get me killed like this. Qin Shen turned his head and shouted, shut up. Just then, the Titan skeleton moved. 2 thick leg bones jumped up and then quickly fell back down. As it leaped, Qin Shen already knew what it was going to do. He hurriedly retreated. Finally, he managed to escape the attack range just before its feet landed. However, the Legion commander and Carl's skeleton were not so lucky. They couldn't dodge the attack. Instantly, a damage of minus 620,000 appeared above their heads. The Legion commander entered battle mode with 4.2 million health, while Carl only had 2.3 million. They immediately lost a significant chunk of health. What's the point of coming if you don't go back? Qin Shen directly commanded the 2 skeletons to act freely. However, he underestimated the Titan's defense. The Legion commander's area stun only dealt 230,000 damage. Fortunately, Carl's Dark Hell dealt 6.5 million damage. At that moment, the Titan also used a smashing skill, its massive bony fists crashing down to the ground, penetrating the darkness. This immediately caused a small earthquake around them. The Legion commander and Carl suffered around 700,000 damage again. This attack directly suppressed the Legion commander's health to below 80%, triggering his summoning condition. Without needing Qin Shen's command, the Legion commander raised his sword to the sky, and instantly, countless teleportation lights lit up around them. Countless Draken elite monsters gathered, wielding their swords to strike at the Titan's leg bones. Qin Shen checked the battle information and nearly spat blood in anger. Damn it, the Titan's skin is too thick. The Draken elites could only force a little health loss. Carl unleashed a frenzy surge along with a magic missile. Finally, the dark entanglement icon lit up, just as the Titan used a wind spear skill to stab the Legion commander, nearly killing him in one hit. Qin Shen hurriedly ordered Carl to release the dark entanglement. A chain formed from black mist tightly wrapped around the thick bones. On the stark white giant bones, it looked like a black vine creeping up. Qin Shen still overestimated his own strength and underestimated the Titan's defense. At this rate, the 2 skeletons would definitely not be able to handle the Titan. Qin Shen anxiously glanced at Sadaros beside him, unsure if letting him intervene would reveal any flaws to Nolan. He had just mentioned that the 2 often sparred, so he must be able to tell, right? Maybe not. After all, they were just sparring. Perhaps they hadn't used their full skills? Now, with Carl using control skills, if they didn't kill the Titan quickly, once it regained control, he wouldn't be able to restrain it anymore. After a moment of thought, Qin Shen decided to let Carl go. The Legion commander skeleton had already been recalled to the skeleton space. With so little health left, staying was also dangerous. In an instant, a yellow light dragon surged forward, piercing through the Titan's legs, and quickly returned. Each time it dealt around 710,000 damage, totaling 2.1 million damage over 3 charges. Then Subtitles unleashed a draw slash. -3 420,000 massive damage floated up, and Shin-chan felt a surge of joy. It seems Subtitles' damage was indeed high. Following that, the second segment of the draw slash was unleashed. The same damage number appeared. In an instant, the Titan lost 7 million health. Now that the Titan was controlled by Dark Entanglement, Subtitles could output without worry. He used whatever skill was off cooldown around it: Dragon Break slash, Draw slash, Breaking Army, Rising Dragon Strike, Triple slash, cycling through 4 skills, and when the cooldown wasn't up, he used the ordinary attack of the Demon Sword technique. Coupled with Carl's output, the Titan skeleton's health quickly dropped to just 10 million. At this point, the Titan skeleton finally regained movement. The black vines wrapped around it disappeared. Shin-chan thought to himself that only 12 seconds had passed. It seemed such a powerful control skill could only hold a golden boss for a limited time. During the control period, the Titan lost 4/5 of its health, becoming agitated and restless. It unleashed skills non-stop, stomping, pounding the ground, and using Wind Spear all at once. The damage from the Wind Spear was still considerable, but it all hit Subtitles. Over 10 million health points were instantly reduced by half. However, Shin-chan was not in a hurry, as Carl's Dark Hell had finished its cooldown. Dark Hell dealt over 6 million damage. Following that were 2 quick sword strikes, further reducing another 6 million health points. The massive body of the Titan skeleton crashed down with a thunderous sound, causing the ground to sink beneath it. Within the illuminated area of the magical torch, only the Titan skeleton's enormous feet bones were visible. After being defeated, a system notification sounded, granting 500,000 experience points from the Titan skeleton. Shin-chan happily approached to collect the loot. As he got closer, the full figure of the skeleton came into view. Within the 15-meter radius illuminated by the torch, there were white bones everywhere. This Titan stood 15 meters tall, and the skeleton lying on the ground was over a meter high, nearly reaching Shin-chan's chest, its entire frame radiating a white sheen. It looked quite imposing. After the Titan's death, 3 items dropped. Low-tier Titan robe bottom, golden grade, level 40 intelligence plus 6,300 health plus 2,300 magic power plus 3,500 spirit plus 4,500 physical/magic defense plus 2,100 physical/magic critical resistance. Plus 3% final damage reduction, 7% as expected of the Titan race. The equipment attributes were so strong. Another piece of golden grade equipment that he could use, but it was level 40, so he needed to level up 5 more times to equip it. He then picked up another piece of equipment. It was another cloth armor shoe, also level 40, just waiting for him to reach the level to wear it. There was also a bead. Shin-chan picked it up and looked at it. Inside the transparent crystal bead was a miniature Titan skeleton. Was it a bone spirit? Curious, Shin-chan checked its attributes. However, he was greatly disappointed. Titan summoning bead, can summon a Titan to fight for you, effect lasts for 5 minutes. After use, the Titan summoning bead disappears. Damn, I thought I could nurture a bone spirit, but it turns out to be a one-time consumable. Shin-chan, somewhat disappointed, put the summoning bead into his backpack. He might need it later. He then picked up 20 gold coins and 100 soul sealing stones, using them directly. Now, only the massive skeleton remained on the field. Shin-chan rubbed his hands together, preparing to take a chance. If he could summon the Titan, it would be a great choice. It would be a significant boost for him. After all, who wouldn't be intimidated by such a large skeleton standing in front of them? The staff pointed vaguely at the Titan. Rise, my servant. Come on, activate the lucky effect quickly. However, to Shin-chan's disappointment, all that appeared was a dazed skeleton warrior standing in front of him. Shin-chan was completely disheartened. Well, it seemed he wasn't that lucky after all. This Titan skeleton was the largest area boss in this burial ground. After dealing with the Titan skeleton, he could finally carry Nolan away without worry. There wasn't much left to linger over. Leveling up wasn't suitable, the equipment was too low level, and there weren't many bronze bosses. Shin-chan prepared to carry Nolan back to complete the quest and obtain the SS level skill. However, when he looked at Nolan again, he seemed like a different person. He leaned against the massive hands that stretched up from the ground, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Shin-chan, his mouth bared like a vicious wolf, as if Shin-chan had some deep-seated grudge against him, ready to devour him at any moment. Nolan, what are you doing? Shin-chan asked, feigning nonchalance as he spread his hands. Subtitles, that is, Subtitles' skeleton. How could he become your skeleton? Nolan was furious, so agitated that he could barely articulate his words. Shin-chan's heart sank. He thought to himself that it was over. He had ultimately been recognized by this old fellow. He wondered if he would still give him the skill book. Nolan, let me explain. It was Subtitles who wanted to kill me. I was forced to fight back. I was acting in self-defense. Nolan and Subtitles grew up together, and even though neither would back down during their frequent sparring sessions, they shared a childhood bond.
Such a strong relationship was not something a bystander like Qin Shen could interfere with, even if Subtitles was in the wrong. Now that Qin Shen had killed him, he would become an enemy. Nolan remained unfazed. You, a worthless drop of blood, actually. Dared to kill Subtitles, forced to fight back? Self-defense? Well, now I will also engage in self-defense. Seeing Nolan's unusual demeanor, ready to fight for Subtitles, Qin Shen realized that soft words would no longer work and quickly changed his tone. He threatened, Nolan, you need to think this through. If you kill me, you'll never get out of here, and you might not even be able to defeat me. Unbeknownst to him, Nolan's originally green name had turned a hostile bright red. Deathmage mentor indicated that his profession was a deathmage. Nolan looked like a madman, his silver hair flying wildly. He planted his staff into the ground before him, leaning on it with both hands, barely managing to stand. I just want you dead. His tone was resolute. As he spoke, his aura intensified, and the cloth armor he wore began to flutter without wind, making a rustling sound. Come forth, my legion. He suddenly released his grip on the staff, raising his hands, and with sheer willpower, he stood up. After he uttered the incantation, Qin Shen felt the ground creaking beneath him. It wasn't just one spot, the entire ground was rumbling. The ground around him was making creaking sounds from all directions, as if something was trying to break through from below. The noise was thick and pervasive, filling the air. Torches illuminated the area, revealing round, skull-like heads emerging. Qin Shen heard similar sounds of breaking earth in the areas not lit by the torches. The noise was so overwhelming it felt like he was drowning in a sea of skulls, sending chills down his spine. As Nolan raised his hands higher, the skulls that had broken through the ground slowly emerged. Below the skulls were skeletons, beneath them were necks, and below the necks were arms and the ribcages of skeletons. It was clear now he was surrounded by a sea of skeletons. As Nolan lifted his hands above his head, the skeletal warriors had fully emerged from the earth. Within the illuminated area of the magical torches, the white skeleton warriors stood densely packed. A few looked a bit dazed, but when surrounded by so many, it was a different story. The skeletons stood silently, their eyes flickering with green soul flames, holding bone knives ominously, making no movements, yet exuding an air of deadly intent. Moreover, in the darkness beyond the torchlight, who knows how many skeletons were waiting for orders to move. Nolan felt it wasn't over yet. He raised his staff high with one hand. My soldiers, you shall be promoted. As the incantation was spoken, two skeletons behind Qin Shen suddenly doubled in size, their bone knives transforming into gleaming iron swords. Qin Shen looked around. Among nearly 100 skeletons, over 20 had transformed into 2-meter-tall skeletal warriors. These skeletal warriors wielded shining knives and wore simple iron armor. Astonishingly, 1/5 of the skeletal warriors had been promoted to skeletal executioners. Suddenly, the group of skeletons that had been standing still began to stir. Then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. A headless knight clad in black armor, wielding a massive black sword, squeezed into the fray, riding a heavily armored warhorse. The headless knight sat atop the warhorse, exuding an imposing presence, radiating murderous intent. The sound of galloping hooves continued to echo from the darkness, followed by more headless knights riding in on their steeds. It was unclear how many headless knights Nolan's promotion had summoned. Subtitles didn't kill you. Then let me continue the job, Nolan said. Ominously, Qin Shen was still somewhat reluctant to part with his SS-level skill book. He tried to make one last effort. I say, Nolan, are you really going to make the same wrong decision as Subtitles? You can still back off now. I'll pretend nothing happened, and I can still save you. Nolan laughed loudly, then glared at Qin Shen with resentment, his tone chilling as he said, Kid, I don't care who you are. If you dare to kill Subtitles, you must die. Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. I can kill Subtitles, so I can naturally kill you too. Stop your pointless struggle. Give up, Nolan. Shut your filthy mouth. You think you can kill me with just a drop of your blood? I don't care what despicable methods you used to kill Subtitles. Today, you must accompany him to the grave. Nolan pointed his staff at Qin Shen. It seemed there really was no chance to resolve this. Standing with the Titan skeleton, all three skeletons on Qin Shen's side were in a severely weakened state. He didn't dare to take risks and could only send out Rudra. After all, if he took damage himself, it would reduce the skeleton's health and they would likely die. Each of the three skeletons was a treasure to Qin Shen, especially since there were no new skeletons to replenish them. Since that's the case, I won't hide anymore. Come forth, Rudra. With Qin Shen's call, a dragon's roar echoed from the pitch-black sky. A massive dragon descended from above, landing beside Qin Shen. The height illuminated by the torch only revealed its powerful hind legs and drooping wingtips. Those bat-like wings dripped with icy crystals under the translucent membrane. This is a dragon? You actually have a dragon. Nolan was so shocked that he could hardly speak. So, what? Do you still dare to claim you'll kill me now? Qin Shen questioned. However, Nolan seemed not to hear him, shaking his head in disbelief and muttering, "How is that possible? Where did you get a dragon? You're just a one-drop blood necromancer. How could you possibly come into contact with such a powerful creature? Don't worry about where I got the dragon. I ask you, do you still want to kill me?" Shin displayed absolute power, intending to make Nolan retreat. However, Nolan didn't listen to him at all. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I understand now. It must be the bone spirit. Ha ha ha. I said the bone spirit couldn't just disappear for no reason. So, it turns out you little brat stole it. Alright, you actually want to trick me. You liar. You thief. Hand over the bone spirit. You can't control such a powerful bone spirit. Listen to your Uncle Nolan. Quickly take it out. I'll help you control it." Once Nolan realized it was the bone spirit, he went completely mad, staring at Shin with eyes like copper bells, demanding the bone spirit. Seeing his ghastly appearance, Shin felt helpless. He shook his head, stubborn and unyielding. Ice Dragon Breath. Rudra unleashes an ice attack in a 50 by 50 area within 200 meters ahead, dealing 420% spell power damage to all enemy units in the target area every second for 1 minute. With Shin's command, a waterfall of ice crystals suddenly fell from the sky. It struck the skeleton warriors on the ground. The heads of the skeleton warriors instantly lit up with massive damage numbers -132000000-134500000. Over 100 million damage floated out, and these skeleton warriors were immediately killed. The ice crystal waterfall spun, and every skeleton around that could survive did. This included the previously imposing headless knights. "So, what? Are you still planning to fight me?" Shin asked in Nolan's direction. Nolan was about to say something when he was struck by the swirling ice dragon breath, collapsing to the ground. "Damn! How did I just die? My skill book!" Shin almost burst into tears. With Nolan's death, the surrounding sea of skeletons also vanished into thin air. Shin dismissed Rudra. He approached Nolan with a sense of tragedy. However, a surprising scene unfolded. 3 skill books and a piece of equipment lay quietly beside Nolan. Shin hurriedly picked up a skill book. Bone Hell, SSS level, Necromancer summons skeleton warriors with a spell power of X 0.1 to participate in battle. Is this the skill Nolan just used? Shin glanced at his own spell power, which was 453,800 points. Does that mean he can summon 45,000 skeleton warriors? Damn, this is incredible. No wonder it's an SSS level skill. It's simply outrageous. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Shin talent bonus. That's over 200,000, and even the lowest level skeleton warriors are already quite impressive, right? He looked at the other book. Promote and Command, SS level, Necromancer. Your undead units will be promoted, with a 20% chance to level up by 1, and a 5% chance to level up by 2. This is the skill Nolan just used, where some skeleton warriors turned into skeleton executioners, and others became headless knights. With such probabilities, his sea of skeletons would have over 9,000 skeleton executioners, and more than 2,000 headless knights. Damn, this is terrifying. The last skill book. Lord of the Undead, S level, Necromancer subordinate. Undead units will receive a 15% physical attack bonus and a 15% spell power bonus. Spell power and physical attack attributes can be converted based on skeleton attributes. What does this skill mean? Shin thought for a moment and realized that it meant his spell power could also be inherited by the skeleton warriors at 15%, but once it reached them, spell power would turn into physical attack. Wow, every skill with an S is not useless. This is simply amazing. These 3 skills are tailor-made for him. Shin. He grinned widely and happily chose to learn them. However, the system prompt doused him with cold water. Your profession does not meet the requirements for learning. What? Profession does not meet? Isn't this a necromancer skill? Summoning a sea of skeletons, promoting skeletons, enhancing skeletons, these are all related to skeletons, right? How can I, a necromancer, not qualify? A necromancer? Me? A necromancer? Damn it! Shin then realized that these were skills of the deaf mage. Just one word difference. System, can't you just let me learn them with one eye closed? No matter how much Shin pleaded, he could not learn these 3 skills. Fortunately, he had a clue to change his profession to Death Mage. To learn such powerful skills, he would have to find the Death Runestone within the Sheikah family, and according to the clues provided by Nolan, the Death Runestone could not be forcibly attacked, or the clan leader would destroy it. Moreover, this clan leader was a stubborn guy. Damn, it seems this matter won't be easy. Even if it's tough, it has to be done. Even if it's a stone, he has to take a bite out of it. Shin carefully placed the 3 skill books in a corner of his backpack. Then he remembered that he seemed to have made a mistake earlier. Whenever a mentor-type NPC dies, they drop skill books of the corresponding level. When Nolan's name turned red, he had already become a Death Mage mentor, and killing him would yield skills. Yet he had foolishly talked to him for so long, trying to change his mind.
Fortunately, his relationship with Sadaros was strong enough, otherwise he would only have obtained 1 SS level skill book. He picked up a piece of equipment from the ground. Nolan's leather gloves, golden level 40 intelligence plus 5100. Health plus 3200 magic critical rate plus 5% spirit plus 4300 casting speed plus 5% physical/magic defense plus 1200 casting speed. This was the first time Chen had seen this attribute added. This is a level 40 golden equipment, and now he has a total of 3 pieces of level 40 golden armor in his backpack. But his level is still stuck at 3.5. It seems I need to work hard to level up. Picking up 100 soul sealing stones from the ground, I immediately chose to use them. I also picked up 20 gold coins. The items dropped by Nolan were gone. Chen looked at Nolan's corpse, shook his head, and sighed. Hey, I say, brother Nolan, what was the point of all this? It's not good to make such a fuss. If you wanted to see your brother, you could have just told me, no need to fight to the death. How about this? I'll turn you into a skeleton, and you can stay by your brother's side forever. He then clasped his hands together and bowed twice, chanting softly, Brother Nolan, show me some respect, just become my skeleton. He then pointed his staff, his tone stern. Rise, my servant. A series of creaking sounds echoed as bones rubbed against each other. The corpse of Nolan had a large bulge protruding from its belly. Lucky effect has been activated. Suddenly, a delightful system prompt rang out. Chen jumped up in joy. As the skeleton crawled out from Nolan's corpse, Chen hurriedly looked at its attributes. Nolan's skeleton, golden. Level 40 health, 9.5 million spell power, 680,000 skills, transform skeleton, skeleton space plus 5, bonehell, seal marquee general, lord of the undead. This Nolan actually had 680,000 spell power, which means he summoned 68,000 skeletons just now. Moreover, he also had the skill, Lord of the Undead. With 680,000 spell power, didn't that mean each skeleton inherited 100,000 spell power from him, which then turned into physical attack? Thinking of this, Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This necromancer profession is truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had swiftly summoned Rudra to take him out. Otherwise, if given the chance to output damage, he might not have been able to withstand it. It's quite funny to think about. This mission was originally to rescue Nolan, but now Nolan has already been sent to hell by Chen. All that experience and such are meaningless. Anyway, Chen made a huge profit this time. According to the normal mission, he could only obtain 1 skill book, but now he got 3. Plus, he also acquired a piece of golden level equipment. With that settled, Chen directly used to return scroll. He arrived at the resurrection point in Wolf Smoke City. After trading all the miscellaneous equipment in his backpack to Chen Duo, he pondered where to go next. The martial arts competition of the Westco family would take place in 2 days. There was still more than a day left. Chen, having just obtained Nolan's skeleton, was eager to test its power. Earlier, in the burial ground, he had only seen a small area illuminated by magical torches. With just over 100 skeletons, but Nolan could summon over 60,000. Chen could hardly imagine how shocking it would be to see 60,000 skeletons appear. The space was too small to unleash such power, so he needed to find a larger area that could also meet his leveling needs. Chen immediately thought of the Misty Marsh. This place was filled with level 40 monsters. Moreover, the rune altar mentioned by Nolan was located in the Misty Marsh, but even Nolan didn't know the exact location, so Chen would have to search for it himself. Therefore, the best place to go now was the Misty Marsh. He could level up while searching for the rune altar, and once he obtained the necromancer runestone from the Westku family, he could directly change his class. Chen summoned a polar bear and headed south of the city amidst the astonished exclamations of the surrounding players. The Misty Marsh was the highest level map in Wolfsmoke City and also the farthest from the city. Chen crossed the long southern city wall square. Looking back, he saw the city wall standing tall on the plain like the Great Wall stretching to the end of the northern plain. There were prominent buildings peeking out from the top of the wall. From Chen perspective, it looked like a magnificent ancient city. The southern plain of the city was vast. Riding the polar bear, he finally plunged into the dense forest after overtaking many players in a hurry. Coming out of the forest, he entered the main leveling area, the Wolf Smoke Mountains. Mountains rise abruptly from the plains, home to monsters of levels 30 to 40. This has become the main leveling area for players. Through the gaps in the forest, one can see heads moving among the trees. The Wolf Smoke Mountain range has a winding path leading to the back. After passing through the small road across the mountains, one finds a vast plain. Here, there are no players, they are all on the mountain peaks behind, and this plain is devoid of any monsters. Looking out, one can see mist rising on the horizon, with large, twisted trees faintly visible within the fog. These trees grow in an irregular manner, some with roots hanging down from their branches, deeply embedded in the ground. That is the Misty Marsh, a strange place shrouded in fog year-round. The Golden Tower Tatar is located within. Chen stopped on the plain. Looking around, he found this place quite suitable for summoning skeletons. With a wave of his staff, four skeletons appeared before him. At the Lord's mansion, Wang Yiba had just completed a task and was happily there to collect his reward. He discovered that Old Wang was also present. "Hey, Old Wang, how's the task going?" Old Wang nodded, facing Brian. "Under Lord Brian's leadership, my reserves are already quite sufficient to deal with Qin Chen and obtain the Dragon Clan bone spirit in his hands." Brian had invested heavily this time, bringing out many treasures that his family had kept hidden. If it weren't for the system rules, he would have preferred to just give the two of them the supplies directly without any tasks. Now, Wang Yiba's Dominance Legion had already reached level 7. Unfortunately, due to the previous failure in defending the city, although the Legion had reached level 7, it did not have a Legion base. Under Brian's arrangement, Old Wang had also completed many tasks, acquiring a large number of items for Legion use. After pondering for a moment, Brian suddenly clapped his hands. "Good. After preparing for so long, it's time to have a showdown with that waste, Qin Chen. I will send some NPCs to assist you two in eliminating Qin Chen. This time, we will definitely take him down in one go," Brian said with enthusiasm. Wang Yiba looked somewhat excited. It was not just for revenge, it felt like he had a goal, a way to curry favor with the Lord's son, Brian. After all, they were allies on the same front, and he was the Lord's son. How many people wished to meet him but couldn't? In contrast, Old Wang beside him remained calm. His originally kind face had taken on a hint of cunning and ruthlessness after a series of experiences. Old Wang cleared his throat and said, "Lord Brian, I believe the time is not yet right." Upon hearing this, Brian's previously happy expression immediately fell. "Old Wang, what do you mean? Are you still reluctant to kill that Qin Chen out of brotherly feelings?" Wang Yiba snorted coldly. "Old Wang, you need to think this through. That Qin Chen is just a waste with a drop of blood. Although you two have a good personal relationship, Lord Brian is the son of the Lord. Don't choose the wrong path." Old Wang hurriedly explained, "That's not it. That Qin Chen always shows off and loves to act cool. I've long been fed up with him. Besides, that brat owes me several soul-sealing stones and hasn't paid up. If I could kill him, I would love to tear him to pieces. Let's see if he can still act cool." Old Wang's passionate speech reassured Brian and Wang Yiba. "Then what did you mean by what you just said?" Brian asked. Old Wang replied, "When I say the time is not right, I have my reasons. First, although the Dominance Legion has reached level 7, the number of members is not yet full. It just reached level 7 with 1.2 million members, but it still needs another 1.2 million to start recruiting. The combat power has not reached its peak. That's the first point. Secondly, although the Tianxia Society has been established, and I have obtained many items for Legion use, the Tianxia Society is only a level 1 Legion and has not recruited players yet. Those Legion items cannot exert their full power. That's the second point. Thirdly, Qin Chen is inherently cunning, and Captain Wang Yiba has failed multiple times. If we are not adequately prepared this time, we will inevitably lose many items, and it may be impossible to kill Qin Chen again. In summary, this is our last chance. We should make ample preparations." Brian and Wang Yiba looked at Old Wang with astonished eyes after hearing his words. "Not bad. Old Wang, you can talk better than my strategist Supadai," Wang Yiba exclaimed. Old Wang smiled awkwardly, not minding being compared to Supadai. Brian nodded. "Old Wang, I didn't expect you to be the clearest thinker among the three of us. Now, tell us your plan." Old Wang stepped forward and said, "It's simple. We will bide our time. Wang Yiba, you go and fill the ranks of the army, while I will also recruit more members and upgrade, striving to gain more numbers before the final battle. During this time, Lord Brian will continue to issue tasks, and we will keep doing them, leveling up and acquiring army items. Once we are fully prepared, we will gather our forces in the southern plains of the city, a suitable place for large-scale troop assembly. Then I will lure Qin Chen to the south of the city and we will attack him en masse. No matter how strong Qin Chen is, he cannot withstand the assault of over 2 million players plus the NPC army. After killing Qin Chen, he will inevitably appear at the resurrection point. I will ambush at the resurrection point, and once I see Qin Chen, we will swarm him. He will be unprepared right after reviving, and under a sudden attack he will surely die." Upon hearing this plan, the two couldn't help but admire Old Wang's meticulous thinking. It could be said that he had already figured out how to kill Qin Chen. However, Brian wore a bitter expression. To deal with Qin Chen, he had almost distributed all the items from the Lord's mansion to the two of them. After doing tasks, he had no items left to distribute. "To be honest, I can't distribute any items right now. I mean, you both have enough items. Isn't it enough to deal with a mere Qin Chen?" Brian said bitterly. Old Wang raised a hand. "Not at all. Even a hawk must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Haven't we learned enough lessons from our repeated failures against Qin Chen? So I believe our preparations are still insufficient." Brian sighed. "Anyway, I have no items to distribute. You two can figure it out."
Old Wang then said, what about the firing authority for the magic crystal cannon in the city center? Brian was startled. That thing is for city defense. Do we really need it just to deal with Qin Shen? Old Wang replied, I'm worried that if my people can't hold Qin Shen back, if he escapes from the resurrection point, he will vanish again, and all our efforts will be in vain. After hearing his words, both fell silent. After a long while, Wang Yiba spoke up, I think Old Wang makes a good point. Brian finally gritted his teeth and said, alright, but there are many tasks to obtain the magic crystal cannon's authority. If you're sure you want to do it, I'll give it to you. Old Wang nodded. Yes, I must ensure everything is foolproof. Brian patted Old Wang on the shoulder, you've worked hard. He then issued the task to him. After the three finished their discussion, they began to act separately. Wang Yiba went to the World Channel to recruit members. This time, he didn't dare to make any demands, as long as they were players, even those with E-level talents were welcome and it was free to join the army. Old Wang was also recruiting players while needing to complete the Crystal Cannon series of tasks. The second force of Wolf Smoke City, Tianxia Society, is now recruiting players with no requirements for player level, talent, etc. Joining the army allows for a 0.1% experience bonus. Yes, as long as it's an army, there is an experience bonus, but Wang Yiba's army has a higher bonus. Old Wang's former colleague, Xiao Li, and a few others had not been able to contact Old Wang since the last time they were left behind due to the cricket Qinshen I in the past when Old Wang was leveling up. With a few people, they would chat and laugh together. All they needed to do was provide emotional support from the back. However, things were different now. No matter how much they tried to privately message Old Wang, he no longer paid them any attention. With no other choice, they had to form their own team to level up. Fortunately, their team composition was fairly complete, but without Old Wang, the powerful shield warrior, they could only fight ordinary monsters. None of them were particularly talented. Even so, the shield warrior in the team died once before they figured out how to cooperate. As they fought monsters, they grumbled about Old Wang. Humph, that Old Wang you found is really unreliable. He just leaves us behind? Is this how you treat a girl? So lacking in gentlemanly manners, the chubby girl pouted. Exactly. He still wants us to support his Legion. If he won't take us to level up, how can he have the face to ask us to join? Another female team member, Xiao Xiao, chimed in. Xiao Li furrowed his brows in confusion. What's wrong with Brother Wang? He was fine before. Why has he suddenly changed like this? Next to him, Xiao Chen said, I know why. It's because he realized that the bragging he did before can't be achieved. The Legion Order requires a golden boss to obtain. And Old Wang can't even defeat such a boss, so he can never get the Legion Order. The others suddenly understood. What Brother Chen said makes sense. Old Wang has no face to stay in the team anymore. Damn, he was bragging about definitely establishing a legion before. Yeah, he was just talking big. Does he really have the ability to get the Legion Order? Last time we all saw, his friend was a one-hit wonder, just a useless guy who had the nerve to brag about killing a golden boss. Exactly. That useless guy even said he killed a golden boss. It's just laughable. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Just as everyone was laughing heartily, a system notification suddenly rang out. The leader of the 2nd Legion of Wolfsmoke City, Tianxia Hui, Old Wang, has sent an invitation to all players in the city. If you want to join the Legion, hurry up and sign up. Tianxia Hui. Isn't that the name of the Legion Old Wang mentioned before? And the system notification already stated that the leader is Old Wang. The few who were just mocking him suddenly looked dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, struggling to accept this sudden system announcement. Wait, Old Wang. He really established a legion? He actually set up Tianxia Hui? Where did he get the Legion Order? Who knows where he got it? It definitely can't be from defeating it himself. With his A-level talent, he's not qualified. I bet he must have cheated. There's no way he could have killed a golden boss. The group was increasingly convinced that the Legion Order was not obtained by Old Wang. Only Xiao Li remained calm. Alright, so what if he established a legion? What's so impressive about that? Without us joining, his legion is just a decoration. Xiao Xiao immediately agreed. Exactly. We agreed not to join. Let Old Wang be a commander without troops. Xiao Chen confidently said, just wait, Old Wang will definitely invite us to join. I'll give you all a heads up, no one is allowed to join, got it? This time, Old Wang has to beg us to join. Xiao Chen's words instantly boosted their confidence. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, for sure. This time I want Old Wang to kneel and call me grandma. The chubby girl happily added, hee hee, just thinking about it is funny. So what if he established a legion? He's still just a commander without troops. In the end, he'll have to beg us to join. Him, humph. He used to act all high and mighty? This time, we'll use his own methods against him. Just as everyone was lost in their joyful fantasies, Xiao Li, who was staring at the chat window, suddenly said, TCH, still gathering at the South City Gate. As if anyone really wants to join. What a joke. Just watch him put on a show. Who believes that? just fooling people into joining his legion.
At this moment, old Wang's private messages had
Exploded.
There was no way around it. There were only two legions in Wolf Smoke City. One was the Dominance Legion and the other was the newly emerging
Heavenly Society.
The reputation of the Dominance Legion was well known, and due to the last large-scale deception incident, many people no longer trusted
the new king, Ba.
Now that a new legion had appeared, even if the experience gain of the new legion was only 1/10 of that of the Dominance,
many still flocked to join.
Because the standard of the Heavenly Society was to participate in legion activities to earn points, and upon reaching a certain number of points, one could be promoted to a management position. Old Wang said this system would never change.
Who wouldn't want a long-lasting and stable legion? The key was to be long-lasting and stable.
So when the Heavenly Society released an advertisement, the number of people privately
messaging Old Wang instantly exploded.
However, this situation disappeared once he announced the meeting location. Old Wang himself hurried to the South
City Gate.
Meanwhile, in the leveling area, Xiaoli and the others waited for a long time but still hadn't received a private message from Old Wang.
Each of them was rolling their eyes, speculating about what was going on.
Xiaoli said,
"Could it be that the Legion really doesn't need people? Do we still have spots?" Xiao Chen immediately dismissed this idea. Nonsense. With him establishing a Legion as an A-grade talent, who would want to join? I think he's just putting on a show. The chubby girl also said, "Right. With Old Wang, he doesn't have the prestige to attract people to join." Xiao Li asked, "But why isn't he inviting us to join the Legion now?" Xiao Chen replied, "He's pretending. Pretending to be busy, pretending we're not that important. Pretending his Legion is very popular. Just watch him pretend. He won't be able to hold out for long."
Xiao said confidently.
Old Wang had already arrived at the South City Gate.
There was already a crowd waiting to join the Legion.
After revealing his identity, Old Wang began inviting people one by one. He was busy to the point of being overwhelmed.
On the other side, Xiaoli and the others were getting anxious.
Why had so much time passed without Old Wang messaging them? Xiaoli asked, "Hey, Xiao Chen, did you receive a private message?" Xiao Chen initially wanted to act
tough but thought better of it and shook his head. No. He then asked the chubby girl and the others, and they all shook their heads, indicating they
hadn't received anything.
Xiao Chen said, "You're just too impatient. I say, this is Old Wang's intention.
Intentionally making you anxious, making you
contact him just to give you an unimportant management position."
Xiaoli pouted,
"I think I'd better ask him myself."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately got angry. "You're embarrassing us.
You shouldn't negotiate conditions. If anyone should ask, it should be me."
After saying that, he privately
messaged Old Wang first.
"Old Wang, sneaking around to establish a legion without saying anything, huh? What positions are you planning to give us?"
After sending the message, there was no reply from the other side. Old Wang was busy at the moment and hadn't noticed the private message notification. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's nose flared with anger.
Ha, pretending. He's really putting on a show.
How dare he not reply to my message?
Xiao Li and the
others exchanged glances.
What do we do now?
Humph,
he's just toying with us. Don't worry, let me confront him, Xiao Chen declared confidently. Old Wang, what's going on? Established a legion and now you're silent? Do you think it's a disgrace for us to be in the management of your legion? After
sending the message, he waited for a long time but still received no reply. Xiao Chen was starting to lose his patience.
Frowning, he cursed, "Damn it. What does this Old Wang mean?" He sent another message, "Old Wang, I know your legion has no one. Aren't we here to join? Quickly tell me how your management positions are arranged."
Still no reply to his message. This time, Xiao Chen completely lost it.
"Old Wang, what do you mean? Are you done messing around? Why haven't you invited us to join the legion?"
When he sent this message, Xiao Chen felt very anxious. He was already wavering inside. However, this time he wasn't disappointed. Old Wang quickly replied,
"I don't like people here." Seeing such a message, Xiao Chen immediately lost his composure. He shouted angrily, "You're full of crap, you old thing, still daring to act tough. Just you with your A-level talent in the Legion, and you still have the nerve to say you're not short on people?"
As soon as Xiao Li and the others heard this, they immediately became anxious.
"What's going on? Old Wang said his Legion isn't short on people? Yeah, what should we do? Can we still join the Legion?"
Especially the chubby girl, who was on the verge of a breakdown, said, "Brother Wang promised to make me the vice captain.
What do we do now that he's not short on people? Can I still become the vice captain?"
Xiao, however, argued, "When did Brother Wang promise to make you the vice captain? He said the vice captain is mine, it's reserved
for me."
The chubby girl shrugged her shoulders defiantly and said, "Humph, how could the vice captain possibly be yours?
The vice captain can only be someone as beautiful as me." "Beautiful? With your figure, you don't even come close to being a beauty, okay?" Xiao puffed out her chest and immediately
felt more confident. Although she wasn't a beauty either, her figure was much better than the chubby girl's.
"The vice captain can only be someone as beautiful as you? Ha, That's really funny. I've never seen a beauty with such a fat head and big ears. The remark about her fat head and big ears completely broke the chubby girl's defenses. Redwin charged at Xiao Xiao, grabbing her collar, ready to throw down. She shouted with all her might. Who are you calling fat-headed and big-eared? Ha! Who are you calling fat-headed and big-eared? Xiao Xiao was intimidated by the chubby girl's fierce demeanor, as if she were facing a huge, charging pig. Xiao Chen and Xiao Li glared at the two women. With an angry shout, he said, you two still have the mood to fight for favor at a time like this. Whether we can get in is still uncertain. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft. The chubby girl had already gone berserk and was still tugging at Xiao Xiao without letting go. So, Xiao Chen shouted again, stop it. Are you two idiots? Brother Wang doesn't necessarily want us, and you're fighting over the vice-captaincy here. Upon hearing this, the chubby girl released Xiao Xiao's clothes and said, fiercely, impossible. With my looks, how could Brother Wang bear to not have me? It must be you. You must have offended Brother Wang. Xiao Chen replied, hey, I don't like hearing that. If Brother Wang likes you so much, why don't you go find him to join the Legion now? The chubby girl's body shook with anger. Fine, I'll go find him right now. With that, the chubby girl, full of momentum, led the others toward the South City Gate. At this moment, Old Wang had just finished his tasks and the Legion had already leveled up to level 4. The number of players recruited had reached 300,000. However, unsurprisingly, the number of people in the Tianxia Society had already filled up. To upgrade the Legion again, they would have to complete tasks. But Old Wang still had a series of tasks related to the magical crystal cannon for city defense that he hadn't completed. He decided to wait before upgrading the Legion. For now, 300,000 was enough. After the recruitment was completed, he naturally had to issue a decree for the Legion. Old Wang's decree was very simple: just obey the arrangements of the Legion, actively participate when it was time to hunt bosses, and also participate actively during guild wars, in addition to engaging in various other activities to earn a lot of points. Once the points reached a certain level, one could participate in the election for management positions. These points were calculated by the system, ensuring absolute fairness. Just as Old Wang finished speaking, a group of people suddenly squeezed in from the outer circle. Leading the charge was the chubby girl from Red 1. The chubby girl had just used all her strength to push her way in. The moment she saw Old Wang, she placed her hands on her hips. Humph. Old Wang, what do you mean? Now that you've become successful, you can forget your original vows, right? This statement left the members of the Tianxia Society present, waiting for orders, dumbfounded. What does this mean? Could it be that their leader has some emotional entanglement with such a chubby girl? What's our leader's taste? Is he so desperate? What? Do you know? This is called personal preference, understand? You little greenhorn don't understand, it's more comfortable with someone chubby. Old Wang stood there, calmly asking, what do you mean? Did I promise you anything? The chubby girl, hands on her hips, stomped her foot. Humph. You promised me that you would make me the vice-captain. Now, you've secretly established a legion and tossed us aside. You better give me an explanation today, or I won't let this go. And me? Why does she get a vice-captain position and not me? Xiao Xiao stepped forward to fight for her own interests. All they wanted was that little bit of vanity that came with being a vice-captain. Who actually held the title didn't matter. Lao Wang, hearing the two of them bickering, was directly infuriated. You two, stop spouting nonsense here. When did I ever agree to give you a vice-captain position? If you want it, work hard for it yourself, but the Legion is already full. After that upgrade, I might consider bringing you in. Upon hearing this, the others were shocked. Did that mean they couldn't even get into the Legion? Xiao Chen immediately said, Lao Wang, stop talking nonsense. Do you think being an A-grade talent makes you that desirable? It's a miracle we even want to join. He then pointed at the surrounding Legion players and said, these people are all your hired actors, right? Quite a sum you spent. A few hundred gold coins, I bet? Lao Wang looked at Xiao Chen as if he were an idiot. Are you sick? You think you can hire 300,000 people for a few hundred gold coins? Ha! Anyway, I can't count them, so whatever you say goes. Xiao Chen shrugged. I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Get out of my way, I have things to do. Lao Wang said. Busy? What does a fake Legion leader like you have to be busy with? Busy continuing to deceive people? I'm telling you, Lao Wang, bring us into the Legion and then keep leading us to level up. We're still good brothers, good mates. Xiao Chen couldn't believe that a legion created by Lao Wang, an A-grade talent, could expand to 300,000 people in such a short time. He insisted that the 300,000 players gathered around were just hired actors by Lao Wang. Lao Wang, you don't need to act with us. Now I know your legion can't recruit anyone. However, we adults don't hold grudges against petty people. As long as you let us into the legion and give us management positions, we'll forgive you. What do you say? Xiao Chen was sure that no one would join the Legion, and in Lao Wang's eyes, they were the prized catch, speaking with an air of superiority. Right. Let me be the vice-captain again. We'll join your Legion. The chubby girl hadn't forgotten her position as vice captain. Xiao Xiao quickly stepped up. Brother Wang, she's the vice captain, just let me be the vice captain, and you can do whatever you want. We can forego the vice captain position, but the group leader must be ours. Xiao Li chimed in with the other two colleagues. Lao Wang frowned at this group of lunatics, not wanting to engage with them. Sorry, my legion is full. Keep acting. I said, Lao Wang, isn't it just about giving us management positions and leading us to level up? Is that so hard? You used to lead us to level up, Xiao Chen said. Lao Wang replied, what does that have to do with me? Keep dragging this out and I'll have someone chop you up. He was already getting impatient with these people. Leading them to level up before had truly been a mistake. How could he have teamed up with such a group of vampires for so long? The members of the Tianxia society around them were also displeased. What the hell were these people saying? Claiming they were actors hired by the leader? Calling themselves extras? They even wanted management positions in the Legion? What a ridiculous thought. They hadn't even joined the Legion and were already reserving management roles. What the hell are you thinking? I don't even have a management position. Why should I give it to you useless people? A berserker with a full beard, wielding two large axes, clashed them in front of the group, then raised his axe in a threatening manner. Lao Wang, keep your actors in check. If you offend us, see if we still join the Legion. Exactly, without us, you're just a lone commander. Lao Wang found their antics laughable. Who told you they were actors? And with your talents, I wouldn't even want you to join. Ha! Not actors? How do you prove that? Xiao Chen asked. Old Wang sent a Legion invitation to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's face showed disdain. Ha! Now you want me to join again? It's too late. I'm telling you, Old Wang, today you must agree to give us management positions, and you have to take us. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen received a system notification. The members of the Tianxia Association are full, unable to join. The once arrogant Xiao Chen's expression changed instantly. What? Full members? This is impossible. Xiao Li and the others also looked panicked upon hearing this. What's going on? What do you mean full members? Xiao Chen, what are you talking about? Xiao Chen spoke in a panic. Just now the system notified me that the Tianxia Association has actually filled its member quota. A level 4 legion has a limit of 300,000 members. How could it fill up so quickly? Get your facts straight before you speak. Xiao Li clearly didn't believe it. Not just Xiao Li, but the others also found it hard to believe that old Wang, being an A-level talent, could recruit members so quickly. Xiao Chen didn't believe it either, but the facts were right in front of him. He had no choice but to accept it. He suddenly felt abandoned by old Wang. Previously, they thought that since the Legion couldn't recruit anyone, old Wang would treat them as treasures. They never expected it to fill up so quickly, leaving him in a state of panic. How would they continue to take advantage of old Wang now? Wang, brother Wang, I was wrong. We were all wrong. Please let us join the Legion. We will definitely behave and level up with you. Xiao Chen finally realized that he and the others were about to lose their chance to leech off old Wang, and he kept apologizing in fear. Before old Wang could speak, the surrounding members of the Tianxia Association laughed first. You bunch of trash want to level up with our captain? Do you know what kind of gear our captain has? He's a big shot with 2 pieces of golden equipment. Exactly. A few useless ones still have the nerve to mock our captain? I advise you to scram quickly or I'll chop you down with an axe, a bearded berserker threatened. Let me tell you, the Legion is already full, and if you keep pestering us, you'll regret it. The members of the Tianxia Association had long been displeased with the few of them for daring to belittle their captain. Wasn't that slapping them in the face? One by one, they shouted in righteous indignation, ready to take them down. Xiao Chen and the others trembled in fear at the intimidation from the surrounding members. Old Wang glanced at them disdainfully. With this little courage, you still want to leech off me? Ha! Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat? Xiao Chen pitifully pleaded, Brother Wang, we've worked together, have a little compassion and take us along. Xiao Li also begged, yeah, Brother Wang. Old Wang didn't want to get involved with this group any further. No need. Let it be. He turned to leave. At that moment, the chubby girl confidently stepped forward. Old Wang, if you want to take us to level up, I can make sacrifices too. As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance at old Wang. The surrounding members immediately changed their expressions. No way. Could it be? Their captain has such a preference. He actually likes a girl like her who is so overweight. Old Wang was so furious he trembled, roaring in anger, kill them. Just kill them all. A group of underlings had long found the few of them displeasing, and with the captain's command, countless attacks rained down on them. They didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. After finishing off the few, old Wang felt a sense of peace in his ears. He called out to the surrounding members, the Legion currently has no activities, members can freely team up to level up. I will notify everyone when there are activities. The members who had gathered together dispersed in a rush. Old Wang then turned to go do his tasks. In the center Of Wolfsmoke City, the magic crystal cannon could deal 100 million damage with a single shot, which was quite astonishing. This belonged to the city's ultimate defense system, so it wouldn't be used under normal circumstances. To gain access to the magic crystal cannon, one needed to build a good relationship with the NPCs managing the turret. Both upper and lower levels had to be handled properly. After Xiaoqin revived, he couldn't help but glance at the chubby girl beside him. The anger made her eyes turn blue, and she slapped him directly. Slap, slap, slap. The chubby girl was stunned by the hit and hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiao Xiao jumped up and cursed, "You little slut. Don't you even look at how you look. It's disgusting, and you still have the nerve to say such shameless things. I'm embarrassed just being associated with you." It wasn't just Xiaoqin who was slapping, Xiaoli was also hitting and kicking. He cursed, "Damn fat woman, you got us killed once, now pay with your life." Creak, creak. The sound of countless bones grinding filled the air. Surrounded by the noise, Qin Shen stood in the midst of it all. In front of him stood 4 skeletons, one wielding a sword, another, the Legion commander skeleton, had a massive blade stuck in the ground with both hands resting on it, and the remaining 2 were mage-type skeletons, holding staffs. At that moment, Nolan's skeleton was thrusting its staff into the soft, muddy ground, raising its hands high. The 2 flames of soul fire in its eye sockets flickered. "Rise, my Legion!" Suddenly, in the plains outside the misty forest, a multitude of white, round skulls emerged. Like bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, an endless expanse of white bamboo shoots was visibly rising from the ground. They stood in formation on the plains, each holding a bone knife, motionless in place. A massive army composed entirely of skeletons had appeared out of nowhere. On the originally calm plains, the army was neatly and densely arranged in a square, with Qin Shen riding on the back of a polar bear right in the center. Qin Shen checked the attributes of the skeletons. Skeleton warrior level, 40 health, 121,000 attack, 142, 300. This was the first time he had seen a skeleton with attack power exceeding its health. These skeletons had too little health bonus, while their attack bonus was surprisingly high due to the presence of the Undead Lord skill. There was also a skill, Promote the General. With Qin Shen's command, Nolan's skeletons' eyes once again flickered with soul fire. "My soldiers, you will be promoted." The sound of bones grinding echoed around them once more. One by one, the skeletons suddenly doubled in size, began donning simple iron armor, and their white bone knives transformed into gleaming iron weapons. Some skeletons were now accompanied by pitch-black heavy warhorses, adorned with layers of armor, wielding heavy swords. These were the Headless Knights, a rank above the Skeleton Executioners. Qin Shen checked the attributes of the Skeleton Executioners. Skeleton Executioner, black. Iron level, 40 health, 410,000 attack, 218,000 skill. Heavy strike. It was indeed the attributes of a level 40 black iron boss. A pleasant surprise. He quickly looked at the attributes of the Headless Knights. Sure enough, they were bronze level boss attributes. Headless Knight, bronze level, 40 health, 560,000 attack, 330,000 skills. Charge, greatsword attack. Now there were 51,000 ordinary skeleton warriors, 13,600 skeleton executioners, and 3,400 headless knights. Such a powerful army was actually summoned by one of his subordinates. This made Qin Shen suddenly feel that he might be a bit too overpowered. After laughing heartily, Qin Shen waved his staff on the back of the polar bear. March! He intended to use his skeleton army to sweep through the misty forest. Under Qin Shen's command, the skeleton army began to charge forward in perfect unison. These undead creatures moved with a rigid yet murderous aura, charging forward like machines. Along the way, he suddenly realized that even though Nolan was terrifyingly strong now, he would eventually fall behind in levels. He was merely a skeleton summoned by his own luck and would not level up with him, nor would he advance in rank. Sooner or later, he would be eliminated due to falling behind in levels. In this game world, to become powerful, one still needed to rely on their own strength. Fortunately, he held the method to change classes to a necromancer. In his backpack, he still had 3 incredible necromancer skill books. Now he just needed to find the location of the job change altar and obtain the necromantic talismans from the West family to complete the job change. At that time, he would become an existence capable of summoning an undead army. As the undead army advanced, the monsters in the misty marshes suffered. The white mist enveloped the marsh, making it impossible to see beyond 10 meters, but fortunately, Qin Shen and his subordinates had a mental link. They could accurately sense each other's positions. As the army moved forward, those hidden in the white mist, such as marsh poison mosquitoes, toxic mushroom monsters, mud pit giant crocodiles, and marsh giant crabs, among others, all level 40 monsters, were doomed. If a single skeleton warrior could hold its own against these monsters, they were now facing the attacks of dozens or even hundreds of skeletons, unable to last even a second before dissipating into white light. At this moment, Qin Shen also realized the shortcomings of his skeleton army. The skeletons couldn't help him pick up items, they could only serve as a means of attack. The gold coins and equipment dropped by the monsters had to remain on the ground. This left him in a difficult position.
The dropped items were earned by him and it felt ashamed to leave them behind, but he couldn't pick them up at all. With 68,000 skeletons lined up in a formation, over 500 meters long, even riding his mount, how could he possibly collect them? In the end, Shinshin had no choice but to pick up some important items. Wherever a skill book dropped, he would go. As for the gold coins and equipment, he had to temporarily give them up. On one hand, he didn't lack money right now, and on the other, the equipment dropped here was all basic. As the army advanced, the skeletons finally encountered a boss ahead. A crocodile the size of a parked semi-truck appeared in front of them. Shinshin rode his polar bear, running toward the boss across the muddy ground. Before he reached the location, he heard the sound of trees snapping. One by one, large trees were swept down by the mud pit giant crocodile's whip-like tail. When Shinshin arrived, he saw a massive crocodile rampaging among the skeleton warriors. With a sweep of its long tail, it turned a group of skeletons into mere bones. Looking at the attributes of the giant crocodile, he saw Mud Pit Giant Crocodile King, Silver level 40 health 5230 attack power for 21, 300 skills. Tail Sweep Death Roll, Sharp Teeth King's Territory. Although the Tail Sweep skill had low damage, only 25% of its attack power, it had a cooldown of just 1 second and was an area damage skill. The thick, long tail could easily one-shot skeleton warriors. Some skeleton warriors didn't even have time to attack the crocodile before being taken out by a single tail sweep. Seeing this situation, Shinshin felt somewhat helpless. The skeleton army's weakness was revealed. They were afraid of the opponent's area damage skills. To test the combat power of the skeleton army, Shinshin didn't let Sod-Eros intervene but instead sent in the skeleton executioners and headless knights. 10 executioners bravely charged at the mud pit giant crocodile king. The skeleton executioners could only withstand 5 tail sweeps. During this time, their blades also dealt considerable damage to the giant crocodile. As the last executioner turned into a pile of bones, all 10 skeletons sent out had perished. The mud pit giant crocodile king did not pursue the advantage but instead lay on the muddy marsh, breathing heavily as it looked at the skeleton army across from it. It seemed to know it would be killed by the relentless attacks of these skeletons, and its eyes were filled with vigilance and wariness. Its short, thick limbs supported a belly that rhythmically thumped against the muddy ground, making a sticky sound. A row of sharp bone armor covered its back. The defense of this mud pit giant crocodile was undoubtedly formidable. The 2 sharp teeth protruding from its closed mouth were almost as large as those of a wild boar. Its vigilant eyes scanned the surrounding skeleton army, finally locking onto Shinshin, who was riding the tall polar bear. The 2 locked eyes, and the swamp crocodile king seemed confused as to why it was being besieged by the undead army when everything was fine here. A drop of blood, human. Where did you find this undead army? Why are they here? The swamp crocodile king spoke, emitting a buzzing sound. Shinshin sneered, is that even a question? They are here to take your life and claim your dropped equipment. Humph. Your skeletons may be numerous, but they are too weak. I can sweep them away with a single tail swipe. I advise you to give up early. I'm not that easy to bully, the swamp crocodile king threatened. Ha! What a joke. If you really weren't afraid of me, why would you be so verbose? Shinshin saw through its intentions. A creature with a head no bigger than a walnut thought it could scheme against him? Did you not see that I just killed so many of your subordinates? The swamp crocodile king said, but its confidence was clearly lacking. Shinshin gestured behind him. Did you not see how many subordinates I have behind me? You can't kill them all. Moreover, each of my executioner skeletons can deal 1% damage to you. I only need to send out 100 to wear you down. The swamp crocodile king had nothing more to say, as the 10 executioners from earlier had already reduced its health by 1/10, and behind it stood a dense layer of skeletons, instinctively instilling fear in it, causing its limbs to twitch backward. Shinshin spoke, now, you have a chance to live. I ask you, is there an altar in the misty marsh? Take me to find the altar, and I will spare your life. A silver boss wasn't worth exterminating completely. If it could help him find the altar, it would save a lot of time. Unexpectedly, the brainless swamp crocodile king replied, if you say I should do whatever you want, wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? After all, I am a king. Shinshin was speechless. This guy was indeed brainless. He ordered one of the headless knights to step forward. The headless knight had strong defense, clad in heavy armor. It charged forward on its warhorse, trampling through the mud and crashing into the swamp crocodile. Instantly, a damage number of -320000 floated above its head. The swamp crocodile king let out a strange cry. Now you know I'm not to be trifled with. It then jumped up and opened its massive jaws, biting down on the neck of the skeleton warhorse. Death roll. Its sharp teeth clamped onto the horse's neck and began to roll, with damage numbers around 100,000 appearing above the headless knight's head. The duration of the death roll was quite long, lasting 20 seconds. The headless knight could only hold on for 6 or 7 seconds before falling apart. Gagaga. You refuse to listen when I call you trash. How about now? Your broken bones can't even move in front of me. They are only good for being bitten to death. The death roll was a control skill, so during this time, the Headless Knight was unable to deal any damage. Qin Shen scoffed, a control skill with a long cooldown and only single target. What's there to be proud of? Then why don't you try again now? Qin Shen waved his staff, and 5 Headless Knights charged towards the Crocodile King on their warhorses. The warhorses charged at high speed, instantly reducing the Crocodile King's health by 1/5. At this point, it still had 70% health left, and its condition was still relatively good. Although it had lost its control skill, it still had area attacks which could hit all 5 Headless Knights. The crocodile's tail swept back and forth, dealing damage between 70 and 80,000. The Headless Knights also fought fiercely against the crocodile. Each time they dealt over 300,000 damage to it. After half a minute of battle, the Crocodile King finally killed the 5 Headless Knights, but it was left with only 1/10 of its health. The Crocodile King finally felt fear. Its limbs kept moving backward. Qin Shen asked, "So, what will it be? Will you tell me the location of the altar, or are you prepared to resist to the end?" The Crocodile King lowered its arrogant posture. "Altar? What altar? I've been here the whole time and have never seen one." Qin Shen's gaze turned cold. "Damn it. Since you don't know, then just go die." With that, the staff waved, and Headless Knights surged forward in droves. The giant Crocodile King had no time to resist and was soon slain beneath the horse. Qin Shen stepped forward to pick up the fallen items. After using 30 soul sealing stones, he picked up a piece of chainmail. It was silver grade armor, just a level 40 piece of equipment. Qin Shen traded it remotely to Su Yu. After collecting the spoils, he led the skeleton army to continue sweeping through the misty swamp. Meanwhile, Qin Shen's experience points were rapidly increasing during this raid. Level 36. Level 37. After passing through the giant crocodile territory, he arrived at the giant crab territory. Among a group of giant crabs, he found the giant crab king, whose body was as large as a polar bear. The giant crab king, relying on its 2 basin-sized pincers, completely disregarded Qin Shen's skeletons. When Qin Shen inquired about the location of its altar, it actually clamped down with a pincer. Well, relying on its strong defense and looking down on others, huh? Qin Shen directly commanded the skeleton army to surround and beat it to death. Picking up the fallen silver-grade metal shoes, he traded them directly to Old Wang. On the way, he encountered giant poisonous mushrooms, the burrowing centipede king, and several other bosses. These guys also had no idea where the altar was located. By this time, he had swept through most of the misty swamp. His level had also reached 38. He hadn't learned the location of the altar along the way. Ahead lay the territory of the swamp giant frog, with whom he had a brief acquaintance. Qin Shen prepared to ask his old buddy for information. Splash, splash, splash. Amidst the sound of wading through water, the skeleton army began to attack the territory of the giant frogs. Although these giant frogs were level 40 elite monsters, they couldn't withstand the group attacks of the skeleton army. Mainly, they lacked area attack skills and couldn't inflict widespread damage. The skeleton army suffered considerable losses. These elite monsters had thick health, and it generally took the loss of 10 skeletons to take down one giant frog. In this prolonged war of attrition, the skeleton army quickly dwindled to about 10,000. Most of them were executioners and headless knights. At this moment, Qin Shen, riding on the back of the polar bear, saw a massive round ball rise in the distant sky, then crash heavily to the ground with a bang. It was the Golden Tower Tatar. "You really are quite impressive. Killing my little brothers must be quite relieving, huh?" Under Tatar's body slam, not a single skeleton could withstand it. Moreover, its body slam could bounce 5 times. Huge meatballs fell from the sky, crushing clusters of skeletons. Meanwhile, Tatar laughed wildly as it bounced around. When Qin Shen rode his polar bear up to it, this guy was still immersed in the thrill of instant kills. Who dares to disturb my enjoyment? Tatar glared with its round, bulging eyes, and when it saw Qin Shen, its eyes nearly popped out. "Ah, it's you. It's actually you." Clearly, it still remembered Qin Shen. Last time, this one-drop blood undead mage had summoned a dragon and killed it with just one move. This incident had left a huge psychological shadow on it. Now, seeing Qin Shen again made its round body tremble uncontrollably. Moreover, its aura seemed even stronger. "Woo woo, no. One drop of blood. How did you come here? Please don't attack me. I surrender. I beg for mercy." Tatar hurriedly raised its 2 tiny forelimbs high, indicating surrender. Qin Shen sneered coldly, "You killed so many of my subordinates, and you think a single sentence will make me let you go? It's not that easy." "Then, what do you want?" Tatar asked. At this point, it had lost all its temper, trembling at the thought of the last dragon. "I ask you, where is the necromancer altar in the misty swamp?" Tatar's eyes filled with confusion. As it repeated, "Necromancer altar? Alright, it seems you don't know either." Just as Qin Shen was about to let Sod Arrows take action, Tatar hurriedly said, I know. If there is an altar, it must be in the deepest part of the misty swamp, the deadly swamp." Tatar confidently
Raised a finger like a frog. Deadly swamp? Shinshin checked the map but did not find that name. He asked curiously. Tatar confidently took small steps. In the deepest part of the misty swamp there is a desolate area with terrifying mud pits. Ordinary people can't enter at all, because once they step in, they will be trapped. It's impossible to cross. Moreover, hidden in the mud pits are terrifying mud giant skeletons. They will emerge from within to attack anyone trying to enter the depths of the deadly swamp. If you want to find the necromancer altar, you can only go inside. Tatar pointed with its little claw towards the deepest part of the misty forest. After hearing this, Shinshin felt it made sense. After all, the name itself suggested a connection to the necromancer altar. He opened the map and found that he was already at the rear of the misty swamp. Ahead was the impassable Hongduan Mountains, which the map could not cross. He had almost explored the entire misty swamp. Shinshin said, "Alright, thank you for the information, but you still have to die." Tatar screamed in frustration, "Why? I've already told you." Shinshin shrugged, "Because I need golden level equipment. And I never said that just because you told me the information, I would let you go." "Alright, Sod Arrows, it's time to act." After saying that, he gave an order to the skeleton beside him. Tatar thought Shen was going to summon a dragon to kill him instantly. When it saw that it was just a skeleton holding a lightsaber, it exclaimed, "Quack, quack quack, kid, where's your dragon? Have you run out of summoning times? I want to know why you're sending out such a broken skeleton to fight me. Why should I even waste my breath on you?" Just with Sod Arrows alone, it should be impossible to defeat Tatar. After all, the opponent was a genuine wild boss with double the health of Sod Arrows. So Shen sent out Karl's skeleton to assist Sod Arrows. Karl's dark hell directly reduced Tatar's health by over 5 million. Tatar was astonished. What kind of skeleton is this? How is it so strong? Just as it finished speaking, a light dragon darted around it. Instantly, it lost 1 million health. Following that, a blade strike dealt another 2 million damage. Tatar shouted, "I can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. You little brat with a drop of blood or too much. I'm going to eat you all." With a flick of its long tongue, it tried to swallow Sod Arrows. However, the expected instant devouring did not happen. Sod Arrows only took 2 million damage. Quack quack quack. This frog is furious. You actually have a level 40 golden level skeleton. It could only swallow those of lower rank than itself and could not devour those of equal rank. Watch me charge. Tatar retracted its limbs and head into its big belly, which suddenly expanded into a round ball. Just as it was about to bounce up, Karl's skeleton struck dark binding. Instantly, black chains shot out from its body, binding it firmly in place. Sod Arrows and Karl took the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. After entering battle mode, Tatar's health had risen to 63 million. Coupled with its extremely high defenses, it was difficult to take it down quickly. Shinshin had no choice but to let the Legion Commander skeleton and the Headless Knights around join the fight. Thus, surrounded by a group of skeletons, Tatar was beaten for several seconds without being able to fight back, and its health was still half remaining. This guy was truly tough. Despicable necromancer. You actually use such despicable tactics. He. I will smash your skeletons one by one, Tatar said angrily. After being forcibly controlled for several seconds, it could only endure the beating without fighting back, feeling extremely frustrated. At this moment, having broken free from control, it was already filled with rage. Shen, however, watched calmly from the side. Despicable tactics? I can go one-on-one too, but I'm afraid you'll be so scared you'll wet your pants. Tatar knew what he was talking about. You're talking nonsense. You can't summon the dragon anymore. How could such a powerful being be at your beck and call? You worthless undead mage with just a drop of blood. You despicable, shameless little man. Shen sat lazily on the back of the polar bear, completely ignoring him. He commanded the skeletons to launch wave after wave of attacks against Tatar. Tatar's meat shield charge knocked off over 2 million health from Sod Arrows. Meanwhile, Karl was affected and nearly taken out by a series of meat attacks. Shen hurriedly recalled him. The Legion Commander skeleton had already lost half of its health, retreating to the background after summoning the Draken Legion. At this moment, Tatar was faced with an endless army of skeletons and dragons. Sod Arrows was down to 2 million health, so Shen simply recalled it as well. Tatar was under attack from monsters coming from all directions. After sacrificing a few skeletons, the last 5 million health was finally worn down. With a splash, Tatar's round body sent mud flying. Shen stepped forward to collect the loot. Tatar's cloth shoulder pads, golden level 40 intelligence plus 2310, spirit plus 3250, spell power plus 1200, spell critical rate plus 8%, spell critical damage plus 10%, final damage plus 5%. Is this really the attribute of a level 40 golden equipment? Why does it seem a bit low? Although the added damage is quite high, what he needs now is basic intelligence. Only by increasing intelligence can he summon more skeletons and boost their damage. However, it's still golden level equipment. He just needs one more piece of cloth pants to complete the golden 5-piece set. Unfortunately, his jewelry is still silver level. No rush. After picking up all the items left by Tatar, Jin Chen's lifespan had reached 112 years and 6 months. With this lifespan, he had completely freed himself from lifespan anxiety. Aside from one piece of golden equipment, Tatar didn't drop anything else good. Generally speaking, the probability of a big drop is highest the first time a boss is killed, and subsequent drops are not as good as the first. This should be the reason it was killed for the second time. After clearing the loot, he used the conversion of skeletons and, as expected, only got one skeleton warrior. After the sacrifice, he continued to lead the undead army in a sweep. At this point, the undead army only had 8,000 left. 1,000 skeleton warriors, 3,000 skeleton executioners, and 4,000 headless knights. Additionally, there were over 10,000 Draken. The sharp decrease in numbers led to a slowdown in monster spawning efficiency, which was just right for Qin Chen to collect items. Although the skill Bone Hell was powerful, its cooldown time was particularly long, requiring a full 24 hours. It made sense. If the time were short, one could hide in a corner and continuously prepare the undead army. And who could resist that? After traveling through the misty marsh for over an hour, the sounds of frogs suddenly disappeared. An ancient, decaying smell wafted through the air. After picking up a skill book, Qin Chen looked ahead. He saw that the trees in front were twisted and gnarled, with leafless branches resembling sharp swords piercing the sky. The bark was as black as if it had been scorched by fire, and in some places, there were patches of gray-white bark that had peeled off but not yet fallen. There was not a sound to be heard. Even the faint mist in the misty marsh had turned gray. This must be the dead marsh. The desolate scene before him made Qin Chen alert. Tatar had mentioned that there were swamp whirlpools here. Qin Chen looked at the ground. The once muddy path had now completely turned into puddles. In such situations, there were often traps in many places. Fortunately, Qin Chen had enough skeletons. He dispatched 50 of the remaining 1,000 skeleton warriors to scout ahead. Pitter-patter. With a uniform sound of splashing water, the 50 skeletons marched forward side by side, entering the deadly swamp. As soon as he stepped onto the area covered by black water, suddenly, the skeletons advancing ahead began to sink down in unison. Qin Chen's eyelids twitched. What's going on? No way forward? If there really is no way, that would be troublesome. He needed to find the necromancer altar hidden in the woods, and he couldn't search from the air. He could only feel his way inch by inch. But if the ground was impassable, that would be a problem. Just as Qin Chen was feeling troubled, he suddenly saw one of the sinking skeletons stop. It seemed to have only sunk halfway. Meanwhile, the other skeletons had already disappeared beneath the calm water's surface, as if they had never existed. This is it. Qin Chen's spirits lifted. Riding the polar bear, he approached the skeleton, and sure enough, the polar bear did not sink. He continued to send another skeleton forward to scout the way. The skeleton warrior bravely advanced in a straight line. While it was moving, suddenly, two enormous skeletal hands reached out from the side, each twice the size of a skeleton warrior. They were even larger than the executioner skeletons. One of the skeletal hands grabbed the ankle of the skeleton warrior and yanked it violently inward. The skeleton warrior couldn't struggle at all and was directly pulled into the muddy trap. Qin Chen frowned. Damn it! The monsters here don't attack. They just pull people down. This is quite troublesome. If these swamp giant skeletons could emerge and attack, he could still carve out a bloody path. But being pulled down directly makes it hard to defend against. Fortunately, he had plenty of skeletons. Qin Chen could only gamble that these giant skeletons had a cooldown period for their pulls. He sent another skeleton forward. When it passed the spot where the previous skeleton had disappeared, it indeed was not pulled down. Qin Chen hurriedly signaled the polar bear to keep pace with the skeleton. Not knowing how wide this path was, Qin Chen could only cautiously advance in a straight line. Behind him followed the Legion commander skeleton, Sod Arrows, Carl, and Nolan. After them came the skeleton army and the dragon army. The long line marched vertically into the deadly swamp. If it weren't for the sheer number of his skeleton minions, they wouldn't have been able to enter this area at all. Sometimes, a giant hand would appear on either side. If Qin Chen hadn't dodged quickly, he would have almost been pulled into the mire himself. It's important to know that, if pulled in, he would be killed in just 3 seconds. There would be no room for escape. From then on, Qin Chen had a squad of skeleton warriors scout ahead. This hidden path through the swamp was not a straight line. Sometimes, while walking, the leading skeleton would directly fall into the mire, but fortunately, there would always be an escape route on either side. Thus, they explored and advanced. After walking for more than half an hour, the skeleton ahead sank again. Qin Chen had to stop and let 2 skeletons continue to scout to the left and right. But soon, the skeletons exploring to the sides also fell in. Qin Chen's brows furrowed. What the hell is going on? Could it be that there's no way forward? They had been walking here for most of the day, and suddenly hitting a dead end would be devastating. Perhaps there was another possibility that the winding path was hidden in the sections they had already traversed. Shin Chan ordered the leading skeleton to explore to the sides. Sure enough, one of them did not fall. Shin Chan secretly praised himself, "I'm really smart." Just as he was about to command the army to continue moving, he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a pair of white, enormous hands reaching out from the muddy water beside him. The hands were targeting right behind him, and they had already pulled one skeleton down. Because they had delayed here, the cooldown was over, and they reached out again to continue pulling. The Legion commander skeleton was right behind Shin Chen. If it died, the Draken army would cease to exist. Shin Chen hurriedly ordered the Legion commander to dodge back. However, it was too late. Its ankle had already been grabbed by those giant hands. The giant hands ignored the power attribute. Logically, the Legion commander's power attribute should be much higher than that of an ordinary elite monster. However, under the pull of the giant hands, he found himself unable to muster even a hint of resistance. It seemed that dragging people down was a skill of the monsters inside, and this skill could even ignore ranks. This thing was truly terrifying. Before Qin Shen could think too much, the giant hands had already dragged the Legion commander's ankle down. Soon, they had pulled him down to his waist. Qin Shen hurriedly tried to recall the skeleton. However, to his surprise, the system prompted him that the Legion commander's skeleton was in an abnormal state and could not be recalled. Damn it! What now? The Legion commander was still one of his capable subordinates, and just like that, he was gone? In a moment of panic, the Legion commander was already dragged to chest level, and it looked like he would be pulled down and killed in just a second. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shun chose to sacrifice. He had no idea if the sacrifice would be successful. The only option left was to choose sacrifice. Sacrifice could still have some effect. If he was dragged down, it would mean certain death. As the Legion commander was sinking down, he suddenly vanished from the surface of the pool. Not successful? Damn it! Wasn't that a waste? Your skeleton Legion commander Bakarma has been sacrificed, and due to sharing the dragon lineage, this sacrifice has resulted in a repair progress of plus 500. Phew! Thankfully it was successful. A whopping 500 points. Chen knew Bakarma was special, but he didn't expect it to contribute so much. The sadness of losing a capable subordinate was somewhat alleviated. Just then, the giant skeletal hand, interrupted by the skill, reached up again, but this time it grasped at nothing. Because there was nothing in this place. Qin Shen felt disgusted at the sight of those pale, enormous hands. He casually cast an internal injury spell. 3 seconds later, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Kill swamp giant skeleton and gain 2000 experience points. What the hell? It was that easy to kill? He thought this thing couldn't be killed. Qin Shen stood there in a daze. Although it was easy to kill, this thing moved too quickly, leaving no time to attack. Moreover, it didn't yield much experience, and he couldn't even pick up the dropped items. There was no point in killing it. Looking back, the Delican army had already vanished along with the Legion commander. There were still 2,000 headless knights, 600 executioners, and 200 skeleton warriors left. Hopefully, the remaining skeletons would be enough to consume. Qin Shen sighed and recalled Karl, Sodaros, and Nolan back into the skeleton space. He didn't want to sacrifice any more of his capable subordinates. Continuing forward with an unpleasant feeling, Qin Shen would cast an internal injury spell on any giant skeletal hand that suddenly appeared along the way. Although he wouldn't gain much benefit, it felt good to vent his frustration. As the team advanced, the skeletons were quickly depleting. From time to time, Qin Shen would look back, frowning at how the length of his team was getting shorter. His brows couldn't help but furrow. Now there were only 200 headless knights left. Could they hold out until the end? Qin Shen was very doubtful. As they continued forward, a massive treetop broke through the gray mist and appeared before them. Judging by the size of the treetop, this tree was at least 10 times larger than the others. In Qin Shen's astonished gaze, the full view of the giant tree came into sight. The enormous treetop spread out in all directions, with its erratic small branches resembling ghostly hands. If this tree had leaves, it could probably cover a football field. Qin Shen's path also required him to pass under the giant tree. Upon seeing this giant tree, Qin Shen felt he must be very close to his goal. There was no other reason, it was just an instinctive intuition. The scenery along the way had been monotonous, and suddenly seeing this giant tree made him feel that things were about to change. Adventurer, you actually managed to reach here. An ancient and weathered voice echoed. The voice was loud, making his ears ring. Qin Shen didn't know where it came from and looked up to ask, "Who? Where are you?" I am the ancient tree Negan. Right in front of you. The ancient tree. Negan? Could it be that the one speaking is this giant tree? Qin Shen looked up and indeed saw a massive mouth opening on the trunk of the giant tree. This giant mouth resembled a human's, and it was actually moving. What do you want here? Negan spoke again.
After overcoming his initial surprise, Shin-Chen found a safe spot. He commanded the skeleton army to stop and looked up at Negan, saying, "I came here to find a necromancer's altar." "Do you know where it is?" "Necromancer's altar? I don't know. There's nothing like that here. You should leave quickly," Negan replied. Shin-Chen frowned. From Nolan's words, it was already clear that the necromancer's altar was here, and Tatar had also predicted that there would be a necromancer's altar here. Why was this old rat saying there wasn't one? Could it be lying? Right, what exactly is this thing? He still didn't know, so how could he easily trust its words? Shin-Chen looked at the old tree. Altar Guardian Negan, Golden level, Regional Boss level, 40 health 240. Million attack power, 960,000 skills, Area Strike, Herbalism, Grasp, Flying Needle, Area Wither, Trap Generation. Area Strike is a large area skill. Herbalism is a healing skill that restores 20% of maximum health when health is below 50%. Grasp is a single target control instant kill skill. Flying Needle is a large area ranged skill, and Area Wither is a curse type negative status skill. The most terrifying is Trap Generation. It can create a death whirlpool in the swamp within a 30-meter range ahead, and if you can't get out within 10 seconds, you will be instantly killed. It's somewhat similar to Rudra's Dark Whirlpool. Altar Guardian. This old rat is quite cunning. It seems he is the boss guarding the altar. I just didn't expect the final boss of the Wolfsmoke City area to be here. With the boss placed here, who could possibly find it? It must be said that this regional boss indeed has quite the presence, with over 200 million health. With such health and attack, who could possibly kill it? With an attack of nearly 1 million, even if Old One came, he would be killed in one hit. It seems this boss is meant for someone as abnormal as Shin-Chen. Shin-Chen rubbed his hands, eager to try. I say, Negan, don't lie to me. I've already found out that the altar is right here. Could it be right behind you? Negan replied, Adventurer, I advise you not to try. There is no altar here, and it is certainly not something a one-hit point adventurer like you can covet. Shin-Chen pouted. Faced with Negan's thick health, he could only summon Rudra. Since he had already made up his mind, there was no need to hesitate. Are you sure you want to resist? Shin-Chen suddenly questioned. This giant tree was actually a regional boss. Since it had encountered him, there was absolutely no reason to let it go. Moreover, it was the altar guardian, and only by eliminating it could he find the altar. Now the goal was clear. There was nothing more to say. Trying to fool me? It seems this old tree is not honest at all. Shin-Chen said. Adventurer, I admire your courage, but please check your health before you speak. Negan waved its branches and said, with just one hit point as a necromancer, I don't know where you got the courage to confront me. Negan's tone had grown more impatient. In its view, the necromancer opposite only needed to move a finger to be eliminated. Yet this necromancer spoke with a hint of arrogance. It truly couldn't understand who had given him such courage. Was it those headless knights? Just average at best. This has nothing to do with courage. I just want to find the whereabouts of the altar. I guess it must be right behind you, right? Negan, as the guardian, must know the exact location of the altar. It would be best to find out. You know. What? What does it matter? With your headless horsemen, do you think you can get past them? Dream on. I advise you to leave early. Don't throw your life away here. Negan pretended to advise. Shin-Chen felt helpless. This old man clearly didn't take him seriously, and he had no intention of dragging this out any longer. Come out, Rudra. With the summoning, the previously gloomy sky suddenly split open. Then, a pair of giant dragon feet emerged. Negan looked up in shock. What did he see? A giant dragon leaped down. The ice-blue dragon circled in the sky. Above, its massive bat-like wings flapping, supporting a long dragon tail behind it. This was the first time he had witnessed Rudra in its entirety. Even Shin-Chen couldn't help but observe closely. Negan never expected that this one-drop-of-blood kid could summon a dragon. How is this possible? You, a one-drop-of-blood necromancer, can actually summon a dragon. He had thought this one-drop-of-blood necromancer was an opponent he could easily handle, which is why he had acted so generously, planning to let him go. However, in an instant, this opponent had summoned a dragon. It nearly dropped his jaw. Shin-Chen coldly asked, Now can you tell me where the altar is? If you tell me, I might consider letting you off the hook. He was genuinely considering letting him go. But he didn't expect Negan to snort coldly, Adventurer, don't get too cocky. As long as I kill you, your summon will disappear too. After saying that, Negan's body began to tremble, and the branches on the entire treetop started to move as well. It seemed he had chosen to resist to the end. There was no need to continue the conversation. Summon Ice Spear. Rudra spits out a massive ice spear, dealing 300% spell power plus 120% physical attack damage to a single enemy target. As the skill was released, Rudra, circling above, suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a spear radiating an icy aura shot down.
With a thud, it pierced Negan's sturdy body. Minus 195 million. A single skill dealt nearly 200 million damage to Negan. It didn't trigger a critical hit, so Negan didn't die. The long health bar now had only a sliver of health left. Realizing he wasn't dead, Negan, after a moment of shock, roared with joy, "Ha! So what if there's a dragon? If I can't kill you, then I'll kill you." After saying that, his trembling body suddenly shed countless tiny branches which then shot towards Qin at high speed. Minus 920,000. A grey damage of over 900,000 floated above Qin head. Fortunately, the three skeletons were currently in the space and had fully recovered their vitality during this time. Otherwise, Qin would have been in trouble. However, the dozen or so headless horsemen surrounding Qin weren't so lucky. Damage of minus 610,000 floated up and they were instantly killed by Negan's flying needle skill. Seeing Qin endure over 900,000 damage and still stand there, Negan momentarily lost focus. How could you not be dead? How is that possible? Qin smiled. Without speaking, now it's my turn. Dragon Spear. Dragon language magic summons a massive dragon spear, dealing 100% magic damage to all enemy units within a 200-meter range in front. Rudra spread its wings, shooting out a barrage of long spears that pierced the area ahead. Negan was impaled by one of the spears. Thud. Minus 590 million. Nearly 60 million damage floated up. Negan never understood why he couldn't kill that one drop of blood. The massive dragon spear pierced through his body. As his health bar emptied, Negan's once mighty body emitted a series of sounds. Crack, crack. And this explosive sound continued to resonate from within him. Qin was startled and took 2 steps back. With a series of cracking sounds, Qin saw a large crack split the entire tree of Negan down the middle. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the giant tree, now split in 2, toppled to the sides. After the branches hit the ground, a platform appeared in the middle. Oh, so it was here. Qin understood why Negan had resisted so fiercely. Unless it was dead, there was no way to find the altar. The altar was a circular stone platform with a statue of a figure holding a staff in the center. The statue was over 2 meters tall and looked somewhat majestic. In front of the altar, there was a stone staircase leading up. While observing the altar, he did not forget to dismiss the summoning of Rudra. He had already spent 2 points of progress, which made Qin feel a bit pained. Now, Rudra's repair progress had reached 13,210 points, and there was still a long way to go before completion. He sent his skeleton forward to explore. The closer they got to the altar, the more dangerous it became. Basically, with every step, a skeletal giant hand would emerge to grab the headless knight and pull both horse and rider into the muddy trap. After sacrificing 50 knights, Qin finally stepped onto the stone staircase. At this point, only 5 headless knights remained behind him. The 68,000 skeletons summoned by Nolan had all perished in this misty swamp. If it weren't for the existence of Rudra, which was like a bug, they would have never found the necromancer's altar. For safety's sake, Qin cleared a path for the 5 headless knights, allowing them to walk ahead to prevent any accidents. Then he placed one foot on the altar's stone steps. As his foot touched the altar, a wave of sorrowful resentment belonging to death surged from his brain. It was an irresistible, pessimistic emotion that arose from his mind. Qin couldn't help but recall the betrayals of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Lei back on Blue Star. After entering the 10,000 Realms game, he was left with only a drop of blood and the despair of a B-level talent. One by one, events that triggered negative emotions flashed through Qin's mind, leading him to a desperate thought. What is the meaning of all that I have done? The pessimistic emotions were magnified. Qin felt the urge to return to the city. He no longer wanted to engage in conflicts, nor did he want to change to a necromancer, and he certainly didn't want to gain any more power. Even Rudra in his backpack no longer seemed worth repairing. So tired, so wanting to destroy everything. His hand had already reached into his backpack, grasping a city return scroll. He took it out and unfolded it. Once unfolded, everything would come to an end. It would end. But would it really end? Qin suddenly realized that it was impossible for it to end. Without powerful strength, he would only be at the mercy of others. He would only become a target for others to mock. Qin hurriedly put away the return scroll. He looked up at the statue on the altar. The statue's eyes, which had originally emitted a faint green glow, suddenly vanished after Qin regained his clarity. Oh, so it was you behind this. Qin understood. This must be some kind of test before changing classes. Aren't powerful mentors always selecting their disciples this way? Anyone with insufficient willpower was unworthy of becoming their disciple. Speaking of which, the necromancer's mentor was quite gentle, not killing anyone but allowing others to leave. The 5 headless knights had already reached the platform, and under Qin's command, they rode their warhorses back and forth. After circling several times and confirming there was no danger, Qin also ascended the stone steps. The platform's surface was engraved with runes. The edges of the runes showed signs of erosion from wind and rain. It seemed this was an ancient profession. Besides that, there was only one statue and
The center of the altar. The statue depicted a thin old man holding a staff, with a long beard that had drooped down to his chest and a peaceful expression as he leaned on the staff. This was in stark contrast to the gloomy and lecherous image of a necromancer that Qin Shen had in mind. Qin Shen noticed an oval-shaped indentation, about the size of a palm, on the statue's belly. What was this? For? Could it be the place to put the necromancer's talisman? After circling the statue again, he discovered 2 pieces of equipment, a skill book, 100 soul-sealing stones, and 20 gold coins. Behind the statue, he picked up the 2 pieces of equipment. One was the golden lower garment he had longed for. Negan's true leather, golden level 40 intelligence plus 4250 constitution, plus 1200 spell power plus 2310 spirit plus 4200 physical/magic defense plus 3200 final damage reduction 5%. The attributes were quite good, at least the intelligence boost was significant. With intelligence, combined with his own enhancements, he could summon another batch of skeleton warriors. The other piece of golden equipment was a chainmail used by priests. Its attributes were also quite powerful. Qin Chen considered it for a moment and ultimately traded it to Suyu. There was also a skill book, and B-level assassin skill, which would surely sell for a good amount of money. After tidying up his spoils, Qin Chen continued to observe the back of the statue. Not finding anything else of interest, he marked his current position on the map. He had also marked out how to proceed on this journey. Since he had found the altar and seemingly discovered the use of the rune stones, there didn't seem to be much worth lingering for. He took one last look at the depths of the dead marsh. The still water surface showed no ripples, resembling a dead zone. Beneath the surface lurked giant skeletons. Just stepping onto it would get one dragged down. Surely, there were no worthwhile monsters to fight inside. After making all the necessary preparations, he was ready to leave. He took out a return scroll from his backpack and slowly unfurled it. As the scroll was fully opened, the runes drawn inside connected into a beam of white light, enveloping Qin Chen, and he ultimately vanished from the altar. After he left, the statue on the altar flashed a green light in its eyes before returning to calm. Today, Brian was dressed to the nines, wearing a bright silver battle armor with a purple flower snake-shaped decorative sword at his waist. He was adjusting his attire in front of the mirror, ensuring the collar was properly aligned, then spread his arms and turned around. Seeing his handsome and dashing appearance, he was very satisfied. The reason for his meticulousness today was that the Westco family was selecting a son-in-law as the most capital-rich family in Wolf Smoke City. The Westco family owned 40% of the shops in the city. It was undoubtedly a massive capital conglomerate in Wolf Smoke City. Even Brian's father, the Lord of Wolf Smoke City, had to show some respect. If he could win the hand of Sophie, the daughter of the current patriarch Elrond of the Westco family, then Brian would be the only one in Wolf Smoke City to possess both power and wealth. At that time, he would become an unassailable figure in Wolf Smoke City. Moreover, Sophie was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Wolf Smoke City, a title she truly deserved as a noble lady. Every time Brian saw her, he couldn't help but drool. This martial arts competition for marriage not only invited influential NPCs from Wolf Smoke City but also opened 10 slots for the arrivals. However, Brian wasn't worried. How could those arrivals possibly compete with him, a level 40 golden warrior? He was 100% confident that he would win Sophie's heart in this competition. Let's see what that old man Elrond has to say this time. Brian rode his tall horse to the entrance of the Westco family's estate. At this moment, a red carpet had been laid out, extending inward. On both sides of the gate, there were rows of guards who took the reins from Brian and led the horse to the backyard. Brian walked along the red carpet into the Westco family's interior. Even he, the son of the city lord, felt that this courtyard was too spacious and too grand. Just look at that rockery, it could rival my family's main hall. My goodness, that usually stingy Elrond actually spared no expense in building a long pavilion. There was envy in Brian's eyes, but more so, greed. Just wait, soon all of this will be mine. Of course, that includes Elrond's shops as well. Soon, a few people approached from the opposite side of the red carpet, led by the plump Elrond. Lord Brian, your esteemed presence is a great honor, and I hope you will forgive my inadequate welcome, Elon said with a smile. His eyes were so small that when he smiled, they became mere slits, giving him a somewhat endearing appearance. But one shouldn't be deceived by his looks, they were meant to mask the cunning glint in his eyes. No worries, Uncle Elon. I'm here to participate in Sophie's martial arts contest for suitors. Oh, I asked you, haven't you seen her? Brian looked around but couldn't spot Sophie's figure. Well, she naturally needs to make a grand entrance. She's in the back room getting ready, Elon said, patting Brian's back affectionately. Come on, the second son of the Chamber of Commerce, Alpha, is already waiting in the reception room. And there's also Gil from the Professional Guild and Lofi from the auction house. Brian, come here quickly. That little rascal Lofi actually wants to compete with you for Sophie. Ha ha ha. Alpha, representing the Chamber of Commerce, laughed heartily. Brian and Lofi exchanged glances, their eyes clashing like swords. Who wouldn't want to compete for a beauty like Sophie?
But it also depends on one's own capabilities, doesn't it? Brian said. However, Luffy was unyielding. Oh,
Brian, are you implying that you are the pinnacle of martial prowess?
in Wolf Smoke City? Brian wanted to respond sharply, but in reality, he wasn't. He could only snort coldly. Since this is a contest for suitors, naturally, the strongest will prevail. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Luffy spread his hands. No problem.
He leaned against the massive auction house, which not only had resources but also various hidden intelligence.
Although Brian was the son of the city lord, the city lord's mansion was a separate administrative unit from other cities. In contrast, the auction house was a systematic entity with connections from the imperial city to secondary and tertiary cities.
Therefore, if it came down to a competition, Luffy wasn't afraid of Brian. At that moment, Gil from the professional guild noticed the tension between the two sides and
stepped in to mediate. Hey, why bother? Look at this. Everyone is unhappy over a woman.
If you ask me, we should unify our goals. We wouldn't want the Descenders to take first place. That would be
quite embarrassing. Brian snorted disdainfully. Gil, what are you talking about? Do you think I don't exist? Let those trashy Descenders take first place?
Among the four, Gil held the lowest status. His words carried the least weight.
That's why Brian dared to confront him like that. Gil didn't dare to say much, only managing an awkward smile. At that moment, Luffy said, hee, you're quite boastful. But I heard that our future city lord, the golden level warrior Lord Brian, has suffered multiple defeats at the hands of a Descender? What? Is that true? Who is this Descender? Quite impressive. Ha! Alpha, who had been silent, suddenly perked up, excitedly asking. Brian's expression immediately darkened. Hee, Alpha, if you're interested, I can tell you all about it. Luffy, leaning against the auction house, naturally had plenty of hidden information. Sure, I'm definitely interested. Tell me what happened. The origin of this matter must start with a one-drop blood necromancer. Luffy said, cooperating as he began.
As soon as he finished that sentence, he caught the attention of Alpha and Gil.
What? One-drop blood? A necromancer? Gil exclaimed. One-drop blood, isn't that someone on the verge of death? How could they possibly cause trouble for Brian? Alpha clearly didn't believe it. Luffy said, hee, we can confirm this with our Lord Brian. At that moment, Brian's face
turned crimson. Shin Shen's incident had made him lose face in front of the others.
Alpha didn't care about Brian's expression and urged, I believe you. Continue telling what happened. The story begins with this blood-dripping necromancer who obtained a powerful bone spirit in the realm of the undead. Of course, I don't know the specifics, but this incident caught the attention of Lord Brian, who wanted to seize the bone spirit. So, he secretly allied with a faction among the Descenders, intending to kill the blood-dripping necromancer to obtain the bone spirit. Who would have thought that? The Legion of Dominance chosen by Brian had a leader as foolish as a pig, who not only failed to achieve his goal but also wasted many of Lord Brian's precious items. What? A legion that can't even handle a dying blood-dripping necromancer? Gil exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I see now, this blood-dripping necromancer must be an SSS-level talent. That makes sense, Alpha realized. However, Luffy smiled mysteriously and said, well, what tier of talent he possesses will be explained by Lord Brian. The three then looked at Brian, all waiting for his answer. Brian felt an unprecedented humiliation. To his pride, he shouted angrily, enough, and then turned to leave the reception room. After he left, the discussion about him did not stop. What? B-level talent? How is that possible? How did he manage that? Alpha and Gil clearly did not believe it. Luffy also showed a thoughtful expression. I'm curious too, but this guy named Shin Shen has a very high attack. I wonder how he did it. Shin Shen arrived at the resurrection point, checked the date, and realized that today was the day of the martial arts competition for marriage. He then followed the address on the invitation. Upon reaching Dongshan, he saw a manor, which was likely the place. After showing the invitation to the guard, he was directed to a side hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of players already gathered there. Shin Shen found a place to sit. Although the CK family did not think highly of these players, they still prepared food for them. Everyone was eating snacks and drinking wine, and some players who were usually strapped for cash even started secretly stuffing snacks into their backpacks. This group of players chatted while eating. Hey, have you seen this woman named Sophie? No, but I heard she's very beautiful. Not just beautiful. She's simply a stunning beauty. Really? Describe what she looks like. Yeah, tell us. She has long white hair, a typical Western beauty, an amazing figure, and a pretty face. As the informed ones described her, a group of men fantasized about her appearance in delight. Damn, she's exactly my ideal type. I must win first place. She's my ideal type too. What good does that do? I'm a priest, who can I beat? Among this group of players, one person stood out as out of place. With arms crossed, he looked disdainfully at the players who were eating. A bunch of poor fools, how dare you participate in the martial arts competition for marriage? You even dare to claim you'll win first place. The majority of the players eating immediately became displeased upon hearing this. One priest stepped forward and said, what do you mean?
They prepared this food for us to eat. What? Are you jealous? The one with crossed arms was an archer. He arrogantly replied, "Heh. I say, you can't even afford a meal, yet you want to come here for the martial arts competition for marriage? Can you even do it? Ha!" The priest was also not willing to back down. "Whether we can or not is none of your business. We just love to eat, so what? What does it matter to you? Let me ask you, what tier of talent do you have? How dare you participate in the martial arts competition for marriage?" the archer asked. "What's wrong with being a C-level talent?" "And you," the priest retorted, but when it came to talent, he indeed felt a bit inferior, and his tone was not as strong as before. "Ha ha, you crack me up. A C-level talent has the nerve to come here. I am but a humble person, just an A-level talent, but I can still crush you," the archer boasted. Qin Shen understood that this archer was just to show off. An A-level talent can still be useful in the novice village, but by the time you reach a level 3 city, it's no longer a hot commodity. So he definitely doesn't have much money. If he doesn't have much money himself, how can he dare to talk about others? Sure enough, after the archer revealed his talent level, a warrior immediately stood out from the crowd. "Ha ha, it's just an A-level talent. What are you pretending for? You're just trash." The archer turned red and questioned, "What's your talent? How dare you talk about me?" The warrior proudly replied, "I have an S-level talent and I'm still here eating. What's wrong?" The archer's bravado immediately diminished. Laughter erupted around them, mocking this self-righteous guy. Hearing the crowd talk about him, the archer was infuriated. So what if you have an S-level talent? You're a warrior class, and in the end, I'll still beat you." The warrior said. "Oh, just because of you? You say I'll be beaten by others, that's possible, but you? No way." The archer retorted, "Bullshit, I can definitely beat you. My talent increases my attack range by 5m, it'll be easy to beat someone like you." The warrior laughed. "Oh, then. Take a look at what my talent is." After saying that, he posted his talent in the nearby channel. "Teleportation, S-level, can blink forward 10m every 5 seconds. Damn, this talent is simply a bane for ranged fighters. What they say is true, I can really beat you. How can you still say you can beat others? You look like a sandbag, just someone to be beaten." A few words made the archer's face turn red and his neck thick. He no longer had the earlier arrogance. "Aren't you going to beat me? How about we spar right now?" The warrior had already drawn his knife, ready for a fight. The archer shook his head like a rattle. No, let's forget it." The crowd immediately erupted in boos. "With this little courage, you're still pretending? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Trash. Acting so big. I also have an A-level talent, but I can't act like him." The warrior tapped the archer's head with his knife and said, "Don't just act tough in the future, got it? Coward." The archer shrank his head like a quail and obediently said, "Got it." The crowd burst into laughter. Again. Just as they were about to mock him a bit more, a system notification suddenly came through. System announcement: the CK family is holding a martial arts recruitment tournament today. Players can choose to watch, and those who have received an invitation, please attend promptly. CK family, location. The system announcement ignited the living room. What? There are other players watching? If I go up, won't I be humiliated? I only have a C-level talent. Going up would just make me a laughingstock. Exactly, with this going on, I don't even want to participate. Isn't this just asking a low-level talent like me to die publicly? Just as everyone was criticizing the system for not giving prior notice, the archer, who had been mocked, found his sense of presence again. He said to everyone, "Don't panic. There's still a one-hit wonder over there. He's sitting there calmly. What are we afraid of?" Everyone followed his finger and indeed saw Qin Shen sitting on a nearby chair. This one-hit wonder is also participating in the martial arts recruitment tournament? Sigh, no matter how pretty that girl is, she shouldn't humiliate herself. I think he's just infatuated, only thinking about the girl. That's understandable, after all, he won't die. Seeing everyone start discussing Qin Shen, the one-hit wonder, the archer felt his face regain some dignity. Look, even the one-hit wonder is participating. I, with an A-level talent, must participate too. However, the S-level warrior said, logically speaking, a one-hit wonder should have died by now, but this brother is still alive, which means what? It means he might have an SS level or even SSS level talent. As soon as the warrior said this, everyone immediately became interested. That's right. As everyone knows, a single drop of blood can't even defeat a monster, so the fact that he has survived until now at least shows that he must have fought a boss. With that said, the archer felt he had offended a big shot. Cautiously, he leaned closer to Qin Shen and asked, brother, what tier is your talent? Qin Shen didn't want to pay attention to this show-off, but seeing the curious gazes of the crowd, he loudly declared, B rank. What the hell? A B rank talent can survive until now, that's impressive. This brother must be a smart guy. Otherwise, how could he have made it this far? I have a friend who's also a single drop of blood, and he died early. Yeah, this brother has it tough. Everyone sighed in admiration, but upon hearing that Qin Shen was only B rank, the archer felt he had the upper hand again.
Damn. You scared me. I thought you were some big shot. Turns out your talent is even lower than mine. Heh, with someone like you, I could take you down with a single arrow. Do you believe it? Shin-chan looked up and glanced at the archer. I don't believe it. The archer immediately jumped up and down, saying, don't act tough, I have a talent that increases attack range. You can't even touch me, you'll just die, you know? Shin-chan took out his staff, wanting to send this jerk away. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the S-rank warrior spoke up. With a threatening tone, he said, it seems you've forgotten the warning I just gave you? The archer hurriedly waved his hands, and no, I haven't forgotten. Then what did I just tell you? The warrior questioned. You told me not to act tough in the future, the archer stammered. Then why the hell are you still acting tough? I think you just need a beating, the warrior said. The archer replied, yes, I won't act tough anymore. The warrior raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. Get lost. The archer tucked his tail and scurried off to a corner. After driving away the fly, the warrior turned to Shin-chan and advised, I say, brother, it's not easy for you to get this far. If it were me, I should be rushing to level up now. Shin-chan was a bit dazed. He was already at 39 level with 1% experience. If he leveled up again, he would exceed the level limit of Wolfsmoke City and wouldn't gain any experience. He still wanted to change his class to Necromancer here. What leveling up was he talking about? Heh, maybe, but I have my own views. Shin-chan said. The warrior nodded. You're right, you have your own views, so do as you please. But if we're on the stage, I won't hold back. Shin-chan smiled. Thanks, I won't hold back either. At this moment, the chat channel of Wolfsmoke City was in an uproar. What? There's something like a martial arts competition for marriage? How did I miss it? I want to marry an NPC too. Exactly, why do only some people have invitations? That's not fair. Who cares? I want to go watch the competition. I'm so tired of grinding these stupid monsters. The players pulled into the game from all realms had been holding back for too long. Since entering the game a month ago, they had been grinding monsters every day, caught up in the rat race, not wanting to fall behind others. After a month of tension, today, due to a system announcement, they finally relaxed a bit. It turned out that this game still had entertainment content. It wasn't just about grinding and leveling up. As soon as the news was released, the chat channel exploded. Messages rolled up quickly, so fast that only shadows could be seen. Most people regretted missing out on such a good opportunity. Some who wanted to live off, others even expressed their willingness to serve NPCs like oxen and horses just to get a meal. Of course, there were also some with dignity who sternly criticized this mindset. There were also those who pointed out that there is only one woman, but there are countless players. Even if you were allowed to participate, you wouldn't be able to win. The content in the chat channel was colorful and varied, with all sorts of discussions, but it was enough to show the popularity of this martial arts competition. For marriage, nearly 40 million players expressed their intention to watch. Thus, a long line formed outside the sick family estate. If it weren't for the system using spatial folding technology, it would definitely be impossible to fit all these people. At this moment, outside the CK family, a stage had been set up, a circular arena with a diameter of 50 meters, a standard competition venue. If the distance were too short, those ranged classes would be at a disadvantage. Next to the arena was a row of seats, tiered like an amphitheater. The seats were already filled with a bustling crowd, and a large number of players were streaming in. One side of the arena led to a red carpet where participants in the martial arts competition would walk out. The clan leader, Elon, was smiling as he watched the throngs of players. How many gold coins can we make this time? 1 million? Oh, it should be more than that. Rubbing his hands, he instructed his assistant behind him, make sure those food vendors are on their toes, they need to be quick. Also, raise the prices by another 20%, fried rice for 10 copper, noodles up to 15 copper, and steamed buns for 5 copper each. The assistant hurriedly took notes. Just as he was about to turn and notify the staff, Elon stopped him. Hey, wait. Also inform the kitchen that if the ingredients are insufficient, mix in that moldy flour and rice. The assistant looked a bit troubled. He thought, you can raise prices, but why serve people spoiled food? What? You can't handle such a small task? Elon's originally smiling face turned serious, and his squinted eyes now glinted with menace. I can do it. I'll notify them right away. The assistant rushed off with paper and pen in hand. Elon resumed his benevolent demeanor, surveying the arena. It was noon, and many vendors pushing carts selling food appeared between the 2 rows of seats. Although the food here was a bit pricey, people were out to have fun, so they didn't mind spending a little. However, after everyone finished eating, they received a system notification. You have consumed spoiled food and are currently in a weakened state. All attributes decreased by 90%. Damn it, this CK family is really something. They actually served me spoiled food. I can't even fight monsters now. Damn. Me too, this CK family is really something. Not only are their prices sky high, but they also serve bad food. This is outrageous, how dare they? mock our vast player community. Damn it! I'm going to challenge the entire CK family.
Among them were those who bravely called out, but unfortunately, not many responded, and in the end, the matter fizzled out. The cunning Elon hid behind the scenes, counting
the incoming gold coins. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. My god, I've made 3 million gold coins. Seeing his gold count skyrocketing, Elon was overjoyed.
But the next second, his expression changed to one of despair.
Due to issues with the food you sold, Li Bin
has filed a complaint, and 15 copper coins from this transaction have been refunded.
Li Bin, that despicable guy, you really
deserve to die for daring to cheat me out of 15 copper coins. Just wait, I'll settle the score with you once this is over.
Initially, Elon thought Li Bin's case was an isolated incident. However, after Li Bin successfully filed his complaint, he quickly spread the news.
Consequently, more and more players requested refunds.
Elon's meticulously planned money-making scheme was thus obliterated by the system.
At this point, he was completely stunned.
Because the system kept prompting, some player is requesting a refund.
Elon, who would get furious over losing even a single copper coin, was truly at a loss this time. Not to mention the venue costs and labor expenses, he couldn't
even recover the initial investment.
This made the money-loving Elon feel as if the sky had fallen. He had originally planned to sacrifice his daughter for wealth, but now he had lost both his daughter and any chance of making money. Just at this moment, the upper echelons of Wolf Smoke City had gathered at his residence, and there was no way to end this competition.
Elon was furious,
but he was clever. He couldn't help but think of a way to turn the situation around. Today, the second son of the Chamber of Commerce president was also participating, and the Chamber of Commerce president, the Stephen family, was not short on money. In fact, they were even wealthier than the CK family. If my daughter can marry the second son of the president, it would be possible to recover some losses from the bride price. Elon secretly estimated and felt that Luffy had a pretty good chance.
Oh, even if Luffy doesn't win, it certainly won't be the descendant.
Those descendants were all carefully selected by him, and in terms of attributes, they could never win against the young masters of Wolf Smoke City. The difference in attributes is too great, it's a fate of being crushed. The reason for selecting 20 players was to let the player community watch the match so they could harvest their profits. Now, instead of harvesting, they ended up getting a free meal, leaving Elon to pin his hopes on the bride price. At this moment, Shin Chen and the others were all waiting in the side hall. The group of 20 was complaining about how stingy the CK family was,
because until now they hadn't provided them
with lunch, and the only food they had was a little snack from the morning.
By now, it had all been eaten. The archer had stopped showing off and was gnawing
on a big bun he had brought in his backpack. Meanwhile, Shin Chen took out a plate of lobster and feasted on it, making everyone envious. The archer grumbled angrily, "Eat, eat, eat, go ahead, it's not like it's your last meal or anything, your time will come soon."
The martial arts matchmaking ceremony finally began. The plump Elon took the stage to speak, still wearing his trademark smile. He walked to the center of the arena and said, "First of all, welcome all the descendants who have come to watch the match. As the patriarch of the CK family, I now declare that the martial arts matchmaking ceremony officially begins. First, let my daughter, Sophie, meet everyone." The watching players immediately cheered. They had waited so long, and the main event was finally starting. Moreover, everyone was curious about what this Sophie looked like. Amid the anticipation of 40 million players, a woman wearing a queen's crown and a white wedding dress walked out from the red carpet, dressed to the nines. Instantly, the players' gazes focused on her figure. Wow! That waist, that butt, that chest, it just hit my heart. Oh my, that exquisite little face, she's definitely a celestial being descended to Earth. No way, I have to participate in the match. The beauty can only be mine. This isn't fair, a beauty like this should be fought over by everyone. Why is it only open to a select few? In an instant, Sophie's stunning beauty stirred a collective frenzy among the audience. However, there was little joy on Sophie's delicate face. Instead, it bore a cold and aloof expression. Anyone who was sold as a bargaining chip by their own father wouldn't be happy. This was also Sophie's current thought. Although she would eventually get married, the way of gaining benefits to do so still made her feel uncomfortable. But Sophie still stood gracefully in the center of the arena, slowly turning around to let the surrounding players see her unparalleled beauty. The extraordinary beauty on the stage wore a faintly sad expression, like a monkey in a zoo being pointed at and discussed by millions of players in the stands. These were all her father's arrangements, and she could only comply. From childhood to adulthood, her father had instilled in her the importance of profit. Everything revolved around benefits. Without her father, the family wouldn't be so large and wealthy, and she, Sophie, wouldn't be able to live such a life of ease. However, hidden in Sophie's small heart was a rebellious seed. She hated this rule-bound wealthy life. Indeed, it was materially rich and she could almost have anything she wanted. But she was someone who valued the spiritual world. Isn't life meant to experience things one hasn't experienced before? Why live such a dull life every day? She wanted a more exciting life, not this monotonous existence. But what could she do? She was just a canary raised in a cage, surrounded by iron walls that forced her to follow her father's wishes. Assuming nothing went wrong, she would marry a powerful young master today. From now on, she'd continue to be caged, just in a different place. Perhaps this was how her entire life would be spent. She hated this kind of life. Whenever a descendant, player, came to the family for a mission, she would ask them about their adventures. Although these tales were full of hardships, with some even leading to death, she still longed for them. If only someone could take me on an adventure and guarantee my safety, that would be great. Maybe one of today's descendants will be that person. If he wins, I'll definitely go with him. Oh, Sophie, what are you thinking? How could such a person exist? Even if he did, father would never allow a descendant to win. He wants to use me to get a higher bride price, Sophie lamented in her heart. Her father, Aaron, also walked down the red carpet. Sophie knew it was her turn to descend. Following her father's arrangements, she obediently stepped off the red carpet and took her seat in the VIP section. Aaron walked to the center of the ring and began to give a speech, mostly formalities like welcoming everyone for their support. Although he had suffered heavy losses recently, a shrewd businessman like him knew he had to maintain appearances. Finally, he listed today's contestants. The eldest son of the Lord of Wolfsmoke City, Brian. Brian was the first to appear. Dressed in shiny silver armor, the handsome, wealthy young man's appearance drew a collective cheer from the female players. It was a fair match, Sophie for the women, Brian for the men. Next was Lofi. His entrance was also grand, wearing a white mage's robe that indicated his profession was a mage. After Lofi came Alpha, Jill, William, and a series of other second-generation heirs, a total of 8. After introducing the children of these powerful NPCs, Aaron began to introduce the descendant player, Cam, giving them special emphasis. The Sheikah family holds great respect and admiration for the descendants. Therefore, we've sent out invitations in the form of a hidden quest to 20 descendants. The number of descendants far exceeds that of the NPCs, which shows the Sheikah family's special treatment of the descendant community. Unfortunately, the players here had all suffered from Aaron's shoddy goods, otherwise they might have believed his nonsense. He then introduced the descendant group. First to appear is the S-tier talent, Nyochangji. The S-tier warrior walked down the red carpet, greeted the surrounding players, and then went to the VIP section. A chorus of boos came from the players. I can't believe this. I didn't even get a hidden class, but this guy got chosen. The first one is an S-tier, so there won't be any higher tier ones after this. It's over, we players have no hope. On his seat, Wang Yiba was filled with anguish. Damn it. I'm also an S-tier talent, why wasn't I chosen? I have an SS-tier talent. If they chose me, we'd definitely win, Li Yu said. Unfortunately, both of them had been rigged out by Brian's behind-the-scenes manipulations. Next to appear is the A-tier talent, Zhang Chun. The arrogant archer strode onto the stage, head held high. The jeers from the crowd grew even louder. Damn it. It's that show-off. He loves to act like a big shot. When we did a dungeon together, that jerk always took more than his share because he had an A-tier talent. It was disgusting. An A-tier talent can get in? Then I should be able to, too. Why did they choose a useless archer like him? This guy is clearly garbage. If he wins, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Next to appear is the B-tier talent, Li Ji. When Li Ji appeared, everyone was speechless. What was going on? An A-tier talent was one thing, but they had even chosen a B-tier talent. However, the challenge to the players' patience didn't end there. After introducing 4 B-tier talents, the next to appear were 10 C-tier talents. Although Qin-Shan also had a B-level talent, upon seeing that drop of blood, Elon decisively kept him for last. He feared being scolded by the surrounding players. When the information was revealed. Alright, now there is only one last player among the descendants. This descendant is very special. What makes him special? First of all, he is very strong. The angry attitude of the surrounding players put a lot of pressure on Elon, and he decided to weave a deeply moving story to help them accept the fact that a drop of blood was participating in the competition. He was originally a forsaken person, yet through his own efforts, he has persevered step by step to reach this point. I believe that his deeds are something no one else could achieve. Although he hails from the abyss, he possesses a spirit of striving for improvement and persistence. The moment I saw him, I was filled with recognition for him. If there is anyone suitable to be Sophie's husband, I believe he is the most fitting choice. Elon rambled on, and the surrounding players went from initial confusion to impatience. Elon accurately sensed the players' emotions and decisively wrapped it up. He is our protagonist today, the B-level talent, Qin Chen. Qin Chen? As soon as this name was mentioned, Brian suddenly stood up from his seat. How could this be? He remembered that Qin Chen's name was not on the list of tasks released by Elon. Was this the drop of blood guy he had been targeting all along? Brian's unusual reaction caught the attention of Lofi and others in the VIP section. Seeing his tense demeanor, Lofi asked, "What? Do you know this Qin Chen?" Brian forced a smile. Haha, how could that be? How could I know a player? He then sat back down. The name Qin Chen not only excited Brian, in the audience, Wang Yiba and Li Yu also stood up in shock. Damn, how could it be him? It's over. This time the little beauty is definitely going to fall into Qin Chen's hands, Li Yu said pessimistically. Wang Yiba snorted coldly, this time with Lord Brian personally taking action. Do you think Qin Chen will still be invincible like before? In Li Yu's mind, Qin Chen had already established an invincible image. Even with Brian here, he didn't think he could win. At this moment, a considerable number of players who knew Qin Chen's name also stood up. In their hearts, Qin Chen was a master figure. Although he only had a B-level talent, he had maintained an invincible image from start to finish. So, would he be invincible this time as well? Of course, the players who knew Qin Chen were still a relatively small proportion. More people were curious about what this player, who had been praised to the skies by Elon, was really like. Amidst the calls, a figure appeared on the red carpet. Qin Chen strolled leisurely to the center of the arena. At that moment, the entire competition venue fell into a terrifying silence. Not a single person made a sound. Qin Chen turned to look at the VIP section. Sitting in the central position, besides the heroine Sophie, was Brian in shining silver armor. The gazes of the two met in the air, unable to conceal the killing intent within. After their eyes crossed, Qin Chen shifted his gaze elsewhere, turning around and walking towards the VIP section. At this moment, Brian gripped the armrest in front of him tightly. It's him! It's him! The drop of blood necromancer. I can't believe you actually dared to come here. Truly seeking death. The location of the Sheikah family had already left the main urban area, where NPCs could challenge players to duels. As long as the other party agreed, they could be killed. Until Qin Chen sat back down in the VIP section, the surrounding players erupted from their shock. What the hell? What's going on? Letting a drop of blood guy participate? Is this really a representative among players? We could tolerate a bunch of low-level talents, but what does it mean to find a drop of blood? Is it just filling the ranks? Damn, I feel this is the conspiracy of the West Hakka family. They never intended to marry their daughter to our player group. A clear-headed person had already noticed the problem. Damn it, all that talk just now was to tell us you picked a one-drop blood contestant? We won't accept it. Hey, I actually think this one-drop blood is a bit special. It's been a month since the game started, and where have we seen a one-drop blood person? Maybe this person has something unique, someone speculated. However, more players expressed their opposition. Not only did they not have faith in Qin Chen, but they didn't even believe in S-level talents. Why should they trust someone with just one drop of blood? Faced with the doubts of those around him, the mentally strong Elon was not affected at all. Instead, he stepped onto the stage and said, I know everyone will be surprised when they see the last contestant, and some may even suspect that our Elon family is pulling strings behind the scenes. But this is not the case. This lucky one-drop blood descender has moved me with his spirit. Our West Hakka family also needs someone with such an indomitable spirit to face difficulties. After Elon finished speaking, some of the protesting players turned into supporters, feeling that he made sense. A large family would find it hard to survive to this day without a spirit to support it. Yet, many others continued to express their opposition. The reason was simple. This was an arena, not a charity organization. They came here to watch the duel of experts. Now, there was only one S-level player in the group, and suddenly a one-drop blood player appeared, making them feel like they were being played. Meanwhile, the VIP seats were lively. The heroine, Sophie, looked curiously at Qin Chen, who was sitting at the edge. Why did this person dare to come here to compete? He only had one drop of blood. Wouldn't that mean he would die if someone touched him? But, seeing his calm demeanor, he seemed to have the air of an expert. Qin Chen noticed the gaze beside him and turned to see Sophie staring at him with curiosity. He winked at her and smiled broadly. After all, she was his fiancée. Whether he could get the necromancer's talisman this time all depended on her. Moreover, perhaps the two would have to be honest with each other. Sophie's bright, expressive eyes quickly shifted away, shyly focusing on the scene in the arena. I say, Qin Chen, the great hero, are you satisfied now? The whole venue is talking about you. Do you want to see what everyone is saying in the regional channel? The archer, Zhang Chun, had been keeping an eye on the chat channel. His face turned green when he saw others calling him trash, but when he saw people saying, Qin Chen, the one-drop blood player, was just a filler, he sneered and openly mocked Qin Chen. Other players in the VIP seats shifted their positions to avoid sitting next to Qin Chen and embarrassing themselves. Qin Chen snorted and said, no matter what they say, it can't be worse than your foul mouth, you trash who is both bad and pretentious. He glanced at the other players, who all looked at him with disdain, hoping they would still have the courage to act like this when they were beaten later. Elon moved his plump body to the center of the stage. Alright, everyone has waited too long for this match, and the anticipation has been too great. Now, let's enter the official competition time. I will announce the rules of this match. The opponents will be determined by drawing lots, and the winner will have the right to marry Miss Sophie. This arena match is a sparring session, so there will be no injuries, everyone can rest assured. Elon's chubby hand reached into the box, casually grabbing two bamboo sticks. He looked at the names on them and displayed them to the audience. In the first match, Brian Will faced Jiang Chun. After reading it out, he showed the signed sticks to the public, indicating that he had not cheated. Brian stood up from the VIP seat in his bright silver armor and cast a meaningful glance at the opposing player's VIP area, leaving everyone wondering who it was aimed at. As this bright silver armor appeared in the center of the arena, the surrounding female players collectively screamed, "Ah, Brian, look here. Brian, I like you. Ah, so handsome, I want to have your babies." Meanwhile, Brian surveyed the crowd, reveling in the feeling of being the center of attention. In contrast, another contestant, Jiang Chun, nearly fainted when he heard his opponent was Brian, the son of the city lord. Damn, that's the son of the city lord. Can I even compete with him? If he hits me, it'll be like playing around. Faced with the gazes from all directions, Jiang Chun felt too embarrassed to be a turtle hiding its head, and had no choice but to walk up to the arena. As he passed in front of Qin Shen, he angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? You're just a one-hit wonder. Not even as good as me. How dare you talk about me?" Qin Shen was completely bewildered. He hadn't even noticed this little Karami. "You're just a piece of trash who can only rage ineffectively. Don't bite me," Qin Shen retorted. "You." Jiang Chun huffed in anger, thinking about how to retort back. At this moment, the players in the stands were already growing impatient. "I say, are you participating or not? Seeing the son of the city lord, are you scared?" "Exactly. If you're going to participate, hurry up. Dragging this out is a waste of time." Jiang Chun, scolded, lowered his head and climbed onto the arena, not daring to lift his head at all. "Today, I, Brian, will definitely be the winner. I will marry Miss Sophie, and Sophie will definitely be mine. Only my status is worthy of such a beautiful lady," Brian boasted arrogantly. His haughty demeanor immediately drew dissatisfaction from the surrounding players. "Jiang Chun, kill him, kill him. Damn, what status? Isn't he just a spoiled brat relying on his father? What's so impressive about that? I just don't get it." "Exactly. Looking down on us players. Jiang Chun, show him what you're made of. Players must win. Go Jiang Chun." Someone shouted a slogan, and the surrounding players immediately followed suit. In an instant, "Players must win. Go Jiang Chun. Players must win. Go Jiang Chun." The thunderous cheers echoed back and forth in the competition arena. The system had a function to enlarge the viewing distance, so no matter where one sat, they could see what was happening in the arena. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding players, Jiang Chun's originally timid face began to show confidence. Only Brian's expression darkened. "Damn it! I'm the son of the city lord, and now you're cheering for that trash archer over there, you ungrateful fools. Just wait, and I'll show you my strength." With the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Chun confidently delivered a speech. "Everyone, don't worry. I will not let you down. Don't look at my only A-level talent. My talent increases attack range, allowing me to dominate ranged classes. Don't worry, I will definitely win." This statement immediately stirred the players. One by one, they stood up from their seats, vigorously waving their arms to cheer for him. Brian felt nauseated watching this and quickly signaled to Elon. Elon took the microphone and stepped onto the stage, gesturing for the players to quiet down. All right. Now, both contestants, please take your positions and stand in the red circles on either side of the arena. The match officially begins." Brian snorted coldly, looking at Jiang Chun across from him. "Damn, how dare you steal my thunder, just wait." After both sides stood in the circles on the arena, Elon gave the command. Brian drew his sword from his waist and charged at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun didn't expect Brian to move so quickly. He hurriedly ran while casting skills. His skills could only deal about 10 to 20,000 damage to Brian. However, if he could kite, Brian would still wear him down. Yet, it turned out he was overthinking it. When they were 15 meters apart, Brian swung his sword and a fierce sword energy shot out, hitting the running Jiang Chun. 135,000. Jiang Chun's health was only 70,000, and the 130,000 damage instantly killed him. The players who had been cheering just moments ago fell silent in unison. "What the hell? How did that happen? One-hit kill. Aren't you supposed to have an A-grade talent? How can you be this useless? Damn it. I cheered for you for so long, and you actually flopped. What the hell? Get down. Get lost. Useless. 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 Useless." The players' angry curses were much louder than before, desperately venting their frustration. Jiang Chun, reborn in the arena, looked completely bewildered. "I died so quickly?" Looking around at the furious faces, he felt like he had embarrassed himself in front of his grandmother. "What are you doing in this competition if you have no skills? Useless piece of trash." Jiang Chun shouted, "I at least have an A-grade talent. What's wrong with me participating? Am I not qualified? That one-hit wonder is just a B-grade talent necromancer. He has even less right to compete. Why aren't you saying anything about him?" This was a clever way to shift the blame. "Right. There's also that one-hit wonder B-grade necromancer. Good grief, this debuff is stacked high. 1 hit point, a mediocre B-grade talent, and the most useless. Class, the Necromancer. What qualifications do you have to compete? I haven't even revealed my hidden class. What are you doing here? Useless. I don't even have an A-grade talent. What the hell are you doing here? You piece of trash. I'm a shield warrior with 150,000 health and I'm too embarrassed to step up. Who gave you the face to compete? Trash. Useless. Disgracing the players. An overreaching clown. Qin Shen was truly minding his own business when trouble came from the sky. He was just sitting there waiting for his turn, who knew that millions of players around him would suddenly turn their heads, gesturing and cursing at him. Qin Shen was also helpless. He could retort back to 1 or 2 people, but how could he argue with 40 million? Ha, fine, you all keep cursing. The more you enjoy it, the harder you'll be slapped in the face in the end. Brian on the opposite side casually said, is this it? Trash. If this is the full strength of the players, I advise you not to waste your time, just forfeit. After saying that, he elegantly returned to the VIP seats. His arrogant attitude infuriated the player community to the point of madness. But now, who could turn the tide? Everyone's gaze turned to the S-grade talent Niu Changji. There was still a glimmer of hope. With an S-grade talent, perhaps they could turn the tables and save some face for the player community. Unfortunately, Niu Changji's talent was completely different from Wang Yiba's. His was only suitable for PK and escaping, not for fighting against high health targets. If the leap ability were on an archer, it would be a divine skill, but Niu Changji was just a warrior class. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the second round of the draw began. The draw was for Luffy and the C-grade talent player Wang Jun. As soon as Wang Jun stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in boos. He was a close-range assassin and only had a C-grade talent. How could he possibly compete against a boss-like NPC? Sure enough, as soon as they engaged, Wang Jun was instantly killed. Luffy casually put away his staff, pretentiously dusting off his sleeves. Ha! The invader? Just here to entertain us. The disdain in his tone made all the players seethe with anger. But there was really nothing they could do. After all, it was common knowledge that players couldn't solo a boss. Now they could only rely on the S-grade Niu Changji. Niu Changji, step up. Go Niu Changji. Niu Changji, step up. Go Niu Changji. This was the collective shout of the player community. They hoped that someone would step up at this moment, representing the player community, and fiercely defeat these faction NPCs. As an S-rank, Niu Changji was undoubtedly the most likely candidate among the players. Seeing all of this, Niu Changji painfully closed his eyes. He was well aware of his own talent. If he were an archer, he could easily dodge and kill the faction NPCs, but he was a warrior instead. This was of no use against bosses at all. He found it hard to accept the expectations of millions of players. Their enthusiasm had become an unbearable weight in his life. Third round, Alpha versus Huang Feilong. Huang Feilong was just a B-rank talent. As soon as the match began, he was instantly killed. Alpha didn't lose the faction NPC's position either. After defeating him, he contemptuously scanned the entire arena. Weren't you just shouting loudly? Keep shouting. Bring your S-rank talents up here to compete. Ha! A bunch of ignorant fools. Thinking a mere S-rank talent can defeat us? How ridiculous. These two sentences ignited the anger of millions of players. One by one, their faces turned red, left powerless and furious in place. At this moment, millions of players were hoping that Niu Changji would step onto the stage and defeat one of the faction NPCs, showing them a thing or two. Even if he couldn't win, at least he could tie, restoring some face for the player community. The competition continued, with all matches, except for one between Luffy and Jill, being battles between faction NPCs and players. This was intentional. The goal was to quickly exhaust the player community and have the faction NPCs compete among themselves. Soon, 20 players had been eliminated, leaving only Niu Changji, Qin Shen, and an A-rank talent named Li Yu. Next match, Alpha versus Niu Changji. After announcing the result, Elon began the character introductions for both sides. The millions of players, who had been disheartened and drowsy, suddenly erupted into intense cheers upon hearing the name Niu Changji. Yay, finally, it's our turn to score a point. Great. Niu Changji, go for it. If you win, I'll treat you to noodles. Niu Changji, you must win back fiercely. Strike down those arrogant faction NPCs. Niu Changji, go. We believe in you. You're our only hope now. Amidst the cheers, Niu Changji felt a bit uneasy in the VIP seats. He even felt somewhat stage fright. Jiang Chun, sitting next to him, encouraged him. Brother Niu, come on, you must win back for us and relieve this anger. Niu Changji gave Jiang Chun a meaningful glance, sighed, and left the VIP seats, walking towards the arena. Jiang Chun was puzzled by his look and turned his attention to Qin Shen, who was sitting in a corner. What are you looking at? Qin Shen asked, looking at this provocateur with confusion. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Are your ears deaf? Can't you hear? Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chun, you're really asking for it. This guy always had to vent his frustrations on Qin Shen. and such shameless behavior had already angered him. Hey, you with one drop of blood dare to threaten me? Do you believe I can take your life with one arrow? Jiang Chun drew his bow and assumed a combat stance. Qin Shen sneered, I don't believe it. Hey, you ignorant fool, how dare you provoke me? Just wait and see. Just as he was ready for battle, a system prompt came through, announcing that duels were not allowed in the audience area during the arena match. Alright, kid. I'll let you live a little longer. We'll wait until the match is over. I swear I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Shen lazily ignored him and simply turned his head away. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chun became relentless. Kid, did you hear what I said? You better wait for me after the arena match. Hey, ignoring me? Acting all aloof? Fine. You're as good as dead. I will make sure you die completely. Jiang Chun felt that this one drop of blood was even more arrogant than himself. What the hell are you pretending to be with just one drop of blood? Did you hear that? Just wait for me to load. I told you to wait. The other players in the VIP section were fed up. They were already in a bad mood after losing the match, and Jiang Chun was still nagging beside them. Alright, so you want to show off now, huh? Why didn't you win the match earlier? Are you ever going to shut up? Stop talking nonsense and watch the match. Jiang Chun was bombarded by everyone, instantly filled with anger. You think you're so great? You still lost, didn't you? I just can't stand this one-drop health player. A useless person taking up a competition slot. It's as annoying as someone hogging a toilet without using it. Qin Shen sneered, you're not useless, but you still lost, didn't you? Can't beat the powerful NPCs, so you're looking for a sense of existence here? Hey, you! Jiang Chun was left speechless, fuming as he plopped down on a chair. At that moment, a pleasant female voice came from where Niu Changji had been sitting. Are you saying you can beat them? Everyone turned to look, and they realized that Sophie had already taken Niu Changji's seat. She was asking Qin Shen. Qin Shen turned his head and saw her flawless little face. He reached out and pinched her cheek. Gotcha. Sophie pressed on. What do you mean by gotcha? But you only have one drop of health, right? Qin Shen confidently replied, I can handle it. I can handle anything. Sophie had always been very interested in this one-drop health player. Although he only had one drop of health, he exuded a calmness that other players couldn't match. This made her curious about what abilities he possessed. Even the S-rank Niu Changji wasn't this composed. With a beauty by his side, the players in the VIP section couldn't sit still. Even though they felt embarrassed about losing, they couldn't resist the temptation to flirt with the beauty. Miss Sophie, don't listen to his bragging. How could a one-drop health player possibly beat a powerful NPC? Yeah, Miss Sophie, he's just here to make up the numbers. It doesn't matter if he loses. A piece of trash. How could he handle a powerful NPC? Just listen to him brag. You might as well look at me. The enthusiastic flirting from the surrounding players made Sophie feel a bit uncomfortable, as if she had fallen into a den of wolves. She glanced at Qin Shen and said to everyone, sorry, I have to go back. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Everyone thought it was a pity. Jiang Chun jumped out again, saying, it's all this one-drop health player's fault. If it weren't for him bragging and scaring Miss Sophie away, maybe she would have stayed longer to chat with everyone. Exactly. Why do you have to brag when you have nothing to show for it? Is it embarrassing to admit you're not good enough? Ha! I could tell from the start that this kid was just pretending. Now he's exposed, right? Those who hadn't disliked Qin Shen before now directed all their resentment at him after the beauty left. Qin Shen suppressed his anger, merely smiling without saying anything. What else could he say? The truth was that no one would believe him. He could only use facts to slap them in the face. At that moment, the two on the arena had already stepped into the red circle. Alpha versus Niu Changji. This was also the match the player community was most looking forward to. They believed that the S-rank Niu Changji would definitely turn the tide. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Elon announced the start of the match. Alpha didn't rush to attack. He was a mage, while the opponent was a melee class, so logically he wouldn't approach first. Plus, he had something to say. You're the most promising S-rank talent among the players, right? Alpha asked calmly while adjusting his clothes. Niu Changji replied, that's right. It's me. He. I heard they say you can defeat me, he said nonchalantly. Whether I can beat you or not, we'll find out when we try. Niu Changji said, not losing any momentum. Even if he lost, he couldn't embarrass himself because thousands of eager players were behind him. He. That's right. We'll only know after trying, but I can tell you, you're bound to lose. Alpha calmly flaunted his elegance, making people want to slap him hard. Then I'll give it a try. After saying that, Niu Changji charged towards Alpha. However, the two were still a good 50 meters apart, and during the time it took him to run, Alpha had enough time to unleash his skill. He raised his hand and began to use freeze, planning to slow Niu Changji down first, before thoroughly tormenting him. As Niu Changji ran, his eyes were fixed on Alpha's staff. The moment he saw Alpha finish casting his skill and raise his staff, he suddenly teleported forward 5 meters. Alpha's skill was interrupted as the target was lost. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Oh, this is interesting. But it ends here." After saying that, he raised his staff and cast an instant skill. Suddenly, several vines appeared beneath Niu Changji's feet, wrapping tightly around his legs, leaving him unable to move. Run. Aren't you fast? Keep running. Next, let me show you how I'll torment you to death bit by bit. This instant control skill doesn't last long, but it doesn't need to. Alpha cast freeze again. 2 seconds later, an ice explosion erupted on Niu Changji, shattering the entangling vines and encasing his body in a layer of ice crystals, significantly reducing his movement speed. Minus 6,500. Alpha deliberately switched to some trash gear to lower his damage, aiming for a mocking effect. Seeing that Niu Changji was successfully slowed down, he shook his head and sighed. "Looks like you can't catch up to me now." Niu Changji's face turned red from being teased. As soon as the 5 seconds were up, he immediately used teleportation to close the distance. Again, Alpha pretended to panic, patting his chest. "Oh dear, so scary. You almost hit me. Then I'll give you a magical entanglement." After saying that, he waved his staff, and a beam of light struck Niu Changji. It only dealt 2,100 points of damage, but it was a damage overtime skill that would drain 2,100 health points from Niu Changji every 3 seconds. He currently had a total of 160,000 health. Alpha wouldn't use high damage skills to kill him, that wouldn't be fun. He wanted to slowly torment him, making the player who was most anticipated to turn the tide realize the gap between them. He wanted everyone to know that faction NPCs were unbeatable. With a wicked smile, he said, TSK, you're almost catching up." After saying that, he unleashed another freeze, slowing Niu Changji's movement speed again. Seeing him teleport closer, Alpha quickly ran a few steps to create distance and cast a magical entanglement to drain Niu Changji's health. Niu Changji was being toyed with, feeling dizzy and wanting to pin him down and slash him. The surrounding millions of players were also furious, as Alpha had insulted them with his words. TSK, this is the person you rely on. Not good enough. It seems you newcomers are just a bunch of useless trash. Oh, you still plan to let him kill me? Maybe in the next life. Especially when he mocked them with that smug expression and pretentious elegance, it made people seethe with anger. And that was exactly the effect Alpha wanted. He wanted the player community to be enraged. "I just love how you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. What can you do?" he said, running around like a sissy. Oh, I'm being chased, I'm so scared." Niu Changji's face turned red with anger at his ridiculous antics, panting heavily, but his legs wouldn't move. He could only approach Alpha when his teleportation was off cooldown, but he was quickly shaken off again. The players in the audience were also burning with rage. This was too insulting. Wasn't this rubbing the faces of millions of players in the dirt? The players in their seats stood up in protest. "Niu Changji, run! Take him down! Kill him! Kill that bastard! This guy is really despicable! Just finish him off! Niu Changji, get it together, it's all up to you this time. Look! What did I say? You those descenders think of you as a savior, huh? TSK. What a pity, you seem pretty useless." Alpha mocked while casually casting a freeze and magic entanglement, draining Niu Changji's health. Even with his charge skill, Niu Changji's movement speed was halved, and he couldn't catch up to Alpha, who had boss attributes. He could only be beaten from behind. He didn't want to chase anymore, wanting to stop and let himself be killed, but that would seem spineless. And the millions of players behind him disagreed. He wanted to catch up and strike back, but unfortunately, he had no chance at all. More importantly, the urging voices of players came from all directions, their angry outbursts making him feel extremely tormented. On top of that, Alpha was taunting him like a dog. Ha, you're getting anxious. Look at how your supporters are panicking. What good does it do to be anxious? You descenders are just this level, dreaming of competing with our NPCs. You should know, to be honest, we let you on stage just to highlight us. Without you, how could we shine? Alpha laughed wildly. Niu Changji let out an angry, unwilling shout. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a rage that wanted to tear his enemy apart. Upon seeing this, Alpha burst into laughter. Ha, can't win and getting desperate. So petty, so trashy. Is this your level? You just lost one match. Look at you all, looking like you're mourning. If you lose, you have to accept it. Stand straight when you get hit. Didn't your parents teach you anything? A bunch of graceless, ruleless descenders, only capable of impotent rage. After saying this, he casually cast a skill, dealing 60,000 damage to Niu Changji. Niu Changji's health bar was completely emptied. He then transformed into white light after losing the duel and reappeared on the stage, quickly running back to the VIP seats. The competition wasn't over yet, and he couldn't leave the scene. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago.
Losing so badly on stage, being toyed with like a dog for so long, left him utterly humiliated. When he returned to his seat in a daze, he couldn't help but cover his face and cry. What kind of S-level talent was he? His talent was really unsuitable. If he were an archer, he could easily dominate others. But now, as a warrior, he could only be dominated. Sitting among the NPCs of the faction, Sophie looked at Nyo Changji, who was covering his face and crying from a distance. Wasn't Alpha's behavior too much? Why humiliate others? Was all of this intentionally orchestrated by his father and Brian? In the VIP seats, Jiang Chun comforted Nyo Changji beside him. It's okay. You're already amazing. You almost hit him several times just now. Nyo Changji was too ashamed to face anyone, only lowering his head and shedding tears. When you feel like you're lacking, just look at that guy over there with 1 health point. He still has the courage to compete, so how can we belittle ourselves? In that moment, Xin Chen became a negative example that Jiang Chun used. Yeah, that guy with 1 health point was still bragging in front of the beauties just now. We can't compare. With that level of thick skin, doesn't he know how trashy he is? How can he have the face to brag? Nyo Changji ignored his companion's comfort. A loss was a loss. And moreover, he had lost with the expectations of millions of players riding on him. This gave him an immense sense of guilt. The NPCs seemed accustomed to toying with players, as if their arrival was just to provide entertainment for themselves. Only Sophie felt that this was wrong, very wrong. If I were Nyo Changji, how desperate would I be? Casting a sympathetic glance over there, I found that the man with a single drop of blood was still sitting calmly in his seat. Is he heartless? Or does he possess absolute strength? Sophie thought it was the latter. After all, he had just said he could easily handle these people. If only he could defeat Brian and the others. That way, Sophie could end her career as a canary. At this moment, the audience was dejected, lifeless. The initial enthusiasm had vanished. Instead, Alpha on the stage had not yet stepped down. He smugly said, "What's wrong? Why is everyone silent now? Weren't you all shouting for Nyo Changji to avenge you just now? He. Speak up, keep shouting." His arrogant attitude was intolerable to everyone. But what could they do? Their faith in Nyo Changji had crumbled. What could they use to fight back? After barking a few times in place and realizing no one was paying him any attention, Alpha felt bored and left the stage. Eilon stepped onto the stage, noticing the players' low morale. He encouraged them, "All right, don't lose heart. After all, there are still 2 contestants from the Descenders camp, right?" Immediately, a chorus of boos erupted around him. What kind of storm can an A-grade talent stir up? Oh, and there's a 1-drop blood clown. This guy is just here to embarrass everyone. Don't get your hopes up. 2 contestants? No. Just 2 clowns. Don't call them contestants. Better not compete. Do you want to go up there and be laughed at? I'm not that cheap. Eilon pulled out a name from the box. Brian versus Li Yu. This time, the surrounding players didn't make a sound. They were already tired. What an S-grade couldn't accomplish, how could an A-grade do it? They didn't want to be embarrassed. As soon as Brian stepped onto the stage, he shouted, "Hurry up and come down. Let me kill you," waving at Li Yu in the VIP seats. Li Yu felt helpless. He wanted to surrender directly, but there was no such option. Since he was participating, he had to fight until the end. Reluctantly, he walked towards the stage. The players saw his demeanor and immediately became displeased. "Dude, what kind of attitude is that for a match? If you want to fight, fight. If not, get lost." "Exactly. If you don't want to fight, let me go up." "Hey, don't rush to oppose. I think this Li Yu might actually win." "Win? Are you out of your mind? What does he have to win with? I can't explain it to you, but look at how he behaves. He's different from the others, who are all timid. Li Yu seems more confident." "Put, is that confidence? It's just a case of if I'm going to break, I might as well break completely." To be fair, Li Yu's nonchalant attitude piqued many people's curiosity. So relaxed, could it be that he was confident? Thus, a small group began to cheer for Li Yu. Of course, this was just a small portion. More people were not optimistic about him. The chat channel began to fill with sarcastic remarks. "Sitting with you idiots is really embarrassing. And you expect Li Yu to win? Why don't you expect me to marry Sophie instead?" There were also a few supporters speaking up. "Don't you think Li Yu seems much calmer than the others? Just for that calmness, I support him. I also vote for brother Li Yu. After all, he is our last hope." Li Yu was frustrated to find that someone still believed in him. His calmness stemmed from knowing he couldn't win, knowing he was bound to lose. It wasn't confidence. "I have the confidence to lose." A cruel smile appeared on Brian's handsome face. He. Good. I thought the Descenders could win, still dreaming. Now I'm going to shatter your daydreams. Let's start. Eilon. With Brian's command, the match officially began. Li Yu was an A-grade mage. His talent permanently increased his movement speed by 20%. Brian's sword energy attack range was 15 meters, and he had already seen it clearly from the VIP seats. The attack range of the mage is 25 meters. Perhaps he could use his range to kite a bit. As Brian approached the 25-meter mark, Liu began to use the mage's slow skill, Vine Entanglement. The skill was cast quickly, and after it was completed, a mass of vines suddenly wrapped around Brian's feet, reducing his movement speed. Brian was somewhat annoyed. Damn it, as a gold level boss, he was actually slowed down by a player's skill, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Enraged, he chased after Liu. Seeing that his skill had hit, Liu happily cast a magic missile and started running in the opposite direction, preparing to use the alpha tactic to outmaneuver his opponent. Brian, unable to catch up, could only watch as he lost 12,000 health from 2 magic attacks. Although it wasn't much, it was a significant challenge to his dignity. He shouted, "You dog! Stop right there!" As Liu ran, he fired another magic missile to chip away at Brian's health. With 3.5 million health, these hits were just a drop in the bucket. Hearing the insults, Liu replied while casting spells, "It's just a game, why are you so anxious?" But Brian couldn't care less. "I told you to stop. Did you hear me? You bastard! Do you want to die?" Liu angrily retorted, "You're the bastard. Your whole family are bastards. You lowly scum dare to insult me. You're dead. Don't let me catch you," Brian said fiercely. Liu challenged him, "Come on, watch me outmaneuver you." After saying that, he cast another magic missile, taking away over 5,000 of Brian's health. At that moment, the millions of players watching suddenly became excited again. Wasn't this tactic the same one used by Alpha against Neochanji? Using speed advantage to wear down the opponent. Not to mention, if this continued, Liu could really exhaust Brian to death. Thus, the audience began to chant sporadically, "Go Liu! Go Liu!" In contrast, Brian's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. The VIP seats of the faction NPCs were also caught up in a lively discussion. "Oh my, it seems the Lord's son isn't that impressive. He's being toyed with by a player. Ha, this is hilarious." Luffy was the first to fire off. He and Brian had never liked each other. Gil, who belonged to Luffy's faction, chimed in. "I have to say, Brian is really lacking. He doesn't know how to handle unfavorable conditions, just like a starving hunting dog running around." Below, Brian saw a few people in the VIP seats continuously talking. He couldn't help but guess that his companions were definitely laughing at him, mocking him for not being able to deal with a single player. His face instantly felt hot. "You dog! Stop right there!" Brian shouted angrily, pointing his sword at Liu. Liu turned back and shot a magic missile, making a face. "I won't! You're the dog, your whole family are dogs." Brian had never faced such provocation before, and he was immediately furious. "I will kill you. Remember that." At that moment, the slow effect on him suddenly disappeared. It turned out the negative status had expired. A mad smile appeared on Brian's face. "You're dead." On the opposite side, Liu remained calm, waving his staff. "No rush. My skill cooldown is up too." After saying that, he began to use Vine Entanglement again. Brian's face darkened, fearing he would be hit by a negative status again. However, this time, Liu wasn't so lucky. Above Brian's head, only a magic damage number appeared, and no vines wrapped around his feet. What's going on? Liu was instantly shocked. In contrast, Brian was overjoyed. "Lowly scum, die." With that, he chased after Liu like the wind. Although Liu had increased his movement speed, he was nothing in front of Brian, who was at full speed. Without the slow skill, he couldn't shake Brian off. In his terrified cries, Brian closed in to within 15 meters. A sword was swung, and a blade of energy swiftly struck towards Liu. "Lowly peasant, die." Ha. The blade hit Liu, dealing -143,250 damage instantly, killing him. Looking at Brian's health bar, it barely moved. Although he had taken several magic missiles from Liu, his thick health pool was unyielding. After winning, Brian was not satisfied. Liu had embarrassed him in front of so many people today, he had to die. After reviving, Liu relentlessly ran over. "I told you, you must die today. Are you out of your mind? This is just a match." Liu exclaimed in surprise, thinking that the earlier threats were just bravado, not expecting Brian to cling on even after winning. "Ha, a match? You lowly peasant made me lose so much face today. Is that just a match?" Brian said angrily. "You're really sick." Liu ignored him and turned to leave. Anyway, he wouldn't be in danger before the match ended, and after the match he would return to the city. In the vast sea of people, how could Brian find him? Brian, furious, waved his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, "Wait for me, you lowly peasant." At this moment, the audience fell into silence again. Finally, someone spoke up in the regional channel. "By the way, why didn't it slow down the second time? That doesn't make sense." Immediately, someone knowledgeable stepped up to show off. "Don't you get it? The boss only has a very small chance of getting a negative status. The first time was just Liu's luck." "Ha, what did I say? You idiots supporting Liu will eventually be slapped in the face. How could a player possibly solo a boss?" The chat channel became lively again. However, this time, the content uniformly turned into mockery of those supporting Liu. That guy called Li Fei come out. Weren't you just shouting happily? Saying Liu is the only hope. Ha ha ha, is this the only hope? You really crack me up. One hit and he's dead, and that's hope. Exactly. After fighting for so long, you didn't even break his health bar, and he kills you with one hit. How are you going to fight that? Sigh. It seems the player camp really won't win. There's no comparison at all. Teamwork can still fight the boss, but soloing a boss is just looking for death. Yeah, I see this martial arts. Competition is just for us players to be the backdrop. Not a single SS level talent, so of course, it's just a backdrop. Sigh. It's over. The little beauty is now an NPC of the faction. Elon took the stage again to speak. Now, the competition has gone on for nearly 20 rounds and has reached a fever pitch. Only one member of the Descendant faction remains. If this Descendant also fails, then it will be up to the faction NPCs to compete. Of course, personally, I have high hopes for this contestant. Although he has only one drop of health, he has survived until now with his tenacious vitality. When it came to the one drop of health, the players reacted strongly. Don't even think about it. Isn't it embarrassing enough? What face do you have to be on stage? Even the S-level big shots have lost. How dare you show your face with your one drop of health trash? I'd be better off going up. I'm way stronger than one drop of health. I have tens of thousands of drops. Haha. One drop of health. Undead mage. B-level. Talent. God. Is this guy just stacking buffs here? If it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to go up. So embarrassing. You don't know, Xin Shen is very strong. He wiped out 10,000 of us in the novice village. Don't underestimate him. If anyone can defeat these faction NPCs, it must be Xin Shen. Of course, there were also those who knew Xin Shen's strength and spoke up for him. However, these people were too few, and their voices were drowned in the sea of messages. Even if someone saw it, they would reply, 10,000. Damn, you really dare to brag. Quick, tell me how much Xin Shen paid you to blow him up like this? The chat channel was in chaos. Elrond's chubby hand reached into the box again and pulled out 2 bamboo sticks. Alpha versus Xin Shen. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked down, not intending to make a speech because he himself didn't have high hopes for Xin Shen, a guy with just a drop of blood. What kind of storm could he possibly stir up? Alpha immediately came down from the VIP seats. Stretching on the stage, he said, "Hey, you newcomers are really a hassle. You can't win a fight but still have a spot in the competition. If you ask me, you might as well just surrender." His words immediately resonated with millions of players. Yeah, don't go up there and embarrass yourself. Is it really that shameful to surrender when you can't win? Why bother saving face? Amidst the outcry of millions of players, Xin Shen calmly stood up from the VIP seats. Make way. I need to get through, he said to the players in the same row. They had their legs stretched out over the front row seats, blocking the way. No, I mean, buddy, are you deaf or what? Didn't you hear everyone telling you not to go up? Exactly. An S-rank big shot has already lost. What are you going up there for? Aren't you just looking to embarrass yourself even more? Aren't you just going up there to entertain everyone? If he wants to make a fool of himself, let him. The contestants in the VIP seats, unhappy about losing the match, vented their frustrations on Xin Shen, wanting to mock and make things difficult for him. But they saw Xin Shen's expression turn cold, and he spoke with anger. Get out of the way. The closest Liu said, "Hey, you still have a temper. What are you going to do about it?" Xin Shen suddenly raised his hand and shouted to Elrond on the stage, "There's someone here stopping me from competing." Liu quickly retracted his legs. All right, it's all yours. Don't get worked up. You're really something. Humph. Xin Shen snorted coldly and walked out. With this, no one dared to stop Xin Shen anymore. However, every player he passed received disdainful looks and malicious words. Bear asked in spinning in circles, "What an embarrassment. If you get taken out, don't come crying." Ha! You really have the nerve to get on stage. Xin Shen only replied, "If you trash can losers have the nerve to go up, why shouldn't I? Damn! You dare call us trash? One spell and I'll rip your pants apart." Xin Shen was too lazy to waste more breath on these people and walked through the player seats. As he passed the NPC seats, everyone looked at him with glee. Ha! Elrond praised him a bit and he thinks he can go up? Let me tell you, that old guy is very cunning. Don't believe his words. If he doesn't go up, where are we going to find our entertainment? As he passed in front of Sophie, a jade hand suddenly blocked his way. Do you really think you're as strong as you say? This was already the last newcomer. If he lost too, Sophie's future would only be to be locked up in some rich guy's mansion. She was both nervous and scared, not knowing if this one drop of blood could really create a miracle. Xin Shen gave her a reassuring look. Of course, it's easy to handle. All right, I believe you. Sophie let go of her hand, allowing him to pass. Kid, you're pretty cocky. You think you can handle us with just one drop of blood? Humph, just a clown trying to get Miss Sophie's attention. Ignoring these people, Xin Shen stepped onto the stage on the red carpet. As soon as he stood up, garbage was thrown. From all directions. There were buns, eggs, water bottles. It was as if hail was falling from the audience. The players in the audience had all stood up, jumping up and down, shouting hysterically. Get down, get down, get down. You trash. How dare you? Get on stage. Hurry up and roll. Is it honorable to stand there? Is getting taken out something to be proud of? Trash waste Chin. Chen, get down. Trash waste Chin Chen, get down. The situation spiraled out of control to the point where players wanted to rush down and attack Chin Chen. Elon was terrified and quickly activated the system's protective shield. A semicircular light barrier enveloped the arena, isolating the trash that was thrown. Chin Chen let out a cold laugh, extended his middle finger in a circle, and looked down on everyone. The players were even more incensed, but unfortunately, Chin Chen couldn't hear them while inside the protective shield. However, the players could hear Chin Chen's voice. A bunch of trash. Do you think you can use me as an emotional garbage can? Hee hee. Alpha yawned, somewhat bored. I say, enough already. With just one drop of blood, why not just admit defeat? No wonder you're being scolded. You deserve it. Chin Chen stood at the edge of the circle and said, they aren't just one drop of blood, they have tens of thousands of drops. Did they win? Alright, enough nonsense. Let's get started. With that, he waved his staff and Subtitles appeared beside him. Like the other skeletons, but with a weapon that had transformed from a bone knife into a lightsaber. This sword feels so familiar. Alpha suddenly fell into memories. Skeletons had been seen before, but no one had ever seen a skeleton wielding a lightsaber. Where did the sword in that skeleton's hand come from? Alpha suddenly asked. Chin Chen coldly replied, no need to know. Just know that it can kill you. Wow, such big talk. I'll be watching closely. After Alpha said this, he walked towards another red circle. At this moment, in the VIP seats, Brian, don't you think that lightsaber looks a bit familiar? Brian. William called out twice without a response and then curiously looked at him. He saw Brian gripping the armrests tightly, veins bulging on his hands, and his handsome face twisted with anger. His fiery eyes were fixed on Chin Chen in the arena, and it seemed that Chin Chen sensed something, casting his gaze over. The two exchanged glances like blades crossing in the air. After Chin Chen revealed a mysterious smile, he turned his head away. Did you not see that was Subtitles' lightsaber? Brian said with a cold face. Why is Subtitles' lightsaber in the hands of a skeleton? William asked curiously. Brian bared his teeth in a fierce grin but did not answer his question. The players around who were jumping and cursing at Chin Chen had also diminished significantly. They looked curiously at this special skeleton. There's even a skeleton with a lightsaber? Forgive my ignorance. This skeleton looks a bit special. Could it be that Chin Chen relies on this to be so arrogant? Ha ha, he really is a necromancer, thinking he can defeat a powerful NPC with just a broken skeleton? What a dreamer. It's Chin Chen, he actually has a new skeleton again. This is going to be a good show. Amidst the murmurs, Alpha stood in the opposite red circle. Hee hee. Bullying someone with just one drop of blood makes me seem a bit lacking in grace, otherwise, I would let you. Before Alpha could finish his sentence, the skeleton holding the lightsaber suddenly transformed into a yellow light dragon and charged towards him. 1 segment, 2 segments, 3 segments. In the blink of an eye, the 3 segments of the fierce dragon slashed through the air and reached his side, with the final segment of the light dragon dealing 840,000 damage. As the massive damage floated up, everyone was stunned by that long string of numbers, including Alpha. After Subtitles charged in, he immediately swung his sword sideways, unleashing a circular sword energy. -310000-31000000. The blade connected in 2 segments, and the sword energy passed through Alpha's body. 8 million damage completely emptied his health bar of over 2 million. 2 huge damage numbers floated above his head. How is this possible? This is Subtitles' skill. His body then became transparent, disappearing, and he respawned on the arena. After reviving, Alpha still found it hard to accept his fate of being one-shot. Where did this skeleton come from? He asked from the opposite side. Chin Chen coldly replied, no comment. Then Alpha staff realized something, staring in disbelief at the skeleton holding the lightsaber. The match lasted only 2 seconds before a winner was determined. 1 second to charge, 1 second to kill. The massive damage numbers were still floating in the sky. The 7-digit damage figure shocked the eyes of the players present. Some were still standing there cursing, but the moment they saw the damage numbers, their mouths, which had been spewing insults, abruptly stopped. That was over 3 million damage. Who had ever seen such damage? The tens of thousands dealt by NPCs were already astonishing, but that strange skeleton had just dealt a staggering 3 million damage. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Shout. Keep shouting. Chin Chen scanned the crowd and coldly spoke. Who just said I was trash, a waste, and told me to get lost? Said I was embarrassing the players. Who said that? Step forward. With a furious roar from Chin Chen, those who had been standing up and shouting were immediately paralyzed with fear. They hurriedly waved their hands to indicate it wasn't them. At this moment, Shin still had only one drop of blood left, looking like the trash of all trash, but everyone now knew that this was the real big shot. The players in the VIP section and the NPCs were all left dumbfounded. Damn, isn't he just a survivor with one drop of blood? Why is he so strong? When did the skeleton of a necromancer become this powerful? Crap, so this guy wasn't just bragging, he's the real deal. I mocked him so much earlier, he won't hold a grudge, will he? Jiang Chun said in terror. Sitting next to him, Niu Changji sneered, now you know to be afraid? Why don't you use your brain and think about why he's still alive? Jiang Chun felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had thought Qin Shen, with just one drop of blood, was foolish for coming up, but it turned out he was the foolish one. The calmest in the seats was undoubtedly Brian. However, Brian's calmness was feigned. Inside, he was already in turmoil. He had originally thought that Qin Shen had just handed over Sadarosa's weapon to the skeleton, but seeing it today, that skeleton's skills were actually Sadarosa's. Damn it! Originally, Sadaros was supposed to take down Qin Shen, and now he had not only failed but had also become his capable subordinate. Brian was both angry and anxious. Just then, William beside him asked, so, this is Sadarosa's skill? What's going on? How did Qin Shen get a skeleton with Sadarosa's skills? Do you know, Brian? Brian snapped, that's Sadarosa's skeleton, you idiot. But why did Sadaros become that kid's skeleton? Brian completely lost it. How the hell should I know? Now I order you, you stupid pig, to investigate this matter. Find out why Sadaros became that one drop of blood waste skeleton. If you can't find out, I'll have your useless old man fired. William was scolded by Brian and then assigned a task, so he didn't dare to speak up anymore. At that moment, Luffy chimed in, could it be that Lord Brian personally gave Sadaros to Qin Shen? Luffy had a powerful intelligence network and knew about Sadarosa's attempt to snipe Qin Shen in the Tower of Despair and that Sadaros had failed. Moreover, Luffy had already roughly grasped the ins and outs of the situation and now he spoke up to mock Brian. Brian's face turned red with anger, panting heavily. Luffy, don't get too smug, Qin Shen's strength won't benefit you either. Luffy laughed heartily, whether he's strong or not has nothing to do with me. You should think about how to win the match first. If you lose in front of so many players, that would be worse than killing you, right? You. Brian was furious, pointing a finger at Luffy, but he wasn't wrong. If he lost to Qin Shen in front of so many players, it would be a humiliation beyond measure. Brian couldn't afford to lose, he had to come up with a plan. As the son of the city lord, Brian naturally had plenty of good items at his disposal, many of which could turn the tide of battle. He reached into his backpack and smirked coldly. Qin Shen, do you really think you're invincible just because you have a broken skeleton? You better pray you don't run into me, or you'll find out what it means to wish you were dead. Brian sat down angrily. In the center, Sophie was curiously watching a drop of blood on the arena. This person, quite impressive. The only downside is that he is just a drop of blood and still needs the skeleton to deal damage. However, he wasn't lying, he really could easily handle the NPCs. At that moment, the host, Elon, still looked bewildered. He had already turned around, thinking there would be no surprises in this match. Although he had just praised Qin Shen extravagantly for the sake of the show, it was just that, right? A drop of blood against Alpha? Ha! A single magic missile could take him out. So he firmly believed that Qin Shen would lose. But why was everyone around him cheering? What were they saying? Qin Shen, go for it. Qin Shen will definitely win, wipe out the NPCs. Ha! Were these players out of their minds? Well, it made sense, the player community had suffered a major loss today, so it was normal for them to be mentally stimulated. Serves them right. Letting them refund my money. Damn it, my hundreds of thousands of gold coins and costs are down the drain because of you all, and now you're all acting crazy. Just as Elon was feeling secretly pleased, a dissatisfied shout came from behind. Elon, are you mute? It's your turn to draw lots. It was Brian shouting, already. Standing on the stage, holding a decorative sword, eager to try. Draw lots? Oh, half a minute had passed, and that Qin Shen should be dead by now. It was indeed time to redraw. Elon touched the lot representing Qin Shen to the ground, about to throw Alpha's into the box for a redraw. But he saw Brian's face filled with anger. Are you stupid? Alpha has already lost, why throw it in? What? Alpha lost? Elon asked in shock. Alpha was competing against Qin Shen. Qin Shen only had a drop of blood. Wasn't that just a matter of one skill? The surrounding players heard the conversation on the stage and began throwing buns, rotten eggs, and the like. Even with the protective barrier, they were still throwing. While throwing, they shouted, Elon, are you out of your mind? Qin Shen's on the ground? I knew you had bad intentions feeding us spoiled food. Malicious intent. Damn it, can't you see Qin Shen won? What? Qin Shen won? Elon turned to take a look. That glance startled him. Standing on the stage was indeed Qin Shen with a drop of blood. What was going on? How was a drop of blood still standing on the stage? Pick up Qin Shen's lot, throw away Alpha's. Got it? Seeing Elon's bewildered expression,
Brian reluctantly reminded him. Oh, okay.
Elon, confused, picked up Qin Shen's lot and put it back in the box, while Alpha's was thrown on the ground.
Only then did he realize. You mean, that drop of blood won the match? Elon asked. Brian impatiently replied, of course. Hurry up and draw lots. We can't wait.
Only then did Elon accept this fact, reaching his chubby hand back into the box.
Just
as he was about to take one out, Brian pressed down on him again. Since the group of challengers believes Qin Shen will win, let him challenge our NPC faction.
Now, just need to draw one lot. Let Qin Shen challenge in turn. He did this to delay the cooldown time of the skeleton's skills.
Little did he know, Sadarosa's skill cooldowns were very short, so there was no need to worry.
After saying that, he exchanged glances with Elon.
The surrounding player community collectively protested. Wasn't this bullying us players? The challenges came one after another, deliberately making it impossible for skills to
cycle. Brian disdainfully glared at the people around him. The person involved hasn't expressed any objections. What business is it of yours? He then asked Qin Shen, what do you think? If you feel like you're at a disadvantage, you can just say it. It's not like we can't negotiate. Qin Shen shrugged, whatever. Alright, it's settled then. He exchanged glances with Elon. Elon immediately understood and pulled out a bamboo stick. Coincidentally, it was Qin Shen's, which Elon casually tossed to the ground.
He drew another stick, this one belonging to William.
After raising the bamboo stick to show
everyone, he shouted, Qin Shen versus William.
William was an assassin class,
perfectly suited to counter fragile ranged characters,
not to mention someone as fragile as Qin Shen. With a light step, he climbed onto the stage.
Brian shot him a fierce look.
William smirked coldly, don't worry,
I'll make him regret stepping onto the stage.
Brian nodded and left the stage with Elon. Instantly, two figures appeared on the stage.
Qin Shen, with a single drop of blood,
and the assassin William, wielding dual daggers.
The audience erupted in excitement again.
Do you think Qin Shen can do it? The opponent is an assassin. I think it's hopeless. It's well known that assassins counter fragile classes.
As long as William goes invisible at the start, Qin Shen won't stand a chance.
I think this is the end. Our player group can only go this far.
Qin Shen's damage is actually quite high, but he just happened to run into William.
Yeah, and he was set up.
This fool has high damage, but unfortunately, no brains.
In a wheel battle, he clearly doesn't have the advantage. Exactly. Why choose to show off at this moment? Now he's up against his nemesis.
Because of having a single drop of blood, Qin Shen was almost universally looked down upon by all players. He bore the hopes of too many players, everyone wanted him to win. Feeling a bit frustrated with his situation, they all believed he had fallen for Brian's
trick. This included William on the opposite side.
William was a fair-skinned man with short golden hair. His movements were somewhat effeminate. He licked the blade of his dagger with his tongue.
You're dead today, descendant. Qin Shen chuckled lightly. Oh really? Then I want to see who dies.
William squinted. It's hard to imagine how a fragile mage with a single drop of blood can be so confident in front
of me.
Not being able to imagine just shows how foolish you are, it means nothing else.
Qin Shen said bluntly. How interesting.
It's the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this.
Let's get started.
After William finished speaking, he vanished with an invisibility skill. On the circular stage, only Qin Shen remained. At level 40, he could use advanced invisibility skills.
Advanced invisibility couldn't be seen through by skeletons.
That's why William was so confident.
Just watch him boast. Is there any way to survive once an assassin gets close? He probably doesn't know, right? Level 40 NPCs use advanced invisibility. It's not something skeletons can see through. He probably doesn't know. Look at him standing still, just trying to show off. This guy can't achieve anything big. Not steady at all.
I told you, Qin Shen won't lose. Just wait to be slapped in the face. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shen had actually gained a few little fans, and not a small number at that.
The 100,000
people in the novice village were completely convinced by him. However, this number was still too small. The supporters of Qin Shen were a minority in Wolf Smoke City.
You think we'll be slapped in the face? Do you have any common sense? A fragile mage with a single drop of blood facing an assassin up close, tell me how he can survive?
Exactly, I bet Qin Shen won't last even a second. Amidst the clamor of the surrounding players, there was suddenly movement on the stage. A figure abruptly appeared behind Qin Shen.
The golden-haired William emerged, holding
daggers in both hands, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Qin Shen, die for me. After saying that, the dual daggers plunged fiercely into his back. Seeing this scene, the players' hearts all leaped into their throats.
Some wore expressions of glee, others genuinely worried for Qin Shen, while some were just enjoying the show.
However, the anticipated instant kill of Qin Shen did not occur. A large grade -368000 appeared above Qin Shen's head. Damage? No one had ever seen damage in this color, not even the NPCs had encountered it. What did this mean? Just as everyone was in a daze, the supposedly dead Qin Chen suddenly turned around. He grinned and said, hee, that's quite a high damage, but it seems pretty useless. What? Qin Chen isn't dead. He took 360,000 damage. What does gray damage mean? Could it be ineffective damage? Damn, is he really invincible? He took 360,000 damage and didn't die. Brian squinted his eyes. Indeed, Qin Chen had quite a few secrets. Sophie, who was nearby, was so shocked that she jumped up from her seat, wanting to ask Brian what was going on, but seeing his ugly expression, she held back. Even the auction house didn't know that Qin Chen had such abilities, it seemed. They would have to pay more attention to him in the future. On the other side, Sophie watched with great interest as Qin Chen showcased his skills in the arena. Standing to the side, the skeleton, at the moment William revealed himself, instantly swung its sword and unleashed two sword energies. -2980000-30102000 with over 6 million damage stacked. It directly killed William. This time, Elon saw clearly. He understood what was happening. Damn! I didn't expect this one drop of blood to be the hidden big shot. How is his skeleton so powerful? Elon was left dumbfounded. Hey, I won, next. Qin Chen reminded. At his prompt, Elon finally came to his senses, hurriedly nodded a couple of times, and reached into the box again. He pulled out a bamboo stick and read the name on it. Luffy vs. Qin Chen. Luffy in the VIP section felt a jolt in his heart. Isn't this making me fight? Sodros? How could I possibly win? Sodros is known as the #1 in Wolfsmoke City. A mere mage would be instantly killed. Luffy quickly sought help from Brian beside him. Brian himself wasn't very confident, so he couldn't guide him. With no other choice, Luffy could only brace himself and go up. However, this time he lacked his usual arrogance and didn't even dare to lift his head. Millions of players immediately cheered upon seeing this. Qin Chen will win. Qin Chen, Qin Chen. Qin Chen will win. Qin Chen, Qin Chen. Luffy glared around in frustration as he stepped into the ring. Qin Chen, I know you're strong, but I must warn you, you better not win against me. In this world, power and status matter. I am the son of the auction house president in Wolfsmoke City. If you Luffy still wanted to use his identity to pressure Qin Chen, but before he could finish his sentence, the skeleton beside Qin Chen moved. After the three-part dragon slash approached, it swiftly swung its light sword, unleashing two sword energies. The latter part of Luffy's words got stuck in his throat as he was instantly killed by the massive damage from the two sword energies. After Luffy revived, he pointed at Qin Chen with a pale face. You dare to ignore what I said? You're just a descender, a tool. How dare you lay a hand on me? You'll pay for this. Luffy angrily left the arena. His words, however, sparked deep contemplation in Qin Chen. The auction house, the largest intelligence organization here, would surely know some hidden news. Why did he say that descenders are just tools? Ha! Whether you're a tool or not, I can still defeat you now. After Qin Chen's victory, the surrounding players erupted into cheers once again. They realized that Qin Chen was indeed a big shot. Oh, no, a giant shot. If the player community wanted to hold their heads high, they would have to rely on Qin Chen. Elrin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He felt like he had done something foolish. Why did he allocate 20 spots for the descendants? Now, a big shot had actually appeared among the descendants. What should he do? Now, if Qin Chen really won, how much betrothal gift could a poor kid with no power or money offer? Forget about the betrothal gift. If he won, the CK family would have offended all the forces in Wolfsmoke City. With no other choice, he could only hope that Brian would win. The fat hand once again pulled a stick from the box. Steven vs. Qin Chen. Steven, a warrior. Once on stage, he didn't last a second before being sent away by Qin Chen's skeleton. After that, Qin Chen consecutively fought 3 matches against various professions, and unsurprisingly, these people couldn't last even a second, all defeated and leaving the stage. At this point, the emotions among the players had been stirred by Qin Chen's unstoppable momentum. What started as curses turned into cheers, and Qin Chen, with a single drop of blood, remained standing on the stage. Now, only the last NPC participant, Brian, was left. Elring glanced at the VIP seats, as if inquiring about Brian's opinion. In truth, he wanted Brian to step in and stir things up. At this moment, he wasn't even sure Brian would win, so he hoped Brian would directly use his identity and status to force Qin Chen to submit. Brian didn't disappoint him this time. He walked down from the stage. However, he didn't step into the duel circle again. Instead, he said to Qin Chen, I admit you're strong, but this is a competition between NPC forces. As a descendant, even if you win, Sophie cannot be promised to you. Upon seeing this, Qin Chen realized they were trying to play dirty. Is that so? But the rules clearly state that the first place can marry Miss Sophie. Am I wrong? Behind Qin Chen stood 40 million players. This massive group was not so easily fooled. Seeing Qin Chen being treated unfairly, even though it wasn't directly affecting them, they still voiced their support for him as fellow descendants. Relying on being the Lord's son to bully others? Don't you ask us what we think? Damn! It was clearly stated that the first place can marry Miss Sophie. What? Now you want to go back on your word? Are you planning to play dirty because you see you're about to lose? Let me tell you, it's not that easy. Our player community is not so easily bullied. I disagree. I disagree. The players' supportive voices rose and fell, creating a thunderous uproar. Although a small number of female players were enchanted by Brian's looks and chose to unconditionally believe him, that was just a tiny fraction, and couldn't stir up much of a storm. Elrin showed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He looked to Brian for help. Brian, however, looked at Qin Chen and asked darkly, "Are you sure you want to compete with me? Let me tell you, anyone who competes with me must adopt the duel mode. The duel mode is a fight where one must either die or be severely injured. One person must completely die to determine the winner. Even if one side revives, they remain in the duel, waiting for a 5-minute skill cooldown before they can fight again." Qin Chen smiled. "Does little Brian think he can scare me? That's exactly what I mean. Isn't it duel mode? Let's get started." With that, Qin Chen initiated a duel with Brian. This left Brian stunned. He had only intended to scare Qin Chen, but he didn't expect this kid to be so bold as to directly challenge him. His originally handsome face turned red from embarrassment. He had no idea about Qin Chen's background, yet this guy really dared to duel him. Where did this confidence come from? Brian faltered, stammering, and unsure of what to say. The surrounding players, however, began to cheer. "Ha ha, is this what an NPC force is like? Weren't you just so arrogant? Weren't you laughing so happily a moment ago? Why aren't you laughing now? TCH, still dared to call us trash and garbage. Now who is the trash and garbage? Don't talk big if you're afraid to duel. Now that Qin Chen has agreed, you're too scared to go through with it. What a coward." The crowd chimed in, making Brian's face turn red. But if it really came to a duel, he was terrified he wouldn't come back. For a moment, he stood dazed on the stage. Elon stepped forward to mediate. All right, everyone, let's not ruin the atmosphere. This is just a match. We can't let anyone actually die in our West K family. That would have quite an impact on us. All right, Lord Brian, hurry up and get on stage to start." After Elon's words, Brian finally regained some dignity. He snorted coldly and stepped onto the stage. A wave of boos immediately erupted around him. What a face! Afraid to duel. But a match is no problem. What did I just see? A powerful NPC just slapped himself in the face. Brian remained silent, and after stepping into the red circle, he unfurled a scroll. Rada's protection scroll. As class after use, it forms a protective shield that absorbs up to 100 million damage. 100 million damage. Qin Chen, how can you deal that much damage? As long as I'm invincible, you're a dead man. I don't believe your gray damage can withstand that much. As the 10-second countdown ended, the two entered battle mode. Qin Chen stood still, as did the skeleton, and Brian across from him didn't rush to attack. After all, the scroll's effect would persist as long as it wasn't broken. The surrounding players couldn't hold back any longer, urging Qin Chen to attack and let his skeleton take down shot arrows. Qin Chen ignored them and asked Elon, "Can items be used in the match?" Elon replied, "Of course. The match only considers victory or defeat." Brian seemed to seize the opportunity, shouting, "Hee hee. Qin Chen, let me tell you, I have plenty of items here. If you don't want to lose embarrassingly, you better surrender and get off the stage soon." Qin Chen smiled and said, "In that case, I also need to increase my status." After saying that, he looked towards the audience. Suyu was already there. As soon as she learned that Qin Chen was participating in the match, she rushed over. Hearing his words, she immediately understood that he needed her status. She quickly applied to team up. After the two teamed up, Suyu crossed the audience area and walked towards the stage. Brian on the opposite side clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. He sneered, "Still want to increase your status? What's the point? Are you trying to add a few more drops of health? Hey, it won't be much, at most from 1 drop of health to 2 drops, ha ha." Amid Brian's arrogant laughter, Suyu had already reached Qin Chen's side and blew her flute. In order to increase his secondary health bar, Qin Chen also summoned the other 2 skeletons. Suyu chose to use all her mental power to increase health. The health bar, originally at 32,000, suddenly surged to 510,000. This scene stunned everyone. This bard is a bit special, especially strong. Brian on the stage was also taken aback. Damn, he added more than 10 times the health. Just how much can Qin Chen increase? When he looked at Qin Chen's health, he immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. 1 drop of health. This damn waste still has 1 drop of health. Aren't you supposed to increase your status? This status increase is too powerful. Not even a drop of health added. Oh, I'm impressed. Qin Chen, you really know how to entertain everyone. Brian laughed so hard he was doubled over. At this moment, Qin Chen recalled Nolan's skeleton, leaving only Carl's skeleton. This skeleton looked a bit fatter than Sodaros and held a wooden staff. What's going on? There's a magic-type skeleton? I've never seen that before. How rare. There's even a magic-type skeleton. This skeleton must be something special. The surrounding players began to speculate. Carl had a control skill. Didn't Brian have plenty of items? Then let's see if you can use them. Jin Shen saw the faint protective membrane surrounding Brian, just like his own invincible skill. However, this kind of invincibility was not truly invincible. Even without damage, he would still be affected by control skills. So, Jin Shen left Carl behind to counter Brian's invincibility. How do you still have a skeleton? After finishing his laughter, Brian was shocked to see an additional skeleton. He had never heard of Jin Shen having a magic-type fat skeleton. He had seen the Dragon Legion commander last time, but this one was new. Was Jin Shen summoning this magic-type skeleton to counter him? Jin Shen sneered, isn't that obvious? Which necromancer only has one skeleton? Brian, you actually don't know this? It's hilarious. Brian's face flushed from the retort. A necromancer has more than one skeleton space, anyone would know that, and by now, everyone could summon 3 skeletons. Jin Shen had 2 extra due to hidden quest rewards, so he had a total of 5, but he had sacrificed the Legion Commander skeleton from the Misty Marsh, leaving him with 3. The 3 skeletons had a total of 228 million health points, and Jin Shen's secondary health bar had reached 45.6 million. With Brian's output, how could he compare to his skeletons? It was clear that Brian was going to lose. However, Brian did not think so. The 100 million damage resistance scroll gave him great courage. He huffed angrily, so what if you have 2 skeletons? To be honest, the scroll I used can withstand 100 million damage. Can you deal 100 million damage? Although Subtitles is powerful, he can't deal 100 million damage in a short time. What can you use to fight me when you can't even break my defense? Jin Shen replied, is that so? Whether you can break my defense or not, you'll only know after trying. Why waste so much breath? You ignorant fool. Now die for me, Brian shouted, as he charged at Jin Shen. Once within 15 meters, he unleashed his sword energy attack. 132,000 13,000 damage floated above Jin Shen's head. This time, everyone could see clearly and understood Jin Shen's secret. As the gray damage floated up, 2 skeletons simultaneously displayed 44,000 red damage numbers above their heads. Everyone suddenly realized that Jin Shen's secret to immortality lay here. The damage he received was borne by his skeletons. Each of the 3 skeletons took on 44,000 damage. How much health did these 3 skeletons have? No one knew, as player subordinates did not display health points. So that's how it is. Jin Shen, I thought you were truly invincible. Turns out you're just surviving thanks to these rotten bones. You're still that garbage with 1 drop of blood. Brian approached Jin Shen, striking him with his sword, each slash dealing over 200,000 damage. The more Brian hit, the more addicted and frenzied he became. He completely ignored his own health loss speed. 9230000-291000-283200 damage numbers in the millions floated above his head, all semi-transparent. Such exaggerated numbers truly shocked the surrounding players. Damn, that magic skeleton is even more terrifying than the one with the glowing sword. One attack dealt nearly 10 million damage. Is this even human? I'm a bit excited for Jin Shen's 3rd skeleton. He just recalled one. Does this mean 2 can take down Brian? Jin Shen's 3rd skeleton must be hiding a huge secret. I dare say it's even more exaggerated than these 2. In the midst of the intense discussion, Subtitles and Carl had already gone berserk. Mighty Dragon 3 strikes, Blade Draw / Breaking Army, Rising Dragon Strike 3 strikes / were unleashed in succession. Within 5 seconds, they had used all these skills, then began normal attacks using the Demon Sword technique. The terrifying power of Subtitles was now on full display, dealing a staggering 20 million damage in a short span of time. In contrast, Carl, after dealing 10 million damage with his first Dark Hell, only managed to inflict over 3 million with his subsequent Frenzy, and once his skills went on cooldown, he could only attack with magic missiles, each dealing around 400,000 damage. Even so, that was still far higher than Brian's damage output. Just 10 seconds had passed since the 2 sides clashed. Subtitles' skills were ready again, and he unleashed a series of attacks, Blade / Dragon's Fury in 3 stages, and then repeated the cycle. In an instant, Brian lost another 20 million health, leaving him with only 40 million. However, Brian was oblivious to this. He was excitedly swinging his sword at Jin Shen. Each strike sent his adrenaline soaring. Jin Shen, let's see how much health you really have for me to hit. You worthless piece of trash, you only have a drop of health. You will always be trash. You better hand over the Dragon Bone Spirit, or you won't be able to leave the West family's gates. Did you hear me, you worthless fool? Hand it over obediently. You don't deserve to possess the Dragon Clan's Bone Spirit. Jin Shen stood his ground, occasionally waving his staff to cast a spell. His internal injury could now deal over 2 million damage, while his other skills were just like Carl's, barely scratching the surface with 30,000 damage. Faced with Brian's provocation, Jin Shen felt no turmoil within. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. He had overthought it. Even with 2 million less in his secondary health bar, he had only lost half of it without Suyu's status boost.
9320000. Carl's Dark Hell was off cooldown again, dealing nearly 10 million damage. At this point, Brian's invincibility shield could only withstand another 20 million damage. Qin Shen sneered, "You should check your own health first. You're about to die, and you still can't keep that foul mouth shut." After Qin Shen's remark, Brian finally looked at his invincibility shield. A glance nearly made him faint. What? Only 20 million damage left? How is that possible? Subtitles couldn't possibly have such terrifying output. In a panic, he checked the battle information, nearly fainting from shock. This skeleton named Carl had dealt him nearly 10 million health in one hit. What kind of monster was this? Only then did Brian start to panic, and looking at the health bars of the two skeletons, he realized they had only taken a tiny bit of health. What the hell? What kind of monster is Qin Shen? This is just insane. In his fluster, Brian hurriedly pulled out a scroll. "I refuse to believe you have 100 million health. Sword and Man United, SS level. After use, your next attack cannot be dodged or blocked, and it will definitely be a critical hit with a fixed damage value of 100 million. Only usable by long sword wielders." This scroll was originally meant as a surprise for Qin Shen, but now he couldn't care less. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of so many people. That would be worse than death. Brian's eyes turned crimson, and his handsome face twisted with madness. The scroll slowly unfurled in his hands. "Qin Shen, you are undoubtedly doomed. This scroll is meant to take your life. Die for me." Brian shouted like a madwoman cursing in the streets. He had wanted to see panic on Qin Shen's face. Unexpectedly, the kid remained calm as ever. He simply said, "I've been waiting for this moment. Carl, it's your turn to strike." Carl? That magic skeleton? Strike? What was he planning? A clear panic flashed in Brian's eyes. Dark entanglement. Ever since Carl took the Berserk potion, he had transformed into Berserk Carl. Each of his attacks would apply a layer of dark mark on the target. When the marks reached 3 layers, he could use dark entanglement to seal the enemy. At this moment, Brian had accumulated at least 8 layers of dark marks within him, if not 10. The conditions for using the dark entanglement have been met. Carl activated his skill, and layers of dark chains surged from Brian's body, binding him tightly. Brian, who had been using a scroll with both hands, suddenly found himself immobilized by the dark chains. What is this skill? Why can't I move?" he asked in a panic. You can't even recognize a control skill? I told you, Brian, you've really been scared silly by me," Qin Shen teased. Brian shook his head in disbelief. No. How is that possible? I'm a gold level player. How could I be easily caught by a control skill? Besides, your skeleton has such high damage and also a control skill. Where's the fairness in that? Qin Shen chuckled. Fairness? I say, Brian, don't be foolish. Your scroll hit me for 1 billion damage. Does that count as fairness? Brian shook his head in denial. No. Qin Shen, you can't kill me. I won't let you off for embarrassing me in front of so many people. Qin Shen replied. Do you think if I let you go, you would let me off? Don't be naive. Brian, you can't defeat me. Even if you use items, you still can't win. Attack. Subtitles, Qin Shen commanded. Qin Shen, how dare you? Amid Brian's terrified cries, Subtitles unleashed a series of skills that drained his remaining health. Unfortunately, this was a match, so he couldn't actually kill him. After Brian revived, he looked at his arms and legs in surprise. Intact. There was a sense of joy in surviving a great disaster. He had been so invested earlier thinking he was dueling with Qin Shen, which led to his panic and fear. After reviving, Brian suddenly realized. Ha, Qin Shen. You didn't kill me, bastard. I will make you wish you were dead in the future. Qin Shen sneered. Just look at that smug face of yours, Brian. Now, as a descendant, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? After saying that, Qin Shen sent a duel invitation. Brian's face turned extremely ugly. Qin Shen, do you have the qualifications to duel with me? Just because you're a lowly one-hit wonder, how can you duel with my noble status? Qin Shen laughed. There are countless cowardly excuses. This is the first time I've seen someone refuse based on status. Since Lord Brian's status is so noble, wouldn't it be easy to crush a lowly commoner like me? But it seems that's not the case. Brian, with a darkened face, shouted angrily, Nonsense. I'm just a bit unwell today. Otherwise, how could I possibly lose to you? Unwell? I think you're just suffering from cowardice. Qin Shen's words instantly ignited the surrounding players. Coward Brian. Trash. Lowly commoner. Coward Brian. Trash. Lowly commoner. Amid the jeers from the crowd, Brian felt he had lost all face and hurriedly ran towards the VIP seats. Elon also wanted to retreat. He realized that this one-hit wonder had actually won. What a disaster. He had originally arranged for the descendant to serve as a foil, intending to use this gimmick to attract other descendants. Now that enough descendants had been attracted, he not only didn't make any money but had also lost his investment. Was he now going to lose his daughter to him as well? No, absolutely not. He still needed to use his daughter's beautiful face to make money. How
Could he give it to such a lowly commoner? Elan, where do you think you're running off to? Qin Chen immediately spotted Elan trying to escape and pulled him out. Elan chuckled nervously, no, the match is over, I'm just hurrying home. The match is over? Is it really over? Qin Chen asked. Of course, didn't we just finish? Elan said with a forced smile. Oh, then tell me, who won? Qin Chen asked. Of course it's you. Everyone saw it. Elan said with a strained smile. Oh, so you know. It was me. Then let me ask you, isn't Sophie supposed to be my fiancé now? Qin Chen said. Elan replied, well, how should I put this? Sigh. To be honest, I'm a businessman, and what I said before doesn't count. That was all for profit. Just a joke for everyone. This statement from Elan drew cheers from the powerful NPCs in the audience. Exactly. How could such a stunning beauty like Sophie marry a country bumpkin like him? However, Elan's contradictory words and actions ignited the player community. Damn it. Do you look down on us descenders? Damn. What are you so great about? Aren't you just getting beaten by us? So if we win, you won't keep your word, huh? Millions of players clamored to rush out from the audience. If this continued, Elan would be the first to suffer the backlash. Elan hurriedly stood up to explain. However, before he could speak, Sophie had already run down from her seat holding a long wedding dress. She ran to Qin Chen's side, grabbed his arm, and said to Elan, Dad, I like him. I want to marry him. Elan instantly felt dizzy. Could it be that he really had to pay for his daughter and also lose money? Elan quickly tried to persuade his daughter. Sophie, be good. Listen to Dad. He's not suitable for you. I'll find you someone better. But Sophie firmly shook her head. No, Dad, he is suitable for me. Even if he only has a drop of blood, everyone has seen his strength. This is the kind of man I want. Her attitude was resolute. Her words immediately drew cheers from those around her. Male players had already immersed themselves in the fantasy, imagining that one day they too could marry such a rich and beautiful woman who would steadfastly choose them. Elan was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Brian from the VIP section also rushed down. He had always regarded Sophie as his woman and was shocked that she chose Qin Chen. He shouted angrily, Qin Chen, let go of Sophie. She's not someone you can have. I advise you to be sensible and get lost. Qin Chen wrapped his arm around Sophie's waist and leaned closer. What if I insist on having her? What are you going to do about it? Brian's face turned red with anger. He really couldn't do anything to Qin Chen. He could only spit out one word, completely at a loss for words. Threatening him? Qin Chen wasn't afraid at all, because he couldn't beat Qin Chen. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Put her down. As both sides were locked in a dispute, a powerful and resonant voice suddenly came, carrying an irresistible aura of authority. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man clad in golden armor, carrying a heavy shield and a golden longsword, slowly walked out from the end of the red carpet. Someone immediately recognized his identity. The Lord. It's the Lord. Locks. It's the Lord. I saw him when I took a quest. The Lord actually came. What does he want? He must be here to back up his son. This is going to be a good show. Locks had already received word from his son that Qin Chen was rampaging through the Shika family, unstoppable by anyone, so he rushed over in a hurry. Qin Chen also recognized the Lord. They were old rivals, having had a history during the title quest. Now seeing the Lord, Qin Chen teased, What? Does Lord Locks also like Sophie? Are you going to compete with your son for a wife? The Lord, who had originally worn a serious expression and wanted to maintain his authoritative image, nearly choked on Qin Chen's words. Qin Chen, you dare to mock this Lord? What boldness! Qin Chen chuckled. I don't think I've ever claimed to be timid, have I? So what if I'm bold? Do you want to duel? Qin Chen hadn't even revealed his trump card yet, and he wasn't afraid of him. Qin Chen's attitude towards the Lord was so strong that it shocked all the players around. Usually, those who receive tasks from the City Lord are all extremely respectful, fearing to offend the highest authority of Wolfsmoke City. Even those who have never met the City Lord maintain an absolute sense of awe upon hearing his identity. However, Qin Chen's words shattered their reverence for the City Lord. Damn! That's the City Lord! How dare Qin Chen say that? Last time I took a task, I was scolded by the City Lord and didn't even dare to breathe. Qin Chen is really bold. So impressive. He's giving us players some face. If I had Qin Chen's strength, I would dare to say such things too. The City Lord truly did not dare to confront Qin Chen. As the City Lord, his attribute bonuses were considerable. Yet, it seemed that Qin Chen was someone who could never be measured by his true strength. He was inscrutable to rocks who did not dare to act rashly. He could only say, Qin Chen, I warn you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have two skeletons. The guards in Wolfsmoke City are more powerful than you can imagine. Sophie is not something you can possess. You can't handle it. Qin Chen smiled. I remember, someone said the same thing last time, but I already took care of them. What? City Lord, is that all you can say? Some irrelevant words? If that's the case, then you're just as cowardly as your useless son.
Rox was so angry his nose twisted. Who in Wolf Smoke City dared to speak to him like that? Shin Chen, if you keep being so arrogant, I won't let you leave Wolf Smoke City. Think carefully, the teleportation array is controlled by my people. If I say you can't leave, then you can't. Even if your level is high enough, you still won't be able to go to the second-tier city. Shin Chen was just a level away from meeting the requirements to enter the second-tier city. He never expected Rox would threaten him with that. It seemed Shin Chen was already prepared as he spoke. What a joke. Our grievances have long been established. It's either you die or I die. Isn't it ridiculous to say now that I can't teleport? This left Rox dumbfounded. So, Shin Chen was aware of the little tricks behind his back. He had already informed the teleportation array management to prohibit Shin Chen from teleporting. What do you know? Rox asked. Shin Chen truly didn't know much, but who would challenge the authority of the city lord and not expect retaliation? What a load of nonsense. If you want to fight me, I'll accompany you to the end. If you only dare to talk tough, then get lost. Rox was momentarily stunned. He had thought Shin Chen would at least show some fear of his city lord status, but unexpectedly, this kid was so tough, directly challenging him to a duel. The surrounding players began to cheer. Agree to it. Agree to it. Agree to it. Agree to it. Rox felt as if he were being roasted on a spit. To duel with Shin Chen made him feel a bit uneasy, not to mention Shin Chen's 2 skeletons. He had a 3rd skeleton as well, and according to intelligence, this guy had a high-level dragon bone spirit in his possession. How powerful it was, even he didn't know. The reason Shin Chen could rampage was probably related to this bone spirit. Based on the strength Shin Chen was currently displaying, he might indeed be stronger than Rox. But if he didn't agree to the duel, how could he hold his head high in front of so many players? He was the supreme authority of Wolf Smoke City. How could he cower before a player? Rox was in a dilemma. Just then, his foolish son came to stir the pot. Father, that Shin Chen is too arrogant. You must teach him a lesson today. He couldn't defeat Shin Chen himself, but he had a father. The face he lost could be reclaimed through his dad. Meanwhile, the NPCs aligned with Brian also began to stir. City Lord, if you don't take action today, your authority will be gone, Luffy said with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Yes, there are still so many descendants here. If you back down today, I'm afraid you'll lose all your authority in their eyes from now on, Alpha added. Next to him, William, who had a good relationship with Brian, was a brainless fool, and he stepped forward to say, Lord City Master, this Shin Chen is truly arrogant. I hope the City Master will take action to suppress his arrogance. Rox wished he could stab William to death. Damn it, can't you see everyone is waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Why are you stirring things up at a time like this? Rox stood frozen in place, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. Whether it was the group of arrivals or the NPCs of the faction, they all hoped he would take action. They were just there to enjoy the spectacle. But Alpha and Luffy were different. These two genuinely wanted him to fail. However, he knew he couldn't take action. If he couldn't defeat Shin Chen, that would be the real embarrassment. Shin Chen stood there waiting for Rox's choice. Sophie suddenly raised her delicate little face and asked, Are you really going to duel with the City Master? He has attribute bonuses, you know, with a health pool of 40 million. Shin Chen certainly wanted to duel him. No matter how much health he had, as long as he dared to agree, he would summon Rudra and directly eliminate this hidden danger. Shin Chen sneered, I'm more afraid he won't agree. I, Rox, as the City Master of Wolf Smoke City, naturally have to be responsible for everyone in Wolf Smoke City. This includes not only the NPCs of the faction but also the arrivals, treated equally. So I will not harm any arrivals. However, since Shin Chen wants to spar with me today, let's have the competition on this stage. Let's skip the duel. After all, I can't bring myself to harm an arrival. Rox suddenly threw out this statement. After hearing this, the surrounding players immediately changed their attitude. They had thought the City Master was very difficult to deal with, but they didn't expect him to consider their group. Some felt guilty for their petty behavior of just wanting to watch the show. Even some fools began to express their gratitude to the City Master. Oh my god, he really, I'm crying to death. The City Master is too kind. Even this 40-year-old old ice is about to be melted. After hearing this, Shin Chen narrowed his eyes. This City Master is quite impressive. Just a few words turned the situation around. Now, if he insisted on dueling with the group leader, he would look like a petty clown who wouldn't let go of his advantage. If it was just a competition between the two, then, if he won, he could say he was being lenient. Thus, he would completely grasp the initiative. Shin Chen didn't want him to know his trump card. Once he did, it would be his death sentence. Shin Chen could choose not to reveal his trump card, but Rox would definitely force him to show it. Since a duel was not possible, as for the competition, well, forget it. No one could die, so why be so stubborn? Shin Chen smiled and replied, I say, Lord City Master, there's no need to be so grandiose about not daring to duel. As for the competition you mentioned, I think we should skip it, lest you injure my 2 skeletons. They are quite fragile. Rox replied with a forced smile, anyone who wants to spar with me is welcome, as long as it helps the arrivals in their training.
Put. So hypocritical. If you really had that kind of heart, how could you have mocked me back then? Qin Shan smiled and didn't respond further. Rox looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this side. Everyone was lost in admiration for his sentiment. He quietly leaned closer to Qin Shan. Hee, I'll let you off the hook today. Don't think that just because you have bone spirit you can do as you please. I will make you regret it one day. My strength is not something you can fathom. Qin Shan also made a forced smile. Is that so? It seems the city master is quite confident. Just don't know if there are any miscalculations. Ha! Trying to scare me. Rest assured, this city master knows what he's doing. You don't need a wet behind the ears kid like you to remind me, Lox said confidently. After speaking, he waved his hand to Brian and the other NPCs of his faction behind him. Brian felt a bit unwilling. He had long regarded the beautiful Sophie as his forbidden fruit. At this moment, even with his father backing him up, he couldn't take her down. So where would he find another opportunity in the future? Father! Brian called out anxiously. Lox glared at him and shouted, "Leave!" With no choice, Brian could only follow his father out of the manor, accompanied by the faction NPCs. Their departure left Aaron in a panic. He had originally thought that the appearance of the Lord would suppress Qin Shan and resolve the issue of Sophie's marriage leave, directly vetoing Qin Shan. However, Lox completely ignored the matter and simply walked away. He hurriedly caught up to Lox and grabbed his arm. "Lord, my daughter cannot marry that descendant." Lox was already extremely dissatisfied with him. He was just an ignorant and shrewd merchant, not worth his attention. He had initially thought that Aaron would obediently send Sophie to his residence, but he didn't expect this situation to arise. Now, in front of everyone, Qin Shan had already won the competition. How could he resolve this? He shot Aaron a glare and stormed off. Once outside the manor, Brian said with grievance, "I don't understand. Father, why are you afraid of a mere Qin Shan? Sophie is the woman I've always dreamed of." Lox replied with a dark expression, "Don't worry. Sophie will still be yours in the future. But this matter needs to be planned carefully." Brian, however, said anxiously, "What more is there to plan? If we wait any longer, Sophie will become Qin Shan's." Lox glared at him, "Useless. A woman has made you lose sight of the bigger picture. I ask you, how is the matter I entrusted to you going?" Brian nodded. "Everything is proceeding normally. It's just that old Wang from the World Association is working on the permissions for the magic crystal cannon." Hearing the words magic crystal cannon, Lox trembled slightly, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. If this old Wang is trustworthy, let him do it. He didn't inquire too deeply. If he knew about old Wang's previous relationship with Qin Shan, he would definitely be on guard. "Yes." Brian nodded. He then curiously asked, "Father, is that Qin Shan really that strong? Even you have to fear him a little?" Lox snorted coldly. "It's not that he's strong, but rather that I can't see through his cards, so I dare not act rashly." Oh, okay. Brian thought to himself, isn't this still fear of him? But he didn't dare to say it out loud. "Humph. Offending me like this today, I'll make sure you can't survive in Wolf Smoke City," Lox said fiercely. He then ordered his son, "Issue a notice. All shops operating in Wolf Smoke City are prohibited from trading with Qin Shan. Therefore, the teleportation point cannot teleport for Qin Shan. All guards must expel Qin Shan on sight." Yes. Brian accepted the order and left. At this moment, Aaron was on the verge of collapse. He had originally thought that the Lord's visit would bring him justice and drive Sophie away from this poor descendant. But he didn't expect that even the Lord feared him a little. Aaron felt extremely disdainful inside. What good is being strong? What I want is money, brothers. How much money can a descendant have? It's over, I'm done for. My daughter, whom I've painstakingly raised all my life. Just like that, she's been taken away by a pauper. At this moment, a voice came from behind Aaron. "Father-in-law, when are you planning to hold our wedding?" It was that annoying voice of Qin Shan. "What? Holding a wedding still requires us to spend money? You really are a pauper. You actually took away my money tree. I'm done for." The more Aaron spoke, the more aggrieved he became, and he eventually started to cry. Qin Shan, on the other hand, held Sophie and said, "Of course. Sophie is the esteemed young lady of the Shika family. When she gets married, it must be done grandly, right? But where would a newcomer like me get any money? I can only rely on my father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Elon nearly fainted from anger. He quickly waved his hand. "Let's discuss this another day." Another day. Elon was supported by his subordinates as he left. This was exactly what Qin Shan wanted. His goal was not Sophie at all, but the necromantic talisman hidden within the Westka family. If the wedding were to be held now, it would hinder his actions. Now, as Sophie's fiancé in name, he could move freely within the Westka family's estate. After Elon left, the system announced that the martial arts matchmaking event had officially concluded. The players were somewhat disheartened, having thought that the powerful NPC would win in the end, only to find that it was Qin Shan, a mere player. Moreover, he was initially underestimated as a drop of blood.
This dark horse was now holding the beautiful Sophie in his arms, and after exchanging a few words, they walked side by side into the estate. With no more excitement to watch, the players began to disperse. Of course, some men who had fallen for Sophie at first sight waited outside the estate, hoping to catch another glimpse of her stunning beauty. Jin Shen had just secretly messaged Suyu, telling her that he had come to participate in the competition to enter the West Ko family. Suyu rationally replied, "A strong person like you won't belong to me forever. I can accept that. I'm going back to grind monsters." For some reason, upon reading this, Jin Shen felt a bit gloomy. Even the joy of showing off in front of so many players had vanished. Sophie, who had been observing Jin Shen from the side, keenly noticed his unhappiness. She asked with concern, "What's wrong, Jin Shen?" Jin Shen forced a smile and lied, "It's nothing, just wondering if your father can accept me." Sophie bit her lip and said firmly, "Even if he disagrees, I will still go with you. Will you take me to see the outside world?" She had had enough of this home, having been kept like a canary for 20 years, with only a few opportunities to go outside. She just wanted to live a little more freely. Moreover, after seeing Elon's true colors today, he only recognized money, not people. Even his own daughter was just a bargaining chip in his eyes, which further strengthened Sophie's resolve to leave. She had thought that after today, she would be kept in another place, but this drop of blood man had given her a tremendous surprise. He was a newcomer who could venture outside. If she could marry him, would she be able to go on adventures every day in the future? However, Jin Shen did not think so. The treasure vault must be in the most secretive place of Elon. Finding anything from there would be extremely difficult. So, it would take some time. Now Sophie wanted to elope with him. Jin Shen could only awkwardly smile. "Well, Sophie, your father-in-law's attitude is still unclear, right? Talking about this is too far ahead." Sophie nervously asked, "Then can you take me with you when you go on adventures in the future?" Jin Shen casually replied, "Of course. I go on adventures every day." Sophie then felt relieved and curiously asked, "What does your third skeleton do? I heard everyone discussing it while I was in the audience. They said it has the power to destroy the world." "Ha ha, don't listen to their nonsense. It's not that exaggerated." Jin Shen awkwardly deflected. "Then what is it? I'm already your fiancé, so I have the right to know, right?" Sophie pouted in dissatisfaction and pressed on. Jin Shen said, "Oh, you'll see it sooner or later. Don't rush. When will that be?" Sophie wanted a specific time. I'll definitely let you see it the next time I level up." Leveling up. It should be soon, right? Upon receiving such an answer, Sophie immediately became happy. She tugged at Jin Shen's arm and headed to the dining room. The Westco family's large dining room only employed a few servants. The servants were busy at the kitchen counter. Sophie said, "Jin Shen, I'm a bit hungry. Can we eat first?" It was already evening, just in time for dinner. Jin Shen had been relying on pan-fried lobster to stave off hunger lately, and he was already tired of it. The West family was one of the prominent families in Wolfsmoke City, so it was a good opportunity to change things up. Jin Shen thought he could order something for himself. However, after sitting down with Sophie, two servants quickly brought 2 plates of milk, bread to the table. After Sophie thanked them, she invited Jin Shen to eat. With a strange expression, Jin Shen asked, "Aren't you a young lady from a prestigious family? Is this all you eat every day?" Sophie replied blankly, "Yeah, what else would I eat?" Jin Shen shook his head helplessly and took out a plate of pan-fried lobster. The lobster still emitted a fragrant aroma from being freshly heated. It was a plate with 2 lobsters, each the size of a small dish. Sophie inhaled sharply. "This smells amazing. What is this?" Jin Shen felt more like a rich kid than she did. He personally peeled one for her, revealing the bouncy, tender white lobster meat. He handed it to her, reminding her to only bite the white tender meat. Sophie nodded, bringing the lobster to her mouth and taking a bite. Her face immediately lit up with delight. This is so delicious. How can something taste this good? It's both tender and bouncy and fragrant." After saying that, she devoured it without a care for her ladylike image. In no time, she finished the lobster in her hand. Jin Shen had already peeled the other one. "Here, eat this one too, you greedy girl." Sophie hesitated a bit, wanting to eat it but unsure. "But what about you?" Jin Shen smiled and took out another plate. "Don't worry, I have plenty here." Only then did Sophie feel reassured and put the lobster meat in her mouth. The bouncy shrimp meat, with its fresh aroma, made her eyes squint with happiness at the moment it entered her mouth. Jin Shen curiously asked, "Haven't you ever eaten lobster before?" It was hard to believe that someone from such a top-tier family would lack food. Sophie was also curious. "Where do you get all this stuff? I thought the only food was bread and milk." "What? No way. A young lady from a wealthy family eats only bread and milk every day?" If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe it? "I mean, your father is really stingy, only letting you eat these 2 things every day." Sophie looked puzzled. "If you hadn't taken me out today, I really wouldn't have tried these. By the way, what is this? Why does it smell so good?" Jin Shen was completely defeated by her. He explained, "This is called lobster. These 2 are pan-fried.
If you want to eat it in the future, I'll get it for you every day. Not for any other reason, but because this young lady was living too miserably, eating even worse than commoners. Well, my father says that bread and milk are the best and most nutritious foods, so he makes me eat these two every day. Ha! It's nutritious, that's true, but the best? Not necessarily. What food can you eat for a long time without getting tired of it? To be fair, bread and milk are quite economical. Looking at it this way, the snacks provided by the West family for the players could be considered luxury items. Elrond's stinginess was indeed well deserved. No wonder he could amass such a large fortune. It all came from pinching pennies.